Duva traversed into the realm of American comics, only to discover an alien creature accompanying him. Let's set a modest goal. I shall establish a universe populated by aliens. In the Marvel Multiverse, Iron Man descended from the skies clad in anti-alien armor, stating, "Apologies, Duva, but I am a hero." The time-reversing Wolverine, his expression filled with sorrow, lamented, "Mutants should not be part of your kin." Conqueror Kang observed the influx of alien Kangs into his dynasty, remaining silent. In the DC Multiverse, Superman was besieged by several superhuman aliens, urgently exclaiming, "Bring out the kryptonite cannon, fire at me." Batman valiantly struck down one alien, posing a soul-searching question, "Do you bleed? Oh, acid." Green Lantern was relentlessly pursued by aliens adorned with various colored rings, exclaiming in frustration, "Why can these ghastly creatures also become lanterns?" As Duva led his alien army into various multiverses, capturing deities as incubators, he surveyed his surroundings. It seems something dreadful has transpired. Blade opened his eyes once more. Despite having visited this place several times and acclimated to its environment, as a half-human, half-vampire entity, he remained ever vigilant. His hawk-like gaze surveyed the desolation around him, brooding with ferocity under the dim light. A fleeting red glimmer served as testament to his vampiric nature. Above him, the words Villain Private Research Institute loomed over the dilapidated structure. The name seemed quite peculiar. One could only wonder what lunacy had driven the owner to establish a temporary base in this abandoned building marked for demolition in New York City, while bestowing upon it a name that suggested high-tech research, though it was far from the truth. At that moment, his ears perked up. With a swift motion, Blade instinctively reached for the two katana-like weapons infused with silver on his back. "I advise you to sheath those weapons. This is my territory, and there are no vampires for you to slay here." His steady tone betrayed no emotional fluctuation, and soon a young man with dark hair approached him. With a refined visage, it was evident this individual was in his 20s, initially appearing as innocuous as a young rabbit. That was, of course, if one disregarded the bizarre creature accompanying him. "If you can make that little pet step back a few meters, I might consider believing you." Blade hesitated, then released his grip. Yet, beneath his sunglasses, his eyes remained fixated on the odd pet's every movement. This creature towered approximately 3 meters, its body a sleek, black, streamlined form, seemingly constructed from countless human vertebrae. Its elongated tail, imbued with tremendous force, flicked gently, the tip resembling a sharp dagger, exuding formidable penetrating power. Its razor-sharp claws dragged across the ground, effortlessly etching long gashes in the earth, causing Blade's eyelids to twitch. The most striking feature was undoubtedly its head, resembling an extraordinary crown, seemingly imbued with exceptional significance. An unprecedented being, its entire physique appeared engineered for ultimate combat, resembling the fevered imaginings of a brilliant screenwriter in a sci-fi narrative. Blade, relying on his acute vision, discerned that unlike their previous encounters, the creature now bore numerous unfamiliar secretions. Duva nodded, evidently pleased with Blade's response, casting a casual yet peculiar glance at him, his gaze drifting over Blade's muscular torso, elongated legs, and powerful arms, which seemed ready to explode with strength. Truly magnificent. Blade furrowed his brow, a flicker of instinctual wariness crossing his eyes. Here we go again. That look made him feel as if he were not merely being observed as a person. He had every reason to believe that this odd man harbored unusual proclivities. Just then, as if sensing the peril emanating from Blade, the peculiar creature beside Duva sprang into action, immediately lashing its tail toward him. So swift, Blade's expression shifted, and he raised his hand to strike. With a resounding clang, his palm vibrated slightly, having repelled the creature's tail, a chill running down his spine. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he was unable to sever that tail, which was as unyielding as metal. When Blade raised his gaze again, he found the creature that had stood beside Duva had silently vanished, now perched above him on the ceiling, its elongated claws glistening ominously, poised to tear away Blade's skull at any moment. "Apologies, it's a matter of professional habit." Duva quickly offered an apologetic gesture. "As you know, I am a researcher, and maintaining a venue like this on my own is quite challenging. Thus, I must devote all my attention to my work." "That creature is formidable. What is its name?" Blade thought privately, maintaining a composed exterior as he regarded the creature that had stealthily returned to Duva's side like a ghostly assassin. "Alien," Duva replied. "An intriguing name. It appears to be your institute's most exceptional creation, a weapon of war." Blade, seasoned by his encounters with various monsters primarily comprised of vampires, deduced the nature of the alien through this tentative skirmish, forming a clear judgment of Duva as well. He was indifferent to whether Duva was a scientific madman, as long as he could provide assistance. Duva remained non-committal, most exceptional. Aside from its egg-laying capability, this alien would soon cease to be the most prominent. With that thought, Duva inhaled deeply, forcing himself not to become enamored with Blade's astonishing physique, and casually produced a briefcase. This is the strong acid weapon you requested, safe and efficient. In the stillness of night during special circumstances, it is more effective than ultraviolet grenades. At least it will quietly eliminate your foes. Blade paused for a moment, retrieving a bag from within his attire and tossing it over. As per our agreement, $100,000, Blade stated. Duva whistled. Are vampire hunters truly so affluent? It makes sense. Hunting vampires is an expensive endeavor. Even the bullets are made of silver. It's not my money. The more vampires I slay, the more I can seize from those brutes. Blade was always generous when it came to spending. An exchange of money for goods. I shall seek opportunities to promote your product. Using this strong acid against the vampire's super-generative abilities will prove very effective, Blade remarked, retreating a few steps while clutching the briefcase. Duva suddenly interjected. If possible, could you bring me back some vampires, preferably alive? Oh, engaging with those creatures is hardly advisable, Blade replied, astonished. No choice. Time is of the essence, Duva stated. Blade did not press further, nor inquire about the meaning behind this, disappearing into the night. Blade, TSK, this man is truly an obsessive zealot of justice. Duva gazed at Blade's receding figure, shutting the door once more. The vampires of the Marvel Universe are quite intriguing. Their origin is not derived from Dracula or Kane, but from a sorcerer named Varna, who first encountered the Book of Darkness and, using its power, transformed himself into the original vampire. The author of the Book of Darkness is none other than the renowned deity of dark magic, Zysorn, who wields one of the three primordial forces of the multiverse, the power of chaos. He is the second-generation god of the World Tree, surpassing the likes of Odin, Zeus, and the Jade Emperor, who are mere third-generation deities. Simultaneously, he stands as one of the four primordial gods of chaos, the source of power for the Scarlet Witch. Anything associated with hatred, misfortune, or dark magic invariably bears the shadow of this ultimate magical entity, Zysorn. However, Duva feels no concern as an ordinary individual within the multiverse. He lacks the means to attract the attention of such a formidable figure, especially since he is currently preoccupied with acquiring funds through the reputable Blade. Blade, a legendary vampire hunter known in the underworld, bears half vampire blood due to his mother being bitten by a vampire during childbirth. Unlike typical vampires, he does not fear silver or sunlight, allowing him to roam freely beneath the sun, earning him the envy of vampires who refer to him as the Daywalker. Yet, he must regularly receive immunization injections to prevent his vampire lineage from consuming him entirely. Despite this, Blade's character remains relatively dependable. As long as one can provide him with the means to hunt vampires, he is willing to engage in trade. Duva shrugged. He had no choice. After all, he needed money. Exchanging a bit of alien blood for Blade's funds was merely a temporary measure to navigate his current predicament. Since his arrival in this Marvel universe, Duva had experienced bouts of anxiety, overwhelmed by the multitude of bizarre and formidable entities that inhabit this realm. Fortunately, he had an alien creature by his side. I recall that before my arrival here, Marvel had officially begun publishing an independent series on aliens, a pure high-tech world devoid of superheroes. Duva mused, counting the dollars in his hands, his thoughts drifting away. Uhu, the alien beside him sensed the shift in Duva's mood. Although it could not fathom his specific thoughts, its unwavering loyalty to him prompted a response. The alien's vocalizations were never without purpose. Every sound made was an expression of intent. Duva smiled gently and extended his hand, prompting the alien to lower its head, allowing him to caress its crown-like head. Together, they entered the research facility, unlocking a secret chamber. In the crude and rudimentary underground lair, which appeared as though it had been gnawed out by a monstrous beast, Duva slowly raised his gaze. Before him lay 5 white, slimy eggs. Chapter 2. Alien blood is still blood. The first encounter with an alien egg often induces discomfort. Yet, for Duva, this was not a novel experience. He approached with curiosity, smiling as he reached out to touch the eggs, feeling the pulsations of life within each one. Indeed, every alien establishes a mental connection with him from the moment of its birth. Typically, within the alien species, only the alien queen possesses the innate ability to command all its kind, wielding absolute authority over even the newly hatched facehuggers, a trait encoded in their very genetics. Absolute dominion. Through my experimentation, even the queen falls beneath my command, Duva remarked, glancing at the alien beside him. The skull of a typical alien is usually smooth and elongated, but this particular alien bore a crown that signified its authority and status. The queen, only one alien within the species can possess the ability to lay eggs, and this alien is the queen. Thank you for your hard work, transforming into a queen and laying these 5 eggs, Duva said with a smile. Aliens are genderless upon losing their queen or becoming isolated. They instinctively delve into their genetic lineage and evolve into a queen, acquiring the ability to lay eggs. Thus, after spending considerable time together, Duva found relief when this alien successfully evolved into a queen and laid its eggs. Aliens are born for battle, capable of indiscriminate parasitism and inheriting the superior genes of their hosts, making each alien theoretically stronger than its progenitor. The 5 eggs must hatch into 5 facehuggers, each requiring a host to evolve into a mature alien. For a fleeting moment, Duva felt an urge to seize Blade, an extraordinary individual whose strength would be amplified by an emerging alien. However, he quickly dismissed the wicked thought. Let's capture some cats and dogs first. I should at least bolster my combat capabilities, Duva contemplated as he regarded the queen, patiently awaiting orders. Truth be told, compared to the queens depicted in films, this one seemed rather diminutive and frail, necessitating an ample supply of meat for nourishment. Consequently, the local fauna met a grim fate. For several nights, swift and terrifying figures prowled the darkness, and with each flash of shadow, life was extinguished. Initially, there was but a single shadow, but as time progressed, their numbers swelled. The savage slaughter escalated, with the blood of various creatures staining the earth, ultimately congealing into ominous splotches. Soon, a few police officers arrived in response to the reports. Chief, we've arrived. According to the complainant, wild animals are disappearing in droves from this area, a young officer grumbled. With all the work piling up in New York City, why should we waste precious time investigating this godforsaken place? Is it just because those animal rights activists are a handful? Let us not forget our duty. The more composed middle-aged officer, George Stacy, surveyed the surroundings. Moreover, the complainants were hardly the so-called animal rights activists. Ever since that self-proclaimed Iron Man returned, our workload has multiplied, he added. Let's be realistic, at least this is better than being in New York City, where troublemakers constantly emerge, his colleague replied. Indeed, at least we aren't tasked with dealing with idiots in armored suits flying about, George recalled recent news with a frown. Some information remained classified, but as an insider, he was privy to certain details, including the explosive incident at Stark Tower caused by 2 armored individuals engaged in combat. Ultimately, Tony Stark emerged victorious, while the defeated was none other than Obadiah, the long-missing second-in-command of Stark Industries. Following that event, a sensitive fuse seemed to ignite, leading to a surge of various cases, intensifying their pressure. George refocused on the task at hand, donning gloves and retrieving tools to meticulously gather evidence from the scene. It is indeed eerily quiet. It's as if all the animals vanished overnight, he noted. Scattered bloodstains on the ground indicate that these creatures were attacked, George remarked, furrowing his brow. The mention of blood conjured unsettling associations in his mind. They soon found themselves relieved of such concerns, as someone approached. Gentlemen, what are you searching for? Who goes there? Show me your hands. Several officers, on high alert, drew their firearms. Yet, the figure did not halt his advance. Instead, he boldly approached, the beam of the flashlight illuminating his gaping mouth, revealing a set of sharp fangs. The officers fired decisively, bullets striking the pallid man, leaving only a few puncture wounds that, in the blink of an eye, began to heal. Even the bullets were forced out by the regenerating flesh. Suddenly, the man sprang into action, leaping effortlessly over 10 meters, sinking his teeth into a police officer's neck. Vampire? The thought flashed through George's mind in an instant. Watch out, there's more than one enemy. A succession of similarly pale-skinned figures emerged, eagerly descending upon the bitten officer, ravenously tearing into him. The gruesome scene sent chills down the remaining officers' spines. Even with their weapons, they found it impossible to inflict fatal harm. The leading vampire wiped his mouth and regarded them with a predatory gaze, as if appraising a selection of delectable prey. It seems we are not the only ones eyeing this place. Why would NYPD personnel be present here? I don't recall authorizing such an operation, he inquired. Since when do vampires command us? George inhaled deeply. You are utterly ignorant of our power. Since you refuse to divulge anything, it matters not. I am not here for you. The vampire licked his fangs, his interest lying not with these ordinary mortals, but with uncovering the source of the potent acid weapon that the Daywalker had procured from this vicinity. Clearly a potent acid, whether injected or detonated, it can effectively harm certain hybrid vampires. Yet, inexplicably, I detect the scent of blood within this acid. As a scion of the 13 clans, Dennis bore the weighty responsibility of augmenting his clan's power. Although his stronghold had been overrun by the Blade Warriors, resulting in significant losses, he had not returned entirely empty-handed. Whether intentional or not, the Blade had not concealed his whereabouts during this period, allowing Dennis to trace various surveillance footage and motorcycle trajectories, ultimately pinpointing several areas of interest. Dennis was particularly intrigued by this acid that bore the essence of blood. It is well known that vampires derive their strength from blood. If it is blood, it can be consumed. Regrettably, these peculiar fluids evaporated swiftly upon contact with air, leaving him with no opportunity to seize them. Dispatch these morsels, Dennis commanded with a wave of his hand. On villain's territory, who do you think you are to kill without my permission? A voice echoed from afar. In the beam of the flashlight, Duva stood several hundred meters away. Truly, that Blade fellow is beyond reproach. I requested a few vampires, not in this manner.
Chapter 3. Long live peace. It appears that a miscommunication has arisen between him and the Blade. According to Duva's perspective, the objective was to stealthily capture individuals. However, Blade believed in a more direct approach, inviting the vampires to come forth on their own, leaving the subsequent actions to Duva. 6 would suffice. Duva counted and concluded that, with the power he currently wielded, handling these 6 adversaries would be more than manageable. George gazed at this seemingly harmless young man in alarm and shouted, "Run? These creatures are perilous." I know, Duva muttered softly, scratching his head in resignation, deliberately ignoring the bloodstains on the ground, as if his vision was impaired and he was utterly oblivious to it. This was quite reasonable, given the night and the considerable distance of several hundred meters. One vampire lifted its head, licking its blood-soaked lips, and charged toward him with excitement. Dennis sensed something amiss, but remained silent, observing with his keen eyesight. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, this human would soon find himself pinned to the ground, his neck bitten by a vampire whose absolute power and speed far exceeded that of a mere mortal. George's complexion shifted dramatically. He was determined to save the young man's life, fully aware of the true nature of vampires. Yet at this distance, it appeared to be too late. In the blink of an eye, the attacking vampire was poised to sink its fangs into Duva's neck. At that precise moment, whoosh! A shimmering silver tail suddenly pierced through the darkness, grazing Duva's shoulder with a silent yet unmistakable aura of lethal intent, precisely targeting the oncoming vampire's face and chest. Duva swiftly issued a command, and the tail's tip dipped slightly, delivering a puncturing strike to the vampire's chest, impaling it like a candied hawthorn, hoisting the creature high into the air. A piercing scream erupted, the vampire's vigorous vitality preventing its immediate demise, intermingling fear with disbelief. What is this thing? A cacophony of delicate sounds followed, soon accompanied by several ghostly figures flitting through the shadows, encircling the vampires at close range. Dennis furrowed his brow, scrutinizing these peculiar beings. Were these creatures? He pondered, his face betraying astonishment. It seemed this was indeed the place. Mysteriously arrived police officers, strange humans accompanied by bizarre beings. Dennis recalled the peculiar acidic blood and employed his formidable night vision to observe these aberrations. Upon closer inspection, these entities shared a general appearance but displayed subtle variations. Some were slightly more robust, while others were slender, yet their speed and agility surpassed the rest. The singular commonality among these 4 aberrations was their quadrupedal stance. Although Dennis was struck by an odd sensation, as if animals of differing anatomical structures were donning the same guise, crouched before him. George and his companions were utterly bewildered, their mouths agape in astonishment, as the scene before them completely exceeded their expectations. "You are acquainted with the Blade? It seems you're the one who provided him with that peculiar, potent acid," Dennis remarked. Despite the distance, the tone of their voices allowed both parties to clearly hear one another. Indeed, though there has been a slight deviation in events, perhaps by eliminating you, we can rectify it to some extent, Duva responded nonchalantly, his gaze fixated on the vampire impaled by the alien's tail. Fortunately, it was merely a gaping wound in the chest. The vampire was not beyond saving if promptly attended to. The potent acid you supplied to the blade is also derived from blood, isn't it? Where did it originate? Do not tell me you synthesized it yourself, Dennis inquired, his eyes scrutinizing the peculiar yet formidable creatures before him. Although it seemed far-fetched, eliminating various possibilities hinted that it might indeed relate to these extraordinary beings. The ability to effortlessly impale a robust vampire with a mere tail spoke volumes about the creature's extraordinary power. Engage, Duva commanded, taking the initiative. The three aliens swiftly sprang into action, lunging towards their adversaries, with the alien beside Duva joining the fray. The vampires immediately drew their firearms, aiming at the aliens. They were astute, surmising that the aliens excelled in close combat, thus opting to resolve the confrontation with gunfire. Bang! 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 The aliens sustained minor injuries, yet appeared impervious to pain as they continued their assault. As they drew closer, blood began to drip from their wounds, sizzling as it splattered upon the vampires. "My foot is pierced," one vampire shouted. "Be cautious. The blood of these creatures possesses corrosive properties, akin to the weapons used by daywalkers, capable of eroding even alloys with ease." At this revelation, the truth became crystal clear. Yet the vampires were only further astonished by their earlier suspicions. How could such bizarre entities exist? Even their blood, seeping from wounds, posed a formidable threat to their foes? No, the mere existence of such potent acid within their very beings was preposterous. These creatures were undeniably weapons born for battle. The cacophony of gunfire intensified, and a few vampires, fueled by bloodlust, forsook their firearms to engage in hand-to-hand combat. However, they soon realized the folly of their choice. In a moment of their reckless charge, one alien opened its maw and unleashed a jet of potent acid, incapacitating a vampire. One by one, the vampires fell, inexplicably wounded yet not dead. Their limbs were savagely torn asunder by the aliens, leaving them writhing in agony upon the ground. The more fervently they fought, inflicting wounds upon the aliens, the greater the exposure to the corrosive acid they endured, and the more severe the cost they paid. Even Dennis was taken aback. The combat prowess of the alien was astonishing. It was trained to perfection, as if it had rehearsed countless times. Despite the absence of any vocal communication or gestures, it executed flawless tactics. Its individual combat capabilities were exceedingly formidable, unyielding in the face of injury or death. In fact, one could argue that sustaining wounds and risking its own demise had become one of the tactical advantages for such a creature, as it inflicted harm on its adversaries even while bleeding. "Enough! Cease this madness. I am here to negotiate," Dennis shouted, having repelled one alien and witnessing his subordinates fall one after another. He could not help but wave his arms vigorously, aiming at Duva, who was several hundred meters away, and immediately opened fire. His aim was precise, yet Duva merely shifted slightly to the side, evading the bullet with uncanny accuracy. Dennis's expression shifted as he continued to shoot, and despite his marksmanship, not a single round found its mark. This was beyond mere luck. It indicated that the opponent's physical abilities surpassed those of an ordinary human, possessing at least extraordinary perceptual acuity. Soon, Dennis was tackled by an alien, his body subjected to the corrosive effects of a potent acid, and he could only emit a wretched scream. Internally, he was filled with regret, realizing he had overestimated his own capabilities and should have summoned more assistance. Yet, even with reinforcements, it seemed nearly impossible to prevent such a nimble foe from escaping. More critically, Dennis felt an inexplicable confusion. He knew nothing about his adversary, who they were, or their origins. 6 vampires, truly remarkable, Duva remarked as he approached, and scathed, and regarded the 6 resilient beings before him. "You do not intend to kill us. You wish to negotiate? Speak. What is it that you desire? Wealth? Power or status?" Dennis, relieved that none of his comrades had perished, felt a glimmer of hope. As long as there was something to discuss, there was a chance for survival. And then he could contemplate revenge. "None of those. I require you to remain alive for the next several hours. I am eager to validate something of critical importance from you creatures who survive by consuming human blood." Duva's voice carried an unsettling sense of curiosity, akin to the whisper of a devil. Chapter 4. Blood Alien Dennis still did not realize that being in the presence of this individual meant that living would be more agonizing than dying. "Tell me your account number. I shall transfer a substantial sum to you." Dennis, oblivious to the horror veiled within Duva's words, spoke hastily. Whatever your purpose, I can assist you. I swear by the name of the Blood Clan. Enough with the clan nonsense. To me, it is worthless, Duva interrupted, only approaching once the dust of battle had settled. The 4 messenger aliens faced off against 6 armed vampires, ultimately sustaining minor injuries to 2. This ratio of casualties was somewhat acceptable, given that messenger aliens were inherently weak. The messenger aliens, parasitic entities that inhabit lower mammals such as cats and dogs, possess the innate ability to move on all 4s throughout the majority of their lives, akin to their hosts. They represent the most rudimentary tier within the alien societal hierarchy. Although their offensive capabilities are minimal, their agility is somewhat enhanced, a trait afforded by their relatively diminutive stature, standing approximately 22 meters tall when upright. In contrast to the male drone and warrior aliens, which can only maneuver using their tails immediately after emerging from their chests and take several hours to attain the ability to walk upright. The messenger aliens mature at a significantly faster rate. The sole commendable attribute of the messenger aliens is their ability to actively expel highly acidic blood, a capability absent in the male drone and warrior variants. Presently, these 4 messenger aliens, birthed from the parasitism of ordinary lower animals, do not inspire high expectations in terms of raw power. Duval cast a close glance at the police officer who had been partially devoured. If I were you, I would eliminate him immediately, shatter his skull, Duval remarked. His body is now rife with the vampire virus and will gradually be transformed into a vampire. It is prudent to eradicate him completely before the transformation occurs. George, still gripping his firearm, his only source of strength, observed the young men around him, who had been rendered speechless, their minds grappling with the dark realities of this world for the first time. Vampires, real vampires, and these monstrous creatures, a young officer murmured, his gaze fixed vacantly on the gruesome scene before him, unable to suppress his urge to vomit. The vampires, impervious to bullets, had been gruesomely dispatched by the aliens, with blood and flesh splattering in a horrifying display. And it is not merely vampires. The wonders of this planet will surpass your wildest imagination. Whether demons or deities emerge, it should not come as a surprise, Duval replied with a casual smile, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance. If one were to overlook the terrifying aliens that perpetually surrounded him, akin to a retinue of a sovereign, he might well possess the qualities of a compassionate confidant. Sir, thank you and your companions for saving our lives, George stammered, struggling to suppress his racing heart. The harrowing experience of the past few minutes had overwhelmed him, and though he endeavored to maintain a steady voice, a subtle tremor betrayed his composure. I will treat my colleagues with utmost seriousness. That is reassuring. Conversing with someone as knowledgeable as you is far more agreeable. Officer, what is your name? George Stacy. Duval stroked his chin thoughtfully. The name and age seemed to suggest a connection to Gwen. Sir, I still do not know your name. How do you intend to deal with these vampires? George summoned his courage to inquire, accompanied by the incessant dripping sounds emanating from the aliens, some from the blood of the vampires, others from their own corrosive blood. Duval replied, You will have the opportunity to learn my name in due course. In any case, do not return to this area, regardless of whose orders you have received. Stay away from here. Those who command you wish to see you perish. Duva waved his hand nonchalantly. Although he didn't possess the supreme intellect of a Tony Stark or a Sue Rue, he still had a basic capacity for deduction. He pondered whether this individual, who kept strange creatures in captivity, was in violation of the law. After the officer finished vomiting, he wiped his mouth, glanced at George, and began to retch again. Well said. I have a fondness for those who champion justice. However, if you were to apprehend Tony Stark first, I might just believe you. Duva departed, vanishing into the darkness with the aberrations, leaving behind a scene of chaos that attested to the extraordinary events that had just transpired. George gazed down at his colleague, whose face had been rendered unrecognizable by bites. After a moment of silence, he executed a fatal shot to the head. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. This matter will not end here. I will hold that individual accountable. George's complexion darkened, his expression as heavy as water. He loathed the scoundrel who had issued the orders, the one responsible for the loss of a remarkable young colleague. Extraordinary incidents were not meant to be endured by unprepared, ordinary individuals like them. Even if they were to face such challenges, they should have been informed in advance, allowing them to assemble adequate personnel and armaments. You mentioned that the case was reported by animal protection advocates.
I was deceiving you.
It was merely the words of those advocates that prompted the department to send us here. As for the resolution of this case, we shall attribute it to vampires. Indeed, it is entirely plausible that these blood-sucking fiends would capture small animals for sustenance. Additionally, the stranger commanding the peculiar beings surely possessed extraordinary powers. He had even saved a few lives from the clutches of the vampires. For Duva, rescuing a few officers was merely a minor episode. It was the captured vampires that truly captured his interest. Throughout the journey, he inquired after these vampires with genuine concern, fearing for their lives. This act of compassion bewildered the nearly lifeless vampires, who could not comprehend his motives. One of them seized the opportunity to suggest that if the aberrations released them, they might still have a chance at survival. Ignoring their pleas, Duva led them back, entering an underground lair where he commanded the aberrations to roughly discard the incapacitated creatures onto the ground. Dennis hurriedly surveyed the surroundings, realizing that it resembled a monstrous underground nest, replete with bizarre, sticky substances. A peculiar tube extended throughout the area, and beneath it, he spotted 3 odd eggs. Inside the eggs, something sensed their arrival and immediately became agitated. Simply casting a glance was enough to send a chill down Dennis' spine, as if a terrifying presence had fixed its gaze upon him. One by one, the 6 vampires were brought forth. Duva personally seized one by the neck and forced him toward an egg. In an instant, the egg unfurled like a blossom, revealing 4 petals, from which emerged a grotesque creature reminiscent of a large spider. "Facehugger, let me go. What do you intend to do?" The vampire swiftly found himself rendered speechless, his entire visage ensnared by the facehugger. An enigmatic substance coursed through his body, and soon his consciousness began to blur, gradually succumbing to slumber. What is happening? Dennis gazed in bewilderment. This should be a terrifying ordeal, yet he could not fathom its implications.
You shall soon discover.
Duva maintained a keen awareness of the connection with the facehugger, confirming the success of the parasitism, which filled him with elation. This success bore exceptional significance. It marked the first instance of a facehugger successfully parasitizing a special host. What followed was a patient wait. Duva himself possessed remarkable patience, akin to the xenomorph, enduring in silence for the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. At last, when the vampire awakened once more, confusion etched upon his face, he shook his head, effortlessly dislodging the remnants of the facehugger that had cloaked him.
What have you done to me? How did this creature perish? Vampire, you must pay for all the humans you have slain.
It is gratifying that you have offered me your robust physique, which I shall utilize well. Under the gaze of numerous blood-red eyes, Duva raised his hand, extending his finger towards the vampire from afar. What transpired next filled the other vampires with terror. A peculiar bulge emerged from the vampire's chest, and before he could react, a horrific entity burst forth, violently tearing through his ribcage. Emerging amidst a cascade of flesh and blood, the desperate wails resonated like a melodious symphony, and the violent convulsions were, indeed, the most commendable of dances. Having parasitized the vampire and seized its superior genes, a new xenomorph was born, issuing its inaugural shriek into this world, heralding the arrival of a novel and boundless, extraordinary system.
Chapter 5. Whose man is he?
Duva openly expressed his delight, meticulously observing this xenomorph imbued with vampire genes, naming it the blood xenomorph. Compared to names like reverse species, this title seemed unremarkable, yet it held its own when juxtaposed with special variants like the ice xenomorph. The blood xenomorph possessed the quintessential appearance of a drone xenomorph, upright, standing approximately 25 meters tall, with an elongated head exhibiting a smooth exterior, and an array of enigmatic dorsal tubes sprouting from its back, resembling technological interfaces for connecting to large instruments. Its entire form was encased in an exoskeleton, which boasted formidable impact resistance, confirming that common large-caliber firearms would struggle to inflict any significant harm. Even a drone xenomorph birthed from the parasitism of an ordinary human would not succumb to fatal injury from such weaponry. Moreover, the blood xenomorph could derive additional energy from blood, unlike regular xenomorphs that required copious amounts of flesh to sustain their vitality. In terms of functional hierarchy, the blood xenomorph undoubtedly represented the drone xenomorph from Alien 1, elevated above the messenger in social rank. Duva admired the work before him, while the other vampires stood frozen in shock. What on earth is this? A parasite? A spider emerged from an egg, only to inexplicably perish, causing a person to faint. And then a humanoid creature rapidly grew from the individual's chest. This sequence of events seemed to possess a linear logic and a causal relationship, yet upon further contemplation, it appeared utterly unscientific. The vampires finally understood why this human was so concerned about their well-being, but regrettably, it was too late. With the efficacy of the parasitism confirmed, the remaining 2 eggs hatched in succession, completing the cycle of infestation. Dennis attempted a rescue, suggesting that since Duva had 3 eggs, only 3 vampires could be infested, leaving the others in a precarious position. Surely, they cannot be mere food? Duva reassuringly comforted him, stating he couldn't bear to turn them into sustenance, but rest assured, none would escape. Then, in the depths of the cave, a silent and motionless presence, the alien queen, stirred. In front of everyone, after a moment of brewing, she laid an egg through the incubation tube. So this is how that tube is used. Dennis collapsed, losing consciousness in despair as he watched the facehugger approach. Before long, 6 bloodthirsty xenomorphs, far stronger than their vampire hosts, stood obediently before Duva. Famished, they eagerly tore into the remains of their hosts upon receiving Duva as permission. Nearby animals have been entirely consumed, indicating a dire need for a new means of ensuring food supply. Several food companies in New York City received food orders. The following days were remarkably tranquil, devoid of any vampire visits. Perhaps the initial judgment among those beings concluded that the missing vampires had been butchered. However, a group of individuals arrived at the neighboring abandoned building during the day and promptly opened a meat shop. Such audacious actions, lacking even the pretense of concealment, garnered Duva's admiration. In this day and age, is surveillance conducted so brazenly? Gentlemen, are you aware that these 2 buildings are slated for demolition? I've heard a large office complex is to be constructed here. Duva called out to them. They acknowledged this, but prior to the official demolition, it seemed quite lucrative to engage in the sale of cooked meats here. Duva nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. Why does your meat shop only sell raw meat? This time, the agents did not respond. Duva speculated that converting raw food into cooked food would elevate costs, impacting their credibility. Yet claiming to sell cooked meat while actually selling raw was a matter of finances, facilitating deception for funding. The owner of the meat shop felt exceedingly unfortunate. He, as the worthless clone of Dam Bien Dugan, merely emulated the demeanor of some 8th-level agent, proclaiming himself as an FBI operative to anyone he encountered. And when faced with actual FBI agents, he would assert he was from the CIA. Upon meeting CIA personnel, he would revert to claiming FBI affiliation. When the 2 agencies eventually cross-reference their accounts and conflict arises, only then would he admit to being an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, few could recall the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone comprehend its true purpose. However, fate had it that he crossed paths with a rather earnest and somewhat formidable individual named George Stacy. Damn it, he was merely fulfilling routine duties, justifiably coordinating with the local police department for preliminary investigations. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to solely rely on its agents to scrutinize the countless suspected extraordinary incidents worldwide, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Even if his original self could dispatch numerous memory-sharing clones, it would be an insurmountable task. Now, he found himself in a position where he had to take matters into his own hands. The sole silver lining was that the target had the blade as a protector, indicating he was not a mindless killer, possessing at least a modicum of moral integrity. What level of agent are you? He inquired, as the peculiar individual capable of commanding strange entities shouted at him from a dilapidated, drafty window. Yesterday, I was a 3rd-level agent. Today, I'm 2nd level, he replied, uncertain whether this mission would be deemed a success or failure. In any case, he was merely a worthless clone. At least progress was being made in a structured manner. It hadn't escalated to the point of needing to make frantic calls for assistance, which was somewhat acceptable. Furthermore, it could allow him to extract some funding from that miserly bald man. Duva scrutinized the individual across from him, now fully convinced that he was indeed a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. As a specialized agency monitoring extraordinary events globally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had the duty of keeping a close eye on special individuals, backed by 5 notorious figures. Yet, the one assigned to observe him turned out to be such an upfront person, which took Duva by surprise. Although Blade had yet to assemble the Howling Commandos, it was evident that a connection with S.H.O.D. had been established, and he might have already ascended to the rank of a senior agent within the agency. Blade would eventually evolve into a 10th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was entirely normal for Duva to interact with Blade, as S.H.O.D. would inevitably become aware of the existence of aliens. Such matters could not remain concealed indefinitely. This very conduct ensured that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assessment of him would not classify him as a high-risk individual. At least not at this moment, which was precisely what Duva required. He had an affinity for candid individuals, as it meant he would not have to expend excessive mental energy. Particularly when he discovered that his observer was named Dambien, Duva immediately grasped the other's identity. Dambien was also a 10th-level agent, possessing the unique ability to share a memory archive with clones, which had fortuitously elevated him to a prominent position within S.H.I.L.D. Duva did not exhibit any signs of distress at such close scrutiny. In this era where extraordinary beings were commonplace, S.H.I.L.D. was engaged in the relentless pursuit and evaluation of every extraordinary individual. If it is confirmed that the target individual poses no threat and possesses no formidable abilities, relevant information will be documented and personnel will be withdrawn. As long as no crimes are committed, S.H.I.L.D. will not pay undue attention. Nick Fury gazed impassively at the report in his hands. The target is suspected of clandestinely conducting biochemical experiments, ostensibly acquiring research funds through Blade. Indeed, according to the accounts of several officers, he commands peculiar, yet formidable creatures, having captured a few vampires alive. No, that is not my primary concern. Fury rapped the table and raised his voice, asserting that such an individual has registered a biopharmaceutical company while engaging in legitimate biochemical experimentation. He emphasized the term legitimate. Those bizarre creatures warrant scrutiny. In a world rife with lunatics, anyone daring to emerge must possess considerable skill. Fury's intent was unmistakable as he fixed his gaze on his old partner, Dum-Dum Dugan. Who does this fellow Duva belong to? Chapter 6. Duva is worth the price. Dum-Dum organized the shared memories in his mind, retrieving information from a clone upload, the specifics of which he could not ascertain, and replied earnestly, "To my knowledge, he is not under anyone's purview. I have found no evidence of external influence on any of his actions." Excellent. Let us reassess this report you provided. After a week of confirmation, the most significant suspicion surrounding an individual capable of manufacturing biochemical weapons through unknown means, engaging in open transactions with Blade, and attacking vampires is that, compared to cooked food, he may prefer raw meat? Dum-Dum forced a smile. I did not arrive at this conclusion, believe it or not. He was aware that such a response could only stem from a moment of mental lapse. I believe it. I have even greater reason to suspect that the one dismissing me before my eyes is not your 10th-level entity, but rather a clone whose actual capability barely surpasses that of a 2nd-level agent. Fury scrutinized Dum-Dum, who could not even muster the effort to mention the notion that the creatures he controlled had a penchant for raw food. Encountering a reluctant clone was unfortunate enough, yet to also face a report that lacked intellectual rigor was truly alarming. Dum-Dum lowered his head, contemplating how to deceive Fury into believing the flawed memories stored in his shared archive. Very well, I have a general understanding of the situation. Inform your original that it may be prudent to redirect its focus somewhat. Agreed, but I cannot guarantee that the original will peruse the information I upload promptly. Fury's forehead throbbed. Fortunately, he had also received a diluted version of the super serum. Otherwise, he would have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Therefore, based on the available intelligence, augmented by the information provided by Blade, this individual may be amenable to cooperation, yet trust cannot be established at this juncture. He is a legitimate company owner who has exploited legal loopholes, claiming to conduct biological experiments with the intent to develop a cure for mutants. Who sanctioned this application? Fury inquired. How thoughtless one can be. Dum-Dum rubbed his temple, striving to gather useful memories as he pondered what fabrications he could conjure to validate his existence as a talented clone. Numerous individuals had recently deceived the government with similar rhetoric. A man approached, possessing an aura of calm that stemmed from having hosted countless protagonists. He approached with a peculiar smile upon his face. Coulson remarked that, in contrast to those charlatans, as a graduate of Johns Hopkins University with a specialization in genetics, he could at least present several substantial papers to embellish his credentials. It became evident that he had not secured funding, merely acquiring a plot of land for experimental purposes. Intriguingly, however, there was indeed a remittance from the government to Verlin Bio Company recorded in the accounts. A disgraceful parasite. Fury slammed his fist onto the table, his superhuman strength causing it to topple over. Who is the highest authority in this matter? How could he permit such occurrences? Colonel Strick. After a moment of silence, Dum-Dum tapped his head and said, I just recalled a fragment of memory. The clone responsible for monitoring the target reported a theft at the delicatessen. It appears the perpetrator exhausted his funds and resorted to unscrupulous means. Most importantly, he managed to pilfer back the money paid to the clone, perhaps intending to reimburse it when he next purchased food. I comprehend your implication. A man so enamored with consuming raw flesh has pillaged your delicatessen. Listen, what a grievous crime it is that he cannot even distinguish between raw and cooked food. Fury glared intensely at Dum-Dum, who remained expressionless. Coulson added, Blade has engaged in 3 transactions with him, providing merely $200,000 in total. Regrettably, Blade is unwilling to part with the blood of that creature, denying us the opportunity for research. However, I boldly speculate that even if we obtained it, advancing our studies would be futile. That corrosive blood could erode even the most resilient alloys, a design principle intended to counter reverse genetic engineering. Coulson was not yet fully acquainted with the characteristics of the alien. Even if he were to create an artificial alien using genetic fragments, such creatures would not heed his commands, inevitably wreaking havoc within S.H.I.L.D. Blade is a formidable warrior, yet not the most exceptional agent. He adheres to his own principles, and should he become obstinate, there would be no way to sway him. Let us proceed this way. Allocate another $200,000 in funding for your clone. Fury generously waved his hand, completing the approval, and instructed, be sure to issue an invoice for $200 million, then deliver it to the 5 major ruffians, urging them to expedite the payment. I fear they may not believe it. A peculiar scientist who can barely handle a few vampires is hardly worth $200 million, Dum-Dum astutely observed, faithfully alerting them to the truth. Impossible. He has the capability to create such a formidable and unknown new species, capable of vanquishing even vampires. He is deserving. Fury was resolute, yet what he truly thought remained unspoken. In Fury's perspective, aside from its novelty, Duva's achievements may hold merit solely in the realm of biotechnology, potentially requiring years, if not decades, to culminate in groundbreaking advancements worthy of his attention. The S.H.I.E.L.D. that he commands possesses countless secrets pivotal to the survival of humanity, coupled with an array of extraordinary powers. Beneath the sea, in Kunlun, on the moon, with sorcerers, demons, celestial beings, icebergs, black dragons, and extraterrestrials, Duva is not yet deserving of his personal intervention. It is prudent to continue surveillance, meticulously assess his psychological state, and ascertain the stability and reliability of his character before formulating any plans. The complete cessation of monitoring is out of the question. Duva's capabilities transcend the simplicity of mere fire-breathing or water-spouting, reaching a level sufficient to easily commit grave crimes, thereby necessitating his observation. For in this world, the most perilous individuals are not only those endowed with extraordinary powers, but also those possessing exceptional intellect. Coulson, what is the situation on your end? Fury swiftly relegated Duva's matters to the recesses of his mind. Spending even a few minutes discussing Duva was an extraordinary deviation. Other affairs held greater significance. Coulson's smile gradually waned. It's rather dire. Following his father's demise, Banner went into hiding for a while, but has now been discovered and is facing a global manhunt. Chapter 7. No one understands vampires better than I do. Duva has always been acutely aware that DS patience has its limits. Yet for reasons unknown, they have not escalated their actions. Is their funding truly so ample? As days pass monotonously, Duva and Dumbbell remain entangled as neighbors, occasionally playing the role of Robin Hood, repeatedly spending stacks of money with unbridled enthusiasm. To date, The queen has laid a total of 14 eggs, of which 2 remain unhatched. The others have incubated into 11 aberrations. Duva counts his own powers meticulously while constantly monitoring the mental states of these aberrations, which pertains to a unique telepathic ability. Throughout this period, Duva has not ventured beyond his door until Blade, unable to contain himself, returned once more. You know I dislike coming here. Upon entering, Blade adjusted his sunglasses, surveying the area. He noticed several messenger aberrations, but did not see the one adorned with a crown. He remarked, "Not to mention you've managed to nurture even more pets. How did you accomplish that? And how did you manage to inflict such discomfort upon the vampires single-handedly?" Duva queried. "Strength. I possess formidable strength. That is my answer, because I am strong. I always believe I can achieve remarkable feats." Blade did not believe a word of it, convinced that Duva must have cultivated these beings' embryos long ago and was merely releasing them now. "Speak, what do you need from me?" "I may no longer sell you strong acid," Duva stated. "There is no need. I have dealt with a self-proclaimed blood god, and your weapon proved to be immensely beneficial. However, the cost is that some vampires have begun to suspect you and are seeking ways to eliminate you. Let them come. Perhaps eradicating vampires from this planet would be a commendable choice." Duva contemplated this possibility with great care. Blade's gaze sharpened. "Are you serious? That would be quite challenging, unless you could develop a vampire virus, but many have attempted that over the years with little success. I believe you would achieve greater results by focusing on developing a serum for mutants." "Huh, you think dealing with mutants is easier than confronting vampires?" "No, I merely believe the mutant issue is more significant and complex. By tackling it from this angle, your gains would be far greater, much like the choices made by many scientists, while vampires are simply parasites clinging to humanity." Blade remarked. Duva set the tone for their conversation. "Then I shall transfer my power to the vampires. There exists a palpable disdain for vampires, perhaps influenced by a degree of human supremacy ideology, though it could also be feigned, motivated solely by the benefits of hunting vampires." Blade mused silently. Yet, what those benefits are, Blade could not fathom. These vampires, aside from their lengthy lifespans and accumulated wealth, possess nothing else. At last, Blade articulated his purpose. "There is something I may require your assistance with. Are you representing yourself or your team?" "I have not officially joined them yet. So to be precise, I need your help. After all, I have few reliable acquaintances." Blade remained impassive, stating, "I have received word of a mad general obsessed with a super soldier program, to the extent that he has deployed his army to capture a certain green mobile blood bank." "You want me to deal with that green fellow?" "That one TB easy. I recall reading reports about him online just a few months ago," Duva replied. Blade regarded Duva with an unusual expression, astonished by his imagination. "What leads you to believe you possess the capability to engage with the Hulk? That creature could shatter your little pets with a mere roar. It is madness. Are today's youth truly this fierce, or is there an overestimation of their own abilities?" "I suppose I should feel fortunate," Duva replied noncommittally. Blade scrutinized Duva's micro-expressions. At times, he genuinely could not discern whether Duva's confidence stemmed from ignorance or if he was concealing a hidden strength. He inclined towards the former. Anyone acquainted with information about the Hulk would be left astounded. Such a green behemoth, capable of effortlessly demolishing aircraft with his bare hands, could unleash hundreds or thousands of tons of force with a casual wave, and if angered, could easily escalate his power further. Blade stated, "My target is those who covet the Hulk's bloodline. Your agile pets seem particularly suited for combat and could alleviate some of our burdens. However, why should I involve myself in such perilous endeavors? Merely because those individuals are assessing the extent of my threat? Listen, I'm uncertain about the depths of your understanding. It would be prudent to take some reasonable actions, as there is little harm in that." Blade candidly remarked that your power has not yet reached a level that would instill fear in those individuals, but they will not allow you to act freely. You are astute. You must have anticipated this scenario during our initial transaction. After saying this, Blade fixed his gaze upon Duva's eyes, suggesting that you are deliberately showcasing your abilities. Perhaps it is time to reveal your true self? Leveraging their power to augment your own is indeed a commendable choice. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no desire to join you. I merely wish to contribute to society. Duva waved his hand dismissively. He knew that sooner or later, he would have to take this step, and utilizing Blade as a springboard could prove a suitable opportunity. He accepted a dossier from Blade, swiftly perusing its contents, and gleaned the focal points of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interest. It turned out that the primary target was not the Hulk, but rather a certain Mr. Blue, who had conducted genetic experiments on Hulk's blood. Blade had set his sights on Mr. Blue, reasoning that he had connections with a particular vampire, the Blood Baron, and was potentially engaged in troublesome blood transactions, thus rendering him a target for elimination. In Blade's perception, who could fathom what a top-tier vampire would become after consuming the Hulk's blood? The danger was substantial. So, you require me to track and intercept Mr. Blue, correct? Duva inquired, stating up front that my price for such assistance would not be modest, $1 million. $2 million. This is a matter of life and death. Furthermore, I require all information regarding the vampire population distribution, strongholds, and other pertinent details that you possess, Duva insisted. Blade regarded this young man with profound significance. Even information on population numbers? Such a request could only stem from intoxication or an insatiable appetite. What, after all, captivated Duva about vampires? Blade did not grasp the proper utilization of vampires, whereas Duva believed he understood it well. With a considerable quantity and relatively formidable individual strength, there was nothing more enticing for Duva than capturing vampires, as it promised both thrill and profit. Otherwise, who else would he pursue, mutants? Chapter 8. The alien enjoys group combat. Bronsky, as an elite soldier, was a man of considerable thought. He believed that a true man must be grand and fierce. Much like the Hulk, who grows larger when provoked and becomes even more formidable when struck. Bronsky harbored a profound admiration for the Hulk, and the best way to revere something is to study it and ultimately become it. Thus, he embarked on this path. Let it be known that this serum is imperfect. Should any complications arise, a slender scientist cautioned cautiously. Enough. I am fully aware of my actions. If you delay any further, I will end your life. Bronsky snapped impatiently. Hurry, continue administering the injections. I wish to be stronger than the Hulk. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Blue could not help but shake his head in disbelief. The notion of becoming stronger than the Hulk through a serum extracted from his blood was utterly preposterous. Such a phenomenon simply could not exist. Even hybrid experiments required numerous generations of meticulous selection. Yet, Blonsky was oblivious to this reality. The soldier had succumbed to madness, and Mr. Blue was all too eager to inject the serum into Blonsky's body. As an acquaintance of Dr. Banner, he had conducted various experiments and possessed Hulk's blood, which he now intended to use to validate his findings on Blonsky. The Hulk was far more powerful than Mr. Blue had anticipated, and his intellectual capacity was insufficient to fully harness the strength contained within the Hulk's blood, which posed a significant dilemma. Mr. Blue harbored his own apprehensions, contemplating an immediate escape post-injection to evade potential repercussions. If you remain coherent, feel free to seek me out again. Perhaps we may collaborate once more, he mused, though inwardly he believed that Blonsky would have no such opportunity. Blonsky was incapable of withstanding the serum's power. The most favorable outcome would be a genetic mutation, leading to his capture and eventual demise within the confines of a laboratory. Indeed, Blonsky began to transform, his physique swelling to the point of breaching the ceiling, his skin adopting a lizard-like texture, while sharp bony protrusions sprouted along his spine. Power, this is power, Blonsky exclaimed, exhilarated by the immense force surging within him, his visage contorting in ecstasy. Alongside this burgeoning strength came an accompanying rage, intertwined with Blonsky's own thoughts, coalescing into a novel emotion, hatred. He christened his newfound, superpowered self as Abomination, a name born from his desire to reclaim the dignity he believed he had lost to the Hulk, as well as a declaration of intent to eliminate the Hulk and assert his superiority. Abomination, is it? I fear you shall not have the opportunity for vengeance against the Hulk, for I have arrived. A number of extraterrestrial beings burst through the windows, their movements agile and swift as they encircled Abomination, darting across walls and floors. Mr. Blue felt a shiver run down his spine as he withdrew his gaze from Abomination, staring in astonishment at these unfamiliar entities. As a biologist, he discerned immediately that these creatures were likely not of Earth. No natural organism on this planet possessed such an exoskeletal structure or appeared so otherworldly. Captivated by these beings, Mr. Blue found himself momentarily slow to escape. When one of the alien messengers perched nearby, its eyeless head fixating on him, he realized he could no longer flee. Instead, he pressed himself against the wall, cautiously inching away from the frenzied abomination.
Did Ross send you?
How absurd. He was once my general, constraining me with ludicrous rules. And now the tables have turned. I shall govern him. Blonsky's mind was a tempest of frenzied thoughts. You are stronger than he is? That is quite remarkable. If I were to surpass you and seize everything you possess, it would only be just Duva proclaimed, his piercing gaze akin to a blade, relentlessly scrutinizing the imposing figure of Abomination. To be candid, Abomination was far from handsome. Indeed, he was grotesquely more unappealing than the Hulk. Yet, Duva held no disdain for this. What is that look in your eyes? A look of admiration? In my perception, when you transform into another form, you become exceedingly beautiful. Duva did not hesitate to lavish his praises and fondness. Abomination paused, bewildered, suspecting that this diminutive creature must be mad. He lifted a foot, preparing to stomp down. Beautiful? Ugly? Just moments ago, he had felt a flicker of madness within himself, a loss of control. Yet now it appeared that this stranger had already succumbed to insanity. A sinister grin curled upon his lips, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, as he yearned for the sensation of squelching flesh beneath his foot. Boom! He missed his target, instead shattering the floor and creating a deep crater. Lacking the strength to strike, he still dared to claim he could confront the Hulk? Duva retreated with an extraordinary swiftness, gesturing subtly. Soon, a multitude of aliens encircled Abomination, launching a coordinated assault. The aliens, generally no taller than 3 meters, appeared diminutive compared to the 4-meter-tall, muscle-bound Abomination. Yet their numbers were overwhelming. 11 aliens surged forward, with the mightiest, the Blood Alien, leading the charge, swinging its tail towards Abomination's eyes. What a joke! Do you truly believe these creatures can contend with me? Though it was Abomination's first encounter with aliens, he felt no fear. With a maniacal laugh, he extended his hand and seized one alien that had lagged behind in speed. A brutal smile etched across his face as he crushed it with all his might. Snap! However, to his dismay, he did not witness a splash of crimson, but rather a torrent of green. Indeed, it was the Hulk's green. Yet this green blood was an immensely terrifying acid. Merely touching it caused Abomination to emit a bone-chilling wail. Pain. It burns. Faced with blood capable of instantly corroding superalloys. Even Abomination's skin, which could withstand the explosion of a rocket launcher, could not endure. Sizzle. His skin was seared through, flesh evaporated, revealing his stark white bones. Even worse, his bones began to fracture. Fortunately, Abomination possessed formidable regenerative abilities. With a furious roar, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, taking advantage of this precious moment, more aliens pounced upon him. Several messenger aliens scurried up the walls, seizing the opportunity to spew their powerful acid, inflicting extensive wounds upon Abomination. He roared in fury. Given his immense size, any aliens he managed to capture were left maimed, with only the Blood Alien enduring somewhat. Its body strong enough to withstand a bit of the onslaught. What in the world are these creatures? Even after slaying 3 aliens, Abomination found himself greatly troubled by the relentless attacks from the remaining aliens. The coordination of the xenomorphs is truly remarkable. Just as he is about to seize one, the others invariably exploit the opportunity to launch their attacks, compelling him to shift his focus. Of course, he could choose not to redirect his attention, but that would come at the cost of sustaining injuries. In a moment of ruthless determination, Enmity managed to capture one of the xenomorphs, albeit at a steep price. A blood xenomorph lunged forward, opening its maw to unleash its inner mandibles. These mandibles, resembling tongues, shot out at a velocity surpassing that of bullets. The tips sinking into Enmity's eye before viciously tearing away, splattering blood in all directions. A howl of agony escaped Enmity's lips, while the successful blood xenomorph feasted upon his flesh, rapidly replenishing its strength and injuries through the consumption of his blood. Now was the moment to strike. Duval lingered in the outermost safe zone, constantly searching for an opportunity, which had finally arrived. Indeed, the very reason he accepted Blade's private invitation to partake in this perilous endeavor was to seize this moment. Chapter 9. The successful strike throughout the ordeal. Duval never positioned himself as a paragon of virtue. This was simply because he could not embody the role of a superhero. It was not a lack of moral discernment that hindered him. Rather, it was the knowledge that his unique power, the xenomorphs, would render him unacceptable to certain factions of society if it were revealed that he could parasitically extract the life force of a being and transcend it. Once exposed, even the most virtuous of superheroes would regard him with suspicion and wariness. Thus, from the outset, Duval's tentative involvement in this mission was directed towards enmity. Blade, or rather the S.H.D. operatives evaluating him, would certainly perceive this operation as Duval grasping their olive branch, essentially signaling goodwill and proximity through his participation. In a typical narrative arc, a well-meaning Duval would willingly undertake the tasks assigned by S.H.D., leading to assessments that might one day see him integrated into one of the specialized teams formed by S.H.D., not necessarily the Avengers, as S.H.D. has numerous elite units in formation, the Avengers being merely one among many. This would be the normal course of events. Duval indeed possessed qualities that appealed to certain individuals. He wielded extraordinary powers, displayed intelligence, and hailed from a pristine background, truly an ideal candidate. Regrettably, all of this was a facade, predicated on their ignorance of the xenomorphs' astonishing growth methods and the incalculable potential of their evolution. The inability to become a superhero was of little consequence. He had no desire to exhaust himself currying favor with those he considered beneath him. Instead, he would forge a different path. While he could not command universal respect for his character, he could instill fear and awe with his might. Duval's mind was remarkably clear. Armed with sufficient power, he believed that no challenge was insurmountable. Loathing is the crux of the moment, as long as the essence of loathing can be harnessed. Utilizing its corporeal form to cultivate the first warrior xenomorph, Duva's comprehensive power will embark on its inaugural ascent. Naturally, should this endeavor succeed, the resultant upheaval would astonish the world, thereby exposing both Duva and the xenomorph to an array of perilous adversaries. However, Duva remains unconcerned with such trifles, choosing to focus solely on acquiring the loathing first. As long as the pace of his burgeoning strength surpasses that of the impending crisis, all forms of audacious ventures are justified. The pivotal aspect lies in the inherent nature of the xenomorph. Once a suitable host is identified, the transformation of power occurs at an astonishing rate. With a swift motion, Duva produced an egg, for petals unfurled, and a facehugger stealthily emerged. The loathing could not witness this, but tucked away in a corner, fervently praying for divine favor to avoid being crushed by flying debris, Mr. Blue observed intently. What was that? Judging by its size, it resembled an ostrich egg, yet its shell was pliable, and strange creatures emerged, nimbly navigating towards the loathing. Mr. Blue was taken aback, unable to fathom what he saw. How could such a diminutive creature, a mere newborn, dare to challenge the loathing? Regardless of the approach, it was bound to fail. The loathing was his most prized creation. Even if besieged by creatures capable of exuding potent acid, it would not succumb to such a trivial opponent. This thought flickered through Mr. Blue's mind. From the battlefield's perspective, although the loathing appeared utterly beleaguered, its robust physique in tatters, it had yet to be defeated. As time passed, the formidable strength derived from the Hulk's bloodline was rapidly mending its wounds, and its fury gradually amplified its might. Though the growth momentum soon waned, perhaps due to the serum's potential being exhausted, the loathing could still unleash a punch with a force exceeding 100 tons, ensuring that any xenomorph grazed would either perish or be grievously injured. As the battle raged on, numerous xenomorphs fell, leaving no intact corpses behind. Yet, even in death, the xenomorphs expended their last vestiges of strength to perish upon the loathing, spilling their blood across its form, thereby inflicting more dreadful wounds. Such a degree of attrition began to take its toll on the loathing as well. A commendable little creature, but alas, still insufficient. It bellowed with laughter. With such meager power, do you think you can challenge me? In this brief span, it had already dispatched 5 of the strongest xenomorphs, leaving mostly lesser variants. Even with one arm and shoulder corroded to mere bone, it persevered. Victory belongs to the strong, to the magnificent loathing. With this thought, it resolved to eliminate these creatures, locate Duva, cruelly crush him, then find a place to rest before ultimately vanquishing the Hulk, proving that it alone was the mightiest, and that its pursuit of power was righteous. At that moment, as the Abomination felt a twinge of exhaustion and delight at the prospect of victory, the facehugger seized the opportunity, clinging to the back of a messenger. When the Abomination reached for it, the creature exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly crawling along the Abomination's finger bones and leaping onto its face. What is this? The Abomination exerted its strength, effortlessly tearing the messenger alien in two, a task far too simple for it to handle against a mere parasitic mammalian creature. Yet, its arrogance proved to be its downfall. Who would have imagined that the true lethal blow would come from such a diminutive being, despite the Abomination's formidable might? The moment the facehugger adhered to its face, it experienced a brief disorientation, swiftly dispelled by an overwhelming surge of fury. Grasping the incapacitated facehugger between two fingers, it violently smashed it against the wall, reducing it to a pulpy mass. Sizzle! The remnants of the facehugger exploded, corroding the wall in the process. Such a small creature harbored such potent fluid? The scientist responsible for creating it must be insane, yet the power gained through such means could never rival mine. Only the utmost strength signifies the future, a conclusion the Abomination reached after observing the Hulk and acquiring a fragment of its power. It became evident that it must exert itself further, exterminating these repugnant beings entirely, and then dispatching that young man, whose origins remained a mystery, yet who persistently opposed it. However, as the Abomination, seething with rage, pursued other aliens, it was astonished to see them retreating swiftly, converging together, while the young man appeared at considerable distance. Blonsky, we shall meet again soon. In another form, Duva smiled, his heart finally unburdened upon confirming the successful parasitism. No matter how frenzied, the Abomination roared. He found it rather endearing. The more imposing the creature became, the greater Duva's satisfaction, reminiscent of a benevolent father. The Abomination, blinded by fury, paid a steep price, suffering significant damage before even savoring the taste of victory. It promptly seized a chunk of reinforced concrete and hurled it towards Duva. Duva stood still, his demeanor serene, as the 5 remaining aliens acted in unison, positioning themselves in front of him, claws raised in unison, propelling the concrete projectile skyward with a resounding crash. Amidst the swirling dust, Duva's visage emerged, epitomizing elegance and composure. The Abomination roared in fury and charged forward, only to witness Duva leap effortlessly. Appearing a dozen meters away, an evident display of extraordinary physical prowess that left the Abomination astonished. After Duva successfully extricated himself, the series of actions baffled the Abomination. Next time we meet, I will surely kill that bastard, it thought, hastily tending to its wounds, frustratedly striking a fist against the wall, dislodging a chunk of ceiling that crashed down upon its head. But we do not know who he truly is, Mr. Lon remarked, with a surge of loathing. A kick was unleashed, nearly obliterating the unfortunate Mr. Blue. Yet, whether it was fortune or misfortune, Mr. Blue collided with a meticulously preserved vial of Hulk serum that he had yet to exhaust. Chapter 10. The perplexities of the Ancient One. The clash between Loathing and Duva garnered considerable attention. The battle appeared intensely fierce, yet one might ponder. Against whom were they truly contending? Blade stood aloof on a distant skyscraper, surveying the chaos, and inquired, "Have you made an acquaintance with a replica of the Hulk?" Duva responded with an expression of indifference. "If you could tend to the hygiene of your pets and heal their wounds, perhaps I would entertain your assertions." A sinister smile crept across Blade's face as he gestured towards the aberrations beside Duva. "It seems you have suffered significant losses. Such vulnerabilities may provide your adversaries an opportunity to strike." Duva retorted, "Fear not, I am not so easily vanquished. If your mention of adversaries pertains to vampires, I hope they come in droves." Blade scrutinized the aberrations with thoughtful contemplation, recognizing Duva's extraordinary confidence in these creations. Moreover, he had yet to encounter the crowned aberration. Their conversation meandered until the beleaguered Loathing, having barely regained his composure, erupted onto the street with a thunderous roar. Blade's astonishment was palpable. His formidable instincts detected an overwhelming sense of peril emanating from Loathing. In truth, even he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand a direct blow from Loathing. What truly captured Blade's attention was the sight of Loathing's half-repaired form. "What have you done?"
I have succeeded. How many aberrations have perished on your side? Close to half. To lose nearly half and still retain 6? It appears you have made ample preparations in secret. Blade was taken aback. How had it only been a brief period since there had been a mere 10? Among the surviving 6, one appeared exceptionally robust, its form more bizarre and futuristic. Clearly a new aberration. The heavy toll exacted in the attempt to subdue loathing, only to fail, underscored loathing's formidable nature. Soon, they witnessed loathing wreaking havoc on Broadway, violently propelling vehicles into the air. Were they merely unattended vehicles, Blade might have remained composed. However, upon witnessing civilians caught in the fray, he could no longer restrain himself. Drawing his blade, he surged forward, leveraging his immense physique to sprint across the rooftops and rescue a civilian. Yet Duva remained motionless, patiently biding his time, harboring deep anticipation. This inexplicable calmness struck the observant as surprising. What is he doing? Dan pointed at the screen. Someone is about to perish, yet he waits? Perhaps it was fear. Having engaged the beast once and suffered considerable losses, he was now too intimidated to continue the fight. Fury shook his head in quiet disapproval. Is it merely that? Harboring trepidation is not necessarily a flaw. At least it signifies an awareness of one's limitations in the face of power, perhaps rendering it easier to master. As Fury pondered, he deftly adjusted the estimated rating for Duva on his computer, lowering it by 2 tiers to a level deemed usable yet unreliable. Disappointment engulfed Fury, while Blade remained unfazed, perplexed by Duva's silence, speculating on what vital discovery Duva might have made. Throughout, he sensed no semblance of fear or trepidation emanating from Duva. This intricate web of events reached its climax the moment Dr. Banner leaped from the helicopter, staggering as he transformed into the Hulk. Fury's attention shifted entirely from Duva to the screen showcasing the Hulk. With the Hulk present, who would concern themselves with Duva? Did they comprehend the Hulk's worth? Did they grasp the magnitude of this being's strength? The Abomination, upon sighting the Hulk, ignited with fervor. His previously provoked insanity now erupting as he abandoned Blade and charged toward the Hulk, each step leaving massive impressions upon the asphalt. A thunderous crash resonated as the Hulk was sent flying. Previously subjected to Mr. Blue's experiment and injected with suppressants, the Hulk now felt utterly drained, struggling to unleash his true power, thus finding himself overpowered by the Abomination. The two giants clashed, their brawls and tumbles resembling a chaotic display of two colossal gorillas, wreaking havoc upon the street. The Abomination grew increasingly exhilarated, delivering blow after blow to the Hulk, as if something within his chest was brewing, on the verge of eruption. See that, Hulk? I'm stronger than you. Blonsky the Abomination, am the mightiest. He roared to the heavens. A multitude of eyes fixated on him. And this spectacle was rapidly disseminated through various channels, igniting a global frenzy. This was destined to become a seminal event, as individuals wielding extraordinary power unabashedly showcased their might, engaging in carnage and destruction. Witnessing the titanic clash, even ordinary punches could crumple sturdy vehicles, and robust buildings crumbled like mere tofu before them. At that moment, many others on Earth, equally endowed with extraordinary abilities, took notice of this scene. Professor, we can still make it if we leave now. No, we must refrain from intervening. Ultimately, this is a conflict among humanity. Our unwarranted actions may provoke the sensitivities of certain individuals. The members of the X-Men, watching the breaking news on television, found themselves at an impasse, casting glances toward Professor X, who sat in his wheelchair. Yet, Professor X wore a look of bewilderment. Something feels amiss. The Abomination is not merely himself. Within him lies another consciousness that rebuffs my psychic connection, an unsettling sensation. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. While the presence of another self-aware entity within the Abomination was strange enough, the most perplexing aspect was that this individual seemed to be intricately bound to a third, unknown consciousness. Loathing this individual, is he truly merely a byproduct of a simple experiment gone awry? Or is he a deliberate creation of certain individuals? Professor X displayed a visage of hesitation, rendered immobile by his own thoughts. He possessed the capacity to pacify both the loathing and the Hulk with his mental prowess, urging them toward a ceasefire. Yet, in light of the dire circumstances surrounding mutants, destined, as the Destiny Woman had foretold,
To face extermination in numerous futures, he felt compelled to remain vigilant. It would be prudent to refrain from unnecessary actions and strive to ameliorate relations with ordinary humans. Professor X's heart was laden with anguish, for he dared not disclose the myriad futures glimpsed by the Destiny Woman to others. Must mutants always tread the inexorable path towards demise? What course of action would be deemed just and correct? Conversely, there existed individuals far more unencumbered than Professor X. Atop the snowy peaks, the Ancient One perceived the myriad streams of information emanating from the cosmos, assessing the potential threats to Earth posed by various existences across multiple universes. A fleeting glance at New York revealed that reality had once again altered its course. However, this was not the handiwork of interdimensional deities, but rather a result of Earth's own evolution. As a celestial being of immense stature, wielding artifacts such as the Time Stone, the Book of Ashanti, and the Book of Cagliostro, her actual combat prowess approached that of a singular cosmic entity. The Ancient One astutely sensed the subtle changes occurring on Earth. Yet she was reluctant to intervene. She lacked the Reality Stone, unable to whimsically alter established truths into mere illusions. Her greater concern lay with her own limits of indebtedness. Neither Vishanti demanded favors from her, nor did Sidorak, thus rendering the use of white magic and demonic spells temporarily secure. The paramount issue remained with black magic. Across the entirety of the multiverse, all practitioners of magic ultimately borrowed their powers from the myriad magical entities that inhabit the infinite multiverse. Each of these entities represents a deity of cosmic magnitude, capable of obliterating countless universes with but a gesture. Since borrowing entails an obligation to repay, various costs must be met, and none dare owe debts to beings of multiversal significance. The nature of these repayments varies according to the whims of the magical entities involved. Entities such as the Trinity of Ashanti, being benevolent in disposition, serve as the magical embodiment of three cosmic deities, offering support to the numerous universes of Kamartaj, thus imposing lower interest on their loans. The Ancient One had long cultivated a practice of nurturing ascetic practitioners, as they could assist the supreme sorcerers in alleviating their debts. Yet, in this instance, she resolved to reserve these ascetics for Strange. Sidorak, too, was relatively agreeable, as the foremost demon of the multiverse. Dwelling in the depths of the Crimson Cosmos, he preferred a state of repose over relentlessly pursuing debts across the multiverse. He would generally not object to the exertion of a modicum of his power. The dilemma lay within the realm of black magic. The Ancient One's black magic was borrowed from Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, whose own dark powers were, in essence, lent from the god of black magic Thon. The temperament of Shizorn is notoriously irascible, miserly, and immensely powerful. Even when sealed, a mere breath from him could pierce through countless universes, erasing those who default on their debts from the multiverse. Thus, the current dilemma lies in the usage of dark magic, while Ancient One has taken it. The obligation to repay Shizorn's debts primarily falls upon Dormammu. This predicament places Ancient One in a quandary. She desires the goods, but is reluctant to part with her finances. What shall she do but continue to burden Dormammu? Ancient One seems to hear Dormammu's frantic curses echoing in her mind. Look at the state Shizorn has forced the esteemed Dormammu into. The future of this morbid universe is destined to be bleak. Even in the absence of some peculiar and enigmatic beings, there remains Strange, who is uncertain how much longer he can delay matters. Ancient One whispers softly, casting a spell of dark magic to extend her lifespan. In the dark dimension, where Dormammu is scheming to annihilate Ancient One and consume the Earth, his eyes suddenly snap open, brimming with wrath. Alas, the debt has increased once more. Chapter 11. He is from a mutant faction. The entire world is fixated on New York, and even Iron Man has decided to respond with urgency. Tony Stark, we don't need you here. General Ross shouts from the helicopter, wielding a megaphone. You can't dictate my actions. If I were you, I would jump out of that helicopter after turning the super soldier program into this. Tony jeers loudly. Like a shooting star, he descends from the heavens, radiant with light, arms outstretched towards the battling Abomination and Hulk. Make a wish, fellas. 2 blasts from his energy cannons fired forth, yielding no effect. They failed to penetrate even the defenses. The 2 titans appeared oblivious to his presence, furiously pummeling each other, neither managing to breach the other's defenses. Sir, the subcutaneous fat density of the opponent is at least 3 times that of steel. We need to increase output power, his loyal butler, Jarvis, reports. Will simply raising the power suffice to subdue these 2 behemoths? Perhaps I could deploy shoulder-mounted armor-piercing rounds. Such an action might break through their skin, compelling them to acknowledge our presence. You truly are clever. I ought to upgrade your intelligence program. Tony muses as he darts between the 2 monsters. Yet his actions only serve to irritate. He lacks the power to dominate the situation. Relying solely on the Mark III is insufficient for combat of this magnitude. Compounding the problem, Tony detects that Hulk's strength is gradually increasing over time, transitioning from being dominated by Abomination to matching him blow for blow. It is foreseeable that soon, Hulk will break free from the serum's suppressive effects, growing ever more powerful until he ultimately overwhelms Abomination. At that point, will the surging Hulk be able to rein in his primal urge to destroy? Hey, vampire, aren't you going to lend a hand? Tony calls out, soaring beside Blade. Blade's notoriety is well established, and various details about him circulate in the dark web, long since identified by Jarvis. As the Blade's edge quivered, a strong desire surged within to strike Tony, to test the metal of his armor. With a frigid tone, he remarked, I've already saved over 12 lives. What are you waiting for? Or is it that you're pinning your hopes on that peculiar youth over there with the strange creatures, hoping he might turn the tide in your favor? The Blade's gaze bore into Tony, a rare contempt for AI igniting within him. If his suspicions were correct, the satellites in orbit, ever vigilant, had their signals deciphered by Jarvis. Yet one thing was certain. He was intensely intrigued by Duva's impending actions. An instinct whispered that Duva awaited the occurrence of a significant event, but what could it be? Damn it! Damn it! At that moment, Abomination, bloodied and furious, realized with dismay that his ultimate strength had been eclipsed by Hulk. Was Hulk's power truly limitless? If not for the considerable time and energy wasted on those bizarre creatures, he would never have faced defeat. He fervently hoped that the Blue Gentleman was still alive. He just needed to inject more of Hulk's serum. In an uncontrollable rage, Abomination transformed into a ghastly figure, obsessively pursuing Hulk's strength, driven by the desire to surpass him. No one could fathom the primal tremor and shock he experienced upon first encountering Hulk as an ordinary man. Boom! Another punch sent Abomination sprawling. He rose, overwhelmed by an immense fatigue. This was terrifying. Why did he feel so drained? The more he fought, the more it felt as though something far more terrifying within him was siphoning off his power. Abomination sensed his muscles growing numb, realizing he could not continue this way. His once mighty organs felt devoid of sensation, as if they no longer belonged to him. Something sinister seemed poised to explode from his chest. The sensation was utterly horrifying. All I need is a moment's respite and another dose of serum, and I shall surpass Hulk. Once I defeat him, I will drain every drop of blood from his body, even his spinal fluid, and transplant it into myself. This extreme adoration had ignited an equally intense jealousy and possessiveness. Clutching his chest, Abomination turned to flee under the glare of numerous helicopters. His running speed had diminished to a mere fraction of his former peak. Had one observed closely, they would have noticed strange protrusions emerging from his tightly held chest, as if something was striving to break free. He escaped. To this day, I remain perplexed about the origins of these 2 beings and the cause of their conflict. Although Blonsky had disappointed me immensely, at least he possessed some intellect. Many were fervently discussing this cataclysm. Hulk hesitated, uncertain whether to pursue, but ultimately seized the chaos to leap away from the scene. General Ross, witnessing this unfold, refused to concede. Hulk was too challenging to control, but his prized soldier Blonsky still had potential for redemption. He regarded Bronsky as a significant achievement of the Super Soldier program. Bronsky not only became immensely powerful, but also retained his intellect. At this moment, a civilian helicopter from the New York media seemed to have made a discovery, abruptly shifting its spotlight to illuminate a figure that had suddenly sprung into action. Although only a few shadows were discernible, they were sufficient for those with recording devices to capture their appearance. A person, whose back was the only visible aspect, was sprinting rapidly with several peculiar creatures, moving at an extraordinary pace. The camera soon lost track of them amidst the chaotic and tangled streets. Failing to keep up with Duva. Am I seeing things? Did I just capture that scene? A reporter rubbed his eyes and glanced back at the footage in the camera. This segment quickly spread, reaching many who were glued to their television screens. Most viewers paid little mind, as the night's peculiarities were too numerous. With muscle-bound giants and billionaire tycoons clad in metal armor, the sight of someone walking their pets hardly seemed surprising. Mutants. Those creatures are mutants. But all mutants should have been eradicated over 500 years ago. Why have they re-emerged? A member of a special group on Earth, the eternal being Circe, created by the cosmic deities, was teaching at a secondary school in London and was now utterly shocked as she watched the television. The live broadcast was dim and blurry, but judging solely by their forms, those creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to mutants. After the arrival of the 11 Eternals on Earth, they had spent millennia exterminating these mutants. How could they still be alive? Moreover, why were they mingling with humans? In an instant, Circe realized the gravity of the situation. Mutants were monstrous entities that preyed upon sentient beings, and neglecting this reality would only lead to more human casualties. At this moment, Circe was unaware of the true purpose of their divine creations. They were not designed to protect humanity, but rather to increase the human population, hastening the birth of the cosmic deities who slumbered at the Earth's core, feeding on the energy of human consciousness. This would come at the cost of Earth's destruction and humanity's extinction. Circe began to reach out for help. Her first thought, not of their leader Ajax, but of her partner, Icarus, a powerhouse among the Eternals, possessing abilities such as flight, heat vision, and a formidable steel-like physique. Chapter 12, Breach. Many had yet to comprehend that the catastrophic rampage instigated by the hatred-fueled frenzy appeared to be a perilous display of reckless behavior, which was suppressed before it could inflict greater harm. However, in reality, this hatred had ignited the ambitions of many with nefarious intentions. Individuals endowed with extraordinary powers who could openly wreak havoc under the global spotlight, boldly declaring their might to the entire planet. People have long been aware of the existence of a perilous faction in this world, such as the Brotherhood, yet they have always felt a sense of detachment from it. However, that sentiment is about to dissipate. An era of fervent chaos, with an array of lunatics and demons taking center stage, has fully arrived. Hut. The abomination has forcefully shattered numerous barriers, including towering buildings and vehicles, as he stumbled back to the laboratory. Deep within his muddled mind, he recognized the peril of his actions. The prudent course would have been to flee the bustling area immediately and discreetly contact Ross to negotiate a truce. They could easily attribute the events of the night to the Hulk, thereby uniting to continue their pursuit of him for greater gain. Regrettably, the abomination felt as if his very intellect was on the verge of explosion. Stubbornly believing that only by injecting more serum could he amplify his strength and reclaim his dignity. In the wreckage of the laboratory, he frantically searched for a solution. If one were seeking the large-headed doll, it lay in hiding over 300 meters away, observing all that transpired. Duva emerged from the shadows, having awaited the abomination's return. "You wretched creature, have you been waiting for me?" The abomination snarled upon seeing Duva, his grotesque visage contorted with fury. "Indeed, I have been watching you, and I am aware of your return," Duva replied, sensing the presence of the alien within the abomination without the need for sight, thus pinpointing his location. The moment Duva revealed himself signified that the time had come. He had initially believed that the alien residing within such a formidable host would require considerable time to mature to the point of bursting forth, but to his astonishment, its development had progressed even more swiftly than anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the strength of the abomination's genes or the Hulk's partial genetic contribution that accelerated the alien's growth in such a brief span. Furthermore, the abomination himself was a prime incubator, brimming with flesh and energy. "In the minutes since I first engaged you until now, I have envisioned countless scenarios of what is to come." Duva intently observed the approaching, contorted creature, glancing at its chest. "In comparison to you, a vampire seems utterly insignificant." The abomination could not comprehend Duva's words. He merely sensed that something was profoundly amiss within him. This was not due to heightened sensitivity in his once dulled nerves, but rather the arrival of Duva had triggered a grotesque protrusion in his chest. Had he not possessed exceptionally robust muscles and skin, an ordinary person would have succumbed to the alien's emergence long ago. "Did you do this? What have you done to me?" The abomination incredulously gazed down at himself, and as he grasped at his own form, His fingers, capable of crushing steel with ease, merely exerted slight pressure, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, as if he were squeezing his own innards. It was an exceptionally bizarre sensation. He recalled that peculiar spider-like creature, faintly sensing the crux of the predicament. Regardless of its nature, I utterly despise it. I am the strongest being on this planet, and I shall not perish. No, you will die. Duva advanced step by step. Do not regard the alien as a mere parasite. It has supplanted your vital organs and your spine, becoming an integral part of you. Once it successfully bursts forth from your chest, it signifies that a portion of your body has forever departed from you, and your self-healing capabilities will not rectify this loss. Whose body would mend organs that were already intact? Moreover, your self-healing abilities have not reached such heights. The repugnant corpse will merely serve as sustenance for the alien. Roar. The repulsive creature glared with blood-green eyes, a blend of brutality and terror, weakly swinging its arms down. With a single strike, it could obliterate the diminutive entity before it. Bang! Duva raised his arms to block the blow, though the price was that half of his legs sank into the floor. A significant amount of muscle tore apart under the excessive pressure, and his bones suffered multiple fractures. Yet, he endured, and all injuries began to heal rapidly. As for how Duva, a mere mortal, could withstand such an assault, the explanation was rather simple. A dormant alien was also parasitizing within him. With a thunderous sound, the repulsive creature's chest erupted completely, blood splattering in all directions, signaling the horrific internal pressure it had endured. Its massive body convulsed violently, the remnants of its sanity watching in terror as the creature emerged from its own body. This surpassed the limits of its barren mind's imagination, akin to a terrifying demon utilizing its flesh as a vessel for its emergence. Upon its arrival, it displayed an extreme nature of savagery, thrashing its head amidst the blood and flesh, emitting sharp cries. This alien, upon its birth, was terrifyingly strong, towering nearly 2 meters tall. Although this height may seem unremarkable, it is noteworthy that other types of aliens, upon bursting forth, remain in a diminutive larval state and require several hours of rapid growth to develop into mature forms of 2 to 3 meters. Duva assessed the powerful alien's condition and confirmed that this creature possessed impressive strength from birth, with its growth rate likely to accelerate. Perhaps in just a few hours, or even within mere minutes, it could attain formidable combat prowess. As for the repulsive creature, it was on the brink of death. Just as Duva had stated, the alien had seized the finest genes within the repulsive creature, detaching itself from the host at the genetic level. Even though the repulsive creature retained some degree of self-healing ability, it could only watch helplessly as the cavity in its chest remained hollow, devoid of any regeneration. Every vital organ it had lost failed to regrow, as if they had vanished into thin air. The eyes filled with loathing seemed on the verge of bursting as they fixated intently ahead, feebly reaching out in an attempt to crush the terrifying creature that had crawled forth from within. Yet, what awaited him was the creature's maw, from which emerged inner fangs swifter than bullets, piercing through the loathing's skull in a single strike. Gurgling with delight, it voraciously consumed flesh, seizing every fleeting moment to replenish its sustenance. Chapter 13. The impoverished Superman from a distance, Mr. Blue, his head enormous, bore the overwhelming power bestowed by the Hulk serum while greedily observing all that lay before him. Having been kicked away by the loathing, a drop of Hulk serum landed on his head, triggering a cataclysmic transformation within his intellect. Yet, the higher his intelligence soared, the more reluctant he became to depart from these strange beings. With his intellect, he processed information gleaned from his initial encounters with Duva and the alien through countless calculations, possessing a level of memory and computation far surpassing that of conventional artificial intelligence. Mr. Blue discerned the exquisite beauty of the alien as a weapon, every curve of its body crafted for optimal combat. He further recognized the differences among the alien species, his calculations hinting at deeper truths, thus deepening his reluctance to leave. Until, with his enhanced vision, he witnessed the loathing's chest being pierced, causing him to tremble all over, not solely from fear, but from exhilaration. There exists such a creature in this world. He finally understood why that man had clutched the egg, why the spider emerging from it had inexplicably perished upon landing on Bronski's face. It was all for the sake of parasitism, all to acquire Bronski's power. If that had been the extent of it, Mr. Blue would have been astonished but not compelled to risk his life to remain there. However, upon witnessing the Loathing's missile-resistant skull effortlessly penetrated by the newborn alien's tongue-like inner fangs, he solidified a hypothesis. These entities can parasitize various hosts and obtain their powers. No, they're genes. But how could such a complex genetic fragment be rapidly filtered for utility? What criteria determined the useful from the useless? Is it merely the extraction of beneficial combat genes? Or is it more audacious, seizing every outstanding gene while discarding inferior ones, emerging with a potential far exceeding that of the host? Mr. Blue dared not be certain. Such conjectures were too insane. If true, then, without a doubt, this unknown creature was a perfect creation. He could scarcely fathom how that enigmatic man acquired these beings and managed to control them. Was it through a psychic link akin to Professor X? Or did these creatures, like certain birds, exhibit imprinting behavior, perceiving the first individual they encountered as their mother? Mr. Blue's heart raced wildly. As a researcher, one undoubtedly harbors ambitions. However, there exists an instinctive pursuit of ultimate beauty within one's specialized field. In the eyes of Mr. Lawn, all that is loathed, all that is Hulk, pales in comparison to the alien, which he deems as nothing but the discarded remnants of creation, utterly insignificant. The more formidable, exceptional, and boundlessly potential-filled a life form is, the more it succumbs to parasitism by the alien, which then transcends its host with a stronger and more perfected manifestation. How can one even compare? The potential of an individual often remains unfulfilled, as time and energy are limited, rendering it impossible to master all the skills one ought to acquire. Yet, the alien is different. It is born of the host's finest genes, with its potential maximized. And after a period of development, it evolves into a mature form, thus achieving a surpassing of its host. This is terrifying, suffocating, and exquisitely beautiful. This is mine. It belongs to me. Such a perfect organism should rightfully belong to the greatest biologist of all humanity, Samuel Stern. Mr. Land's mind finally ceased its inflation. His intellect had swelled approximately 500-fold in a brief span. However, intellect aside, when confronted with such an unheard-of monstrosity, his frantic greed and desire nearly drove him to madness. Moreover, that dark-haired man, capable of withstanding the dying assault of Bronsky, possessed an abnormal physique. Could this be linked to these life forms? Perhaps this explains his ability to control these magnificent creatures? Despite Mr. Land's extraordinary intellect, the scarcity of information and the unknown territory left his brain somewhat incapacitated, leading him to feel as if he were suffocating in this logical dead end. Suddenly, Mr. Lawn noticed Duva turning his head to his direction. Their eyes met. He has discovered me. This thought bubbled up in Mr. Land's mind. It seems that the big-headed doll has managed to endure. However, I wonder who is more intelligent when compared to the other Samuel Stern. Duva cast a glance, simultaneously engaging in mental communication with the loathed alien while also observing Mr. Land's transformations. The comic version of Mr. Lawn, Samuel Stern, is reputed to be one of the 8 smartest individuals on Earth, having acquired formidable intellect by chance exposure to gamma rays. However, the Mr. Long before Duva has had his intelligence heightened by the infusion of Hulk serum into his brain. Duva is now certain of one thing. The universe he inhabits is not a mere cinematic rendition. Considering the vast complexities of the Marvel Multiverse, blindly attempting to categorize this universe without extensive exploration could easily lead to one's downfall at critical junctures. Maintaining a cautious mindset towards all matters is the most prudent approach to understanding. Furthermore, even if it were indeed a cinematic version, it remains perilous. The multiversal deities beyond the cosmos are omnipotent, causing chaos throughout the multiverse, lending resources or laying traps. Who could possibly predict what entities imbued with multiversal power might emerge from the most obscure corners? Moreover, the concept of the vast multiverse beyond mere plurality is fraught with peril. As we approach the 7th multiverse, formidable entities are emerging, elevating the entire Marvel hierarchy to an omnipotent realm. A messenger alien was dispatched, covertly monitoring Mr. Blue, while Duva lifted his gaze towards the distance. The commotion here had already been communicated, and he anticipated that someone would arrive shortly. However, he was taken aback to find that it was not Blade, Iron Man's. D. Agents or any other heroes or villains, but rather in Superman, clad in a blue and gold skin-tight suit. He hovered effortlessly in the air, his demeanor austere, with fleeting golden light glimmering in his eyes, hinting at an immense power that was clearly poised for release at any moment. One might say that, aside from the absence of a cape and briefs, this individual bore a striking resemblance to the Superman from the neighboring realm. At first glance, Duva maintained his composure. Yet internally he felt a profound sense of peculiarity. He had not expected this fellow to be the first to arrive. One of the eternal beings who had been lurking on Earth for millennia. Icaris bore the heavy responsibility of nurturing the celestial order, indirectly destined to annihilate the planet and extinguish humanity. Chapter 14. Marvel's Superman must endure my wrath as one of the most powerful Eternals. Icaris had long refrained from engaging in combat. Although this planet was home to many formidable beings, he regarded them with disdain. This confidence stemmed from his millennia-long campaign on Earth, in which he had allied with other Eternals to relentlessly hunt the deviants. Indeed, while their appearance might be peculiar, they were undoubtedly deviants. Upon receiving a message from his companion, Circe, Icaris swiftly soared through the skies, employing his superhuman vision to scrutinize these aliens. A hint of uncertainty crossed his face, yet he soon dismissed it, considering them perhaps a new breed of deviants. After all, deviants inherently possessed potent mutant genes and could undergo physical transformations by absorbing the strength of other powerful beings. Despite this, the few deviants before him, with the exception of the one feasting inside the house, appeared woefully weak. He turned his attention to the interior, where he observed the grotesque remains of the abomination, which had been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Although he could not ascertain the cause of the abomination's demise from this ghastly spectacle, it was of little consequence. These deviants had siphoned the life energy of the hideous creature to complete their evolution. Yet this grotesque method of sustenance was perplexing. Icaris' expression hardened. Indeed, the ability to enhance oneself by absorbing other beings was a natural talent of the deviants, but this absorption should not occur through raw consumption. It ought to be achieved by penetrating the target's form with flesh tendrils to extract energy. What bizarre capabilities had these deviants evolved? How had they regressed? Strangely, the few remaining deviants should currently be encased in the frozen lakes of Alaska. How could they suddenly emerge so brazenly? Why do you associate with these aberrants? Are you aware of the peril they pose? Icarus, arms crossed, spoke with a chilling tone, gazing down upon Duva. Aberrants? You are mistaken. Duva understood the reason behind Icarus's arrival. Icarus, too, harbored ulterior motives, deceiving the other 10 of his kin by concealing the existence of a final group of aberrants hidden in Alaska. These 11 Eternals were fundamentally distinct from the ancestors of Thanos, who had migrated from Earth to Titan and procreated. They were crafted directly by the Celestial Assembly. Professional enforcers repeatedly stripped of their past memories. Each time, they completed a mission, protecting a tribe and hastening the birth of nascent Celestials within the Earth's core. They would have their memories erased by the Celestials and be dispatched to other life-bearing planets. In an endless cycle, yet exceptions existed. A few Eternals occasionally experienced strange fragments of memories, remnants of unpurged recollections. Icarus sensed that something was amiss with his own memories, but astutely chose not to reveal it. The ecological environment of Earth could not give rise to beings of such forms. They were not indigenous to this planet. Icarus coldly remarked, "You have no comprehension of what aberrants truly are, showing a complete lack of reverence for me, who has safeguarded you and your ancestors. Reverence, my foot, utter nonsense." Duva's tone remained placid. He was acutely aware of Icarus's formidable and obsessive nature. Since he had appeared, he would not depart without fulfilling his purpose. So he boldly inquired, "You speak incessantly of aberrants, but in your mind, do you harbor more thoughts of protecting ordinary humans or of concealing information?" Icarus's expression shifted subtly, not solely due to Duva's affront, but more so because this human seemed to possess knowledge of the Eternals and the aberrants, even aware of his concealed information regarding them. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate test? Icarus's eyes suddenly glimmered with a golden light, emitting a lethal gaze, foreseeing that this attack could annihilate an ordinary human. However, at that moment, a loathsome abomination, having just finished its meal, expanded in size and charged through the wall, swiftly embracing Icarus and executing a body slam. Boom! The unrestrained force created a deep crater in the ground. Is this how you protect humanity? Without a hint of consideration, to eliminate the so-called aberrants. You would also obliterate an unidentified human? Duva, shielded by the loathsome creature, slowly spoke. You are not entirely ignorant. You know we protect humanity and are eradicating the aberrants. Who are you? How do you know these things? Icarus soared into the air, unscathed, astonished by the creature's strength. Yet through this encounter, he had assessed that this abomination's power was significantly inferior to his own. Killing is indeed possible. It merely requires a fleeting moment. What captivated him further was the composure and calmness displayed by Duva, who did not even blink, as if fully aware of his intentions and having already prepared psychologically. This human is undoubtedly problematic, significantly so, yet he enjoys the protection of the mutants, which utterly subverts Icarus's understanding, considering that the mutants are species that typically preys upon humanity. Yet, regardless of the issues at hand, they pale in comparison to absolute power. Icarus yearned to swiftly eliminate Duva and the mutants, striving to suppress the news as much as possible. With a thunderous roar, Icarus launched himself like a cannonball, colliding with the repugnant creature's chest. As Duva adeptly sidestepped, Icarus crashed through several skyscrapers in one breath, sending tremors echoing through the heavens. The destruction wrought by his attack was evidently more severe than the devastation caused during the battle against Hulk. While other Eternals might prioritize the protection of innocents, he remained indifferent. After millennia of warfare, they had engaged in fierce battles with mutants in the presence of ordinary humans more than once. Particularly for Icarus, he believed he had made significant sacrifices for humanity, safeguarding countless lives. So what did it matter if a skirmish affected a few bystanders? Was there truly a problem? Clenching his fists and standing tall with his robust physique, Icarus coldly observed the towering inferno erupting from the gaping hole in the skyscraper. It was unclear whose gas canister had exploded, but it was of little consequence. The repugnant creature was equally unconcerned, emerging unscathed, silent, and flicking its elongated, agile tail, while its powerful legs swelled with muscle, unleashing terrifying force in an instant. The abhorrent creature retaliated with similar ferocity, sending Icarus flying amidst a cascade of rubble and screams. How can another monster appear? Didn't we just finish fighting on Broadway? Panic ensued among the citizens. No, this cannot be. What on earth is happening today? With two even more deranged beings emerging? Initially, some civilians mistook Icarus for a superhero, resembling the repugnant creature and Hulk, considering it a villain. However, mere seconds later, they realized that neither of these entities had any regard for their lives. The only distinction lay in the fact that the one resembling a human showed no concern for ordinary people during combat, targeting vital points with the intent to crush his foe with a single blow. In contrast, the creature resembling the abhorrent being, despite its grotesque and menacing appearance, with exaggerated muscles and peculiar bone spurs, seemed intent on relocating the fight, consistently grasping Icarus and hurling him toward more distant and secluded areas. Even if it were to be repelled by Icarus in the next moment, it occasionally crushed unfortunate civilians in its wake. Chapter 15. Fractured Mindset. This peculiar appearance indeed bore a striking resemblance to the mutants. Circe, endowed with the ability to manipulate energy, had just informed Akaris of the Eternals. She found herself repeatedly viewing the footage uploaded online, estimating that Akaris, located in North America, should have arrived at the scene by now. Frankly speaking, making an appearance in modern society could easily cause complications, especially considering their last encounter with the deviants occurred during the 16th century. In the past, they acted with impunity, their actions failing to attract global attention, and within a few decades, their existence would be forgotten. However, times have changed. The proliferation of recording devices has made it impossible to remain unnoticed. Strangely, the deviants, creatures that should have been eradicated, known for preying upon humanity, had resurfaced inexplicably. The Celestial bestowed upon them life, and thus it was their sacred duty to protect humanity from the deviant threat. Circe hoped that Akaris would swiftly ascertain whether these unfamiliar entities were indeed deviants. Unbeknownst to her, the lover she trusted was grappling with an indescribable turmoil, violently confronting Duva. Yet, she soon became aware of the situation, her eyes widening as she witnessed the fierce clash between two figures wreaking havoc on the internet. The current predicament was unmistakably clear. A man of unknown origin had flown to New York at 10 times the speed of sound. Confronting Duva for reasons yet to be revealed, Fury pointed at the satellite feed, his expression devoid of emotion, though his face had darkened with a sense of dread. The energy monitoring satellite indicated that this individual possessed an extraordinarily high energy index. Who was this superhuman that had emerged from the shadows? As the head of the agents, he was prepared to face any unforeseen circumstances, yet he harbored an intense disdain for unexpected variables. Soon, an even more shocking and alarming factor emerged. From the loathsome, shattered laboratory, a formidable figure stepped forth. The abomination? Had he allied with Duva? Hill, standing nearby, was astonished but quickly realized her mistake. That was not the abomination. The satellite's AI was constantly calculating, and despite the limited perspective, the results were unequivocal. This robust individual was noticeably smaller than the abomination, a diminutive figure. It was an alien. Dum-Dum paused, his voice somewhat hoarse. Perhaps I remembered incorrectly? The abomination, having been injured by the Hulk, had returned to this laboratory, perhaps seeking the source of his transformation. Yet what emerged was not the abomination, but an entity strikingly similar to him. All those present were seasoned agents. Yet at that moment, silence enveloped the room. The profound implications conveyed by this fleeting image were horrifying, shattering their understanding of the world and of life itself. Could events truly unfold as they had envisioned? If that were the case, then Duva engaging the abomination before them would indeed be comprehensible. Coulson hurried over, his brow furrowed with an unprecedented gravity as he spoke in hushed tones. Soon, they witnessed a mysterious man inexplicably targeting Duva, only to be intercepted by a powerful and grotesque creature resembling hatred, which triggered an immediate clash. The devastation wrought by the confrontation left buildings in ruins. The robust structures of steel and concrete appeared as fragile as paper before the might of these two combatants. It was an absolute display of brutal violence, each strike met with visceral retaliation, devoid of any semblance of defense, as both sought only to inflict further harm upon one another. Mere brawling sufficed. The sanguinary and savage skirmish left Fury and his companions furrowing their brows in silence, the sheer magnitude of destruction inducing palpable trepidation. Particularly concerning was Duva. If he truly employed some arcane method to harness the powers of hatred to create a new creature, what was initially perceived as a minor player now revealed itself to be an exceedingly formidable adversary. Fury broke the silence. He has exploited us, seizing this opportunity to acquire an extraordinarily powerful creature. He continued, Boss, I can't shake the feeling that this new entity is far stronger than hatred and is continuously growing more so. In such a brief span, it has become increasingly robust, its strength seemingly paralleling that of the mysterious man, akin to the Hulk. Fury surmised that our speculations might indeed be grounded in reality, especially when considering Duva's capture of several vampires. A preliminary conclusion could be drawn, though the exact method by which he enabled the creature to assimilate the powers of different life forms remained elusive. The possibilities were limited: organ transplantation, devouring, genetic deprivation, but each of these would require time. From a moment Duva engaged hatred until now, how long had it truly been? Coulson racked his brain in vain. Duva's level must be elevated. For levels up, he warrants heightened scrutiny and caution, Fury asserted. Is there truly a being capable of seizing power and growing at such an exaggerated pace? All within S.H.I.E.L.D. had underestimated Duva, who had cunningly manipulated the situation, becoming the backdrop for the emergence of a new formidable force. Such a realization was deeply unsettling. Yet, Duva reveled in the unfolding chaos, observing the fierce conflict from a distance with immense satisfaction. Initially, the newly birthed creature of hatred found itself at a disadvantage, often enduring numerous blows before it could strike back at Icarus. However, as time progressed, the creature's terrifying potential began to surface. It had assimilated the finest genes of hatred, essentially the Hulk's essence. The more it fought, the angrier it grew. The angrier it became, the stronger it emerged. This extraordinary amplification was so remarkable that even Icarus found it bewildering. After only a few rounds, this mutated entity had evolved to a point where it could hold its own against him, with a fist that could no longer deliver a blow. Icaris resorted to unleashing his heat vision, which merely scorched the abhorrent creature's metallic armor without inflicting any harm upon its core. The sole advantage Ikari's possessed was his ability to soar through the skies. He remained resolute, convinced that this entity could not spontaneously sprout a pair of wings. Regardless of its nature, the fact that it chose to fight for that human compelled him to eliminate it. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Ikari's eyes as he struck the creature's chest with a powerful punch, sending it staggering back. Following this, he released a beam of heat vision, intent on ascending to the heavens and abandoning the abhorrent foe to confront Duva. Despite the formidable presence of the creatures surrounding him, Duva, as the orchestrator, might not possess equivalent combat prowess. He could be stronger or weaker. Nevertheless, the abhorrent entity exhibited an impressive combat instinct. It did not fly, but with its muscular thighs and robust tail, it leaped towards Ikari's, seizing his leg with its broad palm and yanking him from the sky. A claw swiped at him, shredding his battle attire and leaving a trail of blood. In a clash of powerful beings, once familiar with each other's strengths, the engagement became a straightforward contest. Ikari struggled to extricate himself, suffering repeated setbacks. With each confrontation, his resolve frayed further, compounded by his injuries. He was determined to silence witnesses, seeking to utilize the mutated beings as his trump card, but the outcome had spiraled into chaos. Realization dawned upon him. This creature was not a mere mutant. Its physical transformations stemmed from typical muscle and skeletal changes, fundamentally distinct from the energy-transmuting mutations he had anticipated. To make matters worse, it was evident that several formidable individuals on Earth had begun to take notice of him and the Eternal behind him. Enough. This ends here. They are certainly not mutants. Ikari's bellowed. Indeed, I have confirmed something as well. You are the vile mutant, the sworn enemy of humanity. Duva's righteous voice echoed in response. Chapter 16. Whales in flight, come and go as you please. Have you sought my permission? Duva stood surrounded by several creatures, his expression impassive. Initially, he could have quietly infiltrated the abhorrent entity, amassing his strength without revealing it so hastily. Yet, Ikari's ill-intent arrival disrupted his plans. Since he was present, Duva considered the possibility of keeping him around. If feasible, he would gladly integrate Ikari's into his own faction. The acquisition of a poor man's Superman-like creature would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Although the task was exceedingly challenging, he currently lacked the strength to overthrow Ikari's and struggled to find an opportunity for parasitism. Ikari's would not be as susceptible as the abhorrent beings. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Ikari's finally sustained injuries. His adversary possessed not only hands and feet, but also a formidable tail, complemented by the unexpectedly lethal inner fangs. The abominable creature suddenly unleashed its inner fangs, tearing a chunk of flesh from Icarus's face. Icarus widened his eyes in disbelief, gingerly touching his bloodied visage, his eyes instantly ablaze with crimson fury. An overwhelming rage surged within him, accompanied by an unprecedented anxiety. He was not the invincible hero from next door. He too could be injured, could retreat, and contemplate the worth of engaging in such a perilous battle. Most crucially, Icarus was utterly bewildered by the abominable creature's limits, which seemed to grow stronger with each encounter, playing tricks on his psyche. Icarus roared in anger, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's face, propelling himself forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the abominable entity's head. The velocity of their movements shattered the sound barrier, generating shockwaves akin to detonations that rippled outward with visible force. Tanks fired their cannons, and numerous armed helicopters launched missiles. The scale of destruction had escalated to such a degree that the military had no choice but to intervene or risk dire consequences. General Ross stood upon a helicopter, his gaze vacant as he observed the chaos before him. If it were merely the abomination battling the Hulk, there might still be a chance for recovery, but now, it was futile. He would undoubtedly face a military tribunal. Who was his flying foe, and whom was he battling? General Ross could no longer contain himself and ordered fire upon the two combatants. Icarus was struck by several shells, turning to unleash a beam of heat vision that obliterated all helicopters, including Ross's vehicle. It seemed General Ross was on the brink of death. Just then, Iron Man returned, swiftly absorbing the explosion with his back while grabbing Ross and soaring to the safety of a nearby skyscraper. I don't like you, but if you die here,
It would be a farce, Tony remarked. Tony Stark, you should let those two monsters kill me. Indeed, you are correct. That would compel the government to confront those two creatures, allowing your super soldier program to proceed. Tony coldly retorted before ascending into the sky, heading back to the fray. Frankly, he too felt that meddling in this chaos would lead to a gruesome demise. The Mark III could not withstand the might of those two beings. Yet he had no alternative. At that moment, perhaps by chance, the abominable creature was relentlessly pummeled, its head cracking open, and strong acidic blood splattering forth. Icarus's eyes lit up. He was on the verge of vanquishing his foe. By conventional logic, it was a certainty, yet in the next instant, he was splashed with the corrosive acid, letting out a wail that seemed beyond his own capacity to produce. Icarus was stunned, feeling his own face beginning to dissolve. Icarus cried out in agony, clutching his face even as the action caused his hands to come into contact with the acid, beginning to erode slowly. Was this a mutation? No. This creature is infinitely more terrifying than the mutants. When injured, it becomes even more perilous, capable of inflicting even greater horrors upon its adversaries. The abhorrent entity, fueled by its ferocity, disregarded its rapidly healing wounds and suddenly extended its colossal hands, seizing Icarus as if cradling a large figurine, and hurled him violently into the distance. Icarus shattered through a multitude of skyscrapers, his heart racing with fear. Deep down, he still believed that should the battle continue, victory would ultimately be his. However, faced with an enemy who, the more grievously wounded, could unleash a torrent of terrifying blood that would inflict severe damage upon him, he realized that persisting in the fight would be a grave mistake. Weighing the pros and cons, Icarus chose to leverage the momentum and flee, disregarding everything in his path. Engaging in a desperate struggle against an adversary who was not even a mutant was futile, even if the human possessed extraordinary knowledge and seemed privy to many hidden secrets. Such trivial matters were no longer his concern. Ultimately, Icarus violently crashed through the top of the skyscraper, precisely colliding with General Ross, who stood in his way, reducing him to an eerie crimson mist that scattered in all directions. At that moment, Icarus did not pause, his body drenched in the sanguine aftermath. As he propelled himself skyward amidst a cascade of flesh and blood, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. As for Ross, regrettably, no matter how powerful he was, Icarus cared not for such an ordinary individual. His sole desire was to escape to safety and cleanse himself of the corrosive acid that had seeped to his very bones. Just moments ago, Tony Stark, who had been en route to the battlefield, lingered in silence for a considerable time in the air before reluctantly returning, gazing down at the bloodstains and destruction on the rooftop. If I were to say that Ross's demise bore no relation to me, that I had not intended for him to be there, and that his death was purely accidental, Jarvis, do you think the judges would believe it? It is difficult to ascertain, sir. Based on the calculations regarding your situation, it is highly probable they will not, though they lack conclusive evidence. Excellent, Jarvis. Let us synchronize our testimonies and avoid any slip-ups. If they inquire whether it was intentional or accidental. For the first time, Tony felt that being a superhero was no easy feat. A death is inherently troublesome, especially when the deceased holds a significant identity and perished because he was intentionally placed in that position. How tragic. Do not misunderstand. Tony was not lamenting Ross's fate. The clandestine dealings Ross had engaged in were far from noble, and given the events of the night, even if Ross had survived, the best outcome for him would have been a lifetime behind bars. Tony felt that he was the unfortunate one, having encountered such a situation shortly after embarking on his journey. The events of this evening had imparted a harsh lesson. The Abomination and the Hulk were one thing, but the emergence of two formidable monsters that wreak havoc without restraint was another. Their destructive capability was astounding, leaving an exaggerated shock upon the hearts of the populace. For the first time, people truly realized that these superhumans were among them, capable of unleashing catastrophic disasters with reckless abandon. Who would contend with such beings? The military's aircraft and artillery? At present, the situation appears dire. The formidable weaponry cannot be deployed at will, and even when utilized, its effectiveness is uncertain. Tony shifted his focus towards the abominable alien and swiftly followed, ultimately descending 50 meters in front of Duva. The immensely ferocious creature, its muscles now contracting after having swollen, stood quietly beside Duva, devoid of the previous madness that had marked its demeanor. Remarkably,
It resembled a docile young girl, although I suspect it lacks any defined gender. Tony hovered before Duva, rapidly absorbing the information Jarvis had uploaded regarding him while engaging in conversation. "Tony Stark, a pleasure to meet you in such circumstances," he said. Duva responded with a friendly demeanor. "You may be pleased too early. More trouble is soon to come knocking." "Buddy, are you aware of the commotion your creations have stirred worldwide?" Tony remarked. Chapter 17. A good beginning is essential for building a legion. I am aware. Long before I chose to act, I had prepared myself for this reality, Duva replied, observing Iron Man, who stood at a distance, ever vigilant. He could easily surmise that Iron Man had mobilized an array of advanced weaponry from his suit, ready to strike at any moment. Such calmness. Do you fancy yourself a superhero? Or perhaps a brilliant biologist, the kind of genius entrepreneur funded by the government? Tony's voice echoed through his armor. Duva pondered for a moment. In truth, I possess insights into entrepreneurship. Observe these remarkable little beings, so beautiful and enchanting. Are they not my finest business cards? Little beings? Tony instinctively glanced at the aliens behind Duva, particularly fixating on the 4-meter-tall, abominable creature, which remained silent. He categorized Duva as an arrogant individual, one who seizes every opportunity in public to showcase his talents with relentless fervor. Sometimes, the proud despise their own kind even more. For a fleeting moment, Tony recalled an encounter with another individual, perhaps named Gudrian, who seemed to have difficulty walking and boasted extraordinary research achievements, akin to a peacock strutting before him, an action he found utterly ludicrous and juvenile. Who does not know that Tony Stark is a super genius? Each day, those seeking to curry favor with him could fill every hamburger joint in New York City. Only those lacking self-confidence would go to great lengths to find a stage on which to perform, proclaiming their strengths to others. You and the behemoth behind you have instigated tonight's second chaos. Trouble will come your way, Tony warned. Accountability? I merely acted in defense, vanquishing the malevolent mutants lurking among humanity. The public cheers are my greatest accolade. Tony marveled at the psychological fortitude of this individual, calm to a chilling degree, adept at playing the rogue in a contest of wits. What intrigued Tony further was the term mutant. Jarvis. After a meticulous secondary information screening, 7 suspicious documents were retrieved, all of which were, without exception, locked away, rendering them inaccessible. Analyzing from a technical standpoint, the organization suspected of possessing information about mutants include SHIEL, D, the Spear Bureau, the Ten Rings, the Brotherhood, and Atlantis. Jarvis faithfully reported this to Tony, who felt a jolt in his heart. This was merely the information Jarvis had gathered globally. What are the undiscovered data? What exactly constitutes a mutant, akin to a branch of mutants or Inhumans? Reluctantly, he conceded that his attention had been successfully diverted. That evening, he experienced considerable agitation. Any one of the assailants could effortlessly crush him along with his armor. Your armor is too weak, overly restrictive. It requires enhancement. Perhaps different models could be developed to specifically counter various adversaries. This advice comes at a price of $100,000. Remember to deposit it into my account. No need for thanks. After dropping this remark, Duva turned away with his alien companion, heading back to his lair on the outskirts of New York. He needed to expedite the development of Mark IV, possibly even Mark V or 6. Alternatively, he could indeed follow Duva's suggestion and create specialized armors for distinct threats. Tony ordered Jarvis to record and analyze all intelligence regarding the alien, especially that of the abominable creature. Crafting a targeted suit of armor to combat such a monstrosity seemed a prudent idea. Jarvis, transfer the funds, totaling $100,001. The extra dollar serves as a generous tip from the ever-charismatic Tony Stark. Yet, Tony grumbled to himself, lamenting the fact that he could have conceived this himself, but now had to pay for it. Thus, the chaos of that night drew to a close. For the vast majority, it was a perilous and bewildering evening. They witnessed a skirmish involving several monsters that ended as abruptly as it began. The public, aside from bearing witness to the military's impotence, felt utterly powerless. However, global discourse had already ignited, thrusting individuals with extraordinary abilities into the spotlight. As was customary, the internet erupted in vitriol against mutants, fervently promoting the narrative of mutant threats. Experts paraded across television screens, earnestly discussing mutants as if they had committed heinous acts on Broadway. The world resembled a colossal vortex, spiraling towards the abyss. It was merely a matter of time. However, Duva's emergence felt like a powerful kick to the world, and those capable of influencing it, hastening the descent. Perched upon the shoulder of the abominable creature, Duva calmly returned to his residence, monitored by numerous satellites in the sky. The name Valandre Private Research Institute still hung prominently, once regarded as a jest. It was no longer so, regardless of how informal the name might be. Loathing death and despising the birth of aberrations, an overwhelming power that transcends mere aversion demands attention. The beings known as aberrations have been clandestinely studied and coveted by countless individuals across various echelons. Such creatures are remarkable. Throughout the annals of human history and the entirety of Earth, no entity quite like them has ever emerged. Seemingly capable of seizing the strengths of mature individuals for their own gain, and upon that foundation, growing even more formidable. Duva, accompanied by his team of aberrations, returned unimpeded to the dilapidated building, even exchanging a casual greeting with Darmab on the adjacent structure. You will soon lose the luxury of leisure, as a myriad of individuals will seek you out. Darmab hesitated, for under normal circumstances, he would need to escort Duva back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for reprogramming and training, or at the very least, ensure his prolonged confinement to prevent him from inciting societal chaos. Yet, at this juncture, such an endeavor appeared exceedingly difficult. When Duva was not as formidable, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not regarded him with much concern. Now, having recognized his capabilities and the terror of the aberrations, their attempts to either win him over or take action seemed belated. Duva paid no further heed to Darmab. Having arrived at this point was inevitable. Duva understood that his only absolute ally was the aberration, and thus he was determined to seize every opportunity to cultivate and amplify his power. However, the likes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and other institutions would undoubtedly strive to curtail Duva's growth, keeping the scale of aberrations within a relatively safe and manageable range, or even resorting to the drastic measure of exterminating all aberrations, including Duva himself. This fundamental conflict leaves no room for reconciliation. The warrior aberrations birthed from parasitic loathing are merely the beginning. In the future, I shall command even more potent aberrations, and my relentless pursuit of strength shall not waver. Likewise, others will not cease their pursuits simply because I do. Thus, I shall resolutely forge ahead to the very end. Chapter 18. Intelligence on the Mutant Clan S.H.I.E.L.D. places great importance on Duva as they dispatched 10 masked observers, a tenfold increase in personnel, to monitor him starting the very next day. Various factions continued to send representatives, all outwardly courteous, attempting to extend olive branches, yet none received a direct response from Duva. Such reticence is understandable. The intensity of the recent battle, which resulted in the death of a general on the spot, could not be concealed. Everyone became aware of the existence of aberrations and recognized the value of these biological weapons, thereby elevating Duva's standing to a level that afforded him the right to decline their overtures. Indeed, Duva's choice not to eliminate those sent to observe him could be seen as an unfathomable gesture, sufficient to astonish even the most ruthless individuals. During the season of the Broadway incident, the newly appointed deputy director, George, hurried to the scene to extend his condolences to the injured citizens and assured the populace of New York City that he would petition the government for a special fund to bolster the police force, thereby preventing such events from recurring. Duval muttered for a while before discarding the newspaper in his hand. The entire article was a mere collection of cliches. The only detail that piqued his interest was the unexpected promotion of George Stacy, which seemed to be a sugary distraction thrown by that fellow dam to silence George. Compared to the tedious news reports, observing the enthusiastic performances of certain individuals was far more engaging. Even Gene Bin had sent someone. At least he had come openly to offer me money and foster goodwill, for no one could afford to dismiss the allure of wealth. However, I never anticipated that someone would stealthily intrude upon my territory. Had I been remiss in my hospitality? Duval sighed, his eyes scarcely blinking. Yet beside him, several originally calm creatures resembling large dogs suddenly sprang to their feet, their bodies taut, swiftly navigating the building. Concealed in the shadows, Erica felt a jolt of alarm, her heart racing momentarily, Such a reaction alone was enough to betray her location, for she was not confronting ordinary humans, but beings who far surpassed the average in every respect, accompanied by several creatures as their minions. Whoosh! A few of the creatures moved with astounding swiftness, their silence harmonizing perfectly with their coordinated movements. Erica cast aside her hopes of luck, faced with the merciless beings. She realized that even the slightest misstep could lead to her demise. Instantly, she felt a wave of regret for having ventured into such a perilous place during her mission. A messenger creature approached Erica from behind, its agile tail poised to strike. Clearly, should it hit its target, Erica would be skewered like a candied hawthorn. Bang! 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 With an instinctive awareness, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, Erica swiftly drew her gun, pivoted, and accurately shot at the limbs of the two foremost messenger creatures, while carefully evading the splatter of blood that accompanied her actions. Her eyelids fluttered nervously as she observed the depressions in the ground corroded by the blood. Do not misunderstand. I merely followed Jean Bin's people to this location. In less than a second, after exchanging fire, Erica had confirmed that persisting in her defiance would lead to dire consequences. Analyzing videos and executing practical drills were ultimately disparate experiences, and these were merely the weakest of the creatures. What if she were to encounter that hulking behemoth? Or the man who commanded these creatures, Duval himself? What kind of prowess did he possess? A clever rationale was certainly more reliable than fabricating clumsy lies. Thus, do I have grounds to conclude that you are provoking me on behalf of the Hand Alliance? Or will you refute this claim, asserting that your Hand Alliance knows nothing of me? Duval clapped his hands. Erica's countenance was grave as she stood before Duva, overwhelmed by an unsettling illusion of her own vulnerability. The intricate machinations of her 5 fingers were a matter of contemplation. As a mere ninja, her role was solely to execute assassination missions. Yet, I firmly believe that as long as they are not imbeciles, they would not dare to oppose you. No, your mere presence before me already signifies the stance of those 5 ancient beings. To my knowledge, they are currently deliberating your fate, yet no conclusion has been reached. Erica finally divulged some information, not because she had lost her integrity as a top assassin, but rather because she had witnessed 3 more alien creatures emerging silently from the shadows, encircling her completely. Regardless of how subtly Erica attempted to shift her position and orientation, preparing to strike and carve a path to safety, there always seemed to be an alien obstructing her way. She watched helplessly as the grotesque drool dripped from the mouths of these creatures, clutching her firearm and blade with a feeble grip. According to the intelligence revealed in that video, one of the alien's most formidable weapons appeared to be a secondary mouth within its maw, resembling a tongue or a bony appendage, with a menacing small mouth at the tip, capable of attacking faster than a bullet. If she were to confront multiple aliens simultaneously, especially with more emerging quietly, her demise would be horrific. Erica, you truly have no understanding of your 5 ancient superiors. You are oblivious to how they have become so powerful, mastering various forms of magic and ninjutsu, Duva remarked, observing the beauty before him. Erica, the former lover of Night Demon and an assassin of the Hand Association, was proficient in a myriad of lethal techniques, classified among the world's elite assassins. However, Duva found her merely mediocre, for in the realm of assassination, an ordinary human devoid of extraordinary powers, no matter how rigorously trained, ultimately falls short. In pure combat, she might hold her own against standard aliens, but when faced with the exceptional, even those spawned from vampires, she would struggle mightily. Duva could not fathom the Hand Association's audacity in allowing someone like Erica to confront him. Indeed, he never believed in coincidences. Those who referred to themselves as the 5 Fingers, having stolen the power of the divine dragon from Kunlun and thus achieved centuries of longevity, were not the sort to follow protocol. One of the crucial abilities the Hand Association acquired from the Beast Demon was the resurrection of the dead, transforming them into their assassins, akin to the Court of Owls from DC Comics. Yet, in terms of prestige, they paled in comparison to the Court of Owls, which connected to the dark multiverse and indirectly permitted the dark deity originating Batman to enter the normal multiverse. The Hand Association harbors a profound fascination for all forms of assassination techniques, and with that beastly demon present on the platform, the moment Erica made her appearance, their intent was clear: let her go. This novice of the Hand Association likely knows nothing at all. However, I can provide a piece of information. Those 5 individuals are covertly investigating the Inhumans and the Flying Man. At this juncture, Coulson stepped forth, his demeanor slightly grave. Yet he quickly blinked and emphasized, "This information is complimentary. Come now, Coulson, I'm merely in the initial stages of my financial endeavors. Once my capital is sufficiently amassed, I won't require any surplus dollars." Yet perhaps I misheard. Did you say Flying Man? Indeed, the enigmatic figure clad in blue and gold armor, who fled after you defeated him and subsequently killed General Ross. He has garnered the online title of a T0, level supercriminal, on par with Magneto. Coulson wore an expression of evident assurance. I hardly believe Magneto would consider Ikari's worthy of being mentioned alongside him. Thus, upon demonstrating formidable power, Ikari's earns the moniker of Flying Man Hero. He is an exceedingly proud individual. He will soon become aware of this and will strive to eliminate anyone who dares to call him such, Duva remarked with a hint of mockery. Ikari's? Coulson's spirit was suddenly invigorated, finally finding an entry point to avoid wasting time on trivial chatter. He launched into a rapid-fire series of questions. Is that his name? You loudly accused him of being an Inhuman. What exactly is an Inhuman? How many individuals like Ikari's exist among the Inhumans? Erica felt fortunate to be overlooked as she retreated, observing the newly arrived Coulson while occasionally casting glances at Duva. Had it not been for a few aliens effectively blocking the scant available combat positions, she would have fled long ago. The 2 men engaged in a loud discussion about irrelevant matters, completely disregarding her, which left the young Erica feeling both relieved and somewhat disheartened. Chapter 19. URS. HIELD. Do not attempt to provoke the War Department. Duva regarded Coulson, who wore an innocent expression, and found him lacking in sincerity. Coulson, while we may not be friends, I certainly do not wish for you to deceive me with poor rhetoric. URS. HIELD. An organization steeped in history, whose numerous operations have directly influenced the course of human events. Not some entity that was merely established in the last century, as the rumors suggest. Must I clarify my statements for you? Duva had come to understand this world. Without mutants, matters might be simpler. However, with mutants involved, especially regarding the Eternals and the Inhumans, things grew exceedingly complicated. Across the multiverse, the origin of mutants is predominantly the same, the Inhumans. Therefore, barring exceedingly rare instances, Duva had ample reason to conclude that the mutants in his universe similarly stemmed from that long-extinct group of Inhumans. The cosmic deities orchestrate experiments across numerous life-bearing planets, simultaneously creating 2 opposing factions, the Eternal and the mutant races. Periodically, they enact judgments, allowing those who pass to thrive, while the failures face annihilation. A quintessential example is the Skrulls, a branch of the mutants who vanquished the Eternals on their home planet and subsequently passed the deity's scrutiny, ascending to become one of the 3 formidable interstellar empires that now dominate the galaxy. However, the Skrulls, buoyed by their divine beings, sought to impose upon the Kree the very trials that the deities had enacted upon them, leading to catastrophic consequences. The Kree, leveraging their power, rose with astonishing rapidity, ultimately becoming their most formidable adversary. Similarly, on Earth, both the Eternal and mutant races were birthed by the cosmic deities. Before Ikari's and his cohort of Eternals, there existed an even older lineage that had reigned over Earth, establishing a robust civilization 2 millennia ago, profoundly influencing the planet's historical trajectory. Long before humanity had evolved from its primitive state, the deities had already designated Earth as a grand testing ground, creating the genetically perfected Eternals, ancestors of Thanos, and the aberrant beings, the mutants, who could be loosely classified as proto-mutants. 20,000 years ago marked the era when the Eternal and mutant races dominated Earth. During this time, the mutants were sentient beings capable of technological advancement, capable of constructing cities and interstellar battleships, while the Eternals, represented by Ikari's and 11 others, contended with what were akin to large feral dogs rather than fully developed adversaries. The 2 races clashed in a struggle for supremacy over Earth, culminating in a strikingly similar outcome to that of the Skrulls. The mutants, armed with their limitless mutation genes, emerged victorious. The Eternals, defeated, fled Earth to seek refuge on Titan, enduring assaults from the Kree Empire, one of the galaxy's three great powers, where many of their kin were subjected to dissection and vivisection, ultimately giving rise to a new branch of humanity, the Inhumans, ruled by the godlike Black Bolt. Though the mutants achieved a Pyrrhic victory, they were soon deemed inadequate by the deities and faced extermination. Despite their obliteration, their mutation genes fortuitously persisted within the then feeble human populace, passing through generations and evolving into what we now recognize as mutants. This monumental event, occurring 2 millennia ago, irrevocably altered the course of Earth's history. Without this pivotal occurrence, the existence of mutants today would be inconceivable. Conversely, the presence of mutants signifies that there must have once existed an extinct race of mutants endowed with limitless mutation genes. As for the subsequent chain reactions triggered, such as the extinction of 2 clans resulting in a vacuum of power on Earth, it provided the hellish demon Zatannos the opportunity to invade. In response to the demonic threat, a multitude of vengeful spirits descended like fiery rain from the heavens, one of which, years later, would unite with a motorcycle rider to become the Ghost Rider. Much like the rise of Apocalypse among the mutants a millennium ago, the gods of the world allied to confront a coalition of cosmic deities. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhang Hong facilitated the birth of a child from one of these celestial beings, while Da Vinci constructed solar armor to combat the juvenile gods banished from the sun. Significant events, such as the separation of the Spear Bureau and the Shield Bureau, can all be traced back to the conflicts between the Eternal Clan and the Mutant Clan. Indeed, Thanos' slaughter of Titan nearly eradicated this faction of Eternals that originated from Earth. Thus, Duva, upon discovering the existence of mutants in this universe, had long prepared himself psychologically, continually gathering information to uncover traces obscured in the annals of history. The Shield Bureau, a global organization established during the Eastern Han by figures like Zhang Hong, is one of the 2 major branches of the Sanctum Brotherhood. It is implausible that they would be entirely ignorant of the Mutant Clan. Even if the Shield Bureau lacked knowledge about the legitimate mutants annihilated by the cosmic deities 2 millennia ago, they could hardly be oblivious to the lesser mutants. Akin to wild dogs, dispatched to Earth by the Celestial Group, known as Erishem over the past few thousand years. These 11 Eternals, crafted as new tools, were repeatedly subjected to memory erasure by Erishem and employed as weapons against the lesser mutants, relentlessly exterminating various mutant factions. Surely, the Shield Bureau could not have failed to monitor such activities, leaving no record whatsoever. This notion was absurd. At this moment, Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, he gazed intently into Duva's eyes. I fail to comprehend. We have scoured all available records and confirmed that you are indeed a somewhat intelligent scientist. Yet it is inconceivable that you could access information of this caliber. Why? Because of the platform. You have never stood on a substantial platform, making it unreasonable for you to acquire these buried truths. Then, Coulson, is there a possibility that the information you have gathered about me is merely what I wish for you to see? Duva replied with a semblance of a smile. Coulson fell silent, still convinced that Duva was speaking nonsense. However, this contradicted the logical reality of Duva possessing clandestine knowledge. After a moment, Coulson concluded that he could not extract Duva's secrets from him, thus shifting his probing towards the subject of the Mutant Clan, if I am not mistaken. Icarus is not one of those giant, crawling mutants? If you are referring to the mutants that emerged over the past few millennia, then indeed, they are not one and the same. Duva responded somewhat enigmatically. Yet Coulson understood immediately, a profound shock welling up within him. Absurd. How is it that Duva, of all people, is aware of the mutated clans that briefly dominated the Earth thousands of years ago? That event transpired 2 millennia ago. Even the venerable Shield, with its long-standing legacy, possesses scant knowledge of that history. I shall report our conversation faithfully. It appears this is one of your sources of confidence. However, I am left to ponder whether you possess stable intelligence resources or if you have personally witnessed many significant events throughout human history. Coulson found himself thoroughly intrigued by Duva and resolved to scour DS archives upon his return, seeking any trace of Duva within the annals of history. Indeed, he suspected that Duva might be a historical figure endowed with an extraordinarily long lifespan, who has somehow persevered in a modern society. This is not entirely unprecedented. For instance, the demon-like mutant known as the Red Devil, whom Magneto holds in high regard, is an ancient being who has survived for 5 to 6 millennia, enduring from the time of Apocalypse to the present day. Duva merely shrugged and gestured for permission to proceed. Coulson carefully considered his words. Since Icarus is not a member of the mutated clans, this is the most favorable outcome. Otherwise, the situation could become quite troublesome. You understand the implications, do you not? The true mutated clans of antiquity have been eradicated, and the new breed of mutants that has emerged over the past few millennia could be loosely referred to as mutants, which is quite satisfactory. Duva nodded in understanding. If Icarus indeed belongs to the ancient lineage of mutated beings with boundless genetic mutations, the ramifications would be dire. Let us not forget that there exists a faction of perilous mutants on Earth, who too are tracing their origins, seeking to substantiate their superiority over humanity. They may have already uncovered some significant clues. Chapter 20. Mystique discovers the truth. The issue of mutants stands as one of the most contentious topics within humanity. The Inhumans can be considered descendants of the eternal race. They initially emerged among humans on Earth, but have since been relocated to the moon by Black Bolt and his family. This race, which possesses extraordinary abilities and the capacity to ascend the technological ladder, does not pose a threat to humanity. Rather, they can be seen as a sub-branch of the human race, a potential unifying force. In certain parallel universes, Black Bolt remains a member of the Illuminati, serving as a stalwart guardian of Earth. Yet, mutants are a different matter entirely. This group, which can barely be classified as descendants of the mutated clans, ought to be regarded as a branch of humanity, an integral part of the human collective, certainly more substantial than the vampire clans. Consequently, the relationship between humans and mutants has devolved into a contentious standoff, perceived by many as a zero-sum game, which is indeed lamentable. I understand your concerns, yet the reality is that I do not believe certain mutant organizations, such as the Brotherhood, are oblivious to the fate of the extinct mutated clans. They are diligently seeking to affirm their superiority over humanity and must inevitably investigate historical events. Duva spread his hands in resignation. Coulson nodded in agreement. Indeed, this field of study is known as mutant origins, and it enjoys considerable popularity among the mutant community. His foremost concern was that if those mutants were to mistake Icaris, one of the Eternals, for an ancient breed of aberrants, it would spell trouble. Unfortunately, what he, or rather S.H.I.E.L.D., feared was precisely what Duva wished to see. Duva held no animosity towards the 11 Eternals. Yet he felt no affinity for them either, and his disdain for the subpar mutants was even more pronounced. Both factions were merely tools that Arishem had wielded for millions of years. The Eternals and mutants on planets like Skrull and Earth, capable of procreation and the establishment of civilizations, were fundamentally different. Moreover, Duva had already encountered Icaris, the mightiest among the 11 Eternals. Possessing abilities akin to a less affluent version of Superman, he pondered the potential of parasitizing such a being. Noticing Duva's demeanor, Coulson rose to his feet. Well then, let us conclude this meeting. I have numerous other tasks awaiting my attention. However, Mr. Duva, you would not wish to see this world descend into chaos, would you? Coulson scrutinized the surrounding aliens with a meaningful glance, a deep-seated wariness flickering in his eyes. One of his significant objectives for this visit was to closely observe these terrifying entities. The potential for parasitizing a xenomorph and subsequently exhibiting superior combat prowess was unnerving, even for someone as seasoned as Coulson. He pondered the reproductive capabilities of such creatures. What were the limits of their parasitism? Could they only inhabit mammals? What about deities? The universe was not devoid of gods. Several advanced interstellar civilizations had established their pantheons, such as the Skrulls with their Skrull deities. During this encounter, Coulson had learned the name of these beings and confirmed their remarkable obedience to Duva, the reasons for which remained shrouded in mystery. The enigma surrounding the xenomorphs was vast, and Duva's control over them through unknown means was perplexing. As Coulson prepared to leave, he pointed at Erica, stating, "If you do not mind, I would be more than willing to take her with me. The Yakuza are notorious for their criminal activities." "I do mind. I wish to keep her," Duva retorted. "Very well." Coulson would not contest such matters with Duva and departed with a troubled expression. This left Erica in a state of indecision, her complexion pale and spirits low. Having eavesdropped for an extended period, she had gathered an array of peculiar intelligence. Was there a connection between the mutants and the Eternals? That flying man was not a mutant. After all, it was all a tangled web of confusion. Erica had no desire to delve into such matters. She merely wished to escape. However, the current predicament was that, Ms. Erica, you cannot flee, nor can you overpower me. Regardless of whether you came to pursue the man who killed Jean or under the orders of the Five Fingers, you have fallen into my grasp. Duva approached Erica, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and deliberately remarked, you have come to know many secrets that you ought not to. The mutants residing in Alaska are beyond your comprehension. To be candid, Erica was rather impressive. If utilized wisely, she might prove to be of some assistance. If you intend to kill, then do so. As Duva drew nearer, Erica, despite her bravado, felt her eyes gleam with determination. Could she not overpower these creatures? Yet be bested by a mere human? When they were merely a meter apart, Erica sprang into action, a dagger suddenly emerging from her sleeve, aimed directly at Duva's throat. She had no intention of taking a life. Her goal was to seize Duva as leverage against these beings and make her escape. With speed, timing, and courage, Erica felt confident, as a world-class assassin, that she would not falter at such a distance. Yet, with a swift motion, Duva merely extended 2 fingers, seemingly indifferent. But his precision was terrifyingly rapid as he effortlessly grasped the blade's tip. Erica felt as though she had struck against Edmund Alloy, no matter how she exerted herself. She could not advance even a fraction. How is this possible? She gasped, her expression shifting as she blurted out, you are a superhuman? By your standards, I am. But there's no need for envy, my dear lady, for soon you shall be as well. At that point, your bravado will diminish. Duva opened his hand, and a facehugger crawled up. It was beautiful and docile, was it not? Moreover, it was quite fond of her. Wait, no. Panic-stricken, Erica's complexion paled, and she attempted to fight for her life. However, in an instant, she was overwhelmed by a horde of aliens. She tried to bite down on the venom concealed within her teeth, but a messenger alien forcibly pried her mouth open. As the white substance entered her soft mouth, Erica felt a warm flow travel down her esophagus, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Do not misconstrue this. Duva had no immediate intent to breach Erica's chest. For even if he succeeded, the resulting alien would merely be a drone born of a parasitized ordinary human, possessing little combat strength, insufficient to withstand even a single punch from a xenomorph. What Duva required was merely the parasitic phase involving Erica. Few are aware of an alternative use for the facehugger. It can parasitize without breaching the chest. In such a case, the host can acquire the strength embedded within the facehugger's genes. In this world, only Duva possesses the capability to achieve this, as he can ensure the facehugger never breaches the chest. This is also the reason Duva, who was once an ordinary man, has now transformed into a superhuman, capable of enduring a grievous blow from a xenomorph. Utilizing this method, in the near future, as the aliens grow stronger and the genes they capture become increasingly superior, Duva's own prowess will experience a monumental leap as well. Duva waved his hand, dispersing the aliens and leaving Erica abandoned on the ground, for from this moment forth, she would no longer escape his control in terms of both life and actions. As he was about to depart, Duva discreetly cast a glance towards a seemingly ordinary messenger xenomorph nestled in a corner. As the xenomorphs dispersed, this unassuming creature, appearing entirely unremarkable on the surface, surreptitiously retrieved a signal transmitter from an angle unseen by Duva and the others, sending a message to the outside world. This is Mystique. I have successfully infiltrated and acquired crucial intelligence. The flying man is indeed of the mutant race, located in Alaska. Chapter 21. The future lies in Alaska, indeed. Mystique had long embedded herself within Duva's ranks. Possessing the ability to shapeshift, she expended considerable effort to gather intelligence on the xenomorphs, ensuring no discrepancies in appearance or behavior would expose her. She succeeded in blending in as the number of xenomorphs increased. The only concern was Duva's acute ability to perceive the mental states of each xenomorph, which could potentially reveal her true identity. However, everything appeared normal for the time being. Fortuitously, through Duva's enigmatic conversation with Coulson, she gleaned the intelligence she most desperately sought. The flying man is indeed a mutant. The Brotherhood, engaged with various mutants, had inevitably come into contact with those ancient beings who had lived for millennia, gathering fragments of information. In the past, this intelligence had proven largely useless, only serving to make a tenuous case during public opinion campaigns to illustrate the stark differences between mutants and ordinary humans. However, the situation had shifted. The emergence of the mutant origin race remained shrouded in mystery, but both Duva and Shield had confirmed a strong possibility that Akaris belonged to this mutated lineage. Mystique feverishly tapped away at the colossal device's buttons, her fingers flying with fervor. Even she could not suppress the palpable turmoil within her, overwhelmed by the revelation. The source of the mutant race truly had emerged. Upon further contemplation, it seemed less astonishing to consider that, given the existence of mutants capable of living for thousands of years, the appearance of a mutant race that had survived for tens of thousands of years was not entirely implausible. The X gene of mutants inherently awakened a plethora of extraordinary abilities. Thus, the boundless mutational genes of the mutant race could naturally yield the power of longevity. Unbeknownst to her, the cosmic pantheon had decisively eradicated the mutant race, extinguishing the intelligent beings who had established a robust civilization 2 millennia ago. None could have survived to this day. Before long, new information arrived. Raven, is the intelligence reliable? Can we confirm that those two aren't deceiving you? This possibility cannot be dismissed, yet it is a risk worth taking. If the xenomorphs respond to Duva's commands not through the worst-case scenario of telepathy, but rather through visual recognition, heat perception, or pheromonal communication, then Duva would be unable to discern my presence. Raven possessed unwavering confidence in her shape-shifting abilities. As long as there were no issues pertaining to the mental or cognitive realms, there should be no cause for concern. She urgently reported her significant discovery to Magneto, the one who receives information. Alaska? I understand. I shall personally embark on a quest to seek our true ancestors. If the news is indeed accurate, we mutants shall be able to delineate ourselves from humanity at a genetic level, which would greatly unite our brethren across the globe. Many mutants, including the X-Men, still somewhat identify as part of the human collective, thus unwilling to stand in opposition to them, as that would be akin to self-destruction. However, if it can be confirmed that mutants and the mutant race are one and the same, it would undoubtedly be a monumental event, radically altering the course of mutant history. On a steel island in the Pacific, Magneto severed communications, his emotions in turmoil. He sat upon his throne, pondering in solitude for an extended period, even recalling the painful memories from the moment he awakened his abilities. After decades of effort, he finally glimpsed a day of potential reward, discovering a breakthrough in the inevitable extinction of mutants. Suppressing his inner excitement, he summoned Destiny. Destiny, an exceptionally unique mutant, wore a mask devoid of eyes, possessing the formidable power to perceive the threads of fate. With a mere glance, she could see countless futures. Within the Brotherhood, Destiny held a particularly special status. She rarely engaged in most actions and only appeared when Magneto required her vital insights. The last time she had appeared was several years prior, when she informed Magneto and Professor X that the only path for mutants was one of extinction, with no other possibilities. A new fate had emerged. Magneto raised his voice. Our ancestors, the source of the X gene, the mutant race has once again surfaced in this world. I believe they are not alone. There must be others of their kind. As a leader, you must not succumb to excessive emotionality. It may become your fatal weakness. Destiny's voice was cold. Magneto regained his composure. I need you to prophesy the future once more. I've already foretold it. What more do you wish to know? Will the emergence of the mutant race herald a rebirth for mutants? Is it not so? Or are you suggesting that the news of the mutant race in Alaska is false? Magneto countered. It is true. I have seen new visions. There indeed exists a group of mutants in Alaska, Destiny replied coldly. She also perceived that the reptilian-like mutants who had appeared on Earth over the past several millennia were fundamentally distinct from the intelligent life forms that Magneto hoped had established civilization tens of thousands of years ago. Yet both were undeniably mutants. Destiny glimpsed certain truths, but refrained from sharing them, for in the grand scheme of the future, the outcome remained the same. If one were to insist on differences, it would be that ever since that man named Duval arrived with his aberrations, the timeline for mutant extinction seemed significantly hastened. However, considering that extinction was the only path, the distinction between dying sooner or later was negligible. Amidst countless fragmented futures, the overarching trend remains unchanged. The fate of mutants is ultimately one of extinction. Should you anticipate some variation in this process, indeed, there are alterations. The Mistress of Destiny remarked coldly, noting that the manner of mutant demise has taken on an increasingly peculiar form, evolving into another manifestation. Magneto furrowed his brow, a sense of agitation surfacing within him. He yearned for more precise information, yet the Mistress of Destiny herself could only glimpse fragmented, chaotic, and often contradictory images. An overwhelming multitude that defied detailed explanation. Discussing the exhaustion of lifespans could extend indefinitely, a topic for which she possessed little patience. The Mistress of Destiny, endowed with the ability to perceive fate, held an intrinsic barrier from other mutants, a consequence of recognizing the singular certainty of the future, which shaped her understanding of the present world. She departed, disregarding Magneto's presence. At least a transformation had indeed taken place, an evolution into another form of extinction. Then, he would endeavor to guide his kin along this path. With my active intervention, I could transform mutants into a divergent race, aligning perfectly with the future of mutant annihilation. Magneto rose, ascending into the sky, his gaze directed towards the region of Alaska, flames of madness and profound longing igniting in his eyes. Based on the intelligence leaked by Duval, Magneto confirmed that the future of mutants likely lay in Alaska. As for the possibility of this being a trap, even if he were aware of the potential deception, Magneto believed that his own strength warranted a foray into this perilous territory. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Young Flyman Alaska. A relatively desolate expanse is sparsely populated. Its most notable features are the dwindling gold mines and sled dogs. However, few are aware that beyond the Alaskan canines, there exists a divine faction known as the Erishem, a lower-tier mutant race dispatched to Earth millennia ago. Icarus hovered in the high sky, peering down at the thick blanket of snow, beneath which lay a deep, perpetually frozen lake, where a multitude of mutants slumbered. The 11 of them had spent thousands of years battling these entities, their struggle woven through the tapestry of human civilization. What manner of beings were these? Icarus' expression darkened as he gazed at the claw marks upon his chest. Wounds long healed, yet the shock of the alien encounter lingered. This was Icarus's first encounter with a species so reminiscent of mutants, capable of rapid growth, yet fundamentally distinct in essence. He reveled in the swirling snowflakes around him. At that moment, another figure approached, flying at a moderate pace, yet his presence emanated a formidable sense of oppression. Magneto? Icarus's brow furrowed, being well-versed in human history. He recognized this individual. Simultaneously, he noticed a crimson figure swiftly teleporting more mutants into the fray. The Red Devil? Icarus's frown deepened, his uncertainty palpable. In a distant interval, the Red Devil raised his gaze, intertwining his sight with Icarus, and soon revealed a smile that piqued curiosity. 4,000 years ago, during the Age of Apocalypse, the Red Devil was merely a soldier under Apocalypse's command, yet he has survived in a modern society, naturally encountering a myriad of formidable individuals and witnessing numerous significant historical events. In Icarus's eyes, the Red Devil was far more noteworthy than Magneto. "Are you the Flying Man?" Magneto inquired as he floated closer to Icarus, his first words provoking an involuntary reaction from Icarus. "Flying what?" "Flyman. That's what everyone calls you." Ignoring the shift in Icarus's expression, Magneto, brimming with excitement, quickly asked, "You must be one of the mutants. How have you lived to this day? A long lifespan, or perhaps time travel?" "Magneto, mind your language. I, Icarus, could never be a mutant. There's no need for concealment. Even SHIELD has confirmed your mutant status." As Magneto spoke, a glimmer of eagerness flickered in his eyes, his piercing gaze meticulously examining Icarus from head to toe. SHIELD seemed inclined to affirm this individual's identity. However, this robust physique, elegant lines, and flawless skin hardly align with the characteristics of mutants. The name mutant itself suggests that their average standards fall short of the Eternals, with their genes undergoing wild mutations resulting in bizarre appearances and abilities. Icarus's appearance is simply too exquisite. Icarus raised his voice. "I am an Eternal, born pure, perfect, and powerful, devoid of any genetic flaws.
Eternal?
Magneto's brows furrowed, his enthusiasm dwindling. I recall the Eternals as nothing more than the defeated remnants of a bygone era, vanquished by mutants.
How could you possibly be an Eternal?
If you are, how have you managed to survive on Earth?
What nonsense are you spouting?
Without us Eternals relentlessly hunting mutants, how could humanity have thrived on this planet for millennia? Icarus's fury ignited. He viewed mutants as mere beasts that prey upon humanity.
You must be mad to empathize with mutants.
He sought to unleash his wrath upon Duva and the aliens, but found himself thwarted. Now, this mutant had inexplicably approached him,
spouting a torrent of nonsensical chatter.
In truth, Icarus was millions of years old, yet he had undergone numerous memory wipes by Erisham, being dispatched to various planets to carry out missions. His recollections of Earth spanned only a few thousand years, leaving him largely ignorant of its ancient history, including the fact that 2 millennia prior, a faction of Eternals had fled Earth.
What a pity.
You are not a mutant, yet harbor such prejudices, insulting them.
A wretched racist, Magneto remarked, completely losing his patience. Ironically, I happen to be the most extreme racist. Given his temperament, it is indeed a rarity for him to engage in conversation with this individual. After realizing that Icaris is not the person he seeks, his disappointment deepens.
The Eternals?
What can the Eternals accomplish?
This group, lacking in value, is utterly ineffectual. Yet the fact that you have survived until now suggests there is something exceptional about you. Capturing you might afford me the opportunity to discover the true mutants. Magneto, not one for idle chatter and inherently irritable, has little to say about the Eternals, especially as he seeks identity among the mutants. Without hesitation, he launches an attack. A powerful magnetic field erupts, obediently swirling in Magneto's hands as if it were a docile child, fully enveloping Icaris. Icaris, surprisingly enraged, adheres to the code of conduct established by the 11 Eternals, typically refraining from interfering in human matters. However, he can no longer contain himself. With a sudden burst, a golden beam of heat is unleashed. Magneto, his expression grim, clearly anticipated this, raising his hand to summon countless metallic objects from all directions, successfully obstructing the oncoming beam. On Earth, the magnetic field is omnipresent, and leveraging it to manipulate the abundant metallic resources is undoubtedly the most efficient combat strategy. Yet, against an Eternal like Icaris, Magneto also seeks to disrupt Icaris' own magnetic field.
You can fly at will, yet you do not harness the Earth's magnetic field?
Magneto is taken aback. Utilizing the planet's magnetic forces could only afford me slight ease. I could never genuinely rely on such a thing. Icaris' flight is powered by his own formidable energy, enabling him to soar beyond Earth, traversing the cosmos in his corporeal form. Indeed, much like Captain Marvel. Thus, the clash between these two formidable beings commences in earnest. Icaris navigates through the tumultuous cloud of metal at high speed, his golden heat vision firing in all directions, slicing through all matter and piercing countless incoming metallic objects. However, Magneto's abilities extend beyond mere metal manipulation. He also harnesses magnetic forces to severely disrupt Icaris' own magnetic field. An invisible energy net materializes, ensnaring Icaris tightly and constricting his range of motion. You flit about like a wayward sparrow. You would do well to remain in your cage, Magneto remarks. Icaris, continuously shifting his form, lets out a disdainful snort, feeling discomfort within. Drawing upon his robust physique, he surges into the sky, looking down upon Magneto. In the next moment, he plunges downwards with great force, and Magneto retreats just as swiftly. Within his field of vision, countless materials are manipulated, resembling an endless river, perpetually surging towards Icaris, unceasing. All around, the earth trembles, as if the entire world has been thrown into turmoil. The spectacle is monumental, yet for the time being, Magneto finds it challenging to subdue the formidable Icaris. While restraining Icaris may be feasible, eliminating him will require additional time. Give up. My people have arrived. And you have nowhere to escape, Magneto declares. A mutant, radiating an aura of immense power, was swiftly approaching Icarus.
Flee? You dare suggest that I should escape a second time?
Icarus, his hair in disarray and teeth clenched in a sardonic smile. suddenly lowered his gaze to the shattered ice lake below. I shall see who will be the next to flee. Chapter 23. The invitation from Magneto at this moment. The Broadway incident had yet to subside, as the world grappled with an escalating number of superhuman criminal activities. Soon after, news that reverberated through every major organization and faction on Earth emerged. The Brotherhood, led by Magneto, had suddenly appeared in Alaska, engaging in fierce combat with formidable foes. And it seemed they had also been ambushed by a group of mysterious powerhouses, incurring devastating losses. Reports indicated that several key members had perished. This was a matter of great concern, as it involved Magneto, a seasoned professional who had dedicated years to honing his abilities. A mutant leader who spent more time in prison or on the way to incarceration than not, and whom humanity dared not kill even if they managed to capture him. Who had dared to strike at Magneto, who possessed the capability to bring Magneto to his knees, thereby inflicting such substantial damage upon the entire Brotherhood. Amidst the murky depths of the dark web, countless ambiguous rumors circulated wildly, their veracity difficult to ascertain, creating a cacophony of confusion. Individuals of any significance sought to uncover intelligence, desperate to ascertain the identity of the adversary that had bested Magneto. Who on this planet possessed such power? In a dilapidated building in Villand, Duva lounged on a sofa, idly swirling a cup in his hand, which contained nothing but water, devoid of fine wines. His eyes were glued to the computer screen before him, absorbing the torrent of information circulating in the dark web. So it was true. Magneto had suffered a setback? Judging by Icarus's words alone, it was clear he lacked the requisite power. It would be a miracle if he survived Magneto's wrath. Perhaps their battle had awakened the mutants frozen beneath the lake. Duva pondered the possibility of other Eternals joining the fray. He recalled that among the 11 Eternals, one possessed super speed, akin to the neighboring Flash, capable of rapidly transporting allies to the front line, an exceptional recruitment ability, second only to spatial teleportation. If they faced both the Eternals and the mutants simultaneously, and were unfamiliar with the combat styles of these beings, it would be entirely plausible for Magneto's Brotherhood to suffer significant losses. Magneto, a staunch extremist, would surely be astounded to learn that Icarus was not the mutant he had envisioned, but rather a lineage he revered, comprised of a pack of large black dogs crawling upon the ground. Duva slumped further into the sofa, muttering to himself, bursts of laughter escaping his lips, clearly in high spirits. Surrounding him were a cadre of aberrations and a solitary human, ensuring his safety. Within the entire edifice, aside from Duva, only the Queen in the subterranean cavern held greater significance. Was this deliberate? Did you transmit false information to Magneto? Erica's countenance was rigid, and despite her efforts to rein in her emotions, traces of indignation occasionally surfaced. She was perpetually devising an escape plan, her mind conjuring visions of regaining her freedom, envisioning how she would wield a knife to etch exquisite scars across Duva's serene and handsome visage. Erica's anxiety did not stem from the plight of mutants. Rather, it was rooted in the dread of her life and actions being manipulated by Duva. Why is that so, fledgling assassin? Duva remarked. I'm merely engaged in a conversation with a S.H.L.D. agent. If you fail to grasp it, how could Magneto be aware? What must I do to satisfy you, if not discuss matters concerning mutants? Erica contemplated the thought of eliminating this man, yet the moment such a notion crossed her mind, the parasitic entity within her would writhe, delivering a chilling warning. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. However, it also endowed Erica with extraordinary powers, enhanced strength, speed, and superhuman healing abilities, propelling her beyond the mundane. This duality brought her both joy and discontent. Duva raised an eyebrow in astonishment. What makes you believe you can secure your freedom by surviving with me? Would you rather serve a nefarious organization like the Hand than align with me? At the very least, I generously offer you the means to augment your abilities and prolong your existence. Erica parted her full red lips, momentarily at a loss for words. In a sense, Duva's assertion held merit. Between two unsavory characters, it seemed she was left with the choice of the lesser evil. What must I do, new master? She inquired, her strength seemingly drained as she lowered her gaze. Simply remain by my side. I cannot attend to every task myself, such as when I am free to eradicate the Hand, Duva replied nonchalantly. Erica, bewildered, responded, You may not comprehend the true strength of the Hand. They cannot merely rely on you and these aliens. No, I'm well aware. I know precisely who pulls the strings behind the hand. Those otherworldly entities. Their fate is all but sealed, Duva interjected. As their conversation unfolded, an alien approached Duva from behind, which was entirely unremarkable, for the alien was not a mere statue. And protecting Duva required more than remaining stationary. The moment the alien lunged at Duva, Erica, who had appeared despondent and indignant, transformed instinctively. Her innate desire to protect Duva surged forth, and she swiftly drew her blade to shield his neck. A sharp clang resonated as Erica intercepted the alien's claws aimed at Duva. Concurrently, the other aliens sprang into action, executing a flawless coordination that instantaneously incapacitated the attacking alien, severing its limbs and piercing its shoulder with the tail, lifting into the air. I was pondering how long you could endure. I did not anticipate your limitations would be reached so swiftly, Duva remarked, turning to address her with composure. The form of the messenger alien began to shift, ultimately transforming into a human. Mystique, the shapeshifter, stood before them. Did you know from the very beginning? Raven fixed her gaze intently on Duva. Of course. I can forge an unbreakable psychic bond with every single mutant, yet you are the one who managed to intrude. Can you imagine how awkward it is to have a curry-scented vegetable pie mixed among a delightful array of custard tarts? Duva sighed and gently patted Mystique's cheek. It felt pleasant to the touch, and with that thought, he squeezed a little harder. Mystique displayed no unusual reaction. Such a trivial matter would not induce any psychological shift within her, had it not been for the confirmation that this individual was perpetually engrossed in mutants. She might have attempted to seduce Duva. However, after some contemplation, she deemed this composed man unlikely to succumb to such tactics, and thus refrained from acting on it. Why? Raven persisted stubbornly. Why do you deliberately spread false information, using me to undermine the Brotherhood? Perhaps you are a mutant yourself, and your current abilities stem from the X gene. Indeed, theoretically, that is a possibility. Yet, I could also be from Professor X's side, specifically tasked with weakening you. Duva replied. But from the outset, I have never provided definitive information. It is you who cleverly deceived yourself into believing what you wish to believe. You are the one who caused the demise of your comrades, not I. Raven furrowed her brow, staring at Duva in silence. After a moment, the device on her arm vibrated, and she said, Eric wants to speak with you. Duva commanded a mutant to release Raven's arm. Rather than seizing this opportunity to attack Duva for her escape, she activated the speaker of the device. If this was your invitation to me from the very start, I must concede, you have succeeded. This ruse is quite effective. Magneto's voice resonated. Listen here, we must discuss the true nature of mutants. In return, I shall grant you what you desire. Those despicable, wretched reptiles that crawled up from the depths of the lake for a sneak attack. Chapter 24. Do you comprehend the magnitude of devastation this poses for mutants? I can tell you are in a foul mood. Have you lost many men in Alaska? Confronted by Magneto, even in this manner of initial dialogue, Duva maintained his composure, devoid of any unnecessary tension or anxiety. Merely hearing Magneto's gravelly voice, rife with fury and resentment, provided Duva with a clear understanding. Unlike other major organizations, they lacked the capability for real-time satellite monitoring, leaving him oblivious to the specific conditions of battle. However, considering that Magneto had fully grasped the subtle signals emitted by Duva and responded so swiftly, Duva remarked, As far as I know, while mutants are indeed formidable, these individuals alone are not sufficient to dismantle your Brotherhood. Numerous eternal beings have also joined the fray, each possessing potent and practical abilities. Under different circumstances, I alone could vanquish them all, but they escaped far too swiftly. Magneto's tone grew slightly more intense. For a person of his caliber and depth, such a conspicuous shift in emotion clearly indicated that the Brotherhood's losses were far greater than Duval had initially anticipated. Perhaps it was also due to Magneto's inability to achieve his objectives, which had tarnished his reputation. Furthermore, I do not concede that those ghastly creatures crawling on the ice are mutants. Young man, regardless of how much you know or the sources of your information, it will be prudent for you to rephrase your statements. At that moment, Magneto finally articulated the discovery he found most intolerable. The loss of personnel might incite Magneto's wrath, but the present situation transcended mere anger. Being assailed by both the Eternals and the mutants would inevitably lead to casualties for any organization on this planet. That is of no concern. To facilitate the dialogue, Duval seized Mystique's seemingly slender yet meticulously honed arm, forcibly drawing her before him. Mystique remained expressionless. She had encountered numerous perilous and complex situations and had long since tempered her resolve. The humiliations inflicted by Duval were merely trifling matters to her, for she was well prepared. In contrast, the newly initiated Erica could not maintain such composure. However, if you intend to deny any connection between these animalistic mutants and true mutants in this manner, you need not bother, Duval remarked. So, you imply that these inferior beings are the ancestors of mutants? No, certainly not. While mutants and these creatures share a close relationship, it is not the group attacking you that I refer to, Duval explained. Magneto fell silent for a moment. Are there more than one type of mutant? There are numerous varieties. On Earth alone, there have been two types. One is the inferior beings you have encountered, while the other became extinct due to insurmountable forces 20,000 years ago. Duval counted on his fingers. Beyond Earth in the vast universe, there exist even more types of mutants. Some have perished, while others thrive and have established civilizations far surpassing that of Earth. This information is rather overwhelming. I can't help but suspect you have lost your mind, Magneto remarked. Only the insane can lead the way. Surely, you do not believe that those who adhere to rules and regulations will become remarkable agents of change? Duval extended his hands and then slowly brought them together, saying, "Thank you for your compliments." For a moment, Magneto found himself at a loss. Is this a lie? Or perhaps a half-truth? What about the Eternals? Raven suddenly interjected. Similarly, for every type of mutant, there exists a corresponding type of Eternal. This is an immutable law. The existence of a creator implies a fondness for pairs, Duval stated. Tell me, what transpired 20,000 years ago? You would do well not to lie. Share what you know, and I shall find a way to verify the authenticity of your claims. Magneto's voice resonated through the communication device. How intriguing. If I am not mistaken, you are already devising a strategy to dismantle my forces and capture me for interrogation, are you not? Perhaps you are even contemplating who possesses telepathic abilities to extract knowledge directly from my mind? Duva emitted a low, rumbling laugh. In truth, Magneto indeed harbored such intentions. The stakes were too high for him to rely solely on Duva's words. After all, Duva lacked the esteemed reputation of an individual like Professor X, whose character had stood the test of time. The S-H-I-E-L-D could not safeguard Duva, as Magneto remarked. Once I learn of your nefarious schemes, you shall obtain nothing, and do not underestimate my power. I possess numerous means to leverage at critical moments, lest you suffer dire consequences, akin to the sudden emergence of the mutants and Eternals, and their actions against you. Duva spoke slowly. I have captured several mutants, which I can entrust to you for your menagerie. Bingo. I do relish a good conversation. This resolves the issue, does it not? 10 mutants for a fair price. Duva clapped his hands. Magneto, disinterested in bargaining over numbers with someone who was recently a mere unknown, would have acted sooner were it not for his uncertainty regarding Duva's true nature. Why employ words to resolve what could be settled with force? However, until he confirmed Duva's actual origins and sources of information, he chose to exercise a temporary forbearance. By the way, among the mutants you captured, is there a leader among them? Duva had long coveted the most cunning and robust leader-type mutant. 10 mutants. 5 will suffice. If not, then so be it. If you refer to the largest and strongest, there is none. Were it not for that creature, the Brotherhood would not have suffered such losses. That beast even managed to abduct the Red Tank. Apologies, did you say the Red Tank? The leader of the mutants captured the Red Tank? Initially indifferent, Duva was taken aback by this revelation. Is your Red Tank a bona fide mutant? Raven interjected abruptly, mocking, you have feigned so well for so long. Yet in the most critical moment, you have inadvertently lowered your own standards. Do you harbor special feelings for that simpleton, the Red Tank? Magneto, miles away, displayed a hint of confusion. The Red Tank is one of the Brotherhood's key members, the brother of Professor X, endowed with an invulnerable physique and formidable combat prowess, albeit somewhat dim-witted. Yet, is the Red Tank truly deserving of Duva's astonishment? He had not engaged closely with Duva and remained silent, awaiting Raven's assessment. But before Raven could speak, Duva interjected. Gentlemen, whether you believe it or not, I suspect that if luck were to turn against you, the red tank within your organization is indeed as troublesome as I have surmised. For the red tank possesses a reservoir of energy far beyond what an ordinary mind can conceive, a vast reserve that, in most cases, remains dormant. The source of this formidable power is a multifaceted individual. In Duva's perception, any matter involving mutants invariably complicates what might otherwise be simple. Political and social issues are merely one facet. If one were to judge solely by strength, within the mutant community, there exist several unpredictable troublemakers. A quintessential example is the Omega-level mutants, who possess boundless potential. Intriguingly, the same mutant may be classified as Omega in this universe, yet become utterly mediocre in a counterpart universe, exhibiting only average abilities. This variability stems from the X gene inherent in mutants, which is fraught with uncertainties. Red Tank is notably one of those individuals deserving of scrutiny. Strictly speaking, Red Tank is not a mutant at all. In most universes, his powers derive from an ancient and formidable demon, the ultimate terror of the multiverse, known as Sidorak, which resides beyond the dimensions of the multiverse. Many powerful spells from the Taj lineage harness Sidorak's strength. It remains uncertain whether Sidorak harbors a peculiar obsession with the Infinity Stones or if it is merely a matter of dark amusement. He generally exhibits indifference towards the use of his powers by others, yet delights in distributing the deep crimson gems he has personally crafted across the multiverse. Each deep crimson gem serves as an anchor point, establishing a direct connection with Sidorak, allowing the bearer to receive his formidable power. In the vast majority of universes, it is Red Tank who embodies the power of the deep crimson gems. The mutant race possesses the ability to absorb the life force and genes of various organisms, enabling them to alter their own forms accordingly. You all are aware of this. I suspect many of your kin have fallen prey to the mutants, Duva remarked. Raven scoffed. What does that signify? Such abilities are despicable, yet they pale in comparison to yours. Duva shrugged. Be cautious regarding the mutant leader who captured Red Tank. Would you care to speculate why that leader chose Red Tank specifically, rather than another? If fortune frowns upon you, it won't be long before you must confront an adversary of unfathomable strength. The mutant who absorbed Red Tank? Magneto was clearly skeptical. He was acutely aware of Red Tank's power. At most, it would merely render the mutant leader's physique impervious, but not insurmountable. Nonetheless, skepticism aside, having weathered numerous storms, Magneto was confident in his abilities, yet he heightened his vigilance upon Duva's pointed mention. Let us commence the transaction. You pose a question, which I have answered. Now, send me 10. No, 5 mutants. I hold a degree of trust in the credibility of one of the mutant dualities, Duva stated. What transpired between that batch of Eternals and mutants 2 millennia ago? Magneto inquired, voicing his curiosity. In a fierce struggle for dominion over Earth, 2 factions clashed. The outcome, however, remains a separate inquiry. First, you must remit the initial payment. Do not remain silent. Even if I divulge who triumphed and who faltered, you would undoubtedly inquire about the fate of these races and the reasons for their disappearance from Earth. Such intelligence holds value beyond your imagination. Duva replied. When it comes to the celestial deities of the cosmos, beings of formidable prowess, such information is worth exchanging for several batches of mutated races. Communication between the 2 parties ceased. Meanwhile, Raven noted that Magneto refrained from mentioning Duva releasing her. Both sides were acutely aware that anyone with a modicum of intellect would not sabotage their initial collaboration. Raven's survival allowed her to serve as a conduit for Duva and to observe him closely. Should she unearth any valuable secrets, she could promptly report them to Magneto. Duva rose, stretching languidly, instructing the mutants to release Raven. He intended to tend to his own wounds. Casting a glance at the penetrating injury on Raven's shoulder, he remarked casually. Raven, unfazed, manipulated the nearby muscle cells, causing them to writhe and reshape, initiating the repair of her injury. You appear somewhat anxious. I believe it is not due to Eric, but rather the Red Tank. Raven observed Duva's expression, her gaze piercing. Duva paused, responding candidly. There was indeed a fleeting moment of anxiety, as I mentioned. You possess no knowledge of the Red Tank and are oblivious to the potential occurrences of the future. Such misfortune is merely a consequence of chance, a factor you have acknowledged. What intrigues me more is what exactly about the red tank warrants your concern. Is it his indestructible form? Such an ability pales in comparison to Magneto's might. Simply entombing the red tank underground beneath a heap of metal would render even the most resilient body utterly futile. Duva smiled subtly, offering no further reply, instead producing an alien egg and placing it before Raven. I have long desired to infiltrate the depths to assess the situation. Yet I've been thwarted by the mutants. Perhaps this time will prove fruitful. Raven gazed at the blossoming egg, her heart racing, though she feigned indifference in her speech. Just as a facehugger lunged at her, experiencing this for the first time, Raven could no longer suppress her reaction, instinctively raising her hand to swat the creature away. Bang! Duva's fist struck Raven's abdomen, and with that single blow, the facehugger latched onto her face, successfully completing its parasitic task. After a brief interval, upon regaining consciousness, Raven promptly inspected her body. So it seems I have become your slave, much like that petite woman beside me. Raven moved gracefully, intending to approach Duva, but he interrupted her before she could make a move. If you think to seize this opportunity to escape and perform surgery on yourself to remove the alien, abandon that thought. I shall not grant you such a chance. Raven's expression froze, her smile gradually dissipating, replaced by a simmering resentment in her gaze. Yet, she found herself powerless. Every endeavor she sought was thwarted by Duva. It is imperative to swiftly enhance my capabilities, not solely my personal strength, but I must also establish a sufficiently vast army in a short period. Duva pondered the rapid expansion of the xenomorphs, noting that the queen's oviposition rate, which ranges from 5 to 10 eggs daily, is progressively increasing over time. He surmised that this queen, having undergone transformation from a common xenomorph, possesses inherent limitations in her reproductive capacity. Furthermore, a stable and reliable source of hosts is essential. While parasitizing ordinary animals is unproductive due to the resulting weak xenomorphs. What if a multitude of humans were to be targeted? As a human himself, Duva recognized that undertaking such actions would provoke global animosity. Targeting merely death row inmates would yield little advantage. Thus, the most cost-effective option remains the vampires, whose locations and population distributions Duva has already mastered. Chapter 26. Duva proves Fry's insightful judgment. The vampires found themselves in dire straits. According to common logic, organizations around the globe have, to varying degrees, engaged in the extermination of vampires, and thus the vampires are acutely aware of their precarious position within the food chain, typically refraining from excessive arrogance. Perhaps it was the flamboyant ambitions of Frost, who aspired to become a deity of blood only to be slain by a blade, that drew renewed attention to the vampires. The vampires were baffled. Amidst the multitude of global organizations, why on earth was Duva fixated on them? Beneath the shroud of night, New York is an entangled tapestry of prosperity and vice. In some quiet alleyways, eerie shadows flit silently and swiftly. Occasionally, a drunken man, seeking a place to relieve himself, rubs his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. While ordinary individuals remain oblivious, the vampires cannot escape their fate. With a resounding crash, the door was violently torn open, and xenomorphs surged inside, ruthlessly purging the vampire strongholds. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Were these creatures not daywalkers? Were they xenomorphs? These infernal beings are xenomorphs. Flee! Flee! Do you have any idea how much these creatures are worth on the black market? Prices have soared to tens of millions of dollars. Capture one, and you can retire. Chaos erupted on the scene. The majority of vampires turned to flee, while a few fixated on the xenomorphs, fervently brandishing their weapons, intent on capturing one. Bang! 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 Fools, aim carefully. What if you kill it? The corpse won't fetch a fortune. Humph. These xenomorphs are peculiar. They don't kill the fleeing fools, but merely sever their limbs. Some self-proclaimed strong vampires, grinning menacingly, discarded their firearms, determined to confront the xenomorphs with their raw physical prowess. The existence of xenomorphs is now widely known. Any organization of significance is aware of their presence, and the xenomorphs' indifference towards the vampires only fuels their madness further. However, even the most splendid visions require a solid foundation of strength to support them. In the face of the mechanical and ruthless xenomorph squad, the intricate architectural environment swiftly transforms into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The xenomorphs, akin to terrifying phantoms, flit seamlessly through every terrain, executing tactical maneuvers that appear to be the result of meticulous computation, despite the absence of any prior communication. Indeed, xenomorphs are not impervious. Firearms can inflict a measure of harm upon the ordinary xenomorphs, yet such losses are entirely acceptable. Let us not forget that the vampires wield conventional weaponry from Earth's 21st century, not the advanced armaments depicted in films or comics from decades hence. One vampire, shouldering a portable rocket launcher, prepares to fire upon a xenomorph that is wreaking havoc among the crowd. However, in the blink of an eye, his hands are severed by a razor-sharp blade. Your actions complicate matters for me. If too many vampires perish, I shall be unable to account for it. Erica gracefully descends to the ground, untouched by any xenomorph's assault. Instantly, a vampire shifts their aim and opens fire at her. Clang, clang, clang. With a single blade, Erica unleashes a flurry of knife-like shadows, deftly deflecting all the bullets, showcasing her superhuman prowess. Damn it! Who is this person? Why do the xenomorphs not attack her? Amidst the chaos, the vampires scream, curse, and plead, collapsing like sheaves of wheat, their crimson lifeblood gushing forth like a waterfall, painting a breathtaking tableau. Erica, devoid of any compassion, bears no fondness for these vampires, relentlessly harvesting alongside the xenomorphs. More astonishingly, the vast majority of vampires assaulted by the xenomorphs remain alive. The xenomorphs sever the tongues of these beings, transporting them as if they were cargo, or stringing several vampires together with their tails, or merely seizing multiple individuals by their collars and whisking them away. In New York City, the vivid red blood traces a long path. A multitude of eyes observes this scene in silent witness. Another stronghold falls, and, upon inspection, I discover a scene littered with severed limbs, with a few unfortunate corpses left behind. Who's that girl? Her strength is almost unbelievable. A mutant? Perhaps a mutant allied with Duval? It appears that xenomorphs can only inhabit living hosts. This is crucial intelligence. The next step is to ascertain how the xenomorph's parasitic form grows and develops once inside a host. Can it be surgically removed? If a superhuman with remarkable regenerative abilities is parasitized, will they survive after the xenomorph bursts forth? As long as they are ordinary humans, they harbor no affection for vampires. These entities are mere parasites upon humanity. Now, witnessing the vampires confronted by an even more terrifying collective, facing the fate of being parasitized, evokes a peculiar sense of surreal absurdity in all who behold this spectacle. Regardless of their worthlessness, these vampires can perish endlessly. However, has Duva's approach become so brutally straightforward? He seems utterly unconcerned, even too lazy to maintain pretense. I recall that Bronsky, that fool, was indeed parasitized before his demise. Despite possessing strength akin to the Hulk and undoubtedly possessing formidable regenerative capabilities, he met his end. It's entirely plausible that Bronsky was ultimately killed, which does not invalidate the efficacy of superhealing. In this world, where superhumans are not an anomaly, many astute individuals are logically deducing the characteristics of these aberrations. The notion of a creature capable of acquiring the host's powers through parasitism and seemingly surpassing the host in strength is utterly captivating, creating unprecedented intrigue for some ambitious individuals. Who could have anticipated the existence of such a being? Yet here it is. So, what is the upper limit of this mysterious creature's abilities? Where does it originate? Was it truly that individual named Duva who engineered it? At the SHIELD headquarters, Fury faced 5 screens displaying the 5 most powerful individuals among humanity. Nick Fury, you have done exceptionally well, they praised him. One of them remarked, "The $200 million invoice you previously submitted made me think you were making a rather juvenile joke. You spent $200 million on an ordinary young man and his toys? We briefly suspected you were attempting to embezzle funds." Another interjected, expressing admiration. "It has been proven, Fury, that you remain the finest agent in the world, possessing the most acute instincts. That individual is indeed worth the price." Then, Fury, when will you incorporate him into SHIELD? Must all the vampires in the world be eradicated first? Eliminating them all is utterly unrealistic. However, We are keen to understand the reproductive efficiency of these aberrations. What is their mode of reproduction? What is their social structure? Does a role akin to a queen and exist for dedicated reproduction? Can we control these aberrations as Duva does? Multiverse. Fury could never have anticipated that. In such a brief span, Duva would incite global unrest with mere, uncomplicated actions. He certainly did not foresee that such a terrifying racial ability and growth potential existed within these aberrations, along with their unprecedented and frenzied expansion methods. In this moment, Fury showcased the professionalism expected of a leading agent, maintaining a composed demeanor, as if he had anticipated the current outcome. He solemnly declared, "It's nothing. This is merely my duty. However, to initiate a new phase of action against him, I require additional funding." After the meeting concluded, Dum-Dum Dugan reported the latest developments. Fury called upon his subordinates, issuing commands. "I successfully infiltrated Kamar-Taj." "Not that," Fury interrupted Dugan, stating, "Moreover, it was one of your fortunate clone bodies that joined Kamar-Taj. His success does not equate to your own. Moreover, I harbor profound doubts regarding your assertion of infiltration. It is evident that this is the handiwork of that esteemed master sorcerer." Darmadon shook his head vehemently. "At the very least, this indicates that my talents have garnered the recognition of the master sorcerer, does it not? Are you certain? Why is it that after years of tireless effort, you were unable to succeed, not even locating the gates of Kamar-Taj, yet now you seem to achieve success repeatedly, periodically gaining access? Do you truly believe that the master is oblivious to your identity? Then I must question her identity as well. Or is it conceivable that such a formidable guardian of Earth for centuries is nearing her end, experiencing a change of heart and deciding to accept disciples widely? Perhaps I have successfully awakened the genetic predisposition for learning magic, such as magical affinity. You ought to cleanse your mind with the icy waters of the Himalayas. Although we have yet to unravel the mysteries of magic, it is quite possible that the notion of affinity is a mere figment of imagination. You need not absorb wind elements or earth elements from the air into your being. The lack of breakthroughs merely suggests one issue: insufficient funding. You could allocate a more generous budget for me to accomplish this significant task, as long as the finances are ample. I could even approach the master sorcerer directly with my inquiries regarding this matter." Fury regarded Darmadon coldly, convinced that this individual, oblivious to certain sensitive information, was not the true 10th level entity. This indicated that Darmadon's true self had taken an unscheduled leave. Had his essence infiltrated Kamar-Taj, diligently studying magic under the tutelage of the Ancient One? If that were the case, Fury would not feel relief. Nor would he be pleasantly surprised by the capabilities of his subordinate. He would only consider that Darmadon had lost his wits and should seek an opportunity to eliminate him. A distinguished agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., entrusted with global responsibilities, pursuing magic at Kamar-Taj would, in Fury's eyes, be a foolish endeavor. The strength of Kamar-Taj lies in the Ancient One and her select disciples, in the plethora of formidable spells and artifacts, in the countless enigmatic intelligence and globally interconnected magical nodes, not in those inexpensive magical apprentices. Over the years, how many sorcerers have learned a modicum of magic from Kamar-Taj and subsequently re-entered human society, or among those who joined and later departed from Kamar-Taj, who possesses the ability to teach and pass down magical knowledge, who among them wields artifacts while wandering the streets? S.H.I.E.L.D. is by no means in need of sorcerers. If they truly sought recruits, they could undoubtedly attract a cadre from around the world, although it is certain that some would infiltrate with ambiguous intentions, being well-organized dark sorcerers. If Fury were to be provided with a reason compelling enough to nod in agreement, it would be that Darmadon is a rare magical prodigy, deserving of the master sorcerer's personal audience and hands-on instruction. To persuade Fury of such a possibility, he would be more inclined to believe that Duval would announce tomorrow that he has discovered a miraculous remedy for mutants, akin to the rationale Duval employed when establishing the villain company and seeking government subsidies. Darmadon, as ever, is solely focused on financial demands, consuming an unfathomable amount of funding each year, which is truly exasperating. Previously, the 200 million funds acquired from the 5 major roads were devoured by Damn Bomb to the extent of 1/3. Damn Bomb, my patience has its limits. When I next inquire, you had better provide me with a truly valuable response regarding your incessant busyness each year and the myriad of expenditures. What tangible results have you achieved? Understood, Chief, I shall convene a cerebral cloud meeting with the other clones. Dan Bomb's expression turned grave. He paused and stated, regarding Duva, I have indeed made some discoveries. I have roughly calculated the oviposition efficiency of the alien species, which certainly does not exceed 5 new additions per day. I have captured numerous vampires, not all for parasitic purposes, as some are needed for carnivorous reserves. The individuals present remained unfazed. They had witnessed all manner of madness, including cultists who worshipped cosmic deities and hellish demons, engaging in sacrifices. Duva's antics could be considered minor by comparison, especially since vampires are hardly regarded as human, permitted to prey upon humans while prohibited from being preyed upon themselves. Duva's total military strength should not exceed 20. Dan Bomb remarked. Fury cast him a sidelong glance. The fact that he can provide you with such calculations indicates that your results fall within his computational range. I refuse to believe Duva would so candidly unveil his strength. Perhaps the aliens possess a higher reproduction efficiency, as we have yet to locate a single alien juvenile or egg, leaving us uncertain as to how long this species can sustain its growth period. Duva's actions are exceedingly cautious. He has never allowed the aliens to carry their eggs into the field, preferring instead to exhaust himself battling the vampires before capturing them. In other words, it is highly probable that Duva possesses a batch of deliberately unhatched eggs or uninfested facehuggers, which he may deploy at a crucial moment. Identify the vampires that may be targeted by Duva and implant listening devices on them, Fury instructed. We must also be prepared to mobilize at any moment. We cannot allow him to grow unchecked. A dozen or so aliens, apart from the one born of the parasitic abomination, are not particularly difficult to manage. Powerful firearms can suffice. However, should their numbers increase, it would spell disaster. S-H-I-E-L-D cannot tolerate such uncontrollable forces or factions operating beyond its grasp. This is not about Fury or any other agent's personal character or thirst for power. It is purely the mandate of S-H-I-E-L-D that necessitates such actions. To think and act otherwise would indicate a fundamental deficiency in their professional standards. We are in trouble. Dan Bomb's expression suddenly shifted, and he tapped his head. I have just learned that a T0 level threat is crossing the ocean towards the outskirts of New York with several iron boxes. Fury's countenance became ominous. Chapter 27. Seeking external assistance, Duva does not favor subtlety, but when he beheld Magneto extending his hand, levitating a multitude of iron cages, entirely disregarding his surroundings as he flew from Alaska to stand before him, he felt that this scene was utterly jarring. Upon our first encounter, your audacity raises concerns, does it not? Countless individuals would relish the opportunity to eliminate you, Duva remarked. I would even welcome a nuclear strike from humanity, for it would grant me the chance to impart an indelible lesson upon them, Magneto mused. Suspended effortlessly over 10 meters in the air, he casually hurled a multitude of cages to the ground, producing a cacophony of sound. It was evident that he remained utterly unconcerned, his demeanor remarkably composed as he spoke. If I may be so bold, Your Excellency Eric, have you surrendered to despair? Do you truly hold no regard for humanity? Duva's face illuminated with a warm smile, his expression akin to that of an old friend engaged in spirited conversation. Were it not for the throng of xenomorphs emerging behind him, his performance would have been impeccable. With an impassive countenance, Magneto raised his hand and extracted metallic elements from the soil, conjuring a colossal mass of metal that thunderously descended towards Duva. His strike was sudden, yet Duva, a master of ambush, was naturally prepared for such an assault. Almost instantaneously, as the metallic sphere coalesced, the xenomorphs sprang into action, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the target into countless fragments. Is this your method of greeting? Duva inquired slowly. It is my way of saluting you, Magneto replied, deftly summoning more metal, which surged towards Duva from all directions. Displaying utmost composure, Duva remained steadfast as the xenomorphs, responding to his command, began to mobilize. Transitioning from stillness to synchronized movement, they resembled a finely tuned war machine coming to life. Each individual xenomorph appeared diminutive, yet when dozens united, they adeptly countered every incoming attack. They even managed to allocate their defenses based on the magnitude and intensity of the threats they faced. With a flurry of sounds, a meticulously structured defensive formation materialized in an instant, showcasing remarkable efficiency. In every passing second, a multitude of assaults were deflected, corroded, or intercepted by their bodies. This spectacle momentarily stirred Magneto's emotions. He halted, intrigued by the xenomorphs. When one has witnessed more exalted vistas, it is only natural to find humanity mundane. For instance, you, possessing these diminutive beings, still consider yourself an ordinary human? Magneto contrasted the xenomorphs with the mutants, concluding that, by any measure, the xenomorphs exhibited superior strength. A solitary xenomorph before him appeared as fragile as an ant, while a collective could demand his attention. Yet, when confronted with a greater number of formidable xenomorphs, such as the exceptionally ruthless Abomination, even Magneto felt the need to remain vigilant. Currently, Duva does not warrant Magneto's full respect, but through this encounter, Magneto has begun to perceive the immense potential within Duva. At the very least, I still consider myself human, not merely a xenomorph. It is merely temporary. Do not presume that I am unaware. You too harbor an alien presence within your chest, and I can sense its life force. A cold smile crept upon Magneto's face. Had I not confirmed this, I might have taken your life upon our first encounter, rather than engaging in this mere charade. Such a statement renders one almost speechless. To safeguard against this eventuality, I took the precaution of concealing Raven, Duval sighed. Do you intend to use Raven as a means of coercion against me? No, it is not a threat. I am aware that should I employ her in such a manner, you would ultimately forsake her. However, what if we were to continue our transaction? I could provide you with intelligence in exchange for the mutants you capture. Duval gestured towards the tightly sealed iron cages, within which the mutants were attempting to rend apart the heavy, seemingly impenetrable metal. The abhorrent alien raised its head silently, its eyeless visage fixed upon Magneto, resembling an emotionless iceberg. Furthermore, I believe your old friend is observing our every move. Look, I have sensed the mental emanation of that individual from within my alien. He is watching us. Duval pointed toward the figure of Erica behind him. This is the significance of Erica's presence here. Charles, step aside, Magneto coldly commanded. Eric, I merely wish to remind you that there is no need for violence in this place, nor towards this child. He is not our enemy. I certainly would not harm him, for he can no longer be considered a pure human. I admire such pursuits of power, Magneto replied. He aspires to establish a world devoid of humanity, valuing any thought or action that separates from humanity, especially the extraordinary talents of individuals like Duval. Duval remained impassive. In truth, he could extricate the alien from within him at any moment, a fact he need not explicitly state. His interest lay primarily with the mutants. A profound intrigue indeed. This particular group of mutants possesses the ability to absorb the life force and genes of their targets, gaining the extraordinary powers that accompany them. Ordinary mutants share this capability as well. You two converse. I shall retrieve my possessions now. A thought struck Duval, and in an instant, nearly 20 aliens surged forth, encircling one of the cages. Under Magneto's keen gaze, one alien tore open its own body, spilling forth a deluge of blood that instantaneously corroded the layers of metal. Such acidity could likely be resisted only by vibranium or adamantium. Magneto's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This is truly extraordinary. The existence of such a creature is abnormal. One mutant attempted to seize the opportunity to escape, but in a mere moment, it was overwhelmed and brought to the ground by a swarm of aliens, emitting a high-pitched scream as it engaged them, yet was comprehensively subdued. The aliens launched a relentless assault, and no matter how fiercely this mutant race struggled, it was all in vain. They were repeatedly brought down, their bodies marred by an abundance of wounds. I conducted genetic analysis on them, and had to concede that the genes of these beings bore a striking resemblance to the X gene, Magneto remarked coldly. Thus, this revelation left you in a state of helplessness. Duva nodded in understanding. Anyone privy to this outcome would undoubtedly be astonished. However, there was no need for concern. This particular mutant race was not kin to the mutants. This brings me to my inquiry. Why do mutants still exist while the mutant race that gave rise to them has vanished? You are quite cunning. This should indeed be considered two questions. The mutant race failed to endure the Creator's judgment and was eradicated by the Creator's own hand from the earth. With only a fraction of humanity inheriting the genes of the mutant race surviving. Duva began to concentrate on capturing the mutants, eagerly dragging them underground to initiate parasitism. Before long, he would have a new cadre of formidable soldiers, endowed with extraordinary growth potential. Neither Magneto nor the observant Professor X, nor any other factions, had grasped this reality. They were entirely unaware of the terrifying potential for growth possessed by the mutant race. The matter of 10 mutants intertwines with ancient deities and is worth far more than its weight. You wouldn't renege on your promise, would you? I would never betray a vow made. Yet your asking price is exorbitantly high, for the mutant race is dwindling. As we engage in slaughter, that eternal tribe is also killing. As Magneto spoke, his mind wandered to thoughts of the deities. A deity who, in ancient times, created both the eternal tribe and the mutant race? How fearsome such a being must be. It is almost unimaginable. It is essential to recognize that the apex powers among the mutants today possess the ability to intimidate the entire world single-handedly. Yet Magneto still hesitated to assert that such individuals could rival the mutant race that once dominated the Earth. However, the mutant race has been eradicated. Magneto resolved to return and diligently research various myths and legends in search of traces related to the divine. You had best not deceive me or engage in the duplicitous rhetoric of truth and falsehood, for I shall verify its authenticity. Magneto soared into the sky, leaving without a backward glance. Your good friend has departed. Charles, it is time for you to leave as well. Frankly, I feel honored that you did not choose to invade my mind. Duva turned to address Erica. Given Professor X's character, he typically refrains from probing into the memories of others. Eric did not take action against you for another reason. He suspects that you might also be a mutant, perhaps one who has awakened the ability to create and control genetic organisms, Professor X stated. Similar to Mr. Sinister? How intriguing. I have never undergone testing for the X gene. Duva replied casually. As Duva busily sought to enhance his own power, the chain reaction he had initiated had officially taken form. Realizing that Magneto was seeking Duva, the frightened vampires could no longer endure the situation and resolved to confront Duva directly, in search of a formidable means to eliminate him. Master Caecilius, the circumstances are dire. We implore you, esteemed chief disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer, to assist us in vanquishing him. Chapter 28. The Sorcerer is forced into close combat by death. You wish for me to slay one who commands bizarre creatures? The price for my involvement is quite steep. Caecilius regarded the gathered vampires with a condescending gaze, his dark circles indicating the toll of dark magic, an evident consequence known to those familiar with such arts, while others might mistakenly assume these sorcerers had been deprived of sleep for days on end. In truth, Caecilius had not rested for an extended period. His insomnia was merely one of the trifling costs associated with wielding magic. Additionally, he owed his spirit, body, and lifespan to the deities that granted him his powers, a debt that must be repaid. Under his scrutinizing gaze, several weaker vampires instinctively averted their eyes, while a few of noble lineage made a concerted effort to maintain their stare. We are at a loss as to how we have offended him. Yet he has obliterated 7 of our strongholds in merely 2 days. We have lost hundreds to death and disappearance. An elegantly attired vampire elder lamented. Be more confident. Disappearance equates to death. Those fortunate enough may find themselves as fodder for that human, while the less fortunate might become hosts for aberrant beings. Caecilius, a discerning individual, despite his disdain for vampires, had acquired a certain understanding of Duva upon accepting the task. I shall dispatch a dark sorcerer to terminate him, Caecilius declared. 1. We would prefer you to take action personally. The vampires present furrowed their brows. Foolishness. My primary target is Camartage. I shall not squander substantial power on a mere footnote. Caecilius shook his head, his elegantly swaying ponytail drawing attention. Indeed, the vampires in attendance could not help but gaze upon him more intently. However, he is not merely a footnote. In my eyes, he is insignificant. You, bat-like creatures of the sewer, have never witnessed true greatness. Even my esteemed mentor, the Supreme Sorcerer, requires the strength of that one. Caecilius scoffed, directing a cold smile at the gathered vampires. Even you owe your existence to him. Without dark magic, how could you vampires have come to be? Confusion spread across the faces of the vampires. Yet Caecilius, having learned from Dormammu, understood that the origin of vampires lay within dark magic. Dormammu, the deity commanding such magic, led Caecilius to conclude that vampires were merely inferior creations of the great Dormammu, hardly worthy of note. Another elder, deeply dissatisfied, muttered under his breath, "We should never have sought the aid of these dark sorcerers. Spending money to resolve the issue with Duva seems utterly unreliable. It would be wiser to seek out the Blood Baron." However, he was soon met with a reprimand. "Silence. My bloodline has its own loyalties." Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering glass erupted as Blade burst in, followed closely by a horde of alien creatures. It appeared we all had the same destination in mind, fixated on this location. Yet it seemed the vampire you sought was not present here. Dua's voice rang out. Blade unsheathed his twin blades, declaring, "Our objectives diverge. I leave no survivors. Even if the opponent is human, anyone who stands with the vampires must perish." As he spoke, his crimson eyes, concealed beneath sunglasses, bore into Caecilius. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Caecilius' mouth as he shifted his gaze to Dua, who was surrounded by a group of formidable aliens. Such dark circles. A dark sorcerer? I did not expect such an unexpected gain, yet the fact that a vampire colludes with you has certainly diminished your stature, Dua remarked. Dark sorcerers are easily identifiable. Only those who follow Dormammu possess such an appearance. Indeed, I concur. It seems we at least agree on this point. Vampires are the most suitable resources for consumption. Caecilius sneered as he wielded dark magic, unleashing a torrent of black mist that enveloped the gathered individuals. The first vampires to encounter it were instantaneously consumed, following a chorus of anguished cries. Their bodies disintegrated into countless black particles, flowing like water into an unknown realm, ultimately vanishing from sight. A subtle improvement flickered across Caecilius' expression. "Caecilius, what are you doing?" "We are allies," bellowed a vampire elder. "Allies? You wretched beings presume to be my allies? Do you genuinely believe I covet your wealth? You are merely fit to be offerings to please Lord Dormammu." While the vampires sought to eliminate Duva, Caecilius harbored a different intention. He wished to eradicate all of them. Every soul on this planet would belong to the great Dormammu. "This fellow is not of sound mind," Duva remarked. Blade remained silent, swinging his blade towards Caecilius. Duva, however, was acutely aware of the troublesome spatial spells wielded by the Comitage lineage. The shimmering portals could not only facilitate movement, but also sever connections with a mere snap. Thus, Duva initially directed his efforts towards the other dark sorcerers present. Suddenly, a peculiar alien, adorned with several fleshy appendages, stealthily approached a sorcerer, who was already prepared for the encounter. "Lowly creature, behold the prowess of a professional sorcerer." The dark sorcerer cackled, deftly catching a descending staff from his sleeve and advancing with nimble strides towards the alien. "My weapon is forged from vibranium. Your blood cannot harm me." "Very well." He is indeed a rare black sorcerer who has not succumbed to the influence of Dormammu, possessing the knowledge to forge weapons from vibranium to withstand the formidable acidic blood of the xenomorphs. However, his intellect appears somewhat limited. Dua's expression shifted slightly. Despite having anticipated the combat style of these sorcerers, witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat disconcerting. Their defensive capabilities were hardly superior to those of mere mortals. Yet they favored engaging in close combat with weapons against enemies, particularly against xenomorphs, the very embodiment of melee combat prowess. This brings to mind Doctor Strange, who, upon engaging, unleashes a barrage of potent spells as if they were without cost. Chains of crimson from Sidorak, the holy sword of Ashanti, and the ancient form of Hogarth. Observe this illustrious assembly of magical entities. Sidorak, Vishanti, Hogarth, all are deities of multiversal stature. Any spell cast by Doctor Strange draws upon the formidable powers of these cosmic beings. It is worth noting that Hogarth is one of the trinity of Ashanti. There is a lingering sensation that the local sorcerers differ somewhat from my expectations. Is their reluctance rooted in an overwhelming debt they fear they cannot repay? Your master is certainly not a generous soul. When magic is insufficient, they resort to brute force. Duva pondered this and concluded that these individuals were either impoverished or that Dormammu had fallen into a state of destitution, rendering them hesitant to expend their magic freely. Moreover, the cost of employing dark magic far exceeds that of white magic. In comparison to Doctor Strange, who is bolstered by the support of Comartage, It is no surprise that these sorcerers ultimately meet their demise at his hands. Ah, you too possess knowledge of magic? Caecilius raised his hand, conjuring the ring of Ragdur, a golden disc materializing in his palm, effortlessly slicing a charging xenomorph in half. In response to the splattering acidic blood, Caecilius lifted his other hand, summoning a small portal to shield himself, transporting all the blood away. Should I desire, I could effortlessly cast you into the depths of the ocean, Caecilius declared with unwavering confidence. He assumed Duva's intentions were directed at him. Yet Duva was acutely aware of the difficulty in vanquishing this adept escape artist and had instead targeted the other black sorcerers from the onset. Amidst the chaos of battle, a melee-focused sorcerer had already been overpowered by a xenomorph, dragged before Duva amidst their screams. Duva deftly produced a xenomorph egg from behind him, preparing to initiate a face-hugging parasitic implantation on this black sorcerer. Duva sought to validate a critically important hypothesis and felt a profound anticipation regarding the outcome. As anticipated, the moment the implantation succeeded, a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from the sorcerer's body, as dark matter began to expand gradually. Chapter 29. Dormammu. There is something foul. Initially, Duva personally intervened merely to experiment with the capabilities of the xenomorph's birth from parasitic mutations. At least for now, it appeared that there were no issues in mobilizing the energy of the body. The normal aberrations possess the remarkable ability to heal themselves within mere seconds after sustaining superficial injuries, while the typical mutants can mobilize their entire energy reserves to expedite the closure of their wounds. Duva observed the mutant aberration cleaved in two by Caecilius, where a visible luminescence of energy emanated from the wound, drawing the severed halves of its body closer together. Ordinarily, as long as the internal energy is not depleted, given a modicum of time, it can gradually mend itself, showcasing a superior regenerative capability compared to the average mutant. The energy of the body, or rather, the vitality drawn from genetic force, is not surprising. However, what of magic? Duva's gaze shifted to the black sorcerer, ensnared by aberrations, previously infested by the parasitic facehugger. Marvel's magic is borrowed, yet aberrations can siphon the prime genes from their hosts, effectively usurping the host's regenerative abilities and achieving a form of transcendence and replacement. Could such aberrations truly replace their hosts and inherit the magical debts they carry? Duva found himself intrigued. While I may not necessarily tread the path of learning magic, the prospect of multiple avenues is undeniably appealing. Duva stroked his chin thoughtfully. Parasite, do you wish to embark on a path akin to mine? There is no need for such complications. With your prowess, you could easily join us. Caecilius, discerning Duva's intentions at a glance, displayed no anger but rather a flicker of enthusiasm. For a cold-blooded idealist, the occasional affirmation of his beliefs brought a modicum of solace. This is different. I am aware that my inclusion would bring joy to Dormammu, but prior to that, let my little darlings have their turn. Duva replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Caecilius resembled an irredeemable fan, and discussing other matters proved futile. However, mentioning Dormammu ignited his fervor. The two remained on edge, poised for conflict, yet no further action ensued. Meanwhile, the aberrations and other dark sorcerers engaged in a fervent battle. The world of the injured vampires reached a state of desperation, as these unfortunate beings fought valiantly. Yet neither dark sorcery nor aberrations, nor the blades, were within their capacity to withstand. Even the deployment of the new breed of vampire reaper, a pale aberration, engineered as a biological weapon by the vampire clan, proved futile against an enemy that boasted both quality and quantity, ultimately succumbing to the blade's onslaught. This creature is indeed a challenge to eliminate. It seems I have a new target, the blade remarked, prodding the reaper's mouth with the tip of his weapon. This fellow's mouth bears a resemblance to your spider. Allow me to clarify. The spider you refer to is scientifically named the facehugger. Furthermore, to compare my facehugger to this inferior specimen of reaper you created is quite an affront. As Duva spoke, he took a moment to glance at the carcass of the reaper, an entity unafraid of silver or garlic, yet fearful of sunlight. This blade, despite not needing to exert himself, could have effortlessly collaborated with the xenomorph to eliminate the creature. However, his eagerness to engage directly revealed his desire to deny Duva the opportunity to capture the Reaper for parasitism. Such reckless behavior was truly a waste, Duva commented without reservation. Blade disregarded his words, focusing instead on the ever-composed Cagliostro. Now only you remain, sorcerer. Allow me to remind you, your combat skills are utterly lackluster, devoid of sufficient strength and finesse. Of course, I cannot be compared to you, vampire, Cagliostro retorted. You are merely a trinket crafted by my master through dark sorcery, while we are the pilgrims who pursue truth by following our master. Cagliostro acknowledged that it was unrealistic for a dark sorcerer to contend in close combat with a gifted vampire like Blade. Yet this did not prevent him from looking down upon him. I detest being referred to as a vampire. I shall carve my name upon your corpse. By the way, what is your name? Blade executed a flourish with his knife and charged forward. Go to Antarctica and cool off, Cagliostro said, waving his hand to conjure a portal that swiftly engulfed Blade, making him vanish from sight. I intended to offer him a warning, but he is not one to heed advice. When his suspicions about me overshadowed his judgment, he likely failed to realize my delay in attacking was for a reason. Duva remarked. This is the drawback of dealing with agents. Their minds often wander to matters unrelated to combat, which can impair their judgment at critical moments. Perhaps he is fully aware, but feels compelled to strike before you. A peculiar smile crossed Cagliostro's face. This globally renowned archmage clearly held a favorable opinion of Duva. Surveying the surroundings, Duva noted that apart from Cagliostro, only the dark sorcerer possessed by the xenomorph and one other dark sorcerer remained alive. Cagliostro, save me, cried the dark sorcerer, pinned down by a mutated xenomorph, gazing desperately at the only individual who could rescue him. Returning to Dormammu sooner rather than later holds no detriment. On the path to seeking immortality and truth, you precede me. Cagliostro remained unmoved. The dark sorcerer fell into utter despair as he witnessed the tendril of the mutated xenomorph pierce his neck. A series of luminous auras emerged as his form began to rapidly diminish, ultimately being entirely absorbed by the xenomorph. The enhancement was negligible. The energy of magic, being masterbound, was fundamentally different from other forms of energy. Duva held little hope. He awaited the transformation of the dark sorcerer who had been parasitized, until the xenomorph successfully burst forth from the chest. At that moment, a peculiar magical fluctuation peaked before swiftly dissipating. Had failed? Had Dormammu or Shumagorath seen through it? Duva pondered, stroking his chin. These two beings, one a singular cosmic entity and the other a multiversal one, would indeed not surprise him if they could unveil the subterfuge of the alien. Just as Duva had anticipated, Dormammu had indeed sensed the anomaly at the first instance. Something was siphoning his power without rendering payment, and it was yet another pupil of the Ancient One. Chapter 30. The Art of War in the Vast, Dark Dimension. Countless lifeless planets drifted in the void. For billions of years, innumerable life-bearing worlds have been devoured by Dormammu, ultimately transforming into dead stars, mere embellishments within the dark dimension. The invincible and towering Dormammu, in a fit of rage, turned over in exasperation. In this colossal universe, while there existed a few troublesome deities or celestial bodies, none vexed him as Earth did, lodged like a thorn in his throat. Just now, he had detected yet another minuscule entity from that insignificant planet attempting to pilfer dark magic. Though the amount was minuscule, comparable to the portion he had allocated to his subordinate, Caecilius, it was no justification for these earthly ants to brazenly provoke him. One Ancient One was already bothersome enough, for she was indeed formidable. Now he sought to unveil the identity of this audacious thief. Dormammu opened his terrifying eyes, akin to celestial bodies, and within his vision, endless magical particles surged like rivers at his beck and call. His sight, through dark magic, extended all the way to a dark sorcerer on Earth. There, he glimpsed the entity attempting to seize his power. A mutant race? No, not quite a mutant, merely resembling one superficially. Dormammu nearly mistook it for a novel breed engineered by the celestial beings. Should that be the case, he would have to tread carefully, for the Celestials were formidable deities of terrifying prowess. This diminutive creature is intriguing. Having harnessed power through genetic substitution, Dormammu's interest was piqued. Even as an ancient deity, he had never before encountered such a peculiar species. He had seen many life forms that grew stronger by consuming their enemies. notably among the few mutant races and the infamous annihilation bug species. Yet, this method of parasitism to usurp another's power was entirely novel to him. This creature is termed an alien? It can even utilize the dark magic authority I bestowed upon the sorcerers of Earth to achieve this? Dormammu's eyes sparkled, brighter than a star. If he could decipher the essence of this life form, and subsequently engineer a vessel capable of flawlessly harnessing his power, yet simultaneously eluding recognition by certain troublesome existences as his own shell. To be candid, the prospects of such an endeavor are immensely promising, far surpassing the mere act of augmenting his debt ceiling by granting dark magic to Caecilius and that band of mediocre sorcerers. Given the opportunity to personally infiltrate Earth, Dormammu would have been utterly mad to resort to cultivating agents to contend with the Ancient One. Each time, Dormammu repays the price of employing dark magic. He endures an escalating degree of torment. Soon enough, Dormammu severed the possibility of a shapeshifter's siphoning his dark magical powers, simultaneously transmitting critical directives via dark magic. At any cost, seize this entity known as the shapeshifter. Caecilius swiftly received commands from Dormammu, his eyes sharpening with intensity as they fixed upon Duva, barely concealing his astonishment. "It seems your master has issued you a new command. I hardly believe you are surprised by my shapeshifter," Duva remarked. "Indeed, your performance appears to have greatly pleased my master, beyond ordinary expectations," Caecilius replied, surveying the surrounding shapeshifters, clearly contemplating the most expedient method to eradicate them. Duva remained ever vigilant. At that moment, a loathsome shapeshifter emerged from behind him. While he might question Caecilius' ideals, he would never doubt the latter's strength. Caecilius had once been the chief disciple of the Ancient One, now wielding both the white magic of Vishanti and Dormammu's dark magic. His power was exceedingly formidable. Should Caecilius successfully employ his mirror magic, Duva would find himself in an exceedingly precarious position. This adventure was inevitable. Otherwise, I could not ascertain certain matters. However, engaging in combat under these circumstances exceeded my expectations. "I shall not grant you the opportunity to wield your mirror magic," Duva declared. He had confirmed that the emerging shapeshifter could not harness dark magic. And coupled with Caecilius' reaction, it was apparent that Dormammu had intervened, denying the shapeshifter access. This was entirely reasonable. There was no cause for despair. For some reason, it felt as though you possessed a profound understanding of me, of dark magic, and of my master, Dormammu. Regardless of the reason, you are about to become one of us. Caecilius raised his hand towards Duva. "Truth belongs to Dormammu. Surrender the shapeshifter and become a glorious member of our ranks, and I shall spare your life." Without hesitation, Duva exhibited extraordinary resolve and struck decisively. Mirror magic is not invincible. Its usage is bound by exceedingly stringent conditions, and Duva would not passively await his fate. In an instant, Duva surged forward, the shapeshifters surrounding him simultaneously launching their attacks. Under normal circumstances, Duva would not engage personally, as it was unnecessary. He was acutely aware of his strengths. As long as he remained alive, even if a single shapeshifter concealed itself somewhere in the world, the entire shapeshifter race could not be extinguished, for that solitary survivor could evolve into a queen. Yet, faced with such a perilous adversary, Duva took the lead. Swish! His speed of movement was so astonishing that, to the ordinary observer, it appeared as though he left behind a trail of afterimages. He could only be regarded as a robust arm, each muscle fiber seemingly activated, bursting forth with an overwhelming power that caused his muscles to visibly swell. Caecilius felt a twitch in his eyelid, but acted without hesitation. A multitude of slender red magical threads erupted from his hands, weaving into a dense network that extended towards the oncoming alien creatures from all directions. This was the magic of Camartage, a true irony. Duva sneered, relaying information about this spell to all the aliens on a mental level. Before long, the many aliens ensnared by these slender whips began to leap repeatedly against the surrounding walls. Some of them, without a hint of hesitation, tore their own bodies apart, using their corrosive acidic blood to carve a path, eroding these slender energy whips to create opportunities for others. The most aggressive among them were the abominations, whose formidable regenerative abilities and unmatched physiques rampaged through the network of golden red energy whips, forcefully tugging and colliding. Several mutated aliens were particularly active, possessing the superior genes of their kind and adept at absorbing energy. They extended sinewy appendages from their bodies, intertwining with the energy whips, attempting to siphon off energy in a bid to sever these bindings. The forces that Duva had painstakingly assembled began to reveal their prowess at this moment. In Chapter 31, The Mouth of Fault, when aliens possessing various combat styles, physical warfare, energy assaults, united in perfect synchronization, the efficiency they displayed was nothing short of extraordinary. With Duva acting as the mental nexus that connected all aliens, monitoring their perspectives and statuses while issuing real-time commands, the battle unfolded as a mesmerizing work of art. Despite the ongoing loss of weaker aliens who succumbed to the energy whips that bound and mutilated them into countless pieces of flesh, in their final moments, they screamed desperately, exerting every ounce of strength to tear their own bodies apart, ensuring that more blood could be released into a broader area to corrode more energy whips. In every visible area, whips shattered rapidly, forming patches of vacuum. A closer inspection would reveal, to one's astonishment, that these vacuum zones were interconnected, creating an irregular passageway. The entire process flowed seamlessly, a terrifying efficiency achieved through fearlessness, silence, and sacrifice, as if rehearsed countless times before. How could this be possible? Even Cass Silas was taken aback, not out of fear of the alien strength, but by their display of absolute obedience and coldness, their flesh and blood bodies exhibiting a mechanical precision akin to robots. There was nothing impossible. You too can become a part of me. Duva, with his more nimble form, closed the distance between himself and Cass Silas. As long as this individual refrains from employing the formidable spatial magic of mirroring, there remains a chance for victory. Despite his abhorrence for the abominable entities and the formidable powers of several mutated beings, there exists a glimmer of hope. Indeed, with the prowess that Duva currently wields, he undoubtedly qualifies as a force to be reckoned with, deserving the utmost attention from global powers and organizations. However, his adversary now is Kaecilius, who can almost be considered to occupy a tier beneath that of the Ancient One. Let me unveil true terror, a power bestowed upon me by the great Dormammu. Kaecilius felt the surging dark magic within him, a clear indication that Dormammu had temporarily augmented the limits of his magical capabilities. As he wielded energy whips to create a buffer of time, he simultaneously invoked Dormammu's dark sorcery. A spell, akin to a black hole, began to brew before him. Behold this magic, the mouth of Valtor. The great Dormammu has utilized this to devour countless pocket universes and life-bearing planets. You shall not have the opportunity to unleash this magic. Duva relentlessly pushed beyond the confines of the energy whips, advancing rapidly with his numerous extraordinary beings, intent on eliminating Kaecilius before he could successfully cast his spell. Countless crimson and gold threads were birthed and shattered, as numerous beings fell victim to the searing and cutting of the energy whips. Even Duva himself, battered and bruised, severed many of the energy whips as he pressed forward towards Kaecilius. Just as the two were about to engage in earnest combat, Kaecilius sensed something amiss. His expression shifted abruptly as he retreated at an alarming speed, synchronously opening a portal and choosing to flee without hesitation. Duva's expression shifted, exhibiting extraordinary reflexes in the blink of an eye. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to strike at Kaecilius. With a roar, the abominable entity let out a cry, its body perforated by countless energy whips. Initially motionless, as if lifeless, it erupted into a frenzy at Duva's command, rapidly expanding in size. Seizing the moment while Kaecilius diverted his attention, it collided fiercely into Duva from behind. Utilizing this surge of power, Duva, despite sustaining grave injuries, propelled himself directly towards Kaecilius. Although he was slightly late, Kaecilius had already entered the portal. A palpable sigh of relief washed over his face as he began to turn, his lips forming a smile. Even at such a juncture, he maintained an air of elegance, embodying the esteemed demeanor of a grand sorcerer. Duva anticipated the words that would follow. We shall meet again. Meet again, you say? Bring it on. A fierce glint ignited in Duva's eyes as he extended both arms. A reckless and perilous act that could result in him being cleaved in two by the portal's closure. Yet, he proceeded undeterred. Crack! Duva, with remarkable speed and strength, thrust his arms into the barrier composed of magical particles, instantly suffering the loss of substantial flesh. With each fleeting moment, a portion of his body disintegrated into countless specks of dust. Nevertheless, he displayed neither retreat nor hesitation. Instead, he violently seized the shoulder of the turning Cassius with arms that were nearly reduced to stark white bones. At the very moment the portal began to close rapidly, he forcefully applied pressure with one hand while the other exerted its strength, tearing Cassius apart in a brutal display. The scene was horrifically gory, with flesh mangled and muscles severed, yet tendons still connected. Cassius, taken aback, lost his composure, no longer the epitome of grace, and let out a piercing scream. He cherished his body immensely, for it was the essence of his pursuit of truth and a vital vessel for paying the price to Dormammu. Thus, he had always meticulously cared for himself, even ensuring his hair was impeccably styled. He had never endured such a degree of physical harm before. As the portal sealed completely, it left Duva's arms stranded on the other side. He should not have employed the spell Falter's Mouth, as its charging time was far too lengthy. Against an adversary like Cassius, who was adept at seizing opportunities and unafraid of self-harm, he miscalculated. Behind Duva, a golden portal opened, and a plump figure rushed through, albeit too late, witnessing the final clash between Cassius and Duva. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked, "The events unfolded too swiftly. From Cassius activating the portal to retreating and fleeing, it all transpired in less than a second. For him to open the portal, cross over, and contemplate which spell to employ for interference was indeed a daunting task. You must be the mage from Kamar Taj. Had it not been for you, I doubt Cassius would have fled so hastily." Duva's expression transformed from ferocious to gentle in just a second, an astonishing change that left onlookers speechless. If one were to overlook his terrifyingly healing wounds and his empty arms, one might perceive him as a gentleman engaged in conversation. The king pondered his words and surveyed the surroundings. The ancient edifice was strewn with debris, littered with corpses and the remnants of bodies turned to dust by silver blades, alongside the shattered forms of the alien creatures. This sight sent a chill down his spine. Despite the brevity of the confrontation, the devastation was shockingly severe. Chapter 32. A rare magical prodigy of a century, the king surmised that even he would not dare claim superiority over Duva in a confrontation with Cassius. No need to dwell on this. As long as there is breath, they will gradually recover. Duva, clad in tattered garments, approached the king with a calm demeanor. By the time he came to a standstill, most of his injuries had already mended. "Your hands will grow back too." The king, in a state of numbness, gazed in disbelief at the severed arms, which were now slowly regenerating. Though the process was gradual, if this trend continued, it would not be long before they returned to their original state, leaving him increasingly astounded. It seems that not only can superficial wounds be healed, but even severed limbs can gradually regrow. No wonder such radical measures were employed against Cassius. Fortunately, Cassius was murmuring under his breath about the Mouth of Fault, expressing doubts that even with other formidable magic at his disposal, he could eliminate Duva in a single strike and thus claim victory. "I may not necessarily win, but I certainly will not perish easily. My life is resilient," Duva proclaimed. "My name is Wong." Cassius is not one to relent easily. He possesses an extraordinary obsession. "I am unaware of what transpired between you two," Wong stated, his gaze landing upon the seemingly unremarkable creature, which, unbeknownst to many, harbored remnants of dark magical power. The astute Wong began to suspect something, his expression shifting to one of shock and fury. "It's nothing of consequence. As you can see, this is my first encounter with magic, so I conducted a bit of research, and it seems that the individual behind Cassius has taken notice," Duva remarked nonchalantly. "Enough. You are utterly insane to have meddled with dark magic. It is the most perilous and malevolent force in existence. One should never dare to approach it. I do not wish to see you among the ranks of dark sorcerers in the future." I understand. "A similar warning was given to me by someone who is currently being hunted by Magneto," Duva retorted. "Do not bring the disputes of the mundane world into the realm of magic, Dormammu. I am aware of Dormammu and recognize him as a being of another dimension," Duva replied, asserting that he was not entirely ignorant of magic. Wong's gaze grew increasingly menacing. As he hesitated over whether to eliminate Duva here and now, Every distinguished sorcerer who joins the ranks of dark magicians initially harbored such thoughts, especially considering you are not even a true sorcerer. I have seen such sentiments expressed in a D-rank promotional video. Wong, you are quite knowledgeable. Perhaps you were a librarian before entering Camartage? Duva maintained his composure, methodically gathering his alien forces and assessing the losses. He had brought 22 creatures, of which 8 perished, a lesser loss than anticipated, especially given that the opponent was Cassius. To be precise, I am a salesman, Wong replied tersely. He had no interest in delving into how Duva had acquired such extensive information, as the matters concerning interdimensional deities were not secrets to ancient beings and organizations. Wong, please convey my regards to the Supreme Mage, Duva said, casually leaping onto the shoulder of the abhorrent creature, offering a farewell before departing. Wong observed Duva's decisive actions with a furrowed brow. What an absurd display of confidence. The Supreme Mage has no time for someone of your insignificance. However, regarding matters involving Cassius, Wong felt it necessary to report to the Supreme Mage. Traversing through the portal, Wong arrived at the side of the Supreme Mage. Before he could finish his thought, Modu interjected. The Supreme Mage is presently engaged in communication with the deities of the outside world. Do not disturb her. It does not matter. I am already aware. What Duva said is quite intriguing. Ancient One, with eyes firmly shut, was surrounded by a vast ocean of magical particles, evoking a profound sense of reverence on Wong's face. Ordinary individuals could never fathom the limits of a Supreme Mage. After a long while, Ancient One finally opened her eyes, the dark magic within them fleeting without revealing any clues. Wong remarked, I am unfamiliar with Duva and unclear about the audacity he possesses to dare to touch the power of Dormammu. He even wishes to pay homage to the Supreme Mage. What? Camartage does not welcome such an arrogant fool. He shall never set foot within the hallowed sanctuary. Modu's countenance darkened, his anger directed at Duva's delusions. He will not come unless I grant him the right to wield white magic, allowing his aberrations to access magic as well. Ancient One spoke in a gentle tone. How is that possible? How can we extend such privileges to a group of beasts? Modu, have you forgotten about Kruger? After it departed from us, it vanished without a trace. Wong sternly pointed out Modu's error. Modu could not bear to listen. Kruger was clearly an intelligent being resembling a humanoid fish, utterly unrelated to mere animals. Moreover, Kruger had long since left Earth, seemingly joining a group known as the Raiders. They are not animals. They might even be more intelligent than humans, and what seems inconsequential now could, in the future, instigate temporal upheavals. Ancient One swiftly shifted the topic. There are more pressing matters at hand. Odin has just contacted me. He has decided to exile his son to Earth, initiating a trial. Thor, the god of thunder? I have heard that he is exceedingly tempestuous and incredibly arrogant. With such a demeanor, he will not remain subdued upon arriving on Earth. He will cause great destruction. Modu expressed his disdain as he loathed situations that spiraled out of control. Ancient One softly countered. On the contrary, he will perish on Earth. The expressions of Modu and Wong simultaneously morphed, their astonishment palpable. Thor will die on Earth. What nonsense is this? By earthly standards, Thor's temperament is undeniably violent. Yet as the progeny of Odin, a god of unparalleled strength, his might is formidable. Such a being would perish on Earth. Time will provide the most definitive answer. This was not destined to occur, but even the slightest variable can stir ripples that, over an infinite temporal expanse, may unleash a tsunami. Ancient One declared, What shall we do? Modu Wong, for the time being, keep a close watch on Caecilius. My greatest concern is Dormammu, who stands outside the dimension of time. History is most susceptible to the interference of those malevolent beings unaffected by time. And Thor? Can we arrange a cadre of mages to protect him, while also seeking out the one destined to kill him? No, some desire his demise, while others wish for his survival. We only need to stabilize Odin. The expression of Ancient One grew solemn, contemplating the variables surrounding Strange. She needed to prepare in advance, summon Dormammu, and inform him that he is a rare talent in magic, one of exceptional promise, thus requiring him to arrange for a considerable number of his counterparts to continue participating in the selection of the sorcerers. The greater the number, the better. Chapter 33. Expansion for the sake of further expansion. Duva was unaware of the occurrences within Camartage. Yet he could surmise that Ancient One was perhaps discussing him with Wong and others. He did not believe that Ancient One was oblivious to his existence. After all, she possessed the Time Stone, enabling her to glimpse countless futures involving Earth Asgardians. He pondered whether this universe's Ancient One was a male or female version, a fleeting thought that made him chuckle lightly, though he soon dismissed it, regardless of which version it was. The future appeared bright, either returning to the Vishanti or roaming the cosmos alongside eternity. Such was the advantage of having powerful backing, even in death. One need not worry about losing their prospects, allowing for a nonchalant attitude towards life and death. In contrast, Duva felt the need to exert greater effort. Unlike Ancient One, who had a multifaceted support system, he relied solely on himself. His attempts to siphon dark magic from the alien had failed, and such opportunities would not arise again. Duva placed his hand on the creature birthed from the dark magic, keenly sensing its state. At this juncture, he could only attempt to seize Dormammu's power. Unable to covet others' abilities, for Dormammu, regardless of his inept rage, had Ancient One to shield him from repercussions. Moreover, it was as if, even without provoking Dormammu, he would relinquish his desire to consume Earth. Thus, he mused, perhaps it was time to abandon the path of magic. Duva muttered, feeling no disappointment. As he had never harbored much hope, relying on borrowed power was not a sustainable approach. Raven sashayed towards him, elegantly bearing a cup of steaming water, which she placed heavily on the table with a thud. Magic? You possess unique abilities, yet still covet magic? I do not comprehend your thoughts at all. Magic is indeed useful, Erica defended Duva. Listen, who is speaking? A victim of Stockholm Syndrome, recently captured and now advocating for others? Or a novice, just learning of a place called Kamartaj? Erica's face contorted with indignation, as this elderly woman was adept at seizing opportunities for sarcasm. Do not heed her words, Erica. She is of similar age to Eric and Charles, but her menopause seems prolonged, Duva reassured. How heartwarming. You truly excel at offering comfort, Raven retorted, mimicking Erica's mannerisms. Duva drank the boiling water in one gulp, wiping his mouth with a napkin. It seems you truly understand nothing. Of course. This is not your fault. You need only focus on the power of the X gene. I cannot. The man claims he is incapable. To put it modestly, I am a commander of an army. To amplify it, I am a leader of a tribe. This is the fundamental difference between you and me, Duva stated. While everyone is captivated by the wonders and might of the alien, Duva's gaze has long been directed towards a more distant future. Indulging in low-tier extraordinary abilities is devoid of prospects. One cannot discount the possibility of an otherworldly visitor emerging from beyond the cosmos, wielding powers that Duva would find insurmountable. Hence, Duva has long harbored intentions, silently crafting a plan for the ascension of the alien species, to elevate them from planetary life to cosmic existence. At the very least, this would enable the aliens to endure in the vacuum of space, rather than meeting their demise as depicted in films upon venturing into the void. Indeed, many illustrious figures do not qualify as cosmic beings, such as Iron Man or Star-Lord. They require advanced technological gear to engage in combat in the cosmos. This does not diminish their talents. None would dare to belittle them. Yet, should the opportunity arise to enhance the life forms of the entire group, why not pursue it? Currently, the path of magic seems unfeasible. Duva is reluctant to base the foundation of the alien's ascension on a multidimensional existence. Must he perpetually adjust the genetic structure of their society to incessantly parasitize and break through, ultimately forging a universal baseline capable of survival in various harsh environments? Much like the Kryptonians next door, who were empowered by the yellow sun from the moment of their birth, drawing strength from the essence of their genetic lineage. Duva pondered deeply, continuously surveying the multitude of aliens surrounding him. With the parasitism of Magneto and the addition of 10 mutated beings, the total number of aliens has reached 47, at least on the surface. In the subterranean caverns, there lie 60 alien eggs yet to hatch. If Duva does not issue the command for their hatching, these eggs could remain dormant for over a century without external sustenance. It is not that he cannot possess more aliens and eggs, but in the absence of elite combat prowess, reckless expansion, such as indiscriminately parasitizing countless creatures, would only accelerate the collective onslaught from Earth's major factions, detrimental to long-term development. The numbers remain insufficient, currently. The pinnacle of combat strength comprises merely one abomination alien and 15 mutated aliens, with the remainder being a multitude of lesser blood aliens. A frenzied thought emerged in Duva's mind. Calculating the time, it is nearly the moment Thor arrives on Earth. Thor himself is not what Duva desires. Odin is still alive. And should he dare to parasitize Thor, it would undoubtedly invoke Odin's wrath. Although Duva covets Odin's form, occasionally contemplating that Odin's demise is imminent, and thus, it may be prudent to seize such a splendid body. Odin is not within his reach at present. Duva believes he must be more agile in thought, selecting promising paths, rather than remaining on Earth, battling vampires incessantly. As I ponder, May 8th in New Mexico, I realize that the time has come for action. Duva has made a decisive choice and immediately commenced his plans. Raven is filled with bewilderment regarding Duva's movements. In truth, she cannot fathom the secrets he harbors. Nor does she grasp the origins of his intelligence, the nature of the xenomorphs, or the logic guiding Duva's next steps. What thoughts cross your mind? Were I in your position, I would remain quietly here, awaiting Eric's return with more of the mutated beings, biding time until sufficient vampires have been hunted, thereby continuously augmenting the xenomorph numbers. Raven could not restrain herself from speaking. Even when considering the blood xenomorphs alone, she could not discern the limits of the xenomorph queen's spawning capabilities, nor could she fathom the extent to which Duva could control the xenomorphs. Naturally, the more xenomorphs at his disposal, the better. When Duva possessed only a handful of xenomorphs, he was perceived as a mad scientist. Yet, as his collection grew to dozens, he became regarded as a formidable superhuman. But what would happen when he commands hundreds? Even the weakest blood xenomorph possesses a strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans and feeble mutants, able to withstand the majority of gunfire, exhibiting utmost obedience and utility. Once a sufficient scale is achieved, it becomes an unfathomable advantage for the Brotherhood. Imagine if each member of the Brotherhood were assigned one or even several xenomorphs. What a terrifying augmentation of power that would be. Even Magneto would be tempted. Raven's intentions in remaining by Duva's side have shifted from merely being a hostage and spy to actively seeking ways to win him over. However, Duva's thoughts are far removed from Raven's trivial schemes. He is aware of her subtle machinations, but remains indifferent. He has mobilized his forces. Chapter 34, The Prelude to Madness. He has set forth with approximately 40 xenomorphs, including the abhorrent variety. Trouble is brewing for the vampires. Duva's ascent to power has been fundamentally supported by the vampires. When will these creatures finally face extinction? Soon, the vampires of New York will inevitably be eradicated. It is well known that Duva has a particular fondness for vampires, believing them numerous and relatively easier to handle. Despite the desperate resistance from the vampires at various strongholds, they can only manage to slay a few xenomorphs at best. Duva is perfectly capable of capturing them, thereby acquiring even more xenomorphs, showing little concern for the casualties. Unsurprisingly, everyone assumes that Duva's current endeavor is aimed at the vampires, and that he will continue to expand the xenomorph population, which only heightens their anxiety. This cannot continue. We are utterly incapable of discerning the upper limits of the xenomorph numbers, allowing him to proliferate their ranks unchecked would spell catastrophe. It is imperative that we intervene immediately, even if it requires force. Frustrated beyond measure, Fury has ordered Coulson to locate Duva for negotiations, while simultaneously preparing to mobilize troops. Should Duva refuse to comply with orders, they are to proceed with a show of force. However, it was not long before he received word that Duva had ceased his pursuit of the vampire and had instead boarded a helicopter with his multitude of xenomorphs. Flying towards New Mexico. Am I truly out of my mind to have arranged transportation for you? Tony Stark gazed at the vast number of xenomorphs, regretting his acquiescence to Duva. J.A.R.V.S. Please check my brain. Has he exerted mental control over me? No, sir. Everything appears to be normal. Is that so? Perhaps it is merely a subtle form of mental suggestion, a more insidious method than outright control, allowing him to command dozens of xenomorphs at once. Tony felt an unsettling lack of security. You should not dwell on such matters. Have you resolved the issues concerning Ross? I would rather not visit you in prison. Duva spoke into his earpiece, confident that Tony could hear him. $100 million, and they think I'm a bit off. $1 billion. And they believe I am innocent. $100 billion, and they deem me a benefactor to society. But how could I possibly spend $100 billion? Those individuals care little for Ross's life. Their primary concern is whether the projects he oversees can proceed. Let me guess, the Super Soldier program? Otherwise, I cannot fathom his relentless pursuit of Hulk, Duva remarked. There are times I suspect you have seen the script in advance. Yet now, more individuals wish to contact you to incorporate your xenomorphs into the Super Soldier program. You must have guessed, they have commissioned me to reach out to you. Tony furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation. Those individuals did not believe in the friendship between Tony and Duva. However, they did trust in the monetary connection between the two. Having discovered Tony's past financial transactions to Duva, a relationship that often proved more reliable than friendship. There are many who wish to reach me, always waiting for an opportunity. Like this one, you leave, and a vacuum is created. Your stronghold will attract many unsavory characters, Tony directly warned. Duva may not be a superhero, but Tony felt that dealing with someone as capable and promising as Duva was far preferable to interactions with S.H.I.L.D. Duva remained silent, merely chuckling softly. The defenses he had left behind were formidable enough to handle most troubles, and even if a powerful adversary were to intrude, it would be of little consequence. For among the 40-odd xenomorphs that accompanied him, the Queen had already infiltrated. Asgard, the disc-shaped realm, lay quietly suspended in the cosmic expanse. Your recklessness nearly incited another war over the World Tree. Odin's aged visage was etched with anger and disappointment as he regarded the offspring in whom he had placed his hopes. What I desire is war. Thor erupted in a fierce argument with Odin, his voice resounding within the temple. Why must we cower in fear? I possess the capability to annihilate those frost giants. Asgard is more than capable of conquering Jotunheim and bringing an end to all wars within the World Tree. Your finest son has the strength to vanquish Laufey. I find it perplexing that you can devote your time to surveilling Midgard and researching the Eternals, yet you remain unwilling to extend your support to your remarkable progeny. Extreme adulation can easily give rise to extreme animosity. Thor harbors no hatred towards Odin. However, the son, in his fervent admiration for his father, seeks to gain his affection and attention through his most proficient means, though his reckless endeavors have only invited reproach. As the father-son relationship deteriorates, Thor feels a sense of injustice, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of sensitivity. Odin cast a fierce glare at Loki, who, in turn, lowered his head with an innocent expression. Are you spying on your father? Odin's tone grew icy. I am merely observing my father. The Eternals are of little consequence. That Midgardian managed to make him flee. And I can do the same. Thor shouted defiantly. Did Heimdall inform you? Indeed. I failed to remind him to keep such trivial secrets. Just as I never envisioned my son would resort to such petty tactics against me. Loki buried his head even lower. Odin's countenance darkened considerably. Even on the brink of death, he remained the king of gods. No matter how close the bond, his son could not address him with such insolence, much less openly scrutinize his actions. His keen interest in the Eternals was not for their sake, but for the cosmic pantheon. It is essential to remember that over a millennium ago, he had allied with all the pantheons of the World Tree to combat the celestial pantheon that had come from afar, suffering a crushing defeat. The Eternals on Earth are but avatars, crafted by a formidable deity of that pantheon. How could Odin not pay heed? He had grown too old, finding it arduous to bear the weight of his vast divine power. Should the celestial pantheon return, he would lack the strength to engage in a grand confrontation as he had over 1,000 years prior. Silence, you fool. You know nothing, Odin exclaimed, utterly disheartened. Reckless Thor comprehended none of his tribulations. You cowardly old man. Thor, in a fit of fervor, uttered these words, only to be struck silent immediately. The great hall fell into an eerie stillness, all gazes fixed on Thor in astonishment. Even Loki, who had been stoking the flames, stared wide-eyed at his brother in disbelief. What a jest! Thor had dared to insult the most revered, formidable, and tyrannical king of the World Tree. I see now, you are envious? Envious that the Midgardians can accomplish what you could not, and you wish to respond with violence. It seems my 1,000 years of education and nurturing have only rendered you a simpleton who resolves issues with brute force. Odin appeared to age significantly in that moment. He had initially hesitated, considering contacting the Ancient One merely as a precaution, but now he had resolved to act. Chapter 35. The Glorious Mortals. Foolish, arrogant, prideful, envious. What right do you have to call yourself a god? You are unworthy of this honor. Since you harbor envy towards that Midgardian, I offer you this opportunity. Become a Midgardian to remain immortal forever. Odin, wielding his formidable divine power, forcibly stripped Thor of his battle attire, and further deprived him of his divine essence. As the last syllable escaped his lips, Thor transformed into a robust, ordinary man. In the next moment, Odin thrust Thor into the Rainbow Bridge and cast a spell upon Mjolnir. Whoever can lift this hammer shall be endowed with the power of the Thunder God. With that, he hurled the mighty hammer into the Rainbow Bridge, his fury unabated. Father, he is merely blinded by rage. I shall retrieve him at once, Loki exclaimed, a flicker of elation dancing in his eyes, though he feigned concern. Odin cast a knowing glance at Loki, fully aware of his adopted son's intentions. There is no need. He shall not return. I understand now. You wish for him to experience a period of humility as a mortal in Midgard? A wise notion indeed. But he may not survive to return to Asgard. Odin's tone grew grave. I have but one expectation of him, to strive for survival in Midgard. Loki was momentarily taken aback, his secret delight evaporating. He would have relished Thor's misfortunes, the more disastrous the better. Yet now there were those who dared to threaten Thor? Such audacity could not be tolerated. Thor was his to torment, not for others to harm. Moreover, to take Thor's life. Loki queried, in a place like Midgard, who would dare harm Odin's son? Who are they, the Eternals? Do they possess such audacity? The Eternals may not harbor a subjective desire to harm Thor. Yet their actions are dictated by forces beyond their control. Their resurgence must be driven by some insidious motive, and that is a harbinger of ill omens, Odin remarked. The tools dispatched by the celestial gods to Earth surely do not engage in trivial pursuits. Every action they take is under the auspices of Erishem. And Odin firmly believed in this, acutely aware of the terrifying might of the celestial gods. Loki, increasingly perplexed, was oblivious to the history of the world tree, God's conflict with the celestial gods, thus failing to grasp Odin's concerns. Why should the Eternals warrant such attention from the mightiest god-king of the world tree? Loki had also gleaned recent tidings from Heimdall. Indeed, even in Midgard, the emergence of an unknown pawn could inflict significant losses upon the Eternals, underscoring their diminished importance. As for Thor's jealousy of that pawn, well, given his foolish brother's thought process, it was entirely plausible. Loki, even with his eyes closed, could discern Thor's line of reasoning, the Eternals. How dare they usurp Father S' attention? Such an affront is utterly unforgivable. Thus, a mere mortal who had once vanquished the Eternals must surely be deemed more worthy of attention than the Eternals themselves. This is an even greater transgression. Such is the singular logic of Thor. Odin's countenance was frigid. He had been exiled, and from henceforth his life and death were no longer of my concern. Yet, he was an Asgardian, and there was Mjolnir. If the denizens of Midgard could wield Mjolnir, they would attain the power of the Thunder God, a spell and blessing from the All-Father Odin. With a cold snort, Odin pondered, what else can be done? Should I send Thor to the other 7 realms? In that case, Thor would be doomed. At least on Earth, with the Ancient One presiding, Thor still had a considerable chance. Moreover, if Thor were not sent to Earth, denying him the opportunity to learn humility and caution, it would indeed spell his ruin. Furthermore, as the heir of Asgard, if he could not withstand even the slightest adversity, he would be unworthy of becoming the next god king. As for Midgard, I was concerned about the cosmic pantheon, yet the Ancient One, who wielded the Time Stone, seemed to be entangled in trivial matters. Odin narrowed his eyes. During his transtemporal exchanges with the Ancient One, he sensed that her thoughts were elsewhere. Although perplexed, he concluded that as long as no singular cosmic deity emerged, with the power at his disposal, he would not fear any adversary beneath that echelon. The resplendent Rainbow Bridge traversed the vast and desolate void of the cosmos, bearing the mortal Thor and his hammer, arriving on Earth, where it inscribed a complex and enigmatic symbol upon the land of New Mexico. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the minor ripples inadvertently caused by Duva, the Thunder God Thor did not encounter Jane Foster, and consequently, he was not sent to the hospital. Avoiding a cascade of subsequent events, Thor landed safely upon the ground, bellowing towards the heavens, Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge and return me home. He shouted for Heimdall from dusk till dawn, and from dawn till dusk, his stomach growling and his voice hoarse. Yet he received no response, which finally instilled a sense of panic within Thor. Being the god of thunder, to have a hoarse voice was terrifying. It signified that he had truly become immortal. His divine power vanished without a trace. Thor resolved to find a tavern in Midgard to satiate his hunger. The thunder god should not perish in such a desolate place. He determined a direction and began his long trek along the road. After a day's journey, Thor felt increasingly aggrieved. Had he still possessed his hammer, he would have flown rather than walked. Was his father's intention to cast him into such a place merely to test his physical endurance? He recalled that upon falling through the Rainbow Bridge, he had indeed seen his hammer thrown in as well, though he had no idea where it had landed. If I can reclaim Mjolnir, I shall regain my divine power. Thor firmly believed this, his remaining hope resting entirely upon the hammer. Unbeknownst to him, several dozen kilometers away, a throng of mortals had already discovered his hammer, swiftly organizing a grand event, with even more than 10 hot dog vendors in attendance. Clear the way, clear the way. You are not strong enough. I shall surely lift it. This object bears a striking resemblance to the mythical hammer of Thor found in storybooks. Could it be real? Someone has driven in with a pickup. Hot dogs, inexpensive hot dogs. The atmosphere is vibrant and bustling with excitement. Those who have discovered and arrived here are not merely ordinary individuals. They are not solely agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the leader of the mutated faction. Having absorbed the red tank, has altered his course and is also heading this way. In Chapter 36, Coulson, unable to prevail, is compelled to call for reinforcements. S.H.I.E.L.D. demonstrates its superior operational efficiency, swiftly clearing the area. In response, the revelers who regard this as a grand outdoor gathering warmly greet S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' families, pledging absolute obedience to their commands. Attention everyone, Duva has also arrived in your vicinity. This is utterly unfortunate. Is it merely a coincidence? Even more troubling news follows. We have failed to trace the peculiar rainbow that descended from outer space, yet we can be certain it is closely linked to that hammer. Upon comprehensive analysis, we must prepare ourselves. The deities of old, who have been disconnected from Earth for millennia, may indeed be stirring once more. The S.H.I.E.L.D. department is privy to a plethora of disparate information. No matter how bizarre, even the most outlandish events can be correlated with their database, revealing some telling clues. The legendary Asgardians? The hammer of the thunder god? Coulson, racing in a helicopter, is troubled to the point of baldness, fearing he may become the next Fury. The appearance of the Rainbow Bridge and the suspected emergence of Thor's hammer have captured the attention of many a discerning individual. The formidable organizations on Earth have never been limited to S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. Likewise, records pertaining to the various divine factions are not exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D. As S.H.I.E.L.D. seeks to establish a perimeter to contain Thor's hammer, more individuals attempt to cause disruption, preventing S.H.I.E.L.D. from regaining control. When more people endeavor to lift the hammer, yet find it futile, their interest is piqued further. Perhaps the true owner of the hammer is indeed that individual. Amidst this chaos, Thor has arrived, devoid of chariots, war horses, or blinding radiance. Only a pair of powerful feet pounding with great speed. Under the watchful gaze of countless pairs of eyes, both overt and covert, Thor regains his audacity, laughing heartily as he single-handedly topples innumerable agents with a mere punch. My Mjolnir, my hammer. This golden-haired giant, even stripped of divine strength, exhibits an extraordinary robustness, finding it easier to combat seasoned agents than to wrestle with children. Considering the physical prowess of the Asgardian populace, which averages 3 times that of ordinary earthlings, it is needless to mention that as Odin's son, Thor possesses royal blood, enabling him to decimate a multitude of superheroes with mere fists and feet. In this vast base, filled with numerous trained agents, none could withstand the onslaught of Thor alone, and a significant number fell before him. Is this fellow truly Thor, the god of thunder? Such reckless behavior and arrogant actions are truly hard to believe for a being who has existed for at least a millennium. Coulson arrived at the scene, evaluating the performance of this son of Odin. Aside from his remarkable combat skills, there was nothing particularly notable about him. Was he to be solely relied upon to approach Thor's hammer? It seemed a pity, They had finally obtained the opportunity to study a mythical weapon. Yet the secret of the hammer's unliftability by outsiders remained an enigma. Director, he has breached the second line of defense. What should we do? Hawkeye, the super agent on guard, quietly drew his bow, aiming at Thor, awaiting Coulson's command. Coulson hesitated, on the verge of speaking, when something else intruded with astonishing speed. An agent responsible for monitoring the screen shouted. The others hurriedly glanced at the camera, their expressions shifting dramatically. What they saw was a colossal figure, exceedingly imposing, who seized an agent and, with a single elongated appendage, instantaneously absorbed him completely. A mutant? A highly powerful mutant. Coulson took a deep breath, his heart sinking. Why was this creature here? It should have been hundreds of kilometers away, pursued by the Brotherhood. For a fleeting moment, Coulson suspected it was a trap, but quickly dismissed the notion, considering it either a coincidence that the mutant had wandered this way or that it had been drawn here by Thor's arrival on Earth. The footage from the camera confirmed the latter. This immensely strong mutant, sprinting at high speed on two legs, completely disregarded Thor's hammer and charged straight toward the other end of the camp, where Thor was located. Along the way, all who attempted to obstruct it were instantaneously absorbed. Leaving no trace, neither bodies nor bones remained. The exaggerated absorption ability made Coulson's eyelids twitch, filling him with horror. What on earth had Magneto fed this creature to empower it to such an extent in such a brief period? Coulson was filled with a mix of anger and fear. This was no monster they could handle. He decisively called for reinforcements. After receiving the news, Fury remained silent for a considerable time before finally stating, "It's too late to send agents from S.H.I. That mutant will reach Thor first. If Thor falls, the troubles for all of us will escalate. Who knows the current state of Asgard, and what Odin's reaction might be?" Coulson's expression darkened. The mere thought of such consequences made his heart race. The entire Earth might bear the brunt of Odin's wrath. Unbeknownst to this, Thor was blissfully unaware, his attention entirely fixated on his hammer. "Ha ha ha, I have found you, old friend." The over 1,000-year-old Thor was still youthful at heart, his voice resonant, trembling with excitement as he joyfully rushed toward his hammer. If only he had a few more seconds to approach the hammer, to extend his hand, to grasp it, to reclaim his divine power and return to Asgard. This accursed Midgard, he wished to linger not a moment longer. Yet, that mere distance of several meters felt like an insurmountable chasm, for the mutated beings had arrived first, tearing through the barrier to confront Thor. What is this? Thor halted, his body bristling with instinctual alarm as his formidable battle senses rang out. The creature before him, a dark humanoid figure, exuded an undeniable strength, one far beyond what he could contend with in his current diminished state. "Begone! I care not what you are. All who obstruct the god of thunder shall perish." A flash of fury ignited in Thor's eyes. He was not one to suffer fools gladly, and he would not waste breath on idle chatter before delivering death. In the course of his centuries of warfare, even when attempting to sway his foes to surrender, he would pose but a single, concise question. Refusal would earn them a swift and merciless blow to the skull, with no further words exchanged. Thor had already preconceptions, believing this creature to be merely another fool seeking to seize divine power from him. He thought if he could circumvent this obstacle and seize the hammer, then all would be resolved. Chapter 37. Duva struggles to lift the hammer. The leader of the mutated beings merely raised an arm and struck, sending Thor flying over 10 meters. Those eyes, gleaming with an otherworldly light, seemed to ponder why this god appeared so weak, so feeble. It seemed the enhancements absorbed were minimal. The leader advanced toward Thor, who staggered to his feet, glancing down at his nearly exposed chest, gasping in shock. "Very well. You dare to strike the son of Odin. You have successfully provoked my wrath." He swung his fist, aiming for the creature, only to have it blocked by a claw, which then crushed his hand with a single, ruthless squeeze. It was truly shattered. Thor's eyes turned crimson, and with his fury, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Thunder rumbling in the distance, yet the storm did not descend. The hammer remained unresponsive. Thor would not retreat. Even knowing the peril he faced, he glared with bloodshot eyes, roaring in defiance, striking once more with his other hand. Smack! The mutated being hurled Thor away, and upon confirming his limited capabilities, it finally relaxed, allowing grotesque tendrils to sprout from its body, ready to absorb Thor. What form would it take after consuming a god? As the tendrils approached Thor, the son of Odin, who had barely arrived on Earth and had yet to even touch his hammer, faced the humiliating fate of becoming mere sustenance. The dark clouds thickened above, looming like a profound veil. Come forth. The son of Odin never surrenders. Thor bellowed in a frenzied roar. Even as the ominous voice within him warned that death was imminent, that he was destined to perish in Midgard. Father, mother, younger brother. A fleeting thought may have crossed Thor's mind, as time seemed to slow to a crawl, while he stared in disbelief at the approaching tendrils of the mutant tribe. The life energy within him surged uncontrollably, breaking free from his corporeal form. How intriguing, he mused, to witness how the god of thunder would respond in the absence of his divine powers. It appeared he resorted to brute force, which oddly delighted him. A voice resonated, and at that moment, an immensely powerful figure leapt from hundreds of meters away, crashing down and forcefully driving the mutant chieftain into the ground. This was merely the beginning. With a hand as robust as it was terrifying, the figure seized the chieftain by the throat, yanking him out and hurling him into the distance before launching a devastating punch to his face. In the blink of an eye, the ferocity of the attack was akin to a tempest. Thor, with his useless hand hanging limply, endured the excruciating pain, gazing in astonishment at the being, strikingly similar to the mutants, who was now engaged in fierce combat with the chieftain. There was no need for concern. Despite the formidable foe, the warriors I dispatched would not falter in the short term. This was an opportunity for Thor to unwind, for he had been surrounded by chaos without a moment to practice his skills. Duva approached, burdened by an exaggeratedly large travel bag, his demeanor resembling that of a holidaymaker rather than a combatant. It's quite sweltering here. I senti it. Quite bothersome. Wouldn't you agree, son of Odin? You're sweating. Thor was utterly baffled. Never had he encountered someone who charged into life-and-death situations only to discuss weather. Was this a customary conversation technique in Midgard? Steadying himself, he felt the weakness coursing through his body, paused, and averted his gaze stubbornly towards his hammer. Regardless of who came to slay him or assist him, as long as he could reclaim his hammer, he would remain the god of thunder. Yet, just as Thor staggered forward, Duva had already acted. He stood before the hammer, reaching out to grasp it, with no apparent surprise or discomfort. Everything seemed remarkably natural. Thor was taken aback. Through the camera, Coulson observed this spectacle, while Hawkeye, a mere second from shooting an arrow at the mutant, fell silent. Director? Do not move. Continue watching to see if Duva can lift it. Coulson hesitated before issuing the command. My hammer. Thor gasped, his face flushed with indignation. That is my hammer. What's the issue with me touching it? It's not like I'm touching your woman. I merely wish to try. Duva, clearly displeased, retorted, I saved your life. Even if I am uncertain whether Odin and the others will intervene at a critical moment, I have indeed taken action. What harm is there in touching your hammer? With a sudden movement, the mutant chieftain seized the legs of the abhorrent creature, flipping it over and using the opportunity to return swiftly on all fours, evidently still drawn to Thor. Its run was powerful and forceful, yet it swiftly approached Duva and Thor, merely a couple of meters away. Just that slight distance remained when the abominable entity arrived on cue, gripping the mutated clan leader's shoulder from behind while its other hand targeted the leader's head, delivering brutal blows. Each strike was more exaggerated than a missile explosion, unleashing explosive shockwaves that made the surrounding air ripple visibly. Were an ordinary person to find themselves in such an environment, the best outcome would be shattered eardrums and damaged internal organs. The two monsters engaged in yet another fierce confrontation, their fists colliding with flesh, causing the ground to tremble violently and dust to billow. The mutated clan leader was evidently taken aback by the appearance of the abominable entity. In the midst of their brawl, it continuously extended its fleshy appendages, attempting to absorb the entity's life force and genes, but each time, the abominable entity keenly sensed the attempt and countered with a punch, thwarting its efforts. Yet, even with this proximity, Thor's anxiety stemmed solely from Duva and the hammer he grasped. A thunderous crack tore through the dim sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder, as if the gods were expressing their wrath or sensing the impending events. Thor held his breath in trepidation. This man had saved his life and seemed intimately familiar with both him and Mjolnir. Was it truly possible? Duva's gaze sharpened as he focused on the hammer, exerting force to lift it. Thor's heart skipped a beat, only to be met with the stark reality that nothing happened. The hammer remained steadfast, as if rooted to the earth. After exerting himself further and confirming his inability to lift the hammer, Duva released his grip, standing upright and smacking his lips in frustration. Was I not virtuous enough? I had just silently vowed to capture all the vampires in the world to feed to the entity, such a grand ideal and aspiration. Could it not showcase my greatness? This accursed hammer refuses to acknowledge me? Bah, worthless hammer, ruin my youth, I need you not. Nevertheless, he considered allowing the entities to give it a try. Although Duva himself did not believe that the entities under his command could break through the enchantments set by the All-Father Odin, let alone gain the hammer's recognition. Yet, not being able to lift it was of little consequence. Duva had initially thought that should a peculiar being like a thunder god entity emerge, Odin and Thor would find themselves in an awkward predicament. That concern was now irrelevant. Chapter 38. I conceal my power within. Thor, seek it if you desire. Duva released his hold, losing interest in the hammer, and turned his attention to the fierce battle between the abominable entity and the mutated clan leader. This creature was indeed the one that had absorbed the red tank, and as anticipated, it had grown immensely powerful, yet not to an insurmountable level, such as that of a demiurge. Duva observed intently. The abominable entity, despite possessing Hulk genes, was far more formidable and had a significantly higher growth potential. Yet it was ultimately not the Hulk himself. As the conflict intensified, the abhorrent aliens found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage, suffering more frequent blows. The leader of the mutated clan, endowed with remarkable intelligence, began to devise targeted counterattacks after adapting to the powers of the abhorrent aliens, immediately enlarging its physique. Coupled with the indomitable abilities derived from the red tank, it was capable of withstanding the assaults of the abhorrent aliens. While it may not possess the raw strength to vanquish them in the short term, in the long run, it was destined to prevail. If one was insufficient, then a collective assault would suffice. With a single command from Duva, several robust aliens converged from all directions, launching themselves at the leader of the mutated clan. The leader, filled with rage and astonishment, found itself compelled to divert its attention to the dozen or so mutated aliens that were besieging it. From these forms, which bore a striking resemblance to itself, the leader keenly sensed the presence of its kind. Emitting an enraged shriek, it quickly deduced the situation, turning its gaze, illuminated by a crimson glow, towards Duva. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated this. Your kin's awakening is my doing, and their continued capture is also my influence. Duva, standing beside Thor, spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Under normal circumstances, one would have to await the awakening of the celestial beings at the Earth's core, which would trigger a global earthquake, shattering the ice layers of Alaska's lakes, thus allowing these creatures to emerge. Yet, due to Duva's machinations, these mutated beings appeared prematurely. Duva had no intention of reconciling with this clan of mutants that feasted upon humans. Capturing them alive would be ideal, but if that proved impossible, extermination would be the optimal solution. The leader, consumed with fury, let out a piercing cry towards the heavens. Do you think I am unaware of your arrangement of kin around us? It roared. As they faced their respective adversaries, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Duva retorted. The leader abandoned its focus on the abhorrent aliens and Thor, attempting to breach the ranks to eliminate Duva, only to be firmly encircled by the abhorrent aliens and the mutated beings. Whenever the leader sought to act, the formidable aliens surged forth in relentless waves of attack, their frequency astounding and impenetrable, yet unable to breach the defenses. The messenger aliens, lurking at a distance, spewed corrosive acidic blood, which sizzled as it made contact with the leader of the mutated clan. However, due to the red tank's abilities, it failed to significantly erode its flesh. Beneath heavy storm clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, the newly emerged mutated beings were immediately met with aggressive assaults from the aliens. In this desolate expanse, the two species engaged in brutal combat. With extraordinary speed and remarkable combat instincts, they navigated the howling winds, elusive in the shadows, utilizing the uncomplicated terrain to their advantage, occasionally engaging in duels and, when repelled, swiftly attacking other foes. The tactical shifts reached a peak from the very outset of this encounter. Only the intermittent sounds of flesh tearing and anguished cries bore witness to the brutality of this battle. when considering the realm of warfare. Both of these life forms exhibit exceptional capabilities. However, the xenomorphs undoubtedly stand out as superior instruments of combat. They are entire beings crafted for the purpose of annihilation, a sublime blend of brutality and aesthetic. In stark contrast, the mutated beings lack the formidable exoskeletal armor, the inner mandibles, and the serrated tails that characterize their adversaries. They are more attuned to energy absorption and resource extraction, often appearing helpless in the face of the armored xenomorphs. They must exert considerable effort to breach the xenomorphs' exoskeletons to absorb nutrients through their flesh. Xenomorphs are inherently designed as war machines. Every contour of their forms exists solely for the purpose of combat until death. They exhibit absolute obedience and seamless coordination, displaying neither retreat nor fear. Occasionally, flashes of lightning pierce the darkness, illuminating a scene that evokes awe. The xenomorphs, whether upright or crawling, move like a meticulously trained army, silent as iron, executing orders with cold precision. Each strike from a xenomorph carries a chilling sharpness, ruthlessly tearing into the mutated beings before them. Some unfortunate mutants find themselves besieged by multiple xenomorphs, shrieking in desperation as they attempt to summon allies for aid. Yet, as their comrades divert from their battles to assist, they are swiftly overpowered by several xenomorphs, their bodies reduced to countless fragments amidst the cacophony of tearing flesh. Self-healing? Their bodies are torn asunder, deliberately preventing any chance of regeneration. Naturally, facing adversaries of the mutated kind, the xenomorphs cannot avoid casualties, particularly the weakest of them, the blood xenomorphs. Yet even in death, they strive to rip their own bodies apart, splattering their blood to maximize destruction. Continuously, mutated beings attempt to approach Duva's position, but the instant they make a move, they invariably encounter the xenomorph's precise interception. With Duva's mental link guiding the defense, there is no room for error. Each xenomorph serves as a vigilant eye under Duva's control. This serene yet chilling mode of combat profoundly astonished all who witnessed the spectacle. The sight was dominated by the strikingly sci-fi xenomorphs, indelibly etched in their minds. Midgardians, are these the warriors you have summoned? What manner of beings are these? Thor found himself irresistibly drawn to the efficiency and coldness of these life forms. Remarkably, aside from the messengers, other types of xenomorphs can walk upright on two legs, leading the uninitiated to momentarily mistake them for uniquely styled intelligent races. In truth, xenomorphs possess a high degree of intelligence, though they pursue a path of genetic evolution rather than technological advancement. It was Thor's first encounter with such life forms. Xenomorphs. My xenomorphs are diligently eliminating these rude, mutated beings, but I would prefer to capture them alive, Duva remarked. Perhaps it was the proximity to war that ignited Thor's inherent longing for conquest and destruction, as his voice rose considerably. No need for captives. Once confirmed as foes, we shall utterly vanquish them on the battlefield. Having spoken, he fixated on the most strikingly abhorrent creature, a violent machine that perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. The towering figure was undeniably formidable. Throughout my conquests across myriad realms, I had encountered numerous attractive yet ineffectual beings, yet he was distinctly not among them. You are exceedingly fortunate to have such a warrior by your side. Have you secured the allegiance of this race? Indeed, yet should you not be seizing your hammer now? Thunderer? Whenever I desire, I can do so. Thor was eager to engage in battle, to demonstrate the might of the divine to these Midgardians, particularly in the presence of a creature born solely for combat. With a swift motion, Thor attempted to grasp his hammer, yet it remained utterly immovable. How could this be? Thor, struck by disbelief, exerted himself repeatedly, ultimately succumbing to despair with a bitter smile. Is this your punishment for me, Father? A tempest, long brewing, suddenly descended, intensifying into a torrential downpour, seemingly a response to Thor's plight. Thor realized that Odin was not jesting. He was indeed relegated to the state of a mere mortal, devoid of the celestial might he once wielded. Without power, how could he contend with these aberrant beings before him? Do not fret. Duva patted Thor on the shoulder. It is simply that you are not strong enough. However, I can provide you with what you seek, young Thor. Do you desire power? Chapter 39. Confidence is a virtue of the malevolent deity. This hammer was rightfully mine. I should have been able to lift it. But not now. Odin forbids you from wielding this weapon. Duva interjected, interrupting Thor's lament. Thor's countenance fell, rendered silent, his spirit extinguished. My promise remains intact. Should you truly wish to forsake all else to regain your strength, you may seek me out. Duva's tone grew grave. The power I offer you shall differ from the divine might you once commanded, though shall not conflict. Perhaps one day you may reclaim this hammer and restore your divine power, thus possessing both forms of strength. As he spoke, his demeanor was earnest. Should Thor acquiesce, he would indeed select the finest facehugger to bestow upon him. Naturally, thereafter, Thor would be obliged to heed his commands. In this phase of his existence, Thor was devoid of humility, consumed solely by an unrelenting fury and a reverence for violence. Duva then turned his attention to the beleaguered leader of the aberrant tribe, who was floundering under assault. Observe, if you were to wait a few moments longer, seizing the opportunity when he is most desperate, your chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Your impatience is your downfall. This conversational tone incited the leader's fury to a boiling point. It became increasingly frenzied, its body adorned with an array of grotesque appendages, its claws tearing mercilessly, as a hapless creature was eviscerated before them. With a swift motion, several appendages reached forth, absorbing the unfortunate being into itself. Yet, it could achieve no more, for the coordination of the aberrants was exceedingly tight, leaving it in a perpetual state of disarray, unable to attend to one threat without neglecting another, even though it was resolute in its desire to slay a singular aberrant. The loathsome creatures consistently struck with brutal force at critical moments, violently interrupting its actions. After a prolonged engagement, it had managed to eliminate but one aberrant. What is the taste of consuming one of your own? Duva inquired. Suddenly, the leader of the mutated clan, wide-eyed, was struck on the head by a punch from a loathsome aberrant, rendering it momentarily dazed. The powers bestowed upon it by the red tank were indeed formidable. Such an assault could not inflict harm. Recognizing this, Duva's expression shifted slightly, having gauged the leader's capabilities. As a thought crossed his mind, several aberrants inadvertently allowed a few mutated ones to infiltrate their midst. Duva, I shall organize agents for support. Together we shall purge these mutated beings. Coulson's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Had you uttered such words before these mutated creatures approached this dilapidated encampment, I might have believed in your sincerity. Duva retorted without offering Coulson a modicum of respect. Yet, Coulson required no such deference, maintaining a composed demeanor as he observed the multitude of screens before him. Some displays were blacked out, having been damaged in the fray, but the remaining cameras sufficed for Coulson to assess the situation. His focus sharpened on the battles occurring outside the camp, silently observing the performance of the aberrants. Despite the gruesome spectacle, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. In his mind, Coulson envisioned a scenario where S.H.I.L.D. exerted control over these creatures. With such power at their disposal, countless possibilities would unfold. Clint, mobilize our agents, utilizing the camp structures to fire upon the mutated beings, and if possible, capture a few alive, Coulson commanded. With Duva as an ally, the mutated creatures were rendered inconsequential. The desire to capture the aberrants was mutual, yet Duva's eagerness surpassed Coulson's. In a brief span, 4 mutated creatures breached the camp, and amidst the cacophony of gunfire, several agents perished at their hands. Whoosh! Hawkeye drew his bow and swiftly fired, striking one of the mutated beings in its limbs and detonating the explosive tip of the arrow. A series of explosions ensued. He believed he had dispatched one. Yet as the smoke cleared, he was taken aback to witness the creature attempting to mend its severed limbs. Everyone, concentrate your fire. We must not grant the enemy the opportunity to self-heal, Hawkeye communicated through the comms. Despite their efforts, 2 mutated beings managed to infiltrate the camp, approaching the leader. Was Duva truly incapable of halting these mutated entities? Coulson pondered, his expression betraying confusion. Based on his understanding of Duva, he would not leave such a vulnerability exposed, especially considering the numerical advantage on the side of the aberrants. The leader of the mutated clan extended its appendage, swiftly penetrating the bodies of 2 of its subordinates, transmitting a surge of energy to enhance them. The 2 ordinary mutants rapidly expanded in size, their bodily strength escalating at a visible pace. This was as it should be, Duva thought to himself, nodding discreetly. As the leader, He possessed the ability to share his strength with his subordinates. However, doing so inevitably weakened himself. Utilizing a relentless offensive and the precise strikes of the abhorrent beings, he forced the mutant leader to exhaust its power in nurturing its underlings, a temporary strategy devised by Duva. There was no alternative. Despite his exhaustive efforts, he found it impossible to breach the defenses of that entity, let alone find an opportunity to deploy the facehugger for parasitism. The weaker the leader became, the greater Duva's chances were. Allowing only 2 mutants inside felt somewhat precarious. However, he calculated that by introducing 2 more, he could observe the overall situation through all the anomalies and execute precise maneuvers. One mutant, reinforced and boasting formidable defenses, set its sights on Duva and charged towards him, its gaping maw poised to crush his neck. Glancing at Thor beside him, Duva confirmed that this disheartened individual had no intention of dodging. His spirit seemed extinguished. Taking matters into his own hands, Duva evaded the mutant's assault, extending 2 fingers to drive into its eye sockets, forcibly extracting its eyes. Some may perceive me as weak, but I am no mere summoner relying on pets for battle, Duva declared as he shook the filth from his hands and discarded the travel bag that had been slung over his shoulder, resolved to engage directly. Meanwhile, on an unremarkable patch of ground, Loki quietly observed the fierce confrontation. Witnessing Thor in peril nearly compelled him to intervene, yet he restrained himself. This Midgardian had indeed vanquished that Eternal, which, while not entirely insignificant, failed to elucidate why his father held such a keen interest in the Eternals. Loki was perplexed. He could not fathom that Odin, the All-Father, would meddle without reason. There must be an underlying cause unbeknownst to him. Regarding Duva, he deemed that since he had saved his foolish brother and commanded this battle-hardened group, he might as well let him live. Loki warily scrutinized the mutant leader, casting a glance at the abhorrent beings, a wicked smile once again gracing his lips. The second sorcerer of the 9 realms was forever brimming with confidence. Chapter 40, Second in the World versus. Second in the world, Loki had to concede that the power of Earth exceeded his expectations in such a brief span. A multitude of formidable adversaries had emerged, yet it remained within manageable limits. Mjolnir. Loki maintained his invisibility, calmly approaching the hammer. He reached out and tugged at it, only to find it immovable. Anger flared briefly across his features, but he quickly regained his composure. I did not meet my father's standards? As long as my foolish brother does not either, that suffices, he scoffed, casting another glance at the tumultuous battlefield engulfed in fierce combat. After casting a final, lingering glance at Thor, Loki turned away, realizing that remaining here served no purpose. Having confirmed Thor's safety, he resolved to observe from a distance, seeking an opportunity to reveal himself and deceive Thor. He yearned for Thor to remain on Earth, living as a mortal. Yet, recalling Odin's words, Loki hesitated, contemplating the peril involved in keeping Thor on Earth. What if something were to happen to him? As he walked, his thoughts became increasingly tangled. Suddenly, something peculiar caught his attention. Just as he departed the camp, Loki spotted a massive, camouflaged alien, adorned with a crown-like skull atop its head. Intrigued, he considered capturing one, but then decided against it. Exposing himself before executing his deceitful plan to protect Thor was unnecessary. Finding a higher rock, he deactivated his invisibility and settled down, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he prepared to witness the unfolding drama. With a swift motion, a golden portal materialized not far from him, clearly indicating that someone had aligned their thoughts with his. Loki was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the figure emerging from the portal. The newcomer bore unsettling dark circles under his eyes, emanating a palpable aura of malignance, and cast a sinister gaze in Loki's direction. Who is this? Loki pondered. Are you a sorcerer from this realm? Sensing the surging magical energy within the stranger, which was predominantly dark magic intermingled with white, Loki inquired with keen interest. If this peculiar sorcerer with dark circles was astute, he could certainly be recruited as an ally. You are not from Earth, an outsider? Upon seeing Loki, Caecilius smirked, a knowing look crossing his face. It appeared that someone shared his intentions regarding the alien. So, your target is this creature. You are not here for Thor, are you? It seems Odin is quite concerned about his offspring, having sent a bodyguard. A cold smile crept across Caecilius's lips. Loki's smile gradually faded. Nothing irked him more than being belittled in favor of the dim-witted Thor. Midgardian, It seems you know nothing of divine power, daring to offend me.
No one can save you.
Loki's form materialized directly in front of Caecilius, stepping closer with each word.
Caecilius's expression grew increasingly malevolent. Asgardian, do not truly consider yourself a god.
Deceiving mere mortals is one thing, but fooling me? You, who boast of divinity, are just as mortal as the rest.
A mere death would suffice to extinguish you.
By slaying an Asgardian and delivering your carcass to the dark dimension, I shall surely please the great Dormammu and eliminate the obstacles in my quest for the alien. As Caecilius contemplated this, he remained unperturbed by Odin's might. The two men advanced toward each other, and when merely a few meters apart, they moved simultaneously.
Let me show you the power of Earth's second sorcerer, Caecilius declared,
his eyes gleaming with malice as he suddenly brandished his staff and aimed a blow at Loki.
Mortal,
you remain utterly oblivious to the dread of the second mage of the Nine Realms. Loki exuded a terrifying power as he deftly drew his dagger, plunging it towards the abdomen of Caecilius. The two self-proclaimed masters of the arcane engaged in a fierce melee, their eyes alight with murderous intent. The clashing of sticks and daggers echoed like a symphony of combat, as these two consummate craftsmen of weaponry displayed unparalleled skill, wielding their arms to deadly precision. Seizing the opportunity, Caecilius raised his knee to strike Loki's midsection, yet Loki stood immovable, a sinister smile plastered across his face, seemingly mocking Caecilius' inadequacy. Caecilius remained unfazed. Having anticipated this very moment, he used the recoil to retreat a step, swiftly swinging his staff to attempt a crushing blow to Loki's neck. Such a meager level of power, a feeble god? Caecilius taunted, his previously taut body now relaxing. In that instant, as if foreseeing the impending danger, he spun around, raising his staff defensively just in time to block the dagger that appeared out of thin air, thrusting towards him. Loki materialized. Astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at Caecilius. You, Midgardian, how insidious of you to feign a weakness to lure me into a trap. Do you wish to hear what you are uttering? Both adversaries, after a brief exchange, wore solemn expressions, realizing that they were contending with a remarkably treacherous foe and that caution was paramount. Loki, with a shadowy grin, lunged forward once more, and after a flurry of strikes, he managed to thoroughly dominate Caecilius. While Loki may not have surpassed Caecilius in weaponry expertise, he possessed an extraordinary physical prowess, being the offspring of the Frost Giant King. Even relying solely on brute strength, he forced the mortal Caecilius into a desperate retreat, utterly on the back foot. Too weak, mortal. I surmise you are one of the Ancient One's disciples, only to ultimately align with Dormammu. Have you gleaned your paltry skills from him? Loki's expression twisted into a snarl. Surrender, and I shall spare your life, permitting you to become my follower. What folly, that arrogant fool. The ensuing confrontation would be a clash of sorcery. Both mages unleashed their magic, signaling a serious escalation. The duel between the two masters of the arcane was rife with tension. Each possessed their own strengths and weaknesses, unleashing powerful magical energies that illuminated the heavens. The tumultuous exchange of spells scattered countless magical particles in all directions, creating a cacophony of sound that resonated throughout the vicinity. This commotion was so profound that it was captured by satellites in the sky. When Coulson witnessed these two formidable mages in their frenzied conflict, he felt utterly drained. From whence had these two emerged? One was the notorious leader of dark sorcerers, Caecilius, but who was the other? With such antiquated attire, could he be from Asgard? Coulson could not help but glance at the screen displaying Duva. Was this upheaval somehow connected to him? Coulson has now developed a conditioned reflex, always suspecting that the various unforeseen incidents are the handiwork of Duva. In Chapter 41, the hammer, being metallic, falls under the jurisdiction of Magneto. Loki indeed covertly safeguards Thor. Though he verbally expresses a desire to eliminate his brother, he staunchly forbids anyone from laying a finger on Thor. In truth, when Loki began to pace, Duva had already sensed his presence. Indeed, Duva may lack magic or divine power, unable to perceive the invisible Loki with mere sight. Yet one must not forget that he possesses countless shapeshifters, akin to having innumerable eyes. Loki's movement inevitably disturbs the ground, stirring up dust and altering the air's flow. These subtle changes fall within the sensory range of the shapeshifters, allowing them to detect Loki's existence and actions. even if they cannot see him. Duva simply chose not to expose this. If Loki's invisibility were genuinely flawless, transcending the most fundamental laws of universal physics, there would be no need for him to contend with Thor. He could easily subdue him. To be honest, by the time Loki discovered the Queen, Duva was already assessing whether the Queen could single-handedly defeat Loki. The analysis concluded it was impossible. The reasoning is straightforward. While the Queen possesses formidable strength, this universe's Loki is likely not of the same caliber as the Loki from the cinematic universe, or the 199,999 universe. The typical Loki, with his formidable divine power and magic, is a notorious trickster across the 9 realms, not merely a boast. To illustrate, Loki's regenerative abilities surpass even those of Wolverine. Even if Loki were to stand still, allowing himself to be attacked, he would prove exceedingly difficult to kill. Moreover, as a progeny of the frost giants, he possesses a robust lineage, has received millennia of meticulous guidance from Odin and Frigga, and is equipped with formidable gear. His inherently cunning nature, in contrast to Thor's brute force, renders him less prone to exposing weaknesses. Therefore, Loki harbors sufficient confidence to proclaim himself the second greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms in the presence of Kaecilius, who, despite his denial, does not believe that he, as the esteemed disciple of the Ancient One and the chief enforcer groomed by Dormammu, could be outmatched by an Asgardian, even if that Asgardian is a god. Indeed, Kaecilius recognizes a certain level of proficiency, acknowledging that Loki has attained considerable mastery over both divine power and magic. However, he dismisses Loki as merely a product of prolonged existence, claiming that given a millennium of practice, he could easily dispatch Loki with a single spell. Having reached his current level in merely a few decades of training, he scoffs at the idea. As Loki continuously casts spells, conjuring numerous illusory duplicates, he furrows his brow, compelled to concede that this Midgardian sorcerer is indeed formidable. No wonder he has garnered the favor and guidance of Agamotto and Dormammu. Yet, he still pales in comparison. This world has always been inherently unjust, has it not? Some are born as demigods, while others are destined for humble beginnings. Some effortlessly earn the admiration of all, while others, despite their relentless efforts, remain forever overshadowed. Loki's thoughts drifted to the radiant Thor of Asgard, and a surge of hatred swelled within him, jealousy threatening to engulf his very soul. Kaecilius scoffed, preposterous. Birthright is merely an excuse. I have forged my strength through years of relentless toil, and I possess the power to vanquish you, vile god. You have made a grave error in severely underestimating the might of the divine mortal. Loki conjured numerous avatars, striving to evade the crimson chains. He sensed that a mere lash from such a weapon would be excruciating, regardless of his formidable regenerative abilities. This whip was imbued with demonic power borrowed from Sidorak. The 2 great sorcerers unleashed their true fire, casting a torrent of formidable spells as though they cost nothing. Whether to solidify their status as the second most powerful mage or to swiftly eliminate one another, clearing the path for their ambitions. One certainty remained. Following this battle, both would require an extensive period for recovery. Who could fathom the extent of the toll exacted upon their bodies and minds after appeasing the myriad multiversal deities? Given their talents and affiliations, it is likely that those cosmic overlords would not reduce them to mere husks in one fell swoop. What a spectacle! The clash of magic. How formidable must Agamotto be? Duva observed their confrontation while wielding a reinforced mutant beast, his tattered garments revealing robust, well-defined musculature. Each muscle group unleashed tremendous power, directed at mercilessly assaulting the mutant. Though this enhanced creature had significantly bolstered its defenses, it had yet to reach invulnerability. Duva relentlessly pounded away at its defenses, intent on incapacitating the creature before attempting to parasitize it. How much power had the leader absorbed from the red tank? No. One must ask, how much of Sidorak's strength had this universe's red tank inherited? Thus far, this abomination's overall might had not ascended to the level of a lesser celestial. Duva glanced up to see another ordinary mutant, having acquired the red tank's abilities from the leader, growing increasingly massive and powerful. The situation had shifted dramatically. The mutant leader was finally able to free itself from the onslaught of over a dozen aliens, no longer overwhelmed. This signified a gradual shift in the balance of power. With a resounding crack, Thor, witnessing Duva's struggle, mustered his spirits, glancing around until he finally seized a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might at a mutant. Splendid. The god of thunder is giving it his all. Is it time to summon the queen? Duva tightly grasped the neck of the enhanced mutant, pondering deeply. Loki and Caecilius were indeed formidable adversaries. Deploying the queen could at least distract one of them for a while. As long as there remained a single alien lurking in a secure location in this world, there was no need to fret over the queen's potential demise. A thought struck Duva. From the travel bag he had discarded, an alien egg spontaneously opened, and a facehugger swiftly emerged, launching itself at the enhanced mutant Duva had pinned down, accomplishing its parasitic task. Thor cast a puzzled glance, but soon lost interest. He was in a state of numbness. Were it not for the pride instilled in him by Duva, who had saved his life and was still fighting, he would have already given up. You enhance one of your kin, and I will parasitize another. Let us see who can endure until the end, Duva remarked coolly. If necessary, he could temporarily retreat, allowing the queen to find a place to lay eggs, then return with new alien eggs to assault the dwindling mutants, eliminating them one by one. Each enhanced mutant slain signified a permanent reduction in the power held by the mutant leader, a loss that could never be regained. The number of mutants was finite. Losing one meant there would forever be one less, but the aliens were different. Were it not for the insufficient accumulation of top-tier power and the fear of a global siege, Duva could easily muster a legion of hundreds or even thousands of aliens in mere moments. Given a little more time, he could summon tens of thousands. As long as the conflict dragged on and Duva remained alive, the mutants were destined to lose. Duva sensed that most of the appearing mutants had already been dealt with by his aliens, including the leader, leaving only 10. What was his next move? Should he seize the moment while the tide was in his favor and decisively escape with the remaining kin, or continue to fight? If he chose to persist, how would he proceed? Would he enhance more of his kin? His remaining strength was dwindling. Once Duva could breach his defenses, he looked down at the alien that had succumbed to the parasitism, then raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the mutant leader. The leader's answer was clear. They would continue to fight, refusing to yield easily. Fascinating. I am quite curious as to why you found yourself here. Even if drawn by Thor, it indicates your presence nearby. What was the purpose of your migration, if not for this? Duva inquired with keen interest. Just as he resolved to lead his team to confront this group of mutants to the bitter end, a swift figure darted through the air with astonishing speed. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would witness this individual streaking across the horizon like a comet, accompanied by 2 companions. Such speed was characteristic of only a select few. Had the Eternal Ones arrived? The one I have awaited has finally come, Duva mused, raising an eyebrow. In the realm of the 9 realms, Odin, the formidable leader, was once bested by Arishem a millennium ago. Now, with Odin's son stripped of his divine powers and appearing on Earth, it seems plausible that the Eternals, forced to re-enter the world, might make their presence known. However, one wonders if there lurks a recent command from Arishem behind this occurrence. Fear not, for we have come to confront the deviants, declared a woman of imposing authority, standing at the forefront of 2 others. She is a Jack, the leader of the 11 Eternals, possessing remarkable self-healing abilities, capable of direct communication with the celestial Arishem. A burly figure surged forward, charging at the leader of the deviants with a powerful strike. Duva recognized him as Gilgamesh, a being of immense strength and physique, renowned for his prowess in combat. Beside a Jack, a woman named Makari, gifted with extraordinary speed, stood silently, serving as a guardian, ready to whisk a Jack away at the slightest hint of danger. Why has Akari's not come? Is he deceased? Duva mused. Among the 11 Eternals, only 5 were combat-ready. Apart from Akari's, another named Kingo, skilled in energy projection, was absent, and a warrior named Thena, plagued by fragmented memories of her past, was rendered unstable, unable to engage without posing a threat to her eternal kin. Thus, Ajak had brought along the scant 2 capable fighters. Ajak has concealed the existence of a hidden faction of deviants in Alaska from us, leading to her expulsion from our ranks, Duva remarked coldly. We must join forces. Our immediate priority is to eradicate the deviants. Your words lack sincerity. Who can discern your true intentions? Perhaps once the deviants are vanquished, you Eternals will turn against me. As exemplified by Akari's, Duva retorted. That was a misunderstanding. Your creature bore a striking resemblance to the deviants, Jack explained.
I do not seek your justification, madam. I merely wish to understand your intended position.
The world is in search of your whereabouts, and must you rely on the fleet-footed lady to navigate through chaos?
Duva said,
glancing down at the awakening enhanced deviants. With Gilgamesh leading the charge, they managed to suppress the deviants once more, thereby granting Duva precious time.
Jack,
fully aware of Duva's tactics to delay, remained composed despite her discontent. After a moment of silence, she responded, "We bear a greater mission. Matters of the future can wait. Our priority must be to eliminate the devouring deviants, to annihilate the deviants and expedite humanity's proliferation to fulfill your aims." Duva observed as the deviant beneath him stirred back to consciousness, seizing it once more.
Ajax cast a penetrating glance at Duva.
"Ikari speaks the truth. You indeed possess knowledge that I cannot overlook. I cannot permit the mutants to wreak havoc upon humanity, especially considering that even if we do not intervene, time is not on our side. For within the Earth's core lies a celestial assembly that will soon mature and awaken, heralding the apocalypse for our planet. Regrettably, your eternal kind are not merely my adversaries. The very moment you set foot here, I'd already alerted a rather meticulous individual to assist us. There are those among them who excel in spatial movement, surpassing your own speed." Duva sensed something amiss and shook his head.
The situation had escalated.
Far away in New York, Raven engaged in a conversation with Magneto. Through the unbroken chest alien embedded in Raven's torso, Duva relayed real-time information to her, prompting her to immediately contact Magneto. As anticipated, a cloud of crimson smoke materialized, and the Red Devil transported Magneto to their location. Suddenly, Duva's thoughts crystallized into clarity, and his expression grew peculiar. With both the Eternals and the mutants present, last time they'd been caught off guard, allowing these spectral beings to escape. This time, it will be different. The moment Magneto laid eyes on Ajax, a cold, piercing look crossed his aged visage, causing Ajax, a fellow leader, to visibly falter. Just as Magneto was poised to unleash his powers and create an immense magnetic field to seal off the area, he became aware of every metal element in the air and underground, suddenly pausing to gaze at the hammer lying on the ground. Chapter 42. The parasitic thunder god. At the instant Magneto appeared, Coulson's mind buzzed as though the entire world conspired against him. Why was Magneto here? Coulson's thoughts raced with 1,000 frenzied possibilities. Magneto was undoubtedly a unique global threat, an extreme racist known for his mercilessness. Even a simple outing could incite worldwide tension. No one wished to witness this titan, capable of withstanding nuclear blasts or effortlessly appending mountains to unleashed tsunamis, embroiled in conflict. Such an event would spell disaster. Contact Professor X. Regardless of what transpires, we must prepare for the worst. Fury's voice resonated through the communication device. Instinctively, Coulson sensed Duva's influence behind this. Questioning why Duva was so closely aligned with Magneto, Coulson pondered, there is no evidence to prove Duva is not a mutant. Perhaps his ability to create and manipulate aliens derives from the X gene. Regardless, we must treat this as a possibility and reach out to the X-Men. Though I harbor mistrust towards them, we have no alternative. Fury's voice bore a weight of gravity. Ever since Duva's emergence, Coulson felt an overwhelming pressure mount upon him. Suddenly, he remarked, Magneto has ceased his actions. He has not attacked. Yet this may not bode well. Why do you say that? Because Duva's expression has taken on an eerie quality. Indeed, it is a momentous event. What transpired at the scene? Fury nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation had escalated. Coulson observed intently. A considerable amount of electromagnetic interference disrupted the signal, rendering the visuals fragmented. Several members of the Eternals appeared quite perplexed. Even the remarkably confident, muscular giant Gilgamesh, while grappling with the leader of the Deviants, cast anxious glances. They concealed their identities, silently scrutinizing human society, fully aware of Magneto's formidable power. Eric, we are not your enemies. Jack employed a similar line of reasoning, yet this assertion felt increasingly feeble in the face of reality. Magneto regarded them with indifference. You ancient ones, who have caused the demise of my subordinates, now wish to tell me that everything prior was merely a misunderstanding? Jack opened his mouth, revealing a profound sense of helplessness on his face. Indeed, had it not been for the urgency to rescue Ikaris in Alaska, they would not have revealed themselves, nor would they have resorted to violence, resulting in the deviant's capture of Red Tank. Magneto smirked as he surveyed the scene. Well, the wretched ones have all gathered. However, what captivated him most at that moment was something else entirely. The hammer? Magneto took his time, examining Thor's hammer with keen interest, having discerned an unusual power emanating from it. It seemed to be Mjolnir, the legendary weapon wielded by the god of thunder. Yet it appeared that even the mighty Thor struggled to lift his own weapon. Though Magneto had not directly experienced the recent conflict, his vast experience and wisdom allowed him to glean the situation from a mere glance at the astonished and despondent face of Thor, exchanging a few knowing glances with Duva. It was evident that Thor had come to Earth, and this was indisputable. However, this golden-haired, muscular man clad in medieval garb was undeniably conspicuous. Thor gazed unflinchingly at Magneto. Another formidable being? Duva, the Eternals, and now yet another individual capable of manipulating the weather, radiating a powerful aura of intimidation. This was far from a Midgard he had envisioned. Wasn't this supposed to be the realm of mortals? Why then were such powerful beings emerging one after another? Thor should have felt excitement and shame, yet he felt neither. Do you wish to lift my hammer? Give up. My father has placed a spell upon it, making it impossible even for me, let alone a mortal, Thor lamented, lowering his head in despair. Duva kindly reassured him, were it anyone else, I would believe they could not lift it. Yet if it were him, it becomes uncertain, for his power is the manipulation of magnetic forces. Magnetic forces? Thor questioned, perplexed. The mastery of magnetism implies dominion over all metal, and your hammer is forged for metal, Duva explained. This was an unprecedented and peculiar metal. Magneto extended his hand from a distance, aiming at Mjolnir. Boom! A terrifying surge of magnetic energy erupted, instantaneously accompanied by thunder and lightning. The ground trembled violently, fissures erupting and spreading rapidly. Countless grains of sand floated in midair. Under Thor's incredulous gaze, Magneto truly lifted the hammer of Thor. Thick, ominous clouds loomed as if to envelop the entire fabric of time and space, brewing a sense of terrifying energy. Everyone was stunned. Only those aware of the hammer's attributes and the implications of this spectacle comprehended its absurdity. Even across the 9 realms, this was a feat of explosive magnitude. Magneto, a man of extreme ideology and the world's greatest destabilizing force, had managed to raise the hammer of Thor. At this moment, even the leader of the mutants stood frozen, watching as Magneto effortlessly seized the hammer from afar, without hesitation, ready to flee. Alas, to think of escape at this juncture would incur a grievous price, for Magneto, having learned from his lesson in Alaska, had long since set up a fearsome field of energy around him, capable of withstanding the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Just as I anticipated, your magnetism can indeed manipulate URU metal. Duva looked up at the sky, his figure illuminated by electric flashes, devoid of surprise, instead wearing a look of realization. Upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected that Magneto could wield the hammer of Thor. So this metal is called URU? Magneto opened his hand, guiding the hammer to float before him. Seizing it with a firm grip, URU is the core material for crafting divine artifacts, possessing the ability to carry and transmit divine power. A coveted commodity among the great celestial races of the universe. Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes, Duva spoke eloquently, his demeanor relaxed, as if conversing with an old friend. Celestial races? Magneto scoffed. His gaze shifted to the leader of the mutants, who was attempting to break through the magnetic field. He immediately aimed and hurled the hammer of Thor. Boom! The hammer struck the mutant leader squarely, sending him flying. Yet, for reasons unknown, the damage was not as severe as anticipated, nor was there the expected storm of thunderous wrath. You have not truly lifted my hammer. You merely manipulate it through brute force. Thor's eyes brightened slightly, feeling a sense of relief. You do not possess the power of Mjolnir. You are correct. I hold no interest in the divine power of the Asgardians, as it suffices for me to treat it as a mere sturdy chunk of metal. Magneto remained unfazed. Having already mastered one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, he had little interest in the divine power restricted to Asgard. In his hands, the hammer of Thor was merely a tool for bludgeoning. Thus, whether it be the Eternals or the mutants, they shall perish here. Magneto's cold voice resonated through the air. It would be a pity to kill them, and to incapacitate them and leave the rest to me, Duva suggested. Magneto wielded the hammer, and with an overwhelming magnetic force, he continuously compressed the field, constricting the living space of both the Eternals and the mutants. Ajax's expression twitched, revealing profound helplessness. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. She looked at Duva. Is this what you wish to see? Did you already know it would evolve into this? Do not misunderstand. I possess no prophetic abilities, but merely act in accordance with the circumstances. Duva shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Ajax. In your plans, humanity ultimately meets its demise. Thus, whatever I do is justified. Ajax opened her mouth, pondering what she could possibly say. Should she express her compassion for humanity or hesitate to betray the cosmic deities? She resigned herself to the truth, Thor, that it is these celestials who stand behind the eternal ones, the very cosmic divinities that once brought your father to his knees. Duva placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder, speaking in a tone audible only to him. In that moment, a profound horror washed over Thor's face as he grasped the reason behind Odin's intense focus on this group of Eternals. It was intertwined with the cosmic gods. Had the All-Father, Odin, once faced defeat at the hands of these enigmatic deities? If that were indeed the case, it clarified much. No wonder his father withheld the truth. No wonder he was filled with anger and disappointment. Thor's complexion paled. He had considered the possibility that Duva was deceiving him. Yet he pondered what more Duva could possibly mislead him about: his identity as a mere mortal, his lack of strength, unable even to lift the hammer of Thor. Magneto unleashed his powers indiscriminately, wreaking havoc across the desolate plains, with storms and tremors creating a cataclysmic scene. Ajax realized her involvement in this battle had been a grave error. She had intended to clear up a misunderstanding, yet inadvertently summoned Magneto, leading to this chaos. If we continue to fight, even if we manage to slay Eric, the casualties will be unacceptable, which is not what I wish to witness. Ajax wore a pained expression, recognizing her significant tactical blunder. Yet, there was no time for regret as she, Gilgamesh, and Mabry stood united, compelled to withstand Magneto's onslaught. While Gilgamesh held his own, Mabry proved remarkably formidable, utilizing astonishing speed to create countless afterimages, relentlessly tearing through the magnetic field. Seizing the moment as Magneto struck, he landed a powerful punch. The few remaining mutants gathered, seeking an opportunity to breach the line, undeterred by the thunderous hammer strikes that injured all but their leader. Truly, it was a magnificent battle. Now, I need not hold back any longer. Duva's gaze shifted, finally resting upon the three Eternals. The Queen has emerged. This colossal being, crowned and towering an astounding 4.5 meters, rivaled even the Abomination. Each line of her elongated form appeared meticulously calculated, exuding an exquisite balance and golden ratio. Even from a human perspective, the Queen was awe-inspiring. Moreover, she emanated her formidable presence without restraint, akin to a warrior stepping from the slaughterhouse. This was the Queen's inaugural appearance, yet it was impossible to overlook her. Is this the monarch of this race? Thor murmured softly. In the distance, Loki, who was locked in fierce combat with Kaecilius, halted his efforts, his expression grave as he glanced over, abruptly abandoning his opponent. He employed his magic in an attempt to enter the fray. He had perceived the Queen earlier and recognized her as the lurking aberration he had sensed. To his astonishment, upon releasing her aura, she revealed herself to be a sovereign entity. Regret washed over Loki. As for Kaecilius, his intentions were clear: to seize the aberration and present her to Dormammu. What better evidence of his success than capturing the Queen herself? In an instant, what should have been a scenario where Magneto dominated multiple foes turned into sheer chaos. Both Loki and Kaecilius, despite the toll their conflict exacted, were formidable in their own right, each capable of challenging Magneto with their raw power. Moreover, the two wielded arcane might to carve through Magneto's overwhelming energy, tearing open rifts in his formidable stance. The previously stable ground became a tumultuous battleground as various forces collided, unleashing catastrophic power. Rocks disintegrated into dust, matter transformed into energy, and within the confines of the battlefield, the earth crumbled layer by layer, rapidly vanishing, while molten lava began to spout and flow. Curse be this! Magneto bellowed in fury. He He had painstakingly contained the Eternals and mutants, only to have an interloper disrupt his plans. A glance revealed one to be the dark sorcerer Caecilius, and the other an Asgardian, who audaciously fixated on the hammer of Thor. You, mere mortal, dare to covet a divine weapon? Loki's eyes glinted with menace, overwhelmed by a sense of insult. How could a Midgardian wield a weapon that neither he nor Thor could lift? It was utterly preposterous. Such extraordinary mortals should not exist among the Nine Realms. Loki? My brother, what brings you here? Thor exclaimed with unrestrained joy, ready to rush forward. But Duva restrained him, stating, he is not here for you. He merely wished to lift the hammer for himself, and now he is enraged because something that rightfully belonged to him has been taken. Furthermore, with your current strength, you would be torn apart by this violent energy field before you could take a few steps. What nonsense are you speaking? He is my brother. He would protect me with his life. Are you certain he wishes to safeguard you more than he desires to eliminate you? His current actions clearly indicate a desire to do you harm. Your strength is far too feeble. Even if he means well, you cannot withstand it. The mighty Thor has now become the instrument of his brother's demise. From his meticulously protected travel bag, Duva retrieved a new aberration egg, whispering temptingly to the impulsive Thor with a devilish tone. Do you seek power? I will reiterate, my power does not conflict with your divine strength. In the future, if you reclaim your godly might and master both powers, you shall be mightier than you ever were. In the desire to aid your brother and to fight alongside Loki rather than succumb to being a burden solely deserving of his protection, accept my gift. As Thor's breath grew heavier, the alien egg blossomed resplendently like a flower. Chapter 43. Call me Lord of Thunder. Although Thor possesses numerous flaws, one commendable trait remains. He cherishes his family above all. Naturally, the deepest bond is with Loki, who has ensnared him countless times since their youth. Thor gazed down at the enhanced, parasitized creature that Duva had firmly subdued, evidently intent on observing this mutant to deduce his own fate after accepting the facehugger. His willingness to undertake such an action signifies a choice has been made. Were it the Thor of yesteryears, brimming with arrogance, he would never have accepted such power. In his rage, he would have charged at Duva, believing he was being humiliated. Yet now, the situation is starkly different. His poor temperament remains unchanged. And as an ordinary mortal, he finds himself powerless before his embroiled brother, his inner pride, like the annihilating insectoid, gnawing at his self-esteem. Do not hesitate. You are a formidable warrior and should recognize the rarity of this opportunity. Your brother is facing numerous formidable foes. Look, the Eternals harbor a deep-seated enmity towards Asgard, and the cosmic deities behind them are likely observing this very moment. Caecilius has been attempting to slay your brother, and Magneto is a threat beyond measure. Duva urged gently. Every word he uttered bore a semblance of reason, yet when combined, they became less coherent. The abhorrent aliens and numerous mutated creatures clustered around Duva and Thor's periphery, warding off all energy fluctuations attempting to draw near. Success was imminent. Duva murmured, I fail to comprehend your hesitation. Without power, you possess nothing, and you may even lose your dearest brother. With strength, you can navigate through this current crisis, reclaim Mjolnir, and in the future, have ample time to raise it once more. Have you forgotten honor? Is your dignity of such little worth? A lethal strike. For Thor, dignity and honor surpass life itself. This is his creed, and indeed the creed of every Asgardian. Midgardians, had it been a different time, I would have wielded Mjolnir to shatter your jaw. A flicker of profound shame and impotent rage crossed Thor's eyes as he opened his hand, allowing the facehugger to crawl onto his palm. But now, only I am willing to assist you, am I not? Do not misconstrue my support as coercion. In the face of a bright future and the protection of family, I stand as your reliable ally. Duva remarked, were it not for my certainty that you hail from Midgard, I would suspect you are a denizen of hell, a devil skilled in the art of negotiation. Thor relinquished control to the facehugger, allowing it to embrace his head. He was merely tempestuous, not foolish. How could he be unaware of Duva's intentions to gain advantage from him? However, Thor could no longer concern himself with that. He was acutely aware that if he did not stand by Loki's side and take action, he would be overwhelmed with despair to the point of contemplating suicide. Of course, once this battle concluded and Loki's safety was assured, Thor resolved to embrace death, whether by his own hand or by challenging Duva, in a bid to preserve what little honor and dignity remained to him. Duva was largely aware of Thor's thoughts and observed as Thor succumbed to unconsciousness amid his turmoil. "What have you done, you cursed mortal?" Loki suddenly cast a furious glance in this direction, his eyes ablaze with rage. "He is not dead. Do not be so agitated. How could I harm Odin's son?" Duva's expression shifted slightly as he looked down at the mutated creature that had been parasitized moments before. Then, Loki witnessed a horrifying scene. The mutated creature on the ground writhed violently, and from its chest emerged a grotesque being, bathed in blood and flesh. As for the mutated creature serving as the vessel, in Loki's perception, its life force swiftly extinguished, and it soon perished. For a fleeting moment, Loki was stunned. Was he truly about to witness his brother meet such a fate, dying in convulsions? Loki's eyes reddened in an instant, casting aside all else, and an overwhelming surge of divine power erupted from him as he began to conjure powerful spells. Thunderous roars reverberated as this immense might clashed with a formidable magnetic field, generating an uncountable storm of lightning that surged from the depths of the earth to the atmosphere, stirring countless clouds and precipitating numerous calamities. Loki soared high, striving to reach Duva's side. At that moment, he embodied divinity more than ever before, yet there was no need for concern. He would not perish, for my aim was never to harm him. Duva watched as the enraged Loki approached, then turned his attention to his own grotesque creations, boldly launching an attack, not against Loki, but against the god of thunder, Thor. The parasitism had succeeded. I could distinctly sense the emergence of a new being within Thor's chest cavity. However, merely controlling Thor was not my ultimate goal. A flicker of fervor flashed in Duva's eyes. He was a person of remarkable calmness, rarely displaying overt emotional fluctuations. Yet at this moment, he could not contain himself. Indeed, his true objective for coming here from New York was not to manipulate Thor himself, but to acquire divine power. His ambition, the hybridization plan, had never wavered. The most straightforward and primal approach was to make contact with divine energy, for in the vast universe, deities, both great and small, were far from rare. Some ancient technological civilizations even managed to establish their own pantheons. Divine power represented a duality of rarity and accessibility. What could be more cost-effective than exploiting Thor, who had lost his divine strength yet still bore divine blood? Duva extended his hand toward the unconscious Thor, who was anticipated to awaken soon, and performed an open-chest surgery with his bare hands. With a violent rip, Thor's chest was brutally torn open, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. This reckless act drew the attention of all present, for this individual was none other than the progeny of the god King Odin. Had Duva truly resolved to end his life so soon after the parasitism? Ajax's countenance darkened. What could he possibly be scheming? Had he truly taken possession of Thor and now sought to extinguish his life? The entire earth would bear the repercussions of Asgard's wrath. Just as Loki reached the peak of his madness, in full view of the assembly, Duva swiftly directed his other hand toward his own chest, executing a precise and brutal maneuver. Amidst the gruesome carnage, he extracted a nascent, alien embryo, roughly the size of a palm. This extraordinary cruelty sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, even causing the howling Loki to momentarily falter. Such ruthlessness was astonishing. Even Magneto, who had witnessed countless battles, could not help but cast an admiring glance. Yet, they remained oblivious to Duva's intentions and the rationale behind such a frenzied act of self-mutilation. Ajax, seemingly enlightened, wore an expression of horror. Prior to expelling Icarus, she had conversed with him and learned of the abhorrence of the alien bursting forth and consuming its host's remains to grow rapidly. What if the alien were extracted before it could burst forth from the chest? This was a notion many in the outside world were secretly contemplating. Ajax, of course, had also arrived at this conclusion. Now, she bore witness to the fact that an alien resided within him, and he had just excavated the alien from Thor's body. Ajax found this utterly incomprehensible. In that moment, the combatants, engaged in their fierce struggle, turned their gazes toward Duva, watching in disbelief as he inserted the embryo extracted from Thor into his own chest. What manner of operation was this? No, it was more accurate to question, does such a procedure truly exist in this world? It was astonishing. Each individual present was a formidable being, capable of instilling fear across an entire planet, endowed with exceptional wisdom and rich experience. Yet, this was a spectacle none had ever encountered before, leaving their perception shattered. Surprisingly, it was Magneto who first grasped the situation. Maintaining communication with Raven, he possessed the most knowledge regarding such alien entities and was acutely aware of the potential for the alien embryo to enhance the host's strength without breaking free, ultimately achieving a peculiar symbiotic relationship. It appears this is what you desired. No wonder you were willing to extend a second invitation to me in such a dire manner. Magneto's voice resonated across the tumultuous battlefield, amplified by the magnetic forces. From the information Raven relayed to him, he had arrived at the battlefield, seized the hammer of the Thunder God, and engaged in fierce combat. This escalation was unforeseen. The emergence of the mutants was undoubtedly an anomaly, and I remained puzzled as to why they had appeared in this vicinity. I had merely anticipated that the Eternals would mobilize for Thor's sake. Duva's complexion had initially been grave, but upon implanting the parasitic embryo from Thor into his own chest, his pallor visibly transformed, regaining a healthy hue at an astonishing pace. The massive wound he had inflicted upon himself began to emit a sizzling sound, with white smoke billowing as it healed rapidly. Everyone comprehended that Duva had traversed great distances and risked immense danger solely to transfer the parasitic larva of Thor into his own being. Yet, what was the true purpose behind this endeavor? Duva inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the nascent power within his body. In the past, the alien larva residing in him, although commendable, failed to bestow upon Duva a genuine leap in magnitude. However, now, through this alien larva as a conduit, Duva directly harnessed the power derived from Thor's genes. The symbiotic relationship allowed the host to utilize the genetic strength of the alien within. Yet, in Duva's hands, this paradigm was elevated. He transformed the process of parasitism and the acquisition of formidable strength into an interchangeable piece of equipment. The results validated his approach. An unceasing torrent of power surged within Duva, the alien larva in his chest resembling an energy reactor, continuously and violently channeling strength into him with each breath. This power stemmed from the direct lineage of the Allfather, the king of Asgard. It was formidable, yet insufficient. At this level, the risk was unwarranted. Duva abruptly raised his gaze, meeting a multitude of astonished eyes. All around him, formidable figures stood, flattening everything in their vicinity. In less than 10 minutes, these individuals had conjured a calamity comparable to a cataclysm. And this, evidently, was merely the beginning. Should they unleash their full potential, the entire Earth would face dire repercussions. Terrifying energies clashed chaotically, capable of effortlessly obliterating the ordinary into nothingness. Caecilius swore this was the most chaotic battle he had ever participated in, with every individual within his sight an adversary. Yet, he remained fixated on the Queen. The alien Caecilius was profoundly moved. He finally understood why even Dormammu had shown such interest in this being. When did this fascination commence? Caecilius recalled that it seemed to have begun when Duva had parasitized a dark sorcerer, drawing Dormammu's attention to the alien. The potential applications of such a creature were boundless. Caecilius, who dabbled in various dark magics, had never imagined that aliens could be utilized in such a manner, and he felt enlightened. Caecilius promptly extended his hand towards the Queen, attempting to cast a mirror spell to ensnare her. Once she entered the mirror realm, capturing her would be assured. Boom! Yet, his incantation was swiftly interrupted, the prismatic spell shattering instantly. Damn it, this chaos is severely disrupting the stability of space, Caecilius frowned. In the next moment, he was met with a crushing blow from Thor's hammer. Magneto wielded the hammer with increasing finesse, his cold gaze directed towards these damned intruders who had the audacity to assault his magnetic field without provocation, a most egregious affront. Upon entering my domain, what do you presume to achieve? Who do you think you are? Magneto seethed with genuine fury. Caecilius swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Thor's mighty hammer, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This is our first encounter, but let it be the last. Were it not for more pressing matters at hand, I could easily dispose of you right now. Excellent. That is precisely what I desire. Come forth, Magneto declared, enveloped by a tempestuous magnetic field. Simultaneously, Loki, harnessing countless magical particles, forcibly distorted the magnetic field, positioning himself at a perilously close distance to Duva. At this proximity, Loki could unleash his formidable powers and sorcery upon him. A profound madness illuminated Loki's face as he observed Thor, who occasionally twitched on the ground, igniting a fervent rage within him. To Loki, this mortal who commanded peculiar creatures must perish by his hand, solely for reducing Thor to such a wretched state. For over a millennium, Loki had coexisted with Thor. Never had he witnessed his brother in such a pitiful condition. To maintain the semblance of his brother's dignity before him, to join the fray at his side, he had even deigned to compromise with a mere mortal in pursuit of power. This was, in essence, the greatest humiliation for Thor. Initially, Loki found amusement in Thor's misfortune, yet he could not bear to witness his brother's demise. Mortal, you shall pay with your life for your actions. No one dares to insult a deity in such a manner. Is that so? I beg to differ. Duva stood amidst a throng of alien beings. Casting a glance at the almost lifeless Thor on the ground, satisfied that the god would not perish just yet, he then lifted his gaze, fixating on Loki, who was defiantly breaching the magnetic field. Having assimilated Thor and completed the metamorphosis of the alien embryo, he had already achieved one of his objectives, the key to the future firmly grasped in his hands. Now that he had reached this juncture, he resolved to take further action. The possibility of a clash between himself and Loki was not to be dismissed. The hammer of Thor, which had been dodged by Cassius, should have gradually ceased its trajectory under Magneto's powerful control and returned to strike Cassius once more. At that moment, Duva acted, extending his hand towards the hammer from a distance of over 100 meters. Chapter 44. This is merely a rehearsal for the divine conflict. Loki had envisioned numerous scenarios. Yet this Midgardian consistently defied his expectations. Even now, consumed by the unprecedented fury over Thor's dire predicament, the malevolent god, despite nearing the brink of madness, retained an innate cunning. When he engaged Duva, his instincts compelled him to ponder what support Duva had for such reckless actions and to evaluate the strength of Duva's alien army. The only formidable xenomorphs are the Queen, the Abomination, and the enhanced variants. Loki would find them merely troublesome. Yet this would not alter the ultimate outcome of his confrontation with Duva. Duva himself has not demonstrated any extraordinary prowess. Particularly, he sensed Thor's south condition up close, confirming that his brother was merely parasitized by that creature and had fallen into a brief stupor. Although the gaping wound in his chest was horrific, and he seemed to have lost a portion of his internal organs. The terrifying vitality of the Asgardians meant that as long as Thor did not perish on the spot, there was still hope for his survival. Let us not forget that even the most common Asgardians possess 3 times the physical capabilities of an average human, akin to a populace of mini Captain Americas. And this is merely among the lower echelons. Not to mention Thor, as the scion of the God King. Loki remained filled with rage and confidence. But upon witnessing Duva raise his hand towards a certain direction, he became restless, his face betraying anxiety. In an instant, Loki comprehended the situation, yet the very anticipation of Duva's next move left him increasingly astonished and incredulous. Rationality informed him that this was absurd, a reckless endeavor born of folly. Yet intuition whispered that Duva was not mad. Expending such tremendous effort to strike against the god of thunder must have purpose. Xenomorph, parasitism, genetics. Loki swiftly connected a series of keywords, his formidable intellect allowing him to filter through the myriad of xenomorphs he had observed in less than a fraction of a second. Though of the same lineage, they presented different forms and varying degrees of strength, including that newly emerged xenomorph that had burst forth in the enhanced variant. Instinctively, Loki glanced at this creature. In such a brief span, it had already quintupled in size, an exaggerated rate of development that was nothing short of astonishing. The realization struck him. This madman harbored such thoughts. In his rage and astonishment, Loki experienced a moment of clarity, as if the corners of his mind had been illuminated. So, this is another way to utilize the parasitic nature of the xenomorphs. You shall never wield Mjolnir. That is a divine artifact beyond even my reach. Do not overestimate your own abilities. Loki's eyes burned with fury, a palpable malevolence emanating from him as waves of divine power coursed across his form. And a terrifying force began to brew. With just a little more time, He could erase this human from Midgard. Boom! In that instant, the wind stilled, the rain ceased, and the swirling clouds appeared to be frozen by an unseen force. Crackle! A faint sound of thunder emanated from Mjolnir, which, in the hands of Magneto, had been devoid of any divine essence, now began to manifest subtle arcs of lightning. Buzz! Mjolnir erupted with a surge of formidable electricity, abruptly changing direction and breaking free from Magneto's control, hurtling swiftly towards Duva. Everything transpired with such suddenness, unfolding at an astonishing pace. Duva's every action, from inception to conclusion, flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation, as if he had always known precisely what to do. Loki, with blood-red eyes, gazed longingly at the elusive Mjolnir as it soared past him, only to be grasped firmly by Duva's outstretched hand. As Duva felt the weight of the God of Thunder's hammer, he slowly lifted his gaze and declared, "Now, the second round of our contest may commence, wicked god Loki. You should now address me as the God of Thunder." Countless currents of electricity momentarily halted before surging wildly over Duva's form. A dense and visible mass of immense lightning erupted from the hammer, churning like a living entity, imbued with astonishing divine power under Duva's command. This divine force was so obedient that, despite his initial readiness to spend several seconds acclimating, Duva was astonished to find that he wielded it with effortless grace. The divine energy flooded his body, swiftly activating and invigorating every cell, with the aberrant embryo in his chest serving as the nucleus, rapidly elevating Duva's essence of life. Towering storm clouds coalesced into a heart-stopping vortex, swirling around Mjolnir, resembling a newly born black hole from a distance. How is this even possible? Loki stood frozen, his mind vacuous and bewildered. Caecilius, equally dazed, was suddenly seized by Magneto, who seized the opportunity to launch a wave of energy that sent him tumbling. Yet his eyes remained wide, filled with fervor. Magneto, however, remained the most composed. After the initial shock, he returned his gaze impassively, merely picking up the hammer of the God of Thunder, which served to underscore either Duva's exceptional prowess or the superiority of the aberration. Beyond that, everything else was utterly inconsequential. As for strength, even if the God of Thunder in his prime were to arrive, Magneto was steadfast in his belief that he would prevail. In this extreme chaos, amidst a battlefield where factions clashed relentlessly, a tremor reverberated across the globe, even catching the attention of the Black Bat King on the moon, who could not resist rising to observe the tumultuous changes on Earth. Duva, masterfully wielding Mjolnir, bathed in an unending storm of lightning and thunder, transformed into a divine being, becoming the focal point of all. Beneath the tempest, darkness was torn asunder, elongating Duva's shadow in flickering flashes, as if to envelop the entire planet. A profound satisfaction flickered in Duva's eyes. As he had anticipated, he had merely taken a gamble. If it failed, he would retreat with the aberrant forces. But fortune favored him in the end. Upon reflection, many could lift the God of Thunder's hammer. Thor, Hela, Vision, Captain America, Jane Foster, Black Widow, Deadpool, Magneto, Loki, Frog Thor, Horseface Thor, Boar, Hydra Captain, Wonder Woman, Superman. Most believe that the criteria for wielding Mjolnir hinged on a heart of justice, a notion that is undoubtedly flawed. For Hela embodies not justice, but rather a soul brimming with desire, bloodlust, and an insatiable thirst for destruction. Thus, Duva tends to believe that only those possessing the purest divine attributes can wield the hammer of the Thunder God. Of course, this refers merely to the conventional act of lifting the hammer. Actions such as actively altering the incantations left by Odin upon the hammer, thereby enabling others to lift it, are quite another matter altogether. So, was the hammer previously disdainful of my lack of purity, or was it my inadequate stature that it scorned? Duva regarded the hammer in his grasp with great intrigue. Its judgment of the same individual is inherently subject to the evolution of circumstances and the soul. Clearly, in this perilous situation, even Loki does not meet its approval. However, having seized the essence and bloodline of Thor, Duva now holds the key to ascension into divinity, granting him the ability to command the Thunder God's hammer. Duva even speculated that perhaps the hammer's intelligence was too rudimentary, deceived by the alien larva nestled within his chest, mistaking it for a new consciousness, as if Thor had attained enlightenment. Regardless, Duva's transformation through the alien larva has undeniably elevated him to the status of the Thunder God. At this moment, he triumphantly raised the hammer high, surrounded by numerous aliens, bathed in lightning, heralding a scene destined to be etched into the annals of time. Even countless years hence, as long as Earth endures and history continues to be told, people will remember that there once was a man who commanded a formidable lineage, who wielded Mjolnir and harnessed the power of the Thunder God. This imagery transcends the confines of Earth. In Asgard's celestial palace, Odin, who was seemingly asleep, yet in truth observing Earth with his immense divine power, found himself stirred by this spectacle. When the eternal tribe manifested, he remained vigilant against Arishem, enduring silent restraint. When Thor succumbed to Duva's temptation and accepted the facehugger, he was confident he could extract this creature, as long as Thor was not swiftly dispatched. Yet, upon realizing that Duva had seized the larva within Thor, enabling him to lift the hammer, he was utterly astonished. Where, indeed, did this creature originate? Its ability to circumvent my curse, even through duplicitous means, is remarkable. Such a race ought not to be obscure. Odin contemplated the alien that had parasitized Thor, delving into the origins of the entire alien race, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Duva. To be candid, this divine king had never regarded Duva with much seriousness. Having lived for millions of years, he had witnessed countless rises and falls, vanquished so-called strong beings from myriad worlds. Yet at this moment, he found himself on the brink of mortality, finally piqued by interest in a mere mortal from the realm of humanity. Odin pondered whether to extend his vision, to retrace the timeline. For him, this was not a daunting task. As a being of godly stature, should he choose to unleash his full might without restraint, he could disrupt the very workings of the galaxy, even obliterate it entirely. Furthermore, merely observing past events briefly was not akin to reversing time, which belonged to the domain of the Time Stone. Yet Odin ultimately relinquished his resolve, for his days were numbered. His aging form could no longer bear the immense, terrifying divine power accumulated over a lifetime. Even a mere exertion of his divine energy would significantly hasten his demise. Initially, based on the negotiations with the Ancient One, I had anticipated a future shrouded in darkness, surmising that the threat lay with the eternal and the celestial beings who would target Thor. However, the outcome did not unfold as expected. Arishem did not appear, and Thor merely suffered some setbacks. Truth be told, if that were all that transpired, it would be the most favorable outcome. Thor was still alive, and despite the loss of Mjolnir, he remained among the living. Yet, the concerns conveyed by the Ancient One during their conversation were genuine. What future did the Ancient One behold through the Time Stone? Was it due to Duva? This young man indeed possessed remarkable qualities, commanding a peculiar group of extraordinary potential that pledged loyalty to him, despite their mysterious origins. Now, he had astonishingly lifted Mjolnir, harnessing a fragment of Thor's power. Yet, such prowess was far from sufficient to incite the Ancient One's profound anxiety. Odin, lacking clarity, resolved to continue observing. His body could endure for a few more years, granting him at least one opportunity to intervene. He needed to wait until an adversary emerged that could truly concern even the Ancient One. Should Thor still be alive by that time, Odin would feel secure in bequeathing his power to Thor, allowing him to ascend to kingship. If, however, Thor were to perish while facing an incomprehensibly formidable foe, it would be deemed a natural outcome. Even if he survived that confrontation, the inevitable twilight of the gods loomed on the horizon. May he yet endure, on Earth, under the protection of the Ancient One, and entangled with Duva, who could wield Mjolnir. This was the most promising scenario for survival. Duva had officially engaged Loki, as he had proclaimed, commencing the second round of battle. He suspected that Odin and the others would be closely monitoring the fluctuations on Earth and recognize the significant implications of Thor's condition. Yet he did not feel unduly worried. Even in Universe 199999, when Loki nearly brought Thor to the brink of death, Odin merely lay in slumber within Asgard, refraining from intervening until Thor had a moment of enlightenment, abruptly lifting Mjolnir once more and reviving fully. As long as Thor was not slain outright, leaving no room for survival, Odin would remain inactive, even if Thor lay on the verge of death. The All-Father, having waged countless battles, possessed a heart far more resolute than most could fathom, let alone now, as Thor's true death was still a distant prospect. Duva, like a genuine god of thunder, wielded Mjolnir with abandon, traversing the skies and recklessly unleashing divine power, manipulating the weather at will. From the vastness of space, one could observe the terrifying storm gathering in the desolate deserts of New Mexico as thunder converged from around the globe, intensifying with each moment. The Queen was also fully committed, charging forth with her alien forces under Duva's command toward the Eternal. In such circumstances, eliminating Loki or Caecilius was utterly impractical. These two formidable sorcerers of the Nine Realms would certainly evade capture if they truly sought to escape, and Duva would be powerless to stop them. Taking advantage of this opportunity to capture a batch of Eternals would indeed be the most advantageous course of action, preparing for the impending clash between Jotunheim and Asgard. This battle would be one of divine magnitude, with the All-Father himself participating. Duva, being inclined towards risk, surmised that without a few formidable subordinates at his disposal, he would glean no benefit from the chaos. Suddenly, the abhorrent creature leaped, covering hundreds of meters like a cannonball, attempting to crush Mabry beneath its foot. Among the mutants, the most troublesome was not Icarus or Gilgamesh, but rather Mabry, endowed with superhuman speed. Unfortunately, Mabry prioritized Ajax's safety over the battle itself, focusing more on her own condition. Upon sensing the creature's sudden assault, she abandoned Magneto and swiftly retreated, striving to return to Ajax's side. "What are you doing? How dare you send your people to attack us at this moment?" Ajax shouted, unable to contain his outrage. Duva ignored Ajax, enveloped in a tempest of thunder, his divine power resonating as he clashed with Loki. Simultaneously, through the perspectives of the numerous mutants, he calculated rapidly and with a decisive command. Over a dozen creatures sprang into action, obstructing all of Mabry's potential escape routes. In any other circumstance, such tactics would be futile. Yet, within this chaotic realm, where rampant energies surged uncontrollably, it became the ideal environment to restrain Mabry. A creature suddenly extended its claw, having been meticulously calculated by Duva and, seemingly at random, blocked Mabry's sole path forward. With a thunderous crash, Mabry was hurled forward like an out-of-control vehicle, her body torn and battered by the onslaught of chaotic energies. Ajax and Gilgamesh gasped in shock, turning to shield Mabry, but it was too late. Chapter 45. Thor, you must evolve into the god of war the following day. Media outlets across the globe fervently reported on the events unfolding in New Mexico. If Thor merely struggled to lift Mjolnir, it might not have been deemed significant enough to warrant worldwide attention. However, with the subsequent duel between Caecilius and Loki, Magneto's personal involvement, and Duva's mobilization of forces culminating in the display of the God of Thunder's hammer, unleashing chaotic meteorological phenomena, the situation became impossible to conceal. Even the most oblivious individuals recognized that a momentous event had transpired in New Mexico, involving superhumans of extraordinary caliber engaged in fierce combat. Presently, anyone with access to information channels was aware of the unfolding drama. With a figure as formidable as Magneto taking the field and the rumors of Thor's arrival on Earth gaining traction, the truth was now irrefutable. Additionally, fragmented information regarding the Eternals and mutants began to circulate quietly, revealing that the situation was indeed beyond containment. Coulson appeared haggard, his body swathed in bandages. "I wonder if the special serum you administered earlier will have any lingering side effects. Given the circumstances, it is miraculous that you have returned alive. I had already prepared myself for the possibility of losing you, so let us not dwell on the serum. Although it is merely a prototype with only the capability to accelerate recovery, it should suffice to remedy your ailing body." Fury, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed out the window, bathed in sunlight, yet the heavy clouds on his visage remained unshaken. It was evident to all that, from this moment forth, the world would embark on a new trajectory, one where the terrifying powers wielded by superhumans could no longer be concealed. How could he suppress information about this incident as he had in the past? Would he tell the public that this was merely an unusual global meteorological phenomenon? A phenomenon so extraordinary that all forms of abnormal weather seemed to have sprouted legs, traversing thousands of kilometers to erupt specifically in New Mexico? I have a foreboding, Coulson. If we earnestly attempt to explain this to the masses, they will perceive it as a grave affront to their intelligence. Fury stated. Coulson immediately grasped the implication. We would be attempting to insult their intellect. Therefore, let us disseminate a plethora of falsehoods, inundating the space of genuine intelligence with a deluge of misinformation, at least mitigating the impact of this incident. It seems we have no other recourse. But I am concerned about Duval, that dangerous scoundrel. Damn it, he is the biggest beneficiary of this incident. Fury, typically composed, could hardly contain himself at the thought of the instigator behind this uproar. He perused Duval's dossier repeatedly, pondering for an entire day and night, yet remained perplexed by this individual. What indeed is his game? Why is he capable of such chaos? In light of his audacity and ambition, we ought to first seek clarity on another matter. Intelligence indicates he appears to possess extensive secret knowledge. Perhaps it was this very insight that attracted Magneto, who was pursuing information about the ancient mutant races, leading to a series of subsequent events. Coulson remarked, "The psychological profile constructed regarding Duval yielded new conclusions. He is adept at seizing various opportunities. Beneath his languid demeanor lies a sharp acumen. He can swiftly assemble available assets, akin to piecing together a jigsaw puzzle, to create a combination that maximizes value. This report is fresh off the press and may prove useful in the future. Yet at present, it serves little purpose. It only serves to further inflame Fury's ire, his breath heavy and his chest rising and falling with agitation. Your current state leads me to suspect that you too have been parasitized, becoming one of his ilk. I recommend you undergo an X-ray examination." Coulson's expression grew grave. Fury cast a sidelong glance at Coulson, aware that the senior agent's words bore a mix of truth and jest, but since they were spoken, they reflected genuine suspicion. "I shall comply. Not only I, but everyone within the S.H.A.L.D. framework must undergo regular health checkups." Fury rubbed his forehead. The notion of parasitism brought to mind the frenzied actions of Duval that Coulson had mentioned. The newly parasitic larva was inserted into one's own body to acquire a portion of Thor's genes, subsequently allowing the individual to lift the mighty Mjolnir. Frankly speaking, were it not for the assurance that Coulson would not deceive him, and the fact that all surveillance records had been instantaneously severed and obliterated by Magneto's magnetic field, he might have doubted Coulson's sanity, suspecting he had perhaps indulged in counterfeit spirits. The absurdity of such an event was staggering. Even if Duva had achieved this through sorcery, or more radically, had sacrificed a subordinate alien to some otherworldly deity to accomplish it, Fury could have been more amenable to the notion. The worth of the alien was beyond our comprehension, and we could now draw conclusions from our speculations. A larva, shortly after parasitism, could be surgically extracted, with the host likely surviving the ordeal. Coulson asserted. Fury inquired, "What about the alien within Duva?" It seemed he had harnessed the genetic material of the alien larva to gain superhuman strength. Yet he was able to remove a larva that had been parasitizing him for an extended period, exchanging it with the one within Thor. Perhaps Duva possessed the ability to halt the larva's development. Yet, once the larva burst forth, the host would most likely perish, as the superior genetic material within would be entirely depleted by the alien's assimilation. Considering our analysis of the abomination's remains, this appeared to be the most probable outcome. Fury's expression darkened further. If that were the case, this creature could very well be the nemesis of all superhumans. Yet, within him, there simmered a profound fervor. He loathed Duva, but more so, he resented his past failure to recognize the alien's might in a timely manner, to act decisively. Most of all, he resented not being Duva, unable to command such a terrifying species for his own ends. But that would soon change. Fury finally turned around. However, it is not certain that the alien's emergence would strip the host of its superior genes. The question remains, how would the remaining genes of the host discern the alien that has detached? If deemed a part of itself, the regenerative abilities would undoubtedly fail. For such abilities cannot conjure a second set of bodily organs from thin air. There must be an enigmatic secret yet to be unraveled. If a life form lacked such a recognition mechanism, would it not imply that a minor injury could lead to the spontaneous regeneration of new brains, hearts, arms, and legs at the site of the wound? The body cannot regenerate organs that should not exist or create a secondary set of organs. But what if the host could consciously manipulate its super-regenerative powers, or if external forces interfered with its genes, thus generating a second set of organs? For instance, the internal organs taken by the alien from the thoracic cavity? No, there lies another question Does the host's regenerative ability possess such variability? And even if it does, can the remaining genetic material still perform such feats? Fury and Coulson exchanged a knowing glance. Coulson regarded him with skepticism. Head, I sense something amiss with you. Either you are not Nick Fury, or you have embarked upon a wild adventure unbeknownst to me, an endeavor of immense value, which would explain your current exuberance. What do you think? I have my suspicions, yet my instincts suggest it is not so straightforward. Duva would not leave such an evident flaw. And more importantly, the alien queen has always been by his side. Silence enveloped them both. Duva returned with his spoils. Thor, Marbury, and 17 mutated beings. Naturally, he used Tony's aircraft for the journey home. The cost was steep. More than half of the alien forces he had taken perished, and he himself sustained multiple severe injuries. Ultimately, he joined forces with Magneto to exhaust Caecilius, using Thor's life as a bargaining chip to momentarily repel Loki. If one were to speak of any discontent, it would undoubtedly be the persistent old man who constantly attempted to communicate with him. Understood. Good. Farewell. Do not trouble me further. Peace. Yes, long live peace. I cherish peace and shall embody it through my actions. The X-Men arrived late, missing the battle, yet Professor X proved to be a nuisance. His telepathic abilities capable of spanning the globe, which was even more bothersome. Just the thought of Professor X donning a brainwave amplifier, possessing the power to annihilate millions globally, caused Duva a throbbing headache. This old man was relentless, now fixated on him, incessantly trying to establish communication. It was quite vexing. At last, he departed. Duva keenly attuned himself to his surroundings, confirming that Professor X's mental influence had dissipated. If one were to speak of mental links, Duva too possessed that skill, albeit limited to his connection with the aliens. This, however, granted him a degree of resistance against Professor X's mental control, enabling him to mobilize the consciousness of all aliens to construct a mental network to collectively fend off any form of mental intrusion. Yet, the current scale was insufficient to withstand Professor X. After all, he was one of the mutant bipoles, having battled Eric for most of his life. Raven spoke, her gaze fixed on Duva. Why do you look at me like that? You are doing this intentionally. You have once again exploited Eric. Exploited? I would term a transaction. Eric has obtained all the intelligence he desired regarding the mutants. Without me, how would he have acquired this information? The intelligence I provided greatly aided him in formulating his next course of action. His immediate departure after receiving the information is testament to that. Duva swung Thor's hammer, tossing it from his left hand to his right, then back again. Lightning continuously erupted from the hammer, yet did not harm Duva in the slightest. Raven averted her gaze, focusing on the hammer, her expression one of incredulity. This is utterly absurd. Duva, a mere human, embarks on a journey with a battalion, and upon his return, he becomes a god? The true god of thunder remains unharmed? She gestured towards the unconscious Thor sprawled on the ground. Your expression is quite intriguing, evoking in me a sense of being an imposter. Moreover, I am genuinely honored to perceive a semblance of respect emanating from you, which at the very least affirms the authenticity and utility of my endeavors. Standing before the hefty iron gate of his abode, Duva surveyed the facade riddled with bullet holes, including a conspicuous gaping hole created by heavy artillery. He then raised his gaze towards the battered structure before him, ultimately casting a glance at the scattered corpses outside. Indeed, within the few hours of his absence, it appeared that there were audacious individuals who dared to breach his sanctum. The assailants were well trained. Although he could not definitively ascertain their allegiance, their familiarity with the building's structural intricacies suggested a connection to S.H.E.L.D. Do you believe it was Blade who divulged our position? Raven inquired. It is also plausible that they possessed blueprints of this edifice. Duva did not take this to heart, aware that numerous parties harbored intentions against him. However, it was rare to encounter an organization with such resolve and the capability to swiftly assemble a heavily armed force. I am relieved that both of you have survived, Duva remarked, observing the lifeless form of Erica, whose leg had mysteriously vanished. Boss, it is high time you consider a salary increase. I have never engaged in a direct confrontation with a heavily armed unit during my tenure with the Hand Association. Erica grumbled as she endeavored to mend her severed limb. She appeared both aggrieved and somewhat boastful as she showcased her broken blade. In response, Duva extended his heartfelt condolences. dismissing her injuries as minor inconveniences and earnestly promising that it would be addressed in due time. According to your instructions, they managed to seize an alien egg. Yet I failed to comprehend your intentions. Erica expressed her bewilderment. In pursuit of military expansion, those individuals have long acquired alien blood, having fought numerous battles against vampires. I can attest that the blood left behind by injured aliens is now dispersed across various vampire strongholds in New York City. For them, acquiring it is hardly a challenge. I merely sought to expedite their efforts. Duva uttered a phrase that eluded their understanding before shifting his attention to Thor, who lay on the ground. The wound in Thor's chest had ceased bleeding, and one could not help but marvel at the remarkable vitality of the progeny of the God King. This was undoubtedly aided by Duva's swift action in extricating the alien, thereby minimizing Thor's bodily harm. Had he fully developed to the point of a ruptured chest, the likelihood of Thor's survival would hinge on Odin's disposition in this universe. It was probable that external forces had intervened, employing magical means to mend Thor's thoracic cavity. Erica, tend to the prince's wounds. I have already contacted Tony Stark, who will dispatch a team of physicians. This is a rare opportunity to study the offspring of a deity, and he is most eager, Duva instructed casually. He could not allow Thor to perish. Even if the prince clung to a breath of life, it sufficed. However, should he succumb entirely, it would spell a significant upheaval. No one could predict Odin's reaction, and the fleeing Loki would likely descend into madness as well. Duva first selected an oddly shaped egg, parasitizing the speedster, Marbury, ensuring that his forces would possess an individual capable of rapid troop transport in the future. On Tony's side, efficiency was remarkably high. Before long, helicopters transported several internists and advanced medical equipment. Is this the legendary Thunder God? How has he become like this? A small portion of his internal organs is missing, yet the remaining functions exceed those of an average human. Mr. Duva, we have done our utmost. But for some inexplicable reason, he remains unconscious, one doctor finally remarked. Do not worry, I have a solution. Duva lifted the hammer of the Thunder God and placed it upon Thor's body. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck Thor, rapidly absorbing the power of the Thunder God into his form. Son of Odin, you have ultimately not succumbed to my power. Thus there is no need for a desperate struggle for dignity. We can converse now. I believe you have much to say to me, Duva stated slowly. Let us first discuss why you were banished to Earth by King Odin and lost your divine powers. Perhaps you should consider my perspective. Chapter 46. Thor assembles his forces. Thor is the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. Even if his powers have been stripped or sealed by Odin, his body instinctively responds to divine energy. Duva unleashed the thunder god's power of Mjolnir upon Thor, and indeed, he awoke, his body healing at an accelerated rate. As if invigorated by a potent stimulant, Thor swiftly examined his body, glancing at the wound on his chest that was mending. Rest assured, there are no aliens. I extracted it long ago. Duva pulled over a chair that had seen its share of bullets, sitting before Thor. Is the war over? What of Loki? He fled. Upon arriving on Earth, he suffered a significant setback. Perhaps he will learn from this experience. However, his current condition is likely far from favorable, having used so much magic. He must be feeling quite unwell, Duva replied. Thor exhaled in relief. That cunning Loki, as long as he could escape, the rest was no longer his concern. He then silently gazed at the Thunder God's hammer in Duva's hands, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. His blunt mind, though unaware of the specifics of the events that transpired, felt a wave of sorrow, simply witnessing Mjolnir being toyed with by Duva. First Magneto, now Duva. He found himself at a loss for words, enduring a profound blow. Midgardian, I challenge you. Thor rose, reluctantly watching as his divine power swiftly dissipated from his form, resolutely declaring, What is your reasoning, son of Odin? You have humiliated me. As an Asgardian, honor supersedes all. How have I humiliated you? You have parasitized me by following your kind. But I have extracted it. Naturally, the power I promised you is also gone. Was that not the outcome you desired? You have successfully aided Loki in his escape. As a being from Asgard who cherishes honor above all, and as Odin's son, is your way of repaying a benefactor to engage him in mortal combat? Duva wore a serene expression. He had not disclosed to Thor that the method he used to aid Loki's escape involved teaming up with Magneto to overwhelm Loki, forcing him to flee. Thor opened his mouth, then turned and strode towards the exit. Very well. I shall find a place to end my own life. Duva nodded slightly, recognizing that such a course of action was typical of Thor's character. However, as he moved, several physicians rushed forward to restrain him. Wait, at least allow us to examine your physical form. Duva waved his hand, and the alien beings promptly expelled the doctors. He then sent Raven outside to clear away the corpses and address Thor. I have witnessed your courage in the face of death, but beyond that, your responsibilities as Odin's son are not being duly reflected. What do you know? I have committed a grave error. I am no longer the god of thunder. Even Mjolnir has chosen you. Thor's face was a mask of anguish. He felt as if his heart were extinguished. The proud god of thunder, who had reigned for over a millennium, had never endured such humiliation. Is this what you have become after losing your divine powers? You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. I have never heard of Odin ceasing to be the king of gods simply because he lost the eternal spear or the destroyer armor. Duva asserted, as a descendant of the king of gods, even without Mjolnir, you remain a god. The formidable divine power lies dormant within you. Duva conveyed that Thor would awaken his true strength during his battle with Hela, evolving into a version of the god of thunder that no longer required Mjolnir. Duva prodded Thor lightly, indifferent to the potential utility of the action. Thor fell silent, as if coming to a realization. Give me Mjolnir. I do not care what you think. I will not relinquish Mjolnir to you, Duva replied, gripping the hammer tightly. It was absurd. He had only just acquired his divine powers, and could confirm that these powers were merely a form of bodily energy. Drawing from examples of various celestial races, he surmised that this essence might be genetically inherited. How could he possibly return such a valuable artifact to Thor? Loan it to me. Thor's plea was tinged with sorrow. No, Duva the naive. I shall not lend my power to an outsider who holds no value for me. Your ability to wield Mjolnir is clearly due to your parasitic connection with my being. The unexpected cleverness of Thor's insight caught Duva by surprise. He nodded in acknowledgement. As you surmise, my followers, the aliens, possess the ability to parasitize and acquire portions of their host genetic material. I have thus gained your partial genes through the aliens, thereby earning Mjolnir's recognition. There was nothing to conceal. Frankly speaking, various rumors regarding him and the aliens had long circulated on the internet, with all manner of speculation abounding. After all, these days, the world seemed to have come alive, with superhumans emerging from all corners. Even if Thor were to achieve enlightenment and spend a period of time as an ordinary mortal on Earth, he could still glean information about Duva from the internet, allowing him to deduce the general situation. Thus, Duva had no intention of concealing anything from Thor. What I mean is, in essence, I possess a trace of your bloodline within me, dear brother Thor. In other words, Mjolnir ultimately chose you. It is because of you that it is willing to heed my command, Duva stated calmly. There was no shame in his admission. He had initially failed to lift the god of thunder's hammer, a moment Thor had witnessed. Thor felt a buzzing in his head. Let me discuss something that may pique your interest. Loki is likely still on Earth, undoubtedly seeking an opportunity to negotiate with you. I suggest you lend an ear and ponder it carefully, Duva remarked, turning his gaze aside. Thor followed his line of sight and recognized an Eternal. However, his expression swiftly changed as he observed the Eternal convulsing violently, its chest shattering to reveal an alien creature. This is the alien. Naturally, I can determine whether it needs to burst forth from the chest. It is merely a matter of thought. With a wave of his hand, the newly born diminutive alien exhibited extraordinary speed, becoming a mere blur as it swiftly ascended to Duva's shoulder. In a few hours, this little creature would rapidly grow into a mature form, towering 2 to 3 meters high. Thor truly grasped the terror of such a being, acquiring the host genetic material or latent superpowers through parasitism. He could not help but glance down at his already healed chest. Had Duva not extracted this entity, would he not have faced a similar fate? As for the gruesome act of parasitism and chest bursting, it paled in comparison for Thor. If there were anything to criticize, it would be the act of rupturing the chest of a defenseless individual. Yet even that seemed inconsequential. Thor himself was a tempestuous and warlike creature. Prior to engaging in battle with alien foes, he would offer a chance for surrender when in a good mood. However, if the opposing side did not believe they would inevitably lose, how could they possibly acquiesce? Consequently, Thor would wield his hammer and unleash devastation without remorse. Hela was even more fearsome, 1,000 times more brutal than Thor, with a body count capable of filling the expanse of Asgard, raising such a pair of warlike progeny. Odin could indeed be considered a skilled teacher. I previously informed you that as soon as the parasitism was completed, I immediately extracted the alien. Otherwise, you would not have survived to this moment, Duva asserted. Do not jest. Even if my chest were truly ruptured, I would not perish. Even without my divine powers or robust healing abilities, Loki would employ magic to restore my body, Thor countered. Duva nodded, acknowledging this possibility. It was indeed feasible for Loki, with his mastery of magic, to conjure an entirely new set of thoracic organs for Thor. However, the extent of the cost remained an entirely different matter. Thank you for your candor. You are a despicable, yet astutely malevolent warrior. Under different circumstances, we might have forged a friendship. However, at this moment, I shall not align myself with your cause. The god of thunder, son of Odin, refuses to be your follower. Thor shook his head. He discerned the underlying meaning in Duva's words. This was a second opportunity for him to choose, to reclaim Mjolnir. He must once again endure the parasitic embrace of the alien and become one of Duva's own. The last time he consented was out of sheer desperation, for Loki's sake, fully prepared to embrace death post-battle to preserve his dignity. Although the outcome diverged from his expectations, he was indeed parasitized, yet not completely, and he failed to gain the power from Duva that could aid Loki on the battlefield. This left Thor in a state of disquiet, caught in limbo, uncertain of how to proceed. This time, however, such a possibility was utterly unacceptable. He would rather exist as a mortal than compromise the scant dignity he possessed. Thor, my brother, understand that some things, once experienced, will recur innumerably. Silence. Even if you are a formidable being of Midgard, possessing ancient and esoteric knowledge, you shall not address me in such a manner. I am not your brother. Thor erupted, leaping to his feet. I have made it abundantly clear. There will absolutely be no second chance. Your demeanor reminds me of a lion whose tail has been stepped on. Look at your disheveled hair. I shall lend you some money. Go procure a couple of bottles of shampoo from the store. This marks the beginning of your mortal existence. Were Thor still endowed with divine power, he could simply cleanse himself with his godly essence. Fuming, Thor exited the dilapidated building amidst the watchful eyes of the nearby dam bombs. Frankly, Duva would never grasp how many iterations of dam bombs had occupied the adjacent structure. Crucial intelligence. Thor, the god of thunder, has departed. Duva neither impeded nor dispatched aliens to follow. This was our opportunity. Quickly inform Fury. The dam bombs became immediately exhilarated, with astute individuals pondering how much this information might be worth to Fury, especially since the main entity was currently in dire need of funds, while they, the clones monitoring Duva, remained oblivious to what the main entity was truly engaged in. Before long, under the bewildered gazes of the dam bombs, Thor returned. Mr. God of Thunder, what are you doing? A dam bomb clad in an apron, diligently selling fresh meat, shouted. Thor glanced skyward at the adjacent building. Indeed, from bottom to top, identical figures peered out from each window. With a resounding crash, Thor's fist shattered the dilapidated iron door, causing the frail structure to collapse under the strain. Welcome back. Thor Odinson, I presume you have conferred with Loki? Duva remained composed in his chair, not altering his posture in the slightest. Indeed, circumstances have changed. Thor's eyes had long since turned a deep crimson, traces of tears etched upon his face, filled with sorrow and remorse. Yet, he sorrowfully gestured towards the adjacent building, cautioning, be mindful, there's a gathering of fools observing you from that direction. They are indeed watching you, though your assessment is remarkably astute. The professional conduct of these agents is truly distressing. One wonders what the most elite of the clones are preoccupied with. Duva sighed heavily. Thor glanced around, dragging over a half-destroyed sofa, collapsing onto it with a thud, the disassembled frame yielding beneath him. Clearly, he was indifferent to such trivialities, ensnared in his anguish. Father is dead. May you find solace in your grief, Duva replied. I speak of the All-Father, the foremost among the 9 realms. Ruler of Asgard, King Odin has perished. Indeed, I have heard. What do you intend to do? You must elucidate. My father is truly gone? Duva pointed solemnly at his own chest. Erica, who had been cautiously supporting an alien creature with her newly grown legs, nearly faltered at this revelation. Gripping her broken blade, fiercely she winced, her face a mask of horror. Thor's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, You just claimed he was my brother. bearing the blood of Odin. Speak plainly. What is it you wish to convey? War had erupted. Loki had hastily returned to Asgard to lead the forces against the onslaught of the frost giants. A profound anxiety and rage flickered within Thor's gaze. He despised his own impotence, feeling indirectly responsible for Odin's demise, and resented Jotunheim for exploiting the chaos. Yet, his greatest concern lay in the vulnerability of Asgard, now bereft of its celestial guardian, against the formidable frost giants. Duva stroked his chin, observing Thor's expression. The sorrow was genuine. Were this news to reach Hela, she would revel atop Odin's grave. Yet, the siblings shared one conviction. Both held an unwavering belief that Jotunheim was inferior. They could obliterate any number of frost giants with ease. But Thor, stripped of divine power, was utterly incapable of doing so. Finally, Thor articulated his intent. I recognize that seeking your assistance is absurd, yet I find myself with no alternative. I wish to borrow troops. I aim to return to Asgard with a formidable and loyal army to retaliate against Jotunheim. Chapter 47. We have successfully unraveled the secrets of the alien. Listening to Thor, Duva's expression remained unchanged throughout the exchange. Surprise? Discontent? None of these emotions graced his demeanor. He simply sat there, calmly observing Thor. To borrow troops, frankly, is a madcap notion. Should I acquiesce, it would entail my involvement in a conflict of global proportions. Duva stated slowly. Taking Asgard as an example, the population of the entire Asgardian continent is relatively sparse, numbering merely in the thousands, with the rest dispersed across the 9 realms. Among these numbers are civilians, indicating that the actual pool of professional warriors available for battle is even smaller. In other realms, such as Jotunheim, ruled by the frost giants led by Laufey, and Muspelheim, governed by the fire giants under Surt and Queen Sind, the population is likely sparse. However, the dominance of powerful beings in these worlds, akin to divine patriarchs, cannot be underestimated. Once unleashed, they possess the capacity to obliterate entire planets. Odin, wielding the eternal spear and clad in the armor of the destroyer, dares to confront the celestial pantheon, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Mjolnir has chosen you. You are now the new god of thunder, and you must embrace the responsibilities that accompany this title. Thor's fervor escalates, as this acknowledgement equates to his own defeat. Each time he witnesses Duva casually wielding Mjolnir, jealousy consumes him. Duva remains unfazed, attempting to bind him, a being still tethered to Earth, with the responsibilities of Asgard. What jest! With great power comes great responsibility? Indeed, that is the essence. So, Thor, how many warriors do you wish to borrow? Duva gazes intently at him. Thor exhales deeply, believing he has succeeded in persuading Duva, while contemplating the extraterrestrial beings surrounding them. How many warriors should he request? Thor surmises that Duva cannot possibly showcase all his forces within this dilapidated structure, yet asking for too many might exceed what Duva can provide, and even if he could, he might be unwilling to comply. Indeed, it is a matter of giving. Thor is acutely aware that, although it is termed as borrowing, he is effectively expected to lead a contingent into the divine conflict, inevitably incurring substantial casualties. If all perish, repayment will be impossible. Your current demeanor reminds me of my childhood, indulging in cream cakes, obsessively contemplating the ratio of cream to cake, striving to discover a combination that satisfies both my compulsions and palate. Duva observes Thor, who rarely displays hesitation, recognizing that since arriving on Earth, Thor's character has evolved. He now endeavors to reflect deeply. If you were to become mortal like me, devoid of power, and your subordinates abandoned you, you would be transformed into someone akin to me. Thor speaks earnestly. Had he not lost his strength and endured a series of setbacks, his growth would not have accelerated, nor would he have begun to engage his intellect. Thor extends a hand, revealing 5 fingers. 5,000? You wish to borrow 5,000 warriors? Very well. That is not an insignificant number. Grant me a moment. Duva nods slightly. Thor opens his mouth, initially intending to propose 50. From Thor's seasoned perspective gained through millennia of warfare, the xenomorphs possess numerous advantages. Their natural exoskeleton provides considerable defense, enabling them to withstand the firearms of humankind, suggesting that even an ordinary xenomorph's defensive capabilities rival those of an Asgardian warrior. In terms of offensive power, their inner mandibles, tails, and highly corrosive blood serve as formidable weapons. Most importantly, Thor believes that the xenomorphs are inherently born warriors, possessing a ruthless mentality, perfect coordination, and an unwavering fighting spirit, qualities that are exceedingly rare. 50 xenomorphs, of course, cannot aid him in counterattacking Jotunheim. Thor is not insane. He merely wishes to bring these xenomorphs from Earth to assist Loki as much as possible, hoping they might serve as a surprise force to ambush key figures among the frost giants. The number of 50 was a carefully considered choice by Thor, as he felt that among the xenomorphs who followed Duva, this was a reasonable estimate. Even if not, there should be at least 30 or 40. Now, however, Duva had directly responded with 5,000? 5,000, what does that even mean? Thank you for your generosity. But I am utterly perplexed by the social structure of this species. At least, there is no record of it in the Asgardian library. If there were records, I would certainly have some recollection, yet what I truly require are the elite warriors. Please do not hand me the lower-class xenomorph civilians, as that would be leading them to their demise. Thor hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Rest assured, I am well aware. The xenomorphs Duva intends to deploy are at the very least blood xenomorphs, considering the physical prowess of their vampire hosts and the resulting xenomorphs, which possess a higher level of combat capability, barely crossing the threshold into extraordinary life. At the very least, blood xenomorphs can disregard the majority of human firearms. Even if injured, their exaggerated self-healing abilities, combined with the potent regenerative capabilities inherent to vampires, ensure that they can swiftly recover from wounds. Should ordinary animals be used to breed messenger xenomorphs, encountering even slightly more powerful firearms would result in injuries. Such xenomorphs would be of minimal use on the battlefields of Asgard. They would certainly be useful. Even the most basic xenomorph possesses blood capable of corroding the alloy of spaceship. So it stands to reason they could breach the skin of ordinary frost giants and erode their innards. However, deploying higher-tier xenomorphs is naturally preferable, as they could engage the enemy directly and expand their victories. Duva confidently stated, while xenomorphs have their drawbacks, there is one reassuring aspect. Even in death, they will exert every effort to shred their own bodies, allowing their warriors' blood to drench their enemies. In a one-for-one exchange, I may surely lose, but as your adversary, even if I do not die, you must expend a portion of your combat effectiveness. This is the combat style the xenomorphs excel in, and the inevitable result of a desperate assault when all else fails. Thor gazed at Duva in astonishment. I hope you're not jesting. How long have you been on Earth? And yet you have already learned the dark humor of humanity. The two exchanged glances. 5,000, if there truly are that many. Thor pondered, growing increasingly excited. His expectations had been low, yet now he received a promise 100-fold greater, a remarkable surprise. 5,000 xenomorphs, barely crossing into the realm of the extraordinary and possessing the ability for a one-for-one exchange, would undoubtedly form a vast and formidable army capable of significant assistance. As far as I know, the Frost Giant clan relishes hand-to-hand combat, wielding their formidable physiques and sharp frost magic to vanquish their foes. Coincidentally, I too favor this mode of warfare, Duva remarked with a smile. Once the aberrations attain a certain scale, what do they fear most? The answer lies in high-tech weaponry or the devastating bombardment of powerful magic from afar. However, when it comes to close-quarters combat, Duva is far from troubled. In a certain sense, while the war against the deities is perilous, it is also the battlefield most suited for the aberrations. At least until Duva develops the unique aberration systems that harness divine and magical energies, it remains the most fitting arena. My brother, we must share a drink. Thor exclaimed with palpable excitement, his body trembling slightly as he grasped Duva's hands tightly, refusing to let go. Duva, maintaining his composure, gradually pried apart the rough, sweat-soaked palms of the man before him, glancing around before summoning Erica. He wiped his hands vigorously on her newly revealed, tender thighs, inciting a look of disbelief in Erica as she stared wide-eyed at her employer. Can you truly muster 5,000 troops? Erica inquired, her frustration stifled by the powerful restraint of the aberration embryo in her chest, compelling her to seek answers instead. The figure startled her, and she couldn't shake the feeling that Duva had intentionally inflated the number to the 1,000 mark. Not yet, but soon, he assured her. The expansion of our forces is not solely my endeavor. Many others are contributing as well. Duva finally rose, casting a glance at the ecstatic yet apprehensive expression on Thor's face, his gaze drifting beyond the collapsed doorway to distant horizons. He felt akin to a fervent arms dealer, desperately extolling the virtues of aberrations as weapons, hoping his clientele would take them into battle. Thor, too, found himself with little choice, eager to bring aberrations to the fray. Who else could he turn to? The Inhumans. Only a madman like Black Bolt would enlist the sparsely populated Inhumans in such a conflict. Or perhaps Kamartaj. Atlantis? Be patient. Thor, I require a bit of time to bolster our arsenal. War has never been a simple affair, and I must also seek a reliable commander for this army. If left to Thor's command, he would likely issue a singular order. Charge with me. But who to choose? Captain America? The S.H.I.E.L.D. must have already extracted him. And besides, he is merely a captain, capable of leading a squad, but not commanding a legion. Aren't you going to fight? Thor gazed at him in astonishment, as if it were exceedingly peculiar for a leader to remain off the battlefield. Not necessary for this scale of conflict, Duva replied calmly. In truth, even if he refrained from direct engagement, he could still remotely control all the aberrations. More importantly, he certainly did not wish to be annihilated by some formidable being akin to a celestial progenitor on the battlefield. Remaining on Earth, even if he provoked Jotunheim to the brink of fury, they would not dare to seek retribution on his home soil. Thus, it was time for that individual to unleash his potential, Mr. Blue. Duva cast aside Thor, accompanied by the newly emerged rapid xenomorph, transforming into a fleeting shadow imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly vanishing from sight. Mr. Blue concealed himself in the sewers, diligently delving into the mysteries of the xenomorphs. Surrounding him were dozens of pale green beings, suspended in formaldehyde, slumbering. These creations, derived from Hulk's blood and modeled after Abomination, were under his control. However, this was not Mr. Blue's ultimate aspiration. He yearned to replicate the xenomorphs and command those captivating creatures. With an intelligence that surged 500-fold, his thoughts were incessant, deducing and calculating as effortlessly as one would consume food or drink. Since that individual returned from New Mexico, there had been no further developments. He had accurately pinpointed the arrival location of Thor, successfully returning in the guise of the Thunder God. Had he parasitized Thor? Mr. Blue was exhilarated. Something significant must have transpired in Asgard, causing Thor to plummet to Earth. What could it be? An external invasion? A civil war? Mr. Blue could not fathom it. Yet he sensed that after Duva's encounter with Thor, decisive actions would ensue. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated as the ground above shattered, and Duva descended from the heavens, appearing before Mr. Blue. It seems you have been quite industrious, Duva remarked, glancing at the pale green creatures. Of course, I know someone like you would not let me off the hook, and would certainly deploy xenomorphs to surveil me. I have been awaiting your arrival. You require these creations of mine, do you not? Mr. Blue exhibited no sign of surprise. He merely inclined his head slightly and erupted into a maniacal laughter. Duva furrowed his brow, realizing that Mr. Blue, whose brain had been altered by Hulk's blood, was somewhat neurotic, yet his utility was paramount. From this moment forth, you shall devote yourself entirely to the fabrication of these entities. You, along with all others, shall belong to me. Was war on the horizon? Were you preparing to wage conflict against S.H.I.E.L.D. or other organizations? Was it for the dominion over Thor? Duva refrained from further dialogue, administering a facehugger, observing as Mr. Blue's lips turned pale and he momentarily succumbed, only to rapidly regain consciousness through the Hulk's serum coursing within him. Something is gestating within my chest, he exclaimed. Indeed, this organism could integrate the host's genetic material. I surmise that before I lose my utility, you shall not eliminate me. Mr. Blue grew increasingly exhilarated, acutely aware of the transformations within him. On the very day the Abomination xenomorph was birthed, he had collected a trace of its genetic material within the laboratory, yet he had been unable to replicate the true xenomorph. He had awaited Duva's arrival. To comprehend was to decipher, and to master was to ultimately surpass Duva, thereby enslaving both Duva and the xenomorphs. This was the ambitious scheme Mr. Blue meticulously crafted for himself. Duva could roughly surmise the thoughts of this ambitious and deranged scientist, yet the moment was not one for meticulous consideration. A mere Mr. Blue was insufficient to furnish him with substantial military strength. In the time that followed, His actions would be limited to dispatching more xenomorphs for a frenzied campaign against vampires, while relying on Mr. Blue's genetic experiments and the stolen xenomorph egg in the skies above the continent, within the biological laboratory of the aerial mothership. The success was undeniable. The xenomorph indeed communicated through pheromones. To date, it had exhibited no fluctuations in mental linkage. However, through its secretions, we had developed a pheromone serum capable of controlling it. Have you noticed? This xenomorph is evolving at an astonishing pace, if I am not mistaken. It is progressing toward becoming a reproductive queen. Asexual reproduction. This is the xenomorph's method of propagation. It is truly astonishing. A group of scientists huddled together, fervently discussing the xenomorph confined within a cage crafted from Edmund alloy. Chapter 48. To prevent the emergence of the xenomorph universe, the World Guardianess, H-I-E-L, D decides to defeat Duva. Before them stood a xenomorph, swollen and rapidly evolving. It had been captured during a decisive raid by H-D, while Duva and his main forces departed New York for New Mexico. The scientists, already well-versed in the xenomorph's intelligence, were now caught in a frenzy, eager to witness this creature under their control. This xenomorph exhibited an alarming level of intelligence. After bursting forth from a prisoner, it was restrained in an Edmund alloy cage, subjected to electric shocks and freezing, and immediately became docile and quiet. Hill rapidly flipped through a document in her hands. Fury, gazing ahead, remarked from another perspective, "Its newfound obedience may raise our suspicions. This indicates that it may not be as clever as it appears, merely feigning intelligence." At that moment, the xenomorph completed its metamorphosis, reaching a height of 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Fury cast a brief glance. His previously restless heart cooled slightly. It was far too slender. The queen required time to grow. According to information provided by Blade, when he first encountered Duva, the queen accompanying him was similarly only 2 to 3 meters tall. However, during the incident in New Mexico, that xenomorph had already attained a height of 4 meters and 50 centimeters. Hill interjected, "But this is rather peculiar. All xenomorphs, aside from the queen, typically grow rapidly within hours of bursting forth, metamorphosing at an abnormal rate before halting their development. Perhaps this is the queen's unique trait." Preliminary deductions suggest that the social structure of xenomorphs resembles that of a hive, with the queen leading a xenomorph tribe. We have now established preliminary control over this newly emerged queen through pheromones, and soon we shall master an entire xenomorph colony. He'll scrutinize the report in her hands and elaborated. Duva frequently dispatched xenomorphs to abduct vampire populations, which had resulted in his name becoming infamous within the vampire realm and indeed throughout the entire underworld. Through numerous actions, both grand and minor, various factions have gradually discerned some superficial habits of the xenomorph species. Now, Fury believes he has commenced an exploration into the core realm of the xenomorphs, poised to gain comprehensive control over these creatures. Look, the queen is constructing a biological conduit. It may be about to lay eggs, exclaimed a scientist. Instantly, a group began to extract pheromones from the xenomorph secretions to communicate with them. They were industriously occupied, confirming that even the facehuggers birthed by the queen could be manipulated by their will. It was time. A glint of sharp coldness flashed in Fury's solitary eye as he dispatched a senior agent to contact Duval, inviting him to join S.H.L.D. The very thing he held most dear had already been seized by them. In their eyes, he was devoid of secrets. The unsheathed sword is most fearsome. Fury was acutely aware of this principle. Once Duval's secrets were unveiled, his greatest reliance on the xenomorphs would be snatched away, rendering him no longer a concern. What? The hammer of Thor? Wasn't that wielded solely by Thor? Moreover, in Fury's view, Asgard is ultimately not a true pantheon, but merely a powerful, advanced race. The worth of that hammer must be questioned. Besides, once they secure Duval, they could achieve anything he could, and assuredly, they would excel at it. Which team should he join? The Avengers? The Howling Commandos? The S.H.I.E.L.D. Strike Force? The Airborne Division? Hill recited a series of names. The Howling Commandos, an excellent idea. With Blade around, they could keep a watchful eye on him. Fury cast a stoic glance at Hill. It's not merely that. I simply do not regard him as human. Anyone who can casually implant xenomorph embryos into their chest cannot be considered a normal human. He fits more appropriately among phantoms, mummies, and zombies. As for the Avengers, that was out of the question. In Fury's mind, it was the premier team, reserved for those who were unquestionably trustworthy. Yet he had lifted Thor's hammer. Thor had initially distanced himself, but then returned, making it difficult to ascertain the standing of Thor and Duva in Asgard. I refused to acknowledge him as the god of thunder. Not long ago, he was merely human. The might he possesses, we now share. Fury turned and exited the laboratory. It seems you've made crucial advancements on your end. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here inviting me. Duval observed intently at the beautiful woman before him. Natasha tossed her wine-red hair, her lips parting as she spoke to Duval, yet her gaze drifted towards Thor. SHIELD is a global organization, open to all who possess ability and ambition. We can rephrase this dialogue, otherwise it becomes tedious. Also, when you converse with me, you may look into my eyes rather than fixate on Thor. He won't be joining you. Such brutality. However, guests from Asgard deserve a higher level of treatment. A moment's negligence could potentially ignite a global diplomatic crisis. Natasha stepped closer to Duva. The specially crafted perfume she wore wafting an enticing fragrance that tantalized the senses. Yet before she could utter another word, Thor's deep voice interrupted. I harbor no interest in your organization, and the scent you exude is utterly repugnant. It makes me want to sneeze. Natasha's expression stiffened. She had been disregarded by Thor in terms of allure. It was not due to a lack of beauty or charm, but rather because Thor's attention was fixated on the surrounding aliens, particularly the newly emerged creatures that had parasitized the biochemical monstrosities cultivated by Mr. Blue. He occasionally reached out to touch them, familiarizing himself with the situation, while contemplating how to command this army against the frost giants upon his return to Asgard. The newly appeared, hulking aliens that bore a resemblance to the abominable creatures certainly caught Natasha's eye. This cunning woman cast a swift glance before diverting her gaze. Yet she had already committed every detail to memory. Duva smiled and remarked, "It seems your beauty fails to captivate a god with over 1,000 years of experience. My intuition suggests you understand men well, but do not forget, if I truly wish to pursue something, there are far better candidates available." Natasha's smile gradually faded, her muscles tensing as she prepared for action, her gaze fixed on the approaching Mystique. With each step, Mystique transformed into a variety of stunning female forms, each more alluring than the last, ultimately taking on Natasha's own appearance. Fury sent me to invite you to join the Howling Commandos. Blade is also part of this team. You would make an excellent pair. If you agree, you would start as a level 9 agent, a remarkably high starting point on a global scale. Natasha's expression hardened as she replied, "We will also provide you with a professional scientific team to assist you in advancing biotechnology. All manner of rare knowledge and resources will be at your disposal." "What must I sacrifice?" she inquired. "You must heed the direction of SHIELD. Relinquish any control over Thor, including your aliens, which undoubtedly count as your strength, and join SHIELD, along with the God of Thunder." Listening to this woman's nonsense, Thor thought, they actually believe I am under your control, and she is even reluctant to address me as Your Excellency. The God of Thunder. Just as Thor was on the verge of a confrontation, Duva interjected, uttering a phrase that left Thor wide-eyed and helpless. Duva turned his gaze to Natasha and stated earnestly, "I will not join a band of thieves. You know precisely what I mean. You have taken something of immense importance from me. I must also remind you, no matter how hard you strive in my eyes, you merely produce a laughable array of imitations that can never rival me." Natasha finally furrowed her brow. "Have you truly made up your mind? You are likely to be officially classified as a supervillain, a collective force beyond control, and you will never enjoy freedom. This is absolutely unacceptable. For instance, the Brotherhood, the Hand, Hellfire, Kunlun, the Ten Commandments Gang, the Inhumans, and Atlantis. Do I need to conjure up a few more?" Duva counted on his fingers and finally proclaimed, "I have reached a new accord with His Highness the Prince beside me. Should you choose to disagree, it would be a grave provocation against me, the new God of Thunder from Asgard. You ought to contemplate the repercussions. You, who have made no progress in the struggle for New Mexico, wish to concern yourselves with Thor and me, the new God of Thunder, after the conflict ceases. Are you aware of the Thunder God's stature in Asgard? What accord? An agreement with the Prince of Asgard? Natasha's mind raced as she seized upon the most significant keywords, masking her inner doubts. She longed to seek clarification, but given Duva's demeanor, it was evident that he would not indulge her in idle chatter. Thus, she turned to leave. Further discussion seemed futile. As she departed, she glanced back at Raven and remarked to Duva, "I truly did not anticipate you would develop an interest in a flamboyant woman of 60. She had scarcely exited when Raven uttered a comment and followed suit without hesitation, clearly intent on engaging in something rather unfriendly. Duva surmised that Raven, having been endowed with the capabilities of the xenomorph embryo, coupled with her exceptional combat prowess, would have little difficulty in dispatching a genetically modified Natasha. Duva, however, had no interest in the fate of this bus ride. He was focused solely on fulfilling his own commitments. Dr. Stein, you must expedite the cultivation process. A mere 100 will not suffice. Duva transmitted his directive to Mr. Blue, who resided underground. Mr. Blue rubbed his substantial head, still struggling to adapt to the mental impulses emanating from his chest, penetrating directly into his brain, which provided him with a profound sense of insecurity. Yet, the thought of the exquisite xenomorph residing within him, waiting for an opportune moment to conduct clandestine research, lifted Mr. Blue's spirits, making the task of creating biological monstrosities much more efficient. Those are the resources I painstakingly gathered, gifts meant for you upon my joining. You cannot consider that quantity as something I can produce at will, Mr. Blue endeavored to explain to Duva, naturally through the means of the xenomorph within his chest. Yet, it was evident that Duva was not inclined to heed him. In 1 week, I demand 500. Otherwise, you hold little value for me. Prepare to face the consequences. Your existence will endure in the form of a xenomorph. Duva was unyielding. He could tolerate the ambitions of these beings and any attempts at betrayal, but he absolutely could not abide their incompetence. If they did not serve him dutifully, what purpose did their parasitic existence serve? Duva himself initiated the next phase of his operation swiftly, dispatching xenomorphs in small units of 5, systematically cleansing New York and its surrounding areas of all vampires. Moreover, he included the human traders, who worshipped and allied themselves with the vampires, as targets for the hunt. In the vicinity of New York lies the very heart of the vampire kingdom, where these creatures revel in the exquisite pleasures of life, supported by the immense wealth accumulated over generations. Although they have faced purges by Blade and Duva, a substantial population remains, albeit one that is rapidly dwindling. Many vampires do not fear Blade. After all, he is merely a man, but they harbor a profound dread of Duva. The power wielded by Duva only intensifies with each confrontation, and his numbers swell, rendering him the sworn enemy of the vampires. During daylight hours, Duva remotely commands numerous alien squads to scour the streets in search of vampires, occasionally drawing the attention of unsuspecting citizens. The vampires, in their desperation, resort to weaponry, such as RPGs, to inflict harm upon the aliens, only to be horrified by the rapid expansion of their adversaries' ranks. They may eliminate 5 aliens this time, but next, they will face a horde of 10 or more. The alien population burgeons at an alarming rate, and Duva's actions finally provoke the ire of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even in hunting vampires, he employs private armed force, disrupting the previously stable public order and openly challenging the societal equilibrium that S.H.I.E.L.D. is tasked with maintaining. With a pallid complexion and wounds still unhealed, Natasha submits her report, causing Fury to lose his patience entirely. Duva's audacity grows bolder, and with the alien numbers reaching into the hundreds, one must ponder whether he intends to hold the entire city of New York hostage with such a formidable force. Today, he targets vampires, but soon he may turn his sights on supercriminals and eventually ordinary humans. It is not far-fetched to imagine that even the feral cats and dogs on the streets could harbor alien embryos within them. Fury, perusing the mountain of reports before him, wears a grim expression. He grapples with the unsettling question, is Duva preparing for war? Why is he so brazen, disregarding even the facade of decorum? What truly sends shivers down Fury's spine is the reproductive mechanism of the aliens. Initially, he did not regard the Queen's fecundity as particularly formidable. After all, a single mother, no matter how prolific, would still have limitations on her progeny. However, upon observing the Queen confined in an adamantium cage, A troubling thought dawns upon him. What if Duva loses control of too many aliens, resulting in a few breaking free? Birds may migrate. Fish may venture into the unreachable depths of the ocean, and under certain conditions, they could all transform into queens. What if the entire globe becomes overrun with uncontrollable aliens? The more Fury learns, the more he appreciates the potential of the aliens. Yet he is acutely aware of the terrifying risks that uncontrolled aliens pose to the world. This concern transcends any assessment of Duva's capabilities. It is a matter of safety. Currently, the situation remains manageable with merely a few hundred aliens. However, to confront Duva, a heavy toll will be exacted. Our agents and heroes will face devastating casualties against Duva, who commands both the Hammer of Thor and an alien army. Fury recalled the Queen in his grasp, which, under their pheromone directives and with boundless nutritional provisions, was rapidly laying eggs every day. In just a few days, a considerable quantity had already accumulated. Scientists speculated that this alien matriarch had spontaneously mutated to expand her brood, thus activating genes that significantly enhanced her egg-laying rate. Conversely, Duva's specimen seemed devoid of such traits. The xenomorphs, inherently a species evolving through the fusion of diverse genetic pathways, could logically exhibit such discrepancies. Although it was also plausible that Duva deliberately suppressed the egg-laying capabilities of his matriarch. A flicker of determination and fervor ignited in Fury's eyes. We too shall take action. Employing xenomorphs to vanquish xenomorphs. Duva will despair as he realizes our cultivation and utilization of these creatures far surpass his own. Ultimately, he is merely a fortunate individual who stumbled upon the creation of xenomorphs. Only when they are firmly in our grasp can they transform into truly controllable and perfect biological weapons, safeguarding the Earth as a formidable force. Chapter 49. All for Fairness and Justice. S.H.I.L.D. must also expand its ranks, from where do the hosts emerge. The vampires have encountered dire misfortune. Consequently, this operation has attracted the attention of many extraordinary organizations. S.H.I.L.D. has had a change of heart, beginning to vigorously combat vampires. It seems they might adopt a stance akin to the Spear Bureau, eradicating all vampires. The Spear Bureau had long since annihilated the vampires in the East, with 240,000 registered superhumans and mutants. Such a scale is no trifling matter, and exterminating vampires poses no challenge. Yet now S.H.I.E.L.D. is engaging in similar actions, raising suspicions among many, as this contradicts their usual conduct. However, they will soon discover the truth. The control over xenomorphs has not waned with their increasing numbers. Rather, it has intensified. Within the societal structure of the xenomorphs, hierarchical distinctions are remarkably rigid. As long as we can dominate the higher-tier xenomorphs and possess sufficient pheromones, we can exert control over the entire species. Damn it. The chip implantation plan has failed once more. Their blood rejects all foreign substances. Dr. Cliff, I have an idea. We could embed adamantium into their necks and then equip them with monitoring chips. The mental detectors also posed no issue, as the xenomorphs' mental states remained consistently stable, suggesting no schemes or betrayals of high-risk thought patterns had emerged. Fury gazed down at the thousands of xenomorphs below, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in his single eye as he meticulously reviewed the reports. Yet, even the most advanced mental apparatuses failed to detect any form of treachery among these xenomorphs. Our cognitive instruments, though far inferior to Professor X's, are still adequate for gauging the activity levels of xenomorph brains, Hill reported. She was acutely aware of Fury's suspicions regarding the potential for betrayal, a hallmark of a consummate agent leader, always vigilant and questioning. Everything seems to be progressing too smoothly, don't you think, Hill? Fury remained lost in thought, sensing an underlying discord. We have mobilized the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. to rapidly augment the number of xenomorphs, employing cutting-edge biotechnology to produce pheromones and utilizing technological instruments to monitor their growth. Hill offered her perspective. Duval is merely one man. What he can accomplish, we shall undoubtedly surpass. This final statement was pivotal, serving as a compelling argument for Fury. He cast a glance at Hill, whose demeanor was serious and highly competent, and subtly shook his head. Were it Coulson in this situation, he would not have merely engaged in safety assessments. Instead, He would have proffered a comprehensive contingency plan to counter the xenomorphs before inquiries were even made. Unfortunately, Coulson had narrowly escaped with his life from New Mexico and was still recuperating in bed. Natasha had ventured out and returned barely alive. It appeared that SHIELD's senior agents faced misfortune whenever they grew too close to Duval. Then, let us proceed. Deploy agents to collaborate with the xenomorphs. Advancing into the Bronx to eliminate Duval and ultimately apprehend him, Fury declared. The xenomorphs, as inherently formidable weapons of war, suited Fury's inclinations perfectly. They were unafraid of sacrifice, utterly obedient, and could be mass-produced. The sole concern lay in identifying sufficiently robust hosts. To be candid, Fury had not initially intended to target vampires. He had contemplated selecting from the world's prisoners, many of whom possessed unique abilities. However, time was of the essence, and the selection and transport of prisoners could lead to complications. Thus, he ultimately settled on vampires. After all, the heart of the vampire empire resided in New York. Consequently, the vampires were horrified to discover that, overnight, the world had turned against them. These ancient bloodlines scrambled to exploit their amassed wealth and the assistance of humans seeking longevity through vampiric allegiance, yet to no avail. Xenomorphs had infiltrated their ranks as well. A cacophony of despair echoed in their world. Fury, having gone 2 days without rest, diligently monitored the movements of all xenomorphs until he formally commanded agents and xenomorphs to advance towards the suburban Bronx. Duval would soon feel the sting of retribution. May, report your findings. Fury's voice resonated with composure. All is proceeding smoothly. However, it is peculiar that we have not encountered any of Duval's xenomorphs. This is unsettling. He has not even deployed the most basic xenomorphs for surveillance. Melinda, a level 7 agent with aerial expertise and a skilled pilot, now serve as commander, leading the xenomorphs and agents forward. The answer is simple. Duval has long since detected our presence. If he can control the xenomorph pheromones, he undoubtedly sensed our approach. Fury stated, "What intrigues me more is whether Duval's xenomorphs, as Cliff suggested, might have a certain probability of responding to our pheromones." Although Cliff was somewhat unhinged, his professional acumen was commendable. The probability is low, but you shall know soon enough. Fury scrutinized the image transmitted by Melinda, comparing it with the satellite footage. The xenomorphs. These beings were veritable assassins, inherently skilled in the art of stealth. He could not ascertain how many more lurked within the shadows of New York City. Yet launching a direct assault on Duval was undeniably a sagacious decision. At that moment, an urgent communication interrupted his contemplation. Alexander Pierce? Fury furrowed his brow. The current United Nations Secretary General and former director of SHIELD, calling him at this juncture was hardly an auspicious sign. Nick, I fail to comprehend your actions. In merely 2 days, you have managed to cultivate such a multitude of xenomorphs and initiated military operations? Pierce's voice resonated through the line. Ah, it appears a vampire has reported to you. They must have invested considerable resources, yet I trust you can withstand the pressure, Fury replied. Pierce continued, It is not merely a matter of pressure. Do you have any notion of the number of complaints I have received regarding your actions? Not solely from vampires. Colonel Strucker has explicitly expressed his discontent. He believes the technology for controlling and cultivating xenomorphs should be entrusted to him. Fury scoffed. Strucker? He has made scant progress with mutants and now seeks to meddle with xenomorphs? His justification is quite compelling. Duval's ability to establish a company and acquire dilapidated buildings for experimental purposes is due to his approval. Thus Duval is rightfully one of his scientists. Damn it, Fury cursed, mockingly adding, by Strucker's logic, should SHIELD not pay him an astronomical sum for the rights to utilize xenomorphs? More troublesome still, he intends to prosecute you under the charge of endangering a protected species. Blast. Fury retorted, I never realized Strucker was the leader of an animal rights organization. He must be deranged, attempting to infiltrate SHIELD. Pierce's voice was laden with concern. Your recent activities have made quite a stir. Your secrecy has been too effective. Controlling the production of so many xenomorphs without a whisper has left certain individuals restless. Ah, it appears the fault lies with my uneven distribution of spoils. Thank you for the information, Alexander. However, I suspect Strucker is merely a facade, a diversion orchestrated by those advancing the Super Soldier Initiative. It seems I must investigate who has taken the helm of that project since Ross's demise. After exchanging a few more words with Pierce, Fury ended the communication. A hint of unease crossing his features. As a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce should pose no threat. He would not leak S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence. Of course, Fury could comprehend the necessity of maintaining informants within S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, why was this man inquiring about his actions at such a critical moment? Did he wish for his success or his failure? Or had he sensed something amiss? Fury buried this doubt deep within. A mere subtle signal could transform his trust in a once reliable ally into suspicion. Before long, Melinda reported, "I have located Duval. He is standing alongside Thor, and something seems awry." Melinda gazed ahead in astonishment. Duva was conversing with Thor, occasionally extending his hand to point at the individuals and the alien beings before them. "Is this the new army you mentioned?" Thor queried, somewhat bewildered, glancing into the distance. It was evident that these individuals were not there to transfer control of the aliens. "I assert it is so. Thor, you must have faith in me. My brother. I undoubtedly have faith in you, especially when you assist me in my most challenging times. If only you could return Mjolnir to me, that would be splendid." Thor's hand instinctively reached out, as he often sought opportunities, believing that what Duva could achieve indirectly with the aliens, he too could accomplish directly. Duva remained composed, raising his other hand, and with a mere gesture, the mighty hammer of the Thunder God flew forth, thwarting Thor's ploy. "Behold, Thor. This illustrates our difference. I can maintain focus at all times, whereas you are perpetually distracted," Duva remarked. Thor reluctantly averted his gaze, uncertain how to respond, and awkwardly shifted the topic. Then, those beings radiating an aura of menace, standing alongside the aliens. Was I previously unaware that the alien race has pledged allegiance to two masters? Having witnessed myriad races in the millennia of warfare, he was accustomed to such circumstances and found them unremarkable. However, what transpired next shattered Thor's understanding. Strictly speaking, until I issue my command, these aliens do not belong to anyone, Duva stated as a chorus of rustling sounds erupted, and a multitude of aliens began to emerge, including those that had resided underground since their inception. Their numbers swiftly exceeded 1,000 and continued to swell. Duva's keen eyesight pierced the darkness, landing upon Melinda and her companions. A single glance sent chills racing down Melinda's spine. This sensation was reminiscent of her close encounters with the alien queen. As Natasha had mentioned, among these aliens were imposing figures, likely born from the parasitic offspring of the Hulk, who needed no negotiation and would act immediately. Melinda issued commands to everyone present. Logically, the agents on site would have brought varying numbers of aliens to swiftly maneuver and employ an array of high-tech weaponry to dismantle Duva's defenses, subsequently sending the aliens to engage in close combat. Had they not been in the suburbs, which were not devoid of human presence, they could have dispatched armed helicopters for missile bombardment. Many observers from various organizations shared similar thoughts. In terms of scale, Duva's side appeared to be at a disadvantage. The aliens surged forth. Puffed. Melinda's eyes widened as her mind erupted in chaos, for she distinctly heard the visceral sounds of flesh being torn and the anguished cries emanating from behind her. The air cavalry officer abruptly turned, incredulous at the gruesome scene unfolding before her. All the xenomorphs launched an immediate assault on the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Those agents who fell victim to the attack found themselves dismembered in an instant, and those who perished on the spot were, in a twisted sense, the fortunate ones. Gunfire erupted, yet it was painfully evident that even the slightest infliction of harm upon the xenomorphs had come too late. Melinda gritted her teeth, executing a rapid backward roll to evade a tail that lashed out from one of the creatures, drawing a grenade from her waist. She deftly bit off the pin and accurately hurled it into the creature's maw. With a resounding explosion, the xenomorph's mouth was obliterated, yet Melinda's expression remained grim. She understood that such damage was trivial for a xenomorph, which would soon regenerate to its former state. Her exceptional skills were unmatched by her fellow agents, despite their elite training, could do little in the face of what had once been their comrades, now turned into agents of slaughter, compounding the dire situation. More xenomorphs from Duva's side rapidly encircled the area, joining the fray. Among them were the colossal xenomorphs, each possessing astonishing strength and formidable exoskeletal armor, seemingly composed of muscle, with a density so alarming it rendered them impervious to gunfire. Once they stormed the battlefield, a single punch could reduce an agent to mere pulp. Melinda struggled to hold her ground, but as an ordinary human, she could only take advantage of the ensuing chaos to desperately evade their attacks. With such graceful movements, you would surely be a star in a circus. Duva's voice pierced through the battlefield, his visage flickering ominously in the dim light, appearing to Melinda as a demon clad in human skin. You always knew. You knew from the very beginning that this would be the outcome. You did it on purpose. Melinda's voice was piercingly sharp. In the next moment, she was overwhelmed and brought to the ground by multiple xenomorphs. Yes, I am aware of all your operations, and I know precisely what you have done to my xenomorphs. But what of it? I am in dire need of reinforcements, and thanks to you, I have managed to replenish my ranks in a matter of days. If I were to rely solely on my own efforts, the commotion would have been far too great, and I might have already become a public enemy in New York. Duva ripped the earpiece from Melinda, watching as the xenomorphs tore her apart. Nick Fury, it seems Natasha did not convey my intentions fully to you. Or perhaps you were aware and simply wished to test whether I am lying. A level 9 agent. How generous of you. Alas, such matters hold no value for me. I shall gladly accept these xenomorphs. Duva then turned his attention to Thor. Thor, contact Heimdall now. Activate the Bifrost and transport these xenomorphs to Asgard in batches. Inform your kin that powerful, brave, just, and fearless reinforcements are on their way. Chapter 50. The youngest T-0 threat on Earth. Everything transpired too suddenly. Fury witnessed Melinda's tragic demise, his face betraying no emotion. Yet his clenched fists crushed the corner of the desk. As he listened to Duva audaciously outline his forthcoming actions, Fury suddenly comprehended Duva's objective. Did Duva intend to use the Bifrost to transport the xenomorphs to Asgard? Reinforcements? Fury instantly comprehended that a war must have erupted in Asgard, and he finally grasped the implications of the agreement that Duva had previously mentioned regarding Thor. This madman, Duva, had audaciously engaged in a conflict involving high-level species, employing the xenomorphs as instruments of warfare, thrusting them to the forefront of battle. Fury could easily surmise the perilous nature of the war that had broken out in Asgard. It was a confrontation involving a formidable assembly of beings wielding divine powers, capable of unleashing unimaginable devastation. You have truly lost your mind. You will drag Earth into a war it ought not to partake in. Fury's voice was tinged with somber gravity. Duva glanced down at the headset in his hand and replied, "Does it make a difference? If S-H-I-E-L-D possessed even a modicum of ambition, it should have long since undertaken similar actions, forcibly researching and manipulating elements that lie beyond its control. This is merely a loss of control. You have lost an exceptional subordinate while significantly augmenting my power. It seems you orchestrated this from the very beginning, including the matter of pheromone control over the xenomorphs, which you deliberately allowed me to uncover. Your true method of controlling the xenomorphs is through mental manipulation. Quite imaginative, Holmes." Duva neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Fury pondered the nature of the relationship between the various progenitors. In Duva's absence, if offspring from different progenitors were to encounter one another, would they engage in conflict? This was crucial, as it influenced Fury's decision to continue investing substantial resources to counter Duva. As long as I still control one progenitor, it won't be long before I completely unravel your secrets, Fury asserted. At that moment, the chips embedded in the necks of many xenomorphs began to emit a red light, indicating imminent detonation. However, Duva's reaction was swifter. He raised Thor's hammer to summon a tempest of thunder. Each bolt, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was more than sufficient to disrupt signals and obliterate the chips. It merely inflicted some hardship upon the xenomorphs, but as long as it wasn't fatal, they would eventually recover. It seems I underestimated divine power. From this point forth, I shall compile a specialized dossier on you and assemble a team of experts to conduct research. Fury's voice betrayed no emotional fluctuation, yet this frigid demeanor was, in itself, the most profound expression of emotion. No one relishes failure. Thus, perhaps we should deliberate on the next topic. Are you interested in the war that has erupted in Asgard? We may find common ground in certain aspects. With a casual wave, Duva commanded all the xenomorphs to annihilate the S-H-I ELD agents present. You have just deceived me with your cunning, and now you speak of collaboration? Do you wish for me to provide you with a greater number of xenomorphs? Or do you presume that having gained a slight advantage in intelligence, you can treat me as a fool? Even for Fury, who prided himself on being a man of interests, Duva's seamless transition was exasperating. At times, he genuinely wished to pry open Duva's mind to uncover the dangerous thoughts that occupied this individual's mind on a daily basis. This is impossible. I will not collaborate with someone like you unless you relinquish control over the alien species. Fury felt that his words exuded an excessive sense of righteousness, which was quite inconsistent with his character. What a pity! If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Your stance essentially shifts the blame for the entire incompetence of SHIELD onto me, as if I am the one hindering your control over the aliens. You have stolen my beloved, imprisoned it, and ultimately failed. I to be blamed? Duva glanced around and noticed that all the filming equipment had been destroyed. He then raised his head towards the sky, gesturing helplessly. Well, you are in serious trouble now. Nick Fury, you have committed theft and unlawful detention. You are provoking the ruler of a species. Fury grew vigilant, uncertain of how Asgard would perceive Duva, especially since the status of a human wielding Thor's hammer in Asgard was still shrouded in mystery. This newly appointed god of thunder was now resorting to radical means to expand his forces, even deceiving the entire SHIELD to gain their endorsement. You were so eager to pledge your loyalty to Asgard. I presume you have already acquired an Asgardian green card, Fury inquired. Upon hearing this, Duva tossed the headset to the bewildered Thor beside him. Thor, unfamiliar with the term green card, naturally interpreted it as a unique Midgardian just based on Duva's expression. Thor, these people claim that I am attempting to become an Asgardian through this war, which is the complete opposite of your situation. No, at least in one aspect. We are similar. Neither of us wishes to become a denizen of the other's world. Thor surveyed the now silent aliens around him and felt parched. Let's not squander time on fools. I shall summon the Bifrost immediately to transport our forces. Once the war concludes, you can become whoever you wish. During this time, Thor had been deciphering Duva's temperament and realized that Duva held little interest in Asgardian citizenship. Thus, he could reasonably surmise that Duva aspired to ascend to a higher platform, to engage in grander battles, to validate his worth and abilities. This was quite normal. A significant part of Thor's upbringing had been steeped in such values. Oh, perhaps Duva is intrigued by the frost giants, seeking to capture a batch of them for parasitism. Thor was indifferent to this notion. As he sought to return with an army to assist Loki, he aimed to demonstrate to all Asgardians that even without his divine powers, he could still provide aid. He remained a worthy Asgardian warrior. Loki must have taken control of all of Asgard. I can assist him, and he will surely be pleased. In the future, he will become the king of Asgard. Thor shook his head. It was already a lost cause. He has long since given up. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. You have witnessed my efforts. Now, open the Bifrost and send me and my reinforcements back. Heimdall, Thor roared at the heavens, his voice hoarse and strained. In the distance, Duva stood quietly, observing. Soon, an incredibly radiant rainbow descended from the sky, brimming with the power to traverse dimensions, illuminating Thor. At Duva's command, the surrounding creatures began to surge forward into the brilliance of the rainbow bridge. When space on the ground proved insufficient, they climbed over one another, forming a piled mass to press inward. This was merely the first wave. A second rainbow bridge appeared in succession, transporting groups of creatures to Asgard. Duva attentively sensed their arrival, confirming that the beings had reached Asgard. Even across countless spans of distant space, his mental link with them remained steadfast, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Is this the same rainbow that once brought Thor to Earth? Quite the impressive technology, Fury remarked. Do not be deceived. This is not merely advanced technology, but also a manifestation of divine power, a realm beyond your reach, Duva retorted. Time would reveal to Thor the grave mistake he had made by unleashing such perilous beings upon an unsuitable battlefield. Fury's countenance darkened. He realized he could no longer obliterate or control all the creatures. Even though Duva had dispatched a substantial force, the power around him seemed to wane to its nadir, making it an opportune moment to act. Yet, the thought of the creatures in Asgard plagued Fury's mind. He detested leaving potential threats behind. Unfortunately, the threats were indeed manifold. He could not venture to Asgard to eradicate the creatures, even if he summoned Captain Marvel back to Earth. Perhaps it's time to shift your perspective, Agent. Even if I do not send the army of creatures to Asgard, you might still find yourself powerless against me. Care to speculate whether I have revealed all of the creatures to you, or if I have concealed a few? Duva's voice dripped with a devilish whisper. Should the hidden creatures erupt, the destruction they could wreak was unfathomable. Fury reminded himself that he still held a queen in his grasp. With her, he could continue his research, potentially discovering a means to counter Duva in the future. Duva controlling the creatures with mental prowess? Fury pondered which superhuman adept in mental abilities he could enlist to attempt similar control over the beings. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vast resources, extensive knowledge, and talent pool, with sufficient time, they could devise a solution. The war has already begun, Duva suddenly declared. War? Asgard? Fury questioned. No. Is the war between you and me? Even now, you fail to truly comprehend me. Duva sighed deeply, his voice transforming into a calm tone, as if conceding to reality. Fury furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. What could it possibly be? He was aboard the skyship. Could Duva possibly summon a super creature capable of unleashing artillery upon the sky? Suddenly, Fury sprang to his feet, swiftly tapping a few commands on the virtual screen before him. Hurry, instruct Dr. Cliff to amplify the power of the A28 mental shielding device. It had always been operating at maximum capacity. Cliff had already anticipated this. Damn it, the mother is self-destructing. It has destroyed its own head with its inner mandibles. Fury stood frozen, his expression a tempest of emotions, before finally accessing a screen, entering a password, and gazing upon the gruesome imagery. Blood splattered onto the adamantium, sizzling and sending plumes of smoke into the air. Two scientists, positioned too closely, had been tainted by a few drops of blood and were now writhing on the ground. Fury's countenance shifted entirely. What an unfathomable distance this is. To breach the mental shielding device's blockade and issue a command for the Queen to take her own life. Surprised? One must admit, your defensive measures are commendably thorough, leaving it with no opportunity to escape. However, as the world's foremost organization, it would be remiss not to construct an impregnable prison with adamantium, which speaks volumes of your professionalism. Duva's voice was unsettlingly calm. Fury stared at the screen before him, remaining silent for a few seconds. This is the Mother Queen. I prefer to refer to the alien leader with reproductive capabilities as the Queen. This is the second Queen, extremely precious, and yet you do not even wish to discuss the terms of a transaction with me? A single command for her to end her own life? Your cunning probing techniques are ever so adept at extracting information. Duva pointed out Fury's rhetoric, but continued. What leads you to believe that a queen is so rare among the xenomorphs? Care to venture a guess as to how many xenomorphs I have released on this planet? Of those, how many could potentially metamorphose into a queen? And under what circumstances would that occur? Duva's words sent Fury's heart plummeting into despair. He continued, This is why I must emphasize, you do not understand me, nor do you comprehend the xenomorphs. You have not even grasped their classification. They are a highly ordered species capable of extreme behaviors for survival and the continuation of their kind. And he slowly crushed the headset in his hand, am the god of this species. Fury, watching the severed communication, understood the weight of Duva's final words. Not the god of thunder, but rather the god of xenomorphs. It seems we have provoked a troublesome adversary. Although I still scoff at his self-declared divinity, we appear to have committed a grave error. Fury's heart was heavy. Behind him, still wrapped in bandages, his wounds not yet fully healed, Coulson stood silently, remarking, judging causes by their outcomes has never been a sound practice. Yet it allows us to see with greater clarity. So, what do you perceive as the outcome, Coulson? Duva has now ascended to the status of a god, and irrespective of Asgard's perspective, we must regard him thus. This signifies that Duva is exceedingly difficult to vanquish through conventional means. Coupled with the latent threats posed by the extraterrestrial entities, it becomes evident that Duva has achieved the formidable T0 threat level at an astonishingly young age. In Asgard, Loki seethes with fury. Amidst multiple planetary assaults and the dire loss of several strongholds, he is rallying for war. Heimdall, without the king's consent, has audaciously activated the Rainbow Bridge. Beneath the throne, several individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in their eyes. Surely it must be Thor. Has Thor returned? Observing the rising excitement among the gathered crowd, Loki inhaled deeply and allowed a smile to grace his lips. Indeed, my brother has returned. Yet there is unfortunate news. He has not regained his divine powers, and his involvement in this conflict would be perilous in the extreme. Loki rose, casting his gaze upon the varied expressions of those below, lingering momentarily on the faces of the three warriors. Do you think I do not wish to bring him back? I cannot do so. I do this to protect him. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly engage in a relentless battle against the frost giants. The more Loki spoke, the more sorrowful he became, to the point where even Sif, well aware of his treacherous disposition, was nearly swayed. I understand that my ascension to the throne has bred discontent among you, but I have no alternative. If it were solely up to my brother, Loki's words trailed off abruptly as he noticed Thor entering the celestial palace with astonishing speed. The gates swung open with a thunderous crash. Amidst a flurry of astonished gazes, a multitude of enigmatic beings surged forth, surrounding a tearful Thor. My dear brother, do not utter another word. I shall not allow you to fight alone. Loki gazed upon these familiar entities, recalling the individual who had once brought him disgrace, nearly turning his visage a shade of blue. Chapter 51. Establishing a course in alien languages. This is the essence of respect. Thor's return undoubtedly served as a tonic for the spirits. Apart from the grim-faced Loki, everyone else crowded around Thor, pinching here, grasping there, and inquiring with warmth. Thor, you still have not regained your divine powers, but which realm do these splendid companions hail from? I have never encountered their kind. Merely judging by their appearances, this race possesses a striking aesthetic of lethality. Indeed, I share that sentiment. They seem as though they were born solely for combat. The individuals present boasted centuries of combat experience and had witnessed countless creatures across the 9 realms. Moreover, Asgard's library housed an extensive repository of knowledge concerning civilizations beyond the 9 realms. Yet, among the multitude gathered, none could identify these beings. Why do they accompany Thor? These are extraterrestrials, reinforcements I summoned from Midgard. Thor exclaimed with enthusiasm. Reinforcements from Midgard? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They are well aware that Midgard undoubtedly harbors formidable beings. Yet it has always existed as a realm of mortals, often subconsciously overlooked. Observe the physiques of these entities. Their elongated heads suggest robust defenses, and their towering statures indicate exceptional combat prowess. The most brawny among them, Volstagg, immediately became exhilarated, for he relished engaging with robust warriors, particularly in the midst of an erupting conflict. One of the 3 warriors, Hogun, wielding a mighty hammer, boldly approached a particularly sturdy creature. With a swift motion, the hammer was hurled forth. In an instant, the previously stationary being reacted, extending an arm to seize the hammer, swiftly followed by a razor-sharp tail lunging towards Hogun. Taken aback, Hogun freed a hand to grasp the creature's tail from the side. Yet, in the next moment, at such close quarters, the creature opened its maw and unleashed a set of grotesque inner fangs, startling to any first-time observer. Hogun retaliated with a powerful swing, sending the creature reeling. What immense strength and peculiar combat style. Every part of this being seems crafted for battle. Hogun couldn't help but commend it. Given his prowess, he could swiftly dispatch this creature in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet the circumstances were far more complex. Just look at the sheer number of these entities. So many. Are they your followers, Thor? Vandal inquired, his eyes gleaming as he delicately adjusted his mustache. Not at all. These beings are all followers of a single Midgardian, one who has raised Mjolnir, the new god of thunder. Thor spoke with a calm demeanor, having come to terms with the reality. However, this pronouncement sent shockwaves throughout the celestial palace. A Midgardian has lifted Mjolnir, a new god of thunder? Thor, are you certain you are not jesting? If this were true, it would be utterly astonishing, especially considering this individual commands such a fierce warrior race. Gazes flitted between the creatures, as all present possessed discerning eyes. Though some felt discontent over Thor's loss of Mjolnir, they also rejoiced at his transformation and the arrival of reinforcements. It was evident that while Thor had lost his divine might, he had gained a profound steadiness, embodying a tranquility that comes only from weathering great storms. Only Loki understood that this transformation stemmed from a deep wound to Thor's spirit. Without peace, chaos would ensue. At this moment, Loki's expression hardened, and he regretted not having decisively brought the Eternal Spear and the Destroyer armor with him on his second descent to Earth to eliminate Duva. The situation in Midgard had far exceeded his expectations, revealing many powerful beings, including Duva, who had inexplicably acquired Mjolnir, leaving Loki with mounting apprehension. He genuinely feared that Odin had succumbed to a deep slumber, and that their mother, Frigga, had been persuaded to stay by Odin's side, thus unlikely to intervene. What if he recklessly ventures forth and casts the Eternal Spear and the Destroyer armor into Midgard? Loki must alter his plans and opt for a more prudent course, inciting a war between the realms. "Loki, I bring you a formidable army," Thor exclaimed. "You must be well aware of the xenomorphs." Before Thor could finish, Loki interrupted, "I have not seen Heimdall. The Rainbow Bridge remains unsealed. Just how many xenomorphs did you bring from that fellow?" "Currently, there are about 3,000, and soon we shall muster 5,000 troops." Thor's voice boomed, regaining his former confidence. 5,000. Such powerful beings, 5,000 of them? Thor, you're truly remarkable. And your friend is equally impressive for willing to send such a potent army. Volstagg exclaimed. That individual is named Duva. Furthermore, not all xenomorphs are so formidable. Thor elucidated the categories of xenomorphs, yet refrained from disclosing the growth method of the chestburster. Nevertheless, 5,000, considering the combat prowess of the xenomorphs, is indeed an astonishing figure. The crux lies in the fact that this is a private force dispatched by a Midgardian. According to Thor's insinuations, the numbers could indeed be greater, merely requiring some time. I am quite eager to meet Duva. He must be a generous and just lord. How shall we express our gratitude? Now is not the time for discussions of gratitude. We ought to focus on the impending war, Thor replied. As time passed, more xenomorphs traversed the Rainbow Bridge to Asgard, standing silently outside the palace like dark sculptures, exuding an aura of terrifying menace. Even the most discerning observer could find no fault in this assembly. Powerful, silent, disciplined, and numerous, all who beheld the scene were rendered speechless. Even those ordinary soldiers who received orders not to engage could not help but whisper among themselves, their gazes ablaze with fervor. It was evident to any with a modicum of intelligence that this enigmatic army was likely Asgard's reinforcements. Loki, my brother, you should inform all of Asgard about this army and proclaim this splendid news to the populace, Thor sincerely advised. However, Loki found this suggestion exceedingly grating. Was Thor issuing commands to the king? Since Thor's arrival, he had eclipsed all brilliance. It is no wonder that the boisterous and combative Asgardians would not favor a shadowy king. My brother, you have truly astonished me by bringing such an army. So, where is the master of the xenomorphs, Duva? Loki inquired, contemplating the opportunity to eliminate him on the battlefield. To be candid, Loki was quite envious of the xenomorphs. Who wouldn't desire such a loyal and fearsome army? The potential for development remains astonishing. Only with high-quality hosts can more powerful beings emerge. He will not engage directly in battle, but will remain in Midgard to command the troops. Loki, I am aware of your history, but trust me, he is a good man, Thor stated solemnly. A good man? It is the first time I have heard you speak of anyone beyond a warrior in such terms. Loki retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. Thor, that foolish brother, might have been deceived by Duva and is likely still counting the coins. Under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, Loki, wielding the Eternal Spear, began to review the army. As he walked among the beings, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes as he attempted to communicate with them, seeking to claim them as his own. Killing Duva was one matter. Controlling these beings was another, and there was no inherent conflict, for such entities were undeniably enticing. A brief call responded to Loki, though he could not comprehend it. The people, initially prepared to raise their hands in celebration according to the established ritual, were at a loss for what to do. Vandal, stroking his mustache, analyzed, their language system differs from ours, forming its own structure, akin to the flower deity giants of Planet X. I propose we establish a dedicated discipline called alien linguistics. As the elite of Asgard, they would, of course, undergo a long and intricate education. For instance, Thor was proficient in the languages of many renowned cosmic races. Well said. We must do this. It is a mark of respect for our comrades who have crossed realms to aid us. All who have bled for Asgard shall be eternally remembered. Thor proclaimed loudly. In just a few words, a new course was established. Loki gazed at the perpetually silent beings, his expression impassive. The land of Asgard could scarcely endure the corrosive blood of these creatures. War erupted in full force. The news of Odin's demise proved to be an unprecedented shock across the vast territories ruled by Asgard. While Odin lived, Thor often embarked on campaigns to quell rebellions across various planets, leaving a contingent of Asgardian soldiers to guard. Now, with Odin gone, the entirety of Asgard was plunged into chaos, which would inevitably draw upon a significant portion of Asgard's military might. Everyone anticipated that Jotunheim would seize the opportunity to launch a radical offensive, expanding their gains, perhaps even leading to the personal involvement of the formidable Laufey, the father-level powerhouse, directly invading Asgard's homeland. Yet the outcome was unexpected. Asgard boldly mobilized, reallocating some forces to escalate the war against Jotunheim. Across multiple planets between the realms of Asgard and Jotunheim, the fires of war ignited. Asgard's resolute and audacious actions left Jotunheim in a state of bewilderment. They expected Asgard to be engulfed in fear and chaos. So why did these beings instead exhibit heightened aggression? Could it be that my cunning offspring has managed to deceive the Asgardians to such an extent? For Laufey, this was difficult to comprehend, assuming Odin had indeed perished. With Hela sealed away and the newly crowned Loki being his progeny and the instigator of an assault on Asgard, what could Asgard possibly muster against him? What? Is there still the thunder god Thor? That overzealous individual need not be mentioned further. It was not until Laufey discovered a peculiar race, active on the battlefield, fiercely brutal and immensely patient, willing to endure to the utmost in order to launch a single strike, risking everything for that one opportunity. Their streamlined forms were born for combat, and their natural exoskeletons were exceptionally resilient. The blood coursing through their veins could even corrode the hardest of alloys, inflicting considerable damage upon the frost giants. Towering at a height of no less than 2.5 meters, they were undaunted by death, eager to engage in mutual destruction with the frost giants. Even if it meant self-infliction and bloodshed, their training had endowed them with a steady demeanor befitting seasoned warriors. Most notably, their numbers were staggering, emerging by the thousands, each possessing remarkable combat instincts. Such a race was, even for Laufey, utterly unheard of. From whence did this race emerge? Investigate. I demand to know from which world and celestial body they hail. With a furrowed brow, Laufey gazed into the vast expanse of deep space, contemplating the location of Asgard. Who were the reinforcements summoned by Asgard? Who dared to partake in the conflict between two worlds? Even more peculiar to Laufey was this race's penchant for capturing prisoners, despite their ability to eliminate the frost giants. They seemed willing to incur greater risks and losses to capture them alive. Every frost giant taken captive, once transported to the lands of Asgard, ultimately vanished without a trace. Even with a mind as vast as that of a celestial father, Laufey could not fathom this. Were they perhaps conducting genetic experiments? Yet, the bloodline of the divine race was inherently imbued with divine power, forming a natural encryption lock against deciphering. Otherwise, research in cloning would have long ago filled the universe with deities. Unless, indeed, there existed an exceptionally intelligent being capable of unlocking the shackles of divine power. How could it be that merely a short time into the conflict, 429 frost giants had been slain or captured by these beings? Laufey, with the vastness of divine power, keenly sensed the progression of battles across numerous celestial bodies. Even though the aliens had suffered the loss of over 1,500 of their kind, this did not indicate their inadequacy. Rather, it underscored their strength. For their adversaries were the frost giants, renowned throughout the cosmos for their divine lineage, equipped with advanced technology, capable of wielding ice magic, and possessing a physical prowess superior to that of the Aesir. However, the alien casualty rate was sharply escalating over time. The frost giants were no fools. As elite warriors, they would gradually come to understand and analyze these alien creatures, familiarizing themselves with their combat patterns while preparing countermeasures. Moreover, they could utilize both technology and magic to forge a path forward. However, the turmoil brought about by the alien beings merely unsettled Laufey, who found it disconcerting that a race dared to rise in aid of Asgard, thereby undermining his authority. It recalled the time when Odin, after much struggle, vanquished Surtur, only for Muspelheim to re-emerge, with Surtur's daughter, the formidable Queen Sindri, leading the fire giants against Asgard once more. The blemish on what should have been a flawless affair inevitably breeds discontent. Laufey's full attention was fixated on the homeland of Asgard. Did the All-Father, the mightiest of gods, Odin, truly perish in silence as Loki claimed? Even if Odin and Loki conspired together, it would still be worth the risk. The Asgardians at the twilight of their existence. Even Odin himself must be at one of their weakest junctures. Odin's pride, resorting to deceit, is a testament to his frailty and insecurity. Slaying Odin would cleanse the humiliation and shadow he cast upon Laufey, using the All-Father's severed head to instill fear across the 9 realms. Laufey slowly closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the moment. As the armies of Jotunheim drew nearer to the lands of Asgard, he would gain greater assurance of Odin's state. As for the newly emerged race, it undeniably piqued Laufey's interest. He could discern at a glance that they were a breed born for war, and any ambitious All-Father would not dismiss such a faction. Simultaneously, on Earth, as anticipated prior to the escalation, an equal number of aliens proved insufficient to contend with these divine beings. Duva sensed the movements of all aliens, keenly aware of the war's progression. Therefore, I must dispatch a far greater number to join the fray in Asgard to procure ample resources for me. At that juncture, I could employ the finest facehuggers to parasitize the divine captives, continuously unraveling the mysteries of their divine powers. A flicker of fervor ignited in Duva's eyes. His ultimate objective in this war had never been the divine race itself, but rather the world tree, the very source of divine power. Chapter 52. The aliens shall forever remain friends and brethren to the Aesir. At long last, we can seize a captive and bring it back for thorough interrogation to uncover the essence of their race. On a life-bearing planet, the ground was riddled with pits, and an oppressive chill permeated the air. For frost giants employed various means to severely injure an alien. On a planet engulfed in warfare, without the aid of magic and technology, it is no simple task to turn the tables on the aliens. They excel in leveraging complex environments for combat. Any single alien, drawn out, exhibits a patience that is almost terrifying, adept at seizing fleeting opportunities. Since the onset of this war, countless unfortunate frost giants have fallen victim to ambushes. Even if the frost giants could triumph over the xenomorphs, capturing them alive would remain an arduous task, for these creatures are exceedingly ferocious. Should there exist even a shred of hope for victory, they would reject any form of threat, inducement, or persuasion. Once they ascertain their inevitable demise, they would muster their final strength to charge forth to their own destruction, preferring to sacrifice themselves and spill their blood rather than allow their foes to escape unscathed. During this period, the frost giants have come to genuinely recognize the madness and terror of this race. Undoubtedly, they are formidable in the initial days of the conflict. They managed to achieve a 3-to-1 casualty ratio against the frost giants, slaying and capturing hundreds of their kin. Hey, we have become well acquainted with their tactics. The losses of this faction are escalating. Now 10 of them cannot claim even one of us, and in the future, their numbers will dwindle further until they can no longer endure. One frost giant gazed down at a xenomorph, pondering the extreme and chaotic nature of this race. I cannot believe their kind is numerous. The more adept they are at frenzied combat, the greater their casualties, leading to a lower overall population, a logical conclusion. Moreover, these xenomorphs on the battlefield are frenzied. Could it be that the civilians who remain uninvolved are equally hysterical? Impossible, utterly impossible. No frost giant would believe such a notion. Fools! Even a 20-to-1 exchange would still signify our defeat. We are on the brink of vanquishing the Ace of Gods and reigning over the 9 realms. How can we afford significant losses to such an obscure race? Enough. Silence. At this moment, a robed frost giant removed his hood and cast a cold glance at the others. This individual clearly possessed both divine power and magical prowess. The higher-ups are quite interested in these beings and wish to incorporate them as our vassal race. It would be wise for you to keep your tongues in check. Yet, none of these creatures have shown any willingness to communicate with us. Were it not for the confirmation of their high intelligence, sophisticated social structures, and hierarchical orders, I would suspect them to be primitive beings. The frost giant who initially spoke expressed his grievances, only to have his mouth encased in a dreadful spell of frost. Even primitive beings hold extraordinary value and are more than worthy of becoming part of our ranks, let alone these creatures. The leading frost giant maintained a robust output of divine energy to ensure the xenomorphs on the ground remained encased in ice. It was evident they had long recognized that xenomorphs possess an astonishing resistance to temperature, so formidable that it left the frost giants astounded. According to their assessments, the upright walking xenomorphs should rank near the bottom of their society, just above those that crawl on all fours. Yet, even these lesser beings endure temperatures as low as -100 degrees. Furthermore, this is merely the weakest among the second-to-last tier of xenomorphs. There are others of similar rank that display greater strength and might, surpassing even the lesser xenomorphs of a higher tier. This is truly terrifying. It is said that someone attempted to assault the xenomorphs using fire magic, and only at an astonishing temperature of 1800 degrees did the second weakest xenomorph begin to show signs of melting. This implies that xenomorphs possess the capability to engage in combat on the vast majority of planets in the universe, with their fighting prowess only slightly diminished by extreme temperatures. It is no wonder that the frost giants are intrigued. This group, characterized by their madness, strong execution, willingness to self-harm and perish together, remarkable adaptability, and tactical thinking, is desired by all. Even the divine beings would be inclined to regard xenomorphs as vassal races. Moreover, it is evident that among the xenomorphs, there are many formidable individuals, robust and brawny, capable of engaging in close combat with the frost giants. Even if their numbers are merely in the hundreds, it is still impressive, indicating that this race has a high potential ceiling and can produce powerful beings. Several frost giants clumsily restrained one xenomorph. "Hey, I've got a grip on this creature's inner jaw. There's no need to worry about it committing suicide." One frost giant cheerfully pried open the xenomorph's mouth while another controlled it. Such occurrences gradually proliferated across various battlefields. Everything should have proceeded smoothly, but alas, they faced more than just the xenomorphs. Whoosh! Vandal shot down a frost giant from a distance with an arrow. Above in the sky, a small spacecraft descended, and Thor, clad in heavy armor, landed with a mighty axe, toppling another foe. Dozens of xenomorphs leapt down as well. Damn it! How did these guardians end up here? The other frost giants fell into disarray, helplessly observing the swarm of xenomorphs surrounding them. Without Thor and the others, they could have relied on their ice magic or the divine power of their frost deity to freeze these xenomorphs, slaying a few before retreating at their leisure. Had circumstances been more favorable, without encountering any of the stronger xenomorphs, they could have potentially exterminated these dozen or so creatures. As a multitude of xenomorphs surged forward, Thor felt a surge of adrenaline. Since the onset of battle, he had yet to personally strike an opponent and yearned to wield his weapon. However, in that very instant of action, a powerful xenomorph pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. After several frost giants were rendered incapacitated and unconscious, it was reported that within just over a week of conflict, the xenomorphs had already suffered losses exceeding 2,700. I fear that should this continue, given their reckless and fearless nature in battle, it is highly likely that they will perish en masse for Asgard. Vandal was astonished by the ferocity and reliability of his xenomorphs, and was deeply troubled by such staggering losses. So many dead. Who knows how their master would react upon hearing this news? Would they rage in fury, believing the Asgardians had intentionally sent the xenomorphs to their demise? This seems plausible. Not only would the xenomorph king harbor such thoughts, but even Vandal, contemplating the situation, felt a pang of sorrow. If he had such valiant comrades under his command, fighting with such fervor on the battlefield, it would surely break his heart. Thor too found himself in a state of hesitation. The more he pondered the matter, the more his head ached, unable to resist the urge to scratch, feeling as though he needed to stimulate his intellect. At that moment, I merely broached the subject of borrowing troops, initially intending to embark on a mission with just a small squad. However, Duva generously lent me an entire legion. Without uttering a word about how I should lead them, Thor lowered his gaze, observing the single creature that had emerged from the frost, now bearing significant physical injuries inflicted by divine power and magical particles, which deepened his sense of guilt. Typically, a squad consists of 30 to 50 of these beings. It was evident that only this solitary creature remained alive in the present squad. The Asgardians have always held in high regard and supported any form of grandeur, bravery, and boldness. Upon encountering these beings, they realized that all the admirable qualities of Asgardians were remarkably suited to these creatures, even elevating the standard of those virtues, which inspired the valiant Asgardians to fight fiercely. Look, even these foreign beings charge fearlessly to the front lines for your territory, and people willing to sacrifice themselves. Aren't you, Asgardians, proud of your courage and grandeur? How can you justify your inaction? The casualties had indeed been staggering. Duva had fulfilled his promise by providing 5,000 soldiers just a few days prior, yet I could no longer lead them in this manner. I resolved to withdraw with the remaining beings to Asgard for recuperation, and if possible, to formally release them from this conflict. Thor felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The more he recognized the commendable qualities of others, the more guilt he felt within. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a creature stepped forward and grasped his face, silencing him. If anyone else dared to treat Thor in such a manner, even without his divine powers, he would surely retaliate, and the other Asgardians would angrily draw their weapons. Yet, no one present found this conduct inappropriate. Rather, they deemed the creature's treatment of Odin's son as somewhat presumptuous and rude, but as a reliable and loyal comrade, it was entirely acceptable. The three warriors had often shared drinks with Thor, joking and bantering, and this was hardly different. Hiss! Hiss! The robust creature shook its head in refusal. All eyes turned to Thor. He meticulously observed the creature's tone and gestures, striving to interpret its message. I surmise it is declaring that they shall not withdraw until the war concludes. The expeditionary force will dedicate everything here, as per Duva's command. Truly, Thor was remarkable, deciphering so much meaning from just 2 syllables. However, were you really not engaging in a reading comprehension exercise? Damn it, I said it was a guess. A guess. The alien language course is still in its infancy. Nay, it has barely begun to be explored. Our scholars have been inspired to join the battlefield, let alone develop a new language course. My ability to grasp their meaning within context is already quite impressive, Thor exclaimed. Much like the flower deity giants of Planet X, these humanoid tree beings could only utter the same phrase repeatedly, making one wonder if they were endlessly introducing themselves. In the context of expression, gestures, and emotional fluctuations, the repeated words can convey a multitude of meanings. Those who have studied this language can comprehend what the members of this community are attempting to express. However, their research into the alien language has yet to commence, and the majority of the Asgardians remain utterly incapable of understanding the language of the aliens. A few individuals fell into silence, gazing at the extraterrestrials, at a loss for words. Yet, to turn the conversation back, Thor stammered, the exaggerated casualty rate in the war has only just begun. Without the assistance of the aliens, the number of fallen Asgardians would have at least doubled. This remains merely on paper, as the morale uplift brought by the aliens has helped us emerge from the negative impact of Odin's passing, an invaluable contribution. Without their presence, our situation would have been considerably worse. Perhaps Laufey, witnessing our dismal performance, would have taken matters into his own hands, abandoning the border planets to directly assault Asgard. In the realm of advanced civilizations, protracted conflicts are commonplace. Take, for instance, the Kree and Skrull. These 2 interstellar empires have been engaged in a bloody struggle for over 100 million years, with no resolution in sight. This enduring conflict is rooted in the vast populations of both empires, with the Kree alone boasting over 30 billion inhabitants. Yet, it is precisely because they are predominantly mortal that, when deprived of advanced technology, the members of these races succumb instantly to the vacuum of space. The Yggdrasil divine race, though significantly more powerful, yet with a population vastly smaller, may not engage in a 100-million-year-long war. But envisioning the swift conclusion of a global conflict within a few days is rather unrealistic, unless a deity-level power were to intervene from the outset, decisively eliminating the opposition with overwhelming might to bring the war to an end. However, with Odin ostensibly deceased and Laufey harboring doubts that prevent him from taking action, the war must continue. The more the Asgardians recognize the valor and sacrifice of the alien legion, the more they are inspired, yet guilt also lingers. Back in their homeland, public dissent is mounting, with many in the community openly voicing their dissatisfaction, questioning why the closely related Vanir did not mobilize their forces at the first opportunity. While it is the race for Midgard that has sacrificed so much, as Vandal whispered to Thor. Thor remained silent as he boarded the ship with the aliens. He truly felt conflicted. The aliens were immensely beneficial to Asgard, yet this strategy was tantamount to courting death. These soldiers were borrowed, and if they all perished, what would he have to repay them with? Duva had placed such trust in him, yet had not dispatched reliable personnel to command the aliens, leaving the entire responsibility to him. Even though Thor was acutely aware that these aliens had come through the parasitism of facehuggers on various hosts. As an individual who had once been a host himself, he fully understood their reproductive methods. Thus, he deliberately entrusted the handling of all captives to the aliens. Just as they boarded the ship, a secure communication from behind was transmitted. Heimdall, is there an issue with the Rainbow Bridge? Or has something significant transpired within the Nine Realms? Thor's expression turned grave. Indeed, a grave matter has arisen. I believe it is imperative to inform you that I have observed Duva amassing a new contingent of troops, demanding the opening of the Rainbow Bridge. The typically stoic Heimdall exhibited a rare flicker of emotion, his piercing gaze capable of penetrating vast expanses of the Nine Realms. He was acutely aware of the peculiar reproductive methods of the xenomorphs, yet ethical and cognitive dilemmas were of no concern to him, nor did he care. However, when Duva dispatched 5,000 soldiers at 2 different intervals, remaining dormant for 2 days, he suddenly sprang into action, seemingly sensing an unfavorable turn in the war. Hastily assembling a new xenomorph legion and calling out across the void, insisting on sending forth more expeditionary forces. It resembled the frantic machinations of a warmonger, a merchant of arms from the World Tree, a wholesale center for cosmic mercenaries. Heimdall was bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. What could he articulate? Was he astonished by Duva's reckless audacity to continuously send his subordinates to the battlefield, where they fought valiantly for Asgard? Upon reflection, it was evident that any xenomorph entering the fray was inherently mad. Thus, it was only logical for Duva, as their leader, to exhibit a semblance of eccentricity. Heimdall would never cast judgment. After all, how else could Duva earn the favor of the xenomorphs? Upon hearing this, Thor felt a surge of warmth flooding his chest, overwhelming his senses and bringing tears to his eyes. Duva, my dear brother, I never anticipated that in my moment of peril, it would be you who selflessly offered assistance. Regardless of cost or loss, I shall honor you as my brother for a lifetime. The entire Aesir will forever cherish this bond. Thor vowed that henceforth, should any xenomorph find itself in dire straits on any planet, as long as word reached passing Asgardians, they would undoubtedly devise means to rescue them. This, indeed, is what we call friendship. Chapter 53. War and scholarship are not mutually exclusive. Frost giants and Asgardians evaluated the combat prowess and adaptability of the xenomorphs. Astonished by their findings, Duva engaged in similar observations, having already grasped the situation in his mind. Now he could witness firsthand the xenomorphs' performance in extreme environments. 5,000 xenomorphs achieving such a level of capability is commendable. In more temperate and hostile conditions, their performance would undoubtedly excel. Many planets at the border of the 2 realms are scarcely genuine, life-bearing worlds, with natural environments increasingly inhospitable. This, to some extent, constrains the xenomorph's potential, as they lack access to advanced technology, magic, or divine power. Indeed, some frost giants have begun to recognize the xenomorph's extraordinary resilience to extreme conditions, contemplating their integration as a subordinate race. Through the xenomorph's perspectives, Duva became aware of the happenings on the front lines and could not help but smile. Just how formidable is the xenomorph's resistance? The answer, measured by the standards of carbon-based life, forms devoid of extraordinary powers, is exceedingly terrifying. As the penultimate rank within the hierarchy of the xenomorph society, the male xenomorph is born from the parasitism of ordinary humans, possessing the ability to walk upright and withstand the searing temperature of molten lead, exceeding 1,700 degrees. In the narrative of the xenomorph prequels, the inaugural batch of creatures to emerge from their eggs and parasitize regular humans were capable of enduring the flames emitted by the controlled fusion engines of spacecraft. Thus, the xenomorphs exhibit an alarming resilience to extreme environments, and it is crucial to remember that this is achieved without any extraordinary powers. They are purely the offspring of parasitic earthlings. Numerous xenomorphs dispatched to the battlefield by Duva are born from parasitic vampires and biomonsters, rendering their adaptability even more formidable. However, one aspect that leaves Duva dissatisfied is the xenomorph's lack of capability to engage in combat within the vacuum of space. Upon falling into the void, they are instantly frozen, left to perish slowly in the endless cold and silence. This deficiency underscores the intent behind the Ascension Project. Duva gradually rose to his feet, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops, and approached the window to gaze down upon the vast expanse outside. Ordinary xenomorph eggs can survive for over a century solely on their intrinsic nutritional reserves, provided they do not hatch. If a suitable host remains unfound after 100 years, the egg will develop tendrils to absorb nutrients from its surroundings to sustain itself. However, for fully developed xenomorphs, such endurance is not feasible, as drifting in space for several decades would lead to their demise. The Ascension Project is a daunting endeavor, even as Duva has already set his sights on the World Tree, aspiring to draw upon its divine energy and endeavor to forge a branch of the xenomorph pantheon. Creating a divine lineage for his species is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Yet considering the Skrull's successful establishment of their own pantheon and the historical instance of Thanos' grandfather becoming the god of time, Duva's ambition is not entirely fanciful. The audacity lies in the initial focus on the core of a systematic pantheon, the World Tree, which is indeed a radical approach. As for the methodology, is it a sound idea to deploy a cadre of xenomorphs to gnaw at the World Tree? Duva is eager to explore this possibility. I have already captured approximately 200 frost giants, which could yield over 200 individuals bearing the bloodline of frost giants, potentially enabling me to leverage the divine power bestowed upon them by the World Tree. Manipulating Thor's hammer. Duva has gleaned insights into the energy matrix of divine power through its example. According to my past recollections, once Thor attained immense strength, he could bestow blessings upon certain weapons, thereby transmitting his divine might to those he deemed worthy. Consequently, Duva intends to deploy xenomorphs capable of seizing the strongest bloodlines from their hosts to replace the original cohort of frost giants, thereby appropriating the divine power of the World Tree system. As of now, I'm unable to share the power of Thor's hammer with others, primarily due to my relatively low standing within the hierarchy of divine power, rendering me a mere intruder in this celestial domain. Thus, it suffices to parasitize more hosts and occupy additional positions. When the numbers reach a certain magnitude, thousands, even tens of thousands of my alien kin, each will harness the divine power of the World Tree. At that juncture, Duva will find himself bereft of effective strategies. Victory through sheer numbers will be the order of the day. As long as the quantity is substantial, it will inevitably elicit the World Tree's attention and response. While Duva was meticulously formulating his plans, a communication call interrupted him. "Tony Stark, I recall I have settled my debts with you," Duva remarked casually. "What? You consider the transaction record of $1 as payment for the helicopter rental and the doctors you hired? Those doctors also received Thor's genetic samples from me. Don't assume I'm oblivious. Even if you harbor little interest in biology, one cannot help but be intrigued by the body of a deity. I have yet to account for that sum," Duva asserted. "Absolutely right. The wealthiest man in the world never owes anyone," Tony exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Jarvis, transfer $1 to the person on the line with me." Tony continued, I've developed a new suit of armor, an epic-making creation. I haven't settled on a name yet, but you will be astounded." "Is that so? Splendid. Will this suit entangle hair?" Duva inquired. "I said my armor is incredibly powerful, and you asked if it snags hair? But I am referring to the armor. Damn it, none of the models snag hair." Tony lamented, feeling that his noble character had been gravely insulted. "Duva, to be honest, I hope that the actions you've taken with this armor do not necessitate its use. They have already provoked discontent among certain individuals." Tony relinquished his boastful demeanor, cradling a peculiar beverage, drinking intermittently. "What dissatisfaction? Have I committed some unforgivable act? Have I harmed ordinary humans? Of course, if you consider the Hague tribe, who have allied with vampires, as ordinary humans, then I have no words." Duva dismissed these concerns entirely. The mere fact that Tony felt compelled to remind him indicated that the external situation had escalated significantly. It was evident that after gathering 5,000 soldiers to send to Asgard, the general populace assumed he would lie low for a time. Instead, he escalated his efforts, zealously launching further offensives to seize additional host sources. This trajectory of development was unsettling. I hear you've joined the battlefield of the deities? Tony sipped his drink, grinning, placing emphasis on the term deities, clearly skeptical. He continued, they think you've lost your mind. This will expose the entire Earth to dangerous beings. And Earth is not prepared to enter the cosmos. Given Earth's stature, it certainly is. Huh. Are you suggesting there are beings on Earth that rival the mythic supremacy of Odin or Zeus? Tony, care to speculate why, fully cognizant of the madness and peril? I persist in this endeavor? Let us proceed. Why not take the battlefield personally? Remaining in Asgard should theoretically be safer than staying on Earth, shouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Tony immediately grasped the implication. He set down his cup, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Are there truly such formidable figures on Earth, strong enough to deter those so-called deities from invading? Jarvis, establish a new confidential document, codename Earth Deities, and maintain constant surveillance over the network. Tony realized that his previous understanding of this planet was rather superficial. Tony, there are few who can engage me in conversation. I can assure you, I will not cease gathering forces, regardless of who attempts to hinder me, until the war concludes. The cost will be the demise of more vampires, and Earth will become a spectacle for numerous worlds. They will inevitably learn that the extraterrestrial threats originate from Earth, from me. Dua's voice was calm. Tony comprehended. A splendid declaration of war. Well then, my obligation to advise has been fulfilled. You merely need to withstand external pressures. I suspect those individuals will endeavor to prevent you from continuing to engage in battle. Yet they fear that such a withdrawal of support may incite Asgard's wrath. Their grasp of Asgard's stance is tenuous, and they lack clarity regarding the current state of the war. To put it bluntly, they do not even understand whom Asgard is fighting against. However, it stands to reason. The war has only just commenced. Perhaps, in due time, those with connections to extraterrestrial beings will discern what has transpired. Duva terminated the communication. At Stark Tower, Tony, with evident impatience, set down his cup. I have completed what you requested of me. If you are wise, you should depart promptly. I truly do not fathom why your so-called strategic defense organization insists that I partake in such senseless endeavors. The impeccably polite Coulson remained unmoved, his gaze shifting to Tony's cup. In preparation for the individuals he was about to encounter, he had diligently studied various aspects of Easter history and etiquette, including the custom of serving tea to guests. In stark contrast, Tony could engage in conversation while attending to other matters, indicating his genuine interest in a particular subject. Mr. Stark, we are presenting you with an entirely new element that can restore your health and provide a more abundant energy source for the arc reactor in your chest. All we request is that you converse with that individual. I do not believe this to be excessive. That was a legacy from my father. Yet your father was affiliated with SHIELD. Given your investigative skills, you must be aware that our organization did not emerge in the last century. Your father was once part of us. That is indisputable. Coulson's tone was gentle, his steady gaze fixed upon Tony. Tony regarded Coulson with cold eyes, experiencing a profound irritation towards this man for the first time. Even with Duva, his feelings were a mix of disdain, admiration, and a desire to showcase. I am aware, the Brotherhood of SHIELD is merely a branch. You will soon witness another division. The Spear Bureau is en route to New York. Coulson's gaze grew profound as he contemplated the impending global summit, in which both the Godspear Agency and the SHIELD Agency would partake. Furthermore, Professor X and Magneto jointly nominated Duva to attend the conference. What absurd jest are you suggesting, allowing Duva into the summit? Wait, has everyone suddenly deciphered Duva's true identity as a mutant overnight? Has he created aberrations using the X gene? Tony was taken aback, convinced that these individuals must be deranged. This was not just about his involvement as an Earthling in the Asgardian War. Everyone awaited his explanation, eager to comprehend the rationale behind such an unprecedented global event, one that had never occurred before. The implications were vast. What was Duva's purpose for entering the battlefield? What remuneration had Asgard provided him? Moreover, certain equally belligerent factions would undoubtedly speculate on the nature of this compensation and whether the benefits were substantial enough. Even pure enthusiasts of astronomy and historians would yearn to grasp the cosmic situation and the movements of mythical beings, particularly the mutants, the Eternals, and the Deviants. Coulson responded affirmatively, acknowledging the undeniable truth. Magneto, having remained silent for years, now unleashed a flurry of actions. Even a fool could perceive the underlying issues, as the stakes were so high that even a titan like Magneto could no longer remain passive. The entrance of Ikaris and others only heightened the intrigue, overshadowing even Thor's affairs, for the Eternals and Deviants were entwined with the history of humankind and the origins of mutants. Coulson found himself perplexed. While Magneto's involvement was unexpected, why had the typically discreet Professor X also engaged in this matter? To his knowledge, there was no camaraderie between Professor X and Duva. It felt as though there was an undisclosed issue between the two, as if they had uncovered something significant, prompting a shift in their usual comportment. Was this alteration solely due to the matters concerning the Eternals and Deviants? Not only Coulson, who had received prior notification, but even Duva was astonished upon seeing the invitation in his hand. A war profiteer summoned to deliver a lecture at the United Nations Summit? He had not even completed his doctoral studies, possessing only a master's degree in biology. It seemed that those of great power invariably received exceptional treatment. Cautious of Asgard's circumstances and wary of Odin and other mythological figures in relation to himself, the powers that be refrained from confronting him directly with force. Opting instead for this indirect approach, Duva swiftly discerned the truth. Yes, the situation regarding mutants should not be overly intricate. It was evident they sought to announce something significant. He promptly summoned Mystique, casting a glance at her statuesque figure. As Duva met Mystique's gaze, he mistakenly believed that she had gained insight, posturing deliberately and seductively. From my observations, you may not necessarily prefer human women. Hence, I have meticulously studied the art of transformation. Silence. Connect me to Eric. I wish to converse with him. Do not attempt to conspire against me, for I can perceive your state through my juvenile senses. Duva harbored suspicions that the old man intended to stir trouble at the global summit, perhaps aiming to transform all humans into mutants. However, given that even the core members of S, H, L, D, and the SHIELD Bureau were slated to attend, he mused that Magneto, no matter how arrogant, would not dare confront the two most formidable organizations on the planet simultaneously. Chapter 54. You offer 10,000 times the serum, and I shall no longer be weary. Indeed, it was evident that Magneto had previously aspired to embark on a grand scheme, devising a machine to forcibly convert all ordinary humans into mutants. After all, if humanity regards mutants as outcasts, then wouldn't it resolve matters if all human leaders became mutants? Yet, Magneto had evidently changed his mind. Duva contemplated the motives behind Magneto's actions. On one hand, directly opposing the entire world seemed impractical. Even the formidable Magneto could not withstand a nuclear strike unscathed. On the other hand, it likely pertained to Professor X. Having engaged in a mental exchange with Professor X, Duva was aware of the latter's incessant admonitions to adopt a more prudent approach, lest he become the malevolent villain in the eyes of the world like Magneto. Amusingly, Duva was wholly devoted to his ambitions and would not squander time playing the role of a villain. Should villainy facilitate his objectives, he might contemplate it seriously. However, he speculated that there might be other factors prompting the reconciliation between the two, intending to utilize the summit as a platform to announce significant revelations to the world. Is it because of the mutant race? Have you decided to renounce your humanity? Duva inquired of Magneto. Magneto remained silent, but from Mystique, Duva learned of an extraordinary mutant, Destiny. Upon hearing the name, Duva's interest was piqued. This mutant possessed the ability to see the future, clearly foreseeing an ominous fate for mutants. With such a subordinate who had glimpsed fragments of a grim script, it was no wonder that Magneto's actions deviated from norm. To act otherwise would be truly abnormal. Furthermore, due to Duva's influence, Magneto had acquired a wealth of information regarding the mutant race and had secluded himself for several days, pondering his next strategy. Thus, within Destiny's prophecies, what role do I occupy? Duva found this question intriguing. However, even in the presence of Eric, Destiny remained taciturn, rarely providing clear and direct guidance. Even when Eric pressed her, she would often choose to ignore him entirely. So that was it. Destiny either glimpsed a profoundly terrifying future that she could not articulate or could only perceive incomplete visions that rendered her voiceless. In comparison to the Ancient One's mastery of the Time Stone, the abilities of the Sorceress of Destiny are rather unimpressive. However, as an external indicator. They do provide some degree of guidance. The sky is shrouded in gray, with a gentle drizzle of rain falling. Within the conference hall, countless individuals are clad in tailored suits, their expressions grave and tense, occasionally feigning ease as they engage in conversation with acquaintances. The Global United Summit stands as the most grandiose assembly on the planet Earth, with this iteration exceeding all previous ones in scale. People are on high alert, as numerous perilous individuals have arrived, leaving everyone uncertain of how many nefarious minds lurk beneath the opulence and somber dignity surrounding them. Even mutants have made an appearance. It is perplexing to discern the purpose of this gathering. At least, all attendees are human, as neither the Atlanteans nor the Inhumans have been summoned. It is rather intriguing. Perhaps one should inquire of some representative mutants whether they consider themselves human. Magneto might strike you down with a single blow. Such sentiments echo throughout the venue, as passers-by wear solemn expressions, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, wary of the emergence of a terrorist. At that moment, a meteor streaks across the sky, descending onto the plaza outside the conference building, landing with its legs firmly planted and arms raised high, drawing glances but no applause. Mr. Stark, we have prepared a designated landing area for flying apparatuses 50 kilometers away. Immediately, dutiful security personnel converge. Tony, feeling impatient, pushes through the crowd. His strength, augmented by the Mark V armor, requires only a modicum of force to easily handle ordinary individuals. Yet upon pushing, he finds himself momentarily halted, realizing that these seemingly ordinary people, though not true superhumans, are genetically modified. It seems the super soldier program has finally made strides. This is how your commander directs you? By threatening a citizen of such intellect and charm? Tony raises an eyebrow. As for the flying apparatus you mentioned, I possess none. This is merely my high-tech prosthetic. Everyone knows I am typically preoccupied with dating numerous ladies, so it is only natural to adopt this approach to save time. Wouldn't you agree? Yet, several security personnel remain unmoved, tightly encircling Tony, which causes his expression to grow increasingly grim. He is a man of pride, especially in such a globally scrutinized setting. Click, click, click. A throng of reporters rushes forward, armed with cameras, capturing the moment with fervor, while a voice from a distance shouts, "Mr. Stark, will you refuse? Or will you send your prosthetic to the landing area?" Tony maintains a stoic demeanor. He had initially no intention of visiting such a wretched place. However, the presence of formidable figures here compelled him to reconsider, intending to gather more intelligence to inform future upgrades of his armor. But the notion of them wanting to remove his armor, his sense of security, is entirely derived from this cutting-edge equipment. Just as the standoff intensifies, boom, in the dimly lit sky, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated. Instinctively, people shivered and looked up in astonishment, their pupils dilating as they beheld a bolt of lightning. Astonishingly thick, erupting from the dense clouds, spreading as if it were tearing the heavens apart, and ultimately descending with great force. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, a figure plummeted from the storm, exuding a ferocity surpassing that of artillery shells, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering an unknown number of tiles. It appeared that the location was indeed correct. This was the place. Facing the astonished and exhilarated gazes of the crowd, Duva maintained an air of composure, entirely unfazed by what he deemed an unconventional entrance. He paid no heed to the security personnel, whose nerves were fraying under the pressure of constant surveillance. A global conference, disrupted by an Iron Man-esque entrance, was undeniably distressing for them, who were striving to maintain decorum and seriousness. What could be said of the arrival of an even more formidable and flamboyant figure? "You will soon receive a hefty compensation bill," Tony quipped, begrudgingly acknowledging the attention-stealing nuisance. "No worries. I won't be paying. I have a whole family to support." "And no spare funds for that," Duva replied. Tony mused that Duva's statement was irrefutable. The size of his family was considerable enough to field an army on the divine battlefield, a matter best understood by the vampires. Duva, swinging Mjolnir, approached the cluster of security personnel surrounding Tony and remarked, "You robust individuals, if you find yourselves bored, you might as well come visit me. I have some splendid treasures." "If they possessed the audacity, they would not be standing there trying to obstruct me," Tony retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. For while Tony was somewhat orderly, Duva was a different story. His words bore the weight of potential action. The times have changed, albeit rather swiftly. Those behind you seem ill-equipped to keep pace and should be phased out, Duva declared, as he wielded Mjolnir to conjure a deluge of lightning, sending the security personnel flying. He harbored no such reservations. Yet, Your Excellency Duva, are you declaring war on the entire world? A security agent inquired in a hushed tone. I can declare war on behalf of myself, but can you represent the world in declaring war against me? I have no idea how you came into existence. Was it through serum consumption? Did it impair your intellect? That World War II hero far surpassed you. Duva gestured toward a direction. A man wielding a shield approached, standing tall and exuding righteousness, eliciting gasps and fervent cheers from the crowd. Captain America had been unearthed from the Arctic by SHIELD. Let us proceed to the venue. Lingering here will only incite chaos and contradict the very purpose of your attendance, Captain America proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Tony, in disbelief, repeatedly scanned the figure, his mouth agape beneath the mask. Duva, with directness, questioned, "Is that an order, soldier?" "No, these are the rules of the assembly. Whether he is human, divine, or otherworldly, adherence is mandatory." "Excellent. I appreciate those with clear logic. You would do well to rein in these unruly soldiers. Certain researchers have failed to adequately replicate your marvels, resulting in a plethora of inferior products." Duva gave a thumbs up in appreciation. Striding through a plethora of incapacitated security personnel, enveloped in subtle flashes of lightning, as he dragged the weighty Tony, clad in armor, up the steps towards the conference building. Naturally, this dragging action shattered the revered and iconic steps along the way, a trivial detail that did not concern him, though it did cause the onlookers to flinch. "Captain, spare us the words. I know your discontent runs deep, but your goal is not to wage war against these individuals, even if ulterior motives linger. One must choose an opportune moment." Steve had recently regained consciousness and was swiftly acclimating to this extraordinary era. After all, even superhumans could brazenly display their powers openly, a notion once deemed inconceivable. As far as he knew, this phenomenon had only emerged within the past month or two, a series of events propelling the world towards an unprecedented trajectory. The pivotal figure behind it all was none other than Duva, who had left only his silhouette behind. Steve remained uncertain about whether this development was fortuitous or not. He was merely a soldier tasked with executing orders, focusing on managing the super soldiers who were, unbeknownst to him, receiving some peculiar directives. Who could fathom the intentions of those who crafted super soldiers, particularly regarding Duva? What troubled Steve further was the uncertainty surrounding how many otherworldly beings lurked nearby. He certainly did not trust that Duva would arrive unaccompanied, leaving a multitude of alien entities behind. Duva's arrival was merely the beginning. Magneto had crossed the sea with dramatic flair, descending amidst a sea of eager spectators. His demeanor one of cold indifference, a clear warning to keep distance. The superhumans concealed in the shadows remained speechless. Perhaps, as Duva had suggested, the times had indeed changed, allowing those with extraordinary abilities to openly showcase their talents. Indeed, but let us not forget that we too are superhumans. Or have you, as a specter, ceased to regard yourself as human? Silence, mummy. You lack the standing to address me. The Howling Commandos had also assembled, prepared for any eventuality. Yet faced with one formidable character after another, they found themselves at a loss. Moreover, these troublesome figures had yet to unleash any violence, seemingly genuinely gathered for a conference. The assembly would span 7 days, featuring a diverse array of speakers, some representing nations, others organizations, and still others various factions. At present, on stage, a certain Dr. Jean Grey, a mutant, was articulating her discourse, employing a wealth of research findings to elucidate the X gene within mutants, advocating for a proper perspective towards mutants and the embrace of peace. Those of considerable power could sense an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from Dr. Grey, their expressions grave, their gazes towards her transformed. Beside the podium, a timid individual was preparing to speak, avoiding any glance at Duva, even from a distance. Duva, sensing his presence, cast a brief look before averting his gaze. Was he not the least bit concerned? After all, he represented the vampires and was to take the stage following King Eli's address. A middle-aged man approached Duva, which was quite customary in such grand gatherings. It would be unusual not to seize the opportunity to expand one's social circle. Duva replied, What should I be worried about? Should I be concerned that he will lament the world's harshness towards vampires? Have you not noticed over there that Charles and Eric are intently listening to Kingali's speech in silence? Vampires? They are universally despised, mere parasites clinging to humanity. Their numbers are plentiful, and they possess the capacity to transform ordinary people into vampires en masse. Who wouldn't find that bothersome? Duva's aberrations specifically target vampires, plundering their wealth and, to some extent, addressing a persistent affliction. To my knowledge, in your realm, vampires have long ceased to exist. As a counterpart to the Shield Brotherhood, the Spear Bureau is undoubtedly on the right path. Duva then inquired of the middle-aged man, "You are Zhang Xian, correct? The director of the Spear Bureau? Perhaps you have some troublesome criminals that you could hand over to me. I do not shy away from complications. You are more forthright than I anticipated. However, I believe you could at least feign some subtlety rather than directly seeking benefits. If you were Fury, I would be more straightforward." Duva regarded him and suggested, "Why don't we shift the topic? I surmise you are quite intrigued by the ongoing war at the World Tree. Otherwise, you would not have sought me out. Indeed, although it remains unspoken among the masses, there exists a select few who possess channels for cosmic intelligence. The Shield Bureau once attempted to reach Thor, seeking a connection with Asgard, but failed due to your interference. We too will not remain idle, as we maintain sporadic communication with another divine lineage." Duva remained composed, for he had been aware of this matter for quite some time. It is worth noting that a millennium ago, when Odin led the pantheons of the World Tree against the cosmic deities, the destroyer armor he donned had received the blessings of nearly all the Pantheon-esque kings. The Shield Bureau could liaise with Asgard, incorporating Thor into the Avengers along a normal timeline, while the Spear Bureau could similarly establish intermittent contact with the Great Heaven. The war will not cease. It will persist indefinitely, as I shall continue to supply troops until Asgard achieves victory. Duva provided a clear response. But Odin is dead. Who says so? Everyone claims it. Loki has ascended the throne. A falsehood. What makes you so certain? Have you or your alien general dispatched to battle encountered Odin? Odin is dead. Why then is Hela still absent? I refuse to believe that this most favored progeny of Odin is so inept as to be unable to break a seal. Very well. We shall proceed under the assumption of your agency. Should circumstances permit, we may offer you certain conveniences in form. However, regarding the prophecy of Ragnarok, its essence revolves around Asgard. Should you, the newly appointed god of thunder, uncover any significant revelations, I hope to trade for first-hand intelligence from you." After exchanging a few terse words, the two parted ways, lost in their own thoughts. The time of Ragnarok draws near. According to the prophecy, if Asgard were to be annihilated by a formidable force, the other pantheons would do well to consider their own standing. Thus, as one of the realms of Midgard, the nexus connecting the World Tree, it is imperative to assess its position amidst this unprecedented crisis, determining whether it may be affected in the forthcoming chaos and if its own strength can withstand such trials. This is the crux of the matter, necessitating the establishment of contingency plans. Zhang Xian departed, and soon, those who sought to exploit Duva for their clandestine purposes arrived. Colonel Strick had been observing Duva for some time, this villain preoccupied with mutants who did not dare to present himself before Professor X or Magneto, instead delegating a soldier to approach Duva for negotiations. "Colonel Strick? I have no acquaintance with him, nor any interest. He cannot genuinely believe he holds any favor with me," Duva remarked, shaking his head dismissively, not taking Strick's invitation seriously. Yet, when it came to quality enforcers, he was typically patient, directly addressing the matter at hand. "If you mention this, Duva will no longer be troubled, for he was indeed here for the serum." However, the super soldier responsible for contacting Duva clearly misinterpreted the situation, thinking that Duva, as a scientist, was eager to study the serum. "Mr. Duva, Colonel Strick has stated that should you acquiesce and offer up the alien, he is willing to reinstate the super serum project," the soldier stated. "Are you implying that it has not yet been revived?" "Indeed, the effects of this super serum are far too potent. It was sealed long ago after numerous fruitless experiments in the last century, and remains so to this day." Duva lowered his gaze, quickly reviewing the document once more. With his enhanced intellect, he could recall the text with precision. "Then I'm greatly skeptical of Colonel Strick's sincerity. To request my offering of the alien, while presenting such an ambiguous proposition? Is he provoking me?" Duva tore the document in two, throwing the pieces at the super soldier's face. The so-called super serum, boasting effects 100,000 times that of Captain America's serum, in reality, could yield results far exceeding even 1 million or 10 million when applied to specific individuals. The true name of this serum is the Sentinel Serum. Here, the Sentinels are not merely the robotic entities that have exterminated mutants across numerous universes, but rather, they refer to one of Marvel's super beings, said to possess the power of 1 million stars. Duva was astonished to discover that Sentinels existed in this universe. Across the vast multiverse, Sentinels are indeed a rare breed, their numbers exceedingly limited. The origin of the Sentinels is twofold, and their achievements vary significantly. The most formidable Sentinel is undoubtedly the one from the 616 universe, who triumphed over the Owen counterpart, only to be resurrected by Apocalypse as one of the 4 horsemen, the Horsemen of Death. Subsequently, he was swiftly vanquished by the god of symbiotes, Null, his soul imprisoned by a celestial being, and his corpse transformed into a zombie, ultimately defeated by the Reaper. Doctor Strange. This Sentinel represents the pinnacle of all Sentinels, embodying a triad of personalities that perhaps possess omnipotent power within a singular universe, wielding exceptional strength that vastly exceeds that of typical universe-level entities. The second most powerful Sentinel hails from the Green Scar universe, who, despite a valiant confrontation with the Green Scar Hulk, ultimately fell short. These Sentinels are relatively strong. However, there are also those who are considerably weaker, such as the Zombie Universe Sentinel, who, brimming with confidence, confronted the zombie banner only to meet a swift demise and succumb to zombification. Or the Sentinel from the What If universe, who was effortlessly dispatched by the Black Bat King. These are some of the more renowned Sentinels. Their upper limits difficult to ascertain, yet their lower limits are undoubtedly not low. As for the Sentinel existing within the Duva universe, even if it were exceedingly inept, it would still be capable of capturing Duva's attention. He is unperturbed by the notion that this universe's Sentinel may be incompetent. As long as an alien creature is dispatched to parasitize and successfully assimilate, it can concurrently grow stronger, absorbing the finest genes from the Sentinel-S being, harnessing the energy contained within the super serum, along with the power derived from a certain pocket universe. While the alien itself may lack strength, upon absorbing the Sentinel's genes, it would transform into a mortal version of Sentinel Plus, and upon embracing the changes brought forth by the super serum, it would become something entirely different. Sentinels are capable of evolving from mere mortals into Marvel's superheroes after consuming the serum. Thus, an alien parasitizing a Sentinel in their mortal form would still yield a useful entity. Crucially, the Sentinel, while in their mortal phase, is a notorious addict, plagued by mental issues, engaging in thievery and other nefarious behaviors as a matter of routine. Following the natural course of events, this individual would, upon succumbing to their addiction, stumble into a clandestine laboratory and, in a state of delirious frenzy, consume the super serum, thereby transforming into a Sentinel. Duva harbors no psychological burden in dealing with such a character. Suddenly, Duva pondered whether, had he not appeared, this universe's Sentinel would have ever manifested at all. Is indeed a possibility. William Stryker, I know you're listening. I am curious as to when the super serum you mentioned commenced its development. Duva gazed at the super soldier before him. The soldier remained silent for a moment, and then a sinister voice emanated from the communication device hanging from his collar. 1947. Duva's expression shifted to one of realization. The K Department and the Resurrection Project developed the super serum in 1947 to replicate Steve's miracle. How did you know? Was it Nick Fury or Zhang Xian who informed you? Strick fell silent for a moment before stating, this project has been terminated for decades. Even the serum, which boasts a purported effect 100,000 times greater, is merely conjecture, a justification offered by those scientists to avoid being disbanded and discarded by the government. However, they cannot substantiate their claims, as all who have attempted to harness the serum's effects have perished. Rather than being a super serum, it is more akin to a super poison. Even to this day, no one has deciphered how it ought to be utilized. Thus, it has been sealed away. Even now, it remains dormant. Indeed, if you hand over the aliens to me, I can petition for the revival of this initiative to retrieve the serum. Do you not require formidable hosts? Do you not need an increased number of warriors to engage in battle in Asgard? Consider this. I can deconstruct the serum into countless droplets utilizing them to cultivate super soldiers far superior to the one standing before you. Each of them will be your host. Excellent. I now believe you come to me with a modicum of sincerity. As you mentioned before entering the venue, you appreciate clarity of logic. Thus, nothing is clearer than the facts. Strick emitted a low, unsettling laugh. Even through the signal, it conveyed his unsettling disposition. Duva pondered, sensing that Strick was not in a sound state of mind. Perhaps driven to madness by the realization that he could not truly eradicate all mutants to avenge his tragically deceased wife and shattered family. The mere presence of Magneto stood as an insurmountable chasm for Strick, not to mention Magneto's capability to manipulate metal from afar. Even the mere creation of an energy field could withstand a nuclear explosion. Such power was beyond Strick's reach. With fervent ambition, Strick turned his attention to Duva, whom he perceived as somewhat obsessive, and also set his sights on the aliens under Duva's command. The audacity to engage in warfare among deities subtly illustrated the potential of such beings. Strick yearned to possess a formidable army, one with immense potential, terrifying numbers, and virtually impossible to annihilate. In the ratings across various nations and organizations, you are indisputably a T0 figure. You are aware of this, as no one knows the true number of aliens you have unleashed upon the world, nor how many might evolve into queens, filling the skies, the earth, and the seas. Strick chuckled coldly. The image of S.H.I.L.D. deploying its own cultivated aliens to assault you has long circulated globally, successfully halting certain individuals attempting genetic cloning. This is why everyone must begrudgingly listen to Duva, and why he received an invitation to present at the summit. Duva's hard power pales in comparison to that of Magneto. However, the potential risks posed by Duva's demise or negligence are infinitely more repugnant than Magneto's. It is a sheer strategy of alien entanglement, a blatant act of intimidation against the entire world. This is the true reason why Duva dares to engage in the war of the divine beings without facing severe suppression. No one can fathom Duva's intentions or the extent of his clandestine activities. Ignoring Strick's words, Duva pondered another matter. The super serum has been sealed? Indeed, in every universe that has ever birthed a Sentinel, regardless of their vastly differing origins and strengths, it is a universal truth that those Sentinels transformed only after breaching laboratories to consume the serum. These super serums, without exception, have been subjects of study since their inception, and the notion of cessation or sealing is utterly unfounded. This implies that had Duva not existed in this universe, Strick would never have contemplated the idea of the alien, nor would he have recalled the super serum, which they deemed a lethal poison. Amidst a chaotic inventory brimming with peculiar artifacts, Duva felt a serendipitous thrill, akin to strolling down a street and inadvertently discovering a recently deceased planet devourer. Of course, apart from the Sentinels of the 616 main universe and the Green Sorrow universe. The other Sentinels combined would not suffice to contend with even a single planet devourer of any universe, and Duva harbored no lofty expectations for the Sentinel, which was destined to perish. Yet this unexpected revelation piqued Duva's interest. Offering up an alien is out of the question. If you stand before me and propose such a demand, I shall gently remove your head and cast it from the 13th floor of the summit building. Watching it burst like a watermelon, Duva declared. Strick's laughter was chilling. He was not afraid of Duva making demands, but feared that Duva would refuse to engage in dialogue. It seems we have reached a consensus. For you, this venomous serum may very well serve as the finest weapon. Let us discuss this further once I procure the item. Although it is nominally a serum, how could something abandoned for so many years possess any enhancing properties? Strick, I doubt even you have unraveled whether this substance is indeed a serum. Duva extended his hand, removing the communication device from the soldier's collar, then surveyed the surroundings. Clearly meticulously arranged with an array of mental shielding devices and high-tech equipment, it appears we have reached an agreement. After the meeting, we can commence our transaction. I shall dispatch someone to provide you with detailed information regarding the super serum, and in return, I require an alien, preferably a fertile female. I need to obtain the super serum and conduct tests. Otherwise, how can I ascertain the authenticity of what you provide? This puts me at a disadvantage. If you forcibly seize it, I would have no recourse to retract my stance. I must first secure a complete alien. After further discourse, Strick terminated the communication. Remaining exceedingly cautious throughout, even planning to keep his personal involvement in any future collaboration with Duva concealed. Duva gazed calmly at the super soldier before him, observing as the latter silently produced a detonator and triggered the micro-explosive embedded within his own brain, reducing it to a mass of pulp. This action did not surprise Duva. Strike would never allow a subordinate privy to such sensitive information to remain alive. Strike was entirely oblivious to my true interests as he prepared. And now it was my turn to initiate action, beginning with the search for the Sentinel, namely Robert Reynolds. However, locating such a drug addict without a clear entry point would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Contemplating this, Duva devised a plan and discreetly issued commands to all mutants in New York City before stepping out of the secret chamber, returning to the venue with an air of indifference. As he departed, soldiers promptly entered the room to conduct a cleanup, erasing all traces of the incident as if nothing had ever occurred. In the main hall, Jean Grey had just concluded her speech. Just when the audience believed the discourse on behalf of mutants had come to an end and began to relax, Jean, with a complex expression, dropped a bombshell. Following negotiations, the X-Men and the Brotherhood had officially reconciled. They would unite to seek a new path for mutant survival, and when necessary, establish a nation for mutants. The moment her words echoed through the hall, chaos erupted. Countless voices ignited a cacophony, rendering the venue unbearably noisy. To Jean, it sounded as if millions of bees were buzzing in her ears. Yet, as Professor X and Magneto stood expressionless at the foot of the stage, their mere presence gradually quelled the uproar. Dr. Gray, where do you intend to establish this nation? Will you invade other countries and slay countless humans to carve out your own territory? Mutants are also citizens of this planet. They cannot simply be commanded to act on your whims. Professor Charles, have you truly made this decision? What drives you to engage in such madness? Capitulating to the leader of the world's foremost terroristic brotherhood? This was destined to be a protracted struggle. Even this single speech could trigger a global upheaval. Jean merely shook her head, indicating her refusal to answer, and descended the stage with heavy steps. Frankly, she had not anticipated such rapid developments, with Professor X and Magneto, sworn adversaries, standing united. Once these two reached a consensus, the other mutants would inevitably follow, even if they harbored dissenting thoughts. For they believed no force or intellect could surpass that of the bipolar duo. It was a thrilling spectacle that stirred the blood. Duva forcefully pushed through the crowd, wielding Mjolnir in hand, instilling a sense of fear and silence among those around him. Magneto coldly regarded him, remarking, "You have not truly listened, but rather followed the lead of a treacherous individual." Having grasped the gist of the beginning and conclusion, he realized that the influence of fate was fermenting at an astonishing pace, with my indirect involvement playing a role in the unfolding events. Duva was not at all surprised by this outcome. Having already discerned the existence of the Fate Maiden and combined with memories from a past life, he had long since prepared himself psychologically for the inevitable result of the bipolar alliance. Professor X, with a mask of indifference, managed to display a hint of warmth. "It seems you have had a fruitful discussion with the other party." "Yes, indeed. William Strick wants to negotiate with me. But I have a far superior proposition. You assist me in locating someone, and I will ensure Strick's demise." It is a fair exchange. Upon hearing that name, every mutant present furrowed their brows. "Who is it you wish to find?" "That individual must hold significant importance to you," Professor X inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Robert Reynolds, a New Yorker, possibly an addict, skilled in thievery, with a seemingly cowardly disposition and perhaps a few mental issues. Help me track him down." "He has already been located at the third alley on the north side of Central Avenue." Duva looked up as the representative of the vampires took the stage, and without hesitation, he flew directly onto the platform, abruptly commencing his academic report. However, his thoughts were evidently elsewhere, as several aliens had already stealthily set out, darting through the wicked city. Just awakened, Robert Reynolds gazed at the aliens surrounding him with palpable terror. "What manner of monsters are you? What do you intend to do with me?" Chapter 56. Our objective is to eliminate Duva, not to traverse the celestial seas of the celestial group. Mr. Blue was filled with curiosity regarding everything about Duva, yet this time he found himself utterly perplexed. Why had the aliens returned with a vagrant, forbidding even me from approaching? Mr. Blue halted his experiments, swaying his large head. Fixating his gaze intently on Reynolds, ensnared amidst a multitude of aliens. What appeared normal was, in fact, the epitome of abnormality. However, even with an intellect inflated 500-fold, he could not decipher the underlying logic. Duva's actions consistently defied his expectations, causing many of his deductions to fail. A human? You are indeed a human? Reynolds's face turned pale, as his long-standing addiction had severely depleted his physique, rendering him frail. At that moment, his eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, only to fade again as he helplessly shrank into the corner. Little did he know, beyond the wall, a greater number of aliens had already positioned themselves, ensuring no vulnerabilities in their defenses would be left unguarded. It seemed that he was neither a high IQ individual nor possessed any extraordinary abilities. Mr. Blue instantly recognized Reynolds' physical condition, a flash of deep disdain crossing his eyes, further deepening his bewilderment as to why Duva would seek out such a worthless being. Yet, he chose to dismiss the matter from his mind. Mr. Blue contemplated that he had already supplied Duva with 200 biomonsters, depleting all resources at his disposal, including what Duva had entrusted to him. Make sure you deliberate carefully before acting. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Erica appeared a short distance from Mr. Blue, casting a cold stare in his direction. Mr. Lawn emitted a peculiar laugh, reminiscent of an old crow perched upon a withered tree. It seems that among us, only you harbor genuine loyalty towards him. The rest of us, be it Mystique or myself, have always had ulterior motives. He never truly cares for your opinions. His sole concern lies in whether you fulfill the tasks he assigns. However, from this moment forth, I shall no longer be alone in this endeavor. Another will join us. Erica's icy gaze fixed upon the exceedingly clever individual before her as she pointed at the nearly shattered Reynolds. Mr. Lawn scoffed. Him? A fool, consumed by base desires. Cowardly and weak, nearly soiled by fear of such a beautiful mutant. He possesses no potential whatsoever. To use him as a host seems superfluous. The alien that emerges from his chest will likely be just as inept. Yet Erica held a different perspective. She possessed an inexplicable faith in Duva. The embryo within her was constantly intertwining with her innards, pulsating in harmony. She believed that Duva had specifically brought this individual back for the purpose of parasitism. And soon the truth would be unveiled. Countless eyes were fixed upon Duva, the youngest T-0 threat, the one orchestrating global entanglements. A war fanatic, relentlessly dispatching aliens to high-stakes battlefields. The sporadic appearance of the Rainbow Bridge served as undeniable proof, yet we were utterly powerless. Whispers filled the air as many regarded Duva with trepidation. They had initially scrutinized Professor X, as if such scrutiny could ascertain whether he was surveilling and manipulating their minds. But upon Duva's arrival, their focus swiftly shifted. Professor X, despite his change in ideology and alliance with Magneto, remained within the realm of understanding. In stark contrast, Duva had become the first anomaly on Earth to organize an expeditionary force to engage in cross-dimensional warfare. Throughout the annals of human history, Duva's actions were explosive, particularly as he possessed the capability to mass-produce formidable armies and deploy them onto the battlefield. My academic lecture, titled Yggdrasil and Midgard, is, I believe, a subject of interest to many of you. I shall recount the history of the Aesir and make it abundantly clear that this war will not cease. Rather, it shall incessantly expand and progress. I am in dire need of more warriors. If anyone wishes to join my ranks, you are welcome to visit my home. Duva placed Mjolnir upon the podium, its lightness serving as a stark reminder. The implications of his words a brutal warning that made the eyelids of countless individuals flutter. The likes of Magneto, a battle-hungry individual, displayed an expression of appreciation. Yet, these words cast a shadow over the vampires. Duva was waging war, drawing from the blood of vampires, utilizing their military funds. I protest. This is a heinous act that deserves a place in the annals of history. It is a crime. The vampire representative could no longer contain his outrage, and it was now my turn to speak. Yet, his pleas fell upon deaf ears. It was all too predictable that the moment he stepped out of the grand edifice, he would be seized by some hapless extraterrestrial, only to re-emerge in a different guise upon an unknown battlefield, engaging in a bloody skirmish with frost giants. This encapsulates the current plight of vampires. Everyone has swiftly acclimatized to this new societal paradigm, save for the vampires themselves. Damn it. Rather than relent, he seems intent on intensifying his efforts. This leaves no room for our kind to subsist. There appear to be a glimmer of hope that the Blood Baron might emerge to champion our cause. Yet this individual is nothing but a coward, perpetually evading the relentless pursuit of the blade. If only Dracula were still among us. But his whereabouts during this slumber remain a mystery. The vampires are in utter despair. Life has become unbearable, and all they have fought for, wealth, power, seems to have become uninhabitable overnight. Initially, only the blade was relentless in his pursuit, but then came Duval, followed by which, though it soon receded, only serves to foreshadow that as long as organizations harbor ambitions against extraterrestrials, seeking to capture or clone them for manipulation, the vampires will perpetually find themselves in dire straits. Duval's voice resonated throughout the assembly. The World Tree is comprised of 9 realms. Earth resides in the midst of Midgard, one of the 3 central worlds. The nefarious frost giants have instigated an aggressive war, while the warriors of Asgard rise in defiance to uphold peace across the 9 realms, embodying valor through their sacrifices. Duval's rhetoric was undeniably stirring, yet those privy to the truth found it exceedingly difficult to maintain composure. Were it not for my modest grasp of history, wherein Asgard has long been known for igniting flames of war, I might have believed this man's portrayal of Asgard as a bastion of peace, deserving of the World Tree Peace Prize. Nick Fury observed Duval's performance from afar, his impassive demeanor occasionally betraying a flicker of disquiet. The more Duval waxed eloquent, the more absurd it appeared to Fury. How could such a ruthless and cunning individual, one who stealthily orchestrated the alien containment strategy for global deterrence, stand upon the Global Summit's podium espousing peace and justice? Look, even Fury himself dared not appear at the conference, burdened by the weight of countless unsavory deeds, perpetually wary of being undone by similar machinations. I, my kind, the extraterrestrials, cannot idly witness this travesty unfold. I am the current god of thunder, but above all, I am a fervent advocate for peace on Earth. To maintain harmony across the 9 realms and safeguard the tranquility of our planet, I have undertaken substantial risks and sacrifices, dedicating everything to this war. Duval, before countless cameras, spoke with fervor, gesturing grandly. I could bear it no longer. Magneto inhaled deeply. Professor X remained unflinching. Eric, you must exercise a bit more patience. You know me. I have never comported myself in such a manner. In that moment, Magneto found himself at a loss for the precise words to encapsulate the grandiloquent figure upon stage. Professor X calmly remarked, "Perhaps we should consider the matter from a different perspective." While dispatching troops to Asgard, he firmly grasped the enchanted hammer of Thor, and Asgard had yet to provide a definitive response. However, the incessant emergence of the Rainbow Bridge, transporting aliens from Earth, clearly indicated their stance. Asgard yearned to harness the power of Duva. In other words, the Alien Legion, along with an even greater future influx of extraterrestrial beings, was of utmost significance to them. They remained silent, even in light of the hammer being possessed by an outsider. Let us depart. Remaining here serves no purpose. Asgard is too distant from us. Our primary focus must be on resolving the survival issues of the mutants, Magneto declared, turning away. Professor X adjusted his wheelchair, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. For him, the actions undertaken were already audacious, yet he found himself with no alternative. We must first locate the Fate Maiden, so that she may prophesy our actions, and seek a reliable stronghold along with formidable allies. Professor X cast a glance at Magneto, contemplating the possibility, perhaps, just perhaps, in these trying times, an alliance with the mutants could be forged. Magneto replied coldly, "You are utterly delusional, Charles. According to the intelligence provided by Duva, this batch of mutants consists of failed experiments from the cosmic deities. I may heed your counsel and spare the mutant leader, but that does not imply I will regard this wretched group as kin, even if they possess genetic fragments akin to the X gene." He continued, "Trust me, my anguish surpasses yours, for Red Tank is my brother. However, for the future of our kind, we must endure. Anyone can err, but we cannot." Professor X painfully shut his eyes. Around them, curious glances were cast, eager to discern the nature of their whispered conversation. Yet Jean had already conjured a barrier, severing all prying eyes and eavesdropping devices. On stage, Duva observed the backs of the mutants, shaking his head in silence. The presence of the Fate Maiden foretold that the duality of fate would inevitably lead to a coalition, striving to establish an ideal nation in Krakoa. Yet, this would only yield fleeting tranquility, as the fate of the mutant community across most of the cosmos remained one of struggle and tragic endings. Duva's report soon concluded, providing a sense of relief to the tormented audience below, who promptly retrieved their meticulously prepared questions, eager to inquire further of Duva. A seemingly simple question concealed numerous traps, capable of unraveling additional answers and clues from Duva's response. However, Duva was entirely dismissive. He pushed through the crowd, gesturing for calm with a feigned air of seriousness. As he wielded Thor's hammer and took flight, the matter concerning the Sentinel took precedence. "How rude! Magneto is far more agreeable to deal with than you," he exclaimed. "Do you even hear yourself? Are you also a mutant?" Whether it is Duva or Magneto, neither of these individuals is easily manageable. If I must choose one, I would opt for Duva. You might consider accepting his invitation to visit him. This way, one can meet their demise on the extraterrestrial battlefield with a semblance of dignity. As a hero of Earth, the venue was abuzz with noise, and now it would be the turn of the leaders of various factions to feel the weight of their burdens. He has made his stance clear. The war will undoubtedly continue. Fury shut off the screen. He had opposed sending Duva to the joint summit from the outset. But with the support of Magneto and Professor X, the outcome was inevitable. Duva had become akin to a toxin, and Professor X had also emerged as an unsettling variable. "Hill, find a way to ascertain what deal Strick and Duva have struck," Fury commanded. The discussions surrounding Duva were not limited to Fury alone. In a certain school in the UK, the sentiment was palpable. "You see, this is Duva, the one who killed Makari and tore apart the entire human faction of the Eternals. Now, even Asgard holds him in high regard." Ajax pointed at the television screen. The Eternals present fell into a heavy silence, their brows furrowed as they watched Duva eloquently speak on stage. Despite the footage being meticulously edited by officials to obscure his true message, Asgard has chosen such a human. It seems Odin is truly dead. Thor is merely a child, exchanging Mjolnir for an endless supply of armies. One can only wonder what expression Odin would bear if he were still alive. The gaze of the Eternals toward Duva was laden with profound hatred. In their limited memories, they had shared thousands of years together, fighting side by side, experiencing joy and sorrow. Yet now, they mourned the loss of a valiant comrade. He would not cease. Such a dangerous individual would undoubtedly seek to escalate the conflict, as the battlefield was where he could continually acquire superior hosts. Ajax, as the leader of the Eternals, provided a definition of Duva. Were Duva present, he would undoubtedly applaud her eloquent address. The Eternals responded, their fists clenched in solidarity. "We can recall Akari's. He is immensely powerful." "Enough," Ajax interjected. "He betrayed us first, concealing the existence of numerous surviving deviants. This is a grave violation Gilgamesh had yet to finish." The lover of Akari's, Circe, who taught at the school, could not contain herself. "But Duva is human. Humans have harmed us. Is this not a betrayal of our trust?" Ajax opened her mouth, falling into silence, for she was at a loss on how to convey to her brethren that their efforts to protect humanity ultimately served to render their deaths meaningful, providing nourishment for the rebirth of the new pantheon. In a certain sense, Duva's targeting and assault upon them could be perceived as a messianic act, illustrating just how swiftly the tides of fate can shift, whereby the identities of murderer and savior converge. We must reach a decision. We must eliminate Duva. Otherwise, we shall be met with hell, and the future of humanity will be shrouded in darkness. The entire planet risks being dragged into the abyss of war by him, leading to countless deaths. Ajax spoke gravely. As the death toll rises, the divine assembly of the Earth's core will have less human consciousness energy to draw upon, delaying their emergence. Ajax does not wish for the divine assembly to manifest prematurely, but that does not imply indifference towards Duva's act of killing Makari. "We shall kill Duva at any cost. This is for our own sake, as well as for all of humanity. If possible, I will report this matter to Alasram, who will undoubtedly support us in rendering the most just verdict upon Duva and this planet." Chapter 57. Reynolds, now is your time to demonstrate your loyalty to me. Duva returned swiftly, soaring through the skies as a bolt of lightning. Even without this rapid mode of movement, He commanded a monstrous creature from the Eternal Clan, adept in super speed. This was why he had disregarded the more visually imposing Gilgamesh, who possessed immense strength, during the battle in New Mexico, focusing solely on capturing Makari. Super speed is an invaluable asset, regardless of the circumstances. Duva navigated through the throng of over 100 creatures, arriving at a corner to gaze down upon the pitiful figure curled up beneath him. "You have returned? Look at him in this state." Mr. Blue emitted an uncanny laugh. Yet in the next instant, Duva pressed his enormous head down, exerting a gradual force until he was forced into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. "My patience is limited. Moreover, there is no need for you to express your stance in such a foolish manner. I can perceive everything about you through the creature within you." Duva regarded this intelligent man, who was already itching to research the creature, yet had to repeatedly restrain himself, nearly driving himself to madness. Mr. Blue was no fool. He understood that Duva could monitor his every move. However, knowing is one thing, while the maddening desire to accomplish something, constrained by numerous considerations, is another matter entirely. Heed my advice. Your intelligence ought to be applied to your strengths, not wasted on expressing your needs through almost childish aggression towards me. The same words conveyed through the creature's larva to my mind took on a different meaning. No longer a suggestion, but a command. "May I interpret this as your consent?" Mr. Blue felt no humiliation. He was inherently a man with a flexible moral compass, more inclined to indulge his fervent desire for research, striving for the pinnacle of biological exploration. Perhaps once satisfied in this regard, he would cultivate further ideas, but until then, he could remain compliant. Duva averted his gaze, fully aware of Mr. Blue's intentions and his insatiable desire for the alien body, as well as his repeated attempts to exploit the creature's form, even its immature offspring. Now, with a slight loosening of constraints, it was hoped that this individual might remain docile for a time. Mystique had fled, her whereabouts unknown. Erica approached Duva, subtly scheming. It was inevitable that she would return to Magneto. However, whether he would accept her was another matter altogether. Professor X might be inclined to take her in, potentially devising a mental trap to seal off the offspring nestled within her chest. Duva was not surprised. Mystique's presence had been a reluctant arrangement, primarily a means to serve as a spy for Magneto. Now that her mission was complete, it was time for her to contribute to the cause of mutants. "Allow me to introduce myself, Robert Reynolds." Amidst a throng of terrifying aliens, Duva's figure appeared grotesquely menacing, particularly in Reynolds' eyes. He trembled uncontrollably, his frail body overwhelmed by a level of distress he had never imagined, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I have no money to give you, monster." Reynolds, in a daze, repeatedly uttered the same phrases. For someone like him, a petty thief with a hint of mental instability, the ordeal he was enduring was utterly horrifying. Who could have predicted that after merely dozing off in an alley, he would be abducted by aliens? This was beyond his capacity to endure. Reynolds, an ordinary man, was ill-equipped to handle such a shock, and his already fragile mental state was spiraling further into chaos. "I desire not your money, but your splendid flesh and your loyalty." Duva extended his arms, and in an instant, a colossal alien egg was brought forth by the swift aliens. For petals unfurled, revealing a facehugger. Sensing an impending doom, Reynolds widened his bloodshot eyes, howling in terror, saliva dribbling from his mouth, before rolling his eyes back and experiencing labored breathing. "Huh, is this wretch truly worth wasting a facehugger on? Just hand him over to me. I'll make better use of him." Duva delivered a powerful kick, sending Mr. Blue crashing into the depths below, and then calmly observed as the facehugger latched onto Reynolds. To be frank, Mr. Blue's frantic demeanor was entirely understandable. Had Duva not been privy to Reynolds' peculiarities, he too would have deemed it a waste to expend a facehugger on such a creature. Regardless, Mr. Blue was on the verge of madness, and through the offspring, Duva sensed the violent fluctuations of his mental state, recognizing that this individual was consumed by jealousy. "You would rather squander a precious facehugger than allow me to dissect and experiment on one?" Not even Mr. Blue, nor anyone else in the world, could comprehend Duva's actions. Duva patiently awaited the unfolding of events. After a considerable period, Reynolds gradually awoke, having succumbed to a profound slumber induced by the embrace of the face-hugging creature. Allowing his mind to rest deeply and adapt, albeit reluctantly, to the grim reality surrounding him. I do not comprehend. You must be the master of those notorious beasts that have garnered such popularity online. Why have you sought me out? Reynolds gazed warily at the alien beings around him, momentarily bewildered by the circumstances he found himself in. It was widely rumored that these entities, born clad in exoskeletal armor, were not native to Earth. Robert Reynolds, you possess extraordinary potential. I have chosen you, Duva stated, plunging Reynolds into a state of profound confusion. He pointed at his own nose, his demeanor unmistakably conveying disbelief. How could someone like him, a wretch merely surviving in the shadows, be deemed worthy of attention even by vampires, who would scorn to feast upon his blood? Was this to be the most fantastical tale of the year? Did he intend to transform me into fodder for these monsters? Stunt, and you shall understand. With hesitation, Reynolds rose to his feet, only to be astounded by the newfound vigor coursing through his body, which he had expected to be frail and battered. Despite his still slender frame, each muscle within him seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, generating an endless wellspring of strength that captivated him. Is this truly me? He pressed against the wall, gritting his teeth, and with great effort, he astonished himself by tearing away a chunk of concrete. This newfound power rendered Reynolds utterly speechless. He glanced down at his hands, then back at the wall, soon engulfed by overwhelming surprise and trepidation as he looked helplessly at Duva. I do not understand. You have chosen me and bestowed upon me this robust physique. What is it that you require of me? I have spoken of loyalty in your life. I have granted you a new existence, liberating you from the wretched fate of your past. In return, you must offer me your utmost dedication, Duva declared. Reynolds felt a clarity of thought returning, his mind racing with chaotic reflections. Duva had endowed him with strength, which he could wield in service to him. You could achieve far more with this power than merely to serve someone like me. Reynolds subconsciously clenched his fists against his chest, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. He was loath to part with this surging strength and the enhanced form it granted him. Yet he felt both awe and fear towards Duva, the bestower of such abilities. I deem you worthy, and that is sufficient. I do not relish repeating myself, Duva asserted. From this moment forth, Reynolds, you shall be one of my own, fighting for me until death. Reynolds was never the sharpest tool in the shed, even in the 616 main universe, where he had battled formidable foes. Despite possessing unparalleled strength, he had been duped by the Green Goblin into joining the Dark Avengers, ultimately falling victim to the symbiote god, Null, who obliterated him along with the most powerful dark persona, Nihil, consumed by Null as well. Reynolds cautiously observed Duva, casting a glance around at the myriad of grotesque and terrifying creatures surrounding him. Strangely, he felt a sense of kinship emanating from these beings, until his gaze fell upon the carcass of a facehugger on the ground. Duva stepped before him, gesturing toward his chest, and Reynolds immediately experienced a sharp pain, horrified to discover that he could sense a living presence emanating from his own torso. This is my power, Duva explained. But fret not. It is gentle and will not harm you. You have become one with it. It is you, and you are it. All the strength you now possess is a gift derived from its genetic contribution. Reynolds took considerable time to acclimate to his newfound state, the surging power, the heightened senses, and the profound inner tranquility. The larva within his chest purged his blood of all toxins, allowing him to exist in the healthiest and most robust form possible. This transformation imbued Reynolds with a sense of spiritual elevation. He realized Duva spoke the truth. He had been reborn, liberated from the shadows of his former despair. This power is given by Duva, and it can be retracted, he thought. I may not be eloquent, but I am willing to be your most loyal guardian, ready to sacrifice everything, as long as you allow me to retain the strength. Of course, I have always been generous to my subordinates, provided they strictly adhere to my commands. This is merely the beginning. I hold great expectations for you, Reynolds. Do not disappoint me, Duva articulated, his words laced with persuasive undertones. Mr. Blue, however, quickly discerned the underlying issue, for Duva was anything but generous. He had previously refused to even grant him a single creature. Nevertheless, Mr. Blue mused that perhaps things would change in the future. He was determined to unravel the secrets of the xenomorphs and establish a genetic repository uniquely his own, maximizing the potential of these formidable beings. Only I, Samuel Stein, will be the true master of these xenomorphs. Mr. Blue chuckled ominously, causing Reynolds, whose senses had been sharpened, to shudder at the sound. There were likely many other anomalies present here, aside from Duva and the xenomorphs. At least the green-headed creature seemed quite peculiar, prompting Reynolds to raise his internal vigilance against Mr. Blue. "Now, my most loyal servant, Reynolds, we shall embark," Duva stated. "To where?" Reynolds inquired. "To seek a key," Duva replied with a glance towards Reynolds. With his presence, the possibility of the void invading Reynolds' body would be eliminated. The most potent iteration of the 616 Sentinel was a triad entity born from the human persona Bob, the heroic persona of Reynolds, and the dark persona of the void, standing resolutely at the pinnacle of a singular universe. Yet, the void, this dark persona, remained highly unpredictable, a ticking time bomb buried within Reynolds. Let us first examine the so-called super serum, purportedly 100,000 times more potent than anything known to man. Mere mortals who come into contact with it are doomed. Yet only Reynolds stands a chance, albeit a minuscule one in a billion. However, this is the human Reynolds, and now we confront the alien Reynolds. Duva procured a communication device from the summit to contact Strick. Soon, a figure arrived, delivering a slender document and an address. Upon completing the task, this individual met an immediate demise, their brain exploding in a violent display. Dealing with Strick is a cerebral endeavor. "Strick, you have chosen a location for our transaction at a semi-abandoned military base 20 kilometers away. I never anticipated you had a foothold in such a place," Duva remarked, perusing the document with an impassive expression. "I possess considerable wealth. Whenever I propose to mitigate the threat posed by mutants, I invariably secure ample funding. The very existence of that inconsequential company you established was made possible through my approval. So you have appropriated funds that rightfully belong to me?" Duva inquired, feigning ignorance. "This was a transaction we initiated from the outset, was it not? To gain something, one must relinquish an equivalent, for that is the essence of fairness." Strick's voice harbored a deeply concealed malevolence. Duva furrowed his brow, responding slowly, "I hope to find this not to be a ruse. The cost of deceiving me will be your life. Why do you presume such thoughts? The serum holds no value for me. It is the alien that intrigues me. In exchange, I require an alien egg, specifically a viable female capable of reproduction. You shall receive it, but I must first obtain the serum," Duva reiterated. In response, Strick fell into a prolonged silence, evidently weighing the pros and cons, perhaps even feigning contemplation. After a brief interval, Strick re-established contact. "I have arranged for the serum to be delivered to you. Provided our collaboration proceeds smoothly, I shall share the true confidential data regarding the serum, including the process of its creation, along with all academic reports and experimental footage related to its use. This will prevent you from embarking on your research in utter ignorance. It will be a promising beginning," Strick intoned gravely. Without such materials, Duva would be unable to derive any meaningful insights from the serum, a notion Strick firmly believed. So, I desire you to join my ranks and launch an assault on Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Imagine the countless mutants you could acquire, equating to an immeasurable force of powerful alien warriors. You could unrestrainedly deploy these aliens onto extraterrestrial battlefields. Strick's voice dripped with malice. Duva's expression shifted in complexity. He finally grasped Strick's intentions. An all-out offensive against mutants was imminent, spurred by the summit's discussions. Indeed, the summit had not been in vain, inciting Strick to a breaking point. "Surely, you do not believe we would remain unresponsive to the proclamations made by those two at the summit? Individuals like myself exist and wield immense power precisely to address such eventualities." A flicker of interest danced in Duva's eyes. "So that was the intention, luring him to the military base to deceive Professor X and Magneto? It seems you are quite confident in your own prowess. Without a mature battle plan, I shall not take action." Soon, another soldier arrived, presenting a briefcase. Duva opened it and retrieved an unremarkable test tube containing a potion. Gently shaking it, under the last remnants of dusk, the liquid within radiated splendid hues. This was the super serum, the most fearsome poison in existence. No one could fathom the power it encapsulated within their own body. "Duva, if you join me, you can circumvent over half a century of trial and error." Seizing all the research findings, Strick's voice suddenly escalated several decibels, attempting to entice Duva into his fold. For in every conceivable way, Duva was an aggressive warmonger. daring enough to confront S-H-I-E-L-D and venture into extraterrestrial realms. Thus, it was entirely logical for him to ally with the military to capture mutants in pursuit of formidable alien warriors. Of course, Duva had ties with Professor X and Magneto, or perhaps he recoiled from their formidable powers. Hence, he offered detailed information regarding mutants and the super serum as an enticing proposition. Strick merely sought to fasten Duva to his chariot. While we converse, my subordinates have already taken action. Under my meticulous planning, they will have no room for resistance. Just imagine, you could even possess an alien with mind control abilities and so forth. What are you waiting for? Duva paid no heed to Strick's empty words. Instead, he seized Reynolds, who was rendered speechless by the demise of two soldiers, and forcefully poured the mysterious liquid from the test tube into his mouth. Reynolds, did you not profess to be my most loyal guardian, to serve me? Now is your moment to demonstrate that loyalty. Chapter 58. The fantasia of the ambitious plays its most melodious tune. Everything transpired with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Poor Reynolds was utterly bewildered by the events that unfolded within those few hours, too exhilarating to comprehend. He had witnessed Duva converse with two strangers, only to see their heads explode moments later, followed by Duva compelling him to ingest a vial of strange liquid. God above, Reynolds had only just begun to acclimate to the alien and his newfound self, his mind swirling with trepidation and elation, already envisioning himself as a superhero basking in public adoration, perhaps akin to Tony Stark soaring through the skies, igniting cheers from the masses as they frantically capture the moment on their phones. Oh, but he seemed unable to fly. Nevertheless, Reynolds was impatient to shed the life of neglect and disdain he had endured, aspiring to become a respected force. As for his allegiance to Duva, that declaration was heartfelt. Reynolds felt genuine gratitude and reverence for someone of Duva's caliber recognizing him and willing to extricate him from despair, bestowing upon him extraordinary power. However, Reynolds did not anticipate that the moment of his allegiance would arrive so swiftly. It seemed to have bypassed the very act of allegiance, transforming into an unwavering loyalty within Duva's discourse. It was over. He felt utterly defeated. Observing the grave demeanor of those around him, a sense of dread enveloped him, and despair manifested on his face, accompanied by two streams of tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. Do not indulge in such futile psychological turmoil. Your demise is not a foregone conclusion, Duva remarked, having confirmed that Reynolds had consumed all of the serum. He released his grip and scrutinized Reynolds' condition. His communication device emitted a shocked voice from Strick. What are you doing? This is a super serum, even if it is highly toxic. It should not be squandered in this manner. You failed to review the past experimental records to comprehend the serum's composition. Even a drop or two would suffice. Pray tell, are you doing? Strick gazed at the satellite imagery before him, piecing together the sound of swallowing he had just heard, and realized what Duva had done, leaving him utterly astounded. To administer such a potent serum to an ordinary individual in one gulp? Do you find my actions dismissive? Is it not dismissive? I truly question how you obtained your master's degree. Was this how your mentor instructed you to conduct human experiments? Strick, do not hastily define what you do not comprehend. Just as your understanding of mutants lacks extensive observation and research, you cannot claim to be an advocate against them, Duva replied, while through the alien, he meticulously sensed the changes occurring within Reynolds. The effects of the super serum were indeed terrifying. Upon entering Reynolds' body, it unleashed a frenzy. Despite the minuscule quantity, it surged forth like a boiling ocean, annihilating cells with relentless force. Even at a more microscopic level, the countless atoms constituting Reynolds' being were subjected to violent upheaval. Swaying under the pressure of this newfound power, the alien embryos within Reynolds, much like their host, confronted this terrifying onslaught, teetering on the brink of collapse. The host and the embryos were instantaneously plunged into a state of disintegration, with every living tissue displaying signs of shattering and melting. They were on the verge of perishing. Is failure imminent? Duva pondered, his brow furrowing in regret. Only Reynolds could seize that infinitesimal chance to connect with an unknown pocket universe through the power of the super serum, obtaining the strength bestowed by a universe on the brink of annihilation. After much contemplation, Duva resolved to implant himself within the mortal Reynolds. intending for his alien form to synchronize with this extraordinary power. Of course, it will fail.
Did you truly believe this would succeed?
Strick's voice dripped with sarcasm and schadenfreude. I do not comprehend your unwavering confidence in this individual. Is he perhaps a mutant with adaptive capabilities? Here, essay suggestion. Retrieve his corpse and re-extract the super serum. Suddenly, Duva's expression shifted slightly as he spoke slowly. It has been quite an unpleasant conversation, and our transaction ends here.
Wait, you have yet to agree to my attack on the mutants.
We need not proceed. I am quite content with the existing aliens. Compared to the mutants, I believe it is more suitable to continue capturing vampires as hosts. Since you refuse to participate in the battle, when will you provide me with the alien eggs?
Next time for sure.
Duva, devoid of any sense of trust, abruptly ended the communication and casually tossed the device to an alien, instructing it to carry it far away to prevent Strick from eavesdropping. Whether it be Strick or anyone else, all attempts to control the aliens are utterly foolish. Perhaps I should grant Strick a swift end. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Duva's eyes. After obtaining and utilizing the super serum, he would seal off Strick's final loophole. However, the most pressing matter at hand was not to eliminate Strick, nor to engage in the conflict between the mutants and Strick, but to ensure that Reynolds could endure this ordeal. The effects were already manifesting. The internal displacement of his body was underway. Duva's eyes brightened. The atomic phase shift within was connecting to the outer universe. Now, it was merely a matter of patiently waiting. Whether he could seize that nearly impossible opportunity would depend on Reynolds himself, or perhaps also on the alien embryo within him. Duva immediately grasped the contorted form of Reynolds and entered the underground cavern, surrounded by layers of aliens.
Reynolds, I know you can hear me. Remember, you have a splendid new life awaiting you. Your superpowers have yet to be revealed to the world. It would be a pity to die like this.
Through the alien embryo, Duva directly transmitted his words into Reynolds' mind. Reynolds' self-awareness was diminishing, yet upon hearing this, the thought that he had not yet showcased his prowess before the world ignited a fierce sense of unwillingness and desire that nearly consumed him, followed by an extraordinary surge of willpower. Undoubtedly, Reynolds possessed such a character. In any universe, his cravings were substantial. After becoming a sentinel, his addiction transformed into a yearning to be a superhero, and often he lacked the sacrificial awareness and sense of justice typical of superheroes. Yet Reynolds could only hold on for a short while before succumbing again. Duva spurred him once more, prompting him to cry out in desperation, a cycle of stimulation. It seemed the alien embryo indeed burdened him, making the atomic phase shift within even more challenging. Duva stroked his chin thoughtfully.
The Arkali Lake Dam.
In any universe, Strick would establish his headquarters here, a place buried with all his ambitions and sins. Strick sat before his laboratory table, under dim lighting, his expression fluctuating. He pondered for a full 3 minutes, unable to fathom Duva's intentions. Was he merely seeking to validate the serum's efficacy? Yet the process seemed too haphazard. Was he not concerned about wasting the serum? Surrounding Strick, an array of peculiar devices lay scattered about, while shelves upon the walls were laden with an inconceivable number of jars containing an assortment of bizarre organs. A closer inspection would reveal that within these glass containers, not only were there severed limbs and entrails of mutants, but also various alien body parts. These were meticulously gathered by Strick over an extensive period. Duva incessantly dispatched aliens into battle. It was implausible for them to always return unscathed. There would inevitably be injuries or fatalities among the aliens, and even a single cell would provide Strick with an opportunity. Quietly, he amassed a considerable collection of alien genes, theoretically enabling him to embark on cloning these extraterrestrial beings. However, the harrowing lesson taught by Fury served as a warning, prompting Strick to bide his time, lest he provoke Duva's wrath. Hiss! Huh! Several aliens of varying forms encircled Strick, emitting sounds that were remarkably lifelike. Strick could even sense the palpable menace emanating from these creatures. When he reached out to touch them, he felt their chilling coldness, as if they were indeed real. Enough, Jason, I have no need for these illusory phantoms. And cease your attempts to win my favor through such means. The preacher requires none of this. Strick impatiently picked up the phone to issue commands, and soon, the surrounding aliens vanished without a trace. Despite his rank as merely a colonel, He was a notorious figure in the underground world globally. Following the tragic death of his wife and the shattering of his family, Strick, profoundly affected, transformed into a preacher, embarking upon a bloody crusade against mutants. As long as I can obtain an alien and then implant it within a mutant, I can harness the abhorrent X gene of the mutants and forge an invincible army. Yet, the conundrum remained. How could he sever Devours' control over the aliens to monopolize them? The S.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered a grievous defeat, indirectly facilitating Devours' military maneuvers. Thus Strick approached the matter with caution, contemplating new methods to manipulate the aliens. Could he rely upon his son, the Illusion Master, whom he had transformed into a mere tool? Jason, the Illusion Master, possessed the ability to deceive the five senses, crafting illusions that were impeccable in visual, auditory, and tactile experiences. If executed flawlessly, he could ensnare an individual's mind within a perpetual cycle of illusions. Strick had even composed a manual for his son's use, hypothesizing that by effectively leveraging his abilities, he could conquer a city in a brief period. Inferring from the events of that battle, it was possible that Nick Fury could manipulate aliens through pheromones or imprint mechanisms. Therefore, upon confirming the ineffectiveness of those methods, the most reliable approach will be mental control. As long as I can capture Professor X, I shall realize my lifelong ambition of controlling the aliens. A glint of profound madness flickered in Strick's eyes. The notoriety associated with the name Preacher was well recognized in the underground world, compelling even the likes of Fury to regard this colonel with a wary eye. Duval, that utterly disreputable scoundrel, will inevitably face repercussions. As long as I can eliminate Professor X, Stryker's intentions are rather straightforward. He merely seeks to dominate the professor and utilize his cerebral prowess to control the xenomorphs. When it comes to harnessing psychic abilities to manipulate these creatures, who could possibly be more effective than the mind of Professor X? Initially, Stryker aimed to exploit the Professor-S brainwaves to eradicate all mutants worldwide in one fell swoop. However, upon witnessing the peculiarities of the xenomorphs, his perspective began to shift. Even if he could annihilate every mutant on the planet, ordinary humans would inevitably give rise to new ones. Stryker recalled another clandestine initiative, the Sentinel robot program, which similarly sought to create formidable automatons, enhancing their capabilities through continuous upgrades, ultimately achieving a global extermination of mutants. It was a commendable scheme, employing mass-produced robots against the ever-reproducing mutants. Yet, with the advent of the xenomorphs, who would still concern themselves with sentinels? If he could devise a means to liberate the xenomorphs from Duval's control, these utterly obedient creatures would surpass the cumbersome, code-vulnerable robots by leaps and bounds. The potential of the xenomorphs is astonishing, and their methods of enhancement far exceed those of mere robotic upgrades. Stryker's ambition was to usurp Duval, taking command of the xenomorphs, ultimately merging the X-Weapon and Sentinel programs into a singular, formidable initiative. He envisioned himself as the supreme overseer of both projects, tasked with the monumental responsibility of permanently eradicating mutants. With each new mutant that emerged, the xenomorphs would swiftly eliminate them. Most crucially, the present moment is a rare opportunity. Professor X seems to have lost his senses, openly opposing the authorities and laying bare his intentions at a global summit. Mobilizing a segment of the military to assault Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was hardly daunting. Indeed, Stryker proceeded with this plan, rallying discontented individuals to his cause, launching a surprise attack before Professor X and the X-Men could vacate New York. This was the final chance. Acting now, the worst outcome would merely be inciting the professor's ire. Yet someone of his caliber would not take things to an absolute extreme. Should he succeed in eliminating him, the threat posed by mutants would be halved. A mere phone call sufficed to persuade numerous anxious individuals. Stryker's operational efficiency proved remarkable, almost astonishing, by that very night. He had deployed troops to Xavier's school. Gas canisters fell like rain, blanketing the entire institution. Well-trained soldiers piloted armed helicopters and tanks, while armored vehicles advanced with brutal force. Some may find this scene eerily familiar, as it echoed the events of just over a month ago on Broadway, where the likes of Abomination and Hulk faced similar circumstances. Boom! The heavily fortified Xavier's school, also the stronghold of the X-Men, saw its defenses crumble before the onslaught of missiles and artillery. The army had arrived. Humanity was waging war against us mutants. The professor was indeed correct. Fortunately, prior to attending the global summit, he had discreetly relocated his students. Just as the professor donned the brainwave amplifier, he collapsed, undoubtedly a result of human interference. The X-Men displayed a myriad of emotions, ranging from fury to sorrow. And without hesitation, they unleashed their wrath upon the encroaching army. In theory, these modern military forces stood no chance against the X-Men, even in the absence of Professor X. A solitary Wolverine, given sufficient time, could dispatch foes with ease, let alone with the presence of Cyclops and others. However, Stryker's preparations were never to be underestimated. Mastermind made his move, the most formidable illusionist in the world, effortlessly altering the visual, auditory, and olfactory perceptions of all present, rendering them oblivious to his existence as he infiltrated the school and located the unconscious Professor X. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the presence of another dangerous entity lurking nearby. Magneto slowly opened his eyes, his gaze cold and piercing, surveying the emptiness before him. Chapter 59. The Sentinel resolves to confront Magneto when it comes to the question of who possesses greater strength between Professor X and Magneto. The answer is elusive. They are generally regarded as equals. However, when considering whose vulnerabilities are fewer and adaptability broader, Magneto undoubtedly takes precedence. Professor X is but a mortal being, whereas Magneto, through his mastery of electromagnetic forces, boasts physical capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary humans. He can manipulate metal, summon lightning, interfere with the life magnetic fields of his adversaries, and even generate energy fields. In this moment, though invisible and inaudible, Magneto sensed the presence of someone standing before him through the human magnetic field. I knew it. Charles has always been too soft-hearted, so easily falling into your trap. I suspect you tampered with the brainwave amplifier while we were engaged in the global summit. Magneto's expression remained inscrutable. Yet it morphed into one of the most terrifying visages imaginable, filled with volcanic rage. Opposite him, Mastermind's countenance twitched, the emotionally detached demeanor altered by Stryker's modifications, now displaying faint ripples of disturbance. Do not be astonished, child. Your tricks may deceive them, but they cannot elude me, who would think to conceal their biological magnetic field. Magneto's demeanor softened slightly as he raised a hand, rendering Mastermind immobile. Are you a mutant or something else, possessing the power of deception? Magneto regarded the professor, whose head lolled on his wheelchair, his voice growing increasingly somber, infused with a chilling intensity that nearly shattered the mental chains binding Mastermind's mind, allowing a glimmer of clarity to return to his eyes. You are merely a pawn under manipulation, yet that does not absolve you of responsibility. You rendered Charles unconscious, seeking to plunge him into eternal slumber and use him as your tool. Was it? A commendable idea, for I once harbored similar thoughts. Magneto extended a finger towards Master of Illusions, and in an instant, the latter's body was subjected to severe devastation. Had he possessed clear sensory perception, he would have perceived himself as though struck head-on by a speeding train, his body creaking like rusted iron, on the verge of collapse. Each pore began to ooze blood. At this moment, Magneto still could not discern the form of Master of Illusions, nor did he care. He merely coldly tormented the individual before him. Also for the benefit of the unseen orchestrator. Who organized this operation, Stryker? I suspect it is S.H.I.L.D. Magneto intensified his grip, ready to crush Master of Illusions. Enough with these base tactics. Release my son. A voice echoed from a button on Master of Illusions. This is actually your son? No wonder. Possessing such extraordinary abilities, your wife's demise was not in vain. It would be abnormal for him to survive. Magneto chuckled coldly, the brutal instincts he had long suppressed finally eliciting a flicker of enjoyment in this moment. Were it not for Professor X's countless reminders, given his temperament, he would have already unleashed a massacre upon encountering such a situation. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, there was no need to concern himself with that. It was undoubtedly human, and thus, pursuing humanity was the logical course. Stryker, you should thank Charles. Were it not for him, all of you would be dead. Magneto released his grip, casting the dislocated Master of Illusions to the ground, glancing down with indifferent eyes. The abilities of Master of Illusions were intriguing, but in Magneto's eyes, they were merely sophisticated tricks, potentially useful if wielded correctly, but inconsequential otherwise. What do you want? Stryker's voice rang out. Withdraw your men. Clear a path. I shall take Charles and depart from this cursed nation. Far from humanity, Magneto declared. Stryker replied, My greatest error was presuming that your departure from the summit was a ruse, believing you would meet the X-Men by the sea. I never anticipated you would remain here all along. I had no need to rendezvous by the sea. There are members of the Brotherhood who possess spatial movement abilities. Were it not for Charles's excessive compassion, you would have had no chance whatsoever. You are correct, but if he were not so compassionate, would he still be the person you know? Stryker's voice grew increasingly cold, and upon hearing this, Magneto noticed that the sounds of gunfire outside had gradually ceased. Yet he felt an escalating sense of unease, like a volcano on the brink of eruption doused with a torrential downpour of ice water. An expression of horror flickered in Magneto's eyes as he recognized where the problem lay. With a swift motion, Magneto opened his hand, reducing Master of Illusions to a bloody pulp. It is too late. Do you realize where you fall short compared to Charles? It is your arrogance, underestimating me. William Stryker's son. Had it been Charles, he would never have let his guard down. Who says ordinary people cannot produce terrifyingly gifted monsters? I can. The preacher can. Stryker let out a chilling laugh, madness echoing in his voice. Do you feel as though your thoughts are somewhat amiss? Indeed. Your mind has been inundated with fragments of thought by my son, and your psyche is now riddled with suggestive traps. Eric, Magneto, you could foresee the necessity of lurking beside the professor to safeguard him. How could I not anticipate such a move from you? From the outset, this assault was meticulously planned to counter you, and encountering you meant I would inevitably lose my son. Stryker's voice bore no trace of sorrow over his son's demise. Rather, it was filled with regret, perhaps a lament for the loss of such a useful instrument. However, the prospect of simultaneously neutralizing Professor X and Magneto made it worthwhile. In this brief operation, the significance of his existence attained profound fulfillment and elevation. My thoughts. Magneto's disbelief was palpable as he felt his mind descending into chaos. The negative emotions and dark thoughts he had long suppressed were now magnified to an overwhelming extent. The illusionist is not merely a manipulator of simple tricks. He possesses the ability to ensnare Professor X in an endless realm of illusions. And now, subjecting Magneto to mental suggestions proves trivial. Impossible. My helmet can thwart all forms of mental control. Magneto protested. Stryker rudely interrupted. Your helmet merely prevents mental domination. It does not shield you from seeing, hearing, smelling, and perceiving the external world. As long as you can sense the outside, you are susceptible to the deceptions crafted by the illusionist. The illusionist has been Stryker's ultimate trump card, meticulously devised over the years, a monstrous entity capable of brainwashing and control. If my son were still alive, I could have allowed you to experience something intriguing while your consciousness remained intact, creating illusory flames that would burn you repeatedly, leading you to die and resurrect time and again. Stryker stated coldly. But now, that opportunity has vanished. You shall endure eternally within the illusion I have meticulously crafted for you, an extinction of mutants at the hands of humanity. With you as the last mutant, losing your sanity, ensnared in madness and despair. This notion struck at the very core of Magneto's fears. A glimpse into a future he dreaded. Stryker unwittingly pierced through to the greatest terror residing in Magneto's heart, one he had gleaned from the fates. Otherwise, Magneto might have still fought for a while longer. Had Professor X been conscious, he could have removed Magneto's helmet and invaded his mind with psychic prowess, forcefully restraining him. Yet Professor X lay in a state of unconsciousness, allowing Stryker's perfect scheme to take shape. Come now, Eric, become my servant. Only I can avert this future from manifesting. You must heed my commands as a missionary. Even Stryker, typically cold-hearted, could not conceal his excitement and exhilaration at this moment. He was on the verge of controlling Magneto, capturing Professor X, and obliterating the two most formidable factions of mutants in one fell swoop. Dreaming of establishing a nation apart from humanity? Nonsense. Go to hell with that notion. Magneto clutched his head, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury, teetering on the brink of madness. In that moment, He could no longer discern reality from illusion. Perhaps the entire world had become a mere fabrication, and his own mind was powerless to differentiate the two. A relentless surge of terrifying energy emanated from him, visible to the naked eye as he strained against the remnants of his sanity, shattering the roof above him and distancing himself from Professor X. The deafening noise drew the attention of all present, both humans and mutants alike. What was happening to Magneto? Was he not meant to be protecting the unconscious professor? This was alarming. His state was decidedly unhinged, and the magnetic field he generated had devolved into chaos. Magneto roared, lost in a horrifying delusion that no one could comprehend, surrounded by a circular net of energy. Violent lightning crackled and began to disperse, akin to a thunder god summoning a tempest, as the intensity escalated, unleashing billions of bolts to scour the earth. Under such overwhelming force, unfortunate souls were struck down, evaporating on the spot. What was amiss? I certainly did not witness anyone infiltrating our defenses. We had been vigilant in safeguarding the professor. Wolverine absorbed a bolt of lightning with his body, swiftly healing, though his expression darkened. Lightning was manageable, but the truly terrifying aspect was the ever-expanding energy field. Anyone who ventured too close would be obliterated in an explosive surge of power. Wolverine felt a twinge of fear, questioning whether his regenerative abilities could withstand such catastrophic force. Perhaps the beta adamantium within him, possessing its own regenerative properties, could maintain his physical integrity just long enough to afford him a chance to recover. I will stop him. You all hurry to check on the professor and relocate him to safety. Storm, her jaw clenched and eyes glistening with urgency, steeled herself. Possessing the power to manipulate the weather, she resolved to confront the onslaught of thunder. Let me assist you. A fleeting glimmer of crimson flashed in Jean's eyes. But before she could rush forward, Storm's urgent shout halted her, compelling her to redirect her efforts toward finding Professor X. However, Storm's well-intended actions only exacerbated the situation, causing the storm to intensify with a greater number of ferocious lightning strikes. Helicopters were struck by the tempest and plummeted from the sky, while missiles launched in chaotic trajectories exploded in midair. The ground was a scene of devastation, with countless tanks and armored vehicles being obliterated, some even being swept into the air and disintegrating. As for the ordinary soldiers, to leave behind a complete corpse was a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, piecing together remains was a task far beyond reach. In that moment, no one spared a thought for the ordinary people. Those with even a modicum of strength banded together, striving to quell the inexplicable rampage of Magneto. The X-Men have yet to comprehend the reason behind Magneto's transformation. Even amidst their battles against foes, they remain vigilant, ensuring that no one infiltrates their defenses unnoticed. What has truly befallen Magneto? Was he a victim of an assault? Or has he exploited the situation to manifest his own turmoil? The tumultuous clamor and inexplicable meteorological phenomena herald a seismic disturbance throughout New York City. Millions within this metropolis need only glance upwards to witness the tumultuous clouds swirling ominously, darkened billows dispersing across the sky, with a core in the distance, hovering over Westchester, resembling a gaping black hole, akin to the slow unveiling of the gates of hell. The ground quakes violently, fissures cracking open beneath, as opulent skyscrapers sway precariously, mirroring the intensifying gusts of wind that evoke sheer terror. Lightning, storms, energy fields, and earthquakes plunge the entirety of New York into a state of profound panic. In former times, such an apocalyptic tableau might have been perceived as the end of days, perhaps a cataclysmic earthquake or radical climatic shift. Yet perceptions have shifted. Even ordinary citizens, witnessing this disastrous scene, instinctively ponder which superhuman is responsible this time. Wait, why this time? When did the last occurrence transpire? Cries of terror resonate, and vehicles blare their horns frantically in a desperate bid to flee the impending calamity. Under different circumstances, such actions might prove effective, but this time, the architect of chaos is none other than Magneto. In the midst of his unleashed energy field, nearby metals find themselves ensnared in an immobilizing grip. Magneto's terrifying roar resonates, far more fearsome than any denizen of hell, should such a creature exist. Westchester bears the brunt, serving as the epicenter of devastation. Where countless souls fall victim to the rampaging Magneto, their remains obliterated in the wake of his merciless power, families torn asunder, many faces pale in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the transformation of their erstwhile ally. Upon realizing it is Magneto behind this havoc, their shock and confusion only deepen. Is that truly Magneto? How could this be? Just by day, he spoke of reconciliation with the X-Men, yet by night, he descends into a frenzy of murder. Do you call this killing? I would believe he seeks the annihilation of humanity. Have tensions between humans and mutants escalated to such an extent that there is no room for compromise, prompting him to launch an outright extermination? Indeed, this is an unprecedented campaign of annihilation. Magneto's powers are inherently expansive, under full throttle. A mere flick of his hand can level vast swathes of territory. This is the terror of one who commands the universe's electromagnetic forces. At this moment, countless heroes across New York spring into action, yet they remain woefully outmatched against Magneto. Some, like Daredevil, throw themselves into peril, but can only manage to rescue a few innocents. To send him against Magneto? Magneto soars above, and heroes without the ability to fly or long-range assault capabilities are merely inviting their own demise. From another perspective, even if one possesses the ability to fly, lacking absolute power renders one incapable of breaching Magneto's energy field, and inevitably, they would be reduced to mere fragments. Some, however, exhibit a degree of cleverness, ascending into the skies armed with an array of weapons, incessantly executing long-range bombardments. Tony Stark, what are you doing? Fury forcibly intruded into Tony's communication channel. Damn it, I explicitly upgraded J-A-R-V-I-S-S firewall. How did you breach it so suddenly? As you can see, I am endeavoring to thwart that lunatic. Tony pushed the capabilities of his Mark V armor to their utmost limits, deploying energy cannons, lasers, and missiles, every conceivable means of attack, but to no avail. To speak frankly, the combat prowess of the Mark V paled in comparison to a squadron of fighter jets, yet even a multitude of such aircraft, engaged in long-range bombardment, could not deter Magneto. Sir, the Mark armor exhibits instability. The opposing magnetic field continues to expand. J-R-V-I-S reported faithfully. What? I am at least 3 kilometers away. How can I be affected at such a distance? Tony was somewhat bewildered, witnessing for the first time the full display of a top-tier superhuman's might, and it was indeed overwhelming. It should be noted that even Magneto himself likely remained unaware of the extent of devastation his reckless actions could unleash. After decades of accumulation, he had never before unleashed his formidable power to such an unprecedented degree. Yet, Tony found himself with no alternatives aside from this. He truly did not know what else to do. Should he simply retreat, watching from a distance, observing Magneto as he crushed structures and dismembered living beings as if they were mere ants? However, to approach, Tony was acutely aware that individuals like Storm and Dr. Gray could interfere with Magneto at close quarters, but he felt utterly powerless. The electromagnetic forces exerted upon him were all-encompassing. Whether it pertained to metal or intricate electronic devices, they would be rendered inoperative in an instant. In such a predicament, Tony was genuinely perplexed. What more could he possibly do? He felt utterly impotent. I still need to forge a set of anti-magnetic armor, but time is slipping away. A profound sense of frustration filled Tony as he witnessed vast expanses of Winchester being erased from existence. How many lives have been lost? 50,000 or perhaps 100,000, with not even a corpse in sight? At that moment, another communication request came through. Your futile efforts remind me of Sisyphus pushing a boulder uphill. Duva? Tony's eyes brightened momentarily, only to quickly dim again. I wish Sisyphus could intervene to stop this madman. However, it seems only Zeus possesses the power to halt Magneto, assuming Zeus even exists. Zeus certainly exists, but he would not deign to intervene in such trivial matters on Earth. You might as well pray for the Asgardians to come to your aid. Duva's voice exuded a calmness that starkly contrasted with Tony's anxiety. But will the Asgardians come? No, my aliens have perished in waves. And the conflict is so fierce that the Asgardians are unable to intervene, not to mention that few among them could contend with the frenzied Magneto. Shall we merely watch until he tires and succumbs to exhaustion? Tony gazed at the unfolding scene, which began to blur under the magnetic influence. It would soon become intermittent, ultimately resulting in a total loss of communication. He needed to reposition himself further away, to ensure his suit wouldn't stall abruptly like a dilapidated old vehicle.
Certainly not.
I have already surmised the reasons for his current state. Even in his absence, others would succumb to madness. Duva's voice was remarkably steady. I shall thwart him. Tony contemplated retorting, but you can't fly, when he abruptly turned to look in the opposite direction. As night descended, a figure approached with astonishing speed, enveloped in golden radiance, resembling a shimmering deity. The swiftly moving silhouette traced a long arc in the sky, akin to a magnificent comet. The speed was incredible, consistently accelerating. Jarvis? A formidable energy index, exceeding Mach 10, now at Mach 11. Sir, this is not his limit. My database contains no records of this superhuman. Boom! The individual hurtled forth, creating a tempest that clashed with Magneto's storm. Tony beheld a figure of robust stature, with long, powerful arms embodying the might of a nuclear explosion. Within a golden energy field, the individual's flowing hair billowed upwards, defying gravity and dispersing like strands of gold. As if the world's most eminent artist was delicately embellishing the sky with a beautiful brush. Majesty and elegance coexisted, strength and allure intertwined. Through the mask, Tony could sense an overwhelming confidence radiating from this being. Duva, this is not you. Who is he? Tony inquired, astonished. Powerful, enigmatic, and unknown. Capable of soaring through the air unaided. Tony mused, do not tell me this individual is Icarus's kin. Certainly not. He bears no relation to the Eternals. In fact, he is likely at least twice as strong as Icarus. Duva's voice revealed a rare hint of uncertainty. Duva was somewhat uncertain about Reynolds' current state, relying solely on Reynolds, who had just transformed into a Sentinel. How much power could he truly wield? However, this question would soon be answered, as nothing could test strength more effectively than real combat. Notably, Duva had not initially commanded the awakened Reynolds. However, sensing Magneto's rampage, it seemed that some powerful instinct and deep-seated aspiration had awakened within Reynolds, prompting him to volunteer for the confrontation with Magneto. Duva immediately consented, as he would never stifle the enthusiasm of his subordinates. Is he your subordinate? I have never heard you mention him. You will remember him, Tony, and be quite astonished. Duva remarked. Tony adjusted his flight angle, and as Reynolds soared past him at high speed, he shouted, Hey buddy, Tony Stark? I've heard your name. Bathed in golden light, Reynolds struggled to acclimate to his superhuman vision and hearing, clearly seeing countless individuals gazing up at him, their eyes reflecting a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. He also heard the desperate pleas of numerous souls kneeling on the ground in prayer. In that moment, Reynolds experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. His addiction propelled him to the pinnacle of ecstasy. Look, he was not the wretched soul consumed by alcohol and drugs. He was a revered superhero. Even the illustrious Tony Stark spoke to him with utmost courtesy. Reynolds paused, instinctively puffing out his chest to appear tall and formidable, deliberately deepening his voice in an attempt to conceal his inexperience. Buddy, I still don't know your name, but I suspect I will soon. Tony quickly responded. The only advice I can offer you right now is to be cautious. Magneto has gone mad for reasons unknown, and his sanity seems compromised. Mad? Compromised sanity? Reynolds feigned calm as he ran his hand through his hair, which had not seen a wash in years, but was instantaneously cleansed by the energy surge, radiating confidence. He retorted, You speak as if anyone is entirely sane. With that, he accelerated once more, breaking through the speed of 13 times the sound barrier. Tony opened his mouth, and after a long pause, lowered his voice to Duva, saying, I am genuinely astonished. It was a poor line, but in some respects, he was a rarity in this troubled world, a man of integrity, who, even when faced with complexity, refrained from deceit. Duva pondered for a moment, and concluded that this was perhaps one of the few commendable traits Reynolds possessed. Reynolds was short-sighted, easily influenced, addicted to drugs, and bore a hint of mental illness. Even as a Sentinel, none of these flaws had vanished. Yet, this did not render him entirely worthless. His yearning for the world to recognize his talents, his obsession with showcasing himself, and his pursuit of ultimate adulation filled him with an intoxicating sense of euphoria. Yet he also possessed a degree of compassion and empathy. This fellow was indeed formidable. What was his name? Once he triumphs over Magneto, we could hold a private celebration in his honor, Tony sincerely asserted. In such dire circumstances, having a man of such caliber step forth, soar forth, was immensely reassuring. Despite slight issues with linguistic logic, it seemed not to impede matters for the time being, as long as Duva could keep him in check. Robert Reynolds, my most loyal guardian. Of course, you may also refer to him as the Sentinel. Duva's vision had already extended through the unusual organism at the center of the Sentinel's chest, reaching the very forefront of the battlefield. He witnessed Reynolds, empowered by a formidable golden energy, barreling into Magneto's magnetic field like a cannonball, piercing through the veil with the precision of a cone. Delving deeper until he stood before Magneto, arms crossed, his expression devoid of warmth. The moment had arrived. An unprecedented, alien version of Sentinel was set to confront the ferocious Magneto. Duval had every reason to believe that this unhinged Magneto, devoid of restraint, ranked among the strongest across the multiverse, aside from select few exceptional Magnetos. Likewise, this alien Sentinel was unparalleled in countless universes. Should this individual engage Magneto right from the outset, the outcome was truly uncertain. Yet, one aspect brought Duval solace. In this moment, Reynolds exuded an unprecedented ferocity of confidence, igniting the fervor within him, potentially bestowing a modicum of combat prowess. With a resounding crash, the heavens erupted as Reynolds forcefully intruded, visibly tearing apart the terrifying energy barrier. His figure momentarily slowed, a testament to the difficulty of such a maneuver, but he quickly resumed his frenzied acceleration, arriving before the roaring Magneto. In an instant, a punch was thrown. Magneto and his magnetic field trembled violently, as if struck by an ancient behemoth, sent hurtling backward, the impact creating a sonic boom. Reynolds hovered where Magneto had stood mere moments before, his golden hair cascading wildly, his robust chest thrusting forward. In that moment, he embodied divinity itself. Who is this individual? I have never heard of him. Is there truly a superhero of such caliber in New York? Amidst the looming darkness of doom, the emergence of this formidable golden titan astonished all. Even the most optimistic minds had not anticipated such a powerful superhero to arise. This was a global revelation. Reynolds himself realized he had become astonishingly formidable. Is this my doing? With an air of gravitas, Reynolds struggled to conjure an expression befitting his newfound stature. His barren mind recalled Duval, prompting him to adopt Duval's demeanor. Yet inside, a tempest raged, his thoughts a chaotic whirl, uncertain of what words might convey his feelings adequately. Have I truly grown this powerful? I just sent Magneto flying with a single punch? How can he be so weak? Or am I simply too strong? I, Robert Reynolds, have ascended to greatness. Elated, Reynolds felt his breath quicken, akin to a nuclear fusion reactor, his heart racing uncontrollably. He yearned to roar, to proclaim to the world his name, Robert Reynolds, demanding respect from all. As Reynolds surveyed his surroundings, contemplating whether he ought to say something, a sudden impulse of life surged from his chest, intimately connected to his existence. Immediately thereafter, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Reynolds, now is not the time. Your opponent is none other than Magneto. A shiver coursed through Reynolds' body, and an instinctive expression of servility emerged upon his face, his burly frame slightly bending. Of course, Lord Duva, I shall obey your commands, for you have bestowed upon me everything. A surge of dread filled Reynolds as he sensed the alien embryo within his chest. The stronger his instincts and perceptions became, the more he realized that the embryo had deeply fused with his genes, capable of erupting at any moment. The alien within him possessed genes and abilities strikingly similar to his own. What would transpire after such a rupture? Would he share the incessantly emerging power with this alien version of himself, or would he perish on the spot? As these chaotic thoughts swirled in his already tumultuous mind, he soon found himself bereft of time to ponder, for Magneto had returned with a furious vengeance. His blood-red eyes were filled with madness and brutality, fixated squarely on Reynolds. With a firm stance, Reynolds declared, "Come, even if you're Magneto, I fear you not. I am a formidable sentinel." Chapter 60. The Alien Master is the true harvester. The clash between these two superpowers erupted instantaneously. Each of them, with a mere flick of their hand, could conjure terrifying cataclysms. At this moment over the Winchester region, they unleashed their full might, and from the very first strike, an awe-inspiring cacophony erupted. The sky trembled. The Earth howled, and countless wandering particles in the air dissipated under their collision, transforming the very atmosphere into boiling water, visibly distorting under the overwhelming shockwaves. To the ordinary eye, even with the most advanced telescope, the spectacle appeared as terrifying beams shooting skyward, resembling the aurora, yet harboring catastrophic power. In the next instant, a golden figure was thrust back by an unseen force, barely managing to halt its aerial momentum. Without hesitation, driven by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration, it charged forward again, swinging a mighty fist that obliterated all tangible and intangible matter before it, shattering defenses with sheer brute force. At every moment, horrific explosions of tremendous magnitude erupted continuously. Yet often, due to the opposing force's formidable assaults, this power failed to reach its zenith and quickly dissipated, vanishing in an instant. Duva observed the unfolding battle closely, experiencing this world-renowned, cataclysmic confrontation through the very perspective of Reynolds. Even when reflecting upon the past centuries, this battle was destined to be inscribed in the annals of human history, regarded as a pinnacle of warfare. Naturally, the destruction and devastation resulting from the clash of these two super beings surged to unprecedented levels, even at a considerable distance. A mere trace of their released residual energy could render one to nothingness. The weak do not even speak of participating in battle. Merely observing from a few kilometers away is akin to placing one's head precariously on a belt filled with trepidation. Even at a distance of several dozen kilometers, one must remain vigilant against the terrifying brightness that may blind one's eyes, produced by sudden bursts of energy. I genuinely did not anticipate that the one to ultimately fall to Stryker would be Magneto. Duva closely monitored the entirety of this super battle, meticulously assessing Reynolds' overall condition, such as cellular vitality, energy transfer efficiency, neural speed, and self-healing capabilities. Of paramount importance, however, was the psychological aspect, such as the activity level of brain cells and the operational intensity of various brain regions. If there were any other mutant hero facing Magneto, Duva would not feel such heightened anxiety. Indeed, he was even more alert than Reynolds himself, acutely aware that it was Reynolds' mind that required constant surveillance. Yet, simultaneously, Duva's gaze towards Magneto revealed a hint of profound astonishment. It was evident that Magneto had undoubtedly fallen prey to the Master of Illusions. The illusions crafted by the Master are remarkably convincing, capable of conjuring a vast and formidable army of phantoms. Indeed, a phantom army that renders all foes incapable of discerning reality from deception, forcing them to fight desperately against the air. Even the X-Men's Professor X, in a state of lucidity, would find the best response to such illusions to be the direct mental control of the Master of Illusions himself. For even he would struggle to distinguish the real from the false, risking catastrophic failure. All the more so for Magneto. Although the processes may differ slightly, the outcome likely resembles a catastrophic event resulting in millions of deaths. Duva stood by the window, watching the terrifying bursts of light and soaring energy beams in the sky, gazing into the distance where night transformed into day. It was previously mentioned that, in the vast multiverse, there are two primary origins for the Sentinel. The majority stem from Reynolds, in a state of delirium, stumbling into a laboratory and consuming the Sentinel serum. Yet within this origin, there lies an intriguing character, Reynolds' dark persona, Nihility. In some universes, Nihility exists as a tangible entity from an external cosmos, and, as Reynolds opened a conduit to this external realm, gaining the power of millions of stars, Nihility seized the opportunity to invade Reynolds' body in reverse. In other universes, Nihility is not an external entity, but merely a split personality born from Reynolds' schizophrenia, with its emergence directly attributable to the Master of Illusions. It was the Master who subtly implanted a psychological suggestion in the ambitious, newly emerging Reynolds, resulting in the birth of Nihility, which subsequently took control of the Hulk, leading to a rampage in Manhattan that claimed the lives of over 1 million souls. Transitioning from Manhattan to Westchester under the psychological suggestion of the Illusion Master, the one who spiraled into madness was none other than Magneto. Frankly, had I not witnessed such insanity firsthand, I might have doubted my own script, questioning whether I had inadvertently wandered into the wrong universe, diving headfirst into the battlefield of the multiverse before I was fully developed. I had anticipated that Stryker would capture Professor X and envisioned this individual executing a plan to exterminate mutants at Alkali Lake, accompanied by formidable allies such as Deathstrike and the Illusion Master. I even speculated that he might seize the opportunity to confront me, leveraging Professor X to usurp my control over the xenomorphs. Yet, I never foresaw the situation unfolding in this manner. After all, the bipolar announcement of independence at the summit was a significant provocation for certain radicals, were it not for the existence of the peculiar mutant destiny in this universe. Neither Professor X nor Magneto would have dared to embark on such a perilous course with uncertain outcomes. Duval observed Magneto, whose eyes blazed crimson with a peculiar expression, perceiving the situation from two perspectives. It was evident that the hallucination driving Magneto to such frenzy was the vision of mutants facing extinction at the hands of humanity. The only ones capable of halting this version of Magneto were likely Jean Grey and a select few others. Reynolds could be counted among them. "Come now, Reynolds, let me witness the limits of your prowess." An expression of profound anticipation flickered in Duval's eyes. Reynolds was exceptional, having seized a 1 in a billion chance to succeed as a host to the xenomorphs. Such an anomaly existed solely within this vast multiverse. As long as Reynolds refrained from indulging in reckless antics and performed normally, augmented by the genetic enhancements bestowed by the xenomorphs, his nascent strength, while not yet reaching its zenith, was nevertheless worthy of Duval's expectation. "Did you not proclaim your intent to be my most loyal guardian? Go forth and reveal your talents. Let me witness it with my own eyes," Duval murmured. It seemed as if Reynolds heard Duval's words. Amidst the fierce battle, his body trembled, and the flicker of exhaustion was rekindled with renewed vigor. His visage contorted into a fierce snarl, as he unleashed a deafening roar that resonated like a tangible wave of energy, entwined with golden light, reverberating with the whispers of a beast heard by countless souls. The inhabitants of Westchester were particularly unfortunate, as many met their demise at the hands of this thunderous cry. Yet, in such unprecedented chaos and peril, who had the luxury to consider how they might perish? It was as if one could actively choose to fall by Magneto's hand or by that of Sentinel. Reynolds accelerated, relentlessly extracting more energy from within, invigorating every cell in his body. Each muscle pulsed rhythmically, delivering an ever-increasing surge of power to Reynolds. At this moment, Reynolds truly exerted himself to the utmost, yet the extent of this effort, in relation to his potential and mastery over his own formidable abilities, remains an elusive question. Particularly striking is the contrast from mere hours prior, when he was nothing more than a homeless individual ensnared by addiction, with little more than trivial combat experience gleaned from street brawls. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself wholly immersed in a high-stakes battlefield. If one were to speak of his latent potential in combat experience and fighting prowess, it is largely derived from the alien entity residing within his chest. The genes of this being endow him with an intense instinct for battle, which at this moment merges seamlessly with Reynolds, providing him with an extraordinary combat intuition. "Still no leads?" exclaimed Fury aboard the aerial mothership. For such a formidable individual, the absence of any records is utterly absurd. SHIELD maintains global surveillance and is supposed to possess the most comprehensive database regarding all individuals of remarkable capability. However, the emergence of the Sentinel shattered Fury's confidence entirely. Initially, they could not ascertain whether this individual was a mutant or a superhuman, let alone the circumstances of his creation. A glimmer of information surfaced, revealing that he had flown out from Duval's residence. It was then that Hill, in disbelief, gazed at the footage before her. Fury's expression remained impassive, but his heart plummeted. The results he dreaded most, and the name he least wished to hear had coalesced. In the footage, Duval's building suddenly erupted with a terrifying golden light, followed by a golden figure bursting through the rooftop, making the already precarious structure appear on the verge of collapse. Subsequently, Fury overheard a conversation between Duval and Tony, learning that this powerful being, bathed in golden energy, was known as the Sentinel. "Robert Reynolds, I demand to know everything about this individual," Fury commanded. Hill swiftly responded, "I have located over 200 individuals named Robert Reynolds. After comparing all surveillance footage, we can confirm that this individual with a history of multiple thefts, is highly likely to be the absurdity of the conclusion lingered. Further facial recognition analysis was necessary to ascertain the truth. For a fleeting moment, Fury felt overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the world around him. He prided himself on his extensive knowledge, yet he could not fathom why any matter involving Duval seemed to veer into the bizarre. Are you suggesting that this individual is yet another pawn of Duval? Fury's voice rose in disbelief. The notion of someone who could contend with Magneto being, not long ago, a worthless vagrant and addict was incomprehensible. How could he have transformed into such a formidable superhero under Duval's influence? Was there a connection to Strickland? Yet, despite ruminating on this possibility, Fury could not conceive of Strickland possessing such power, nor could he fathom the idea of him being foolish enough to entrust such power to Duval. At this moment, Coulson, who had maintained a serious expression, slowly began to speak. This was no time for concern. Their battle had already claimed countless lives. Everyone present understood that neither Magneto nor Duva would relent. Regardless of the outcome of this conflict, whether victory or defeat, our assessment of Duva must be revised. Fury rubbed his forehead. The reason Duva had been so formidable in the past was primarily due to the alien characteristics, particularly the elusive criteria for transforming into a queen. No one wished to witness a scenario where, overnight, the Earth was overrun with reproductive queens, for that would plunge the world into chaos. Duva's absolute power, however, remained somewhat lacking. While such a flaw might be inconsequential in others, in Duva's case, it was enough to afford someone like Fury a semblance of relief, indicating that Duva was not infallible. However, the situation had now drastically changed. Although the specifics of Duva's actions remained unclear, the mere deployment of a mysterious subordinate capable of matching Magneto in combat, even if ultimately defeated, would still attest to Duva's might. Given Duva's nature, he must have preemptively implanted a parasitic control over this golden hero, suggesting we ought to brace ourselves for the worst. Coulson's expression grew increasingly grave. Since his dealings with Duva commenced, any association with him had never been straightforward. The pressure Duva exerted was immense and consistently unpredictable, leaving one defenseless. The entire airborne fortress felt akin to an enormous freezer, its atmosphere chilling to the extreme, rendering any desire to speak utterly absent. Before them, countless screens displayed the fierce confrontation unfolding in the Winchester area, where a thunderous clash echoed, as if the heavens themselves had rent asunder, profound and terrifying. The duel between Magneto and the Sentinel had officially entered its most brutal phase. Reynolds felt the mounting pressure, gaining a direct and lucid understanding of Magneto's formidable strength, which ultimately birthed a growing sense of dread within him as he struggled to subdue his opponent. This man is truly insane. Perhaps I should devise a means to strike at his head, to bring him to his senses, Reynolds pondered, and indeed, he acted upon this thought. With immense effort, he unleashed a punch imbued with a golden radiance, reminiscent of a condensed sun, its terrifyingly compressed energy particles simultaneously breaching Magneto's defenses. His body could not withstand my might, and had begun to sustain injuries. Reynolds encouraged himself as he beheld the sight of Magneto, whose skin had begun to crack and nostrils bled. While the injuries were not severe, they marked a promising start. Despite Magneto's superior physical prowess, he ultimately could not compare to an anomaly like Reynolds. It was evident that all who underestimated Magneto, even in his frenzied state, would pay a grievous price. Caution! Something is amiss with him. Storm, Ororo, could not contain her voice, for her current prowess was insufficient to engage in such a fierce battle. Nevertheless, she hovered at a safe distance, closely monitoring the situation, prepared to intervene at any moment. In close proximity, Magneto suddenly extended his hand, exerting his formidable power to seize control of Reynolds' life magnetic field while unleashing a terrifying current that struck directly at Reynolds' form. Energy disintegrated, barriers shattered. Even Reynolds was not impervious. He was finally wounded. Do not panic, Reynolds. Your abilities extend far beyond this level. Yet I am injured, Reynolds exclaimed in terror, the pain in his body jolting him from his fervent emotions. You are my subordinate. You ought to comprehend the characteristics of the xenomorph. Use your intellect wisely. For a xenomorph, injury merely signifies the commencement of battle, heralding the onset of the second phase, wherein it is the enemy who shall endure nightmares, Duva instructed. Seize the opportunity to wash your foes with your blood, in the most literal sense. The few droplets of blood that Reynolds splattered forth brought him a profound sense of surprise. At such close quarters, with both combatants ensnared in a fierce struggle and barriers crumbling, one drop fortuitously escaped the ravaging energies, gently staining Magneto's shoulder. Reynolds, with his superhuman hearing, distinctly perceived a sharp sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, he employed his enhanced vision to observe the blood corroding a patch of Magneto's flesh. Though swiftly countered by Magneto's instinctual response, which utilized his internal magnetic field to eradicate the intrusion, this transformation illuminated Reynolds on the path forward. Indeed, blood. Within me resides the xenomorph. I too possess its genes, and my blood serves as a reliable weapon. A surge of joy coursed through Reynolds as he sincerely appreciated Duva's generous gift. He possessed a robust body, immense strength, and an extraordinary combat intuition. And now even his blood had become a lethal instrument. Forcing himself to endure the agony, Reynolds trembled intentionally to exacerbate his wound, yet not so much that his self-healing abilities would swiftly mend it. Fortuitously, the ferocity of their clash had reached such extremes that, in this intimate melee, a mere few drops of blood would have had no chance of proximity, as they would have been atomized by Magneto's omnipresent magnetic field the moment they neared. Buildings were uprooted by their fierce conflict, countless materials reduced to dust in the cataclysmic energy collisions, dissipating with the superstorm. Gradually, Reynolds began to gain the upper hand. The process was excruciating, yet it was undeniably occurring. Though outsiders could not perceive it, Duva had discerned the truth. For the moment, no void had manifested within Reynolds, limiting his power. Duva had formed an assessment of Reynolds' condition. He remained vigilant against the void, particularly at the instant Reynolds breached the gates of the outer cosmos, observing intently for any peculiar anomalies infiltrating Reynolds' being. The birth of nihilism hinges upon Reynolds' own mental state. Relying solely on himself, in a state of confusion, he is unable to truly unleash his full potential. However, the emergence of nihilism signifies greater troubles ahead, which will undoubtedly trouble Duva. Considering all factors, Duva is currently quite satisfied with Reynolds. Countless satellites observe this place, monitoring everything, attempting to capture the subtlest of information and discern any hints. Nuclear warheads are already aimed at Winchester, primed for immediate launch. Perhaps in such a context, this alone provides a semblance of psychological solace. A sudden explosion reverberates between the two engaged in intense combat. This should have been inconsequential, yet when signs of waning energy become apparent, a figure descends from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground and creating a 10-meter-wide crater. In that moment, all present realize that this battle appears to have reached its conclusion. Yet, as one surveys the battlefield, this ending does not evoke exhilaration. Rather, it brings a sense of relief intertwined with profound resignation. Reynolds gasps for breath, his wounds rapidly healing, and feels an excruciating pain coursing through his muscles. I have triumphed. I have triumphed. But why is no one cheering for me? Should they really cheer for you? You are the victor, the superhero who thwarted the executioner. However, Reynolds, do not presume that your actions will invariably yield corresponding rewards. You may very well embrace an entirely contrary outcome. Duva's voice resonates, laced with evident admiration, offering Reynolds invaluable psychological comfort. Finally, Reynolds calms down, surveying the remnants of the battlefield, gazing at the ground beneath him, littered with countless craters as if bombarded by a meteor shower. An uninformed observer might mistake it for the moon's surface. The once vibrant streets and orderly buildings have long since vanished. Those few structures that remain standing are mere ruins, and the hope of finding any survivors is a distant dream. Reynolds parts his lips, momentarily lost in thought, before gradually descending. Magneto struggles to rise, igniting a surge of intense rage within Reynolds. He reveals his fist, enveloped in golden energy, and strikes Magneto's head, granting him peace. Bring Magneto back, Duva commands. He is not our enemy, for the time being, and your heroic actions have preserved his life. Reynolds opens his mouth, wishing to voice something, but ultimately lowers his head, sullenly grasping the formidable old man with whom he had just battled fiercely, preparing to ascend into the sky. Storm Ororo finally approaches, though even after the battle's conclusion, the residual chaotic energy in the air unsettles her. It is unfathomable to imagine how terrifying things must have been during the height of the conflict. Regardless, it is certainly beyond her capacity to withstand. Step aside. I will not hand him over to you, Reynolds asserts firmly, having grown accustomed to his transformation. Storm hesitated momentarily, torn between her thoughts. She longed to express that Magneto must be under someone else's control. Even if he were defeated, it would be unwise to take him away. Yet, the thought crossed her mind. What if Magneto awakened? She felt utterly incapable of rousing him, which could lead to further complications. Which organization do you belong to? She inquired. I believe we shall meet again once Professor Xavier awakens. We must take Eric. Mutants cannot afford to lose him. With a sense of unease, Storm whispered, I still do not know your name. Reynolds offered a rare smile, his enthusiasm palpable. I am Sentinel, a follower of Duva. If you seek Magneto, my word alone carries no weight. Duva? Storm exclaimed, taken aback. She recognized the name, the master of the aliens, the newly anointed god of thunder. The foremost figure on Earth, assembling armies for extraterrestrial expeditions. She also knew that Professor X held a keen interest in this young man. However, this self-proclaimed Sentinel was excessively powerful and, astonishingly, aligned with Duva. His demeanor suggested he took great pride in it. My task is complete. I must return. If you wish to reclaim Magneto, seek Duva, not me. With that, Reynolds grasped Magneto and soared into the sky, breaking the sound barrier. Countless satellites monitored his movements, observing him retracing his path with unwavering loyalty, even as he descended precisely through the hole he had made in the rooftop. In that moment, an unknown number of onlookers bore complex expressions, while many were rendered speechless, grappling with the extraordinary reality. Such a formidable individual truly belonged to Duva? What authority did Duva possess? How had he achieved this? Could it be through the aliens? Tony Stark watched Reynolds disappear into the distance. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents, are you listening? If I were you, I would abandon any unwarranted notions and focus entirely on mending relationships. Uncontrolled power is a ticking time bomb. Placing all hope in the temperament and morals of a powerful individual is the height of folly. Fury stated, I will reassess Duva. Likewise, Stark, I still recommend you seriously contemplate the Avengers. Earth cannot be without a formidable superhero team. Tony pondered deeply. Indeed, Fury was right. The strength of a team often surpasses that of an individual, except in the face of an adversary like Reynolds, where numbers lose much of their significance. So, aside from myself, who else comprises this team? A squad you consider elite must contain many formidable beings, Tony inquired. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Hulk, Fury replied after a moment's deliberation. Providing those 3 names, I'm afraid my Mark V has sustained some damage, causing issues with my signal receiver. You mean to say that the most formidable member you could provide me is Hulk? Huh. Why do you believe Hulk is more reliable than Magneto? The Spectre of Winchester is watching you. Tony nearly severed the communication, tempted to walk away. This was utterly ludicrous. Individuals like Magneto would never align themselves with the Avengers. Even if he did, Stark, you would find it impossible to sleep soundly. Fury's words lingered momentarily. It's fortuitous that Hulk is present. I seldom suffer from insomnia, for one never knows when they might succumb to eternal slumber. Tony quipped before soaring back to Stark Tower. Only Fury remained, his expression dark as he stood on the command deck of the helicarrier, his mood profoundly dismal. The world was hurtling towards an unpredictable fate, instilling a sense of unease even in Fury. The alien, that lunatic Strick, Magneto's madness may be linked to him, yet evidence eludes him. Previously, he had clandestine dealings with Duval, presumably reaching a consensus, perhaps even striking a deal related to the alien. Fury recalled Magneto being taken away by Reynolds. Professor X and Magneto had announced their alliance during the day and engaged in a brief conversation with Duval. Yet, that very night, both faced a terrifying assault. Professor X seemed to be escorted away by the X-Men, while Magneto fell into Duval's grasp. Fury had ample reason to suspect that this entire affair was orchestrated by Duval, for in the aftermath, he appeared to be the greatest beneficiary. However, the fragmented and disjointed clues could not be pieced together. Forcing a connection would only render matters more enigmatic and chaotic. He established his position through warfare, validating the value of the alien, reflecting on it. This had always been his modus operandi, devoid of any pretense of humility. Even the Asgardians acknowledged his reasoning. Coulson closed the screen before him, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information from the day, leaving him dizzy and unable to conceive a viable solution to the upheaval. From another perspective, there may be no optimal solution. Only absolute power is devoid of deception. Fury suddenly found himself in a state of hesitation. To Coulson, this demeanor resembled a pedestrian trudging through a tempest, contemplating whether to unfurl a long-preserved umbrella. To refrain from action would preserve the umbrella, yet one's plight would be arduous. To produce it might risk its damage and loss of value. Coulson remained silent until Fury exhaled deeply. It is not yet the critical moment. I should refrain from contacting her prematurely. Coulson, curious about her identity, wisely chose not to inquire, recognizing that this was not information he was meant to possess at this juncture. How many lives were lost in this conflict? Fury inquired. Preliminary estimates suggest between 300,000 and 600,000, and the economic losses are currently incalculable, Coulson replied. They could never fathom the catastrophe that might have ensued had Hulk rampaged unchecked, resulting in millions of deaths without Duval's intervention. Simultaneously, in Kamar-Taj, the mages who established the global magical array were acutely aware of the unfolding events. The emergence of such a formidable entity was enough to capture the attention of this Earth, and even the entire universe, renowned sanctum of magic. In this world, there exists no unearned strength. The magical array has detected a force originating from another realm. The supreme sorcerer, the human must surely harbor some issues. Modus spoke, uncertain whether he referred to Duva or Reynolds, for in essence, they are one and the same. Duva can exert control over Reynolds, transforming him into an aberration. Yet Duva embodies Reynolds, while Reynolds shall never embody Duva. In the mind of a man as determined as Modu, this is how the calculations unfold. Ancient One listened to the cosmic symphony, slowly opening her eyes, astonishment clearly evident within her gaze. Indeed, it is a force from another world. The individual harboring the aberration within is a coordinate to the unknown universe. Ancient One nodded gently. The solemn duty of Kamar-Taj is to monitor all disturbances emanating from other realms, including the dimensional deities of this universe. Modu remarked, perhaps the deities from the alternate universe have infiltrated our world through the coordinates. Or perhaps not, Ancient One replied softly. But I have detected nothing. Do you intend to apprehend Duva and all his aberrations? How would Asgard perceive us? How would the denizens of the mundane realm judge us? Duva will not remain idle. He is perpetually preparing. However, you should continue to pursue Caecilius. Ancient One gazed towards the distant mountains, whispering in a voice only she could hear. For time is drawing near, and I require individuals like him who are poised for action. Chapter 61. Magneto severely overestimates Duva's integrity as Caecilius' successor and the chief assistant of the Supreme Sorcerer. Modu could not comprehend Ancient One's actions. Is it not Kamar-Taj's responsibility to monitor all spatial fluctuations on Earth and maintain vigilant oversight of all elements from other worlds? Yet now, a formidable individual bearing the strength of another realm has clearly emerged on Duva's side, one potent enough to potentially defeat Magneto. Modu did not believe he would succumb to Magneto, but he assessed Reynolds' exhibited combat prowess and found it quite formidable. Capable of launching energy from a distance and engaging in close combat, he seemed devoid of weaknesses, save for an unknown mental defense. However, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj are primarily mere mortals. Thus, during combat, they often exercise caution, consuming some magic to bolster their defensive spells first. The greater Reynolds' strength, the more unease it instilled in Modu. Thus, Ancient One, as the Supreme Sorcerer, ought to have taken action sooner. To scrutinize Reynolds' source of power directly and ascertain the absence of any intruders from other realms. Yet Ancient One did not. She merely sat there, doing nothing, her intentions shrouded in mystery. Modu yearned to inquire, but seeing Ancient One's eyes once more closed, he hesitated, ultimately choosing to respectfully withdraw from the sanctuary, resolved to pursue his task of locating Caecilius. Modu, I have not seen the king. Where has he gone? As Mordo traversed a peculiar training ground, he was greeted by a multitude of identical Dormammu clones. Just like him, they were engaged in the relentless pursuit of combating dark sorcerers. Mordo paused, momentarily uncertain of how to confront this legion of duplicates. I could join you. I am a competent sorcerer, one of them asserted. Huh? Based solely on your performance implanted in my memory? You might as well join the circus. I know one that is currently lamenting the absence of skilled monkeys. Silence. Let us not forget our identities. We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., tasked with maintaining global peace. The retired agents bickered amongst themselves, each clone exhibiting distinct personalities. The extent of memories residing within their minds was unfathomable, and Mordo speculated whether their quarrel was merely a facade. He was not adept at interacting with these chosen prodigies of the Ancient One. In terms of magical aptitude, few among them were truly exceptional. Most struggled even to harness the magical particles transmitted by the Vishani. They were numerous, resolute, and highly efficient, earning the favor of the Ancient One. The Supreme Sorcerer, it appeared, did not require such a multitude of mediocre practitioners. Mordo found himself increasingly perplexed, pondering the profound nature of the Supreme Sorcerer's thoughts. He chose not to accompany the Dormammu clones, regardless of their insistence. It was absurd. Each practitioner within Kamar-Taj was a meticulously safeguarded elite sorcerer, destined to remain within its confines to study magic, only to be called upon in dire circumstances, such as a world war or an existential threat from otherworldly deities. Upon passing through a portal, Mordo emerged onto the streets of New York. The inscrutable thoughts of the Supreme Sorcerer perhaps highlighted the chasm between him and the Ancient One, reaffirming that battling dark sorcerers was indeed more beneficial. Cloaked in an eccentric hood, he strode through the streets, unflinching under the scrutinizing gazes of hurried passersby. Many, upon catching sight of him, immediately paled, their eyes betraying caution and dread, retreating at a distance. Mordo understood that this reaction stemmed from the cataclysmic battle in Winchester, which had profoundly impacted the common populace. As the epicenter of that conflict, New York had witnessed the demise of hundreds of thousands, plunging its citizens into a state of anxiety. Of course, there were also fervent individuals who idolized power. Mordo surmised that many belligerent souls, or those seeking security, were likely already seeking out Duval, hoping to be symbiotically bonded and transformed into beings of superhuman capability. How pitiable. These mortals. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely a battle of the mundane realm. Should the otherworldly deities breach their reality, the toll of death will be far greater than they could imagine. Mordo felt a deep sorrow. His disposition was highly obsessive, marked by an extreme aversion to malevolence. Yet he harbored a profound compassion for the multitude of beings. Before aligning with Dormammu, Cassius exhibited a similar temperament. Presently, the loss of 30 to 50,000 lives has sent shockwaves across the globe, tightening the nerves of every individual. In truth, should the conflict escalate to the level of a dimensional war, it would dictate the fate of billions, rendering the current casualties utterly insignificant. Cassius, I am eager to see where you will hide. A cold light ignited in Mordo's eyes as he immediately launched an assault on a stronghold of dark sorcerers. As long as these individuals dared to wield excessive magic, they would shine like fireflies in the darkness, emitting a faint glow that would be promptly detected by Kamar-Taj. Upon entering, Mordo surveyed his surroundings, observing bloodstains and severed limbs strewn across the ground, his vigilance prompting him to cast magical spells to examine all traces. He fervently hoped to encounter Cassius, for at this moment, Cassius would be at his most vulnerable, engaged in a fierce battle against formidable adversaries like Loki, who possessed magic, divine power, and extraordinary physical prowess. Burdened with countless debts, he would likely be bedridden for weeks. Mordo speculated that Cassius might currently be suffering from hypertension, coronary heart disease, and gastric ulcers. This was still a consequence of Dormammu's support. Had Cassius been left to repay the dark god Zysorn entirely on his own, he would undoubtedly be tormented to the brink of despair. Yet, regrettably, Cassius was nowhere to be found. Mordo frowned in disappointment, but in the next moment his eyelids twitched, confirming that someone had beaten him to the location. However, in the fifth room ahead, there remained a few stragglers, and he could seize a few individuals to gather information. Xenomorphs? Mordo suddenly turned, astonished as he beheld creatures emerging from the shadows of the structure, akin to assassins seamlessly blending into the darkness, silently awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike. This mage observed closely as these notorious war machines executed the dark sorcerers with remarkable efficiency. Glancing towards a distant chamber, he noticed several xenomorph corpses, their horrific blood corroding the floor into gaping holes. These xenomorphs were merely the ordinary kind. Many more lowly variants crawled on all fours. Modu gradually retreated until he found himself cornered, focusing intently on the performance of these beings. The study of xenomorph social structures was progressing methodically among the world's major powers. It was established that their societal hierarchy currently comprised 3 levels: queen, soldier, and worker. The workers, represented by the 4-limbed crawlers, were the smallest in stature, capable of spitting blood from a distance, and the weakest in combat prowess. However, this weakness was relative, for if thrown into a crowd of ordinary humans, they would swiftly transform into harbingers of death. "Get away, you cursed creatures! You should be hunting vampires, not us." The last surviving dark sorcerer, filled with terror and rage, unleashed a powerful dark magic that swiftly annihilated an alien creature. He retreated to a safe distance, yet a few drops of its blood splattered onto him, instantly inflicting grievous harm upon his previously intact body, reducing his strength by at least half. Merely touching a few drops of blood was enough to incapacitate any mortal, and even the majority of superhumans could not withstand the corrosive nature of this blood capable of eroding spacecraft. He attempted to flee, but was surrounded by several aliens and was promptly torn to shreds. Modu frowned. Such a demise was undeniably cruel. Yet he could not chastise the aliens for their actions. I should have warned him before his demise that his companions were unreliable, having infiltrated a vampire who had mastered dark magic, although we were indeed simultaneously pursuing the dark sorcerer. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a tall woman emerged, clad in a tight, red ensemble. Her slender legs were adorned with light red stockings that ascended to her thighs, unabashedly showcasing her allure. The long hem of her attire swayed, accentuating her exquisite curves. She was a captivating figure, drawing attention wherever she went, even disregarding the bloodied blade in her grasp and the ominous flame that perpetually burned from her missing shoulder. This was the hellfire of Mephisto, a dark magic of demonic origin. If not eradicated swiftly, your soul would ultimately belong to him. Modu cast a glance her way, his brow furrowing in distaste. Truly, she was an evil sorceress, a rogue who not only wielded the perilous arts of dark magic, but also dared to employ the sinister spells of the great demon from hell. As for Mephisto, I knew little of this individual, uncertain of the very existence of such a demon. All spells, even the most rudimentary ones that conjure flames, draw their magical essence from specific magical entities. If she managed to invoke this power, it indicated the reality of the being referenced by the spell. Modu regarded the woman accompanied by aliens, his expression indifferent, yet his frown deepened, revealing his displeasure. Was Erica Nachi's one of Duva's subordinates? Those who had been altered and stripped of their individuality? He did not wish to see those following Duva reduced to mere tools devoid of humanity. Perhaps I should be surprised that you know my name, Sorceress? You should also be aware that I hail from the Guild of Harmonization, where enduring pain is a fundamental lesson for every ninja. Erica maintained an impassive facade, yet she constantly bore the weight of excruciating agony. Fortunately, the alien embryo nestled within her chest had remained untouched. Had it been harmed, she could scarcely guarantee her survival. I sense the alien within you. You would do well to be cautious. Should it be scorched, you will lose your formidable regenerative abilities and could very well perish from its blood. Modu fixated intently on the hollowed shoulder of Erica, his expression grave and earnest. This was the first time Modu had witnessed the alien embryo parasitically embedded within a human body. It lay nestled within Erica's chest cavity, merging seamlessly with the surrounding flesh and organs, exhibiting minuscule contractions akin to the rhythm of a heartbeat, clearly indicative of respiration. Do not dwell on this. I may succumb to various causes, yet this will not be one of them. The inhabitants of Kamartaj seldom engage with individuals like myself, thus their understanding is limited. But eventually, you will come to know, Erica stated, to be parasitized by an alien equates to simultaneously acquiring its genetic material. From a purely genetic perspective, this parasitic fusion is bidirectional, provided that the Duva suppression is in place to ensure the embryo does not attach. An ordinary person could also inherit the alien's genes, thereby gaining superhuman strength, extraordinary regenerative abilities, and adaptability to corrosive blood. The two conversed from a distance of 10 meters, with Modu standing alone. Confident in his ability to eliminate all aliens, including Erica, in an instant. Erica, harboring a deep-seated wariness towards Modu, intentionally maintained her distance. In response to Modu's gaze resting upon her shoulder, Erica displayed no reaction. Both were seasoned combatants. Modu, the second in command of Kamar Taj, and Erica, a former assassin now serving as the current alien host, had undergone rigorous mental and cognitive training, rendering them incapable of experiencing trivial emotions such as shyness amidst mutual vigilance. Such feelings would undermine their alertness and combat effectiveness, an occurrence utterly intolerable in someone who has surpassed the threshold of combat proficiency. Is Caecilius not present? We have detected powerful dark magic fluctuations. Just moments ago, he was here. It is not only you who are pursuing him. We have been relentlessly hunting this individual, simultaneously conducting a thorough purge of all dark sorcerers. Erica gestured towards a direction, revealing several corpses to Modu. To be frank, this task is quite challenging, as dark sorcerers typically possess formidable power, yet remain mere mortals, incapable of being parasitized by aliens. Consequently, Erica received orders to leave no survivors. While vanquishing a vampire may yield a batch of blood alien hybrids, confronting the more troublesome dark sorcerers has resulted in consistent losses among the aliens. The only solace lies in the fact that most of these aliens are messengers spawned from ordinary animals, making them suitable expendables. In the event of casualties, Erica feels a pang of sorrow, but Duva deems it acceptable, even if they do not perish here in battle. Duva will dispatch these messenger aliens to Asgard to participate in the fray. The most ordinary messenger aliens can comfortably withstand temperatures ranging from -100 degrees to +1,000 degrees, enabling them to operate on numerous inhospitable planets. Erica remarked, after Caecilius engaged in combat with Loki, his situation was dire. When I arrived, he had just emerged from the restroom. That indeed posed a serious issue, suggesting that this stronghold might very well serve as one of his designated restrooms. Modu surmised that he could add another ailment to the list of numerous diseases Caecilius might have contracted: frequent urination. A sorcerer of Caecilius's caliber can effortlessly resolve issues of sanitation and waste with trivial magical particles, incurring scarcely any cost. Yet, even such a powerful being refrains from doing so, suggesting that his physical condition is far worse than anticipated. Particularly, his gastrointestinal health appears severely compromised, a price he must inevitably pay to Zysorn. Not even magic can remedy this ailment. Ultimately, he opts to escape through a portal, deliberately evading all forms of confrontation. Amid mutual vigilance, Erica departs first with the alien beings. Caecilius is not an adversary you can contend with, Modu remarked. Erica cast him a surprised glance and shook her head. No one can emerge unscathed after offending Duva. Even if he were a top-tier sorcerer in the world, he would still pay a grievous price, as was predetermined when he attacked Duva. Moreover, the enemies I cannot defeat, the Sentinel can. The Sentinel? Modu pondered, realizing this must be the one wielding powers from alternate universes, also a subordinate under Duva's command. Watching Erica retreat, he took special note of the aliens surrounding her. Duva is a dangerous entity, he concluded, turning to enter the portal and seek out the next stronghold of dark sorcery. Erica returned, seated atop one of the aliens, cautiously slicing through the flaming flesh of her own body with a blade, while countless aliens busily went about their tasks in the distance. Reynolds was at it again, having displayed his might several times, rendering the already precarious building uninhabitable. Erica observed a towering golden beam of light followed by tremors from the ground, shrugging in response. Reynolds was relentless, always seeking opportunities to test his formidable powers. However, upon closer inspection, Erica realized her initial assumptions were misguided, leading her to question the reliability of her own sight. The two buildings that once stood nearby had vanished, including the one inhabited by a group of dumb bullets. Their former stronghold had become a crumbling wreck after numerous battles and was now being effortlessly lifted by the Sentinel, aimed and hurled in a specific direction with a grace akin to basketball. The thud of the building's descent would certainly lead the jittery New Yorkers to believe it was a missile explosion. Erica also noted hundreds of aliens, each with specific tasks, diligently transporting cement and bricks. Perhaps I have ventured to the wrong place, merely stepping out to eliminate a dark sorcerer and a vampire. Erica murmured, only to catch sight of the Sentinel returning. She marveled at his astonishing prowess, as he tirelessly employed super speed and strength. Moments ago, fervently mixing cement with his arm, an act that would impress any cement mixer, and the next instant he appeared several dozen meters away, smashing his fists into the ground to solidify the foundation. This display of extreme velocity resulted in countless afterimages of the Sentinel in the air, each one laboring at full capacity. No contractor could refuse such a man, absolutely none, not even Duva himself. More importantly, Erica beheld an elderly man soaring into the sky, his pallor alarming, as he deftly manipulated an innumerable array of metals, effortlessly molding robust steel bars and forcefully embedding them into the ground, positioning them with precision. You're back? The mission was executed commendably. Another batch of dark sorcerers has been vanquished. Cassius should be feeling the sting this time, Duva remarked, casting a glance at Erica before symbolically blowing on the steaming water in his cup and downing it in one go. He suggested, after completing your task, indulge in a couple more cups of water. Even the alien would appreciate sufficient hydration. Erica stammered, an alien moving bricks, Magneto crafting steel bars, and the Sentinel needing cement. This is utterly beyond comprehension. I believe it to be unparalleled. I fear the myriad satellites surveilling this place might just crack under the weight of their astonishment. Do not concern yourself. Among all the industrious individuals, it is Eric who possesses the most finesse. Have you noticed? Never doubt his exceptional prowess in civil engineering. He is the one who single-handedly forged a steel island upon the ocean, now effortlessly spearheading the construction of a super skyscraper. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this steel island serves as the Brotherhood's headquarters, acquired legally through Magneto's substantial financial investment. See, he can even construct islands, calculating the island's structure, buoyancy of seawater, and the architectural layout in one breath. Thus, when Duva summoned him to erect a skyscraper, it was certainly a trivial task, he continued. Duva expressed his heartfelt admiration, exclaiming how Magneto truly embodied a versatile talent, excelling in adaptability far beyond that of Professor X. In the past, the conditions were not ripe, and there was no necessity for reconstruction, Duva stated. Now, the moment has arrived where demolition is imperative. The impact during Reynolds' confrontation with Magneto has compromised the load-bearing walls, rendering this building, already on the brink of demolition, utterly uninhabitable. In my presence, there is no need for pretense. You believe that with Magneto and the Sentinel, the construction of a skyscraper is feasible. Erica felt her worldview shatter, particularly in her newfound understanding of Magneto. When people think of Magneto, they often envision him unleashing chaos with a horde of metals. Yet he is equally a terminator of civil engineering. In mere moments, the super skyscraper had begun to take shape. As for the cooling of steel and concrete, the Sentinel could freeze his breath, using energy to repeatedly wash certain areas. Shortly thereafter, Magneto descended with a grim expression, coldly addressing Duva. I have fulfilled the conditions you set forth. Furthermore, should you request such endeavors of me again, our relationship shall cease here. I saved your life. It is not unreasonable for you to assist me in constructing a skyscraper. Moreover, you have witnessed that I indeed require a headquarters. I cannot perpetually reside in that dilapidated building. Duva replied matter-of-factly. In addition, there will be no next time. I shall not permit anyone to recklessly damage my super skyscraper. They will meet their end at my hands before they can even act. Magneto's expression grew increasingly somber. In any case, my dear child, I must extend my gratitude to you. I have never expressed my thanks to anyone with such gravity. And what astonishes me even more is that you dared to implant a parasitic organism within me while I was asleep. Constructing a dwelling is not the issue. It is the act of parasitism that poses a problem. Although Magneto had mentally prepared himself, his encounters with Duva led him to believe that Duva was a man of principles, someone who valued dignity. In his heart, Magneto harbored a glimmer of hope, convinced that such an honorable individual would not exploit another's vulnerability. Alas, he was mistaken. Magneto seriously overestimated one aspect: the moral standards of the despicable Duva when confronted with a superior host. Moreover, this host was none other than Magneto himself, a being whose physical prowess was merely a slight enhancement over that of an ordinary human and who is unable to wield magnetic powers. Eric, we are friends. Furthermore, I implore you to refrain from speaking in such a tone. It easily gives me the impression that you are engaging in a perilous gamble regarding what might emerge from your trousers, Duva remarked, his expression unwavering. He understood that at this moment, Magneto was filled with a desire to end his life. Even if he could not kill him, Magneto would inevitably devise a plan to rid himself of the larva, meticulously assessing his course of action. For someone so proud, being parasitized by a larval creature was undoubtedly a profound humiliation. Therefore, Duva had shifted his complete focus from Reynolds to Magneto, vigilantly monitoring the latter's state. Should Magneto exhibit any alarming behavior, Duva would act through the larva to intervene promptly. I am compelled to take these measures. Do not forget that no one can ascertain whether the illusions in your mind have been completely eradicated. If there are still unexamined psychological suggestions lurking within you, and you awaken to unleash another bout of fury, what shall I do? If you were in my position, what would you do? Duva gazed upon the scowling elder before him. Then you should kill me, rather than control me with that larva. Magneto finally erupted in fury, overwhelmed by an impulse to wield his formidable electromagnetic powers to excise the larva from his chest. However, the moment such thoughts crossed his mind, the larva within him would devise means to thwart him, commandeering every nerve, muscle, and bone in his body. This included the larva itself, which had replaced vital organs such as the heart and lungs, all of which would reject the neural signals emitted by Magneto's brain. This is the predicament of one who has been parasitized yet remains unbroken. The mind is still one's own, capable of issuing commands to the body. Yet whether those neural signals are successfully received by other parts of the body remains a mystery. It is uncertain whether the larva has overlooked or silently approved of such signals. Thus, Magneto longed to engage Duva in a battle to the death, or, at the very least, to confront the sentinel that had vanquished him. At least he would possess the right to self-determination. Regrettably, his body refused to obey. As for attempting to wield magnetic powers solely through cerebral capacity, although it was a daunting task, Magneto was determined to give it a try. Eric, I am well aware of your desire to manipulate electromagnetic forces solely through your intellect. Since the moment of your awakening, you have been persistently searching for an opportunity to eliminate me. Duva sighed, clearly troubled. Let's not even consider the probability of my offspring, which already possesses your genes, successfully replicating the neural signals of your brain to deceive it. I simply am reluctant to resort to such measures against you. But what would happen after your act of murder? Would it unleash the myriad of my extraterrestrial creations upon the world, akin to the chaos you wrought in Winchester? The countless queens surreptitiously proliferating across the globe would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon mutants, a consequence I need not elaborate upon. Duva paused momentarily. Furthermore, should I perish, you would not survive either. Being parasitized by my creatures is one thing. Yet Reynolds has been vigilantly observing this location and would strike with swiftness before you could act. You do not possess the ancient physique of Hog, capable of enduring his instantaneous onslaught. Magneto was unfamiliar with Hog. Perhaps he was merely a name lost to the annals of history, a nameless pawn abandoned by time. Duva was always privy to the hidden intricacies of history. Adept at unearthing valuable truths from obscure corners, Magneto mused. You have endured the perilous grasp of the Illusion Master and withstood Reynolds' assaults. You have regained your clarity, at least for now. Yet, should you succumb to madness again in the future, I would not be surprised. Additionally, given your near-death state after Reynolds' relentless onslaught, and your inability to wield electromagnetic powers, it was I who facilitated your survival through the parasitic bond, endowing you with formidable regenerative abilities. Otherwise, it remains uncertain whether you would have awakened at all. Duva extended his hands in exasperation. This was the reality of Magneto. Had it been anyone else, they would have resorted to force without further ado. Magneto scoffed. So, according to your reasoning, I ought to express gratitude to you? Not at all. Consider it a settlement of construction expenses. Acquiring such a plethora of building materials through magnetic force is no small feat, Duva retorted. Enough. I shall not heed your commands. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Charles requires my protection, and the noble cause of mutants still needs me. Magneto, in a fit of rage, ascended into the sky, having not felt such fury in countless years. Reynolds cast a scrutinizing glance, muscles taut and ready to unleash an assault on Magneto. He had established a psychological advantage over Magneto and yearned for the opportunity to strike again, satisfying his cravings. Kid, your last victory was mere luck. Had I been in my right mind, I would never have exhibited such apparent weaknesses, allowing you to use alien blood against me. Magneto, stifling his fury, issued a chilling warning to the eager Reynolds. Now, I too possess alien blood. I have acquired the same physical attributes and additional genes as you. With that, he swiftly soared into the distance, not glancing back. Magneto genuinely wished to avoid another glance at Duva. He found him utterly exasperating. Will you just let him go? Do not be swayed by his deceit. I can eliminate him, Reynolds asserted as he approached Duva. You can eliminate him, but can you truly take down Professor X? Consider the dilemma. Either sever ties with the vast majority of mutants worldwide and decisively eliminate the X-Men, or refrain from such drastic measures from the outset. But to extinguish the X-Men? Let us not forget that beside the unconscious Professor X lies Jean Grey. If one chooses not to act against the X-Men now, solely focusing on neutralizing Magneto, a significant quandary awaits upon Professor X's revival. Duval meticulously assessed his mental defenses, recognizing that the combined might of the Alien Legion would likely fall short of fully resisting Professor X's telepathic influence. Moreover, what leads you to believe that Magneto's departure from my grasp would be unencumbered? It is not a matter of inability, but rather a choice against coercion. In future confrontations with formidable foes, I can always call upon him to act. Duval shifted his gaze to admire his newly constructed edifice. Reynolds remained perplexed. What if he again succumbs to madness? Duval cast a concerned glance at Reynolds. That was merely my pretext for persuading Magneto, just an excuse. Even if remnants of psychological suggestion linger in Magneto's mind, a ticking time bomb, one must not forget that an additional brain now resides within his chest. Should one brain succumb, unless a second master of illusions emerges to ensnare it within a phantasm, or someone of similar ilk manages to simultaneously control both minds from the outset, the duo of brains can effectively collaborate to dispel the illusion. Chapter 62 Indeed, we have an ally, perfectly capable of countering the alien threat. Magneto departed in a fit of rage, struggling to recall fragmented memories when suddenly it dawned upon him. The Sentinel, Robert Reynolds, seemed to be the individual Duval had urged Professor X to locate during the summit. An unremarkable, ordinary man. What had Duval done to transform him into such a formidable entity? It was akin to a modern rendition of the tale of Treasure Island. Magneto could not resist glancing back, catching sight of an imposing structure, his blood pressure surging, forcing himself to turn away and disappear into the distance. He sensed Professor X's life force, glanced skyward, and, with a flick of his hand, obliterated a few surveillance satellites in outer space before locating Professor X and his companions in a mountainous stronghold. Eric, it's fortunate you have returned. Otherwise, we might have assumed Duval had ensnared you. The 4,000-year-old Azazel scrutinized Magneto, emitting a sinister chuckle. As a demon-class mutant, he relished in mischief, often prioritizing amusement over the mutant cause itself, for even Magneto's might pales in comparison to that of the ancient apocalypse. Azazel, you ought to tend to your oral hygiene. Otherwise, how could you utter such nonsense? Mystique glared at the crimson-skinned demon, for she had once borne a child with him, the Blue Devil. Within the enigmatic form of Mystique lies an alien embryo, and as Magneto approaches, her expression transforms into one of vivid intensity, for she perceives the presence of another extraterrestrial entity emanating from him. The Scarlet Devil chuckles softly, proclaiming, "We can ascertain a fortunate truth. Eric's mind remains intact, and he will not descend into madness once more. This is Stryker's scheme. His son, a remarkably formidable mutant, has circumvented your defenses and provoked my psyche." Magneto cast a fleeting glance at Mystique before bypassing her to reach the unconscious Professor X. Wolverine attempted to intercede, but with a mere flick of his hand, Magneto flung the adamantium-clad mutant several meters away. Charles is still unresponsive. Magneto's countenance darkened, yet he noted that Professor X's pallor was even graver, resembling that of an ordinary, ailing elder beset by suffering. Ultimately, Professor X is but a mortal, and this incident has inflicted a grave blow upon his already fragile state. It is coming soon. He is on the mend. Jean stood beside the professor, her face devoid of emotion. Magneto regarded Jean Grey with surprise, sensing an unsettling tranquility about her. leading him to suspect the awakening of the Phoenix force within her. However, having recently succumbed to madness himself, he felt ill-equipped to cast aspersions upon her. When Charles awakens, I shall ensure he engages in a thorough discourse with you. It would be prudent for him to assist you in unlocking your potential swiftly, Magneto declared. Jean, under the scrutiny of many inquisitive eyes, gently shook her head. Cyclops kept his finger poised at his temple, ever ready to unleash his optic blast upon Magneto, while simultaneously asserting, "You have become the most fearsome terrorist on the globe, the architect of countless deaths. Do not expect us to regard you as a friend." Friend? Such nauseating rhetoric was just uttered by Duval, Magneto retorted, feeling a tumultuous pulse within his chest, his expression growing darker. Once Charles regains consciousness, the Brotherhood and the X-Men shall officially unite, and together we will pursue Stryker and eliminate him. Are you not afraid of being controlled by Stryker once again? The Scarlet Devil's face bore a mocking grin, relishing the unfolding drama. After all, he possessed a lengthy lifespan and the ability to teleport, should a formidable adversary arise. He could effortlessly escape to the farthest reaches of Earth, bide his time for centuries, and then re-emerge, vibrant and unscathed. The illusionist is dead. I cannot believe Stryker possesses another mutant capable of creating illusions. Even if he does. Magneto's brow furrowed, his words trailing off. Aside from Mystique, the others regarded him with perplexed expressions, their wariness heightened, suspecting that Magneto might once again be teetering on the brink of madness, though fortunately he was not. Let us rest for another day, Azazel. Bring forth some of our brethren from the Brotherhood, those of considerable strength, and procure additional provisions and water, Magneto commanded. The Scarlet Devil, impeccably dressed, bowed gracefully at your service, leader. With that, he transformed into smoke and vanished. While they awaited, some were diligently at work. Damn it! Magneto has obliterated the satellite, incurring losses of at least $100 million. He appears exceedingly enraged, with his energy levels consistently maintaining a high threshold, approximately 30% of what they were during the incident in Winchester. How ironic. Could this be the wrath of the executioner? Unless he descends into madness once more and slaughters another few 100,000. Our primary concern is whether he is under the control of Duval. If so, has he severed ties with Duval? Have they engaged in combat? Why is he constructing edifices for Duval? Duval has transformed Robert Reynolds, a mere thief, into a host of terrifying prowess. Even if we manage to dismantle Reynolds through public opinion, we must still contend with the alien that might burst forth from his chest. Ultimately, Reynolds is human, but should the alien emerge, it would be far more formidable and devoid of weaknesses. Countless individuals are desperate to uncover Duval's methods. They yearn to harness the formidable capabilities of the Sentinel, yet tragically, they remain oblivious to the fact that the miracle of the Sentinel is irreplicable. Fury overwhelms Fury as he gazes at the mountain of documents before him, along with the incessant barrage of inquiry calls. The battle in Winchester has profoundly shocked the world, with the deaths of hundreds of thousands merely a consequence of the clash between two superhumans. This has laid bare the immense power of superhumans before the public eye, making many realize for the first time that when superhumans at the pinnacle of their capabilities unleash their full might, the resulting devastation rivals that of a major war. And this was merely one skirmish. What if there exists a being of great power, intent on annihilating the world? Such an individual would be akin to a humanoid nuclear warhead, far more agile than an actual warhead and capable of being reused. The status of S.H.I.L.D. has surged dramatically in a short span, with demands for funding and personnel, all aimed at cultivating their own superhumans who can also confront Magneto. Fury stares at these requests, his forehead throbbing. These individuals are utterly delusional. How many beings of the caliber of Sentinel and Magneto exist in the world? If there were many, they would have already disposed of Magneto. Strength, strength. I am acutely aware of its significance. Yet, to wield the kind of power that Magneto possesses and to nurture the next Robert Reynolds is far from simple. Fury maintains a stoic demeanor, enduring immense pressure. He repeatedly plays the recorded footage of the battle between Sentinel and Magneto, despite the omnipresent dust, dark clouds, and shockwaves often obscuring the satellite's view. One can still sense the horror and peril of this confrontation. This clash has shattered the global standards of rules and regulations. infinitely elevating the definition of safety and leaving the worldview of billions in tatters. Duva is an unequivocal anomaly. As I tirelessly peruse historical records, I find no other individual akin to him. His ascent has been extraordinarily swift, and the magnitude of his power accumulation is nothing short of astonishing, always striking from a most unpredictable angles. Coulson arrived, clutching a stack of new documents, which he placed before Fury, remarking, "However, we might adopt a more optimistic perspective. Magneto may not have been parasitized by Duva. How shall we ascertain this, Coulson? Shall we locate Magneto, draw some blood from him, and examine for any corrosive properties?" Fury shook his head. Coulson gazed intently at the man before him. If his memory served him correctly, Fury was considerably older than Magneto. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "I believe it is impossible. Magneto has not returned to the Brotherhood. Rather, he has sought out Professor X. The unification of mutants is an inevitable trend, one we lack the capacity to halt. Our only recourse is to instigate discord among them, thereby achieving disintegration. SHIELD is powerless against someone like Magneto, even if they are aware that Magneto is the architect behind the deaths of countless individuals. What can they truly do? Continue to issue higher-level warrants? Perhaps add a colorful notice to a red alert? Such jest is futile. Warrants pertaining to Magneto could pile from Earth to the moon, yet none genuinely regard them with seriousness. I have made a new discovery regarding the impetus behind Magneto's madness." Coulson extracted 2 documents, placing them before Fury. The first document meticulously detailed the strike organization's military assault on a Xavier school for gifted youngsters. Intriguingly, the second document revealed that Strike once enjoyed a happy family life, with a beautiful wife and a remarkable son, until a tragic fire occurred, the cause of which remains undetermined. His wife perished in the blaze, and his son vanished, at least from the population records. Fury instantly grasped Coulson's implication. However, when firefighters arrived at the scene, they reported no flames. "Are you suggesting that Strike's son?" Many have speculated that Strike's son was a mutant who had awakened his abilities, triggering this tragedy. Yet as the years have passed, no one has revisited the matter. Until Strike's assault on the Xavier school, Magneto inexplicably went mad. I suspect that the cause lies with his missing son. Have we located his son, Jason Strike? Not even a body has been found. Perhaps he was lost along with Westchester, as individuals skilled in mental manipulation typically do not possess robust physical constitutions. Coulson tapped away at an electronic device, unveiling a virtual display, a world map adorned with sporadic red dots flickering incessantly, the majority concentrated on the American continent. There's a discernible trend of aliens gathering. I initially believed he would escalate his retaliation against the Dark Sorcerer, yet it seems otherwise. Duva is willing to wage war against the military to neutralize Strike. Should we notify Strike? Coulson inquired. Fury gradually shook his head. No need. Both the mutants and Duva desire his demise. Let him meet his fate. It is understood that this is the destiny of adventurers. A mere handful bask in the glory of success, while the majority serve as the silent foundation, fading away unnoticed. Coulson bore an expression of realization. Strick may find solace in the fact that his demise will not be a quiet one, but rather a grand and tumultuous affair. Strick is beyond salvation, yet the invaluable information he possesses holds great significance for Fury. He sent Strick a letter, bluntly demanding all of Strick's research findings, promising to avenge him. Though, of course, the promises of a spy chief are worth little more than empty words. Coulson, your presence before me suggests that you have devised a plan, have you not? I am eager to hear it, Fury said, his fierce single eye fixed upon the poised gentleman before him. Coulson sifted through a stack of documents, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Chief, I am well prepared. In response to the threat posed by Duval, I possess at least 3 strategies. I believe it is not our place to seek peace with such a volatile individual. We are SHIELD, a formidable organization, and we cannot bow to a superhuman who wields power dictated by emotion and mood. This would spell disaster for the world. Institutions are inherently more reliable than capricious individuals. That is the logic of Nick Fury. An organization, being a collective of minds, is always capable of sound decision-making, whereas an individual, swayed by a bad day or a perceived affront to their dignity, might unleash their might in a senseless rage, posing a threat to global stability. Coulson pointed confidently at the multitude of red dots on the screen. The first plan is to initiate the Mother Model Project. This strategy accounts for Duval himself, as well as numerous aberrations and mutants. The second plan involves a powerful ally with exceptional mental abilities who can permanently sever Duval's control over the aberrations, even converting their power into a force under S-H-I-E-L-D-S command. Theoretically, even a Sentinel would be affected by the aberrations within them. Exceptional mental abilities? Fury's interest was piqued as he keenly perceived that this might be a highly targeted mental power, particularly effective against non-human entities such as aberrations. And the third plan? Coulson lowered his voice, recalling haunting memories. I will oversee the Mother Model Project, creating a superweapon factory at the edge of the sun. This was originally the ultimate solution for dealing with mutants, yet unexpectedly, we faced the emergence of aberrations among our targets. Fury regarded Coulson with admiration, recognizing the man's astuteness. You will be responsible for executing the second plan. Should you achieve progress, you will ascend to level 10 agent status. But you must also find a way to control your ally. I have no desire for another Duval to emerge. Coulson nodded, understanding fully. We have the opportunity to see S-H-I-E-L-D incorporate all aberrations. The mere thought of such a scenario fills me with hope. The safety of Earth would be maximally assured, Coulson expressed, his face alight with aspiration. In the suburbs of New York City, this is a towering skyscraper, soaring to a height of 620 meters with a staggering 120 stories, resembling a blade piercing the heavens, shimmering under the sun's radiant glow. It can truly be said to have risen from the ground. The entire construction process was meticulously documented, yet no one can replicate such an endeavor. After all, this is a structure orchestrated by Magneto himself. Would they send a subordinate to subdue him and bring him back, akin to what they did with Duva? However, the idea of Magneto engaging in construction is, in any light, utterly perplexing. Surrounding the edifice, a throng of fearless individuals has gathered, some of whom are frenzied journalists. But the majority are fervent admirers. They revere Duva's might, stirred by the Battle of Winchester and seeking to attain strength, aspiring to become superhumans. In this world, who could be more trustworthy than Duva? Where is the alien master? On which floor does he reside? I believe I have spotted him. What alien master? That nickname is quite unremarkable. We all refer to him as Brain Demon Online. Listen, Brain Demon, the mastermind who commands the Alien Legion. A devil manipulating monsters to hunt monsters. While many may dismiss the existence of vampires, I believe it was Duva who eradicated them, safeguarding our nights. Silence. I recall that he has never publicly addressed the disputes and arguments online, nor has he ever declared what nickname he acknowledges. The great Duva, the perfect alien. The mere thought of the alien's form sends shivers down my spine, rendering me unsteady. Let me become one of them, the type that bursts out of the chest. No, certainly not that. Damn it. Why would you wish to be that? It should be like a sentinel. Look, a golden figure emerging from the skyscraper. Isn't it a sentinel? He has arrived, and now he is gone again. He has emerged once more. I am a survivor of Winchester, yearning to join the Alien Legion. I possess a sufficiently robust physique to bear the greatness of the alien. I seek formidable power to protect my family. The crowd around me grows ever larger. Noticing that Duva remains unresponsive and the fleeting aliens circling the skyscraper do not launch any attacks on the throng 100 meters away, some begin to fervently shout. Soon, police arrive to establish a perimeter. These fools, if we do not intervene, they will rush forward and be mercilessly torn apart by the aliens. A police officer grumbled. George Daisy, recently promoted to chief, spoke in a low voice. They are terrified. They will instinctively seek safety. Where in all of New York could be safer than here? Even the formidable who defeated Magneto are Duva's allies. Magneto has even constructed a base for Duva. Indeed, George has been promoted again. The valiant former chief perished in the aftermath of the Battle of Winchester, leaving no trace. George Daisy, having just ascended to the deputy position 2 months prior, took office with tears in his eyes. This world is truly mad. There were 2 individuals responsible for the destruction in Winchester, yet one is a criminal, and the other is a hero, a police officer lamented. What shall we do if Duva actually selects personnel from among these people? George Daisy found himself in a quandary, fully aware of the underlying truths. He knew that Duva had been relentlessly capturing vampires and sending them to extraterrestrial battlefields, an utterly mad endeavor. It was evident that should Duva indeed recruit individuals from the ranks of ordinary folk, they too would inevitably be dispatched to engage in combat with aliens. On the rooftop of the edifice, Duva gazed upward at the sun ascending in the sky. Reynolds, cease your incessant flitting about. I can hear the voices of those unfortunate souls below, now hoarse from their cries. Duva pointed towards the sun and inquired, do you not feel an extraordinary sensation? I am exceedingly exhilarated, as long as their cheers and shouts resonate, Reynolds replied, utterly failing to grasp Duva's intended meaning. He persistently sought the limelight, reveling in the adoration of the masses. It was only when mortals neglected him that he experienced anger and frustration, for he placed great importance on public support. Duva regarded Reynolds's obsession with indifference, finding such trivial proclivities entirely acceptable. He then shifted his attention to Erica. I'm already aware of your interactions with the individuals from Camartage. There's no need to grow too close to them. Yet collaboration in the pursuit of the Dark Sorcerer is permissible. Those who offend us shall either be eradicated on a physical plane or captured to join our ranks. However, the Dark Sorcerer is unfit to become a host. The mere thought of Caecilius urged Duva to eliminate him post-haste. The present moment presented an opportune chance. Caecilius had paid a price that could not be mended by dark magic. Erica, when the time comes to confront him, I shall dispatch Reynolds to assist you. We must ensure that this minion of dark sorcery is vanquished. Duva glanced at Erica's gradually developing shoulders, knowing that dealing with dark sorcerers was invariably perilous. I can go right now, Reynolds exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he yearned to seek out further adversaries and bask in the acclaim of the people. As he unleashed his superhuman hearing, Reynolds was inundated with countless voices of prayer, many belonging to those who had lost loved ones and friends in the battle at Winchester. The death toll, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was sufficient to plunge the city into prolonged sorrow and fear. At such times, the great sentinel must descend, bathed in sacred golden light, to provide solace to the world. This was Reynolds's belief. Moreover, he recognized that his master was a remarkably generous and magnanimous individual who never reproached him over personal preferences or private matters, which significantly bolstered Reynolds' confidence. Duva cast a glance at Reynolds. On your own merit, do not venture forth. Your intellect is such that Caecilius would banish you in an instant. Your methods of combat are hardly a secret. What shall be done with those fervent devotees outside? They yearn to become your followers, seeking strength and safety from you, Erica inquired. At this moment, Mr. Blue, who had been engrossed in perusing various experimental data, lifted his gaze and remarked, you may entrust them to me. I shall conduct live experiments. Many subjects could benefit from their application, such as the extraction of live juveniles. Duval, however, chose to disregard him. There is no need to pay them any mind. If shouting a few times could bestow extraordinary powers, then such power would be woefully inexpensive. Is this not an abandoned industrial zone? Those who intend to reside here will naturally find protection. Perhaps in a few years, this area could evolve into a vibrant new district, one that is formidable and secure. Duval dismissed these ordinary individuals from his thoughts. What a jest! Instead of wasting time selecting mundane citizens, I would be far better served seeking out vampires. They possess far greater strength than these common folk. The warrior-like drones birthed from parasitic humans are scarcely more powerful than the ordinary messengers. Sending them to Asgard would merely result in their becoming cannon fodder. Unless, of course, we reach a critical juncture, such as the impending doom of Earth, necessitating a vast army to fill the meat grinder of battle. Nonetheless, Duval was somewhat astonished by the surge in his popularity. Despite having ignored the citizens of New York, he had unwittingly garnered their fervent admiration through his repeated actions. It seemed that, irrespective of location, unparalleled strength always ranks supreme. With power comes followers. Thus, with the base now constructed, it was time to free his hands and deal with Strick. After all, he had made a promise to Professor X. With a sudden impulse, an ultra-rapid alien surged forward to stand before the gathered crowd. Sting, you remain here to complete the relevant research for the Wayland Corporation and, subsequently, register the patents with the appropriate authorities. We cannot persist in a state of mere survival. We must establish the foundation of Wayland. So you are serious? Mr. Blue inquired, his expression peculiar. I had always assumed you founded the Wayland Corporation merely to secure territory while you were still weak. Duval chose to disregard this fellow's jibe from Mr. Blue's conjecture was, in some respects, not entirely unfounded. Suddenly, he sensed something, his expression shifting as he cast an intrigued glance towards the south. What is it? Which alien has captured your attention? No, it is merely a curious incident occurring in South America. There is no need to concern ourselves with it. In the next moment, the ultra-rapid alien commenced the swift transportation of troops, dispatching Duval's forces to their destination, Lake Arcali. Strick sat calmly in his chair, observing the images on the monitor of the base under alien assault, his countenance betraying no change. Deploy all soldiers to intercept them. In areas we cannot defend, detonate explosives. If we can take down one, it will suffice. Strick issued this brutally pragmatic command, sending over 200 soldiers to their demise. He was aware that it would be in vain, but what of it? Moreover, he possessed not only ordinary soldiers, but also a cadre of enslaved mutants. Against ordinary soldiers, the xenomorphs strike with unrelenting ferocity. However, when it comes to mutants, they exhibit remarkable restraint, preferring to invest additional time to ensure these mutants are captured alive. Typically, Strick can delay them for several minutes, but with the presence of the Sentinel and the fast xenomorph, various defenses can be effortlessly dismantled. From the moment they engaged until they reached Strick, merely 2 minutes elapsed. The thrilling confrontation unfolded, and Duva, upon witnessing the power you possess, finally comprehended why others regard you with such trepidation. Strick gazed at the linear passageway forcefully carved by the Sentinel's fist, unable to suppress his applause. Duva entered calmly, surveying the laboratory filled with mutants and xenomorph organs, ultimately fixing his gaze on Strick. Have you cast yourself in the role of the film's protagonist, yearning to deliver a stirring speech before your demise? Would you like me to record it for you? Suddenly, a female mutant clad in black leather leapt from the ceiling, her claws sharp and glinting with lethal brilliance, aimed directly at Duva's neck. Yet, Duva remained motionless as Reynolds took a step forward, interposing himself before Duva, and delivered a punch intended to obliterate the woman. To his astonishment, he merely shattered her flesh, sending her hurtling away. The death woman, much like Wolverine, had adamantium embedded within her body. Duva glanced over and commanded, "Capture her." Reynolds transformed into a streak of light, crashing through several walls while grappling with the death woman. I see your xenomorphs are vigorously capturing these mutants, which brings me great satisfaction. The dream I have fought for all my life is now on the verge of realization through you. Strick's sinister visage blossomed with a twisted delight. The mere sight of mutants facing their doom, destined to become vessels for xenomorphs, filled him with joy. Duva shook his head. Is there a possibility that I could allow xenomorphs to parasitize mutants without resulting in a chest burst? In that case, mutants could reproduce normally, thriving endlessly. No, you cannot do this. Strick's expression shifted dramatically, and as he prepared to charge at Duva in fury, an xenomorph's tail lashed out, piercing his chest and lifting him aloft. Do not present me with such a pitiful version of yourself, Strick. Your every thought is laid bare before me. Are you attempting to incite my greed for mutants? It is indeed a commendable idea, but you shall not witness the future. Duva waved his hand dismissively. Strick, begrudgingly agape, attempted to voice a retort, only to have his head twisted off by a xenomorph in the next instant. Duva did not even mention to Strick that his execution was merely incidental. The dam trembled with increasing frequency, accompanied by the resounding explosions, hastening its collapse. Once the xenomorphs had eliminated all soldiers and captured every mutant, Reynolds returned, gripping the unconscious death woman. This woman is truly extraordinary. I could not shatter her bones, only render her unconscious through a blow to the head. Reynolds marveled at the death woman's terrifying regenerative abilities and her astonishing defenses. Even if you could shatter her, her adamantium bones possess the ability to self-heal. The beta version of adamantium is indeed formidable. The Death Lady is an enhanced version of Wolverine. The surging waters have finally breached the dam, cascading forth with a thunderous roar, unveiling the raw power of nature in this moment. As Magneto and his companions arrive belatedly, they witness a scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic flood as endless torrents of water converge with a deafening, terrifying roar. What is happening? Is this truly the place? Has Stryker's base been destroyed? Wolverine, removing his cigar, wears a look of astonishment. At this juncture, Professor X, endeavoring to recover from his traumatic brain injury, remarks, "It is Duva. I can sense him and his alien army. Professor, please minimize the use of your abilities. Do not worry about me, Gene. This level of mental exertion will have no adverse effects." A glimmer of hope flickers in Professor X's eyes. I can also sense the minds of many mutant children. They are filled with fear and trepidation. We must rescue them. Magneto brusquely interrupts. "No need. That fellow has already extracted the people." Just as Duva and the mutants are set to meet once more. In the distant tropical rainforests of South America, Coulson has also located his target. Accompanied by a large contingent of well-trained agents, he smiles at the young man before him, casting a glance at the alien creature beside him, his smile widening. "It seems you have exerted mental control over the alien lurking in the rainforest. Such actions are perilous, yet we can assist you." Chapter 63. Who can fulfill his fantasies? Could it possibly be Duva? Duva has covertly deployed aliens across the globe, poised to transform these creatures into queens at any moment, using the alien threat as a strategic weapon to bind the world. This is no secret and is indeed effective. Even before Duva's control over the alien sentinels, he could compel the world to tread carefully, as they are reluctant to confront him unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, their search for aliens has never ceased. If a means could be found to pinpoint the location of every alien and possess the capability to eliminate them all instantaneously, the threat posed by Duva could be neutralized. Professor X should have been the most suitable executor. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, he is allied with Magneto. Coulson muses with a sense of regret. Yet he has successfully identified the ideal candidate to counter the aliens. "You claim you wish to assist me? With mere, ordinary individuals?" The young man before him, unremarkable in appearance, emanates a peculiar psychic aura, indicative of a special telepathic ability. Most crucially, the alien, initially intended to hunt in the South American rainforest as one of Duva's global weapons, now stands quietly behind this young man. Coulson feels reassured. This Eternal possesses that extraordinary ability, inherently exuding powerful influence and control over all living beings. "Mr. Druid, is that correct?" One of the reclusive Eternal. A name that resonates fittingly. "We have endured considerable hardship in our quest to find you." Coulson exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm. The Druid coldly regarded him and retorted, "Leave at once. I harbor no interest in the affairs of the outside world. Not even when your comrades have been slain?" He probed. "Many events have transpired recently, which I am aware of." The Druid interrupted Coulson, his eyes devoid of warmth, gazing past him at the armed agents, before gesturing towards the alien beside him, stating, "This creature has participated in numerous battles. I have gleaned from its mind that my kin, restless and unyielding, have clashed with one named Duva and suffered considerable losses. Even Makari has perished." A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed the Druid's cold gaze, albeit merely a trace. Unlike the other 10 Eternals, he found himself at odds with their ideologies, leading him to remain in seclusion within the tropical rainforest for centuries, eschewing all forms of interaction with his fellow Eternals. If there were anything worthy of his attention, it was this peculiar alien that had quietly established itself in the rainforest, a creature he had never encountered before. With its natural exoskeletal armor and towering, streamlined physique, the Druid recognized at a glance that this aesthetically captivating being was a born weapon of slaughter. During their mental communion, he confirmed this, even perceiving the consciousness of Duva. Yet, he remained unfazed, for the Druid held profound confidence in his abilities. He was indeed a true friend to all creatures. This surely included the alien. Observe, this very alien follows him closely, akin to his most loyal guardian. What the Druid cherished most about the alien was not its combat prowess. "I am disinterested in the disputes of the outside world. My alien companion has informed me that the last remnants of the mutated have been eradicated. Thus, I possess even less reason to depart with you." The Druid impatiently glared at the armed agents, stating, "If you seek this alien, I shall not relinquish it. I cherish its untainted spirit, far purer than any of you." "A pure spirit?" Coulson's countenance stiffened. "Indeed, it is quite unblemished in its endeavors, singularly focused on eliminating you or capturing individuals for parasitism. Vampires certainly hold a valid perspective on this. Your kin recommended you to me. Should this not concern you? Kin? Ah, yes. Are you referring to that traitor Ikaris, or those brash individuals from Ajax? The druid scoffed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. At this revelation, Coulson understood the druid's discord with Ajax and others. He appeared somewhat cynical. For the past 7 millennia, we have witnessed humanity's evolution from barbarism to civilization. We have borne witness to human history and have safeguarded humanity, quietly purging the mutated. The expression on the druid's face twisted into a snarl. Coulson furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing it, speaking cautiously. Indeed, humanity's progress owes much to your contributions. Therefore, in the face of the malevolent adversary Duva, it is imperative that you unite with the other eternal ones. Unity? You, a mere human, dare to speak of unity to me? The druid's voice rose dramatically, bordering on a roar. I have witnessed countless humans engage in mutual slaughter, time and again committing acts of genocide. As Eternals, we should possess the capacity to prevent this, to rise and guide you towards peace. Yet, what is the outcome? Who is responsible for all this? Who has transformed the world into this abominable state? It is Ajax. Yet she now involves herself in human affairs. What a farce. In that moment, Coulson discerned the druid's position, an idealist, subconsciously viewing himself as the guardian of human civilization, burdened with the responsibility of leading the way. It was evident that the other Eternals, particularly their leader Ajax, held a contrary view. After effectively eradicating the deviants, they vanished from the realm of human civilization, retreating into seclusion. The druid's ire stemmed from a profound ideological rift with the other Eternals. Thus, it is crucial for you to step forward. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Coulson gazed at him earnestly. You possess this capability, do you not? Just as you have done in the past. The druid fell silent for a moment. Very well. I do not know what Ajax has conveyed to you, nor do I care about the grotesque schemes devised by your kind. The druid struggled to mask his inner turbulence. Ajax must have erred. Human society ought to be far more splendid than it is now. Indeed, we anticipate your emergence. A feeling of compassion for the druid surged within Coulson. When did humanity find itself in need of an Eternal to lead? The druid shot Coulson a cold glance, letting out a derisive laugh. You would do well to control your thoughts. Even if I do not deliberately sense them, your mind flickers like a beacon in the night, easily perceptible to me. Compassion? The druid was indifferent to such sentiments. If he cared for others' opinions, how could he possibly sever ties with the other Eternals who risked their lives alongside him? At present, the pressing concern was that we faced an exceedingly malevolent foe, one who ruthlessly expanded his army, capturing various races and sacrificing them for his extraterrestrial entities. Coulson explained, from a human perspective, this is unforgivable. Then I have a question. This scoundrel you speak of, Duva, has he ever parasitized and ruptured a human? Even one? The druid regarded him coldly. Coulson hesitated. Yes. As far as I know, he has parasitized a human dark sorcerer. I mentioned that the creature by my side has participated in numerous battles. If it were not a battle-hardened veteran, Duva would not have entrusted it to survive in such a place. The druid abruptly interrupted Coulson, exclaiming, that dark sorcerer has claimed far more lives than the aliens ever did. What else do you wish to say? Reflecting on this, Coulson considered that if mutants were regarded as humans, Duva's conquest of Alkali Lake, where he had captured a number of brainwashed mutants, might lead to a catastrophic fate for them. He hoped that Magneto and Professor X would oppose Duva. Clearly, in the perception of this Eternal, parasitism and devastation were two entirely distinct concepts. Coulson calculated carefully and was horrified to discover that Duva, in all his extensive captures and plundering, had primarily targeted either animals or vampires, with virtually no instances of devastation against ordinary humans. What did this signify? It suggested that Duva, a being who continuously challenged the established order and directly and indirectly instigated numerous consequences, was a leader of a biological legion that operated beyond the confines of law and rules, yet was, in reality, a genuine protector of humanity? This notion was utterly absurd. At this moment, Coulson felt a profound sense of absurdity within himself. It was akin to a ruthless villain wielding a bloody knife, proclaiming loudly to all his victims, I do this for your own good. Should the notorious Kingpin of New York, Kingpin, not be regarded as a sage of humanity, deserving of the laurel of human civilization? Duva's brazen and distinctly defined approach instilled in Coulson a deep unease. It was not the formidable potential that was most terrifying, nor the sheer scale that bred despair. Rather, it was the combination of these advantages with an unsettling calmness that was most fearsome. The druid stated, "I have a great fondness for these pure-minded aliens. Thus I must meet Duva. Should he prove unworthy of the aliens, I shall strip him of his control over them." Coulson smiled, replying, "Indeed, he is an ambitious strategist. Yet he would never anticipate the existence of someone like you. Druid, you must rise to thwart him." The process unfolded somewhat differently than Coulson had envisioned. Yet the outcome aligned perfectly. He required the druid to sever Duva's control over the aliens. This alone would suffice. Without the aliens, Duva's amassed power would be drastically undermined. Ideally, controlling the untainted embryonic sentinels would further enhance the outcome, culminating in the ability to dominate the sentinels entirely. Duva would find himself with no escape. His fate was to languish in prison, witnessing the dissolution of all he had accumulated and established overnight, all of which would become the power of S-H-I-E-L-D. With a smile, Coulson led the druid and the alien aboard a helicopter, swiftly transporting them from South America to North America. Even during the flight, Coulson scrutinized the druid and the alien, eagerly anticipating the expression of shock on Duva's face when he lost control. No matter how cunning Duva might be, in the face of the mysterious Eternals, he would inevitably encounter unforeseen setbacks on a mental level, Coulson mused. Duva was aware of Icarus and his companions, but could he truly fathom the druids, who had remained detached from worldly affairs for centuries? It was impossible. Duva was not omniscient. Lake Arkali roared with a cataclysmic fury as boiling torrents cascaded down, carrying with them the weight of millions of tons. It was evident that, before long, the numerous towns downstream would face dire calamities, and many lives would undoubtedly be lost. Duva and his entourage fought their way through the relentless waters. Gazing up at the invisible aircraft above, Duva remarked, "You have arrived too late." Several mutants leaped from the plane. "Stryker is dead?" Duva casually confirmed, "Indeed he is. By now, his remains must be nothing more than a pulp beneath the rubble." "Serves him right. Such a villain deserved his fate." Laser Eye spat, feeling a sense of vindication. Magneto maintained a stoic demeanor, coldly observing Duva, at a loss for words. Unsure of how to engage with him, should they discuss the care of the chestborn offspring? He would rather occupy himself with steel. "Duva, those mutants are innocent children, victims of Stryker's coercive brainwashing. I can sense their inner torment." Professor X, seated in his wheelchair, spoke with a pallid visage. At this, Duva turned to regard his captives. Each alien held at least one mutant captive. "Charles, this is rather impolite. Instead of focusing on restoring your health, you come to demand my people? You are aware that I am in greater need than you. You have the X-Men and the Brotherhood, along with countless mutants longing to join your ranks. What do I possess?" Duva shook his head. Professor X countered, "You too have innumerable humans who wish to ally with you. They are gathered around your new edifice, hoping to become your soldiers and gain your protection." A smirk crept across Duva's lips. How can that be compared? A throng of ordinary individuals, whether they're used for combat or spared, possess limited capabilities. Yet mutants are different. Their fusion with aliens allows an individual to embody two genetic systems simultaneously, amplifying their strengths exponentially. Consider, for instance, a mutant endowed with even a modicum of superhuman ability, coupled with a formidable physique and astonishing regenerative powers. If they are willing to inflict harm upon themselves, they could use the blood of their chest-born alien offspring to vanquish foes, a transformation of cataclysmic proportions. Duva fell silent, and the Sentinel, sensing his leader's mood, stepped forward, clenching his fists and sneering. "What do you think you are? You have done nothing, and yet wish to claim all our spoils. Speak not such nonsense. They are not mere objects, but living beings," Wolverine exclaimed, discarding his cigar. This outburst successfully captured the Sentinel's attention, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, delivering a punch with such swiftness that the majority present could scarcely react. Wolverine was sent hurtling away like a severed kite, blood and flesh spraying as he soared into the distance. Did he not pierce through his chest once more? I comprehend now. He is indeed Wolverine. The Sentinel shook his fists, feeling rather unfortunate to have encountered two formidable beings in succession. However, there is no cause for concern. for at least one of the deaths has already fallen into their hands and will soon be theirs. As the Sentinel took action, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Jean Grey exhibited an unusually aggressive demeanor, a torrent of terrifying energy swirling around her, her immense telekinetic force surging wildly. A stark contrast to her previously gentle and composed nature. "Calm down, Jean. They are not our enemies." Professor X's expression darkened. The Sentinel snorted, radiating a brilliant golden light. "Even so, you shall only be our vanquished foes. All right, Reynolds, silence yourself. The flood is already swelling. Use your abilities to contain this deluge and redirect it to the wasteland," Duval commanded. The Sentinel immediately conjured an unending golden barrier, a crude yet extravagant application of energy. As the gold clashed with the torrent, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the very mountains. He emitted a roar akin to a colossal beast, unleashing energy in every direction, fracturing the earth beneath. "This is not a place for discussion. We must depart," Duval stated, not bothering to consult the others. "You may board our aircraft." "No need. I possess a superior means of transportation." Duval swung Thor's hammer, soaring into the sky, while the aliens swiftly demonstrated super speed, flashing around and transporting all present aliens away, including the spoils. Shall we pursue them? Creating discord with Duval at this juncture would be detrimental to our cause. Moreover, he was the one who rescued those mutants. "We ultimately arrived too late," Magneto expressed, somewhat irritated. Feeling constrained, he found it uncomfortable to confront Duval, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. The alien embryo nestled within his chest seemed to resonate with Magneto's words, complicating his expression further. Professor X remained silent, casting a glance at the distant Sentinel, who executed Duval's commands with unwavering loyalty. He murmured, "You have failed to grasp my intent. We must protect our brethren," which is indeed correct, but not without principles. The present differs from the past. If we are to establish a nation, sacrifices must be made. Everyone gazed at Professor X in astonishment, as if encountering this venerable and virtuous individual for the first time. None present were fools. They had discerned the underlying implications of his words. Wolverine returned, disheveled. Having been sent flying for the second time in such a short span, he immediately inquired, "What was the purpose of your earlier statements? Risking a rupture with someone like Duval?" "Logan, show some respect to the professor," Cyclops retorted, thoroughly exasperated with the impolite wild dog, often tempted to deliver a searing glare. Wolverine cast a piercing glance at Cyclops, but chose not to speak further, instead fixing his gaze upon Professor X. "Our objective is to unite more individuals, persistently weakening and eliminating those who oppose us, including mutants who may hinder our noble cause. However, Duva presents a different opportunity. He could align with us and become our ally. Thus we must encourage him to value our mutant brethren." Unbeknownst to him, Professor X's complexion grew increasingly pallid, struggling to reconcile the stark political machinations that had escaped his lips and were now set into motion. Magneto regarded him with approval. "You have finally awakened, Charles. If we lack such awareness, it would be more prudent to abandon our quest for independence and simply capitulate to humanity, awaiting our own extinction. What then shall we do? Allow Duva to parasitize those mutants?" Jean's voice was icy. Magneto shot her a wary glance, acutely aware of the exaggerated potential within her. "What alternative do we have? Let us not forget, those individuals have been brainwashed by Stryker countless times, reduced to mere instruments devoid of independent thought. By accepting them, Duva can at least position them appropriately, exerting effective control to prevent chaos. Clearly, after capturing you, Duva has placed you in a suitable role. Otherwise, you will be running amok now." Jean Grey's words, laced with an unintentional sting, emanated an invisible force of will. A flicker of anger flashed in Magneto's eyes. But as he prepared to respond, Professor X gently shook his head, signaling concern as he addressed Jean. "We need to have a serious discussion." "Discuss what?" She retorted. "You are an indispensable member among us. Our immediate priority must be to uncover your latent powers and assist you in mastering them." Jean remained silent, her dominant persona prevailing, and she nodded softly in acknowledgement. At that moment, the trajectory of fate shifted once more, veering towards realms unimagined by these individuals. Duva anticipated this alteration of destiny. He was aware that Professor X and Magneto would inevitably seek to establish an independent nation on the living island of Krakoa. Yet, this deviation unfolded in ways that caught Duva off guard. They haven't followed? It appeared they harbored intentions that served as both reminder and warning. Through the embryonic forms within Magneto, Duva discerned Professor X's intent. Cherish? The mere ability to utilize these mutants, stripped of their self-will, represented the utmost form of value. Otherwise, even if Duva did not take them away, allowing Professor X to do so might afford him the opportunity to restore their consciousness, though such restoration could be incomplete. In any case, Duva would never yield. What he had secured through strength would not be relinquished to Professor X. The Professor, a man of dignity, could only persuade someone of Duva's caliber to relent by invoking the cause of a greater mission. Duva recalled that in the myriad of universes, any reality characterized by a bipolar approach towards unity was invariably steeped in bloodshed and tragedy. As the leader of mutants, he had been responsible for the demise of countless mutants. However, such matters bore no significance for Duva. He had no interest in engaging with mutant affairs. His sole focus was on claiming his spoils. Yet, upon returning to the villain mansion with his army, and before he had the chance to recuperate, an unsettling development arose. The alien creature I had dispatched to South America had returned. Situated on the 93rd floor of the villain mansion, a sealed level where the elevator could not halt due to its designation as the Queen's nesting ground. Duva had personally affixed a facehugger onto the visage of Death Woman, thereby establishing his control over this formidable mutant, whose combat prowess surpassed even that of Wolverine. He endeavored to manipulate Death Woman's consciousness using the instincts of the alien embryo, only to discover that her mind had been reduced to an abyss of absolute emptiness and obedience. Consequently, the embryo, which was meant to remain in a dormant state, was compelled to maintain a vigilant presence to commandeer Death Woman's body. Nevertheless, the alien's combat instincts were not inferior to Death Woman's self-awareness. Coupled with her beta adamantium skeletal structure and extraordinary regenerative capabilities, Duva felt emboldened to utilize the corrosive blood of the alien for lethal purposes. He harbored immense satisfaction, admiring the now unique incarnation of Death Woman, a creation akin to Sentinel. In terms of combat resolve, she far surpassed the Sentinel, devoid of fear or hesitation, embodying a true killing machine, capable of serving as Duva's right hand. Though Duva had contemplated allowing the embryo to burst forth from her chest and transform her into a complete alien, he swiftly dismissed such an idea, knowing that a post-burst alien would lack the beta adamantium skeletal structure. This particular skeleton possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of healing even after sustaining damage from celestial or greater forces, a remarkable product of the fusion between adamantium and Death Woman's superior regenerative genes. With the beta skeleton, Duva would dare to have Death Woman withstand a nuclear blast, as it would ensure her basic bodily framework remained intact, safeguarding her critical brain. As long as her body was not utterly obliterated, her regenerative capabilities would invariably restore her to her original state. However, without the beta skeleton, the notion of withstanding a nuclear explosion was utterly futile. She would be vaporized upon contact with the blast, leaving no chance for recovery. Gazing at the woman before him, her expression devoid of emotion, Duva nodded in satisfaction. As for the other mutants, he would leave their fate to the aliens, who would parasitize them one by one. Such tasks did not warrant his direct involvement. Now, Duva approached the window with composure, flanked by Sentinel on his left and Death Woman on his right, both gazing out at the world. In the next moment, a colossal rectangular spacecraft materialized in the sky, its surface etched with peculiar golden patterns. Several individuals clad in blue, form-fitting combat suits had already emerged from the ship, exchanging distant glances with Duva. Ajak, Gilgamesh, and the enigmatic Circe, alongside the long-range marksman Kingo, the shape-shifting illusionist Sprite, the unhinged warrior Thena, and the ingenious weapon forger Phastos. All were gathered, led by the druid who had commandeered my alien. The presence of nearly all the Eternal Ones brought a sense of comfort to Duva. He shattered the glass before him with a single punch, exclaiming, "It seems you have once again resurrected a script abandoned centuries ago. How about I bestow upon you a new name? The Grand Assembly of the Eternals. That name is utterly dreadful, my dear. It strikes me as somewhat juvenile, though it is quite fitting for your age." Thena, wielding an energy blade, assumed a battle stance, her instinctive readiness causing palpable anxiety among the other Eternals. Thena's mental state had deteriorated. As Ajak described, the relentless memory purging by the celestial Arishem had left a chaotic amalgamation of fragmented recollections, rendering her occasionally erratic. The druid maintained a vigilant watch over her condition, and Ajak gestured towards him. However, the druid merely cast a cold glance at Ajak. Having long since lost faith in their leader after learning of Arishem's incessant manipulations over millions of years, choosing silence over words. Leave Duva to me. While you fight for vengeance on behalf of Makari and serve Arishem, my purpose is singular. I am here for Duva and the alien. The druid's disdain for Arishem was unmistakable. The other Eternals remained silent, their vigilance directed towards the equally mobilized Duva. A distant rumble echoed, the sound of alien movements barely perceptible, yet its multitude crescendoed into an overwhelming cacophony. Thousands of aliens poured forth from the Valander building, surrounding the Eternals in a suffocating silence. The sheer number instilled a heavy pressure upon the Eternals. Such was the nature of the alien. No wonder Circe and Ikaris had confused them for mutants, for they bore a striking resemblance, yet were fundamentally different beings. They were far more terrifying than mutants, whose reproductive capabilities and growth potential paled in comparison. Ajak's expression turned grave. It had been far too long since she had felt such tension. She never anticipated encountering a foe as formidable as Duva on this planet, where both the Eternals and mutants had suffered losses at his hands. The thought of what Duva could become given sufficient time was unfathomable. He could assimilate more powerful beings, augmenting his strength, and should he ever leave Earth, spreading to other worlds, it had already begun. The Asgardians had aided in this endeavor, though the outcome of that war remained uncertain. Yet that was the past. For Duva no longer possessed a future, though the aliens might. Ajak watched as the druid, who once stood at her side, now led the way. A piercing shriek erupted from the alien trailing behind the druid. Countless aberrations erupted in cacophonous cries. Perhaps only Duva and the druid comprehended the nature of their shouts. Welcome to my domain, esteemed members of the Eternal Clan. It appears we can at least reach a consensus. Engaging in combat here will not result in excessive collateral damage to the innocent, so feel free to act boldly. Duva emerged alongside the Sentinel, the Deathbringer, and Erica, commanding a multitude of aberrations. The ordinary citizens had fled in terror the moment the Eternal Clan's ship appeared, observing the unfolding events from a safe distance. Several satellites had also been dispatched to monitor the situation. This time, Duva had no escape. His gravest error lay in acquiring the aberrations only to soon lose them. Miles away, Coulson clenched his fists, invigorated by the prospect of disarming Duva and either eliminating or imprisoning him. Fury, aboard the aerial flagship, inquired, "Is that druid truly manageable?" "Rest assured, Chief," Coulson replied. His idealistic nature, while commendable for its steadfastness, is equally a flaw. His obstinacy makes him unwavering in his convictions, rendering him ripe for our control. Since he has demonstrated absolute control over the aberrations, he qualifies for our persuasion. Coulson pointed at the screen, stating if there is a possibility of him faltering. It lies in someone fulfilling this idealist's impractical dream of perpetual peace and an end to war. Yet we all know such a notion is utterly impossible. Chapter 64. I shall no longer belong to the Eternal Clan. May they all perish. Indeed, it is entirely impossible, and Fury wholeheartedly concurred with Coulson's assessment. Progress arises from conflict. Survival unveils extraordinary potential, which is the essence of life, be it human or extraterrestrial. This underscores the significant flaws in the druid's ideology. Explaining his poor relations with other members of the Eternal Clan, including a rift with the leader Ajax, the druid possessed telepathic abilities, allowing him to discern the lies of others, making deception through words futile. Fury believed that as long as he avoided the druid's presence, the druid would serve as the most useful tool. After all, he was resolute in his disbelief that anyone could satisfy the druid's unrealistic fantasies. The druid surveyed the multitude of aberrations, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. So many pure-hearted beings. The druid unleashed his telepathic abilities, experiencing an almost euphoric sensation. Immersed in a sea of serene thoughts, pure yet somewhat frigid. The minds of these aberrations were pristine and cold, yet the druid was not so demanding. He could not fault such an admirable collective for minor imperfections. Truly, it was perfection. Amidst a sea of gazes, the druid finally managed to utter a phrase, akin to awakening from a vast bed bathed in the warm embrace of sunlight, utterly content. In what aspect do you perceive perfection? Duva inquired. In every aspect, came the reply. These aberrations are truly beings meticulously selected by the divine. It had been an eternity since the druid had experienced such palpable emotional fluctuation. The cosmic deities are in no position to curate my aberrations. You have never left Earth, nor have you beheld the divine. Do you truly believe that becoming the god of thunder allows you to rival the true deities? No, but I am aware that the pantheon led by Arisum is unworthy. At this, the druid regarded Duva with unexpected scrutiny. Even Arisum is known to you, and you speak his name without a hint of reverence. The druid's expression subtly shifted as he contemplated Duva's intentions. What is he doing? Shouldn't he act swiftly? Gilgamesh furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Why waste time? Just subdue these aberrations with your psychic abilities and send them to overwhelm Duva. The battle would conclude swiftly. Yet, the druid had no choice. If he did not act first, would they truly attempt to eradicate so many aberrations in one breath? That would be exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, Duva's subordinates were not merely aberrations. They included exceptionally fearsome entities. In their confrontation with numerous aberrations, they could easily reveal vulnerabilities, allowing the formidable ones to seize the opportunity for an attack. The Sentinel was impossible to ignore, and the newly emerged Death Maiden inspired considerable trepidation, even if they were unfamiliar with her. Standing beside Duva, like the Sentinel indicated, she was no ordinary foe. I'm different from them. I have come to judge your worthiness. All your thoughts shall be laid bare before me. The druid unleashed his power, a vast torrent of psychic energy rapidly disseminating like a plague, enveloping the multitude of aberrations. With each passing moment, a myriad of aberrations were linked to him, appearing as his followers, at least on the surface. The druid was not here to engage in combat. He sought to assess Duva. Should he determine that Duva was unworthy of the aberrations, he would not hesitate to strip him of their control. Yet, faced with this scenario, Duva remained unperturbed, observing the druid with keen interest. Upon seeing this individual, Duva recognized him immediately. Thus, he bore no resentment towards the druid's words and actions, responding earnestly. Psychic abilities? Relying solely on that will not suffice to vanquish me. And on what grounds do you presume to control my aberrations? You shall witness it. The druid promptly unleashed his abilities upon Duva himself. The assault on the psyche was swift. In an instant, the druid had invaded Duva's mind. However, upon entering Duva's consciousness, the druid sensed something amiss. What is happening? The once frigid thoughts of the druid were now overwhelmed by boundless dismay. Duva's mind resembled a terrifying abyss, exhaling an icy chill potent enough to freeze everything in its path. Profound, despairing, filled with screams and silence. At that moment, it seemed that all horrors and the world's wickedness converged within this human heart, transforming into an insurmountable chasm. The druid swore, in his thousands of years of memory, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, nor had he ever perceived a mind so unfathomably terrifying, akin to a black hole. If this accursed place could even be deemed a mind. Indeed, he was an exceedingly malevolent sinner. Let me see what manner of person you truly are. The druid gritted his teeth. In the next instant, he found himself dumbfounded. Within that dreadful abyss of will, flowers and applause were abundant. Countless aberrations transformed into myriad points of light, casting a soft glow in this vast void. As the druid observed in astonishment, innumerable points of light surfaced, embellishing every aspect of this mental realm. Among them, several points shone exceptionally bright, emanating mental waves far surpassing those of ordinary aberrations. The druid gradually comprehended the truth. Each aberration manifested within the mental world as a protective barrier surrounding Duva as consciousness. To exert mental control over Duva was, in essence, to contend against all aberrations simultaneously. Did such beings truly exist in this world? No, it should be phrased differently. Why do such beings exist? By what right? By what means could he utilize the consciousness of the aberrations in such a manner? How could an ordinary human achieve a level that the druid had never dared to conceive? At that moment, The druid realized how laughably mistaken he had been in believing he had suppressed Duva's consciousness, thinking he had controlled the aberration's cognitions. No wonder. No wonder you dared to disregard external psychic forces. No wonder you were eternally confident in your aberrations. What is this? What is Duva? Is he the collective consciousness of all aberrations? No, it is a collective consciousness possessing individual awareness. Here, the druid perceived the thoughts of each aberration or aberration host, able to clearly listen to their musings and feelings. He could also, with unprecedented clarity, comprehend the innate adulation all aberrations held for Duva. Is this what divinity resembles? Being surrounded by countless pure and pristine hymns? The druid pondered. Could Duva be more unique than Arisam? He did not know. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down the druid's face. Isolated from the world for centuries, alienated from humanity and the eternal clan, he had nearly forgotten the essence of his true heart. Cold yet warm, chaotic yet orderly, all contradictions of existence seemed to momentarily freeze, transforming into an eternal tranquility and peace. In the external world, why did he suddenly weep? Gilgamesh could not fathom it. Tina, stroking her head, retorted irritably, who knows? A few hours ago, he was arguing with Ajax, lamenting our failure to lead humanity. Wasn't he also weeping profusely then? Who can fathom the peculiar thoughts swirling within his mind? Nevertheless, when a deranged warrior maiden utters such words, they lack persuasive power. Several members of the Eternals appear somewhat bewildered. Yet, only mere seconds have passed, and they are at a loss regarding the druid's condition. Indeed, it is a recurring issue. They are ill-equipped to engage with the sensitive and paranoid druid, particularly in this moment, as the weeping druid resembles a deeply moved audience member who has just witnessed a poignant drama, ensnared in his own world. He merely comprehended my essence. It is as simple as that. Duva spoke softly, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. Druid, to linger beside Ajax is to squander your precious life. Can you truly bear to waste your gifts? Silence. Druid, do not heed his deceitful words. Regardless of what you have perceived, it is all a part of his scheme. He is that kind of person. Ajax's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of ominous premonition swelling within him. Duva shook his head. Who can fabricate lies against their own spirit? Or is it that I can deceive myself? Even if so, does that not further illuminate the truth residing within me? He extended his hand toward the eternal. In chronological age, was millions of years old, yet in psychological terms, merely a few thousand. Come, Druid, you belong by my side. Individuals like you are inherently meant to stand with me. His voice bore a weight and steadiness akin to mountains. No, I cannot do this. The Druid instinctively stepped back. Ajax was thoroughly perplexed. Even as a leader, she could not comprehend the bewildering turn of events. What had the Druid truly witnessed? And why did he weep like a frightened child seeking solace? Duva remained composed. Do you still cling to your identity as an Eternal? Worry not. I have never cared whether you are an Eternal, a human, or of another race, for all who stand beside me are the same aberration. Duva added silently within. The Druid instantaneously grasped Duva's implication. Duva, akin to a tempting devil leading one astray, whispered, Are you not bewildered by your own existence? Do you not feel compelled to contribute more to humanity, to enhance their condition, yet have refrained due to Ajax's commands? Allow me to elucidate. The very purpose of the Eternal's existence is to annihilate the earth and eradicate all of humanity. This cannot be. Why not inquire of your leader? She can communicate with cosmic deities. Why not confront her directly? Duva's confidence was palpable. The Druid turned rigidly. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Ajax. In a mere exchange of glances, amidst that intricate gaze, the Druid, a master of the psyche, instantly discerned who had been weaving lies. Listen to his words. We have safeguarded humanity for millennia, only to bring about their destruction. Ajax, Duva has lost his mind. Shouldn't we act swiftly, Ajax? The Druid's countenance was ashen, his eyes hollow. The other Eternals gazed at the anguished Ajax in disbelief. Could it be true? Was this absurd claim genuine? After I dispose of him, I shall elucidate the matter to you. Before Ajax could finish, he was interrupted by Duva. A brief annihilation is but a precursor to a more splendid rebirth, nurturing a new pantheon at the expense of humanity. This is what your leader has concealed from you all. Duva suddenly erupted into laughter, but I refuse to accept this. Humanity deserves extinction to become the sustenance for the gods, to sacrifice themselves so that the newly born deities may traverse unknown galaxies to create nameless beings? The druid spoke softly. Duva speaks the truth. I can feel it. Ajax, suppressing his inner torment, commanded fiercely. I order you all to act. Heed not his words. The other Eternals, though skeptical, dutifully obeyed Ajax's command, as they had for millennia. Yet in that very moment of action, the druid also moved. Countless aberrations, under the druid's gesture, erupted into violent action, suddenly shifting from stillness to a murderous frenzy, all lunging towards the Eternals. Druid, what are you doing? Ajax exclaimed, aghast. I am weary of your kind. All our past endeavors have merely served as tools for the divine, yet we lack the self-awareness of being mere instruments. Tears streamed down the druid's face. Confronted with such an extreme contrast in such a brief span, he could bear it no longer. From this moment forth, I am no longer an Eternal. I have discovered a more reliable and pristine path. The druid lost composure, overwhelmed by sorrow, anguish, despair, and a hope previously unimagined. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him as he shouted in fury. Duva regarded the druid with an unwavering calmness throughout, for he had long known that this was the druid's nature. This was the ideal he harbored. One might mock this Eternal for overestimating himself, believing he was fit to lead humanity. One could deride him as a dreamer, a fool enamored with fantasy. Yet, one thing cannot be doubted. His idealism is sincere. The druid genuinely believes he can accomplish more for humanity, fulfill his duties more effectively. This is his obsession and conviction. Now, however, the druid has suddenly realized that the belief he cherished was, from the very beginning, a jest. The more he contributed to humanity, the more he inadvertently aided in its destruction. His already sensitive heart shattered completely, plunging into madness. I shall no longer be an Eternal. To hell with the Eternals. Vile and contemptible. From this day forth, I shall become an aberration. It proves that to deceive an idealist with the very ideals they cherish is the cruelest reality. One capable of driving an idealist to madness and a complete reversal of their beliefs. Moreover, this idealist, a master of the mind, possesses the ability to perceive the depths of the human soul, witnessing the most authentic inner realities. The aliens began a sudden and overwhelming assault on the unprepared Eternals. Each Eternal bore a look of utter bewilderment, gazing incredulously at druids. Their minds raced at high speed, yet found themselves utterly stalled. In an instant, a large-scale battle erupted, the manner of its commencement utterly surprising. From the very outset, the Eternals found themselves at a disadvantage, their heads spinning under the pressure. With their numbers already limited, they had also lost a pivotal master of the mind to defection. Druid, unleash your mental prowess. Let me witness your true strength, Duva commanded. The druid, his expression icy, regarded his former comrades with a chilling gaze, his formidable mental power swiftly spreading, corroding their thoughts and wills. You poor souls, having existed as mere tools for millions of years. Ajax is the lackey and accomplice of Sam, but I am not. I have discovered the truth. Allow me to save you. The druid's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied zealot. Bang! Gilgamesh struggled to resist the druid's widespread mental invasion, delivering powerful blows that sent the aliens flying. He was cautious, retreating immediately after each strike to avoid the splatter of alien blood. However, he soon encountered a formidable opponent. From the throng of aliens emerged the thunderous sound of heavy footsteps as a remarkably muscular alien charged directly at him. Is it you again? Gilgamesh's face displayed profound resignation. The last encounter with this immensely strong abomination had occurred in New Mexico. Thus began an intense melee between the two brawny adversaries, each exchanging brutal punches and kicks with ferocity. Yet, among the Eternals, the most formidable fighter at present was the warrior Tina. Wielding a golden energy shield in one hand and a golden energy sword in the other, moving with astonishing swiftness, effortlessly dismantling every alien in her path. Phaistos also proved to be quite adept, skillfully utilizing energy to create various intricate devices, sending multiple golden rings soaring through the alien ranks. The Sentinel had initially focused on the warrior Tina, his eyes transforming into a blinding golden light, ready to unleash a powerful beam. I shall handle her. The druid's voice resonated through the alien within the Sentinel's chest, transmitting directly into the Sentinel's mind. I am more aware of how to eliminate her with minimal cost. The Sentinel scoffed, eager to question why this insignificant being dared to make such a decision without Duva's prior consent, even if it had been tacitly approved. Reynolds, allow him to proceed. Furthermore, in this battle, we must strive to achieve the maximum gain with the least loss. The druid is our key. Duva issued his command. The Sentinel swiftly altered its trajectory, directing its searing thermal gaze capable of penetrating mountains towards Festus, compelling him to deploy all his weaponry in defense. However, at that moment, the advantage in numbers became evident. A mutated alien lunged forward, overpowering Festus and bringing him crashing to the ground. Eliminate him. He serves no purpose, Duva remarked casually, sealing Festus's fate. You deceitful villain, I shall not allow you to prevail. Festus, in his despair, hurled forth his meticulously crafted energy device to his fellow Eternals. According to the plan, these weapons would be pivotal, capable of channeling the collective might of all Eternals for an instantaneous eruption of power. However, Festus was swiftly dismembered, marking yet another Eternal's tragic demise. The remaining Eternals would soon meet their own grim destinies. Ajax, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities, paled at the sight of their rapidly suppressed forces, becoming increasingly engulfed by the alien horde. Particularly alarming was the sight of druids casting a glance that drove the female warrior Tina into a frenzy, causing her to indiscriminately attack friend and foe alike. Emitting primal roars, Druid's sudden betrayal proved devastating to the situation. Initially, Ajax had envisioned druids seizing control of all aliens in an instant, directing this formidable army to counterattack Duva and decisively alter the tide of battle. Alas, the reality unfolded in stark contrast. King, be cautious, Ajax suddenly bellowed. King, who had been unleashing energy blasts with both hands, had already dispatched over a dozen aliens. His role as a long-range artilleryman typically suited him for precise eliminations. However, his eternal comrades failed to provide him with a sufficiently safe space. The Death Maiden's fingers sprouted over 1/2 meter of adamantium claws, charging towards King. Bang! 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 King aimed at her, his hands trembling as he fired rapidly. Yet, his attacks merely inflicted superficial wounds upon the Death Maiden, splattering blood and flesh across the scene, appearing brutal yet lacking real consequence. What is wrong with this woman? King couldn't help but scream as he observed the silver bones protruding from her body, impervious and utterly dismissive of his energy assaults. With an expressionless demeanor, the Death Maiden advanced like a cold, unfeeling battle machine, leaping to thrust her claws into King's chest, pinning him to the ground. Several aliens had already surged forward, skillfully coordinating to sever King's limbs, blind him, slice off his tongue, and deafen him, nullifying every form of threat he posed. All of this transpired within mere seconds, and the horrific fate of King left the other Eternals in shock. Yet, even in such a state, King did not perish, and all were aware of the reason why. Druids, is this what you wish to witness? Ajax, amidst the protective circle of several Eternals, wielded a physical prowess far surpassing that of mere Earthlings, managing to vanquish a few of the aliens, yet could not restrain herself from questioning. You understand nothing. You have not witnessed the exquisite vision as I have. Thus you cannot comprehend my perspective. The voice of Druig resonated within Ajax's mind, signifying that Druig had officially taken action against her. I am exerting every effort to save you. Save? Phastos is dead. Tina has been driven mad by you, and Kingo has been captured. Do you grasp the calamity that lies ahead? Your betrayal has plunged the entire Eternals into an abyss. Abyss? You do not understand. I have felt the abyss firsthand, where the future and truth reside, and I shall lead you to that place, albeit as one of the aliens. The words of Druig were utterly incomprehensible to Ajax. At that moment, she perceived Druig as more deranged than the frenzied Tina. The conflict had scarcely begun, yet the situation had deteriorated alarmingly. They had not even managed to harm a single hair on Duu's body, suffering losses in their ranks. It was time. The devices prepared by Phastos would indeed be employed. Ajax was splattered with the blood of a messenger alien, her body corroding significantly, yet she relied on her formidable self-healing ability to rapidly mend herself. She caught the few energy devices that Phastos had thrown to her before his demise, beginning to siphon the remaining strength of the Eternals. This was the final battle plan established long ago, to be executed by the quietly resolute Cersei, who was also Ikari's beloved. Concentrating all the power of the Eternals into Cersei alone would suffice to eliminate all the aliens in an instant. However, the being known as the Sentinel was excessively formidable. They had no alternative. Ajax cast a glance at Cersei, who had been meticulously shielded. Cersei's expression flickered, and she nodded imperceptibly, prepared for what was to come. Just as Ajax hurled the energy device, Duva's figure transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning, appearing not far from Cersei. With a swift motion, the hammer of the Thunder God struck Cersei, causing her to spout blood. In the next moment, Druig's mental control suppressed the severely injured Cersei. "Did you think I was unaware of your intentions? I shall not grant you this opportunity." Duva's voice resonated like that from the depths of hell, each word exuding utmost terror, causing Ajax's heart to plummet into an icy abyss. It was over. This individual had meticulously prepared for every eventuality, leaving them no chance whatsoever. Was manipulating Druig also part of your premeditated scheme? Ajax's face contorted with resentment. She could hardly believe that the Eternal she led, having endured millions of years, witnessing the annihilation of countless life planets and the emergence of numerous cosmic deities, were destined to be extinguished on this very Earth, brought down by a mere human, not a being from a higher cosmic civilization. Do you think I'm someone who could foresee every eventuality? I'm not a prophet. It is the Druid who has made the prudent choice to distance himself from you wretched beings, rotting in the cyclical nature of existence. Duva stepped before Ajax. Gilgamesh roared, attempting to charge forward, but alas, he was swiftly seized by the loathsome aberration, who took the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow, causing him to stumble. Several mutated creatures immediately pounced, extending their life-draining appendages to pierce Gilgamesh's body. The mightiest of the Eternal had met his end, awaiting the grim fate of becoming a host. With a swift motion, the seemingly unremarkable Erica drew her blade, initially aimed at Duva's neck, but suddenly redirected, striking at the air. The invisible spike gradually revealed herself, incredulously glancing down at her pierced chest. "I heard you are an illusionist?" "Alas, for us, illusions hold no power." Erica slowly withdrew her dagger, extinguishing the life of the petite Eternal. Wounded, Cersei lay on the ground, striving to summon her inner energy to conjure a vast wave of ice, hoping to encase as many foes as possible. However, with the appearance of a fleeting shadow, she was struck by the rapid aberration, receiving dozens of blows in an instant, teetering on the brink of death. "You are the Cersei of Makari," she lamented, gazing at the specter-like aberration that appeared and vanished with lightning speed, utterly devoid of will to resist. The fallen Eternals had declared the ultimate outcome of this battle to all. How tragic it is that you, who have lingered on Earth for 7 millennia, shall forever meet your end. Your era is drawing to a close. Duva calmly regarded Ajax. "I, however, am different. My era is just beginning, and I relish the prospect of building upon your robust forms." The tumultuous battlefield gradually fell into silence as more aberrations gathered, silently raising their heads. Ajax surveyed her surroundings. Aside from herself, no Eternals remained standing. "It is over for you, Ajax. You shall come to thank me." The Druid slowly closed his eyes, tears of warmth streaming down his cheeks. "I was right. I have seen the truth." "The truth you espouse entails the extermination of all your kin?" Ajax questioned. "This is not extermination. You shall exist in another form as aberrations, alongside me. When you witness that realm as I have, you will comprehend my meaning. Only the spirit is immortal." "Madman." Ajax shook her head in disappointment. What more could she say? Is it credible to discuss a new faith with one who has forsaken their beliefs? It is futile. Otherwise, the Druid would not have betrayed them. Aligning with Duva at this pivotal moment, the Lady of Death struck from behind Ajax, impaling her with a claw and dragging her across the ground like a lifeless dog. Step by step returning to the 93rd floor of the villain building, where Ajax and the other Eternals would meet their fated end. On the 93rd floor, countless aberration eggs blossomed, finding their respective hosts. Ajax, Tina, Kingo, Gilgamesh, and Cersei, the most formidable members of the Eternals, are destined to become part of Duva. In the understanding of the Druids, this assimilation encompasses both body and spirit. "I am one with the xenomorphs. This is the druid who awakened after being embraced by the facehugger, sensing the xenomorph within his chest, establishing a profound psychic link with all the xenomorphs. A feeling of no longer being alone, instilling in him a deep sense of safety and comfort. He then regarded his eternal comrades with indifference as they succumbed to their grievous wounds, locking eyes with those filled with rage, unperturbed by fear. "I am right. They are all mistaken," the druid murmured once more. "Buddy, I don't know what you're thinking, but you must be correct," Reynolds said as he approached, giving the druid's shoulder a pat that bore an unexpected intensity, nearly shattering him, perhaps seeking to avenge how the druid had commanded him during the battle. "We are on the right path. Ahead lies a radiant expanse, an endless azure sea," Robert Reynolds declared confidently, gazing at the newly formidable xenomorphs before him. Duva remained silent. Such matters no longer required his intervention. Rather than witnessing the fate of these Eternals firsthand, he had more pressing concerns to attend to. Several kilometers away, in a secluded chamber, Coulson appeared desolate, letting out a deep sigh. He could hear the ongoing sounds of battle outside, which soon fell into an eerie calm. "Who is it?" Coulson inquired, his voice still imbued with a distinctive gentleness and composure. Duva entered, having crossed paths with you. "I have come to see you on your way." I initially anticipated a fierce confrontation, expecting it would take some time to neutralize your protective forces. But I was surprised to find that your only defenders are these ordinary agents. Chapter 65. Verland is a serious and respectable company. Ordinary agents? It is hard to imagine that just a few months ago, you would have hesitated to engage these commonplace operatives. Alas, reality has relentlessly progressed, and you too have continually altered your strategies against me. It is merely because I am too formidable that you find yourselves at a loss. Duva continued. Coulson's face, despite his attempts to conceal it, bore a profound sense of desolation. I once believed that this time I could triumph, no matter how one looks at it. The one destined to lose would be you. You have no chance. His voice betrayed a deep weariness and bitterness. Why has it come to this? For this battle, Coulson had prepared extensively, personally reaching out to the Eternals, venturing into the South American rainforest to bring forth the druid. He had calculated countless scenarios on his computer, accounting for various factors, and upon discovering the druid's capabilities and their efficacy against the xenomorphs, he became increasingly convinced of his victory. Duva has triumphed many times before, and this time, Coulson felt that he ought to secure at least one victory. Just one would suffice to imprison Duva and confine him indefinitely. However, the entire course of the battle left the seasoned Coulson utterly speechless, casting doubt upon his own understanding of reality, as if he had mistakenly taken the wrong script. Manipulated by an unknown adversary, perceiving nothing but illusions, the druid had successfully controlled all the aliens, yet paradoxically turned this power against his own kin, a betrayal so rare in human history, let alone among the Eternals. Coulson gradually rose from his desk, exhaling deeply as he stretched his arms and indulged in a languorous yawn, as if he were merely an ordinary office worker. Alas, he was not. Is this your last testament? Not entirely. I'm most curious about what the druid has extracted from your mind. How many horrifying mental traps have you surreptitiously implanted within your own consciousness? Coulson's expression was a complex tapestry of unspoken thoughts. Duva retorted, "Can it not be that my mind is genuinely pure? Pure enough to brainwash a millennia-old Eternal like the druid into becoming your zealous adherent?" "I place my faith in science," Coulson replied, shaking his head, dismissing Duva's words entirely. According to his deductions, Duva must have long ago constructed countless mental labyrinths and shackles within his psyche, establishing a frenzied mental defense to thwart any intrusion. Is this in preparation for a confrontation with Professor X? I suspect so. As far as I know, your Velen Corporation lacks advanced mental shielding technology, unlike our SHIELD, which employs cutting-edge methods to guard against individuals like Professor X, thus resorting to such means, Coulson stated. Duva glanced behind Coulson, noting that the costly apparatus was actively transmitting their dialogue in real time. Fury's voice interjected, "Duva, spare his life, and I can offer you the finest weapons in exchange. Have you heard of symbiotes? I have a collection here that I can bestow upon you, granting you immediate access to a multitude of immensely powerful super aliens." "No, I have little interest in symbiotes," Duva replied. "Then how do you intend to proceed? Do you wish to turn him into your puppet, as you did with Erica And the Sentinel? Fury's tone grew colder. We can discuss this. Duva found the situation absurd, turning to Coulson. Did you hear that? He would prefer I eliminate you entirely, fearing I might glean useful information from your mind. This is the fate of an agent. You should understand this. Once it is clear that there is no escape, detonating one's own mind to obliterate all known secrets is the duty of an operative of my caliber. Coulson chuckled ruefully. Director Fury initially intended to dispatch the Howling Commandos and Steve to protect me, but I deemed it unnecessary. Once the Eternals are defeated, escape would be impossible for me. Moreover, an agent who has repeatedly failed in pursuit of the same objective holds little value. Initially, I held great expectations for you. Your dedication was commendable. However, your excessive diligence became your downfall as you directed all your efforts and strategies against me. Duva gazed at him and bid farewell. An alien creature emerged from behind Duva, its tail piercing through Coulson's skull, obliterating his brain. Duva sighed, cast a glance at Coulson's lifeless body, and then seated himself in the very spot where Coulson had just been. Nick Fury, are you satisfied with this outcome? Once again, your operation has been thwarted by me, and your most promising assistant has fallen at my hands. The only distinction is that my strength has increased. The power of the Eternals has now become my own. Duva remarked, you may face countless failures, yet with each of my successes, I advance significantly, diminishing the means at your disposal. Is this a declaration of victory? It seems rather mundane, Fury retorted. No, it is a declaration of war. You best hope I do not discover your whereabouts. However, I suspect that with your suspicious nature, the moment the Druid allied with me, you retreated to some secret stronghold, equipped with soundproofing measures in a remote location. You are correct. Yet I would prefer you to utilize a different term, such as retreat instead of escape. This is merely the beginning. It has already concluded. You cannot contend with someone like me. The optimal moment to strike was before I revealed my capabilities, but alas, who would pay attention to an obscure figure like myself? By the time I act, it will be too late for you to respond. Duva stated, you now face not only me but also the mutants. Neither side can you withstand alone. You may watch and see. S.H.I.E.L.D. is far from what you perceive it to be. Fury terminated the communication. There was no further need for discussion. Following this encounter, he would require time to lick his wounds and find suitable personnel to fill Coulson's void. Yet, he remained undeterred. As long as he lived, the venerable legacy of S.H.I.E.L.D. would prevent defeat. With pheromones and mental powers failing, alternative methods must exist. If the mundane realm offers no solutions, then we shall seek them within the mystical domain. To put it plainly, Duva is secondary. The primary threat continues to be the mutants. Were it not for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s urgent desire to seize the burgeoning legion under Duva's command to redirect its strength against the mutants or other threats, matters should not have escalated to this point, and Coulson would not have perished. It can only be said that every event inevitably creates ripples through time, culminating in monumental waves at specific junctures, altering the trajectory of the entire timeline. With a deafening roar, the entire building collapsed amid the tumult of thunder, transforming into endless ruins. When Duva's figure appeared before the onlookers, they all understood the outcome. The orchestrator of this entire affair was no more. Who could it be? Many are tempted by the allure of the extraterrestrial, yet few possess the audacity to confront Duva directly. To rally the Eternals against Duva is an even rarer feat. At such a juncture, however, the identity of the deceased matters little, for in death, there exists no significance. The annihilation of the eternal forces is indeed tragic, as these individuals had made substantial contributions to humanity. I find myself pondering what words Duva uttered to that eternal capable of controlling the extraterrestrial, inciting such fervent rebellion. Surely, it must have been information potent enough to challenge one's understanding, perhaps intercepted by S.H.I.E.L.D. or other telepaths. Does the fact that the rebellious Eternal could command the extraterrestrial suggest that telepaths are Duva's nemesis? We might consider enlisting some telepaths to exert control over the extraterrestrial as well. What a splendid notion. I propose you act upon it immediately, and then await your capture by Duva, destined to be sent off to battle the Asgardians. One might wonder if those in financial distress would not find banks enticing. If so, why not resort to theft? Is it merely a lack of foresight? Those who are well-informed exchange various pieces of intelligence in the underground world. Yet all such information invariably revolves around Duva. Across the globe, Nothing captivates public interest more than Duva and the extraterrestrial. On a steel island amidst the ocean, the Eternals faced defeat. Aside from Icarus, who stood at a distance, the fates of the others were dire. Professor X removed the cerebral wave amplifier, his countenance unusually serene. He had intended to investigate whether Duva had taken the mutants captured from Strucker seriously. Even though these mutants had lost their self-awareness and existed merely as tools. Tools do have their applications. Sending them to battle the Asgardians is one use, while retaining them as guardians within the Valen Tower is another. Clearly, Duva's approach relieved Professor X. At least Duva would not treat the mutants as mere disposable commodities, which afforded him a modicum of psychological comfort. The outcome, however, was a massive assault by the Eternals, culminating in their utter annihilation. Every time I witness you utilizing the cerebral wave amplifier, I am filled with trepidation. Fearing for your mental faculties, Mystique remarked, her brow furrowed. Until my ambitions are fulfilled, I shall not falter. My mind is an immensely powerful weapon. Yet, there will inevitably be new siblings who harbor trepidation regarding your capabilities, Mystique whispered. Cyclops naturally interjected, stating, this indicates that these individuals are not our true brethren. Those with malice do not deserve to join us. Around them, mutants hailing from the Brotherhood simultaneously expressed peculiar expressions, fixating on Cyclops. Malice? How many from a Brotherhood have not engaged in wrongdoing, harboring no ill intent? Even now, a considerable number of mutants are rife with resentment and suspicion towards Professor X. Individuals like the Red Devil are utterly unrestrained. While he may harbor a certain apprehension toward Professor X and Magneto, ultimately, he is indifferent to them all. The task of unifying the X-Men and the Brotherhood proves to be a formidable challenge, let alone the endeavor of enlisting those formidable and perilous beings who operate beyond the purview of these two factions. Professor X, observing the diverse expressions of the individuals before him, could surmise their thoughts even without employing his telepathic abilities. We shall formulate stringent and comprehensive laws, categorizing various superpowers in meticulous detail, and we will establish guiding courses for the awakening of young mutants, he stated, gesturing towards his own mind. Naturally, we will also delineate the appropriate circumstances and timing for the use of superpowers. I shall lead by example, for these are weapons that concern the entire world. His voice carried a hint of self-deprecation, effectively lightening the atmosphere in the room. It is evident that the eternal beings will ultimately fall under the dominion of Duva, and with each of his victories, the magnitude of his power will undergo a seismic transformation. Magneto harbors profound faith in Professor X's capabilities, his powers, moral character, and organizational acumen, believing that once he sheds his former naive views towards humanity, Professor X will undoubtedly emerge as an exceptional leader. Yet his attention remains fixated on Duva, driven by a curiosity regarding the latter's remarkable resurgence. Conversely, Professor X remarked, should Duva encounter a significant setback, he may very well plunge into an abyss from which he might never escape. He pondered how Duva had managed to entice that Eternal to rebel, recalling that the individual in question possessed mental abilities akin to his own and was indeed formidable. Magneto instinctively considered his helmet. Could it be that during the brief time Duva held him captive, he had managed to study and acquire the technology to create a telepathic shielding helmet? However, it cannot be that simple. Duva had undertaken no form of defense, allowing the individual named Druid to invade his mind. Professor X's countenance mirrored his incredulity. This was a mystery he could not unravel. Druid must have witnessed something profoundly terrifying, a revelation that compelled him to forsake all past experiences and ally himself with Duva, raising a blade against his own kin. I cannot believe Duva's mind is that of a normal person. It must be riddled with various cognitive traps, Magneto asserted, with Mystique in firm agreement. The imposition of mental defenses upon one's own mind is not an inconceivable notion. Individuals of formidable mental fortitude and unwavering willpower, even within mortal forms, can employ psychological suggestion to construct intricate logical mechanisms comprehensible solely to themselves, thereby managing to fend off invasions by telepaths. Indeed, this brings to mind the neighboring Batman. Who can fathom the multitude of mental labyrinths this mortal has woven within his mind, or the countless obscure corners that even deities would find perplexing? Charles, The feats accomplished by druids illustrate that you too possess the capability to exert control over all the extraterrestrial beings, including Duva, merely by infiltrating his mind. Magneto found this notion rather amusing. He was parasitized by Duva, who in turn was intimidated by Professor X, and Professor X, to a certain extent, would heed his counsel. Professor X remained silent, endeavoring to reshape his long-held beliefs. When confronted with the fate of mutant kind, certain past convictions could be relaxed, albeit reluctantly. However, he sensed that subjugating Duva would not be a simple task. The druid had faltered, aligning himself with Duva like a fanatic, and none could fathom the horrific visions that had transpired within Duva's mind, resulting in a reverse indoctrination, willingly forsaking his eternal heritage and mission to wholeheartedly follow Duva. "We are allies. Perhaps there will come a time for collaboration," Professor X replied, genuinely hoping to avoid positioning himself against such a formidable adversary as Duva. While deep in contemplation, the last remaining Eternal was engaged in similar reflections. Icarus, now too fearful to show his face, relied on his superhuman vision and hearing to vigilantly monitor his surroundings, evading any traces of extraterrestrial beings. The numbers of these beings were gradually increasing across the globe. Icarus wore a grim expression. Ever since being exiled by Jack and the others, his mood had consistently soured, existing in a state of wandering across various corners of the earth. The thought of being a wandering Eternal struck him as utterly absurd. He was an Eternal valued by Arishem. Why had he fallen to such depths on this planet? The answer lay with Duva and the extraterrestrial forces he commanded. Jack was dead, as was Circe. A flicker of pain crossed Icarus' gaze, though it was fleeting. Did he harbor feelings for his brethren? Certainly, but they were scant. If an opportunity arose where abandoning his comrades would yield greater gains, he would act without hesitation. It was evident that Icarus had endured to become one of the last of the Eternals, yet he feared his time was limited. He had observed a new addition to Duva's extraterrestrial legion, a man named Sentinel, who possessed flight capabilities and potentially the same superhuman vision and hearing. Capable of emitting heat rays from his eyes, perhaps even surpassing Icarus in strength. This prospect filled him with anxiety. Should Duva decide to scour the globe for him, what would he do? Flee? There was no sanctuary for him on this planet. His only recourse would be to escape into the depths of space. Jack and the others had undoubtedly become part of Duva's extraterrestrial forces, their accumulated power now serving Duva's ambitions. How could he contend with such numerous and formidable foes? Icarus felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Reflecting on his circumstances, he realized that he was merely the first to launch an assault against Duva and the aliens. And now he found himself utterly alone. Of the 11 Eternals, only he remained. That druid had ceased to be an Eternal, having transformed both mentally and physically into an alien. Was he to surrender to Duva in disgrace, as the druid had done? Perhaps it was a worthy consideration from his observations. Duva treated his subordinates with a measure of respect and refrained from unnecessary interference in their actions. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Icarus felt his vision plunge into darkness. He found himself amidst the vastness of the cosmos, countless stars twinkling in the distance. A colossal figure materialized before him. Arishem. Icarus stared in disbelief. Surely Arishem had sensed the upheaval on Earth and would respond accordingly. Duva had returned to the villain building, inquiring of the druid. "Has Arishem contacted you?" "No," the druid replied. "Icarus is still alive. If there were to be any communication, it would be with him." The druid shook his head, gazing ardently at Duva. "Moreover, Arishem had become inconsequential. You are the true embodiment of truth, and you too should be regarded as a deity." He had never encountered anyone like Duva before. On a spiritual level, even Arishem paled in comparison to Duva, who represented a collective consciousness of countless beings. Yet, in terms of raw power, Arishem undoubtedly surpassed him. "Thank you for your kind words. I'm not one to feign humility. I can withstand any praise others bestow upon me," Duva replied calmly. He sensed that the druid, having defected to the alien camp, had abruptly shifted his thinking from one extreme to another. Indeed, within the realm of the mind, Duva could connect with every alien, and thus indirectly perceive the will of the druid. This master of the mind had transformed into a brilliant orb of light, rallying alongside the multitude of aliens. It was evident that with the full-hearted allegiance of the druid, Duva's resistance to mental control had surged anew, filling a gap that had previously hindered him. Even if he were to confront Professor X now, Duva would be capable of executing a significantly robust mental defense. This was the essence of Duva's formidable nature. The greater the number of aliens, the more he would amplify his strength in consciousness and spirit, with each alien serving as his most steadfast shield. The core of Earth, Tiamat, remained in slumber. Under normal circumstances, its awakening was merely a matter of time. As long as Tiamat posed no threat, Arishem would refrain from direct intervention. Duva pondered this deeply. Each newly emerged celestial group was essentially nourished by the consciousness energy of countless intelligent beings. Yet paradoxically, they would be doomed by the very celestial groups they nurtured. The new celestials would traverse the cosmos, generating gravity, light, and heat, fostering the birth of more life. We have ample time to address the threat posed by Arishem. Moreover, even if he were to arrive on Earth now, it would not guarantee his safe escape. The Earth is fortified by the presence of the Ancient One, with the Time Stone also residing here. If it can withstand Dormammu, then fending off a being like Arishem should pose no challenge. Icarus remains a potential threat. I shall devise a means to uncover him and persuade him to join our ranks, Druig asserted. His enthusiasm was notably striking, drawing the curious gaze of many, particularly Erica, who regarded him with an odd expression. Whether he would break or not was of little consequence. In whatever form, he would remain with us eternally. As long as you do not perish, separation is an impossibility. This is the truth I perceive. Druig's gaze towards Duva was always infused with profound fervor. Yet upon shifting his attention to others, it reverted to a cold demeanor. Duva, seemingly unfazed by Druig's intensity, casually remarked, "Then I shall rely on you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The eternal race no longer needs to serve the Celestials on this planet." He continued, "By the way, remember to preserve that spacecraft outside. It should be stored in the clearing north of the Villandur building and activated in stealth mode." Druig promptly departed from the Villandur building, diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. However, upon exiting, he was met with a throng of humans who had gathered. Listening to their fervent shouts, Druig discerned that many harbored a profound admiration for Duva, eager to join his cause. Even if it was merely to seek power and transform from ordinary individuals into superhumans. Their ambition warranted recognition. This further affirmed Druig's belief that Duva was indeed correct in connecting the consciousness of all. As Druig emerged, several individuals called out to him. Some extolled his valiant efforts against the eternal race, while others expressed a desire to align themselves with Duva. "Sir, what is your name? Why have you severed ties with those superhumans? Look at me. I am strong and can surely become the most exceptional host for an alien. As long as I do not break." Druig realized he had underestimated the fervor of these individuals. In a world increasingly engulfed in chaos, where supervillains and superheroes clashed, affecting countless civilians, what could be more vital than the acquisition of power? When discussing the attainment of strength, Duva's aliens were undeniably significant. Through numerous battles and relentless hunts against vampires, these formidable beings, often lurking in alleyways, had come to the attention of many. Merely by joining Duva and engaging with the aliens, one could swiftly ascend to superhuman status, a low-cost, high-reward opportunity that attracted many hopeful souls and thrill-seeking adventurers. For Druig, their actions were a testament to the future. They were weak, yet if they were to send out aliens to parasitize, it could yield some effect. Our current strength is formidable enough that we need not resort to these individuals just yet, Druig mused, disregarding them as he boarded the colossal spacecraft they had arrived on. This inevitably sparked a sensation as countless individuals brandished their recording devices, frantically pressing the shutter. Everything seemed to settle into a serene calm. As Duva appeared to halt his advance, the world itself seemed to quiet significantly. Superheroes and supervillains alike were engrossed in their respective affairs, while mutants were determining the location for the establishment of their nation. It was a rare period of tranquility. As time progressed, an unforeseen event transpired. The name of Villain Corporation grew increasingly prominent as the company began to produce a myriad of medical pharmaceuticals. Those privy to the inner workings understood that these medications were likely spearheaded by the enigmatic Mr. Blue, also known as Samuel Stern. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, it became apparent that Villain had unveiled a longevity-enhancing drug, codenamed Alien 1. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. A drug capable of extending life in the 21st century. was undeniably an extraordinary phenomenon, leading some to suspect it was a meticulously orchestrated hoax. Yet, upon realizing that it was a product of Villain and its proprietor Duva, they fell silent, although their skepticism remained palpable. When a few brave souls ventured to consume this drug and confirmed its efficacy, public discourse erupted into chaos. At this moment, even those who had previously criticized Duva and the aliens online, harboring doubts, underwent a complete transformation, extolling the groundbreaking achievements of Villain Corporation under Duva's leadership as a historic milestone, propelling the advancement of biological technology on Earth. Is the drug genuine? It indeed seems effective, purportedly extending human telomeres. I remain unconvinced. The notion of achieving longevity merely through medication, without the need for a healthy lifestyle, raises concerns about its safety. Taking the drug for a week reportedly extends life by approximately 2 weeks, yet with each dose, its efficacy diminishes, ultimately leading to ineffectiveness. It does not promise to extend life by years, let alone decades, which has already been substantiated. Alas, the origin of this drug's formulation remains a mystery. However, powerful entities well-versed in biological research have discerned its source. It appears to be a secretion from the aliens, although we cannot be certain. The molecular structure bears a striking resemblance. Can the aliens truly be utilized in such a manner? The Shield has significant authority on this matter, as they once briefly possessed a batch of aliens and naturally stored some specimens. Recently, Duva dispatched Samuel Stern to register numerous trademarks, seemingly in preparation for this day. Frankly, this has caught many off guard. Since Duva established the company, when has he truly operated it in earnest? Primarily, it has been focused on cultivating aliens and augmenting its power. Even the premises are housed in a dilapidated building approved by Strick, riddled with leaks and decay. Now, a magnificent skyscraper has risen, and he is ostensibly engaged in serious scientific research. It is astonishing that there are now attempts to develop longevity drugs using extraterrestrial secretions for commercial purposes, thereby garnering global favor. Sinister minds have speculated that Duva's actions serve to facilitate future recruitment of inexpensive hosts when he finds himself lacking soldiers. There is no need to deliberately enlist elite warriors. A mere group of vagrants could serve as hosts, swiftly producing a cadre of competent alien warriors to be dispatched to the battlefield. In the eyes of the public, the standing of Villain Corporation in the realm of biomedicine has experienced a remarkable ascension. No one dares to challenge the prospect of extended life. Duva's demeanor towards this transformation is one of serene composure. The notion that drugs derived from alien secretions can prolong human life is indeed true, and it is a venture that Duva has long prepared to undertake. The average human lifespan is a mere few decades, an unfortunate reality. If humanity were to rely solely on its own development, it remains uncertain when a life-extending elixir could be discovered. Thus, it is prudent for me to take the lead. For I possess the aliens, a unique advantage. Seated on a bench, Duva gazes through the glass, surveying the desolate landscape surrounding the Villain Tower. The area, admittedly barren with few structures, is merely a temporary state. Before long, an influx of people will migrate here to settle. Individuals will struggle in this tumultuous world, witnessing the demise of more loved ones with each significant event, growing increasingly pained and desperate, ultimately recognizing that this place is the safest haven. Aliens traverse the streets, cleansing the realm of nefarious individuals. Duva lowers his gaze upon those who frequently approach, seeking to join Villain Corporation and transform into superhumans, shaking his head in disapproval. Is this the extent of their anxiety? The future promises only greater despair. The world will be bound by alien intimidation, and the longevity drugs crafted from alien materials will serve as bait to manipulate the globe. Ultimately, the entire planet will find itself inextricably linked to the aliens, and to me. In due time, a vast reservoir of soldiers will become Duva's staunchest support, an overwhelming force of formidable alien superhumans surging into the depths of the cosmos, revealing their ominous claws. Chapter 66. The universe silenced by Spider-Man. The sky is shrouded in a gray haze, raising concerns that a torrential downpour may descend at any moment. Yet uncertainty lingers, entangling one in the dilemma of whether to carry an umbrella, much like the inscrutable nature of a woman's emotions. One is left pondering whether rain will indeed fall. Let us hope for clear skies, especially avoiding heavy rain, for it is a favored ally of criminals, swiftly washing away their traces of wrongdoing. Just concluding a day of work, Matt Murdock, the night vigilante, prepares to embark on his second job. As a blind man, he should detest rainy days. However, thanks to the rigorous training he received from Styx since childhood, he has honed his physical potential, developing a unique biological radar mechanism that allows him to perceive his surroundings to the fullest extent, even without sight. The night devil skillfully ascended to a window, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from beyond several walls, endeavoring to ascertain whether this was indeed the lair of Kingpin's criminal enterprise. He discerned subtle, rustling noises, accompanied by a peculiar scent that wafted into his nostrils. The night devil inhaled deeply, struggling to identify the aroma, perhaps a blend of expired ketchup and fresh honey. It was not unpleasant. A single whiff could etch itself into one's memory forever. Clearly, this was the place. He was acutely aware that a potent new drug, highly sought after for its ability to extend life with almost no side effects, had recently emerged on the market, driving the affluent into a frenzy. Naturally, due to limited production and boundless demand, the drug's price had skyrocketed on the black market. The Valen Corporation priced it at $100,000 per pill, requiring 7 pills for a single course. Consuming 1 pill daily for a week could prolong life by 2 weeks. However, from the second course onward, the efficacy diminished significantly, and by the third course, the effects plummeted further. Yet, even under such circumstances, the demand remained insatiable. Countless individuals were willing to take risks for a single pill, hiring professionals to steal, rob, deceive, or ambush, regardless of whether their target was an elderly individual. This surge in criminal activity led to a dramatic increase in the workload for justice-seeking individuals like the Night Devil, who spent his days as a lawyer grappling with a myriad troubles surrounding the drug and donned his battle attire by night, wielding his baton to combat the resulting criminal enterprises. Once again, crime fueled by the alien one drug had arisen, and he pondered which wealthy businessman had fallen victim to Kingpin's minions this time. What misfortune! The Night Devil silently contemplated as he concealed his presence and stealthily infiltrated the premises. It was well understood that while a drug capable of extending life by a few weeks might not warrant such desperate measures from powerful figures, the fact that this was merely the first generation of the drug hinted at future iterations, Alien 2 and Alien 3, which would likely boast even greater potency and prolonged effects. Securing the drug for research could yield breakthroughs far superior to remaining subservient to others. Even if one were to settle for merely extending life by a few weeks, it would drive those on the brink of death to madness. A few extra days might allow them to survive until Valen Corporation released the second or third generation of the drug, ultimately achieving perpetual extension of life. No one would dare oppose the prospect of prolonging their existence, and when violence could seize life itself, crime would inevitably surge. The Night Devil, having confirmed that these transactions were stained with the blood of Alien 1, charged through the glass without hesitation. Damn it, Night Devil, it's you again. A dart was hurled towards the spot where the Night Devil landed, but he deftly unsheathed his baton and deflected it. Bullseye! Kingpin actually sent you? Is he nearing death himself? The Night Devil realized he was facing his formidable adversary, Bullseye, and immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Bullseye was a remarkably imposing man, his helmet emblazoned with the emblem of a target. You know nothing. This is a business. This newly emerging enterprise is nothing short of a vast blue ocean, far more lucrative than trafficking in weapons, human lives, or narcotics. The current market price has soared to $500,000 per pill, and it is poised to rise even higher. The target's eyes gleamed with a sinister intensity. Individuals like him are driven by exorbitant profits, relentlessly seeking any means, however criminal, to achieve their ends. If you are so enamored with these substances, why not infiltrate that realm and devise a way to steal the manufacturing methods? Are you afraid to do so? The Night Devil assumed a combat stance and charged forward, swiftly incapacitating several gang members in a flurry of moves. Engaging in a fierce battle with the target. The target slashed at the Night Devil's abdomen, but as the Night Devil sidestepped, he deftly executed a horizontal slice while simultaneously launching a dart with his other hand. He is the target, proficient in utilizing any weapon at his disposal with lethal precision. However, the Night Devil was already well acquainted with his old adversary's tactics. He dropped to the ground and rolled to evade the attack, a clumsy, but effective maneuver. The target sneered. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even understand what a villain tower is? Despite being recently established, its advanced technological defenses far exceed those of Stark Tower or Oscorp. Others have entertained similar thoughts, yet success is utterly unattainable. With an array of surveillance cameras and high-tech layouts, is there any way to breach them? Are you suggesting we charge in recklessly against those monstrosities? That would merely constitute a robbery devoid of any sophistication and utterly distinct from the art of infiltration. Furthermore, one would likely end up captured, unwittingly becoming part of the very creatures they sought to confront, thus exacerbating the situation. Reflecting on this convoluted strategy, the target surmised that it was not his forte. No amount of money could compel him to engage in such perilous endeavors. Earning millions monthly is not worth one's life. However, I have heard that Duva has begun publicly recruiting personnel as they expand their operations, and you would be perfectly suited for the role, which would mean one less scoundrel in the world. The Night Devil attempted to distract the target, but to no avail. The target remained silent, his mind replaying the recruitment notice from Villain Corporation. He could honestly claim that he had never encountered such a grotesque announcement in his life. Just look at what it states. Under employee benefits, there is a glaring mention of parasitic positions. Such candor leaves many at a loss for words. To be parasitized by those creatures? Bah! Yet, the thought of gaining superhuman abilities, enhanced strength, speed, self-healing, heightened senses, and extended lifespan, in this increasingly precarious world, where the uncertainty of tomorrow looms large, is surprisingly appealing and has dominated the headlines of major media outlets for an extended period. Both individuals are unparalleled combat prodigies, and after exchanging over 30 blows, the outcome remains unresolved. Originally, their battle was poised to continue indefinitely. However, it soon became evident that the marksman could no longer endure. He watched helplessly as Daredevil struck down with precision, shattering the metal vial containing over 50 small capsules, driving him nearly to madness. This reckoning amounted to a loss of nearly $1 billion in mere seconds. Determined to eliminate Daredevil, the marksman was compelled to reconsider and fled instead. Had you arrived a moment earlier or later, he would have escaped. I have pursued him with great difficulty. Daredevil lamented as he observed the marksman fleeing through the shattered window. Do not liken me to yourself, Matt. He cannot escape. He is destined to become part of us. Erica entered with graceful strides. Daredevil tilted his head, sensing the presence of his former girlfriend from university, and remarked, "You have changed considerably. The old you would never have uttered such words." "What do you mean by becoming one of you?" "It means precisely that. You always enjoyed lingering in Hell's Kitchen. Do not tell me you fail to grasp this concept." Erica offered no quarter, exuding a calm demeanor, though her presence stirred a hint of irritation upon encountering Matt. Without formidable strength and adequate self-healing abilities, do not scurry about the streets like a child. It makes me feel as though I am conversing with an immature youth. My God, is that truly you, Erica? Are you not an imposter? I cannot believe I am hearing concern for my well-being from your lips. It seems this individual has treated you well, transforming your character. The good news is that you remain yourself, not an aberration. Daredevil stepped back, leaning against the wall, attuned to the locations of multiple aliens, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Erica shook her head. You misunderstand. Duval would not be interested in someone like me. His vision extends far beyond your imagination. He has no time to waste on me, not even for a second. Her words were delivered with a calmness that suggested a dispassionate discussion of an entirely unrelated matter. In that case, I can breathe a sigh of relief. A person of my insignificance need not fear his retribution, Daredevil remarked, even if it meant the destruction of his client's valuable stolen medication. You need not concern yourself with that. Otherwise, why do you think I am here? These substances were purchased by Norman Osborn, whether for personal use or for decryption. They belong to our client. If he has been robbed in New York, we shall reclaim it. Excellent, commendable service attitude. You truly are diligent in your business dealings. For a moment, Erica could not discern whether Matt was mocking or praising her. Shortly thereafter, several aliens returned with a half-conscious marksman, carelessly tossing him to the ground. I wish to join Villain Corporation and ally myself with Duval. I have had my fill of Kingpin. With a mouthful of blood, the target weakly remarked. I know that Duva is dispatching troops to engage in extraterrestrial warfare. He requires a world-class assassin like me. Does he not? Erica wholeheartedly agreed. Well said. You should prepare to transform into an alien and be sent to another planet. Wait, What I intended to convey is that I aspire to become an assassin who does not have a pierced chest. However, my words carry little weight. The target was once again dragged away by the aliens. Upon his return to the 93rd floor of the villain building, he would embrace a new existence. Is the war in outer space that intense? Even someone like him is being utilized? Asked Daredevil. Erica shook her head. There is no choice. The vampire population around New York is dwindling. Making use of some nefarious scum is an effective method of resource utilization, preventing waste. Daredevil was filled with unspoken frustration. He noticed several aliens meticulously picking up pills from the ground with claws sharper than knives. If the Osborn group were to witness this, they would likely feel a sense of relief. Rumor has it that Norman Osborn has not made a public appearance in quite some time. The outside world suspects that his health has deteriorated. Is it possible that he requires such medication to extend his life? Before you harbor any suspicion towards me, I must share some unfortunate news. The old man has transformed into a vampire and is being hunted by Blade, Captain America, and others, Erica stated. What? Daredevil's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him. Their martial arts instructor had now become a vampire? Had he done so to stave off death? Daredevil could not help but inquire. But what difference is there between becoming a vampire and joining the Eternal Clan some days ago? Vampires are Duva's favorite hosts. Having dealt with those in New York, Duva would undoubtedly turn his attention to vampires in other parts of the world. I am uncertain. All I know is that he must be killed, allowing him to die with dignity rather than becoming a grotesque creature sustained by the blood of the living. Erica's voice was cold. This was the greatest mercy she could bestow upon the old man. What about the innocents he led? They were disbanded 2 days ago, with many being hunted and absorbed by the Hand. Daredevil remained silent for a long time, the news too shocking for his mind to process. He watched Erica turn away with the aliens and hesitated before following her, walking alongside several aliens, which felt exceedingly awkward. Walking beside aliens without being attacked by these terrifying yet aesthetically lethal beings was akin to a bizarre science fiction tale. Where's the old man now? Daredevil's muscles tensed, wary of the aliens around him. Though he'd heard that aliens are highly social and orderly beings, it did not stop him from instinctively being on guard. The aliens did not even spare him a glance, as if he were non-existent. He is in New York, searching for the whereabouts of a sorcerer. A sorcerer? Why does the old man seek a sorcerer? There are two possibilities. Seeking out the dark sorcerer may be an attempt to rid oneself of the vampire blood coursing through their veins. Conversely, approaching the mages of Camartage would be to pay homage to the supreme sorcerer. According to reliable intelligence, the elder had imparted teachings to the old man during his youth. Without a backward glance, Erica spoke, which left the Night Devil in a state of bewilderment. Where was Camartage, and who was the elder? He had never heard of them. Upon their return to the villain mansion, the Night Devil began to glean insights into this hidden society of extraordinary sorcerers from Erica. Standing at the entrance of the mansion, he lifted his chin, keenly attuned to his surroundings, capturing the faintest particles drifting through the air. Though unseen, these subtle elements provided far more information than mere sight could offer. The Night Devil sensed that the area was constructed from exceptionally costly materials, robust and imposing. It was said that this magnificent edifice was spearheaded by the renowned Magneto, and he was beginning to believe it. What truly caused him to hesitate was the absence of any negative energy. It was undeniably a pristine and orderly place. This starkly contrasted with terms like Duva and xenomorph, creating a dissonance in his perception. He even overheard some ordinary individuals entering and exiting the mansion, discussing business matters, specifically the trade of pharmaceuticals. Why not proceed? While others regarded the villain mansion as a lair of monsters, the reality was that it was a structure embodying advanced architectural principles, with breathtaking views and extensive greenery that ranked among the finest in New York. Erica, having made her point, ascended the steps and entered through the main door. After much hesitation, the Night Devil followed suit. They took the elevator to the 13th floor. Throughout the journey, he experienced the thrill of sharing the elevator with a xenomorph, though the reason for its presence remained a mystery. In any case, some ordinary individuals conducting business within the mansion seemed more at ease than he was. Upon reaching the conference room on the 13th floor, he encountered two individuals engaged in conversation. The Night Devil met the owner of the place, and his immediate instinct was to use his radar-like abilities to sense Duva. The result felt akin to crashing into an unyielding wall. Every nerve within him screamed in disquiet. In the next instant, the barrier ahead resembled a black hole, drawing him in with an insatiable pull that threatened to consume his very consciousness. Yet, upon closer examination, nothing seemed amiss. Well then, Mr. Duva, it is a privilege to meet you. I extend my father's regards. You are indeed a genius and a generous individual. He spoke with a veneer of politeness, to which Duva deviated from convention, immediately extending an invitation to join their ranks. Of course, I'm always so. Should you choose to align yourself with the villain group, you would certainly experience my generosity more profoundly. What do you think, Harry? Harry Osborn's expression grew somewhat rigid. His response was a blend of sincerity and formality, yet Duva's unexpected invitation left him momentarily taken aback. Harry surveyed his surroundings, observing the towering figures that occasionally strolled by, resembling statues in their stillness. Each stood at a minimum height of 2.5 meters, exuding an aura of latent menace, which sent a shiver down his spine. Ha ha ha, look at your expression. It's merely a jest. Norman would never permit his son to join another company. Duval chuckled, patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry mustered a polite smile, pondering that this was not merely a matter of switching employers. It was a situation that could potentially alter the very essence of humanity itself. Erica tossed a batch of reclaimed pharmaceuticals to Harry, who caught them hastily and departed in a rush. Duval gazed after Harry's receding figure, pondering the gravity of Norman's condition. The rumors circulating were evidently true. He was on the brink of death. Or else he would not have sent an heir to discuss collaboration with him. What do they wish to collaborate on? Erica inquired. Are they seeking the secretions of the xenomorphs? That's a non-starter, as you previously stated. Moreover, as companies within the biopharmaceutical sector, a direct conflict is inevitable. Indeed, anything related to the xenomorphs is off the table, but I have another matter in mind, Duval reflected, finding it quite intriguing. For in this universe, there existed the Osborn group and the ailing Green Goblin, yet no Spider-Man. Duval's subtle hints prompted Harry to divulge seemingly inconsequential information, perhaps still perplexed as to why Duval was reminiscing about his high school days. According to Harry, during a biology exhibition organized by the school, Peter Parker had vanished, and soon after, news of his demise emerged. This revelation astonished Duval, for he alone understood the rarity of such an occurrence. Even if Peter Parker were merely a young child at this moment, it would be inconsequential. Likewise, if he had matured into a middle-aged figure known as the Old Spider, it would not matter. Yet, Duval was utterly unprepared for the notion that, as the Green Goblin approached his end, Spider-Man had yet to make his entrance. Had he perished before even embarking on his heroic journey? After months of relentless effort to stabilize operations, he was taken aback by this news. How had Peter Parker met his fate? Had he succumbed to a fatal bite from a venomous spider? Or could it be that in this universe, Spider-Man would manifest as Aunt May or Uncle Ben? Such possibilities existed, and Duval remained unaware of the designation of the universe he inhabited. Should someone suddenly appear one day to inform him that he was in a cancerous universe, where all things were destined to evolve in accordance with a Lovecraftian style, he would accept it and begin to explore the potential of parasitic entities and other Marvelian horrors. The strong never lament their circumstances, and Duval relished the challenge. What are you contemplating? I haven't seen you so engrossed in thought for quite some time. Not even in the presence of the Eternals, Erica remarked, waving her hand before Duval with a curious expression. Duva lifted his head and said, Do not reveal this to the druid. If he discovers it, he will undoubtedly believe I have attained new insights and will recklessly seek me out to inquire what profound truth I have unearthed. The name Druid lingered in the mind of Daredevil, who, drawing upon his understanding of Duva's faction, surmised that this name likely belonged to the eternally treacherous individual who had betrayed them in their hour of need. For he was notoriously famous. Recently, countless analyses have emerged online, dissecting the reasons behind his betrayal. Yet, regardless of the approach taken, they often culminate in a singular conclusion. Duva is truly remarkable, and thus they aspire to follow such an extraordinary figure. The notion of being a follower who is neither exposed to danger nor thrust into the battlefield is even more desirable. Damn it, this resembles a nascent evil cult, where young and naive zealots solemnly envision their idolized Duva, fervently praying to receive all the benefits while shirking various obligations. As Daredevil pondered this disturbing scene, it shattered his and many others' perceptions of reality. Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer and champion of justice in Hell's Kitchen, who tirelessly advocates for the impoverished. Welcome to this encounter. Yet, what are your thoughts? Duva is not a brutal, bloodthirsty tyrant. Rather, he embodies a grounded authority. Daredevil turned his gaze toward Erica. The implication of his inquiry unmistakable. Did you divulge anything to him? I have said nothing, but it is not difficult for him to discern your matters. Erica shrugged, acknowledging that a creature lurking within her could relay her every action to Duva. You're quite famous, and being Erica's former lover makes it impossible for him to ignore you. Duva smiled and shook hands with Daredevil, as if they were two ordinary individuals engaged in an unremarkable introduction, if not for the alien being stationed around them in security. Thank you for looking after Erica, sir. At least you have kept her from being ensnared by the hand. That is certainly no good place, Daredevil remarked. In my realm, you can at least trust one thing. I will not treat my trusted subordinates as mere tools. However, for others, I will find ways to reclaim them, extracting their utmost value in terms of utility. For instance, Hawkeye? Daredevil inquired. Oh, he has already been parasitized and will soon be dispatched to the battlefield with the latest batch of aliens. I have coordinated with the gatekeeper of Asgard, Duva replied nonchalantly, as though discussing the menu for an upcoming meal. A chill ran through Daredevil, as he once again recognized the vast chasm between himself and individuals like Duva, a dispassionate disregard for human life when necessary, treating people as mere pawns. However, to be fair, Hawkeye cannot truly be regarded as a person. He is driven by self-interest, having committed countless acts of murder and unsavory deeds for profit, and his demise is well-deserved. Duva poured Daredevil a glass of water and said, "Just drink this. I have no fondness for tea, coffee, or soft drinks, and at present, I lack sufficient personnel to attend to such tasks." Daredevil touched the cup, feeling its heat, and soon he heard Duva gulp down the boiling water, falling into silence. The alien presence was indeed terrifying. He felt utterly out of place. "Forgive my audacity, sir, but I truly fail to comprehend how someone of your stature could permit Erica to bring me here." Daredevil couldn't help but inquire. Duva cast a surprised glance at the young hero. "You're brought here by Erica. Thus she is responsible for all your words and actions. I will not intervene." This left Daredevil in silence once more. "What do you think this is, a concentration camp? Or an inquisition against heresy? To eradicate everything that hasn't received my approval? Spare me the jest. I would rather invest my time contemplating matters of greater significance, such as which deity I could vanquish or which dimension's demon deserves my wrath." Duva pointed out Daredevil's misconceptions with seriousness. What was this dialogue? Daredevil felt he lacked the experience to engage meaningfully with someone of Duva's caliber. They were simply not on the same wavelength. Deities? Demons? Erica felt a sense of embarrassment for her ex-boyfriend. Those who had not joined this faction or had not been parasitized by aliens could hardly grasp many aspects of this reality. A druid, upon sensing Duva's profound soul, would switch allegiances in an instant, not without reason, though this was influenced by the druid's inherently obsessive nature and naive ideals. Duva remarked, "I am aware you seek your enlightening mentor, the staff elder, and intend to eliminate him. Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in the elder himself, as he is not worthy of my direct attention, but I am intrigued by those who stand behind him. What is it you require of me? You may pursue the elder as you wish. For certain reasons, should I seek the Supreme Mage, she may not heed my call. Then, if I approach the Supreme Mage through the elder, will she meet with you? Of course not. Hence my intention to refrain from meeting her personally." Duva gestured towards Erica, and Daredevil immediately understood. Utilizing the alien as an intermediary was an excellent idea. He decided to note this upon his return, having grasped an essential characteristic of the aliens. They served well for wireless communication. What a cold jest this was. He couldn't help but wonder if Kamar Taj had Wi-Fi. Daredevil was tempted to ask how Duva knew that the elder had once studied under the Ancient One, but after some thought, he refrained from voicing the question. Erica took the initiative to explain, in this world, there exist numerous mages. Aside from the dark sorcerers, the vast majority hail from Kamar Taj. They learn a trick or two and then return to the mundane world, as Kamar Taj never hinders them. Thus, the existence of Kamar Taj is not a closely guarded secret. Many mortals, while chatting over drinks, likely dismiss the words of lesser mages as mere bragging. However, the question remains, how to locate Kamar Taj? Without the approval of the sorcerers within, outsiders cannot even enter the gates. Those who exit Kamartaj face the same predicament. Duva pondered. He must find a way to converse with the Ancient One, at least to ascertain the true nature of this universe. He could not remain in such a passive state. Duva despised passivity. Of course, it is plausible that the Ancient One may view him unfavorably as his power continues to grow, theoretically belonging to Earth. Nonetheless, it has already exerted a tangible influence on the stability of the planet. Hence, Duva persistently dispatched troops to battle for the Asgardians, a path he could change at any moment, even if a confrontation became inevitable. After evaluating the forces at his disposal, he contemplated the possibility of a clash. However, the risks were too great, with too many unpredictable factors involved. He would refrain from such actions unless absolutely necessary. Let me see. Ancient One, are you male or female? If the latter, that would be preferable. If you resemble a male version of Master Yao, it would indicate greater complications. I must prepare more thoroughly for the future and adjust my development plans accordingly. Once he confirmed with the Ancient One, he intended to shift his focus from Earth to the external realm, at least to resolve matters concerning Asgard. To date, Duva has dispatched over 10,000 troops, double the number previously promised to Thor. It is time to collect this debt. He has done so much for Asgard, and the Asgardians must repay him in kind. Chapter 67. The death of Caecilius marks the beginning of new troubles. New York City, already far from peaceful, was gradually descending into chaos. People began to realize that safety was, surprisingly, better assured around the villain building. When those otherworldly beings refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, wandering at night paradoxically became the most reassuring form of guardianship. Some individuals, often equipped with binoculars, would observe the glass facades of each floor of the villain building and frequently catch glimpses of the alien figures, indicating that the interior of the building was indeed teeming with them. Gradually, a few of Duva's admirers mustered their courage, contemplating settling in the vicinity. Villain continually hired construction teams, initiating extensive legal development in the surrounding area. Such endeavors were easily acquired with money. Not to mention, given Duva's power, merely requesting some nearby land would intimidate many into compliance. Furthermore, Duva possessed lifespans that others could not buy with mere currency. Countless individuals coveted the aliens, hoping to capture them for stable secretion production to develop longevity elixirs, but regretfully, no one has succeeded thus far. Despite the peril of launching a daring hunt for solitary aliens, even if successful, capturing them alive remains an impossibility. Instead, one must confront their desperate struggle. Witnessing many skilled individuals meet a gruesome demise, their bodies corroded by splattered blood. Capturing them alive? An unattainable feat, unless specifically commanded by Duva. Otherwise, the aliens will fight to the bitter end, and if all else fails, resort to self-destruction, showing neither retreat nor surrender. However, people gradually discerned that Duva's team exhibited a terrifyingly enhanced efficiency in capturing these beings during their hunts, a stark contrast to the past. In previous encounters, even while capturing vampires, the ground would be soaked in blood, severed limbs strewn about. To prevent resistance or suicide among the vampires, the aliens would first remove their limbs, bringing back only the living head and torso for parasitism. Now, the situation has changed. Within Duva's ranks, a new entity known as the Druid, a master of the mind, alleviated the need for such cumbersome methods. As Erica and Daredevil emerged from the Villander building, deliberating on how to locate the Stickman, they spied a neatly aligned formation approaching, with only a few aliens escorting them on either side. These must be vampires transformed into this state. Look at their sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths. They're indeed vampires. Have they lost their wits and voluntarily surrendered to Duva? Their eyes appeared vacant, as if stunned by fear. Such a sight of vampires, in such numbers, was unprecedented. Many whispered among themselves. Thanks to Duva, the existence of vampires is no longer a secret. The citizens are not blind, witnessing the aliens that roam New York City daily. Even gods and superhumans have frequently fallen prey to Duva, making the ongoing hunt for vampires seem almost routine. This is the work of the Druid. Only he possesses such formidable mental prowess, Erica remarked. The Druid can control more than 20 vampires at once. He evidently holds Duva in high regard, or else he would not betray his comrades. Daredevil spoke in hushed tones. This is but a fraction of his capabilities. You have yet to see him in a more frenzied state. Should Duva give the nod, he would even be willing to control thousands of humans, lining them up for the vampires to bite, ultimately transforming them all into alien hosts, Erica stated. A chill ran through Daredevil, his expression grave. Mental abilities are inherently difficult to defend against, and given the druid's extremist admiration for Duva, if he were to be unleashed, he suddenly realized that Duva's existence serves as a crucial restraint on these dangerous elements. Then, if the stickman is also a vampire, and the druid has his sights set on him, this underscores the urgency of our mission. In the druid's eyes, vampires are merely destined to become alien hosts. Erica articulated. You and he both heed Duva's call. Is there no possibility for collaboration? Perhaps he could use his mental prowess to locate the stickman. Erica cast a peculiar glance at Daredevil and remarked, "You still fail to grasp my intent." For the druids, transforming everyone into our ranks, whether living or deceased, represents the most effective resolution to the dilemma at hand. A chill coursed through Daredevil's heart. Just as Erica had articulated, the druids were currently exerting themselves with fervor, verging on desperation. No one could fathom the exhilaration coursing through the druid's mind except for Duva. For the druid, even the simple act of closing one's eyes conjured visions of a splendid realm adorned with blossoms, a pure consciousness that he found utterly captivating. In his quest to share this beauty with others, the druid labored tirelessly to usher everyone to meet Duva. Indeed, in the most literal sense, life and death were inconsequential. Even if one were to perish, should they die in a manner of self-sacrifice, the druid perceived it as a significant pathway to truth. To transcend into pure consciousness and serve Duva was, in his eyes, a rare and supreme honor. The druid firmly believed this. Traversing the streets of New York City, accompanied by dozens of aberrations in search of the vampire's whereabouts. While Erica sought out the old man of the staff and the supreme sorcerer, the druid flawlessly took charge. This rendered the last remnants of the vampires in New York utterly exposed, unable to resist the druid's psychic prowess, ultimately leading them to willingly present their corporeal forms at the Verlin Mansion. The numbers were dwindling. In such a vast city, why were there so few vampires? The druid sensed his surroundings, growing increasingly agitated, yearning for Duva's commendation, primarily in the realms of mind and consciousness. Were it not for Duva's restraint, he would have long since attempted to convert a group of ordinary individuals into vampires, thereby enabling the aberrations to parasitize them. A dark sorcerer? The druid had indeed located the stronghold of the dark sorcerers. After all, this city was immense, populated by countless individuals, and no matter how thorough the cleansing, there would always be those who thrived amidst the chaos. Capturing vampires was one endeavor, yet dealing with the dark sorcerers was a matter of extermination. The druid launched an immediate assault on the stronghold, only to be met by a vigilant assembly of over 10 dark sorcerers. At the forefront stood an individual wearing an enigmatic smile, instilling an acute sense of danger within the druid. Lord Caecilius. This fellow has allied with Duva and has nearly eradicated all the vampires in New York, one of the dark sorcerers remarked. Given the choice, Caecilius was reluctant to engage. Having been bedridden for over a fortnight, his subordinates repeatedly purged by the Camartage and the aberrations, he found inaction untenable, scrutinizing the druid before him, particularly attuned to the psychic energy emanating from him. The Eternal Ones, Caecilius was certainly aware of them. Yet this knowledge only fueled his curiosity about the druid's reckless allegiance to Duva and his fervent dedication. "Who are you?" the druid inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon Caecilius. Caecilius regarded the druid with a dangerous glare. "A seeker of truth, you say? And what of you, old man? A coward who flees at the first sign of danger, clinging to a mere existence? Do you truly believe you are worthy of discussing truth?" The druid shifted his gaze. "Certainly, if you can align yourself with Duva. Why not seek the great Dormammu? He shall grant you eternal life, erasing all regrets and despair from this world, leaving only eternity," Caecilius declared. The druid observed Caecilius's expression and demeanor, finding them oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that he had exhibited a similar attitude when mentioning Duva. More importantly, the truth this man spoke of was nothing more than the tedious notion of immortality. "I am already on the verge of eternity. Why would I seek Dormammu for everlasting life? And who is Dormammu but a trivial and tiresome pseudo-deity? To be honest, The druid was entirely unaware of Dormammu's identity. Despite having resided on Earth for millennia, he had spent his time hunting down mutants under Ajax's leadership, avoiding interactions with other superhumans whenever possible. Impatiently, the druid regarded Cassius. What you hold dear is utterly worthless in my eyes. How dare you use the term truth to describe Dormammu? You know nothing of his might and grandeur. After millennia on this planet, you are merely a beautiful yet antiquated canary. Cassius's gaze turned icy. And who then embodies truth? Undoubtedly, it is Duva. What is Duva? You are truly mad. As a member of the esteemed eternal race, you extol the virtues of an ordinary human? You need not understand now. When you transform into a mutant, you shall comprehend. A deep murderous intent flickered in the druid's eyes. He could bear the insult directed at himself, but he would not tolerate this wretch's affront to Duva. Such an offense was an irreconcilable grudge for a pilgrim whose faith has been belittled. Cassius sneered. I wish to say the same. When you become one of us, and I present you to the great Dormammu, you will witness his divinity and power firsthand. And when tears of gratitude fill your eyes, do not thank me. His interest lay not in the druid himself, but in the alien embryo residing within him. An incomplete alien, unhatched, might just be the type Dormammu desired. Nonetheless, the druid was also an exceptionally rare offering. Should he succeed in presenting the druid, a unique creation of the cosmic pantheon, along with the alien embryo, Dormammu would undoubtedly be pleased. In his delight, he would bestow upon Cassius even greater power, further accelerating the plan to consume Earth. Cassius now felt intense pain coursing through his body, his condition less than optimal, and he was in desperate need of Dormammu's healing. The two parties immediately engaged, erupting into a fierce battle. The druid directly invaded Cassius's mind with his psychic abilities. Yet Cassius swiftly seized the dark sorcerer and thrust him before himself as a shield. Simultaneously, he conjured an energy whip with his other hand, striking the druid and sending him sprawling. In the next instant, another dark spell was unleashed. A series of dark sorcerers fell under the druid's control, turning against Cassius in an attempt to disrupt his movements. It was futile. Even if you could commandeer their minds, could you truly manipulate the dark magic they wielded? In matters of dark sorcery, I rank second on Earth, surpassed only by the Ancient One. Cassius let out a sinister chuckle as tendrils of black mist swirled around him, exploding forth to incapacitate several dark sorcerers, ultimately spreading throughout the stronghold and eliminating more than 10 aliens. The druid furrowed his brow, a look of caution dawning upon his face as he recognized the overwhelming power of the individual before him. After all, he had been in seclusion for 6 centuries, detached from the world for far too long. 600 years, what a staggering concept. The Ancient One was not even 600 years old. As dark sorcerers and aliens continued to perish, the smile on Cassius's lips grew increasingly malevolent. He was systematically suppressing the druid. I merely need to ensure my mind's defense. Within the realm of dark magic, numerous spells exist that maintain mental fortitude through the infliction of pain, not to mention my ability to wield white magic. Cassius encased his head in a shield formed of golden threads, repeatedly thwarting the druid's psychic incursions. This realization struck the druid. He was no match for Cassius. This human, despite having slightly inferior physical attributes, excelled in nearly every other aspect. Even his feeble physique was bolstered by potent protective spells, allowing him to don magical armor. After all, Cassius was once the chief disciple of the supreme sorcerer and is now the foremost servant of Dormammu. Dealing with a druid should be a trivial endeavor. However, the druid held a different perspective. He knew little of Dormammu and the weight his name carried, nor did he possess any knowledge of the Ancient One. With each confrontation, the druid found himself increasingly on the defensive, as the relentless barrage of powerful spells systematically restricted his space for survival, driving him further into a corner. One by one, aliens fell before the druid, fueling his rage. He watched helplessly as horrific chains of intertwined dark and white magic pierced through the bodies of the aliens, linking them together. Under normal circumstances, the druid would soon find himself among their ranks. But in the next moment, a terrifying golden beam descended from the heavens, wielding the astonishing might to obliterate a city. Countless golden bolts of lightning erupted like thunder, radiating in all directions. At this critical juncture, the sentinel arrived. Upon receiving the command, I hurriedly flew over. So, you are Cassius, the wretched one. Duva has long had you in his sights and has now issued a death order to eliminate you. Reynolds, visibly exhilarated, floated above, gazing down at Cassius. Ever since vanquishing Magneto and the Eternals, Reynolds had been seeking an opportunity to challenge a mightier adversary, to ascertain his standing within the earthly hierarchy. How could one prove their prowess without confronting formidable foes? And without such validation, how could he earn the gasps and adulation of the world? The absence of acclaim brought him immense distress. Reynolds surveyed the surroundings, observing the magical chains that had pierced numerous extraterrestrial beings, a low, cold laugh escaping him. His body trembled intensely as golden energy surged forth, and he raised his head, his eyes transformed into a radiant gold. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful thermal gaze, colliding energy with magical particles, severing the countless chains with sheer force. Robert Reynolds, the one who defeated Magneto. Cassius furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that Reynolds was not of the Druid's caliber. He was indeed a formidable opponent. The Druid, gazing at Reynolds, communicated telepathically, "What brings you here?" "Duva sensed your peril and commanded me to lend assistance," Reynolds explained verbally. Should anyone else have heard such words, it would not have seemed extraordinary, merely a subordinate in danger prompting an urgent summoning of another aid. Yet for the Druid, it was different. Though I had disclosed nothing to anyone, he perceived my understanding. He employed the extraterrestrials to facilitate instantaneous perception and message transmission. This was the essence of the extraterrestrial collective consciousness. Reynolds cast a cautious glance at the Druid, perceiving a sudden shift in his expression, one that became remarkably fearsome. It was an embodiment of total immersion in a singular endeavor, viewing it as a sacred mission, a pinnacle of fervor. Reynolds was ill-equipped to engage with such individuals, unable to fathom the Druid-esque thought process. Conversely, few could comprehend the somewhat neurotic reasoning of Reynolds himself. Strangely enough, when Reynolds regarded Cassius, he found him considerably more agreeable. At least he could act without restraint, unconcerned about the consequences. Meanwhile, Cassius rapidly assessed the situation. How should he handle these two? The Druid posed a manageable challenge, but Reynolds was decidedly troublesome, with nearly no weaknesses. Should he unleash his most potent magic and reduce them to mere fragments? Yet his body had not fully recovered, and he risked being incapacitated once more after the confrontation. Such a failure would surely incite Dormammu's ire, as he had not delivered commendable results for Dormammu in quite some time. Cassius was acutely aware that Dormammu was no patient or amiable deity. Rather, he was notoriously volatile and cruel, unable to forsake the Eternals and the Xenomorphs, yet compelled to address the Sentinels. The only recourse was to cast them into the mirror dimension, at least to buy some time. Cassius resolved to take the initiative. A formidable surge of magic coalesced in his hands, a manifestation of the mystical arts of the Camartage sect. However, Reynolds seemed to anticipate his every move. He swiftly seized the Druid and, with a series of deft maneuvers, whisked away several surviving Xenomorphs, appearing at a distance with exaggerated speed. Observing Cassius with an air of authority, "I have long been wary of the mirror dimension," Reynolds remarked with a sardonic smile. Boom! At that instant, Reynolds unleashed a searing beam of energy from afar, striking at Cassius. Furrowing his brow, Cassius promptly conjured an energy shield. After several exchanges, he discerned that Reynolds was far more cunning than he had anticipated, as though someone were orchestrating a remote command, meticulously preparing counter-strategies against him. This realization left Cassius feeling as if he were contending with multiple adversaries at once. Surveying his surroundings, he noted only a group of half-conscious dark sorcerers, hardly of any significant use. While these individuals could manage ordinary superheroes with ease, they were utterly ineffectual against an opponent like Reynolds. The latter moved with blinding speed, transforming into a golden streak in the air. Each appearance was either marked by a devastating punch enveloped in golden energy, delivering colossal force, or by his searing beams of energy, relentlessly severing Cassius's spells. Just as Cassius managed to prepare several powerful incantations to ambush Reynolds, the latter, ever vigilant, retreated to a safe distance, coldly watching as Cassius squandered his magical energy. As Cassius's reserves dwindled, Reynolds returned with lightning speed. The ferocity of their battle was immense. Even a mere wave of energy or a spell could effortlessly pierce through the surrounding skyscrapers. This triggered panic screams from many onlookers. Yet upon realizing that one side of the conflict comprised Duval's minions and xenomorphs, a strange sense of reassurance washed over them, prompting them to seek shelter. Some audacious souls even brandished recording devices, capturing the spectacle. It appeared that the relentless efforts to eradicate vampires and the numerous public confrontations had effectively shaped public perception of Duval. In reality, however, the situation was far from what they imagined. Who was advising you? With your kind of prowess, how could you possibly comprehend my magic? Caecilius could no longer contain his indignation. His pallor deepened, and an ominous pain began to gnaw at his insides. In dealing with those of righteous intent, Caecilius believed he could easily take ordinary individuals hostage to force his opponents into submission. Yet, Duval's people, in most cases, primarily focused on the enemy, showing little regard for the ordinary citizens nearby. To eliminate adversaries is to safeguard the lives of countless innocents. Failing to do so only ensures the tragic demise of more common folk in the future. This calculation is crystal clear to those on Duva's side, allowing them to act without a shred of psychological burden. Moreover, Reynolds is a braggart and a rogue, with a moral compass that barely registers. As for the Druid, discussions about the fate of ordinary lives once stirred his concern, but now he shows little regard for those who will not transform into otherworldly beings. As the conflict escalates, the Druid devises ways to disrupt Caecilius's thoughts with psychological prowess, leaving him vulnerable to unforeseen attacks. A thunderous roar reverberates through the nearby streets, capturing the attention of many with ulterior motives. Abruptly, a golden portal materializes. Caecilius displays no surprise. His gaze is icy as he scans the surroundings. Who could be arriving? Mordo or Wong? Regardless of the visitor, it matters little, as long as it isn't Wait. Caecilius keenly senses something amiss, anger and fear flickering in his eyes. He too initiates a portal, seeking escape, employing a powerful spell, the Journey of Achan, to conjure dozens of clones. Caecilius, do not forget. This is a trick I taught you. Do you truly think you can evade me with it? A woman clad in a yellow mage's robe appears on the battlefield, her bald head gleaming. Caecilius's expression darkens as he commands countless clones to generate an array of energy whips, ensnaring Gu-E entirely. Yet, Gu-E remains unfazed, merely gesturing with her hands, causing the surrounding space to shift in a peculiar manner, manifesting prisms in rapid succession. Hogarth's ancient form. This ranks among the top 2 defensive spells in all of Magic. With a single move, Gu-E deflects all magical attacks, redirecting the energy to propel the prisms outward, transforming countless magical particles into swirling azure butterflies. Reynolds gazes in admiration at the beauty of it all, while Caecilius feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. His body is perilously close to the portal, yet he faces foes of extraordinary speed and the Druid, who wields psychic abilities. Suddenly, a golden heat ray strikes, causing Caecilius to stagger. In that instant, he loses his chance to flee, as Gu-E swiftly seals his position. Even without the time stone, Gu-E remains a celestial-level powerhouse. If such an entity seizes an opportunity, Caecilius stands no chance of redemption. Gu-E, why are you here? Caecilius exclaims, his face a mixture of fury and disbelief. It is indeed peculiar. First, he encounters 2 adversaries intimately familiar with his magic, and then the Ancient One arrives in person. What was initially a pursuit of the Druid by Caecilius now appears to have transformed into a meticulously crafted trap aimed at him. At least, this is how Caecilius perceives it. He believes that the Ancient One and Duum have conspired together. There are many who wish for your demise, Caecilius. Your threat to this planet has cultivated discontent among an increasing number of people. The Ancient One's voice resonated with its usual calmness and serenity. Yet, it is precisely this tone that incensed Caecilius. Are you truly oblivious to your words? For the sake of this planet's harm, you harbor resentment towards me? I am unequivocally doing what is right. If only I could allow Dormammu to consume the earth, there would be no more suffering or farewells. He continued, and as for the individuals on Duum's side, is their ire directed at me for my destruction of Earth? Are you certain it is not due to my intentions against the extraterrestrial beings that incite them to eliminate me? You have misconstrued the cause and effect. The Druid interjected. Many harbor thoughts regarding the extraterrestrials, yet few dare to act, especially not someone of your caliber. Because you wish to strike at us. We must find a way to eliminate you before you create further chaos. This was the message Duva had me relay to you. He said it was time for you to meet Dormammu. I shall not perish. I will achieve immortality within Dormammu's dark dimension, free from despair and sorrow. Why do you all impede my path? I am working for the benefit of the entire planet. I am saving humanity. Kaecilius gritted his teeth. The Ancient One gazed upon his former disciple with tranquility. Once, Kaecilius, much like Mordo and Wong today, was imbued with a sense of justice, wholeheartedly aiming to safeguard the Earth with magic and thwart all demonic entities from other dimensions. However, having repeatedly witnessed the fragility of mortals, compounded by Dormammu's incessant allure of dark magic, Kaecilius ultimately succumbed. Undoubtedly, this is a tragedy. The Ancient One felt a degree of responsibility for failing to adequately guide his beloved disciple, allowing Dormammu to exploit the opening. You will not be alone, whether in life or death, for perhaps one day in the future, I too shall meet you. You shall certainly encounter me, you hypocritical champion of justice, secretly siphoning dark magic to prolong your life. Upon your death, you will reunite with me in the dark dimension. The Ancient One fell silent and conjured the sword of Ashanti, striking down from afar. This magical incision in space transcended time, freezing all surrounding particles, from atoms to molecules. Everything came to a standstill, poised to cleave Kaecilius in two. Kaecilius, filled with resentment, summoned all his dark magic to resist. At this moment, Reynolds and the Druid launched their dual assault, both physically and mentally, plunging Kaecilius into the abyss, rendering his form intangible and dissipating into nothingness. The curtain fell on the most formidable dark sorcerer who had ravaged the earth for many years. I am intrigued by Kaecilius' final words. As the supreme sorcerer, you secretly practice dark magic? Reynolds gazed curiously at Ancient One. He possessed some knowledge of this extraordinarily powerful being, yet felt little trepidation, instead exhibiting a sense of eager anticipation. As for the theft of dark magic, Reynolds regarded it as trivial, merely driven by curiosity. Reynolds, such a manner of inquiry is quite impolite, a voice echoed in Reynolds's mind, belonging to Duval. Ancient One seemed to have heard this, and replied calmly, "It matters not. This information will inevitably become known to all, but the time for its dissemination has not yet arrived. I need your assistance in keeping this a secret, Duval." "I am more than happy to serve you, Supreme Sorcerer," Duval responded. "Erica and her team have performed admirably, allowing us to embark on a successful collaboration. This is a promising beginning. I believe that offering Kaecilius' life as a token of our meeting will be well received." Duval stood at the Vrillin Tower, gazing into the distance as he spoke. Ancient One cast a glance at Reynolds and the Druid, saying, "Perhaps this is a poor beginning. Dormammu will not take this lightly. He will soon launch a vigorous assault on Earth. For now, we must return to the Sanctum. The Druid will accompany you. He needs to join forces with Erica to monitor the vampire, Stick, who has received your protection. However, Reynolds cannot go," Duval stated. Reynolds, being the ace, was not to be permitted by Duval to venture into the perilous realm of Camartage, rife with terrifying magical arrays. If utilized properly in dire circumstances, it could even lead to illness, causing both vomiting and diarrhea. Writing these few words feels laborious. Alas, today's update may be delayed. Chapter 68, Within the Universe. Those who utter my true name shall be rewarded with an alien. Ancient One found the alien creatures to be even more useful than anticipated. To speak of their merits, they could transmit messages in an instant. As long as an individual carried one within them, Duval could perceive it in real time, facilitating remote communication and control, which was truly remarkable. If one were to nitpick for faults, perhaps it would be that aliens could not directly communicate over extremely long distances with one another. Is this the Sanctum? It appears to be adorned with powerful magic. The Druid scrutinized the surroundings with a discerning eye, yet he could not deny the place's formidable aura. Each building bore intricate magical arrays. It was unfathomable to consider the astonishing defensive system that would be revealed if all the arrays were activated simultaneously. Naturally, the ability to control all the arrays at once was equally crucial, and that responsibility rested upon Ancient One. This is not an isolated place. If you wish to enter and study magic, we shall welcome you warmly, spoke the Ancient One. Almost every year, There are aspiring mages who leave Camartage and return to the mundane world. However, this decision carries its own disadvantages, as some of these sorcerers fall prey to the temptations of Dormammu and Caecilius. Magic? I have no intention of pursuing such a path, the druid replied, shaking his head. Do not think I am oblivious. That dark sorcerer called Caecilius was in a rather poor state. Had he been at his peak, it would have been exceedingly difficult to thwart him. Otherwise, you would not have spent years pursuing him without success. The Ancient One removed her hood, casting a calm glance at the druid without uttering a word. Mordo listened to the stranger's seemingly indifferent remarks with growing dissatisfaction. Do not presume that even the Supreme Sorcerer is necessary. I could vanquish Caecilius with the help of Professor X and Magneto. There is no need for Professor X or Magneto to defeat Caecilius. I am more than capable, the druid retorted coldly. Moreover, Reynolds and I far surpass them. The druid gestured to his chest, and his previously frigid demeanor shifted to one of profound reverence. With each breath, he felt the presence of the alien entity within him. Every thought transported him to a sea of flowers in a dark abyss, creating an extraordinary sense of safety and belonging that was utterly captivating. Mordo, filled with fury, even laughed in exasperation, turning to retrieve his weapon and confront this individual. He was well aware that this person belonged to the Eternals and possessed mental abilities, lacking the formidable physique of Gilgamesh and Ikaris. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, the more terrifying Sentinels had not arrived. Had they been present, Mordo would not have dared to challenge, as he would have to employ multiple powerful spells to even engage them. Mordo's mind raced with strategies to teach the druid a lesson. He would first cast a spell to protect his mind, then wield Camartage's ancestral staff technique to deliver a sound thrashing. A mage without mastery of combat skills is a subpar mage, as it signifies a complete failure to learn from Camartage. He is not here to fight Mordo. Caecilius is dead, but a greater trouble is on the horizon. They are our allies, the Ancient One stated. As the group entered the Grand Hall, various mages hurried past, nodding slightly upon seeing the Ancient One before swiftly departing with their thick tomes. This place resembled an ancient version of a university. Wong approached, saying, Caecilius is dead. I heard this news from Erica. I rushed over from the training grounds. This is truly exhilarating news. Under our dual efforts with Duva, we have finally eliminated the Dark Sorcerer. He turned to the druid and inquired, Are you searching for Erica and Murdoch? They are presently engaged in combat with a vampire on the training grounds, rumored to be their mentor. Yet, hasn't Erica been relentlessly pursuing vampires? The intricacies of this situation eluded me, leaving me perplexed. The druid cast a glance at Wong, offering no response nor indication of intent to seek out Erica. As long as there are aberrations, they shall remain eternally intertwined. However, the fertile ground for dark sorcerers still exists, poised to resurface imminently. Our current endeavor must focus on devising methods to eradicate this malignant soil. Understood, it is akin to confronting a mudslide, albeit one of terrifying potency. Wong nodded in sudden comprehension. Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, the preeminent dark sorcerer of this universe, and the temporary primary representative of Shurthorn, stands as a singularly formidable entity. While even deities of this caliber possess varying degrees of strength, the truth remains that any encounter with Dormammu is bound to induce considerable trepidation. Even if one were fortunate enough to emerge victorious, slaying Dormammu would prove exceedingly arduous, necessitating an incursion into the dark dimension to confront him on his own turf. The difficulty of such an undertaking is virtually astronomical. To vanquish Dormammu would entail obliterating the dark dimension itself, tantamount to annihilating a pocket universe. Furthermore, the support Dormammu commands is staggeringly formidable. Should he be cornered, it is anyone's guess what magnitude of power he might unleash by soliciting strength from the multiversal Shurthorn. For those present, their primary task is to repel Dormammu's incursion, ideally inflicting significant harm upon him. In a strict sense, even achieving this would constitute an exceptionally formidable challenge, let alone truly defeating him. The druid turned to Ancient One and remarked, Are you not the strongest on Earth, Supreme Sorcerer? You should confront Dormammu in a duel and eliminate him. Mordo found it utterly perplexing to engage in dialogue with someone as singularly focused as the druid. Do you have any comprehension of who Dormammu truly is? Do you grasp the extent of his power? He is an ancient being, having existed for countless eons, while the Supreme Sorcerer is but a few centuries old. At this revelation, the Druid began to comprehend. Previously informed by Agamotto of the truth, he realized he was merely a tool of the celestial beings. Having existed for millions of years, yet possessing only the memories of his time on Earth. Nevertheless, even when accounting for his entire existence, millions of years pale in comparison to Dormammu. Moreover, he lacked the formidable strength accrued over those eons. His skills seemed innate, having seen little enhancement in the span of 7,000 years. Contemplating this, the Druid recalled Erishem, the one who utilized him as a tool. Millions of years, an eternity, he had, like a fool, been condemned to repetitively execute the same tasks, only to have his memories purged, starting anew upon each new life-bearing planet. In the past, his respect for Erishem was profound, yet now he yearns for his demise. An opportunity would surely arise. The Druid mused about Duva, a leader not inclined to remain comfortably ensconced in safety. On the contrary, he possessed an extraordinary aggression and a vision for expansion. Within Duva's mind, the Druid glimpsed a multitude of ideas, although he lacked the time to delve into the abyss of his thoughts. The fragmented information he had gleaned was sufficient to reveal the essence of Duva's character and his lofty aspirations. No one understands Duva better than I do, the Druid thought, lifting his chin with pride. Gu-E, like a masterful tea connoisseur, delicately lifted the teapot with his slender, pale fingers, pouring precisely into the ancient teacup without a single drop spilled. This exquisite tea set alone would be considered a priceless antique in the outside world. Gu-E gestured as if to invite the Druid to partake. Do taste this. It has surely been centuries since you last savored such a brew. I do not partake in this. I only drink plain water, replied the Druid. Gu-E's gaze shifted from the Druid's face to his chest. I think it is time we engage in a serious conversation. We cannot allow the Druid to speak freely all the time, he stated. The Druid paused, and then his mouth began to speak uncontrollably. Indeed, it is time to converse, Supreme Sorcerer. You may not realize how anxious I was before, having to specifically relocate Reynolds to a safer place. Yet your tone betrays no tension, only calmness and composure. Gu-E's gaze seemed to pierce directly into Duva himself. Duva stood by the window, quietly contemplating, and remarked, Do not be concerned. This is merely a formality. I believe anyone would instinctively become alert when suddenly confronted by the Supreme Sorcerer, especially someone like me, who possesses the means to contend with him. You must have surmised this, for I would not have taken the liberty to relocate Reynolds without reason, thus diminishing your chances of swiftly vanquishing him. With just this one statement, Gu-E's expression remained unchanged, while Mordo exchanged a glance with Wong, both astonished by the implications. What is this? A weapon capable of confronting the Supreme Sorcerer? Does such a thing exist on Earth? Is it the cosmic cube of S-H-I-E-L-D, or something else entirely? However, you did not foresee that I would personally be dispatched to eliminate Caecilius, as you might have presumed it would be Mordo and Wong. Gu-E said slowly. Thus, the weapon you referenced is not some artifact or spell, but rather a sentinel. Yet relying solely on a sentinel is insufficient. Currently, I have a means to make it effective, albeit without absolute certainty. Do you not possess the Time Stone? You could glimpse the scenes of the future. Relying solely on Reynolds? Duva pondered, shaking his head repeatedly. Reynolds remained the same timid, cowardly individual, adept at preying on the weak, compounded by a few misaligned neurons in his mind. Do not be deceived by Reynolds' seemingly invincible demeanor that suggests he could conquer all, even the very air itself. He has become so enamored with his own prowess that he feels compelled to engage with anyone of significant repute. However, to speak candidly, Reynolds' inaugural battle was against Magneto, an encounter fraught with peril. Were it not for Dua's constant guidance and encouragement to ignite the latent ambition within Reynolds, alongside the formidable instincts imparted by the xenomorph embryo, which provided him with an additional corrosive weapon, he would hardly have triumphed over Magneto. In a different circumstance, faced with such a formidable opponent, Reynolds would have fled in terror at the mere thought of confronting Magneto. Fighting? That would be utterly foolish. Survival is paramount. Ancient One shook her head. The Time Stone is but a tool, not time itself. Attempting to resolve temporal issues with the Time Stone is an exercise in futility, compounded by the inherent chaos of time, which is in a constant state of flux. rendering future predictions exceedingly challenging. For instance, in the myriad futures I have witnessed, there are those where Magneto brings about the apocalypse, others where Professor X does the same, and even scenarios where Erica poses a threat to the world. If you were in my position, which future would you choose to believe? I trust none of them. I only trust myself, Duva remarked with an unperturbed tone. The concept of time within a singular universe is a farce, unless it pertains to an inevitable occurrence that forms part of the cosmic rules. Ancient One took a sip from her tea. It appears we share a similar perspective. Time is merely a weapon, and beyond that, it holds no significance. However, I find myself intrigued by another aspect in your possession, magic. If I were afforded the opportunity to learn magic, it would be splendid. Duva continued. I trust you will not fault me for my candor. It is far preferable to deceit. Camartage has always been a relatively open place. Should you possess the aptitude for magic, you may come to Camartage to learn some fundamental magical concepts and minor spells, though the truly powerful advanced spells are beyond reach. Magical aptitude likely refers to the capacity to harbor magical particles, as well as the ability to successfully borrow from the multiversal planes. The latter's significance far outweighs that of the former. I have no desire to delve into advanced magic. The more one learns, the greater the debt incurred. While I have not personally experienced this process, I can surmise that the more power one utilizes, the tighter the binding to some unseen entity becomes. Duva, controlling the druid, unceremoniously found a place to sit. I shall continually dispatch xenomorphs to enhance the efficiency of your studies. Their conversation did not escape the ears of Wong and Modu. Wong quietly complained to Modu. Listen to his words. I can scarcely imagine such a scene. A towering creature, 2 or 3 meters tall, mingling among a group of wizards. Its tail occasionally swinging and inadvertently cleaving several unfortunate apprentices in two. The very thought of such a scenario feels so discordant. Modu's expression mirrored his disquiet. The notion of an aberration studying magic was nothing short of a madness-inducing innovation. He recalled Kruger and thought, be quiet. Wong, Kruger is certainly not a fish. He bears no relation to fish whatsoever. Perhaps he is a lizard with red skin? Modu was wholly disinclined to engage Wong on this subject. He sometimes pondered whether, had Kruger truly allied with some marauders, he would embark on a long journey back to confront Wong for his disparaging remarks. With a flick of his sleeves, Modu departed, and Wong, muttering softly, followed in his wake. Both understood that the ensuing conversation between the two was ill-suited for their presence. Duva interjected. Let us return to our previous topic. I do not require esoteric magic, but I am quite intrigued by the knowledge surrounding deconstruction magic. Do not doubt my capacity for learning. The greater the diversity of aberrations, the stronger my ability to absorb knowledge becomes. Through a mental link with all aberrations, what they learn becomes inherently mine. And then what? After acquiring this magic, do you intend to borrow strength from the Vishani to cast spells? Ancient One inquired. Duva shook his head. Borrowed power is unreliable, even if the Vishanti are ancient deities of great might and righteousness. Rather than seeking borrowed strength, I am more interested in developing my own magical path. Ancient One's expression shifted, revealing surprise. Even she had not contemplated such a possibility. In theory, it was outright impossible. Few exist across the multiverse capable of lending magical power as a tangible entity. Yet, Duva was merely immortal, not even a deity. What audacity did he possess to entertain such thoughts? Bold, yet utterly insane. While the future holds infinite possibilities, traversing this path remains nearly impossible. You mentioned nearly, so I shall be the nearly. Duva's voice was remarkably calm, as if recounting an event entirely detached from himself. Ancient One's interest in Duva deepened. And what then? Once you succeed, after establishing your own magical system and being able to lend power to others, what do you intend to do? Develop new spells? That will be even more challenging. Indeed, not only would one need to lend magic, but also devise a system that allows wizards to swiftly grasp and proficiently utilize these spells. One cannot simply disperse magical particles as if they were mere energy. That would be less effective than a handgun or knife. Duva gazed at Ancient One with astonishment, as did the druid. Why must I create a complete magical system? Why develop so many spells of varying difficulty? If one were to speak of developing magic, a single spell would suffice for me. The druid pointed to his chest. Duva stated, within my reach, he who utters my true name shall receive an alien creature. After a moment of contemplation, Duva added, of course, It would be ideal if the spell encompassed both successful transportation and successful parasitism. Gu-Yi was taken aback, her hand holding the tea frozen in place, as she raised her gaze in astonishment at this audacious individual before her. Is this truly the magic that humanity can conceive? To call your name and summon a perilous alien across boundless space, or to simply close one's eyes and open them to find a successful parasitism? It sounded rather fanciful. Yet, Gu-Yi sensed Duva's sincerity. The alien might indeed transform the universe under its master, leading to a reality that could be utterly unrecognizable. Perhaps, in the grand design of the future, no one can predict the outcomes. Even if it were to succeed, it might not herald a bleak fate for Earth and humanity. At the very least, in the face of danger, a novel possibility would emerge. Duva shifted the conversation. Juggling divine magic, perhaps one path would lead to success. And he certainly would not relinquish his pursuit. His alien should not merely be a simple planetary organism. It ought to traverse the cosmic void freely, potentially even achieving spontaneous, superliminal movement. In that eventuality, it could soar across the universe, instinctively seeking out superior hosts. Merely envisioning such a future brought Duva a sense of satisfaction. However, many would undoubtedly oppose it, inevitably resulting in countless conflicts. Gu-Yi hesitated for a moment. Had this been in the past, she might have sought to dissuade this reckless individual, as it would undoubtedly exert a significant impact on Earth. Yet now, such measures seemed unnecessary. With her time on this Earth dwindling and the universe itself plagued by increasing troubles, following her victory over Dormammu, Gu-Yi resolved to hasten the process of steering Strange onto the right path. Even if that path, statistically, could also lead the entire universe toward a profoundly dire future. The future is notoriously difficult to predict. Gu-Yi remained silent, mulling over the matter. Duva remarked, "Let us set aside my methods of learning magic and discuss Dormammu instead. That fellow is likely seething with rage, perhaps already fixating on Earth, poised to strike at any moment. Dormammu is quite the vindictive one. His ascension as the ruler of the Dark Dimension was not achieved through kindness or compassion." "What do you know of Dormammu?" Gu-Yi inquired. "I know a bit. He hails from the ancient Fault tribe, does he not?" "Yet that lineage is nearly extinct," Duva replied. "I was also fortunate enough to experience the spell known as the Mouth of Fault, wielded by Kaecilius. You should be acutely aware of the peril posed by such malevolent beings. Thus, we must unequivocally prevent any confrontation from occurring within the Dark Dimension. The direst consequence of entanglement with him could potentially open the gateway for other malevolent entities to invade and attack Earth without our interference. Did you not establish a formidable magical array to protect the planet? Why not employ it? That array serves only a supportive role and cannot genuinely withstand the might of a cosmic demon. What I propose is that you utilize the weapons you have reserved for my defense against Dormammu." Ancient One replied slowly, "Indeed, safeguarding Earth is my duty. Yet if Earth were to perish, your survival would be in jeopardy as well. Nay, I would endure. I could effortlessly flee to Asgard. Though chaos reigns there and Odin is likely nearing his end, I believe they would welcome me wholeheartedly, eager for me to bring the extraterrestrial beings and join their ranks." The Ancient One fell into contemplation. "When did you conceive of such an idea?" "It has always been present. The increasing appearances of these extraterrestrial entities serve as evidence of my safety. At least, I believe Dormammu lacks the power to obliterate this entire universe in one fell swoop and eradicate all extraterrestrials." Duva regarded the silent Ancient One and inquired, "So why should I undertake the challenge of confronting Dormammu? Assist me in countering him, and in return, I shall grant you access to the entirety of the magical knowledge of Kamartaj." "Very well, we have circled back. In return, you shall aid me in my magical research. Aspiring to become a magical entity is undoubtedly a monumental endeavor, even if the entity Duva seeks is merely a grand facade, requiring only the completion of a few steps, listening to prayers, and bestowing extraterrestrial beings. With Ancient One's involvement from the outset to eliminate theoretical obstacles, the progress in this domain would be significantly expedited. Are you so trusting that you fear I might embed hidden traps within the magic you are developing?" "Of course, I fear it. Thus, I plan to exclude you from the project once the research is firmly established," Duva stated with a voice full of resolve. The Ancient One fell silent once more. After a brief interval, She rose. I hope you succeed. Conversing with you is rather taxing. The two finally reached a consensus and leisurely exited the Grand Hall. Duva sensed that Erica was currently engaged in battle with a vampire within the sanctum. That individual has transformed into a vampire. Why do you still retain him? Should he not have been eliminated long ago? Duva inquired. The old man has not truly succumbed to villainy, at least not yet. My assistance might restore his sense of justice, although the likelihood is slim. As long as there exists even the slightest possibility, I shall act. Duva contemplated this notion. Are you wagering on probabilities? Nay, it is far more intricate than that. Duva would not engage in such a gamble. Along their path, Duva observed many hurried sorcerers, as well as numerous Dormammu remnants. Upon witnessing these individuals congregated in earnest practice of magic, Duva finally comprehended the true endeavors of these clones. No wonder the initial damn bombs assigned to surveil me were so woefully inept. The genuine elite had evidently gathered here. Duva nodded repeatedly, marveling at Gu Yi's ingenuity. It was apparent to him that Gu Yi intended to utilize these beings as diligent practitioners. Economical, mass-produced, and highly effective. What could be more advantageous than the extensive recruitment of damn bombs? However, contemplating the deeper implications of such a situation warranted reflection, revealing that Gu Yi had been meticulously preparing and deliberately amassing a multitude of practitioners to share the burdens of cost. Yet, were all these practitioners solely for Gu Yi's own purposes? Or were they perhaps intended for Strange? Moreover, Strange may not necessarily ascend to the title of Sorcerer Supreme. In alternate universes, entities such as Spider-Man Sorcerer Supreme, Iron Man Sorcerer Supreme, and Kruger's Sorcerer Supreme indeed exist. Does our universe possess a designation? Duva suddenly inquired. None does. Only a scant few universes bear specific designations, those being worlds of interest to the divine. Unfortunately, our universe is among the vast majority of the countless realms. In a sense, this is a stroke of fortune, as it implies that troublesome entities will embed themselves in this unremarkable locale with lesser frequency, Duva remarked. If that is the case, one cannot ascertain whether, upon the demise of the present Gu Yi, her soul would gravitate towards eternity or the Vishanti. One day, should circumstances become untenable, she could seek refuge with me. Rest assured, I am quite trustworthy and would welcome a being of celestial caliber, Duva suddenly declared to Gu Yi. Gu Yi was taken aback once more, regarding the druid before her with astonishment. She realized that conversing with Duva was profoundly engaging. This individual consistently proposed audacious and imaginative schemes. After all, to openly suggest the recruitment of a Sorcerer Supreme upon their initial meeting was rather extraordinary. Thus, should I find myself with no path forward in the future, I shall seek you out. However, be prepared for by that time, a multitude of magical deities and dimensional sovereigns will likely come rushing forth, Gu Yi stated gently, uttering a rather chilling sentiment. Duva halted, gazing at the woman before him, who had lived for several centuries, and could not restrain his curiosity. How much magical debt do you truly owe? What has the Vishanti conveyed? Gu Yi maintained her composure. As for the debts owed to the Vishanti, I shall delay repayment as long as possible, but I will not overextend myself, for they are indeed aligned with our interests. Should the time come when repayment is unavoidable, I shall return a portion, utilizing the powers of dark magic to mend my wounded body and spirit. I appreciate your candor, revealing such matters. Has Thon not troubled you? Well, with Dormammu bearing the brunt. Thon primarily seeks out Dormammu. However, I do not entirely leave the burden upon Dormammu. If I were to excessively employ dark magic, I would, in a symbolic manner, repay a fraction. Of course, I typically utilize the power of Ragdur to mend myself afterward. Duva suddenly felt he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. How do you intend to repay Ragdur? Ancient One looked at Duva with astonishment, seemingly surprised that he even knew of Ragdur. Madam, Baltak, Alto, Akin. There was a time when I diligently listened to the sounds of alternate dimensions, developing numerous methods, thus providing an abundance of choices. Did they not opt to eliminate you? Not yet. However, I suspect some are growing impatient, which elucidates why I require your assistance against Dormammu. If I were to intervene, repelling Dormammu's assault would pose little challenge. Yet it could precipitate a collapse of my debt chain. You understand that reconstructing a shattered chain is a cumbersome endeavor. Ancient One hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice. Therefore, I have recently been monitoring the demons of hell. Ceterak is difficult to gauge, and I must observe further. Fortunately, Mephisto occasionally wanders into our universe's Earth, presenting a rare opportunity. If he proves unhelpful, I shall explore alternatives such as nightmares, satanos. Desperie. There are always more methods than difficulties. Duva felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that this debt-driven strategy was somewhat familiar, leading him to suspect it might be a sophisticated version of a reverse pyramid scheme. He began to question his decisions, pondering whether he should have distanced himself from Ancient One from the very beginning. The self-proclaimed calm Duva had to acknowledge the expertise of Ancient One, reshaping his perception of this supreme sorceress. He was thoroughly convinced that as long as the pool was vast enough, all sorts of creatures could be found within it. Chapter 69. Sentinel, embrace the truth and become a complete aberration. Your expression tells me you have conjured up something quite dreadful. Ancient One remained remarkably composed. She perceived no flaw in her actions. More importantly, as long as they yielded results, that sufficed. Duva fell silent for a moment and slowly remarked, I cannot help but doubt that perhaps one day, throughout the entire multiverse, every notable figure will be your creditor. Indeed, that is a rather intriguing future. If that day were to arrive, it would conversely indicate that my power has reached an exceptionally high level, for otherwise, so many formidable beings would not be inclined to lend me their strength. Ancient One scrutinized Duva. If one day you become a powerful entity in this universe, I would be honored to borrow some strength from you. Duva had never anticipated this. He had envisioned many scenarios, such as the possibility that this universe's Ancient One might be the male version of herself, possessing extraordinary strength and perhaps enjoying the favor of eternal cosmic deities. Even a drastic change in personality can be accepted. For instance, when faced with someone exceedingly difficult to engage with, Gu-Yi shouted threats upon their first encounter. Duva had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality, meticulously devising a countermeasure plan alongside several self-preservation strategies to address such circumstances. The outcome, however, was not the dire scenario he had envisioned. It was fraught with its own complications. I suddenly found myself intrigued by this peculiar future. If such a day were to arrive, perhaps he would be the safest individual within the multiverse, to a certain extent. Everywhere there are ruthless creditors, and every being in the multiverse, one and all, harbors a desire to eliminate Gu-Yi, yet they simultaneously wish for his survival. However, if that moment truly comes to pass, Gu-Yi will likely draw strength from these powerful entities, suggesting that his accumulated prowess has already reached an extraordinarily elevated level, potentially standing at the pinnacle of singularity. Perhaps he might even attain omnipotence as an individual. As for becoming a multiversal entity, Duva pondered, deeming it entirely improbable. After this interaction with you, my intuition advises me to maintain a distance. Duva seriously contemplated certain possibilities. Yet, he could not stray too far. Let us not forget that the magic you are developing still requires my assistance. If all goes well, perhaps results could manifest within a few decades. Surely you cannot be so short-lived that you would not endure for decades. Otherwise, I would begin to question the genetic limits of the alien. The alien is not omnipotent. Yet it would certainly not face issues regarding lifespan, though I suspect you may not survive for several decades. Gu-Yi lowered his head in thought. The body may perish, but the soul remains intact. Excellent. Then I can ascertain one thing. Upon the loss of your physical form, achieving death in a physical sense, you will likely only be able to bear half of your original debts. Cassius is riddled with ailments, even as the strange version of the supreme sorcerer. Supported by a multitude of diligent disciples sharing the burden, he still suffers from minor afflictions such as gastroperforation and insomnia. Thus, the question arises, if Gu-Yi discards the body, remaining solely in a state of soul to repay debts, how long could she endure? Or rather, how long would the formidable beings, who inadvertently gazed upon this universe and perceived something amiss with Gu-Yi, tolerate her tricks? It is worth noting that Gu-Yi is already finding it arduous to repay her magical debts. I have always said, solutions outnumber difficulties. Gu-Yi's countenance betrayed no hint of anxiety. This supreme sorceress, having orchestrated plans over centuries, was well prepared on all fronts. Now I understand why Dormammu fixates on you. Devouring Earth is one motive, while seeking to reclaim the dignity of his cosmic divinity is another. Duva shook his head, promptly summoning additional aliens to prepare for action, striving to expedite his mastery of magic. In an instant, within the confines of the villain building, shimmering golden portals began to materialize incessantly. As ordinary individuals entered the premises to discuss business, they abruptly halted, bewildered by the inexplicable phenomena before them. What is this? Some sort of illusion? Spera mistrzostw from Europa deist. Use your intellect, you fool. Even if it were a trick, how could it possibly manifest within the confines of the villain building? Villain Corporation has no dealings with circuses. I suspect there has been an incursion into the villain building. It is utterly insane, as many have risked their lives to demonstrate the futility of such endeavors. Soon, their astonishment reached a crescendo as they witnessed a multitude of creatures forming an orderly queue, efficiently plunging into the golden portal. As the portal closed, these beings vanished one by one. At that moment, even the dimmest among them comprehended the purpose of these portals. Spatial teleportation? Is there truly magic in this world? Whose superhuman abilities could be responsible for such spatial transference? I cannot recall any mutant possessing this capacity. Even the likes of the Red Devil could not achieve such a feat. The crowd stirred with agitation, and they hastily retrieved their phones to report the situation to their superiors. Before long, the entire world was aware of the collaboration between Kamar-Taj and Duva, though the specifics of this partnership remained shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, this information was sufficient to ignite speculation, particularly for someone like Fury. Why would the Supreme Sorcerer entangle himself with Duva? This was no laughing matter. Fury let out a profound sigh, feeling the weight of his burdens, despite everything progressing smoothly. Why had the situation deteriorated so dramatically in a matter of months? Everything was slipping from his grasp. With Coulson deceased, Fury was compelled to elevate Hill. Yet she was no substitute for Coulson, lacking his unparalleled strategic acumen. The Mother Model platform had successfully traversed the orbit of Venus and was now advancing toward the Sun. Hill, standing before a virtual screen, excitedly remarked, "Well done, Hill. With this, we possess a crucial weapon." A glimmer of hope flickered in Fury's eyes. The Mother Model project was a supercharged version of the Sentinel Robot Initiative. Everyone knew that relying solely on Sentinel robots would make it exceedingly difficult to eradicate all mutants globally. Even if the robots could execute the envisioned ultimate plan to replicate the mutant sex gene, once one robot achieved this, all others would simultaneously receive the data transfer, instantaneously acquiring the corresponding abilities. Yet, even with such advancements, when faced with mutants led by Magneto and Professor X, their efforts would fall short. Magneto could crush all metallic creations, wielding near-omnipotent magnetic force to obliterate all machines. Although Professor X could not directly combat the robots, he could eliminate those controlling them and command others to rewrite the Sentinel robots' operating codes. Certainly, these two individuals are not the only unstable factors at play. Fury has an inkling that a formidable new power is ascending at lightning speed, which may soon prove to be more troublesome than the mutant issue. That individual is manually forging and expanding an entirely new terror faction. First Asgard, and now Kamar-Taj. Even the Sorcerer Supreme holds Duva in high regard. Despite Duva being a disruptor in the modern societal order, Fury has not personally engaged with the Sorcerer Supreme, but he has associates who have. He summoned a figure known as Dum-Dum Dugan. I previously mentioned that when I inquire about this again, I expect an explanation. What exactly are you doing with such vast resources at your disposal? The countless clones you have produced could form an army. If I weren't keeping a tight leash on you, one might think you were preparing to establish a nation abroad. Fury's expression darkened with Coulson's death. His patience was rapidly dwindling. The current situation further entangled Kamar-Taj and the Sorcerer Supreme. I was about to report to you that I discovered one of Duva's subordinates in Kamar-Taj, a being known as the Druid from the Eternal Race. He engaged in lengthy discussions with Agamotto. Dum-Dum Dugan stated, "However, my intuition suggests that he is more than just a druid. It is highly likely that Duva is utilizing the extraterrestrial entity within him to facilitate his dialogue with Agamotto." Fury felt his mood plummet further. "So you have no idea what they discussed?" "Of course not. We are merely a group of magical apprentices." The Sorcerer Supreme indicated that there would soon be a time when we would be of use, but I have yet to discern how she intends to employ us. Dum-Dum Dugan appeared equally perplexed. Given the current understanding of magic within SHIELD, their research had not delved deeply. They only knew that talented sorcerers could generate magical particles within their bodies through study, and by mastering the relevant incantations, they could transmute these particles into powerful magic. They had not yet grasped the fundamental truth that using magic is akin to incurring debt. Therefore, even someone as cunning as Fury could not fathom the purpose behind Agamotto's decision to recruit such a multitude of dumb Dugans. Chief, we are on the verge of a significant operation. While it may not be ideal to come to you with this information, I sense from the Sorcerer Supreme that she has no intention of concealing the truth. Dum Dugan rapped his head, sifting through the collective memories stored in the cloud archives shared by the numerous clones. Nearly all the sorcerers have been deployed, scattered across the globe, seemingly preparing to confront a dread adversary. This is the first time I have witnessed them in such a state. And what about you? Given the large numbers, you must have received a task from Agamotto as well? No, quite the opposite. Chief, none of us were dispatched. Instead, we were all retained to guard the sanctum. Dum Dugan speculated it was due to their insufficient strength, but then considered that since all other sorcerers, including the other magical apprentices, had been deployed, it made little sense to exclude them. Wait a moment, there seems to be new memories uploaded over there. Let me see what I have discovered. I see a horde of alien beings infiltrating our ranks to learn magic. They were indeed taken aback. Even upon entering the Grand Hall of Kamartaj, one could perceive the imposing and ferocious figures in the periphery, sending a chill down the spine. Allowing aliens to study magic. Was this the accord reached between Dormammu and the Supreme Sorcerer? Preparations were progressing in an orderly fashion. Even the Dormammu minions sensed the ominous signs of an approaching storm. At that moment, Fury heard a startled cry from Hill. This is bad. The mothership platform, which was about to enter solar orbit, suddenly experienced a slight deviation. Immediately investigate the cause. Our technology should not falter in such a manner, Fury remarked calmly. Scientists and engineers were bustling about, their expressions grave as they whispered among themselves. Initial reports indicated that some terrifying unknown entity was compressing the surrounding space. And our mothership was unfortunately caught in the wake of this shifting force, a scientist reported. Fury stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward as if to glimpse the sun's edge. An entity capable of affecting the mothership? It seemed like a poor cosmic jest. How formidable must such a being be? It appeared that Kamartaj was preparing for this very eventuality. Readjust the trajectory. We must ensure the mothership is deployed at the designated location, Fury commanded. We have failed. We have completely lost contact with the mothership platform. The mothership has vanished. Dormammu had every reason to be enraged. As a renowned and ancient cosmic demon, he was accustomed to reverence wherever he went. Yet he had faced continuous setbacks in this insignificant corner of Earth. The Ancient One, like an indomitable wall, though clearly less powerful, consistently thwarted him through various means. What infuriated Dormammu the most was that the Ancient One had the audacity to toy with him. This esteemed cosmic deity. Now, even my loyal servant, Caecilius, is dead. The mere thought of this drove Dormammu into a frenzy, his face contorted with cruelty, flames raging upon his colossal form. The people of Earth would never comprehend the extent of his investment in Caecilius. They were utterly oblivious to the heavy price Dormammu bore to elevate Caecilius's power to a level capable of contending with the Ancient One. Sometimes, Dormammu sensed an exalted being, lingering in the far reaches of higher dimensions, observing him with malevolent intent, as if evaluating a delectable feast. Dormammu felt a profound sense of futility, despite his extensive efforts. He had gained nothing. He hastily nurtured a cadre of dark sorcerers, including Caecilius, only to burden himself further with the intention of sending them to dismantle the magical arrays on Earth, ultimately aiming to eliminate the Ancient One. Was it wise to entrust a group of petty debtors with the task of confronting one who bore colossal debts? Dormammu sensed the inherent flaw in the strategy, yet he had previously been left with little choice. However, those concerns were now rendered moot. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. The annihilation of the Ancient One was not his ultimate goal. Rather, it was to seize the source of the aberration that plagued him. A chilling cruelty flickered in the vast, starless depths of his eyes. The aberration, as a vessel, perfectly suited his needs. By mastering its source and meticulously crafting magical bodies, Dormammu could generate an endless legion of magical avatars to inundate Earth. If the Ancient One could withstand him through magical arrays and artifacts, could he truly thwart the countless weaker manifestations of Dormammu that would appear across the globe? Regrettably, Kaecilius had accomplished nothing. After years of futile exertion, he had squandered immeasurable reserves of black magic, and now, in death, he left Dormammu no choice but to act personally. The more Dormammu pondered, the more his fury intensified, and terrifying flames coalesced in his grasp. He reached into the endless void, summoning the ephemeral form of Kaecilius into his palm. Master Dormammu, I knew I would not perish as long as you exist. No, you shall die. Your continuous failures are naught but a burden to me. Beyond that, you are nothing. It would be best for you to embrace death and merge eternally with my dark dimension. With Kaecilius' final, anguished scream, Dormammu crushed his soul into primal energy. Merging it with the dark dimension, Kaecilius would not be alone. He would become one with the countless lifeless worlds within that abyss. A grave constructed from the remnants of billions of lives. Dormammu then surged toward Earth, the immense dark dimension unfurling a terrifying rift aimed squarely at the solar system. During this time, he also noticed the peculiar technological artifact that had inadvertently been consumed by his realm, yet such occurrences were not uncommon and warranted no concern. As if sensing a shift, everyone looked up, awestruck by the tumultuous skies. Within their line of sight, it appeared as though a terrifying black hole had ruptured, brewing waves of annihilation. Even those devoid of extraordinary powers felt as if they were being scrutinized from light years away by an insurmountable horror. A soul-wrenching tremor of despair sweeping across the planet. In the face of a cosmic terror of such magnitude, Earth seemed insignificantly small. The entire planet began to stir, as various factions endeavored to uncover the source of this upheaval, with the formidable beings at the pinnacle of power bracing themselves for the worst. The source of such commotion must undoubtedly be an unfathomable and terrifying adversary emerging from the depths of the cosmos. What is transpiring? An icy dread envelopes me, as if countless voices are screaming within my mind. Oh God, swiftly peer into the cosmos with a telescope. A colossal rift has appeared in that direction. Is it a deity or a demon that has descended upon Earth? I long to become one of the otherworldly beings. Countless erudite scholars are fervently poring over ancient tomes, striving to unearth any trace of this enigmatic visitor's identity from the annals of history. Yet, regardless of their efforts, in the presence of such formidable foes, all endeavors seem utterly futile. This marks the first occasion that humanity in the modern era must confront an entity of this magnitude, a malevolent god from an alternate dimension. The mountains tremble and the oceans roar. The king of the black bats on the moon has donned his battle attire, his cold visage betraying no emotion. He merely raises his gaze, observing the rift where the dark dimension intersects with our reality. As a being of paternal strength, the king of the black bats possesses knowledge far beyond that of ordinary mortals. He understands the peril posed by Dormammu. However, he has no choice. If Earth were to be annihilated, the moon would not escape unscathed. Yet, the king does not rush into action. He knows that relying solely on his power is insufficient to contend with Dormammu. Instead, he intently observes the unfolding events on Earth. In the next moment, a surge of potent magical energy erupts from the planet, 3 extraordinarily bright points of light shimmering in the vast darkness of the cosmic void, providing steadfast protection to Earth. The Supreme Sorcerer has intervened, and a collective sigh of relief escapes from all, including the king of the black bats. The tumult in the realm of Midgard swiftly reverberates through the world tree, and before long, other realms sense Dormammu's arrival. It is noteworthy that nearly every realm is overseen by a paternal-level entity. Among the myriad worlds, the warring Asgardians and Jotunheimers cease their conflicts, instinctively retreating to await the outcome in Midgard. Even Odin cannot help but rise, gazing towards the direction of Midgard. The master of the dark dimension possesses power that rivals that of the cosmic gods, and in some respects, he is even more formidable. Odin perceives that Dormammu's current assault is ferocious, clearly determined to achieve his objectives without retreat. Yet in their past encounters, Dormammu has not gained much advantage over the Ancient One. This time, does Dormammu harbor the confidence to consume Earth? Thus, he presents such an imposing front. It seems I can no longer remain in silence. Had it been a millennium ago, Dormammu would never have dared to act so recklessly. Weariness is etched upon Odin's face. The immense power of Odin constantly exerts a terrifying weight upon his body and spirit, rendering him precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Asgardian race possesses a unique trait. The older they become, the stronger their abilities grow, accelerating the increase of their divine power. Thus, in theory, elder Asgardians reach their peak combat prowess in their twilight years. However, once they enter the final stages of life, the descent from their zenith occurs at an astonishingly swift pace. The immense divine power they have amassed throughout their lives ultimately becomes the very force that may lead to their demise. Odin suspects that Loki has disseminated news of his fake death, prompting many to believe it, which has emboldened him further. This is true for Laufey as well as Dormammu. Odin assesses his own condition. Even wielding the eternal spear and donned in the destroyer armor, he may not stand a chance against Dormammu. Yet eliminating Laufey poses no problem. He intends to observe the preparations of the Ancient One. If she truly cannot withstand the threat, he shall intervene. For safeguarding the peace and order of the Nine Realms is the sacred duty of the King of Asgard. However, after this battle, it will fall to Loki and Thor to confront Laufey. A flicker of concern crosses Odin's gaze. If only he had a reliable heir. He would have no need for such worries and could seamlessly pass down his Odin force. Fortunately, Thor has undergone significant transformation. Even now, he fights valiantly on the battlefield alongside the alien army. Odin yearns to seize this opportunity to glimpse the Ancient One last time, as he has long been curious about her worries. Are they truly solely about Dormammu? Aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury calculates the position of the rift, instinctively comparing it to the full arsenal of the ship, only to feel disheartened. He inquires, "It seems our mother mold has indeed been consumed by whatever lurks within this rift. Is there still no way to ascertain the identity of the foe?" "No, but it is highly probable that they are creatures from another realm. Otherwise, Kamar-Taj would not have reacted so strongly," Hill replies. This is the enemy Kamar-Taj is preparing to confront. The atmosphere aboard the helicarrier is intensely grave. Fury's expression is already darkened with frustration. The Mother Mold project is crucial for him to regain control over mutants and dismantle the D.U.A. forces. If this plan succeeds, Earth could revert to its former state, eliminating all elements of unrest. However, the Mother Mold's carrier platform is on the verge of being operational, set to commence the development and mass production of combat weaponry at the most unexpected and secure location near the sun, yet it has now vanished into an unknown domain. Creating a second Mother Mold platform would undoubtedly consume an extensive amount of time. More critically, the likelihood of a leak has significantly increased. This leaves the already weary Fury on the brink of despair. Not only has he lost the Mother Mold, but he must also contend with this unknown demonic entity. Even if the Ancient One manages to vanquish the enemy, what then? As the head of SHIELD, Nick Fury is at a loss as to how to quell the impending global chaos. Must he explain to the world's populace that this is merely an elaborate virtual reality performance? The existence of extraterrestrials, deities, demons, and otherworldly realms is fundamentally a fabrication, an illusion that cannot be sustained. While I can comprehend Ancient One's readiness, I find it perplexing that Duva should also be deemed worthy of inclusion. What merit does he possess to be chosen by Ancient One? Is it conceivable that such a person could aspire to inherit Ancient One's position? It is utterly incomprehensible to Fry. Should Ancient One select Duva, it would be tantamount to blindness, for Duva might very well transform the entirety of humanity into grotesque beings. As Duva gazes skyward, he too struggles to fathom the unfolding scene. In your prior encounters, was Dormammu so brazen? Did he openly engage in such a manner? My concern is that he may soon be besieged by a multitude of World Tree-esque progenitors. This is to be expected, while Dormammu possesses a cunning side. He is predominantly characterized by extreme arrogance and hubris, as Ancient One remarked. Duva nodded slightly, expressing his appreciation for Dormammu's forthright manner of greeting, devoid of any pretense or trickery. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the world will irrevocably transform, veering onto an alternate trajectory. I surmise that you have not encountered this scene in countless futures, have you? Even though this Ancient One exhibits a singular approach, likely unmatched across the multiverse, daring to engage in subterfuge with a plethora of divine entities. Duva believes that she must share a commonality with the majority of her counterparts, an unwavering commitment to safeguarding Earth. Following this confrontation, the existence of Camartage will be universally acknowledged. Even ordinary folk will fervently seek evidence of your existence. It seems that your clandestine efforts to protect Earth will henceforth adopt a different methodology, Duva noted. Perhaps there exists another possibility, that we might all perish here today, and the notion of a future would become obsolete, leaving no room to contemplate the post-war Earth. That is a valid point. Once hostilities commence, you shall assist me. Ancient One raised her hand, summoning 2 floating cloaks, one crimson and the other azure. The scarlet cloak could envelop the entire solar system, while the azure cloak would shelter Earth. You may choose one. Can I not have both? Duva expressed great interest in the 2 cloaks. Under the weight of an overwhelming pressure, Ancient One maintained a calm gaze upon Duva. Duva smiled faintly and immediately called forth Reynolds. Reynolds desired the crimson cloak, yet the cloak seemed indifferent to him. Undeterred, Reynolds seized the fleeing crimson cloak, forcefully draping it over his shoulders and securing it around his neck. I have been crafting my battle attire and felt something was amiss. Now, I am complete. With his robust arms firmly embracing the crimson cloak, he refused to let it escape, grinning widely. A garment that possesses the ability to think and assist its master in battle pleases Reynolds immensely, though it presently lacks obedience. Nevertheless, he is confident that his charm will ultimately conquer it. However, I must confirm one thing. Reynolds gazed up at the sky, a look of trepidation on his face. Boss, you can't be serious about sending me to confront that individual, can you? Rest assured, you will merely be assisting, following the actions of the Supreme Mage. I will shall accompany you, replied Duva. Reynolds felt a slight sense of reassurance, for anything that Duva was confident about always had a calming effect on him. Moreover, there was the Supreme Mage, reputed to be the strongest being on Earth, overseeing the situation. As Reynolds sensed the formidable strength of the floating cloak, his gaze shifted to the figure clad in a blue floating cloak. Ancient One, do not engage, Reynolds. She is not an ordinary opponent. You will be killed, but you said I am stronger than anyone else. Indeed, I did say that, but she is not human. Duva cautioned the eager Reynolds. Despite Ancient One's calm demeanor, it was rooted in her profound confidence in her own abilities. Knowing her own strength allowed her to exhibit a polite indifference towards external matters. However, should Reynolds truly wish to challenge Ancient One, it would be an entirely different matter. The magic circle is fully activated, and my personnel are in position. Supreme Mage, what tactics do you intend to employ? Duva inquired. Since Ancient One would be on the offensive, with Duva supporting her, there must surely be an intricate strategy in place. Ancient One responded with a gentle expression. There is no such thing. You merely need to follow my lead. It would be best to utilize the weapons you have prepared at this juncture, for otherwise, there may not be a future to consider. Additionally, I must remind you that based on my understanding of Dormammu, his objective this time may not be me, nor even Earth. Duva's gaze sharpened, deep in thought as he recalled Caecilius's obsession with him. Ah, I see. I initially thought I was merely there to support. Yet I have unwittingly become a key figure capable of directly influencing the safety of Earth. I cannot allow Dormammu to succeed. I must prepare to implement several of the contingency plans I have devised. Duva looked up at the gaping fissure, now expanded to its utmost, for which a colossal eye of Dormammu emerged. Reynolds, do you remember what I told you? You are exceptionally strong, possessing extraordinary potential. Now is the time to fully unleash that potential in your alien form. Chapter 70, Alien Astral Projection. A chill ran through Reynolds, as if he had heard a terrifying death sentence. He stared at Duva in horror. Your words remind me of countless vampires with their chests ripped open by aliens. Fear not, you are one I have chosen. I will not allow you to meet a fate akin to theirs. You are fundamentally different. Duva was aware of Reynolds' thoughts and emitted a soothing mental wave. He would not opt to rend Reynolds' chest. Such an act would serve no purpose. If he were truly desperate enough to eliminate the current Reynolds and transform him into a complete alien, it was uncertain just how much power and potential that alien would possess. At present, it is indeed challenging to contend with Dormammu. Ancient One has also cast a discerning glance, filled with intrigue regarding the formidable weapon mentioned by Duva. His power emanates from a certain pocket universe. How might one augment his capacity for bearing such strength? There exist methods, though the probability of success poses a significant concern, and I can only endeavor to try. Duva is also scrutinizing the entirety of Reynolds' condition, hesitating in his thoughts. To be candid, given the available options, he truly wishes to avoid taking this step, the path of the Trinitarian Sentinel, the most potent form of the Sentinel, exemplified by that of the 616 universe, is embodied by Bob, the human persona, alongside Reynolds' heroic identity and the dark persona of nihility, merging into the Red Sentinel, amalgamating the power of a million stars. Such a Sentinel possesses undeniable hard power among all singular universe levels within the multiverse. However, in the current universe, which was meant to perish but has come into being due to Duva's discovery, only Reynolds' persona exists. To unlock the Sentinel's maximum potential, Duva must seek out 2 additional personas. Yet, who should he find? Once identified, what will be the success rate of their fusion? The Bob persona emerged due to the intervention of the Collector, Dr. Strange, in the 616 universe, coupled with Reynolds' desire to restrain his uncontrollable nihility persona, thereby resulting in its manifestation. Existing either as the force entity of a pocket universe or as a split persona born from Reynolds' madness, nihility presents itself in duality. Duva has harbored a contingency plan, and now the time has come to unveil it. Although lacking Bob and nihility's personas, he can devise a means to create 2 new identities. Reynolds, you remain unaware of the immense potential that resides within you. My mission is to awaken that potential. Duva senses the psychic waves emanating from the alien embryo nestled within Reynolds' chest. Thus, with myself, the alien embryo, and Reynolds' 3 personas amalgamated, we shall enhance the genetic and psychic limits of this body. Given that the Reynolds of this universe has come into existence abnormally due to my interference, devoid of the dark persona, I shall manually create one. Duva has not previously attempted this, having only theorized about it. However, faced with the threat of Dormammu, he must now take the plunge. Furthermore, this venture does not entail remote control by Duva. Rather, he will actively participate, as relying solely on the timid persona of Reynolds to muster the courage to confront Dormammu feels rather precarious. What truly weighs on Duva's mind is the profound implications should this endeavor succeed. Though I remain uncertain of your intentions, I am mentally prepared for what lies ahead. Reynolds fell into a moment of silence before speaking in a hushed tone. I may not be the wisest, but I am no fool. Should you resolve to pursue a course of action, I shall choose to follow you to the end, for I do not believe myself to be more astute than you. The strength I possess is merely a product of your enigmatic influence. I am honored to hear you say that, Reynolds. I can assure you of one thing. I will never allow my subordinates to perish without cause. Duva formally set his plans into motion. It is noteworthy that even at this juncture, Duva did not personally intervene, instead manipulating the Druid and Ancient One to engage in conversation. Duva had no intention of deploying his true self to the front lines. Some matters need not be overly considered. In an instant, as the terrifying black mist nearly enveloped the earth, Reynolds erupted in a resplendent golden light. Most striking was the intense and vivid psychic wave emanating from his chest, as if something were striving to emerge from its cocoon, yet ultimately it remained, synchronized with the Sentinel's consciousness, while additionally bearing the Sentinel's power and attempting to augment it further. Absolute coldness, unwavering rationality, and resolute execution. An alien entity began to harness greater power from the pocket universe in Reynolds' guise. The ceaseless energy of stars surged forth, precisely converging upon the Sentinel. At this moment, the Sentinel essentially represented the gateway and coordinates of the pocket universe within this cosmos. Wherever he walked, there lay the entrance to the pocket universe. This was merely the beginning. The Ancient One, who had been observing intently, noted a subtle shift in her gaze. She suddenly realized that a third psychic activity had manifested within Reynolds. In that instant, she comprehended Duva's intentions. However, Duva's act of transferring consciousness sparked a recollection of a forbidden spell within the Ancient One's mind. The astral projection from the Book of Darkness, she exclaimed, gazing at Reynolds, who was enveloped in a terrifying golden light that shot toward the heavens. No, it is not astral projection. I have never seen the Book of Darkness, but I believe the principle is quite similar. Duva's voice resonated, this time emanating directly from Reynolds' body. Reynolds' form trembled violently as he slowly lifted his head. Though the visage was unmistakably that of Reynolds, The eyes and expression unmistakably revealed the essence of Duva. It was not Duva controlling Reynolds through an alien entity, but rather Duva himself. Using the alien larva as a medium and spatiotemporal coordinate, Duva forcefully implanted his consciousness into Reynolds' physical form. Long ago, I confirmed an intriguing reality. I possessed the ability to establish a real-time mental link with every xenomorph, allowing me to perceive the actions and behaviors of each host through the xenomorph larva. This leads to a fascinating question. If I endeavor to utilize the xenomorph larva as a conduit and anchor to directly invade the host's mind, what would transpire? The xenomorphs are all Duvas, and since the larva carries the host genes and governs the host psyche, it theoretically aligns with Duva as well. At this moment, Reynolds gradually lifted his head as three distinct consciousnesses, Duva, the xenomorph, and Reynolds, coexisted within him, merging into a singular entity, with Duva's mental essence reigning supreme. To be candid, this process was excruciating. After all, the three consciousnesses were utterly disparate, compelled to coalesce under the immense strain of transcending time and space. Were it not for Duva's profound familiarity and control over both Reynolds and the xenomorph larva, the instantaneous fusion of these three minds might have led to catastrophic failure. This endeavor was profoundly challenging. Even now, Duva felt the overwhelming pressure on his psyche, escalating with each passing moment, akin to bearing the weight of an entire universe, rather than merely a fragment of the pocket universe Reynolds had previously encountered. However, the outcome was exceptionally significant. The three consciousnesses collectively achieved a groundbreaking harnessing of the power equivalent to millions of stars, resulting in a remarkable surge in the strength wielded by the Sentinel. The golden energy brewing within him expanded twofold in an instant, and, with Duva's exertion, could manifest even greater strength. Each cell radiated with the vitality of existence, striving to absorb even more stellar power. As Duva drew in a deep breath, the enormous S at his waist twisted and, amid the convergence of energies, inscribed a peculiar symbol resembling a xenomorph curled into a circular form. The body he controlled swelled in size, becoming more robust, with every fiber and muscle infused with extraordinary power. The once entirely golden physique now displayed hints of silvery gray, an unmistakable hue of the xenomorph. I must admit, you have once again exceeded my expectations. I never envisioned you would employ the xenomorph to create something akin to astral projection. Ancient One observed Duva with admiration, her expression one of awe. Truly remarkable, even though she, as the supreme sorceress, possessed knowledge and power far surpassing Duva's. She had never contemplated the xenomorph's potential in such a manner. Astral projection is a forbidden spell chronicled in the Dark Book. Theoretically, any life form born within the multiverse possesses parallel selves in alternate realities, known as counterparts. The self in this universe may be a hero, while the self in another universe could very well be a criminal. By employing the art of astral projection, one can transcend the barriers between universes, allowing one's consciousness and soul to seize control of their parallel self. In the eyes of the Ancient One, although Duva's current process of inhabiting Reynolds' body appears noticeably crude and unfamiliar, and the duration of this possession remains a significant concern, uncertain as to how long it can endure before collapsing. This clearly marks the nascent form of astral projection. Most astonishingly, it boasts safety and efficiency. It is imperative to remember that utilizing such advanced dark magic requires immense power borrowed from Zysorn, along with a substantial cost. However, Duva is exempt from this. As long as the target of possession is an aberration, he can proceed without such demands. In theory, wherever there exists an aberration, if conditions are favorable, Duva can manifest in this manner. Currently, he is on Earth, but if there are aberrations in some distant corner of the cosmos, could Duva traverse the vast expanse of countless star systems to achieve his arrival? Furthermore, if one day Duva employs certain tactics to stealthily transport some aberrations into a parallel universe, could he, akin to true astral projection, realize a cross-universal manifestation? After all, a typical individual employing astral projection must first expend considerable time and effort to locate and perceive their counterpart in other universes. Yet, Duva requires none of that. As long as an aberration exists, he can extend his spirit and will forthwith. Indeed, achieving the level of cross-universal manifestation is exceedingly arduous. Yet any power that is continuously evolving cannot arise from nothingness. It necessitates ample time and wisdom for refinement. The Ancient One harbors great expectations for Duva and his aberrations. Yet she consistently finds her understanding challenged, continually elevating her assessment of them. She genuinely begins to believe that Duva possesses numerous contingency plans, and she surmises that he would not reveal all of his crisis management strategies in a single battle. No one knows how many cards Duva holds in reserve, nor when or under what circumstances he will choose to play them. I now comprehend why you hold such confidence in yourself. It seems you have diligently prepared for various crises behind the scenes. However, I remain curious. If someone were to kill your original body right now, would you survive or perish? The Ancient One inquired with genuine curiosity. That's an excellent question, for even I do not know. I certainly do not wish to be eliminated by some inexplicable entity before advancing further, which is precisely why I continually devise various crisis plans. Duva had indeed contemplated this question privately, and after much reflection, he concluded that he might die. Yet there exists the possibility that a fragment of his spirit could endure through the carefully selected aberrations. As for whether he would then be Duva or merely an aberration endowed with Duva's memories, that remains uncertain. However, until he is cornered into such a scenario, no one can ascertain the veracity of this hypothesis, and Duva would not resort to self-destruction merely to validate his speculation. No one can kill him. Absolutely no one. Originally existing as a mere conduit for communication, the druid now spoke in a low voice, his expression somewhat deranged. The druid exhibited no surprise at the fact that Duva's consciousness had descended into Reynolds' body, taking control. It was as if, regardless of what transpired, everything concerning Duva and the alien was a natural consequence, a manifestation of the universe's inherent logic. Dormammu had arrived. Duva gestured towards the sky. Above, a colossal rift unveiled Dormammu's immense head, with boundless flames rampaging wildly, temporarily elevating the temperature of the vast void beyond Earth. In stark contrast to the expansive dark dimension, Earth appeared diminutive, this azure planet enveloped in endless black fog, scrutinized by the malevolent deity lurking within the dark fissure, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, poised to be devoured at any moment. Yet, amidst this fearsome despair, this minuscule planet radiated a faint glimmer of light. Over the years, how many planets have been consumed by the dark dimension? The lifeless stars and desiccated worlds scattered throughout the dark realm served as undeniable evidence. How amusing, Dormammu mused. Ancient One has stood against me, and now even this insignificant being dares to rise. A mere glance was sufficient for Dormammu to sense that something was amiss with Duva. He perceived 3 distinct consciousnesses. While such occurrences were exceedingly rare, they did not astonish Dormammu. What truly caught his attention was the overwhelming power emanating from Reynolds. Or rather Duva. His vision pierced the cosmos, swiftly discerning the situation at hand. He saw the stellar energy continuously surging from the multiverse, now coalescing entirely within Duva. Dormammu found himself unable to sever this energy transmission, for at this moment, Duva was the very portal to that pocket universe. I can not only thwart you, but one day eliminate you, Duva proclaimed, his voice accompanied by a multitude of shimmering lights, ascending skyward and forming a lengthy golden corridor. Ancient One initiated the first move. Having dealt with Dormammu for numerous years, there was little left to be said. She unleashed a supercharged version of the Crimson Chains of Ceterak, resembling energy whips but imbued with a deeper hue, embodying the immense shackles of demonic might. Boldly reaching towards Dormammu. You wretched creature, Ancient One, you can only rely on the strength of others to assert your dominance. Without me, would you have survived this long? You would have been obliterated by time, leaving not even a trace of your soul. Upon witnessing Ancient One's reckless use of potent magic, Dormammu let out a furious cry of impotence. Instinctively, he felt that every spell cast by Ancient One, every fragment of magical energy, was a result of his own selfless contribution. Without the generous provision of the esteemed Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, how could Ancient One sustain her elaborate schemes and effortlessly unleash such formidable assaults? Return to me everything that has been taken, you despicable thief, you wretched usurper. How dare you claim the title of Supreme Sorcerer? Allow me to clarify, this is not theft, it is borrowing, and with borrowing comes the obligation to return. The Ancient One spoke with calm conviction, her every magical particle transforming into energy, relentlessly assaulting the boundless darkness. I have never stated that I would not return what I borrowed. I simply intend to borrow forever. The two grand sorcerers clashed fiercely. Do not be deceived by the Ancient One's seemingly diminutive stature. With her left hand, she summoned the Book of Ashanti, while her right grasped the Eye of Agamotto. The contrasting hues of light intertwined and shimmered, reverberating through the fabric of time and space, bending the very laws of the universe. Even the most fundamental constants and parameters became mere numbers subject to her will. Indeed, the Ancient One acted with great resolve to face the formidable presence of Dormammu. She was evidently willing to pay a heavy price. Each spell she cast, each artifact she wielded, was an expenditure of her very life force. This filled Doctor Strange with concern, for he was unaware of how long the chain of her debts could endure. Perhaps it could collapse at any moment. After all, this Ancient One was quite extraordinary, relentlessly forging ahead on her path of indebtedness, never looking back. Boom! Terrifying storm clouds gathered, the result of countless magical particles converging to emit beams of light. This was the apex of dark magic, the most potent sorcery wielded by the mightiest of the Fault race within the singular universe. Not only was Earth trembling, but the entire solar system quaked. Across the galaxy, a storm of dark magical particles poured forth, observable in the minutest of particles. The wrath of Dormammu demanded a toll paid in the lives of countless planets. Civilizations that had existed for any length of time were acutely aware of the power wielded by the master of the dark dimension, and fear gripped them lest they attract Dormammu's attention, leading to their worlds being consumed by darkness and ultimately reduced to barren, lifeless rocks. Countless formidable entities turned their gaze upon this unfolding drama, particularly the World Tree. The celestial fathers of various realms had long since readied themselves, poised to strike against Dormammu. The World Tree belonged to the divine lineage, not to the cosmic deities, dimensional demons, or hellish fiends. Yet, the true cost of repelling Dormammu remained uncertain, especially in light of the death of Odin, the strongest among the celestial fathers, raising doubts about whether the remaining fathers could withstand Dormammu's might. Other planets and realms braced themselves for the worst, and as the epicenter of the storm, Earth would not remain passive. The Ancient One fought valiantly ahead. Self-proclaimed guardians of the globe, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives sprang into action without delay. Avengers, assemble! With Steve's resounding command, numerous newly joined Avengers gathered, standing resolutely upon the airborne mothership, gazing into the distance at the terrifying confrontation. Across vast distances, one can still sense the cataclysmic tempest of magic. The clash between humanity and the gods of another realm threatens to rend the very fabric of Earth. This marks the inaugural assembly of the Avengers, a nascent alliance envisioned by Fury as the most formidable team, embarking on their first collaborative endeavor. Yet, am I the only one who perceives the absurdity of this situation? Our initial mission as human superheroes is to confront a deity from an alternate universe? Have you truly discerned no issues at all? Tony Stark paced upon the deck of the skyship, the solid ground beneath his feet offering no solace. His countenance darkened as he surveyed the faces of his companions. The serious expression of Captain America, the tempestuous Hulk itching for destruction, Hawkeye, resembling an elfin prince yet lacking utility, and Black Widow, pale and emaciated, appearing as if she had just emerged from severe illness. Tony's mind raced, struggling to comprehend Fury's rationale in summoning this motley crew at such a critical juncture. What was the thought process behind assembling this team of Avengers? And against whom should they exact vengeance? The extraterrestrial deities? Tony had ample reason to suspect that Fury's mind had been rendered addled by an alien encounter. Or perhaps he had been quietly infiltrated, with Duva intending to exploit this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Steve's expression mirrored his unease. He recognized the impossibility of the task at hand, yet the duty of obedience left him with no alternatives. I do not intend to send you against that otherworldly visitor. Such an adversary exceeds your capabilities. Nuclear warheads across the globe stand ready for launch at a moment's notice. I believe that manufacturing the optimal conditions for a nuclear strike to achieve maximum destructive impact is the most feasible course of action, Fury addressed his companions. At times, Fury reflected on the notion that had he possessed a sufficiently competent super-individual at his disposal, would he still be burdened with such trepidation? For instance, Duva. Had he recognized Duva's uniqueness during their initial encounter, he could have either eliminated him or recruited him, both of which would have been prudent choices. Eliminating Duva would have allowed Fury to seize control of the aliens, swiftly amassing a more formidable and numerous army than the current Avengers. Recruiting Duva would have been even more advantageous. Although Duva would likely disregard many of his commands, he could nonetheless help resolve some of the pressing issues. Regrettably, he had achieved neither and had instead compromised the credibility of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the life of Coulson. The Supreme Sorcerer battles valiantly ahead. We must do our utmost to prevent countless humans from falling to the hands of these otherworldly foes. Well spoken indeed. Perhaps we should switch roles. You join the Avengers while I take your place. Trust me, my intellect is surely more adept than yours. Tony mocked loudly, showing no regard for dignity. Given many more years and an abundance of data and knowledge, he believed he could potentially create an extraordinarily formidable suit of armor. Challenging deities? It was indeed a mad notion, yet not entirely implausible. However, it was certainly not the moment. Did he intend to confront monstrous beings from another realm with a hastily developed Mark IX? It had only been a little over a year since his debut. Where could he possibly forge an anti-demon armor? Such an idea was sheer folly. Steve, equally exasperated, clutched his indestructible shield, suddenly pondering whether this powerful otherworldly visitor could shatter it. Yet, that was of little consequence now. Steve had resigned himself to facing death in this crisis. A terrifying roar erupted once more, prompting everyone to look up, only to witness vast expanses of outer space transformed into a swirling mist. Waves of potent magic unleashed a fierce barrage, while vibrant streams of light continuously empowered the Ancient One. Amidst the growing anxiety, as the planet's foremost warriors prepared for a desperate struggle in silence, Magneto noted the peculiar expression on Professor X's face. "Charles, what troubles you? I have observed that fellow in action. It's astounding how he conceived such a strategy. It reminds me of Apocalypse, who constantly shifted consciousness to attain eternal life and immense power. Yet, his developed abilities surpass Apocalypse's methods. However, I sense he is currently in excruciating pain and cannot endure much longer." A look of astonishment crossed Professor X's troubled visage. Soon, Magneto, too, felt it. A figure of terrifying life force emerged from the distant horizon, as though a brilliant sun had suddenly risen on Earth. Do we not need to fight with all our might? Jean Grey's eyes had nearly transformed into an eerie crimson gold, her overwhelming telekinetic energy radiating uncontrollably, prompting nearby mutants to recoil in fear. For now, no. Unless Duval fails, then we shall act recklessly. According to the plan, the Fate Weaver will foretell the future for you, providing several reliable paths for direct assault on the enemy. The gathered individuals turned their attention to the seldom-seen Fate Weaver. This mutant was enigmatic, leaving everyone in the dark regarding her thoughts. With her head bowed, her mask, nearly devoid of features, clung tightly to her face, obscuring any expression. Only when the mention of aliens arose did the Fate Weaver slightly tilt her head, as if pondering something. Seeing the battlefield reach a brief stalemate, Duval finally took matters into his own hands. As Duva exerted control over this vessel, forcibly merging 3 consciousnesses, including his own, and recklessly harnessing the power of a million stars while attempting to invert and consolidate it, he acutely felt the terrifying burden that could almost crush him into nothingness. Even the formidable void of the 616 universe could not maintain precise control over its body for an extended duration, and now I comprehend the reason why. Furthermore, this was Duva's inaugural attempt at wielding such power, a first foray into an endeavor akin to astral projection. As he directly transferred his consciousness from his human form to Reynolds via an alien larva, Duva swiftly assessed his condition, realizing he could not endure for long. However, if he could harness this power to assist Ancient One and inflict a modicum of pain upon Dormammu, it might still be feasible. In the next instant, Duva surged skyward, the sheer force of his ascent causing the sanctum to tremble violently, with the weakened edges of some magical arrays beginning to collapse. Duva emerged like a beacon of boundless hope, his overwhelming presence tearing through the ominous clouds that enshrouded the earth. The crimson floating cloak clung tightly to his shoulders, its corners fluttering as it synchronized perfectly with Duva's movements, radiating magical energy. Is it you? I once caught a distant glimpse of you, at a time when I hardly regarded you as more than an insignificant ant. Yet, I did not foresee that the ant of yesteryear would evolve into a formidable creature. As Dormammu engaged in combat with Ancient One, tirelessly severing the influence of the Time Stone upon him, his colossal eyes fixated intently on Duva. This ant is all too willing to vanquish you, the Dark God. Duva soared to Ancient One's side, surrounded by countless magical patterns that transformed into a golden barrier, repelling all external incursions. Dormammu altered his trajectory, reaching out toward Duva. Do not presume I am oblivious. You are the true source of the alien, not some so-called queen. That fool, Caecilius, was mistaken from the very beginning. Hellfire ignited within Dormammu's eyes as he discerned Duva's current state, understanding that Duva was not the original owner of this body, but had somehow accomplished a transfer of consciousness. Astral projection? The alien can be utilized in such a manner? A profound greed flickered in Dormammu's gaze. He was eager to seize Duva, to transform him into a follower, ideally, to strip the alien from Duva, allowing the beings to become his acolytes. Originally, Dormammu intended to capture all aliens, decipher their genes and life traits, and then, through dark sorcery, create magical vessels capable of containing his diverse powers, thereby infiltrating Earth. Yet upon witnessing this scene, his intentions swiftly altered. Why fabricate magical vessels when he could perfectly descend upon countless aliens through astral projection? It was evidently a simpler and more efficient approach. The alien race would be his to command. Chapter 71. The Illusion of a Starry Sky is a postcard announcing the entire universe. Dormammu, with an unwavering determination to conquer the alien, immediately focused his powers on Duva. Countless particles of dark magic coalesced into purple spikes, reminiscent of a collapsing corner of the cosmos, densely packed like rays of light, and with a thunderous crash, they descended upon Duva. Yet, Duva merely lifted his head sharply, his eyes emitting an extraordinarily powerful thermal gaze, and swiftly shook his head, obliterating all magical attacks in an instant. His form moved with the swiftness of lightning, almost teleporting as he raced through the vastness of outer space, his movements so rapid that each strike inevitably eradicated swathes of dark magic. Duva acutely felt the magnitude of his newfound strength and quickly adapted, repeatedly augmenting his power on that foundation. For a fleeting moment, he subconsciously mused that if it were the genuine Superman, merely engaging in combat in outer space would already be a significant advantage. The distant sun floated, generously bestowing sunlight. Even though Duva possessed the power of 1,000,000 stars within his pocket universe, it could not be equated to the sum of 1,000,000 Supermen. Is this the extent of your power? This is the limit of you, the alien master. What right do you have to command such beings? It would be far better to join forces with the aliens and become a part of me. Dormammu let forth a terrifying laugh, each note resonating like the cosmos whispering. Do not be deceived by him. We are the ones fighting on our home ground. He seeks to lure you into a reckless charge, only to swallow you into the dark dimension, from which I cannot save you, warned Ancient One. Entering the dark dimension would spell monumental trouble. Without the might to shatter a dimension, facing Dormammu in his complete form would leave no avenue for escape. Ancient One once again wielded the Time Stone, transforming the power of time into a visible green radiance, effortlessly reversing everything before him. Even Dormammu, powerful as he was, standing outside the dimension of time, could not evade the direct interference of the Time Stone. His imprints within the reality of the universe were inevitably corrected. Not to mention the numerous artifacts such as the Book of Ishani and the Crucible of All Things, also under Ancient One's command, simultaneously assailing Dormammu. Dormammu harbored a deep-seated loathing for Ancient One, partly due to the overwhelming number of artifacts he possessed, no matter how fiercely he fought. Ancient One always seemed able to produce various formidable relics. In this battle, Ancient One took the initiative, shouldering much of the pressure originating from Dormammu. I find it intriguing that every being, whether human or divine, that has set their sights on me, sees only the marvel of the alien and seeks to claim it for themselves, to reshape it according to their vision. Yet they fail to comprehend why I can control the alien. I relish the title of Alien Master, But even you, Dormammu, have never truly grasped what that title signifies. Duva inhaled deeply. At this moment, he possessed power equivalent to 3 times that of Reynolds. With such strength, it was impossible to confront the formidable Dormammu, whose half-formed body had already breached the dark dimension. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He endeavored to reverse and amplify the force of a million stars. Boom! The sound emanating from Duva resembled countless celestial bodies colliding, akin to billions of stars experiencing a sudden reversal of time as magnetic fields shifted. Duva initiated the reverse amplification of the million stars' power, an action that caused his might to surge once more, doubling in intensity. However, this was still not the conclusion. Duva sought to execute a simultaneous compression of this power, completing the first stacking. His form expanded again, becoming even taller and more robust. His body filled with an overwhelming energy that desperately sought an outlet. The immense Dormammu was the perfect target. Duva spread his arms wide, though his stature appeared diminutive. The golden web of energy erupting from him expanded at a frenetic pace, forcefully carving out a golden expanse within the endless darkness. Energy and magic clashed, mutually negating each other, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. In a thunderous rush, Duva accelerated, instantly breaking free from the shackles of dark magic, positioning himself directly before Dormammu. From a great distance, he unleashed a powerful punch. The golden energy within him erupted like an infinitely recurring stellar explosion, billions of energies coalescing and, under Duva's control, surged directly toward Dormammu. The golden energy, which tore through the fabric of space-time, struck Dormammu's head, creating a hollow void untouched by flames. As a vast amount of dark magic dissipated, it began to reassemble, attempting to mend the wound upon Dormammu's form. Simultaneously, Ancient One emerged, holding aloft the Book of Vishanti. The ancient tome flipped its pages autonomously, releasing a cascade of mystical patterns, sacred magic potent enough to be etched in the annals of the arcane, now bombarding Dormammu like a torrential downpour. Dormammu's furious roar shattered distant planets. With a sweeping motion of his colossal hand, he conjured countless powerful magical storms, intent on consuming everything before him. However, Ancient One had already utilized the Time Stone to shield himself, casting Dormammu's assaults into the corners of time. Is this truly the extent of your power? After exhausting your abilities, you have merely inflicted a minuscule wound upon me? In such a battle, I could endure for 1,000,000 years. I do not believe you can survive that long. Dormammu lowered his massive, fiery head. 1,000,000 years? Dare you repeat that to the god of dark magic, and see if he concurs with your absurdity? The strength you wield is entirely your own. Were you truly the origin of dark magic, then your words would carry weight. As Duva spoke, he unleashed his formidable strength, which had surged threefold in that fleeting moment. This newfound power was sufficient to inflict a modicum of pain upon Dormammu, who had emerged from the dark dimension. Duva's gaze sharpened, allowing him to perceive each microscopic particle, observing the movements and reconfigurations of atomic molecules. Ultimately, he transcended spatial boundaries, focusing his sight upon the colossal form of Dormammu, a being engulfed in magical flames. Surrounded by a maelstrom of dark sorcery, deep within the shadows of the dark dimension, other elusive entities prowled. Duva understood that these beings had fled from the edge of hell into the dark dimension, a multitude that could not be vanquished. As Dormammu had asserted, the power he currently wielded was still insufficient to truly defeat him. Assessing his own condition, Duva recognized the unprecedented strain on his psyche, yet estimated he could endure for a while longer. He cast a worried glance at the usually taciturn Ancient One, whose strikes were both decisive and precise. With each spell cast, she targeted Dormammu's vulnerabilities. Remarkably, the Ancient One, who initially employed white magic and demonic sorcery, had now abandoned pretense, unleashing dark magic with increasing frequency and ferocity against Dormammu. The more perilous and malevolent the dark magic, the more fervently she wielded it. It seemed that, rather than the Ancient One succumbing first, it might indeed be Dormammu's resolve that faltered. In this universe, Duva declared himself the supreme master of dark magic. Even the trusted Ancient One was but a thief, pilfering his power. He observed her countenance and sensed her strength. Without his generous endowment, she would have perished long ago. Now, she dared to employ dark magic against him? Ah, It seemed she had ceased to use his power and instead sought to directly borrow dark magic from that entity. A reckless endeavor. Dormammu's voice pierced Duva's consciousness, resonating within his threefold awareness. As the malevolent deity tempted him, what good is it to follow an ordinary human like the Ancient One, whose fleeting life spans merely a few centuries, sustained only by theft? Why not reconsider your stance and come to serve me directly? You? Is this what you truly desire, to become my minion? With a powerful shoulder charge, Duva shattered several strands of dark magic with the immense energy coursing through him, expanding the golden domain around him, and calmly responded. There is no shame in serving a cosmic deity. Do not forget your human origins. Consider Caecilius. You can surpass him, achieve greater nobility. On any planet or in any realm of this universe, all beings and gods will revere you, for you are my servant. Dormammu continued to seduce him, adding that mastering such alien entities, while being rooted in humanity, was his greatest weakness. Why not seize the opportunity to forsake your human identity and embrace your allegiance as an alien? It was a compelling proposition. Under different circumstances, I might have been swayed. Duva remarked, however, I have conceived of a more exquisite method. If I could inflict a modicum of pain upon you, would it not serve to illustrate my extraordinary nature? Even the ancient Dormammu could not subdue me. Throughout this exchange, Ancient One's demeanor remained unflinching, for she understood that a person of Duva's temperament would never yield to a demon, regardless of its cosmic caliber. I recall you mentioning that you had prepared multiple contingency plans, Ancient One asserted, as she gestured forward, conjuring a dense web of time centered around the time stone. To shield them both, she directly inquired, do you possess any reliable strategies to confront Dormammu? You are well aware that we cannot endure much longer. Our reliance on the time stone is increasing, and while Dormammu's condition is deteriorating due to my relentless siphoning of his power over the years, he can likely withstand longer than we can. If you're referring to a force capable of directly challenging Dormammu, I must confess there is none. I am but a mortal, not a deity. To be precise, I am merely the master of the xenomorphs, incapable of vanquishing an adversary of Dormammu's caliber at this juncture. However, there are indeed supplementary methods available. Ancient One possesses artifacts, and so too shall Duva. Asgard. Every member of the Aesir is acutely aware of this monumental conflict, with even some audacious Asgardians clamoring to venture into Midgard for battle. When we found ourselves in peril, the Midgardians aided us. Now that they face adversity, we cannot remain indifferent. The withdrawal of Jotunheim presents an opportune moment. Fools, do you truly equate Duva and the xenomorphs with all of Midgard? They are fundamentally distinct. If we are to assist, it shall be Duva we aid, not the other Midgardians. What is the king doing? To this day, we have yet to witness him issue a command. The honor of the Asgardians compels them to confront the darkness ahead without retreat. Thor shares this sentiment, and thus, he leads a contingent of xenomorphs into the Grand Hall. My brother, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? You are dragging all of Asgard into an unwinnable war. Our adversary is a true demon, unlike any foe we have previously encountered. Loki clutched the eternal spear, his expression dark as he regarded Thor, his gaze frequently shifting to the towering and formidable xenomorphs. When we engaged in battle with Jotunheim, Duva did not believe in our victory, yet he continuously provided us with assistance. What have we done for him? Thor's voice rang out. Loki, on the brink of exasperation, retorted, you have already bestowed Mjolnir upon him. This is the weapon of the god of thunder, not something a mere mortal should wield. Is that not sufficient? It is precisely because you command the xenomorph army that I have refrained from demanding Mjolnir from him in the name of the king. Thor shook his head, stating, it is insufficient. He lifted Mjolnir of his own accord, not at my behest. You should be acutely aware of this. If it were merely Mjolnir, it would not suffice to bring about our current predicament. Had it not been for the incursion of Dormammu into Midgard, we would have secured a greater number of alien reinforcements. Is this your justification for waging war against Dormammu in the name of Asgard? What resources do we possess to confront him? We could send some artifacts from the treasury to Duva. I heard from Heimdall that Duva has employed a powerful spell, merging with an alien entity, and is currently collaborating with the supreme sorcerer of Midgard to fend off Dormammu. We might transport some enchanted items to him, akin to the assistance Duva once extended to us. Loki, seated upon the throne, gripped the eternal spear tightly, his expression fluctuating between pale and flushed. At times, he genuinely contemplated using this artifact to strike Thor fiercely. He yearned to pry open Thor's mind and discern the absurd thoughts occupying it, betrayed by Duva, yet still aiding him. Loki harbored doubts that Thor was oblivious to Duva's military engagement, which was aimed at capturing more divine prisoners to bolster his own forces. Just look at the captured frost giants. Their numbers have swelled to 600. Loki even hesitated, pondering whether to awaken the slumbering Odin. The situation had deteriorated beyond his expectations. However, if he were to do so, all his carefully cultivated plans would be in vain. He was meant to demonstrate that he was the superior heir, far more capable than Thor. Suddenly, an alien let out a cry. What was it saying? Loki's expression darkened. Thor, deep in thought, replied, "If I am not mistaken." It requested to borrow the destroyer armor. This notion is not its own, but rather Duva's. He requires the destroyer armor. The destroyer? Loki fell silent. Though it was an immensely powerful artifact, it was not on par with the eternal spear, and moreover, the destroyer had been relegated to the treasury, lying dormant for a millennium. Perceiving Loki's indecision, Thor bypassed him and boldly entered the treasury, retrieving the destroyer armor. Loki furrowed his brow, suppressing his rage, and invoked the authority of the Allfather to revoke the control over the armor. May he not tarnish our weapon, steeped in history and glory, with humiliation and defeat. Loki remarked, "If merely lending out an idle suit of armor can compel Dormammu's retreat, it would be most fortuitous." Heimdall promptly activated the Bifrost, transporting the destroyer armor to the realm of Midgard in an instant. Dormammu also took notice of this occurrence, fixating intently on the iconic Bifrost. Had this transpired millennia ago, Dormammu would not have dared to extend the reach of the Dark Dimension to Earth, creating such an uproar. Everyone knew how fearsome the Elder Odin was. He was fearless against any foe, wielding the eternal spear without hesitation. But now, rumors of Odin's demise circulate widely, and given the circumstances, the proud Odin's prolonged absence, coupled with the silence surrounding the outbreak of war between realms, strongly implies his death. Asgard has dispatched a set of destroyer armor via the Rainbow Bridge. Yet, what purpose does it serve? Dormammu, with a sinister grin, prepares to sever the Rainbow Bridge and obliterate the destroyer armor. However, Duva has already sprung into action, transforming into a streak of light that collides with the precisely traversing Rainbow Bridge. The destroyer armor, once donned by Odin in battles against the cosmic pantheon, now envelopes Duva. A crimson, floating cape unfurls gracefully, draping over the shoulders of the armor. "Is this one of your contingency plans?" asked Ancient One. "Indeed. Did you think a contingency plan is merely a wish-granting machine that resolves every problem? It is about maximizing the limited resources at hand to achieve the greatest effect. That is the true essence of my strategic planning. The destroyer armor bestows upon Duva a comprehensive enhancement. Spirit, soul, cells, and body. All aspects experience an explosive surge of growth under the influence of this superlative armor, even as he merely begins to master the armor. Duva acutely perceives a significant increase in his capacity. He finally comprehends why the aged Odin dared to wear this armor and lead the pantheons of the world tree into battle against the cosmic deities. Like a genuine god, Duva rampages through the vast expanse of the cosmic battlefield, shattering everything that stands before him with an unparalleled, potent force. In an instant, Dormammu's attacks fail to yield tangible results. Why do such adversaries consistently arise on this insignificant planet? Dormammu, repeatedly thwarted and at the end of his patience, cannot fathom why. As a prominent cosmic demon, he is met with rejection from these insignificant ants when he extends an olive branch. Dormammu merely desires to consume Earth, eliminate Ancient One, and seize the alien. Is that truly excessive? For a cosmic demon, is this not a commonplace ambition? Even the cosmic pantheon sustains itself through myriad intelligent life forms. You are mistaken, Dormammu. It is you who opposes me, not the other way around. Duva and Ancient One depart from the protective magic circle surrounding Earth, gradually driving Dormammu back into the Dark Dimension. Indeed, Dormammu is formidable. However, this strength stems from his pinnacle status as a top sorcerer of the Faltar, attained through mastery of the Dark Dimension. Without the Dark Dimension, Dormammu remains a powerful sorcerer, perhaps even stronger than Ancient One, who refrains from utilizing artifacts due to the accumulation of time. but he lacks the omnipotent perspective to gaze down upon the cosmos. Golden energy unfolds, unleashing an infinite barrage of impacts. Dormammu struck time and again, each attempt proving futile. Even when he achieved notable victories, the omnipresent influence of the time stone rendered time itself meaningless. Only the endless, cyclical conflict drained Dormammu of his power. Despite repeated efforts to engulf Duva into the dark dimension, where he would transform into a true cosmic deity, effortlessly dismantling Duva's resistance and perfectly assimilating the alien beings into the abyss, Duva would never allow Dormammu to act at will. Planets trembled under the weight of this fierce battle. Some even veered off their original trajectories, ultimately shattering, their billions of years of existence dissolving into the dawn of deep space, vanishing forever. At this moment, no one had the heart to concern themselves with the fate of other worlds. Their focus was solely on Earth. Had it not been for the World Tree in the Central Realm, providing unwavering support, Earth, and perhaps even the Sun itself, would have succumbed to Dormammu's relentless assault. Gazing upon the heavily armored Duva, Dormammu pondered how much longer Duva could endure. Yet, whenever Duva seemed on the brink of collapse, the radiant glow of the time stone flickered, allowing Duva to swiftly regain some strength, prompting Dormammu to fall into a contemplative silence. The time stone's presence rendered him passive. Despite being a deity who transcended time, his powers were not infinite. Entrust the aliens to me, Dormammu offered, and I will grant you immortality, crafting a magical form tailored exclusively for you. I can bestow upon you whatever you desire. He sought to manipulate Duva's mind through arcane persuasion, each word an invasion of Duva's psyche. Dormammu aimed to paint Duva in his own colors. What benefits are there in following the Ancient One? To be a mortal destined to die after a few decades? I can offer you all that she can, and what she cannot provide, I will. He continued. Your current method of mental projection onto the aliens resembles astral projection, yet it pales in comparison. With my assistance, I can refine this ability, and paired with my enhanced magical aliens, you could traverse the cosmos in an instant, even to parallel universes. It was a tantalizing vision, one that Duva considered, feeling the relentless invasion of Dormammu's mental magic attempting to dissect his consciousness and soul, his expression remaining stoic. As the battle reached this critical juncture, those present began to grasp the reality. As long as the Ancient One persisted and the Time Stone continued to sustain the flow of time, defeat was not an option. The worst outcome would be the creation of a time loop, perpetually repeating. Yet, equally, they could not penetrate the dark dimension to confront Dormammu directly. Dormammu, I believe you have fundamentally misunderstood the purpose of my engagement in this conflict. Do you presume I am merely exhibiting my prowess to negotiate a favorable deal, or showcasing the formidable potential of the xenomorphs to extort a bribe from you? Neither is the case. Duval suddenly erupted into laughter, for indeed, even a being of such immense power as a demon must adhere to certain cognitive principles inherent to life forms. In your eyes, what is a xenomorph? Merely a tool you have haphazardly modified and manipulated to facilitate your invasion of Earth? For me, the paramount significance of this battle lies in introducing myself to the cosmos and advancing the xenomorph's presence throughout the universe. Sooner or later, every planet shall host xenomorphs, and my legions will traverse every battlefield. The rarest races, the most treasured memories, and the most clandestine abilities within this universe shall be mine to claim. I shall achieve a grand synthesis of genetic unity, transforming all the mysteries and wonders of the cosmos into a singular concept. Xenomorph. If I were to append a term to this concept, it would be my name, Duval. Within Duval's smile resided an extraordinary serenity. He understood that even an alliance with the Ancient One could not vanquish Dormammu, only drive this entity back like a wild dog, suffering considerable losses in the process. The xenomorph is a species born for combat, and it is solely through warfare that it acquires an endless stream of genetic material, enriching Duval's gene repository and providing a robust foundation of strength. Reynolds exemplifies this truth, and in the future, many more akin to him will emerge. It is worth noting, Mr. Blue, that he has tirelessly advanced the establishment of the xenomorph gene repository under Duval's guidance. All genes that can be replicated and assimilated by the xenomorphs will ultimately become part of their collective, accessible in times of need. This is Duval's objective: to disseminate both the xenomorphs and Duval's legacy across the most chaotic, brutal, and sanguinary regions of the cosmos is also among Duval's ambitions. Standing to confront Dormammu serves as a remarkable addition to Duval's personal resume, garnering the attention of the entire universe. Consider this clash with Dormammu. He has not only survived, but has also repelled Dormammu. What a formidable individual indeed. Should not the life forms cultivated and promoted by such a person receive the adoration and reverence of all warmongers? We must vigorously nurture the xenomorphs, for they embody the truth of the universe and the future of our world. Duval contemplates a matter. Amidst this infinite multiverse, apart from the exceedingly rare, numbered universes, the majority will ultimately serve merely as backdrops to recurring multiversal cataclysms, reduced to mere gravel amidst the conflicts of deities, fading into oblivion. Given the existence of zombie universes, cancerous universes, spider universes, AI universes, and Venom universes, it is entirely reasonable for another xenomorph universe to emerge within this vibrant multiverse. In the realm of infinite cardinalities, lacking the establishment of one's own universe renders one hesitant to introduce oneself within the multiverse framework. In the endeavor of evolving aberrations, Duva, with unwavering determination, aspires to transcend to higher dimensions, yearning to behold grand vistas. Truly, he is a madman, or perhaps a deluded creature of lower intellect. A day when he and his aberrations could stand independently, without the divine support and transformation I provide, remains a distant fantasy. Ultimately, they are but lesser beings, incapable of addressing even the most fundamental issues of longevity. Such concerns are beyond your purview. Yet inevitably, a moment will arrive when you glimpse the future, I hope. Before that occurs, you do not succumb to oblivion. Duva's physique approaches its limits. Even though the time gem aids in his periodic restoration, it cannot genuinely revert Duva to the temporal juncture prior to the convergence of his threefold consciousness, for such a reversal would create a temporal loop. In one final act, Duva unleashed an all-consuming assault upon Dormammu. As the very gateway of a pocket universe, colossal stars converged upon Duva, allowing him to radiate a brilliance capable of incinerating all darkness within his sight in an instant. Empowered by the might of a destroyer, and bolstered by the timely intervention of the Ancient One who unleashed the Book of Ashanti, tremendous magic surged forth, pouring inexorably into Duva. Transformed into a golden giant capable of wielding stars, Duva, encircled by rolling golden energy, propelled himself forward with reckless determination, silently tearing a golden fissure through Dormammu's immense form. As a significant portion of Dormammu's body detached from the dark dimension, he was compelled to retreat. At this moment, the vast black clouds began to dissipate slightly, and the gaping rift threatening to cleave the entire solar system in twain also began to close slowly with Dormammu's withdrawal. Yet Dormammu was not idle. Striving to avoid the entrapment of a temporal loop, he relentlessly pressed against the earth with his immense mass, repeatedly assaulting the magical formations. He swept away several hundred aberrations. The Ancient One remarked to Duva, "Indeed, I sense it. This entity cannot seize me, so it resorts to targeting ordinary aberrations in hopes of achieving some results." Duva nodded slightly. The Ancient One cautioned, "Both of us are mages, sharing a common thought process. If I am not mistaken, it will attempt to utilize black magic of a deconstructive nature to conduct a reverse analysis, deciphering your source from the ground up, ultimately brainwashing you." Brainwashing? I find that term quite appealing. Duva mused as he gradually dissipated the burdensome golden energy, illuminating the night sky with countless stars. In this moment, it felt as though the entirety of the solar system and the world tree rejoiced in his triumph, celebrating the dispelling of darkness and the return of light. Yet, this was but an illusion. Duva pointed to his head, and just as his consciousness was about to depart from Reynolds' body and return to his original form, he remarked, "I possess numerous characteristics, the most significant of which is my mind." Dormammu sought to invade my brain, but he swiftly ceased this endeavor, choosing to withdraw instead. It remains uncertain who will ultimately brainwash him. In Chapter 72, concerning my rebirth as an alien, all who have attempted to invade Duva's mind, spirit, or consciousness have invariably been astounded by the scenes within his brain. After all, as the central consciousness, he is safeguarded by the myriad minds of aliens, a phenomenon exceedingly rare across the cosmos. Duva has come to realize that the greater the number of aliens, and the stronger their average power, the more formidable the force that protects him becomes. Consequently, the mental power at his disposal also amplifies, enabling him to eventually master his unique alien astral projection technique. As long as his consciousness remains sufficiently robust, each time he descends, even across cosmic distances, the pressure he endures will be borne by the countless aliens surrounding him. Indeed, akin to the Ancient One cultivating numerous practitioners to share the burden of debt, while the capabilities of a sorcerer are one path. Duva has embarked on a superficially similar, yet fundamentally distinct journey, utilizing his unique traits to construct a magical system of his own. The Ancient One regarded the individual before her. Mere moments ago, he was Duva, but he had now reverted to Reynolds and an alien embryo. Though she had not delved into Duva's mind, she sensed that the spiritual structure within him was indeed exceptional. Many believed Duva to be a fortunate soul, having either fortuitously created or stumbled upon aliens from some hidden dimension. Yet in truth, Duva himself was the most extraordinary of them all. The Ancient One sighed softly. Had it been decades, or even centuries ago, as a supreme sorceress, she would have employed every means at her disposal to suppress Duva, preventing his excessive expansion of influence on Earth to safeguard the planet's stability. At the very least, she did not wish for the world she protected to transform into one overrun by aliens. That would be catastrophic. Neither did she wish to stand opposed to someone like Duva. However, the Ancient One had more pressing matters to attend to. Her recent confrontation with Dormammu had left her severely weakened, and the fate of countless practitioners in Kamartaj remained uncertain. Although she seldom required the use of practitioners herself, she had left a greater number of them for Strange as a precaution. Yet this situation was particularly unique. With a resounding thud, Reynolds collapsed, unconscious. The Ancient One raised her hand, sending Reynolds through a portal back to the Vrillin building. I am aware that your current condition is far from favorable. Yet I must remind you that if, one day in the future, you achieve your aspirations, it is imperative to leave a modicum of space for the Earth. For I may never witness that day, let alone intervene in the future. That task is no longer mine. Ancient One remarked. This sentiment bore the weight of a final farewell. Perhaps the Ancient One had prepared for the worst. So whom did she choose? Was it still Strange? Spider-Man was already deceased. Thus the Supreme Sorcerer would certainly not be making an appearance. Dawa pondered, his spirit thoroughly drained, and he fell into a rare, profound slumber for 2 days. 2 days may not seem long, yet the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. That which certain individuals had desperately sought to conceal could no longer remain hidden. The most profound upheaval was undoubtedly felt upon the World Tree, where several celestial beings observed the extraordinary clash from afar, witnessing as Dormammu was gradually repelled by 2 humans from Midgard, ultimately compelled to seize some peculiar creatures before retreating back to the Dark Dimension. This battle was fraught with peril, and the powerful entities upon the World Tree could distinctly sense the reverberations of the conflict. Had this occurred in other cosmic realms, numerous planets would have likely been shattered, and suns extinguished. Dormammu chose to withdraw. I initially believed that the mightiest of Midgard was the Ancient One, but unexpectedly, a formidable new contender emerged, employing a combat style markedly different. The Ancient One wielded magic, which was to be expected, as Midgardians were notoriously weak within the 9 realms, possessing the lowest average combat prowess. However, the sudden emergence of a brawny individual adept in hand-to-hand combat was certainly noteworthy. Individuals from various worlds dispersed, employing myriad methods to seek relevant information, and soon they learned of the recent events transpiring in Midgard. Dawa, xenomorphs, parasites, chestbursters. How intriguing that such peculiar entities could exist in a place like Midgard. In Muspelheim, Surtur's daughter, Queen Sind, an equally powerful celestial being, eagerly opened her eyes, recalling the vast amounts of information she had recently received. When Dormammu finally engaged, I recall he risked being attacked by the 2 humans to strike directly at Midgard, seemingly in pursuit of these xenomorphs. Yet, no matter how one viewed it, these creatures did not reach a level of magnificence that would astonish even deities. Queen Sind was intrigued by the xenomorphs, but regardless of her assessments, she failed to find any remarkable aspects in these parasitic life forms. Perhaps it was not the xenomorphs that were extraordinary, but rather their origins? Each celestial being had transcended countless lives, their intellect far surpassing conventional computation, allowing them to deduce innumerable possibilities and systematically eliminate them in mere moments. An increasing number of individuals are beginning to realize that perhaps it is not the being known as the xenomorph that intrigues Dormammu, but rather the entity known as Duva, especially in light of the demise of Cassius. So the creator of the xenomorphs was a Midgardian? I had initially intended to unearth the mastermind behind the xenomorphs after we had conquered Asgard, yet he has revealed himself unexpectedly. If one were to speak of the being most knowledgeable about xenomorphs, it would undoubtedly be Lao Fei, the Lord of Jotunheim, who has witnessed far too many of his kin perish at the hands of these fearsome creatures. These abhorrent entities possess extraordinary adaptability, born solely for combat, and their blood is capable of corroding even the most resilient metals. This race begins at an elevated level. To put it plainly, if we were to consider the xenomorph race in the distant past, it is conceivable that among the myriad worlds suspended upon the world tree, there could exist a world inhabited by xenomorphs. They are indeed deserving of such a fate. What has truly astounded me is the revelation that the creator of the xenomorphs might be a Midgardian scientist, endowed with the ability to manipulate xenomorphs with his mind. However, it appears that this is not the case. One of his subordinates is capable of trading blows with Dormammu. Lao Fei squinted, a hint of caution flickering in his blue eyes. As an ancient king of gods, he would certainly relish the opportunity to eliminate Duva and subsequently assimilate the xenomorph race into the frost giant lineage as a subordinate tribe. Nothing could be more fitting. Yet, the situation has changed. He must now proceed with caution. Should Duva once again unleash the formidable power he wielded against Dormammu, even Lao Fei would need to weigh the consequences of provoking such an adversary before he has completely resolved matters in Asgard. Even the Ancient One achieved godlike status only through the enduring legacy of Camartage and centuries of experience, relying on the arcane arts as her source of power. But what has empowered Duva? What has he accomplished in such a brief span of time? Lao Fei cannot fathom this, and many of the gods share his confusion. Even those ancient civilizations or entities in the far reaches of the cosmos have cast a glance toward this matter. The diminutive planet Earth has become a topic of discussion among many figures. Hey Quill, have you heard about that incident? The coordinates of that great battle are precisely in your hometown, right? That S where Yondu abducted you. ISNT it? Oh, for heaven's sake, please stop asking me about that. I've answered countless times. I was just a child then and can hardly recall anything about Earth. I have no desire to return, Star-Lord exclaimed, pushing away the inebriated individual before him. I have absolutely no interest in the events that transpired on that planet. Among the Ravagers, he felt a profound lack of future prospects and had already begun to devise a plan for his departure. However, Earth, that technologically backward place, with an absurdly short average lifespan, is said to harbor such formidable beings. Star-Lord even questioned whether he might have misinterpreted the situation, suspecting that it could not possibly refer to the same location. Yet he steadfastly etched the name Duva into the depths of his memory, just as Duva once proclaimed to Dormammu that nothing is more expedient and effective than a stride upon the ancient demon and announce to the cosmos. Meanwhile, chaos reigned supreme on Earth. Only the blind and the foolish remained oblivious to the terrifying demon that had manifested in the void of outer space. Moreover, some individuals well-versed in history emerged, producing numerous theses previously dismissed as the ravings of lunatics to substantiate the potential existence of extra-dimensional deities. Although the disclosed information was exceedingly fragmented and incomplete, it sufficed to illuminate for the populace the true nature of the entities they had previously encountered. First, the god Thor made his appearance, seemingly validating the existence of Asgard, followed by another deity from a shadowy realm. Was this universe truly the one we had come to know? I also witnessed formidable sorcerers stepping forth to safeguard the earth, their magical trails evident in the skies above. Indeed, magic appeared to be a reality, with the existence of vampires and other supernatural beings already unsettling. The emergence of mythological figures and deities from alternate realms left me questioning whether I had inadvertently traversed into a parallel universe. In recent days, for the inhabitants of Earth, or more precisely, the common folk, life had become overwhelmingly exhilarating. They were compelled to repeatedly reassess their understanding of the world amidst a series of monumental events. The worldview they had constructed from education and the internet was shattered within the span of less than a year. They could comprehend Tony Stark, for he was a billionaire who crafted his own armor through technological means. They could also grasp the existence of the Hulk, a biochemical monstrosity. However, as events unfolded, confusion deepened. The world was subtly transforming into an entirely unrecognizable entity, with a cacophony of disparate beings suddenly emerging, as if all of humanity had traversed time and space. The undeniable truth is that when humanity collectively begins to reevaluate its reality, it compels individuals to delve into historical myths and legends for scrutiny and validation. In an instant, the Earth resembled a boiling cauldron, with even a few splashes of its contents akin to alien blood striking them, causing painful cries to erupt. In the past, organizations like S.H.I.L.D. could devise means to obscure information. Even the battle that transpired in New Mexico, where Duva wielded Thor's hammer to drastically alter the weather, was downplayed through various methods to minimize the spread of news. Yet, with the arrival of the demon Dormammu, they found themselves utterly powerless. The most immediate consequence of this was that everyone began to pursue extraordinary powers of their own accord. They had witnessed firsthand the immense strength of the two who stood against Dormammu, instilling a profound sense of security. Despite the vast distances involved, and even with advanced astronomical equipment, it was challenging to capture the entirety of the battle between those two and the demon. Nevertheless, humanity needed only to grasp that individual prowess could indeed rival that of the monsters from another realm, and that knowledge alone was sufficient. The individual radiating a golden light is someone I should recognize. The superhero known as Sentinel, a follower of Duva. Damn it, we have no equipment to capture his true visage. All we know is that he took flight from the Himalayan region. When did Sentinel venture to the Himalayas? Across the globe, who else possesses abilities akin to his? There seems to be another, the one who appeared on Broadway, but that person has long since vanished. Besides Sentinel, who would dare to step forward amidst an impending apocalypse? While you all have focused solely on Sentinel, I have noticed the individual issuing commands to him. Sentinel is but a subordinate of that figure. The indistinct silhouette that lurks may also be an emissary of Duva, or perhaps even Duva himself. Few in a mundane world are familiar with the Supreme Mage, yet they certainly know Duva. In recent times, amidst a series of significant events, Duva's presence has been frequently observed, even if he himself is not seen. His aberrations are almost omnipresent, traversing the shadows like ghostly assassins ready to unleash lethal strikes upon their foes. This has become the common perception of aberrations. Moreover, an increasing number of individuals are beginning to comprehend the consequences of being parasitized by aberrations. The temptation of ascending to superhuman status is immense in these times. It is noteworthy that while mutants with superpowers are reviled and find themselves in dire circumstances, aberration hosts do not share this fate. All they need to do is pledge allegiance to Duva. Aberrations are the future. Becoming one is joining the glorious evolution. We could seize the opportunity to establish a cult of aberrations and entice a throng of ordinary people into our fold for financial gain. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. I shall sever ties with your kind from this moment forth. Who can ascertain whether the malevolent deity you worship truly exists? Subsequently, someone unearthed the recruitment announcement from Villain Corporation once more, prompting a multitude to rush forth, eager to join Duva's ranks and attain superhuman status in a safe, side-effect-free manner. They are undoubtedly aware of the possibility of being burst open, yet they believe that as long as they adhere to their duties and refrain from betraying Duva, such a fate could never befall them. Countless souls gather daily around the villain building, wielding telescopes to scrutinize every movement in the vicinity, particularly when aberrations are known to roam. Frankly, had Duva not been able to perceive these aberration psychic tendencies in real time and issue commands, countless reckless, ordinary individuals would have perished at their hands. When Duva awoke and cast a glance out the window, he beheld a throng of people. His superhuman hearing was inundated with their fervent cries. What a spectacle! It is more vibrant than before. Should I choose to open a door, these individuals would forsake everything to join us. Duva first sipped from a kettle of boiling water, smacking his lips, finding the commotion outside rather bothersome. It is well known that Duva has rarely shown any interest in the parasitic ordinary humans. What on earth transpired? My mind felt clouded, as though I had just experienced a fragmented dream, and my body was racked with pain, covered in bruises. Even with the constant repair from stellar energy, I would require a period of recuperation to fully heal. In an unusual turn of events, Reynolds took the elevator to stand before Duva. Once robust and strong, he now appeared gaunt and pale, clearly suffering from severe life-threatening injuries. Through the remnants of his memory, Reynolds vaguely realized that he might have accomplished something remarkable. "Rejoice, Reynolds." Duva gestured towards the crowd outside. "They are cheering for our achievement." He pointed out, "This very body of yours repelled a demon." Reynolds hesitated. "Did I truly do that?" "I recall it was you." "It was we," Reynolds, Duva interjected. "Indeed, it was us," Reynolds murmured, his eyes brightening. He felt there was no need for excessive contemplation. He should simply revel in the present. With a determined stride, he stepped forward, dragging his ailing body, and soared out of the villain tower, summoning the sluggish energy within him, becoming a radiant spectacle, eliciting cheers and gasps from the crowd below, filling Reynolds with immense satisfaction. Duva watched as Reynolds fluttered through the sky, shaking his head. It was merely a quirk. He would allow Reynolds to indulge in it without interference. Instead, Duva preferred to devote more time to his own advancement. In the coming days, many planets would undoubtedly receive the signals I have dispatched, laying a solid foundation for the future, yet countless ill-intentioned individuals would also set their sights on me. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Duva acknowledged the chaotic and impulsive side of his nature. When presented with an opportunity for further advancement, he would grasp it with fervor, like a madman determined to seize the future. Relying solely on Reynolds was insufficient. While the Death Maiden was formidable, her strengths and weaknesses were equally pronounced, rendering her inadequate as a complete celestial combat unit. I require more powerful subordinates. Furthermore, Samuel was making significant progress on the gene bank project. It was nearing completion. Duva contemplated, having verified that his consciousness could indeed manifest within an alien form, which was pivotal. He began to reach out to Thor. Asgard's palace. Thor strained to comprehend the words of the alien before him. "Hiss. Huh. Hiss. Thor, what is it saying?" Thor wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed in confusion. Despite listening attentively for a long while, he could not comprehend why it desired to ride a sausage, to knit a velar, to walk a dog. Sif pondered for a moment and speculated. Perhaps it seeks to acquire customized equipment like ours? Uncertain, she concluded that this at least indicated the urgent need to expedite the development of our alien language course. Otherwise, we would be unable to engage in normal dialogue with these extraterrestrial brethren. However, the war was far from over. Sif sighed in resignation. We needed to allocate our dwindling personnel to guard multiple planets, remaining vigilant against the frost giants who could strike at any moment. "Aren't you on good terms with Duva?" "I believe we can continue to seek his assistance. After all, this wouldn't be our first request for aid." The warriors of Asgard turned their fervent gazes towards the aliens present. Indeed, once the act of seeking help is performed, it becomes a familiar routine, devoid of shame. They were astonished to learn that Duva had indeed repelled Dormammu while clad in the destroyer armor, although it was evident that his victory had been exceedingly arduous. Even with the aid of the Ancient One, it was still a source of pride, eliciting reverent admiration from all Asgardians. If the Allfather were still alive and were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly summon Duva, Vandal remarked with a hint of melancholy. The atmosphere was heavy with gloom, save for Loki, whose expression remained rigid. "I wonder when he will return the destroyer armor, perhaps along with Mjolnir, which he no longer has any use for." Loki interjected unexpectedly. "The alien informed me that soon Duva would dispatch a new legion to decisively conclude this war." Thor spoke gravely. Did this conclusion imply the demise of the Frost Giant King, Laufey? Was Duva truly considering eliminating Laufey? What a jest! Surely he could not believe he could act with impunity within the realm of Yggdrasil? Loki scoffed. Thor shot him a glance, feeling an unsettling distance from his brother. What if it were indeed possible? Loki merely chuckled coldly, aware that Odin was not dead and cognizant of how troublesome his biological father Laufey could be. He could always escape, if necessary. He did not trust that Duva possessed the capability to survive in combat in the cosmos for an extended duration, no matter how formidable Duva might be. He could never pose a threat to Asgard or Jotunheim, but he could threaten Loki. The formidable rise of Duva left the typically arrogant Loki feeling disoriented. He often felt lost, realizing that despite his myriad advantages, including a millennia-long age difference, the gap between them continued to widen. A fierce discontent surged within Loki as he recognized that, while seated upon this throne, he appeared to wield power, yet he was ensnared by it. Reduced to a mere tool acting solely in the capacity of a king, devoid of his former spontaneity. This is also our opportunity. We have gained an immensely powerful ally, and the war shall soon reach its conclusion. Thor proudly declared to all that it was indeed Duva and the xenomorphs he had summoned as reinforcements. Initially, Thor had set aside his pride, shamelessly seeking to borrow a contingent of xenomorphs from Duva, not exceeding a 3-digit number. However, as of today, the total number of xenomorphs that had arrived on the battlefield had surpassed 10,000. Thor felt an immense respect and gratitude towards Duva, contemplating how best to express his thanks. The conversations within the palace were overheard by the xenomorphs and eventually reached Duva's ears. He remained remarkably unperturbed by the ensuing dispute. The malevolent god Loki was indeed formidable. Had this been a few months prior, Duva would have regarded him with trepidation and caution. Yet now, such feelings had considerably diminished. Unless Loki were to ascend to the status of the supreme mage of this universe, he was no longer a foe requiring Duva's utmost vigilance. And the kind of battles witnessed in New Mexico would not recur. Duva was poised to complete the latest phase of military expansion, intending to deploy the army en masse into the realm of Asgard to bring this war to a definitive conclusion. He sought to capture a sufficient number of prisoners to secure a place within the divine power chain of the World Tree. With his left hand, he dispatched xenomorphs to Kamartaj for the study of magic, while his right hand exerted force upon divine energy, pursuing relentlessly. Just then, a peculiar presence among his xenomorphs caught his attention. As Duva lowered his head to strategize the rapid assembly of a formidable army, he was momentarily stirred. Glancing toward a certain direction, on the 93rd floor of the Villander building, a newly birthed xenomorph, having just completed its chest-bursting emergence, stood bewildered, its gaze fixed upon the bloodied and mangled chest of a vampire. It swiveled its head, vacantly surveying its surroundings, attempting to process the situation. The other xenomorphs quickly sensed something amiss with this newcomer. Even though it had also just undergone the chest-bursting transformation, they immediately surrounded it, encasing it in their midst. Where am I? Why have I appeared here? There is so much blood and flesh. I feel exhilarated. Oh no, something went wrong with this rebirth. The peculiar xenomorph found itself in a state of shock, surrounded by an array of bizarre creatures as soon as it opened its eyes. This bewildering scenario terrified it. As a mutant endowed with the ability of rebirth, Moira had never encountered such a situation in her previous 2 lives. In those instances, she had always begun her existence as a mutant. How had it come to this? She was not even human anymore. When Moira looked down to examine her body, she was further dumbfounded. Is this my body? White skin, sharp claws, and this tail, my form is continuously growing. This cannot be. I don't even have eyes. I'm truly no longer human. The xenomorph trembled, its emotional complexity far surpassing that of ordinary xenomorphs. It opened its mouth, instinctively attempting to articulate something, but ultimately could only utter a few simple sounds. Huh, hoo. In response to her, the surrounding aliens inquired in the same tongue. Moira was seized with terror as she realized she could comprehend their words. She yearned to flee, but at the moment she attempted to move, she was swiftly overwhelmed by the aliens, who easily pinned her to the ground. However, these creatures, which had initially regarded her with predatory intent, seemed to receive some sort of command, as they released her and quietly returned to their own pursuits, leaving only one unique alien standing solitary in place. Who am I now and where am I? I am a mutant. After my rebirth, I should be assisting Professor X and Magneto in their struggle against humanity. Yet why have I become like this? Is there something amiss with my powers, transforming me into this grotesque form? What is this creature? And why had I never heard of such a being in my previous lives? This alien curled into a ball, trembling with fear. She was merely a girl who had lived 3 lives. Her every expression, every thought, was perceived by Duva, who, appearing contemplative, without a hint of hesitation, initiated a mental invasion of this peculiar being, forcibly rifling through her memories from her past 2 lives. Moira immediately sensed Duva's presence. Her rational mind urged her to resist fiercely, for her brain was of utmost importance, and she could not allow a creature of unknown origin to rummage through her thoughts. Yet, instinctively, she found herself adhering to an absolute obedience. This stark contrast and conflict nearly drove her to madness. "Who are you? What do you want? You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? What have you done to me?" "Silence, Moira. I understand your fear, but panic will not resolve anything. It will only exacerbate the situation, ultimately becoming a black hole of despair. An unusual beginning is not necessarily a misfortune. For you, it may signify a rebirth that alters the trajectory of your fate." As Duva perused Moira's memories, he engaged in a mental dialogue with this unprecedented alien. He witnessed her struggles in her past 2 lives, her humiliation, her bullying, and her tragic demises. It was indeed unexpected to encounter such an intriguing phenomenon. A mutant endowed with the ability of rebirth had somehow reincarnated as an alien. Was this disruption of the temporal order due to the conflict with Dormammu? Could it have caused a slight deviation in the original course of fate? No wonder the Ancient One refrained from revealing the future glimpsed through the Time Stone, declaring that all visions of the future were chaotic. Duva was utterly astonished, as if he had discovered a delightful toy, whimsically toying with this creature possessing an alien form yet harboring the soul of a girl. Chapter 73. Come, Dracula, drink this alien blood. It will grant you health and longevity. Moira was truly amusing. Duva had evidently developed a profound interest in this mutant with the power of rebirth. And the fact that she had directly transformed into an alien under his command made the scenario even more captivating. Duva was acutely aware that a myriad of wonders existed within this world, and at any moment, a formidable being, generously bestowed with the whims of some malevolent deity, might emerge from the shadows. Nevertheless, the fact that Moira had been reborn as an alien creature was utterly astonishing, far beyond Duva's expectations. Despite his penchant for meticulous preparations and contingency planning, he had never envisioned such a possibility. Indeed, her memories from previous lives were intact. Everything appeared remarkably normal. Yet this time, upon death and rebirth, she had transformed into an alien entity. Duva meticulously probed the depths of Moira's mind. This woman harbored no secrets from him. His unrestrained and intrusive actions were acutely sensed by Moira, manifesting as a profound awareness on a mental level. In her perception, it was as though a terrifying hand loomed omnipresent, seizing everything with an air of superiority, manipulating her as it pleased while uttering various soothing reassurances. "Moira, your fate has shifted. This is your greatest fortune. Since resistance is futile, why not embrace this unprecedented beginning? Reflect on your past self, pathetically frail. A mutant who repeatedly met untimely ends, a vibrant life that had yet to blossom now withered away. What significance does such a fleeting existence hold? Be silent. Do not attempt to resist me. You know you cannot refuse my commands. Quite the contrary, I possess the ability to manipulate you at will." Moira longed for death. Though she had perished twice before, she had never encountered such a terrifying ordeal. Not only was she unable to mount a fierce rebellion, but even her most basic thoughts were surrendered without reservation. Moira had initially planned to seek refuge with Professor X, embarking on various endeavors in search of a reliable future for mutants. Deep down, she had even prepared herself to allow Professor X to read her mind, to reveal her past experiences and their myriad outcomes. "No, go away. Stay far from me. I should not be here. I am a mutant, and there are vital matters at hand that require my attention." Moira's thoughts spiraled into incoherence, emitting sharp cries, yet her instincts bizarrely reveled in Duva's every action. The most disheartening realization for Moira was that her rationality was utterly ineffectual against such primal instincts. Consider this from a different perspective, Moira. Since you inexplicably became my alien, why would you think I have no need for you? Do you not firmly believe in destiny? That your very existence is pivotal in guiding the future of mutants? Then this is your new fate, to serve me in the guise of an alien. Duva finally ceased his probing, having gleaned everything there was to know about this woman. He spoke with a calm demeanor. No alien can refuse Duva. Absolutely none, and this certainly includes Moira. Moira was compelled to bow her fearsome head in submission to Duva, her inner cries utterly incapable of affecting her control over this body. She could not comprehend why, even if one day her powers were to suddenly fail. She could accept that fate and face death with equanimity. Yet, How could she have transformed from a mutant to what you deem an alien upon her rebirth? Moira inquired with indignation, struggling to grasp the enigma. Duva pondered briefly before responding. If one were to seek a reason, it may very well stem from my actions. I have salvaged this world. My intervention has altered the trajectory you once understood. I am a crucial anchor in this existing reality, steadfastly holding the fluctuating variables in check. Namely, you, Moira. Moira, naturally skeptical, felt that insidious sensation return, an inner voice demanding her unconditional belief. Overwhelmed by fear, her mind dulled, her thoughts ensnared in a quagmire of rigidity. After a moment, Moira realized that Duva had ceased to exert force over her body. Remaining silent for an extended time, she finally emerged from the lair. As she traversed the path, she brushed past numerous aliens, striving to observe her new kin with a calm demeanor. Undoubtedly, anyone who earnestly examined these entities would be filled with genuine awe. These beings seemed to belong to a species that existed solely in theory, each line of their form meticulously sculpted. Moira had never heard of such creatures. Was the 93rd floor their nest? What were the other levels? What was the Verlin building? She had never encountered any mention of it. Moira endeavored to comprehend this world, swiftly rendered speechless by the transformations she faced upon her rebirth, doubting whether all of this was but a figment of her imagination, a sign of her own mental unraveling. Had Professor X and Magneto already allied? Had they publicly announced this alliance at a summit to the world? Humanity had not immediately turned against mutants. Was there a plan in place to systematically eliminate mutants worldwide? The vampires had nearly been exterminated, reduced to mere hosts and sustenance for the aliens. Good heavens, such a phenomenon had never occurred in her past lives. What? Magneto had gone berserk in Westchester, only to be vanquished by an alien host? This battle had resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands? Who were these interdimensional sorcerers? Dormammu and the Supreme Sorcerer? She recognized Tony Stark and the Avengers as adversaries of mutants. Yet what had become of the world? Moira's mind was a whirlwind of confusion until she identified the fulcrum of this upheaval. Duva. As she exited the Verlin building, the throngs of people waiting day and night erupted in excitement, brandishing an array of cameras aimed at Moira, while fervent individuals, seemingly unhinged, attempted to breach the police barricades. Eager to connect with this elegantly formed alien, it is evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that, without offending Duva and the xenomorphs, the most prudent course of action is to pass by the xenomorphs without acknowledging their presence or uttering a word. However, should one foolishly approach these creatures, mistaking them for harmless pets, they may as well court their own demise. Unless, of course, they are akin to Moira, possessing the ability to be reborn as a xenomorph. Moira gazed at the fervent crowd before her, her acute hearing capturing the fervent shouts erupting from their lips, leaving her utterly bewildered. These individuals revered her? Some even aspired to become her? What madness was this? It was a deranged ambition. Not only did they wish to become mutants, but they seemed to have forsaken their humanity altogether. In this day and age, the opportunity to be parasitized by a xenomorph had become a coveted prize, leading Moira to realize that the world she had been reborn into would be even more chaotic and perilous, rife with unforeseen events and powerful figures she had no business encountering. Duva claimed to have defined the anchor point of this era, leaving Moira with a complex expression as she unconsciously clicked her tongue, provoking a chorus of gasps. She began to seriously reassess her reality, understanding the necessity of melding her past 2 lifetimes of memories with this new existence. I am no longer a mutant. In fact, if I were to perish again, I am uncertain whether I would even have the chance to be reborn. Magneto and Professor X have united to stand against humanity's persecution. They seem to have no need for me anymore. Moira found herself torn between elation and despondency. In matters of combat, she recognized her own abysmal inadequacy, yet now she possessed the capability of a fully matured xenomorph. Superhuman strength, speed, acute hearing, and remarkable regenerative abilities were all hers. Moira silently accepted this reality. In truth, resisting would serve no purpose. Her body and spirit now belonged to Duva. Although she had yet to lay eyes on Duva, she felt the weight of his absolute control over her. Duva, who had been observing Moira, finally withdrew his gaze. A clever woman, she refrained from engaging in futile resistance, subconsciously restraining her thoughts and concealing her yearning for freedom deep within. all while seeking an opportunity to escape his grasp. Duva evaluated the reborn xenomorph Moira with keen interest, treating her as a rare and fascinating toy. Were it not for the concern of damaging her inadvertently, he would have already embarked on intricate manipulations. As for Moira's desire to flee, Duva could only shrug, wishing her luck in her endeavors. The longer one remains as a xenomorph, the more permanent that existence becomes. Should one suppress their thoughts too rigorously, they might inadvertently accept such a fate. Duva's attention swiftly shifted from Moira. He had formulated a preliminary strategy regarding her utilization. However, at this moment, the paramount concern was not this, but rather the deployment of alien forces to launch assaults and capture as many vampires as possible. He needed to mobilize additional troops to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Capturing 600 frost giants was somewhat acceptable. Yet if he could seize a larger number of captives during the final confrontation, it would prove to be advantageous. As Duva absorbed the arcane knowledge of Kamartaj like a sponge, he also felt a covetous yearning for the divine power of the World Tree. While his magical pursuits had entered a steady rhythm, his progress in harnessing divine might lag behind, necessitating an acceleration in efforts. Duva resolved that he needed to assemble a formidable army once more. This time, he intended to personally engage in combat on alien soil, accompanied by the Death Maiden. From where would he draw the forces to command? Naturally, he would extract further toil from the vampires. Thus, the vampires, having barely escaped New York, believed they could rely on their generational wealth to continue asserting dominance in other cities and savoring the delights of humanity. Instead, they were soon struck down, as if by lightning, suffering a renewed onslaught from the aliens. The Death Maiden remained, as always, Duva's steadfast bodyguard, perpetually donning her expressionless visage and maintaining an eerie silence. Others, such as the Druids, Reynolds, and the mutants Duva had captured from Strick, had lost their self-awareness. Now compelled to act under the control of the alien embryos nestled in their chests, each leading a team into rapid action. Why? What had they done to incur Duva's wrath? Time and again, they found themselves targeted, questioning their significance to the aliens. Were they truly indispensable? In a world teeming with diverse races and countless human scoundrels, why were the vampires subjected to such dire consequences? The vampires voiced their bewilderment. It was evident that no one would heed their pleas. The aliens exhibited no inclination towards negotiation, only relentless pursuit and capture, striving to ensure the vampires had no opportunity even for self-destruction. In an instant, chaos erupted across the Americas, yet the majority of people applauded these actions. For the vampires were indeed a despised lot. The number of vampires had dwindled significantly, so Duva resigned himself to utilizing some ordinary creatures to fill the ranks. He remained acutely aware of the progress of various alien squads, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. It was truly lamentable that the vampires were found wanting only when needed. How he wished for a planet inhabited by vampires somewhere in the cosmos. Given Duva's current standing and the formidable power he had demonstrated in repelling Dormammu, along with his connections to the Supreme Sorcerers, his endeavors had evidently captured global attention. Even some civilian vampire hunters proactively guided the aliens straight to the vampire strongholds. The military expansion is underway once more, indicating that the conflict at the front lines is exceedingly intense, almost forgotten in the wake of recent battles. Duva has just concluded a confrontation on Earth, while simultaneously advancing another war beyond. Perhaps his patience has waned, prompting him to personally venture to Asgard for an ultimate showdown with extraterrestrial foes. The identity of Asgard's adversaries remains unclear, yet they are indeed pitiful. Perhaps they never anticipated that Duva would prove to be their most formidable opponent from the outset of this war. While the purge of vampires progresses methodically, Duva has also begun to capture various creatures for parasitic purposes, rapidly augmenting his army. With each passing day, the number of aliens at his command escalates swiftly. At this critical juncture, Mordo arrives. With a crackle, a shimmering golden portal materializes at the entrance of the villain building, and Mordo strides through the circle, his demeanor serious. Met by the astonished gazes surrounding him, he refrains from unnecessary words, opting instead to enter the building directly. I trust you can hear my voice. I chose to approach gradually rather than materialize before you abruptly. Such is my courtesy, Mordo declares. In the next moment, an alien passes by and nods at him. Without hesitation, Mordo opens another portal, appearing before Duva. What an uncommon visitor. Why did the Ancient One not come herself, but instead send you? Or perhaps you arrived without her permission? Duva inquires. Mordo, maintaining his serious expression, replies, the Sorcerer Supreme remains vigilant regarding all interdimensional movements, leaving no time to squander. Thus, I possess considerable autonomy over mundane matters. Our camartage does not adhere to the same rigid structure as yours. Rigid indeed. It seems we possess a vastly different understanding of discipline. Moreover, I have never interfered in the private affairs of my subordinates. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am not an academic and shall not engage in discussions on management. Duva muses, observing the sorcerer with intrigue. You are conducting a full-scale assault on vampires worldwide. Am I correct? Indeed, but that pertains to the mundane realm. You are not even the Sorcerer Supreme. Do you intend to involve yourself? Certainly not. If it solely concerns vampires, I shall remain indifferent. Even if you were to eradicate every last vampire, it would not destabilize Earth. Mordo hesitates, seemingly uncertain on how to articulate his thoughts. However, not all vampires are created equal. Some are exceedingly troublesome. In that fleeting moment, Duva briefly entertained the notion that Mordo had come to plead on behalf of the old man. Duva has wholly entrusted the matter of the old man to Erica. Regardless of how Erica and Daredevil choose to address their former mentor's transformation into a vampire, Duva will not intervene. He is not a man driven by an overwhelming desire for control, unlike those who play with Lego, manipulating characters to enforce commands at every turn. After a moment of reflection, Duva inquires, are you referring to Dracula? Without any hesitation, it must be said that the vampires are in search of him, and I too wish to find him. It is said that this individual is nearly immortal. Perhaps he is exceptionally suited for my purposes. He is not Dracula, and I am unaware of where he lies in slumber. The vampires I refer to are not those of our universe. Modus spoke in a low voice. Had it not been for your assistance in repelling Dormammu, I would have taken this secret to my grave. Vampires from another universe? Dua's expression shifted slightly. With that single statement, he connected numerous dots. Modu continued. However, these vampires from alternate universes possess peculiar traits. They appear swiftly, attack a human, and before we can detect and respond, they retreat just as quickly. At this moment, Dua was utterly convinced of whom Modu was speaking. The deceased human was named Peter Parker, a friend of the heir to the Osborn group. You actually know? Modu was taken aback. Dua's expression was somewhat strange. It was no wonder that Spider-Man had met an untimely demise even before officially debuting, as he had fallen prey to the watchful eyes of the Inheritor family wandering across the multiverse. The Inheritor family is a notorious clan of vampires in the multiverse that specifically preys on Spider-Man. Each time they slay a Spider-Man, they can absorb the totemic power within, thereby augmenting their own strength. The more Spider-Men they eliminate, the stronger the members of this family become, making them the arch-nemesis of all Spider-Men across the universe. Far more formidable than any criminal syndicate. Dua was inclined to remind Modu that the members of this Inheritor family were not vampires in the conventional sense. If one were to categorize them, they were vampires that exclusively feasted upon Spider-Man's blood. However, he reconsidered and deemed such a clarification unnecessary. Isn't it your duty to monitor all disturbances from other worlds? Why were you unable to act promptly to thwart those vampires? Dua inquired. Modu shook his head, his countenance darkening. He detested any questioning of the actions and demeanor of the Supreme Sorcerer, promptly retorting, do you believe the Supreme Sorcerer is omniscient? Or that she can instantly perceive the slightest disturbance and possesses the ability to manifest an infinite number of avatars, deploying countless Supreme Sorcerers to investigate every change simultaneously? Such feats are impossible. The Supreme Sorcerer is merely a formidable individual. She cannot attend to every detail, nor is she all-powerful. Moreover, those vampires are highly trained, each individual possessing extraordinary strength. They can swiftly strike an ordinary person and retreat with apparent awareness, just as if they sense something. If you were in her position, what would you do? Would you disregard everything and breach the boundaries of our universe to pursue them, eliminating each one individually? If my strength were sufficient, I would do just that, Dua solemnly replied, leaving Modu in a state of vexation, nearly on the verge of exasperation. He began to wonder if he should have refrained from coming altogether and whether he needed to caution Dua about this peculiar group of vampires. I come to remind you, for I remain uncertain whether the vampires of our universe are linked to those of other realms. I have yet to comprehend why they would target a high school student named Peter Parker. All I can do is ensure that you're not ambushed by them while remaining blissfully unaware. Upon concluding his statement, Modu donned his hood once more, preparing to depart. Regardless, I am exceedingly grateful to you, Master Modu. You have alleviated a significant doubt of mine. Perhaps, on some future day, your actions today will prove advantageous to me. Duva said earnestly. Modu's expression softened, and he stepped through the portal, vanishing from sight. It seems this universe has been visited by the inheritors, who succeeded in their endeavors. Given that the local Spider-Man has long since perished, it is no wonder that when the myriad Spider-Men of the multiverse unite to confront the inheritors, this universe would be absent from their ranks. After all, if even Spider-Man himself has been lost, it is improbable that an external party would assign a universe designation to it. The patriarch of the inheritors possesses the strength to vanquish the mightiest of cosmic champions, Spider-Man. Yet he is not so formidable as to be unassailable. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Duva swiftly issued commands to several aliens, directing them to traverse Queens in search of Peter Parker's remains. Initially, Duva harbored little concern for the fate of Spider-Man, for the multiverse is fraught with unforeseen events. The demise of a single Spider-Man hardly constitutes a calamity. However, upon learning of the inheritors' involvement, Duva reconsidered his stance. While he might disregard an ordinary Spider-Man, he could not afford to overlook the inheritors. A fleeting thought crossed Duva's mind regarding the success of his endeavor. Everything hinged upon the discovery of Peter Parker's corpse. He speculated that this universe's Spider-Man awakened his powers after being bitten by a spider, only to be devoured by the inheritors who had been waiting. The time was too brief, suggesting that he likely did not master the skill of shedding his skin. He must truly be deceased. As time passed, after assembling an army of over 10,000, Duva began to summon Heimdall. A resplendent rainbow bridge descended from the heavens, appearing with increasing frequency, akin to neon lights under the night sky, with luminous points dancing across various locations. Each flicker signaled the disappearance of a section of aliens, transported to Asgard. Yet Duva still felt that the number of aliens was insufficient. Perhaps he should parasitize a greater number of mammals, cultivating a multitude of messenger aliens to support the battlefield. Ultimately, even ordinary aliens possess astonishing adaptability, making combat on inhospitable planets a trivial matter. During these moments, Duva could not help but sigh deeply. The number of vampires remained woefully inadequate, and the overall strength of the inheritors was formidable. Their whereabouts were unknown, and one could only wonder in which universe they were joyfully hunting Spider-Man, rendering them unsuitable as parasitic hosts. The frequently appearing rainbow bridge has transformed into a captivating sight, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Hello, I had no idea that the villain company had initiated a sightseeing project. If this continues, tourists from around the globe will flock to your establishment, paying entrance fees, and you could amass a fortune. What a brilliant business idea. Tony Stark dialed Duva, speaking in his characteristic tone. I'm quite busy, Tony. If you're calling to boast about your newly developed armor, I believe it's unnecessary, Duva replied. Huh, you guessed it. I do have some ulterior motives. My Mark 10 is complete. It's crafted from a material I meticulously developed, with some components enhanced by adamantium, a nemesis to the xenomorphs. There was a sound of gulping from Tony's end. Evidently, he was speaking while sipping a drink. I already have over 10,000 xenomorphs. It won't be long before that number doubles. So, Tony Stark, how many suits do you possess? I imagine it's around 30,000? 30,000 armors capable of resisting xenomorph blood? Tony paused for a moment, envisioning the chaotic scene of overwhelming numbers, and recalled the magnificent sight of Duva and Gu-E collaborating. He couldn't help but wonder how many generations it would take to produce armors of such formidable power. On a serious note, I'm here to invite you to a gathering, just our close associates. Remember when I promised to host a banquet after the Sentinel dealt with Magneto? I'm making good on that promise, Tony stated. A banquet, while a commonplace social event in daily life, it was a rarity for Duva. He glanced at the still arriving Xenomorph Legion and promptly accepted the invitation, heading to the feast. The first floor of Stark Tower had been transformed into a grand banquet hall, where Duva entered alongside his Xenomorphs. Naturally, there were others present, such as the anxious War Machine. Tony, I can't shake the feeling that these creatures might attack us at any moment. It's too dangerous. I must remain in my armor, prepared for the worst. You are indeed cautious. I imagine once this banquet concludes, you'll return home and collapse into a deep sleep," Tony remarked, surveying the room. Tony realized he hadn't even invited other members of the Avengers. His pride led him to lack both confidence and interest in his teammates. He preferred to observe the xenomorphs, believing it might inspire further innovations in anti-xenomorph armor. As time passed and drinks flowed, the clarity of ordinary minds began to wane. Even the alarms ringing in the hall failed to elicit an immediate response from Tony. However, the deafening sound of an explosion was undeniable, causing a slight tremor throughout the banquet hall. No one would have anticipated that some audacious fool would dare to venture here, unperturbed by the peril of being fed to an alien creature at the first opportunity. Even Tony himself would not meticulously devise a specialized plan for an ambush in such circumstances, regardless of what transpired. He ought to don his armor at once and unleash a myriad of high-tech weaponry to obliterate any adversary who dared to provoke him. Duva sat calmly at the bar, gazing down at the array of exquisite glasses before him. He indulged in a leisurely pursuit of filling each glass with a rare spirit. In my era, even the wealthiest nouveau riche would not partake in drinking in such a manner, even in the art of wine tasting. One would not fill every cup to the brim. It is simply too wasteful. A slender man draped in an oversized cloak approached Duva, offering his commentary. Duva glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "I have little interest in alcohol. Given the choice, I would prefer a few pots of plain water." "And you," he continued, "I suspect your affinity for drink is minimal as well." "Indeed, you speak the truth. My passion lies in blood, especially the blood of formidable creatures. Consuming such blood empowers me and provides a profound sense of fulfillment on a spiritual level." The gaunt, middle-aged man revealed a cruel smile, gesturing toward the glasses on the table. "If these vessels contain the blood of various beings, I would be elated by the sheer richness of the experience. For instance, the powerful beings you mentioned, my aliens, perhaps? What a splendid ceremonial request. I shall treat you to this cup." Without flinching, Duva tore a bloody chunk from his own chest, using it as a vessel and sprinkling some highly corrosive blood upon it before extending it towards the peculiar figure before him. "Let me guess, Dracula, right? Those pitiful souls realized that the dark sorcerer was utterly unreliable and finally unearthed you? Come now, drink this chalice of alien blood. Should you refuse, I will grip your head and compel you to consume it, which will only make you stronger." Chapter 74. This wave is a high-end incubation bureau. Tony shook his head vigorously, striving to regain clarity, rapidly donning the marked suit and aiming his hand at the strange individual beside Duva. "So, you are the one who shattered my walls and intruded upon my territory? Another eccentric in ancient garb. Don't tell me you are also from Asgard." Yet, Tony's inebriated warning was but a jest to Dracula. Regardless of the passage of time, humanity remains unchanged, ever fond of employing various tools as extensions of their power, yet mistaking these instruments for power itself, thus fostering an overwhelming sense of confidence. Dracula completely disregarded the energy cannon brewing in Tony's hands, his focus intently fixed on Duva before shifting downward to the grotesque chalice of flesh being offered. His nostrils flared, and a profound ecstasy washed over his face. This blood possesses formidable corrosive properties, yet it does not erode your own flesh. How utterly fascinating. I never anticipated that upon awakening from the clutches of those foolish descendants, I would encounter such an intriguing spectacle. When did this world become home to a species like yours? Dracula, unabashedly, reached out and seized a piece of flesh from Duva's grasp, his blood-red eyes scrutinizing it intently. To everyone's astonishment, he consumed it without hesitation. Not just ordinary individuals, but even the inebriated onlookers could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief at this madman's audacious act. This was alien blood. Who in the world remained unaware of its terrifying nature? A mere drop could rival humanity's most meticulously crafted weapons of destruction. Yet, this fellow dared to down it in one swift motion. More astonishing was the elegance with which he performed this act. Even the angle of his slender fingers gripping the sanguine chalice seemed meticulously refined. It was undeniably graceful, almost too graceful for comfort. I could scarcely fathom that such a vampire truly existed, one who would ingest alien blood. The war machine, Rodrian, displayed an array of weapons mounted upon his form, long guns, short cannons, and several others, but refrained from immediate action, aware that this creature's fate would be dire. Although none present had encountered such a confident and noble vampire before, and were oblivious to his identity, the sheer madness of his actions was enough to instill a profound sense of awe in them all. Indeed, it proved that even those who prided themselves on their worldly knowledge could not help but be captivated by such deranged behavior. Zzz. As anticipated, the moment the alien blood entered Dracula's mouth, it emitted a chilling sound, rapidly corroding all matter around it. Even Dracula, the purported progenitor of vampires, could distinctly perceive his own mouth disintegrating, as the liquid coursed through him, his throat, esophagus, and even the organs of his chest and stomach began to dissolve. "How exquisite," Dracula murmured, articulating sounds that scarcely qualified as language, yet everyone present comprehended the essence of his expression. Despite his body swiftly disintegrating, an expression of rapture adorned his face, the upper half not yet fully eroded, revealing an entranced demeanor, as though the horrifying dissolution occurring around him bore no relevance. Duva observed this individual closely. Among the multitude present, only he displayed no semblance of surprise, instead wearing an expression of bewildered acceptance. "Intriguing," Duva mused. "You can indeed extract sustenance from alien blood, albeit in a quantity insufficient to mend your injuries." With a significant portion of his body gone, Dracula appeared unaffected, merely waving his hand, his blood-red eyes growing even more vibrant, his disfigured visage radiating satisfaction. He extended his hand, reaching for Duva's chest, evidently seeking another taste. Boom! Duva swiftly grasped Dracula's outstretched hand, pivoting to execute a back throw, sending Dracula crashing into the bar counter. "Vampire, I find myself quite intrigued by you. Since you harbor a profound affection for alien blood, I propose a remarkable alliance. You may join me and become an integral part of my existence." Duva gradually straightened his posture, gazing at the languidly rising Dracula. The wounds upon this vampire's body were mending at an astonishing pace. "Indeed, I have a superior proposition. You shall become a fragment of my being, and I shall reign over these extraterrestrial entities on your behalf. You are not a vampire. You cannot perceive the exquisite nature of these beings from my perspective. I have never tasted such satisfying blood." In a mere moment, Dracula swiftly restored his form and regained the ability to speak. He bared his elongated fangs and, with a courteous gesture, introduced himself. "I am Vlad Tepes Dracula, summoned here at the behest of many foolish descendants and servants, specifically to deal with you." Dracula leapt ferociously, his sharp claws aimed at Duva's neck. Duva remained impassive, merely stepping back a fraction. Dracula's sinister smile widened as he opened his mouth, intent on sinking his fangs into Duva's shoulder, aspiring to transform him into a vampire as well. Do not mistake Dracula for an ordinary vampire. Those mere creatures would be but lambs to the slaughter before Duva. Even if they were to bite him, their feeble vampiric virus would hold no power to infect him. They would be destined to accept their humiliating fate. Yet Dracula was far from ordinary. At that moment, a colossal energy blast sent him sprawling, followed by a barrage of gunfire. "My friend, I know not from which grave you have emerged, nor do I care whether you are the true Dracula. Those matters are irrelevant. However, you have intruded upon my territory and disrupted the festivities of my organization, which is simply unacceptable. Indeed, no one shall disturb a gathering hosted by Tony Stark." Tony and Rhodes conversed, yet Dracula dismissed their presence, fixated solely on Duva. In the next instant, a sharp glint filled his vision, as his body was pierced by a sudden strike of elongated claws. The Death Maiden, like an unyielding iceberg, displayed no emotional shift as her nails penetrated deep into Dracula's flesh. The adamantium claws were mercilessly sharp. Though blood poured from Dracula's body, he did not perish. Instead, a more profound, twisted smile graced his lips, all while he maintained an air of timeless elegance. With a swift motion, the Death Maiden exerted force, tearing Dracula's form asunder, rendering it a grotesque spectacle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The abhorrent aliens, the Gilgamesh entities, two combatants relying on their terrifying physicality, immediately charged forth, obliterating Dracula's remains. All present bore witness to Dracula's dramatic fall. This vampire was truly enigmatic. Could it be that he was indeed Dracula? It was my first encounter with such a valiant bat. Tony approached, his mind considerably clearer, striving to absorb the data projected by Jarvis onto his helmet. "Step back, Tony. He is not dead yet. If Dracula could be so easily vanquished, it would be far too trivial, Duva remarked. Is he still alive in this state? I am beginning to believe he is indeed Dracula. A glint of astonishment flickered in Tony's eyes. Although the effects of alcohol had not completely dissipated, he recognized the implications. It seems you have truly cornered the vampire, to the extent that even the legendary progenitor of vampires has emerged. There is another possibility, he continued, which is that Dracula has never cared for the existence of other vampires. He has come solely for me. As long as he lives, it signifies that vampires worldwide will not vanish from existence, but will continue to proliferate. The virus that Dracula bore was highly infectious. What intrigues me is why he has chosen this moment to confront me. From where does he derive his confidence? Duva mused, lowering his gaze. Ha ha ha. Are you not at your weakest now? This is the perfect opportunity for me to strike. Hence my arrival, Dracula interjected. Remarkably, he still stood, his body, almost reduced to a grotesque mass, now seamlessly restored through mere contact, as if two frames of different sequences had been artfully merged. Such formidable, regenerative abilities. No, it appeared to be more than mere self-healing, Tony thought, his expression turning grave while Jarvis conducted rapid scans. Of course, this fellow has consumed the blood of immortality from Varna, rendering him exceedingly difficult to kill. Coupled with certain unexpected traits, he possesses an undying nature. Throughout this, Duva maintained an air of calm, scrutinizing the being before him with growing exhilaration. Excellent, truly excellent. He did not anticipate such fortune. This universe's Dracula possesses the rare trait of immortality, a remarkable anomaly among the multiverse, one that has been granted a rejection of death. In other words, no matter how one might attempt to slay Dracula, he would never be accepted by death, one of the primordial deities, and thus could only endure eternally. You underestimate the power of vampires, Dracula remarked nonchalantly as he rose, brushing off the dust from his attire with deliberate grace. He lifted his head, his flowing white hair cascading down, which he meticulously gathered and secured into a ponytail. Dracula surveyed those present, his gaze particularly fixed on Duva. What do you perceive vampires to be? Merely hosts and prey for aberrations? Duva countered. Are you not one of them? A slight pause marred Dracula's smile. When he turned serious, the display of his power was astonishing. A tremendous lightning bolt erupted from the heavens, striking Stark Tower with unrelenting ferocity. Amidst the tempest, the fortified technological edifice was reduced to shambles in an instant. Countless floors were obliterated, and a multitude of high-tech devices lay destroyed beneath the onslaught of electricity. What is this bizarre entity? A magical progenitor of vampires. It is akin to the Thunder God. Duva's body was engulfed in an intense heat. Indeed, it is this Dracula who can summon lightning, much like the Thunder God, embodying the true essence of a vampire's progenitor. However, despite the numerous Draculas across various universes, their victory rates approach zero, offering little more than an impressive appearance that commands respect. When the defenses of Stark Tower were severely compromised, a host of formidable vampires seized the opportunity to invade, all members of Dracula's elite guard, each endowed with unique abilities. Among them, one vampire posed the greatest threat, possessing the power to conjure illusions. I shall transform you all into vampires, especially you, Duva, the most formidable vampire hunter. Do you not revel in the hunt? Your reckoning has come. This vampire confidently unleashed his illusions, yet only a mere handful were ensnared, as every alien entity, without exception, disregarded these phantoms. How could this be? He wore a look of astonishment, only to be swiftly overpowered by an Ajak alien, who bit through his neck. Utilizing illusions against aliens should have been an excellent strategy. However, it was regrettably outdated, as Duva's side had evolved at a rapid pace. The scene devolved into chaos, prompting Duva to join the fray. Wielding the hammer of the Thunder God, summoning a tempest of lightning to engage Dracula. The Death Woman and other aliens showcased their combat prowess, swiftly maneuvering and dispatching vampire after vampire with remarkable efficiency, for they were all too familiar with their kind. Even when confronted with vampires possessing diverse abilities, they demonstrated an unparalleled capacity for slaughter. Dracula conjured a bolt of lightning aimed at the Death Woman, attempting to smite this peculiar woman. Yet this lightning, which should have reduced her to ashes, merely singed her skin and caused some flesh to be lost. In an instant, this damage was wholly regenerated. With an adamantium skeletal structure, superlative self-healing capabilities, and the ability to disregard illusions, coupled with exquisite combat skills. Where on earth did Duva discover this anomaly? Why was I not privy to it? Dracula was taken aback, enduring the assaults of others, relying on his undead traits as he attempted to bite the Death Woman. With each bite, he would gain another ally, gradually isolating Duva. The consideration of whether adamantium would chip his fangs was far from his mind. The Death Woman wielded her hands with the precision of a skilled butcher, dismembering Dracula with ease. Duva raised the hammer of the Thunder God, bathed in a storm of lightning, and struck Dracula's head with a thunderous blow. Countless bolts of divine power surged into Dracula's body, wreaking havoc and destruction. Under such a deluge of divine lightning, every single cell should, by all accounts, have been utterly annihilated. Dracula seems impervious to death. Not only does he evade demise, but he also emits anguished cries as he surveys the remnants of his fallen subordinates, his countenance darkening with despair. He had meticulously chosen a moment when the sentinels were absent, yet he still failed to capture Duva. His carefully selected guards lay in ruin, forcing him to contemplate retreat. After mere minutes of combat, failing to subdue Duva necessitated withdrawal. Otherwise, the sentinels would return from thousands of kilometers away, sealing his fate. As Dracula sought to flee, Duva would not permit his escape. Stay and become a glorious xenomorph. It would be your honor, Duva declared, aiming at Dracula's swiftly rolling form as he attempted to leap from Stark Tower. With precision, he hurled Mjolnir, striking him and pinning him to the ground. I'm not particularly fond of wielding Mjolnir, yet this artifact allows me a more direct engagement with divine power and proves effective in specific circumstances, such as this. A fleeting moment of delay was all that was required. Under Duva's command, numerous xenomorphs restrained Dracula. I should not have been so hasty had I manufactured more adamantium nets. The outcome might have differed. Dracula felt a twinge of frustration, albeit it was merely frustration. Amusingly, he feared not even death. Since imbibing the blood of Varna in the 15th century, granting him immortality and transforming him into a vampire, he remained unafraid, even in the face of formidable foes beyond mere mortals. His purported vulnerabilities, claimed by the world, merely extended the time required for him to reconstruct his body. This instance would be no different. Regardless of the torment inflicted upon him, he would mend all injuries and re-emerge as the progenitor of vampires, continuing to expand their ranks and siphoning the blood of all xenomorphs, a sensation immensely intoxicating, leaving him in a daze. The proliferation of vampires is not advantageous, as it diminishes both the quantity and quality of sustenance. However, the current state of affairs, with him so thoroughly besieged, is equally unfavorable. With great effort, Dracula lifted his head, revealing his sharp fangs. Duva struck him on the head with a hammer, subsequently commanding the swift xenomorphs to procure an xenomorph egg. This was my first close encounter with an xenomorph egg. It was astonishingly large. My friend, your obsession with vampires is truly enigmatic, Tony remarked as he hurriedly gathered data. Soon, he witnessed the egg unfurling like a blooming flower, from which burst a facehugger that lunged at Dracula's head. This is parasitism. It appears that it will not be long before Dracula's xenomorph emerges. My curiosity lies in whether all vampires are beholden to Dracula. Thus, will all vampire xenomorphs heed this creature? Whether this scenario unfolds hinges entirely on my whims, Duva casually remarked, unfazed as he produced an unbroken, fortunate wine goblet, sipping from its contents. Duva had not felt such joy in a long time. I occasionally pondered how to acquire a stable and formidable xenomorph species. And now this conundrum has been resolved. The immortal Dracula shall become the perfect vessel for xenomorphs, enabling me to cultivate a ceaseless stream of powerful blood xenomorphs. Those present were in a state of anticipation, even as inquiries from individuals like Fury continued to pour in, all of which were brusquely rebuffed by Tony. It was not until Dracula opened his eyes, bowing his head to sense the pulsation emanating from his chest, that he let out a cold laugh. Do you intend to pierce my heart? It seems my fate parallels that of other vampires. I have heard that your xenomorphs can even usurp the host's regenerative abilities. Dracula uttered a falsehood. He was well aware that the xenomorph could not seize his immortality, as it was not merely a matter of genetic power. However, unbeknownst to him, Duva was fully cognizant of his undead nature and understood that even one of the gods of creation, death, had rejected certain Draculas from various universes. No matter how powerful the xenomorphs became, they had yet to evolve to a level where they could replicate and usurp the laws of the universe, let alone the multiverse. Soon, the xenomorph pierced through his chest. Amidst the carnage, Dracula convulsed, enduring immense agony. Very well, you have triumphed, but the progenitor of vampires shall not perish. It will not be long before someone bearing my name emerges in this world, and at that time, they will prepare ample adamantium nets to ensnare you creatures, utilizing you as a reservoir of blood. Excellent. A splendid idea. Let us engage in mutual benefit. I shall capture you, and you will breed xenomorphs for me. In return, I will arrange for the xenomorphs that emerge from your body to periodically provide you with blood, Duva proposed. Do I appear to be a fool? Or do you perceive me as a perpetual motion machine? Remarkably, the vampire was aware of the scientific concept of perpetual motion. Duva felt inclined to applaud this individual, promptly returning with the seemingly lifeless Dracula to the villain building. He was eager to insert a second facehugger into Dracula's body. Dracula finally grasped Duva's intentions, realizing he could no longer feign death. This was a stark deviation from the script he had anticipated. He had learned of the grim fates suffered by many vampires and understood that following a xenomorph's emergence from a vampire, Duva would either use the vampire's corpse as sustenance for the xenomorph or simply discard it as refuse. Regardless of the outcome, Dracula was confident he could ultimately restore his body and find an opportunity to escape. He merely needed to feign death and suppress his mental fluctuations. But what was happening now? Duva was relentlessly pursuing a second parasitism. Cursed be it. How did Duva know he was still alive? The druid was not even present, yet he had not bothered to check and had proceeded directly to parasitize him. He was compelled to begin struggling when suddenly a xenomorph approached and delivered a forceful blow to him. Dracula focused his gaze and saw that the pallid xenomorph before him was unmistakably the one that had emerged from his own body. It appears that you were aware all along, which is why you have treated me this way, knowing that I am the immortal being, Dracula. His expression fluctuated between shadows and light, yet no one paid him any heed. Dozens of facehuggers had already begun to queue before him, with even more alien eggs placed at his feet. Witnessing such a scene, even Dracula, who was impervious to all worldly matters and believed he could remain indifferent even in the face of cosmic deities, could not suppress a chilling sensation that coursed through him. In the past, many had attempted various methods to confront him, such as scorching him with flames for prolonged periods or simply entombing him in molten lava. However, no matter the approach, it merely delayed his resurrection. All methods of restraint paled in comparison to the dual forces of time and immortality. No one can kill me. The torment you inflict upon me now shall be repaid tenfold to you and your lineage, Dracula declared, his facade of bravado cracking under pressure. Experiencing momentary setbacks was not new to him. He had lost many battles and had been ruthlessly slain in myriad ways. It became evident that all his past adversaries were mere children playing their trivial games in the presence of Duval. Once in Duval's grasp, he resembled an incubator perpetually in a state of awaiting birth, with facehuggers ever prepared for action. Just as one alien emerged, another facehugger would eagerly pounce. As time wore on, Dracula began to feel somewhat dazed. He had never envisioned himself reduced to such a plight, enduring unceasing agony year-round. What should he do now? Continue to suffer? Endure until Duval aged and perished, until all the aliens met their demise? This could entail an interminably long wait, yet Dracula had no alternative. He looked at the chest-bursting alien before him, which had formed a veritable battalion. This fellow is truly fascinating. How does he manage it? Mr. Blue, intrigued, arrived on the scene, marveling at Dracula's miraculous existence. While normal aliens would completely deplete genetic material, this one seemingly conjured new genetic matter from thin air. No matter how he was attacked, he would not perish, as if injury were merely a transient state, with health being the only eternal condition. Perhaps it was related to death in some manner. Who could ascertain the reason for this being's aversion to mortality? Duval casually remarked, "Death?" Mr. Blue, burdened by his immense head, fell into contemplation. He understood that Duval's concept of death was not merely a state of being, but encompassed a multifaceted entity that included that state. Rather than instilling fear, it ignited even greater curiosity within him. Thus, Mr. Blue joined in, employing an array of tactics alongside countless facehuggers to unleash upon Dracula. Dracula emitted anguished howls, sometimes rendering his voice hoarse, yet he would swiftly recover, his voice rising once more in a crescendo, wave after wave. Over time, a chilling urban legend began to circulate about the villain building, claiming it to be haunted by a wailing specter that roamed ceaselessly, luring innocent souls with its anguished cries. Dracula did not suffer in vain. Each insult and plea he uttered served as a magnificent ode to the newly birthed aberrations. Though this iteration of Dracula was not particularly formidable, he certainly could not be deemed weak, possessing physical capabilities that far exceeded those of ordinary vampires. After a careful assessment, Duva realized that Dracula could gestate between 12 to 15 aberrations in a single day. Initially, I anticipated a greater number. Yet considering the frail phase he experienced immediately after his resurrection, when his weakened body impeded the rate of aberration incubation until his next period of vigor, this seemed plausible. Mr. Lawn emphasized that these aberrations were more perfect than clones, with each one nearly indistinguishable from the other, akin to being copied and pasted. In terms of combat prowess, they were impressively capable. While not reaching the level of a demiurge, they were more than sufficient to lead a small squad. Duva had little interest in exploring how death, one of the 5 founding deities, judged Dracula, or how death's avatar in this universe despised the Dracula of this realm. His sole fascination lay with these powerful aberrations that could be reliably mass-produced. Excluding the abhorrent aberrations, the rapid aberrations, and a few from the Eternal Clan, Dracula's mass-produced aberrations stood out as the most exceptional. They surpassed those mutated aberrations that had absorbed abundant nutrients and undergone significant growth. Indeed, with a new cadre of reinforcements, the ranks of lower and mid-tier officers within my army could swiftly be filled, allowing us to stand firm even against the frost giants. The emergence of Dracula significantly expedited Duva's military mobilization plans, further bolstered by the rapid capture of numerous mammals, flying, running, or swimming. Any suitable host was seized. A formidable force of 15,000 aberrations was rapidly assembled and dispatched to Asgard. Moreover, Duva himself took part in this venture, bringing along many potent combat units. Countless eyes were fixed upon Duva's every move. Even those who had mentally prepared themselves were taken aback by the sight of the countless aberrations infesting the villain building. They were not confined to the more secretive upper floors. Even the lobby on the first floor was teeming with innumerable aberrations, which crawled upon the ground, scaled the walls, and jostled for space on the ceiling. The rooftop and surrounding plaza of the villain building were equally filled with a terrifying multitude of aberrations, a sight that would leave anyone breathless. In such a brief span of time, he has once again assembled a formidable contingent of troops. Rest assured, this is merely a strategic maneuver by Duva to consolidate his forces. Were he to disregard all caution and unleash a multitude of xenomorph queens across the globe, the proliferation of these creatures would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. Let us not forget that we can barely maintain dominion over land, let alone the vast and unfathomable oceans. Who can fathom the number of xenomorphs lurking within the depths of the sea? One can only hope that the Atlanteans can withstand such a tide. Every individual harboring ill will towards Duva now finds themselves enveloped in despair. How on earth can they contend with such an aberration? Throughout the annals of Earth's history, even considering the eternal and mutant races, has there ever been a being akin to Duva? None whatsoever. He is utterly unparalleled, devoid of any comparable example. This uniqueness renders it impossible for anyone to devise a definitive method to counteract the terrifying menace posed by Duva and the xenomorphs. Yet, this overwhelming strength has also compelled many to abandon their former allegiances and instead venerate Duva. Faced with the impossibility of defeating them, they contemplate becoming one of them, especially since the cost of joining the xenomorphs is astoundingly low. The transformation from an ordinary human to a superhuman is astonishingly simple. What could possibly be more advantageous than joining their ranks and ascending to power? Aside from Dracula, everyone is filled with reverence for Duva. The Asgardians, needless to say, have painstakingly gathered a contingent to prepare for the welcoming ceremony. However, upon witnessing the staggering number of xenomorphs, they fell into a profound silence. The xenomorphs parted to create a pathway. I have arrived, declared the god of thunder, to bring an end to this protracted conflict. Chapter 75. For the sake of the father host, change the designation. In truth, this war has only spanned a few months, hardly qualifying as prolonged. Yet for Duva, the absence of a decisive outcome after several months of conflict is unacceptable, especially if it means failing to capture more frost giants. After all, the primary combatants are divine beings, not races like the Skrulls or Kree with their billion-strong populations. Within the realm of the World Tree, the divine races are generally scarce. The Asgardians, when summoning all stationed troops and ordinary citizens across their planets, barely amount to a few tens of thousands, pathetically few. Were it not for their reliance on the World Tree to wield divine power and the presence of father-level beings leading them, combined with their exceptionally long lifespans, which extend further with the cultivation of divine strength, such a population base could easily face extinction in the wake of major events. Yet even so, it must be acknowledged that these divine races still fall significantly short of being true deities. As formidable as Odin is, having reached the pinnacle of father-level existence, he possesses merely a few million years of lifespan, which pales in comparison to cosmic entities like Ego, the living planet, and the Collector, whose lifespans extend into the billions of years. However, it matters not. Duva is not one to harbor disdain. He welcomes all who can assist him on his extraordinary journey of ascension. At this moment, he is eager to take action against the captives of the frost giants. "Welcome to Asgard, my brother," he announces. Before Loki can utter a word, Thor strides forward with exuberance, his voice booming. This prompts a smirk from Loki, who internally scoffs at Thor's exuberance, reminiscent of a child seeing their father. When Odin was present, Thor did not exhibit such familiarity. "It is a privilege to be in this realm. The very soil beneath my feet ignites a fervor within my veins," Duva declares, surrounded by a throng of alien beings. The hammer of the thunder god in his grasp draws immediate attention, and his opening words leave Thor momentarily speechless. Thor's gaze instinctively drifts toward Mjolnir, and it dawns on him that Duva is in essence wielding his own bloodline, thus creating a sense of belonging. This individual has acquired both his lineage and his hammer through the aliens and has now summoned an impressive army. If this could indeed bring an end to the war, then all would be worthwhile. Loki regards Duva with evident displeasure as he surveys the formidable aliens behind him, feeling increasingly uneasy. The sheer number is daunting, and among these troops are many lesser aliens, crawling on all fours, whose overall capabilities pale in comparison to the previous regiment of 10,000. Many of whom were born from vampires and stood nearly 3 meters tall, capable of bipedal movement. What truly unsettles Loki is the group of aliens standing behind Duva, each exuding an air of menace. Yes, a multitude. He curses inwardly at the sight of such numbers, without even mentioning Reynolds and the Mistress of Death. There are the Abomination aliens, the Velocity aliens, the Ajax aliens, the Gilgamesh aliens, the Tina aliens, the Spike aliens, and a host of mutant aliens. Additionally, there are around 10 mutated aliens, each robust and clearly having absorbed an abundance of nourishment, far surpassing their original forms. What captures attention is a cluster of aliens, all strikingly identical, even in the minutiae of their movements. Their numbers are not overly vast, approximately 40, but the aura of danger they emit is undeniable, making them impossible to overlook. Even in Asgard, they would undoubtedly be seasoned warriors, and while they may not reach the caliber of the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace, they are not far off. Such aliens number over 40. Loki feels utterly overwhelmed. He distinctly recalled that not long ago, when Thor was exiled to Earth, he had made a special trip there. At that time, the alien army he encountered did not possess such formidable individuals. How could it be that in such a brief span, so many had emerged, and in such overwhelming numbers? Loki, contemplating the situation, reasoned that if he were in Duva's position, he certainly would not deploy all his forces to the battlefield at once. At the very least, he would retain a contingent to guard the stronghold. Thus, he surmised that more powerful aliens might still appear in the future. Consider this. Dozens of entities barely comparable to the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace. What implications does that carry? And what if their numbers were to increase further? A single warrior could effortlessly subdue 2 or 3 formidable aliens. But what if faced with 4 or 5? Victory would not come easily, and against 7 or 8, perhaps the odds would be 50-50, but one misstep could lead to dire consequences. The rapidity of this creature's growth was astonishing. How had it achieved such feats? The initial aliens could be attributed to the Eternal and the mutant races. Yet how were the subsequent identical aliens created? Loki was utterly perplexed. These Dracula aliens were entirely uniform, their very essence indistinguishable. This was absurd. How could so many of them exist, each possessing such incredible strength? Where did they originate? And who was the host? The Asgardians present began to notice these matters as well, whispering among themselves about the origins of the Dracula aliens. Yet none dared to inquire Duva. In the past, if they had encountered Duva, the boisterous Asgardians would have asked questions without hesitation. However, the situation was different now. Judging from the Asgardian cultural perspective, Duva, capable of summoning tens of thousands of troops, was not merely a brother or friend. At present, he was the king of a powerful race. Moreover, he was a king who stood firmly by their side, fighting valiantly to assist them in life and death. In the face of such a king, they maintained a profound respect and reverence, refraining from their previous casualness. Were these aliens also vampires? They were indeed the kind of blood aliens you mentioned, the absolute backbone of the army. I sensed a faintly similar aura emanating from them, yet it was distinctly different. Thor observed this group of Dracula aliens with surprise. He was the most knowledgeable in Asgard regarding alien languages, having spent countless hours among them, striving to comprehend all their behaviors and expressions. Upon seeing these Dracula aliens, he felt a sense of familiarity, yet confusion engulfed him. I had always thought that the vampires of Midgard were not a particularly powerful race, yet to my astonishment, there were so many strong ones among them. Once again, I have erred in my arrogance. Thor promptly began to reflect upon his own judgments. It is not as you envision, yet upon reflection, the outcome appears rather similar. Duva pondered briefly, and then uttered a soothing remark. Indeed, when one considers it, rounding off amounts to a multitude of Draculas emerging from the depths of Earth, with the prospect of even more in the future, who would not be bewildered by such a phenomenon? Even if one of these aberrations were to engage Dracula in single combat, it would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. The immortal essence of Dracula is a capability these entities lack. Regarding the progress of the war, both sides currently find themselves in a truce. Having repelled Dormammu's incursion into the Middle Realm, Loki, gripping the Eternal Spear tightly, envisioned countless scenarios of striking Duva with it, contemplating whether such an action could vanquish this being. Yet, he spoke with humility, acknowledging the pressing matter at hand, the need to re-strategize their military plans. My strategy is to directly invade Jotunheim. We possess the Rainbow Bridge, an asset they do not have. It would be prudent to abandon the struggle for the border planets and instead lead our forces to engage on Jotunheim's territory, Duva asserted. Excellent. This is the outcome I had hoped for. I am pleased that we are aligned in our military strategy, Loki responded. Duva cast a glance at Loki, understanding that relying solely on the two of them to devise a plan was insufficient. Odin might very well be observing all that transpired here. Should he intervene to prevent the escalation of hostilities, it could lead to complications. Duva was uncertain of Odin's true intentions. Regardless, Duva thrived on chaos, to put it bluntly. Even if he were to lay waste to countless planets within the Nine Realms, it would not hinder his ambition to capture a significant number of frost giants as hosts. At present, Duva's desire was singularly focused on Laufey's corporeal form. Odin still possessed the capacity to intervene, a thought Duva suppressed deep within. Before long, the entirety of Asgard commenced preparations for war. The long-simmering resentment born from Jotunheim's unrestrained assaults erupted tenfold, filling the hearts of every Asgardian with fury. They were proud and confident members of the Aesir, especially when standing alongside the aberrations. However, prior to taking action, Duva made his way to the dungeon where the captives were held. So many frost giants, this is splendid. Without hesitation, Duva began the process of parasitism on these frost giants. Amidst their furious roars and curses, their ultimate fate was but a gruesome demise. Throughout this ordeal, some frost giants pleaded for mercy, yet such entreaties bore little weight with Duva. He had no need for these surrendering deities. He sought only their flesh and bloodlines. Nothing more. Before long, over 600 uniquely colored beings, exhibiting a striking white-blue hue, materialized before Duva, averaging nearly 4 meters in height. Their highly corrosive blood had transformed into a chilling frost essence, clearly inheriting the genetic traits of the frost giant race. This reminded Duva of the ice aliens featured in the Alien comics, whose blood was composed of supercooled liquid nitrogen. Merely possessing the genes is insufficient. I must ascertain the extent of your connection to the divine power of the World Tree. Duva immediately sensed the condition of these aliens, and indeed, under the premise of perfectly merging and inheriting the finest bloodline of the Frost Giants, he also acquired the Frost Giants' inherent ability to connect with the World Tree. The most distinctive characteristic of the World Tree divine race is its reliance on bloodline as the core of inheritance, establishing a connection to the World Tree, thereby enabling the continuity of generations. Otherwise, why is it that only these divine beings are born with the qualification to cultivate the divine power of the World Tree, while ordinary humans on Earth cannot? Unless one wields Thor's hammer or utilizes divine artifacts, the primary reason lies within the bloodline. The bloodline of the divine race is intrinsically bound to the World Tree. However, how should Duva go about locating the physical entity of the World Tree? I recall that the Rune King, Thor, hung upon the branches of the World Tree for 7 days and nights, acquiring the immense divine power transmitted from it, thereby ascending to the level of a singular cosmic powerhouse. Duva stroked his chin. Thor was of impeccable lineage, a progeny of Odin and Gaia, one of the second-generation gods in certain universes. Yet, these 600 frost giant aliens before him were incomparable to Thor. Setting aside issues of origin and bloodline rank, fundamentally, these 600 aliens were mere imitators and thieves of the native divine race, not the divine beings themselves. It remains uncertain whether the World Tree of this universe harbors ancient gods observing from a lofty perch. Perhaps man will know, for he boldly intruded into the domain of the World Tree. With his strength, he must have sensed something amiss. Duva gazed upon the hundreds of aliens capable of wielding a modicum of divine power in battle and pondered how long it would take for these aliens, relying solely on their arduous self-cultivation to refine their divine power, to reach the level of their original hosts. Divine power serves as a means to augment one's strength, with genes and bloodlines acting as the threshold for admission. Yet it cannot be directly inherited or transferred like genes. Nevertheless, it suffices. Duva only needs to devise a contingency plan. Until this moment, he had only begun to grasp the dual paths of magic and divine power. As for locating the physical entity of the World Tree, whether to send these 600 aliens to gnaw at it or to engage in transactions with the potentially existing ancient gods, similar to the Rune King Thor, offering a price to gain more divine power infusion, that remains Duva's personal choice. Let us embark. Duva stepped out of the underground prison with the 600 frost giant aliens, casually uttering those words. This single utterance incited a frenzy among countless Asgardians, creating the impression that Duva was indeed the king of Asgard. Loki's face turned pale with anger. He genuinely wished to ally with Laufey to eliminate Duva first. However, the thought of Odin still being alive dampened his resolve. Before Dormammu's assault on Earth, Loki had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that the slumbering Odin might remain oblivious to his machinations. Yet upon witnessing Dormammu's retreat and Odin still showing no signs of awakening, he realized with a sinking heart that Odin had indeed regained consciousness. As an ancient god-king with millions of years of combat experience, proud and arrogant, how could he possibly be unaware of a cosmic-level invader like Dormammu? The silence itself was a proclamation of his awareness, indicating that he was prepared for a confrontation at any moment. Moreover, from Asgard's perspective, Jotunheim was the true enemy, with Laufey as its leader rather than Midgard and Duva. Heimdall opened the Bifrost, continuously transporting vast armies directly to Jotunheim. The giants there responded swiftly, arming themselves for battle. They were old adversaries of the Asgardians, well aware of the Bifrost's alarming capabilities, which seemed to render the entire 9 realms accessible. However, they soon noticed an anomaly in the size of the Asgardian expedition. It was evident that the Asgardians were mobilizing for a surprise attack. Yet, what perplexed them was the sheer number of extraterrestrial entities accompanying them, far more than seemed reasonable. Laufey displayed no sign of surprise. He recognized that this moment had finally arrived. Ever since he had learned that the suspected master of the aliens in Midgard had successfully compelled Dormammu to retreat alongside the supreme sorcerer, his heart had plummeted. He understood that the war was far from over. Could someone who audaciously proclaimed war upon the entire universe tolerate a ceaseless conflict between the realms? Would he permit the aliens dispatched to the battlefield to perish, ultimately meeting the same fate as the Asgardians? Sooner or later, the master of the aliens would come knocking, and it appeared that the time had come. What baffled Lao Fei, however, was the sight of a formidable man radiating golden power standing behind another Midgardian. Loki, my offspring, you have indeed bestowed upon me a remarkable gift. This is an extraordinary maneuver. Our initial plan seems to have diverged, and you failed to inform me in advance. Lao Fei pondered rapidly, his azure eyes fiercely scanning the opposition, momentarily resting on Duva before finally settling on Loki. This father-son duo, each with their own hidden agendas, were consumed with devious thoughts, causing a stir among the Asgardians. Offspring? Their newly appointed god king, Loki Odinson, was Laufey's son? How could this be? Plans are often overtaken by unforeseen developments. If one reacts too sluggishly, they risk being mercilessly cast aside by the harsh realities of existence. Would you not agree? Loki raised the eternal spear, aiming it at Lao Fei from a distance, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. I could discern that the battle between our two worlds had drawn in an unwelcome faction. However, I hope that you would fulfill the promise you made to me. Lao Fei chuckled coldly. If a few words could incite discord among these Asgardians, it would be most fitting. What? Loki's life might also be at stake. If he were to perish, so be it. Those who survived the chaos would prove to be valuable allies, while the deceased held no worth. Indeed, some Asgardians could no longer contain themselves. Loki, what is the meaning of this? You have been in contact with him all along. Is what he says true? Are you his son? But why? Odin, the All-Father, was visibly furious. Each honest Asgardian struggled to believe it. They felt a sense of betrayal, even by their own king. Despite the fact that many among them had little regard for Loki, as his penchant for cunning and schemes did not align with Asgardian ideals. Nevertheless, since Loki was their king, they were willing to comply. But what was this? It was as if they had toiled diligently in the hunt, only to see their leader suddenly leap beside the prey, excitedly declaring their allegiance to it. Thor looked bewildered. He had intended to mock Lao Fei for employing such base tactics. But upon witnessing Loki's peculiar demeanor, a chill ran through him. Thor had become increasingly astute. He had begun to understand the unfolding situation. Duva spoke up. If I were in your position, I would not fret over these trifles. Have you considered that Odin must be aware of Loki's origins? Even if Loki is indeed a frost giant, and Odin is unconcerned, were you still debating? Do you believe yourselves greater than Odin, above his will? This statement rang true. They were no match for Odin, nor were they the ones who raised Loki from childhood. There was no need to impose additional expectations beyond Odin's acceptance. Honestly, you are more agreeable now than ever, at least no longer so detestable. Loki gazed at Duva with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that, in the face of universal doubt, it would be Duva, whom he loathed, who would stand up for him. Duva met his gaze earnestly. If you truly feel my sincerity, then perhaps you should also offer your strength to my divine forces. Damn it, Loki thought, as the flicker of regret and guilt he had managed to summon felt utterly devoured by a ravenous beast. Everyone had heard their exchange, confirming Loki's true identity as a frost giant. Loki ceased his pretense, his physical form undergoing a transformation, even the divine power he wielded now emanating a chilling aura, compelling the Asgardians around him to retreat with expressions of apprehension. A frost giant. He truly was a frost giant. How could we have chosen a frost giant to be the king of Asgard? I cannot accept this. No, we must not think this way. Since Odin, the All-Father, acknowledged him in life, what reason do we have to reject him? At the very least, he is a competent ruler, is he not? We should have chosen Thor as our king. Without Thor, relying solely on Loki, we might have faced consecutive defeats, allowing the frost giants to storm the palace of Asgard. While Loki might dismiss various opinions, all Asgardians would inevitably compare the two sons of Odin, Thor and Loki. It is evident, Loki is adopted, while Thor is the legitimate king. This revelation shattered Loki's resolve. After all his diligent efforts, he was still overshadowed by a mere mortal like Thor. Odin had never openly scorned his origins. So how dare these wretched beings? A cold smile crept upon Loki's face, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he steeled his determination. If he were to be king, he would embrace the role entirely. After all, as long as Odin and Thor were alive, Asgard would not fall into ruin. only he would ultimately find himself a homeless tragedy, devoid of identity. The war commenced. Absent were the extravagant energy cannons or missile barges. The two factions engaged in a large-scale melee, reminiscent of ancient human armies, yet the intensity far exceeded ordinary comprehension. Of course, this was merely the method of the common foot soldiers. Those of higher caliber had already resorted to advanced individual weaponry, divine power, and magic. The most exhilarated among them was Reynolds, who howled and transformed into a golden streak, rampaging across the battlefield. Even the formidable frost giants found their skin impervious to his assault, merely being crushed under his onslaught. Other formidable beings also joined the fray. The swift alien played a significant role, relying on its incredible speed to navigate the battlefield, deliberately avoiding those frost giants wielding substantial divine power and magic, focusing instead on decimating the mid-tier frost giants. With each passing second, the swift alien could unleash hundreds, even thousands of strikes, should this alien choose to bide its time. Engaging only in favorable skirmishes, it became evident that many frost giants were powerless against it. Would they resort to large-scale magical bombardment? Yet this would necessitate the eradication of numerous frost giants as well. The situation had not yet deteriorated to that extent. Lao Fei slowly lifted his head, surveying the entire battlefield, once again astonished by the power displayed by the aliens. The frost giant king, Lao Fei, was perplexed. It had only been a short while. Yet a multitude of formidable aliens had emerged. As he pondered, the Death Maiden charged at him with her claws raised, while over a dozen Dracula aliens encircled him with lethal precision, preparing for an assault. How absurd! Do these wretches dare to strike against one of royal descent? Let your king come forth. Lao Fei scoffed, disregarding the Death Maiden, his attention drawn instead to the horde of Dracula aliens. It was a curious sight. Even as a king of the realm, he had never encountered such a uniform breed. What was the nature of their host to produce such identical creatures? Surely, it could not be a single immortal host that had spawned this multitude of highly similar beings. Nevertheless, it mattered little. They would all be dispatched. Without so much as a flutter of his eyelids, Lao Fei faced the oncoming claws made of Edmund alloy and exhaled a breath that conjured a fierce cold current, encasing the Death Maiden in ice. With a swift motion, he wielded a colossal sword, striking with an astonishing frequency, obliterating the heads of more than 10 aliens in an instant. Yet, the Dracula aliens were not fully vanquished. Even headless, they continued to regenerate at an alarming rate. Your blood is of no use to me. Lao Fei remained unscathed as the ichor of the aliens splattered upon him. With a cacophony, the Death Maiden violently broke free from the thick frost that encased her, only to be met with a heavy blow from Lao Fei. The sound of clashing metal resonated sharply. Lao Fei was taken aback. He had not cleaved the Death Maiden in two, but rather his massive sword had lodged itself in her shoulder, only managing to sever half of it, halted by bone. What manner of metallic skeleton is this? I have never encountered such a thing. Lao Fei was evidently intrigued by the Edmund alloy, a material born from Earth in the last century, and he was astonished by this woman who had replaced her very bones with it. Do not think that the near severing of her shoulder was a matter of shame. Let it be remembered that the assailant was Lao Fei, the Frost Giant King, a seasoned deity of formidable strength, though perhaps not as powerful as Odin or Surtur. Lao Fei's might was considerable within the pantheon, a fact that fueled his ambitions to conquer Asgard and, like Odin of yore, subjugate the 9 realms. What astonished Lao Fei further was his keen observation that the fractured bone of this Midgardian woman was slowly mending, albeit at a pace far inferior to that of flesh. Yet, considering the extraordinary strength of the Edmund alloy, this implied that the Death Maiden would be a coveted subordinate wherever she might go. For instance, here she stood, bravely confronting an established deity and surviving several exchanges without succumbing. While she may not triumph over a god, it would not be an easy feat for one to vanquish her. Indeed, that was remarkable. At that moment, Reynolds transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, colliding with dozens of frost giants and sending them sprawling. With a single, forceful punch, he sent Lofi flying hundreds of meters away, effortlessly lifting the enormous sword wielded by the Lady of Death. However, he quickly realized it was crafted from URU, powered by divine energy, and would yield little efficacy in his hands. Having acquired additional knowledge before his arrival, Reynolds gazed at the weapon with a face full of regret. noting that even the highly corrosive blood within a Lady of Death was unable to compromise the weapon's integrity. He soon discarded the weapon, his excitement reigniting as he pursued Luffy with fervor. With a series of powerful blows landing upon Luffy, the reviled aberrations and the Gilgamesh aberration swiftly followed suit, using their formidable physiques to deliver strikes that seemed capable of lifting mountains. Yet, it was evident that these attacks barely scratched Luffy's defenses. In contrast, Luffy nonchalantly grasped the Gilgamesh aberration and crushed it, leaving it lifeless. So weak, he mused, particularly regarding one individual. Aren't you the one who repelled Dormammu alongside the Supreme Mage? Why do you possess such feeble strength? Initially, Luffy felt a surge of anxiety, cautiously maintaining a defensive posture. However, upon witnessing the utter ineffectiveness of Reynolds' combination of punches, he was left in shock and bewilderment. The man who had once driven Dormammu away was reduced to this? Even as a subordinate to the Supreme Mage, he should not be this weak. Moreover, Luffy had sensed that it was precisely this golden figure before him who had ultimately forced Dormammu to retreat. Yet, why was there such a disparity in power? He had claimed to have grown stronger overnight, to the extent of being capable of confronting Dormammu alone. Luffy found himself utterly perplexed, even suspecting a conspiracy orchestrated by Loki, only to quickly dismiss that notion, which gave rise to a sense of shame within him. "Loki, hand over the box of ice," Luffy exclaimed, striking Reynolds, who staggered back. The golden energy shielding Reynolds was nearly disrupted, causing the very realm of Jotunheim to tremble momentarily. This instilled within Reynolds a profound chill, an instinctual realization that engaging in a direct confrontation with this giant could lead to his demise. Instantly, Reynolds turned towards Duva, his eyes filled with hope, fervently signaling for him to take action. However, Duva did not respond immediately, instead casting a glance at Loki. As we previously discussed, the next steps are up to you. Should you reveal any weaknesses, I shall hold you accountable as well. Chapter 76. He was deeply envied for being followed by his kin. Duva had been pondering a rather intriguing question. How could one ascend to the level of a godfather? Achieving such a status signifies a monumental leap in the hierarchy of existence, particularly for a divine king within the realm of the world tree. The most straightforward and brute method would be to utilize the godfather to ensnare another godfather. Initially, Duva conceived the audacious plan of sending Reynolds to storm into Jotunheim with the intent of capturing the frost giant king, Laufey. However, after much contemplation, he assessed the likelihood of success as exceedingly low. Even with the formidable destroyer armor, it would prove immensely challenging to apprehend a seasoned deity like Laufey, who would be on high alert. Should Laufey choose to retreat in defeat, his escape would be all but assured. This is where Loki, the cunning god of mischief, came into play, adept at employing subterfuge to achieve his aims through daring ventures when necessary. Are you not concerned that I might seize the opportunity to eliminate you as well? Loki sneered, producing the meticulously prepared artifact, the box of ice. Originally, this was Laufey's most powerful relic, capable of harnessing the full potential of the frost giant's divine bloodline. However, it had been seized by Odin during a skirmish and subsequently sealed away in a vault. Now, it had been retrieved by Loki. Thor, who had refrained from joining the fray, could no longer contain his dismay. "Loki, this is hardly the time for jest. We are allies, brothers forged in the crucible of battle. Moreover, how could you bring the box of ice to Jotunheim? If Laufey were to obtain it, it would spell our doom. With that in his possession, he would dare to challenge even our father at the height of his power." Loki's smile grew ever more malevolent. Duva regarded him with a calm demeanor. "How can you be certain that my true essence is present here? Might I not have prepared several clones for myself? The alien is immortal. I am immortal. Were I in your position, I would contemplate the severe repercussions of rash actions, consequences that you may not be equipped to bear." Loki's gaze sharpened. He found himself unable to discern the truth of Duva's words. Yet, the mischievous god had been keenly observing the entirety of Reynolds' and Duva's performance. Loki's curiosity mirrored Laufey's, the one who had repelled Dormammu. Reynolds, despite his apparent lack of prowess, should not appear so unremarkable. Such a notion would be a grave affront to Dormammu. Now, Loki comprehended the nature of the relationship between Duva and Reynolds. A mere glance at Reynolds' terrified yet hopeful expression, coupled with Duva's remarks, allowed him to deduce the situation with remarkable accuracy. Fascinating. You possess the ability to transfer your soul, do you not? To you, a human body is merely a disposable vessel. So this is your true power. Yet, I surmise that even you cannot transfer your soul at will. Such actions must surely entail significant drawbacks and costs. Loki grasped the eternal spear in one hand and the box of ice in the other, genuinely contemplating whether to eliminate both Duva and Lao Fei in one fell swoop. However, confronted with Duva's abyss-like indifference, he ultimately refrained from such an act. Make haste. We cannot allow the King of Asgard to remain uninvolved in this battle, Duva urged. With resolve, Loki no longer hesitated. He activated the box of ice using his own bloodline power, unleashing a terrifying wave of frigid temperature that rapidly spread, encasing everything in the vicinity in a relentless frost. Loki's methods were exceedingly ruthless, marking the onset of indiscriminate assault. In this moment, whether they were frost giants, Asgardians, or extraterrestrials, all became ensnared in a terrifying freeze. The realm of Jotunheim was inherently a frigid world. The frost giants thrived in sub-zero environments, whereas exposure to high temperatures could inflict grievous harm upon them. Yet now, it seemed as though time itself had succumbed to frost, every microscopic particle suspended in a state of icy stasis, rendering Jotunheim enveloped in a deathly silence. A glint of madness flickered in Loki's eyes. The inhabitants of the frost giants were no virtuous beings, including his own father, Lao Fei. Likewise, among the Asgardians, apart from Odin, even Thor was merely a disposable asset, filling Loki's heart with disdain and agitation. Since he could not attain their approval, there was no need for excessive concern regarding their fates. Having been the God King for a time, Loki found himself increasingly impatient. The pervasive, terrifying chill blanketed the entire world, plunging all into a prolonged ice age, with everyone present encased in thick layers of ice. Loki expended the last vestiges of his divine power, gasping for breath as he surveyed his surroundings, a frenzied smile spreading across his face. The strength he possessed was indeed formidable, allowing him to unleash his power with impunity, eliminating all those he found intolerable. Crack! Crack! The icebox, of course, could not eliminate everyone in one fell swoop, and soon powerful figures began to emerge from the ice. Well done, my son. I acknowledge your prowess. What could be more delightful than attracting all Asgardians to our realm under your royal title and subsequently vanquishing them in one fell swoop? And these extraterrestrials shall also become our spoils. Lao Fei effortlessly broke free from the ice and strode forward. Loki's expression turned cautious as he listened to the continuous sounds of ice shattering. He felt no surprise, knowing that his own strength could not sustain the icebox for long. I have fulfilled my promise to you, eliminating these foes and proving my worthiness to inherit your bloodline, Loki stated solemnly, clutching the icebox tightly. A playful smirk appeared on Laufey's face. Indeed, my son, I promise you shall forever reign over Asgard, for its environment is ill-suited for frost giants. Now, in this moment, you should unleash your reserve of power to deal with the remaining formidable adversaries. Loki replied. Lao Fei regarded Loki, whose demeanor was laced with treachery, and let out a peculiar laugh. In the next instant, various giants began to materialize throughout the vast expanse of Jotunheim. Ice giants, frost giants, wind giants, indeed. These giants were the denizens of Jotunheim. Naturally, as the patriarch of Jotunheim, Lao Fei primarily relied on the frost giants, the very faction the Asgardians confronted. I must admit, you astound me with the sheer number of troops you have brought forth. However, this is Jotunheim, and my forces will only multiply. They shall cleanse the battlefield, slaying all Asgardians and capturing every aberration. Lao Fei approached Loki, towering over the diminutive figure before him. I am willing to present you with the box of ice. It is, after all, a weapon that rightfully belongs to you, does it not? Loki slowly bowed his head, reverently raising both hands to offer the box of ice. Lao Fei instinctively sensed something amiss. From his understanding, Loki was no obedient child, yet he reached out to grasp it. After all, he was a god. How could he be outmaneuvered by Loki? In an instant, his hand passed through the box of ice, and with it, through Loki himself. An illusion? You would do well to reconsider. Performing such ludicrous tricks in front of your father is unwise. Lao Fei immediately realized he had been deceived. Loki's illusions were indeed masterful, indistinguishable from reality. Loki's true self, with a fierce countenance, brandished the eternal spear and thrust it brutally into Laufey's chest. Laufey staggered back, only to be pierced in the abdomen. This favored weapon of Odin erupted with a terrifying brilliance, mercilessly ravaging Laufey's form, annihilating every cell within him. A trick? Many may claim to wield such power, but you alone are unqualified, Loki declared darkly. Had you not forsaken me all those years ago, I would have stood beside you. Yet, you chose to align with Asgard. Odin is dead. Even with his weapon in your grasp, you cannot vanquish me with a single blow. Laufey found Loki's actions utterly absurd, and despite the excruciating pain, he attempted to expel the eternal spear from his body, striving to seize control of the formidable artifact. To think a powerful relic could resolve the issue of God. Alas, this Laufey proved to be somewhat stronger and more cunning than I had anticipated. Perhaps this is the quirk of the cosmos. Duva was enveloped in surging lightning, shattering the ice with divine might, feeling a twinge of regret. How did Laufey meet his demise in other realms? This question intrigued him, for in most instances, Laufey was slain by his own son, Loki. It is true that Loki is no match for Laufey, yet he's a master of deceit and will ultimately use the eternal spear to backstab Laufey, achieving the remarkable feat of overcoming the formidable. Defeat was, after all, anticipated in our prior discussions, Loki remarked, but that does not alter the reality of your failure. It seems I must seriously contemplate dealing with you as well. In response, Loki merely chuckled darkly, his form flickering rapidly, conjuring dozens of illusory phantoms, leaving one bewildered. Is this not your choice? Surely, slaying him outright would be simpler, yet you insisted on capturing him alive. From the onset of this conflict, you viewed him as your host. You were the true madman. As for Loki's real self, it was likely no longer among them. Laufey lifted his foot and stepped towards Duva, harboring no fondness for the master of the aberration, the one who wielded the hammer of Thor. It seemed preparations were once again in order. Duva's expression remained unchanged, and in the next moment, the sentinel surged forth, positioning itself immovably before Duva, its golden energy shimmering at the surface, shielding Laufey. Of course, this was not an act of Reynolds' own volition. It was Duva's manipulation that compelled him. Was it about to commence? Just as it had previously, Reynolds felt a heat rising within him, relishing the prospect of earning the glory of defeating the All-Father without having to engage directly. At most, he would need only to rest for a time post-battle. For someone like Reynolds, who despised risk yet coveted advantage without personal peril, Duva's decisive actions only heightened his excitement. On Laufey's end, it became evident that Duva intended to capture him, to use him as a host for the aberration. Even Odin would not dare to utter such words of capturing him alive. At best, he would meticulously prepare to snatch away his frostbox in battle. Capturing a deity is fraught with difficulty, yet not entirely impossible, especially now that Laufey was injured. Pierced in the abdomen by the weapon left behind by Odin, an experience most unpleasant. In the next instant, Duva swung the hammer of Thor, seemingly poised to charge. In Laufey's line of sight, the swift aberration raced forward, seizing Duva and sprinting towards the edge of the world. Laufey initially furrowed his brow, then wore a look of bewilderment before realization dawned upon him. It appeared that Duva's method of soul transfer had a range limitation. He feared that while in Midgard, he could not accurately transfer his soul to the Midgardian known as Sentinel. In a flash, Laufey comprehended everything and was ready to charge forth to slay Duva. However, Reynolds also soared towards them, bolstered by Duva's precise control, augmenting his power. Reynolds threw back his head, his energy surging dramatically as Duva's consciousness instantaneously descended upon him. Yet, this alone would not suffice to vanquish the injured Laufey. Duva had made more elaborate preparations. The destroyer armor broke through the ranks of the aberrant army, hurtling towards Reynolds and enveloping him. Thus, this was the version of himself that had once challenged Dormammu. Such a method existed in this world, where the body decays, yet the spirit endures. Laufey could discern that Duva had transferred his mental essence, now commanding Reynolds' body in battle. But the sequence was far from over. Duva reached into his chest, extracting the aberrant embryo possessing Thor's genes, simultaneously guiding Reynolds' body to hollow out his own chest, exchanging it with the aberration he had just unburied. For a moment, Laufey was left puzzled. Yet, Loki, hiding at a distance with the frostbox, grasped the situation, his face betraying astonishment. Was it truly possible to do so? This individual resorts to such methods to gain greater power. Loki comprehends that Duva's ability to wield Thor's hammer stems primarily from the alien embryo possessing Thor's lineage. Now that this alien embryo has taken residence within Reynolds' body, it signifies a remarkable shift. Whoosh! Mjolnir, which was closely trailing Duva, suddenly veered off course, crackling with electricity, and raced towards Reynolds, who grasped it firmly with a resounding clap. A colossal surge of lightning cascaded from the heavens, heralding the emergence of a new generation of Thunder God. The Sentinel Destroyer armor, wielding the hammer of the Thunder God, now not only harnessed the power of million stars within, but also drew upon an inexhaustible source of divine strength. The collision of these two forces within him unleashed an astonishingly destructive potency, undoubtedly imposing a greater burden upon his body. Yet, it mattered not. Strength was the ultimate requirement. Defeating a celestial father might be a formidable task, slaying him even more challenging, but capturing him alive was undoubtedly the most arduous endeavor. Lord Laufey, you must feel honored to be the first celestial father I have ever captured alive within the World Tree. Reynolds' long hair whipped wildly in the wind. His eyes transformed into endless gold, yet the words he spoke were those of Duva. Now you're Duva, so it is. Laufey grasped the situation entirely, his gaze fixated on the figure before him, his eyes reflecting profound bewilderment. Was this the true application of the alien? Had his previous understanding been erroneous and one-sided? This was the adversary against Dormammu, or perhaps even stronger than before. As Laufey recalled, Duva had not wielded Thor's hammer during that confrontation. To contend with a demon like Dormammu, you even held back? Laufey regarded him with incredulity. Indeed, my favorite pastime is devising various contingency plans, only to be filled with curiosity for anything that deviates from them. In my design, you shall either be vanquished by my hand or become a part of me. It is as simple as that. Laufey's expression darkened as he sought Loki's whereabouts. If he could procure the icebox, he would reclaim the power that once dared to confront the pinnacle of Odin. Alas, Loki was elusive. Thunder rumbled. Duva, commanding Reynolds' body, launched a fierce offensive, marking perhaps the most formidable moment in history. To subdue Laufey, a celestial father, Duva was resolute, even more so than when facing Dormammu. You should take pride in this. Lord Laufey, if Dormammu were aware, he might even find solace in it. Duva declared, attacking with ferocity, wielding Thor's hammer in a rapid spin, and suddenly flinging it towards Laufey. Unarmed, Laufey deflected the hammer with a swift strike, but in the next moment, Duva, clad in destroyer armor, was upon him, delivering a flying kick that struck Laufey's chest. Mjolnir circled grandly before returning, accompanied by a violent thunder that struck the earth fiercely, unleashing an overwhelming heat that swiftly melted the surrounding ice and snow. Laufey, of course, could not be subdued by such an attack. With an enormous hand, he seized one of Duva's legs and, with a swift motion, hurled him deep into ground, sending him plummeting dozens of meters below. Fortunately, this battle took place in Jotunheim. Had it occurred on an ordinary planet, such a tremendous impact would have sufficed to send Duva straight to the core of the earth. Unfazed, Duva erupted from the depths, propelling Laufey into the sky. Boundless golden light ravaged the frigid world. An immense divine power swept through the infinite void. The two figures flickered across the realm, unleashing a torrent of might that carved terrifying chasms into Jotunheim's surface. Even after many years, the aftermath of their combat would undoubtedly linger in this place, an indelible mark of their ferocity. How formidable is the strength of a father god? To put it simply, even a demigod, when exerting their full capabilities, could obliterate a planet, reaching the level of shattering stars. What, then, of the father god class, which possesses the capacity to shake an entire galaxy? Take Odin as an example. At his zenith, he could, without regard for consequences, interfere with the timeline of the entire Milky Way, casting the vast galaxy into an abyss. Duva was uncertain if he could contend with Odin at this moment. However, his sole focus was on vanquishing the Frost Giant King, Laufey. Their battle was exceedingly brutal, devoid of any reliance on advanced technological apparatus to maintain their godly powers. They relied solely on their absolute strength. Each clash reverberated through space, warping time, and every impact represented a profound jolt to the World Tree. Immense divine energy surged into the sky, while boundless might cascaded upon the earth. The conflict commenced with a seismic tremor that shook the very ground, erupting volcanoes and fracturing icebergs. Yet this was merely the beginning. Through the transmission of divine power, the shockwaves spread along infinite branches, vibrating in all directions, signifying only the onset of this cataclysm. Everyone comprehended the perilous nature of a battle between father gods. Yet every observer of this grand confrontation wore an expression of uncontainable astonishment, merely sensing the tumultuous waves of divine energy. One might mistake it for a fierce bloodbath between two deities. Alas, that was not the case. One was the king of Jotunheim, while the other possessed the divine power of the Aesir, wielding a brilliance akin to a star. It was none other than that individual, and if I sense correctly, he appeared even stronger than he had not long ago. Had he not just allied with the supreme mage of Midgard? After much effort to force Dormammu from the World Tree, how had he so swiftly found himself engaged in battle with Laufey once more? One might ponder why the confrontation escalated so quickly, yet this time, the supreme mage was not there to assist. How intriguing it is. I, too, have expended considerable effort to decipher the recent happenings in Midgard. It appears that Odin, that cunning fellow, has clandestinely exiled Thor to Midgard. Consequently, Mjolnir has been seized from this formidable warrior of Midgard through some unknown means, which is utterly amusing. The god of thunder, Thor, devoid of his mighty hammer, has reportedly been fighting in the recent conflict against Jotunheim as an alien commander, never stepping onto the front lines of battle. Yet, Midgard has always been regarded as the realm of mortals. To find such a powerful being emerging from it is astonishing. The crux of the matter is not merely his strength or combat prowess, but rather the fact that he has ventured into other realms of the World Tree to engage in battle. Beneath the World Tree, countless consciousnesses have exchanged ideas. Do not be deceived into thinking that all deities are brutish beings who communicate solely through brawn. They too cultivate technology and even harness divine power to develop divine technology. Thus, even individuals of modest strength can, through technological means, vaguely monitor the proceedings of this conflict. Duva's prominence has captured the attention of many. Following Dormammu's retreat, the name of Duva has begun to circulate widely within the World Tree, even if they are unaware of his name. Upon encountering information and imagery of the aliens, they can instantly recognize that this species, born solely for combat, belongs to him. The alliance of Asgard and the aliens against Jotunheim is no longer a secret within the realms of the World Tree. Not only do the 9 realms possess a clear understanding of this matter, but even other pantheons such as Olympus and the Great Tau, within the expanse of the World Tree, have taken notice. The remarkable and powerful Midgardians have evoked surprise, warranting a cautious approach. Similarly, the prowess of these aliens, having emerged not long ago, has left them in awe. War remains the central theme of the World Tree, regardless of the universe or era. From the birth of the creators of all things, the gods, through the brutal civil war among the 4 ancient gods of the second generation and their numerous descendants, to the current proliferation of third-generation divine beings across the multiverse, war is ever-present and timeless. Naturally, astute minds have begun to ponder how to establish contact with Duva. At the very least, they are keen to summon a substantial and commendably skilled alien army, much like the Asgardians. This alien force could potentially penetrate Jotunheim and engage in combat with various giants led by the Frost Giants. Moreover, with Duva, the leader, generously sending out postcards to all, responses are sure to follow. After all, who could refuse the allure of the aliens? Not even the deities themselves. Loki, how is it that I find myself here? What exactly have you done? To think that everyone has been encased in ice. One must refrain from recklessly wielding the box of frost. But what are the others? Wait, in the distance, is that Reynolds and Laufey? The ice enveloping them is gradually thawing. Truth be told, had Loki not exerted a tenuous control over the box of frostmight, Thor, devoid of divine power, would have perished from the cold long ago. Silence. I save your life, not to listen to your complaints. Loki snapped. Moreover, that is no longer Reynolds. He is now Duva. Loki's agitation was palpable. Although he and Thor stood at the precipice of Jotunheim, their attention was equally fixated on the fierce battle at the world center. Everyone understood that the war had reached its zenith, the final moments drawing near. Should Duva emerge victorious, it would be a foregone conclusion. The optimal outcome would see Laufey captured alive, transforming him into a trophy. This would signify an expansion of Duva's power, heralding an extraordinary growth. Nevertheless, Loki harbored doubts regarding the extent to which the aberration birthed from slaying Laufey could inherit his power. Laufey's divine might was honed over countless years of rigorous training, not merely the byproduct of his genetic legacy. Regardless, the audacious feat of hunting down a father of the gods would suffice to elevate one to the ranks of notable figures within the world tree, establishing an unassailable status through the means of warfare. Crucially, Duva was not a solitary figure. He was backed by an entire clan. The myriad divine races of the world tree could confront a lone father of the gods with relative ease. Yet they would undoubtedly regard a formidable host led by a father with trepidation. Even if Laufey ultimately triumphed, should Duva suffer defeat and flee or perish, Laufey's fate would not be much better. At best, he would return to square one, for Odin was undoubtedly observing all that transpired here. If I'm not mistaken, Duva's ambitions extend beyond the mere acquisition of a powerful aberration as a subordinate. Loki furrowed his brow, troubled, contemplating how Asgard might navigate future dealings with this individual. However, he soon realized, casting a complex glance at Thor by his side, that he could not help but smirk self-deprecatingly. Indeed, he had no future to speak of. No matter how magnanimous and carefree the people of Asgard might be, how could they ever permit a frost giant to command the Aesir? Even the divine might they had cultivated differed fundamentally. Their bloodlines were entirely distinct. Regardless of the battle's outcome, Loki felt utterly devoid of prospects. Not merely in Asgard, but across the entirety of the world tree, there was not a single planet that could be deemed his domain. We should assist Duva. Do you not still possess the eternal spear? It could serve him as a fitting weapon, Thor insisted, eager to aid his dear brother. Loki felt as though he might shatter. He had already utilized your Mjolnir, and now you expect me to provide him with the eternal spear? Were I in Father-S position, perhaps I would have given you a spear instead. What folly you speak. Our father has passed away, and now it is your duty to lead Asgard, to vanquish Laufey and conquer Jotunheim. This should be your paramount concern. Once you accomplish this task, you shall undoubtedly return to Asgard in the guise of a king, earning the respect and admiration of every Asgardian. Thor is acutely aware of Loki's current predicament. He earnestly devises plans for Loki's benefit, despite the crude nature of these strategies, which Loki finds exceedingly distasteful. Loki perceives himself as negotiating with an intellectually limited gorilla, attempting to outsmart their adversaries. After this battle, I shall depart from Asgard and the world tree, should I still be alive by then. Loki raised the eternal spear, conjuring a protective energy barrier that deflected an incoming wave of divine force, and suddenly remarked, "This is the best outcome for both of us. You must realize the consequences of inaction. You surely do not wish for a day when I might slay you, or you might slay me, do you?" Having already resigned to the inevitability of being unwelcome in the world tree, he contemplated venturing into the vast expanse of the universe. Armed with his divine power and magic, he could carve out his own domain. In due time, he would gather loyal followers to bolster his strength, much like Duva's endeavors on Earth. At times, while feeling exasperated by Duva, Loki was also filled with profound envy and jealousy. Duva's might was one aspect, but more importantly, he was never alone. He commanded an entire loyal and formidable clan, offering unwavering support, a fact that would surely incite envy even in the heart of a malevolent deity. Had Loki enjoyed such devoted allegiance, would he still remain so passive? Would he still fret over whether the Asgardians harbor disdain for him? Xenomorphs, these beings, despite their humble beginnings, have been elevated by Duva to remarkable heights in a mere span of time. I too shall possess a loyal and powerful faction to follow me, one stronger than the Xenomorphs. Loki clenched his teeth, so consumed by jealousy that he nearly shattered them. Yet, where could he seek such followers? Must he start anew, conquering a life-bearing planet and nurturing a race from the ground up? Surely, there must be such beings out there. The universe is vast, and the world tree is but an insignificant corner of it. There must exist even more powerful species. Chapter 77. The All-Father has fallen. Yet the fourth generation of Thor is poised for action. Suddenly, Loki felt his horizons expand. Why must he persist in this wretched place filled with suffering, clinging to it until death? If only he could leap beyond, he would discover a far broader world. The external realms are teeming with robust civilizations, and formidable entities akin to Dormammu. Even Loki himself is aware that if the World Tree is perceived as a dominion, it stands as an immensely powerful entity within the cosmos, populated by a multitude of celestial patriarchs. Such a lavish assembly could only be paralleled by a handful of organizations, like the Cosmic Elders. I vehemently disagree. Loki, why do you harbor such thoughts? You are the king of Asgard, the leader of all the Aesir. Where is the precedent for a divine sovereign to wander aimlessly through the universe? Thor bellowed in fury. Lower your voice. Though they appear to be engaged in combat, they are merely unable to spare the effort to deal with us. They might still overhear our conversation, Loki retorted, shaking his head, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Moreover, I am no divine sovereign, for I am not even regarded as a celestial patriarch. It is indeed somewhat embarrassing for the king of the foremost divine lineage of the World Tree to not even be classified as a celestial patriarch. Over time, Loki realizes that he lacks the means to subjugate the entirety of the World Tree. Take, for instance, Duva from Midgard. He would certainly not entertain Loki without some form of incentive. Their current alliance, as Loki discerns, is purely due to Duva's interest in the Frost Giants and an even greater curiosity regarding Lao Fei, the celestial patriarch. It has now become evident that Duva's most formidable and unexpected strategy is none other than the transfer of soul consciousness, which implies that as long as the nearby aberrations do not face extinction, killing Duva would be futile. The only uncertainty lies in the limitations of this transfer. Could it span the distance of a planet, a stellar system, or even a galaxy? To be candid, Loki, having diligently studied for over a millennium, has amassed a plethora of eclectic knowledge, yet he has never encountered anyone quite like Duva. Even celestial patriarchs possess their own distinct areas of expertise. It is quite normal for them not to be universal talents, but Duva's abilities remain astonishingly rare. Having prepared extensively, Duva must surely yearn to taste the essence of a celestial patriarch. When the time comes, he would only need to transfer his soul to the aberration that is Lao Fei. Loki pondered. His thoughts were a tumultuous whirlpool as he gazed into the distance, where brilliant flashes erupted, as if countless suns had suddenly appeared in Jotunheim, simultaneously wielding the eternal spear to shield the feeble Thor from the aftermath of the raging battle. Thor, I just remembered something. 1,000 years ago, you defeated a dragon, did you not? And that peculiar dragon plummeted to Midgard? Loki inquired, his mind swirling with thoughts of aberrations, Duva, and consciousness transfer. Indeed, such an event did occur. That black dragon was quite strange. It emanated an aura of profound danger. Yet when I casually struck it, it collapsed, Thor vaguely recalled. The tempestuous and combative Thor, over the past millennium, had faced numerous adversaries, but none had been as peculiar as that black dragon. I recall the skin and flesh of that creature writhing slowly, Thor reminisced. Despite its formidable appearance, the mere thoughts emanating from it sent a shiver through Thor's heart. Who would have thought that a single blow would render it incapacitated? Loki's gaze was evasive. Even Thor could not discern what his brother was contemplating. Together, as brothers, with the assistance of Duva, we can surely stabilize your throne. I am aware of the discord between you and Duva, but such trivial disputes are not insurmountable. Thor endeavored to redirect the conversation back to Loki's future, rambling on. Loki regarded his brother with a peculiar expression, suddenly realizing that Thor had undergone a significant transformation. The image of the boisterous brute wielding a hammer was becoming increasingly distant. How intriguing, yet utterly ironic. You are now more suited to be a king than I. I shall depart, allowing everything to return to its rightful course. What nonsense are you spouting? I have angered father, lost my divine powers in Mjolnir. I am unworthy to rule Asgard. No, you are capable. I believe father would concur. Loki replied. Father? You mean father? Thor followed Loki's gaze towards Duva, turning to behold the majestic figure of Odin descending from the Bifrost, appearing before Jotunheim. Father? Is it truly you? But you, Loki, at such a moment, you should not weave illusions to deceive me. We must unite to face all challenges. Thor's voice trembled slightly. He wished to believe, yet reason cautioned against it. Thor, you have matured, Odin remarked, seemingly more aged, exuding an aura of twilight. His first words widened Thor's eyes, moistening them with unshed tears. Indeed, this was his father, the All-Father Odin. Father is not dead? But what does this mean? Thor abruptly turned, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the impassive Loki. Have you concealed Father's existence? You have deceived everyone. The entire realm has been misled by you. You have indeed grown considerably. At least your intellect has sharpened, recognizing that it was my doing, not a collaboration with Father. Loki taunted, slowly raising the spear of eternity, presenting it to its rightful owner with an air of nonchalance, as though rehearsed countless times. Perhaps, in Loki's mind, he had envisioned this scenario repeatedly, adequately preparing himself for the confrontation. Odin, with his remaining eye, regarded his youngest son, his expression tinged with complexity and sorrow. Why the grim countenance, Father? This hardly resembles you. Should you find solace in the current scene? Thor has proven his remarkable potential, qualifying him to be a worthy king of Asgard. Loki stepped back, distancing himself from the two before him, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Concerning the divine powers he has lost, I am certain, Father, that you possess the means to restore them. A true god should not rely solely on a hammer to assert his divinity. You are astute, albeit prone to errors, much like Thor once was. However, I am not dismayed by your mistakes. What truly concerns me is your failure to recognize where change must begin. Odin spoke slowly, his voice deep and raspy, each note imbued with an unsettling weight. Come back with me, Loki, alongside your brother. To return now, when matters remain unresolved. Abandoning this journey halfway is hardly a commendable habit, Father. You have taught me this lesson repeatedly. Loki retreated once more. At this moment, only the icy box in his grasp offered him solace, resonating with the divine essence within him. Thor felt somewhat bewildered, but gradually grasped that Loki's mention of an unresolved situation did not pertain to the conflict between Duva and Laufey, but rather to Loki's own fate. You orchestrated this war, creating the opportunity to conquer Jotunheim. Do you not desire to return to Asgard and receive the adulation of your people, regardless of the circumstances? This is your due, my son. Odin's face bore the marks of fatigue, yet he yearned to bring Loki back, unwilling to let his youngest son wander the cosmos. Odin understood all too well the perils of this universe. As Odin's son, Loki would inevitably attract the attention of nefarious individuals wherever he went. Without a doubt, Loki's formidable powers and divine lineage would make him a target for those with ill intentions. Those cheers belong to Thor, not to me. I have my own choices to make. Loki gestured towards the heart of Jotunheim, where the echoes of a gruesome battle could still be faintly sensed despite the distance. Moreover, the current scene bore the mark of Duva's influence, a rarity, as I have never encountered anyone like him. I believe that since my original position offers no promise of fulfillment, it is time to step beyond my comfort zone and live for myself, rather than pursuing the throne of Asgard as I once did. And where do you intend to go? Odin appeared more like an elder in his twilight years, stripped of his former majesty, yet possessing a newfound tranquility. I wish to visit Midgard. I have conceived of something intriguing, and I doubt the supreme sorcerer of Midgard will wish me harm, Loki replied. Odin sighed with relief. As for Midgard, I shall establish contact with the Ancient One. Yet, unbeknownst to Odin, Loki had never intended to make a prolonged stay at the World Tree. He was engulfed in a profound sense of weariness towards the realm of the divine. Once the outcome had been determined and the victor emerged, I would choose to depart, Loki remarked. Odin responded, stating, regardless of whether Duva ultimately triumphed or faltered, Laufey must perish here. During my slumber, he committed numerous transgressions and sought to take my son, an act that is utterly intolerable. A flicker of emotion passed through Loki's eyes, yet swiftly subsided into silence. The trio of father and sons observed the battle, each consumed by their own thoughts. Yet all could discern that Laufey had already begun to falter. Without the frostbox, Laufey was not at his zenith, compounded by Loki's grievous strike with the eternal spear, leaving him wounded. This foreshadowed the inevitable outcome. Indeed, it was not long before Laufey's available strength waned, visibly suppressed by Duva, his space for survival gradually constricting. At this moment, the entirety of Jotunheim was erupting in a cataclysmic earthquake, vast tectonic plates tearing apart, as if the world itself issued forth a haunting lament for its tragic fate. Or perhaps it was the final elegy for the king of this realm. Boom! Duva unleashed a devastating assault, swinging the hammer of Thor with ferocity, striking Laufey upon the shoulder. Seizing the moment when Laufey raised his hand to defend, Duva retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Laufey's visage. The fearsome impact reverberated, sending shockwaves through the fabric of reality, swiftly propagating into visible ripples, as if the endless ice and snow surrounding them were instantaneously shaken to the core. It was as though someone had pressed the delete key on the scene before them, erasing all that was within sight, Lao Fei included. With a resounding crash, Lao Fei plummeted like a shattered meteor, violently trembling as he descended from the heavens. His divine power, once formidable, was now disintegrating under the relentless barrage of Duva's fists, his towering form uncontrollably succumbing to the fall. I shall not conclude my existence in this manner. I am the king of the frost giants, the future master of the world tree. How could I possibly be vanquished by a wretch such as you? Were it not for the loss of my artifact and the treachery of that rebellious Loki, this outcome would not befall me. Lao Fei remained defiant, rising in fury, feeling the weight of his ancient, icy stature beginning to melt beneath Duva's onslaught. Divine lightning struck his form, leaving behind charred marks. The mere existence of such signs underscored the gravity of the situation. Laufey's decline was alarmingly swift, battling against the mightiest Duva while burdened by exhaustion. Otherwise, how could the Almighty Father be so easily harmed by thunderous divine power? In the face of Duva, vibrant as the rising sun, Lao Fei could not escape the inevitable twilight of his reign. This was a moment of transition, the dawn of a new king supplanting the old. The reasons are quite simple. Let me enlighten you. Your era has already passed. Duva looms over Lao Fei with an air of superiority. To speak candidly, it was no trivial feat to bring Lao Fei to this juncture. Even with meticulous preparations, Duva endured a fierce struggle, causing turmoil throughout the entirety of Jotunheim before finally subduing Lao Fei. Had his intent merely been to extinguish Lao Fei's life, the task would have been significantly simpler. Alas, Duva harbors no such inclination. He aims to leave Lao Fei on the brink of death, only to seize him afterwards. Missing limbs or a mutilated form matter not. Duva requires nothing more than Laufey's survival, as long as his head and torso remain intact. The flesh of this divine monarch shall serve as vital sustenance on Duva's ascent to greater heights. Lao Fei, with a visage marred by disbelief, defiantly ascends once more into the sky, roaring as he engages Duva in a fierce battle. Countless forms flicker in the heavens above Jotunheim, each silhouette a fleeting shadow of rapid movement. Yet every shadow appears woefully beleaguered, suffering grievous blows at the hands of Duva. Lao Fei's efforts prove futile in altering the grim reality. Instead, they merely add to his multitude of wounds. The increasingly staggering expenditure of divine power propels him closer to his demise. The thunderous cacophony resonating throughout Jotunheim echoes as the final sounds preceding the fall of this venerable celestial patriarch. What remains for you to offer this world are but these few cries. Lord Lao Fei, accept the reality that fate has bestowed upon you. The moment you took action against Asgard, you became my target. In a single, forceful strike, Duva sends Lao Fei crashing back to the ground, his own form plummeting alongside. With his feet planted upon Lao Fei's chest, he raises his formidable fists, raining down devastating blows upon Laufey's head. This relentless barrage leaves Lao Fei dazed, a profound sense of weakness coursing through him, reminiscent of his encounter with Odin in years past. Yet even in that battle, despite ultimately retreating in defeat and losing the frost box to Odin, he had not been reduced to such a pitiful state. The seasoned god king opens his mouth, as if to utter something, but it culminates in a long, mournful sigh. His skin bears the scars of battle, remnants of shattered divine power, while every cell within him radiates an agony potent enough to drive an ordinary soul to madness. Torn ligaments and decaying muscles serve as a grim reflection of the brutal outcome of this conflict. I take pride in not having heard pleas for mercy escape your lips. Had it been Loki, he would have exhausted every means to implore for mercy, only to muster the scant courage to strike at me when my guard was down, seeking to inflict even the most trivial of wounds upon me. Duva gazes down upon the king. Lao Fei retorts with a sardonic smile. You and Loki have meticulously orchestrated so much, crafting every step of your battle plan. If bowing down were of any use, it would indeed astonish me. Or do you believe that your childhood aberrations can successfully parasitize me while I still possess strength, rather than being vanquished in an instant? Certainly not. I am acutely aware of the limitations of the xenomorphs. Attempting to initiate parasitism from the facehugger stage on an individual of your caliber would likely result in the immediate annihilation of their genetic material upon entering your body. Crushed effortlessly by your muscular constitution, Duva remarked, "It appears that you are a king of sound mind, unwilling to lead your kin into an inescapable abyss. The attention lavished upon the xenomorphs is merely due to your decision to place them in an environment that is inherently foreign to them." What Duva comprehended, Lafayette could also discern to some extent. The xenomorphs are ultimately a peculiar race that conducts genetic piracy upon ordinary organisms. Should they endeavor to parasitize a higher life form, one imbued with formidable power and the capacity to resist, they would inevitably fail, being eradicated in the very moment of parasitism, obliterated at the cellular level. Take Reynolds as an example. Duva chose to first parasitize him before administering the super serum, thus achieving success. Had the order been reversed, it would have ended in failure, as a facehugger would stand no chance against a sentinel of such stature, unable even to breach the protective golden energy. Therefore, you're already aware of my intentions towards you. I shall ensure that you are deprived of any opportunity for self-destruction, obliterating all your faculties for resistance and consigning your consciousness to eternal descent. You will lose control over your own body, and if necessary, I will sever every nerve within you, cutting off each vessel that transmits power, creating an optimal environment for my xenomorph to thrive. With the body of God serving as the incubator, meticulous preparations are paramount. Should everything proceed smoothly, Duva would be rewarded with a xenomorph of celestial potential. Lafayette merely chuckled coldly. He understood, well, that even if he chose to end his existence on a spiritual level, it would avail him nothing. Duva required nothing more than this body, which need only survive for a brief duration. With a hiss, wielding divine power and stellar energy, Duva systematically shattered Lafayette's limbs, followed by the dismantling of every bone in his body. This was undoubtedly a form of torture, and for a god of such caliber, it was a profound humiliation. Yet in this moment, no one dared to intervene. All who beheld the scene, whether mortal or divine, fell silent. Humiliation aside, beyond this rule lies another universally acknowledged tenet. The victor holds the right to determine the fate of the vanquished, plain and simple. Odin, is this the outcome you wish to witness? In the end, it is you who triumphed, having reared an exceptional son. Were it not for him, I would never have faced such a devastating defeat. Lafayette emitted a final, defiant roar, his voice echoing throughout the world tree, the fall of a god reverberating through its entirety. Odin arrived swiftly, but he brought only Thor, while Loki had seemingly vanished. Duva grasped the half-alive Lafayette in one hand, turning to regard Odin, the former strongest of the gods. It appears that Loki has made his choice, a decision that may not necessarily be the right one. Yet it brings you a sense of solace. Duva cruelly tormented Laufey, ensuring his complete incapacitation while conversing with Odin. Upon seeing Odin, Duva's expression remained unchanged. After a moment of silence, Odin reflected, "Every father aspires to cultivate the finest offspring, even if that progeny does not follow the path the father envisioned. However, if they can excel in an alternate trajectory, that in itself is remarkable. Indeed, I often find myself harboring a similar mindset when I nurture powerful kin." Duva gazed at the now grotesquely disfigured Laufey and nodded in acknowledgement. Grasping the eternal spear, Odin pondered, realizing that this might be the first encounter with Duva. Yet, inexplicably, Duva assumed a familiar demeanor, as if they had conversed numerous times before, already aware of Odin's pretense of death. Had this been in the past, when Odin was a proud and tempestuous god-king, he would have found Duva's nonchalant attitude intolerable. However, times had changed. Odin regarded Duva with a relatively agreeable gaze. Truth be told, he held a strong aversion to the growth patterns of such aberrant beings. The only thing restraining him, apart from his own decline and the fleeting nature of time, was Thor. Duva's actions had hastened the emergence of a worthy successor. Thor was more suited to be the king of Asgard than ever before. His character had transformed, his wisdom, decisiveness, and affection for his kin were exceptionally fitting. This pleased Odin immensely, for he had never anticipated that, after a relatively brief period on Midgard, Thor would mature so swiftly in less than a year. Whether Odin was willing to admit it or not, deep down, he recognized Duva's considerable efforts. I had prepared for the worst, fearing a rift between Thor and Loki. convinced that one would have to utterly vanquish the other. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. The one fit to inherit the throne remained, while the less suitable relinquished his obsession. Duva raised his head and glanced at Thor, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, casually remarking, "So, where's Loki gone? Have you randomly cast him into some corner of the universe, akin to how you once cast Thor to Earth?" "No, I have sent Loki to Earth as well," Odin replied with an indifferent tone. Duva nodded, not particularly concerned. After all, it merely meant that another malevolent deity would now inhabit Earth. If one were to consider the implications, it might pose a challenge, as Loki could become quite troublesome if left unchecked. However, this troublesome phase would be confined to Odin's lifetime. Once Odin passed, if Loki dared to act in a manner that interfered with Duva, he would show no mercy. Thus, this extraordinary conflict reached its conclusion. In the final moments, the god-king Odin emerged, proclaiming his awakening to all, undoubtedly adding significant weight to the war. The simultaneous news of a divine father's demise and another's revival reverberated throughout the world tree, shaking it profoundly. I have come to understand that regardless of how the Midgardian fares against Laufey, Laufey's fate is inevitably death, as he must ultimately confront the formidable Odin. When did Odin become so treacherous, feigning death to ambush Laufey? The mightiest and most proud of deities resorting to such deceit to vanquish a rival god speaks volumes of his diminished strength. Time is no longer on his side. Gazes traversed the vast expanse, penetrating the essence of Jotunheim. Following the conclusion of this great battle, numerous beings from other realms arrived in various manners to the war-torn Jotunheim, beholding the ravaged landscape with gasps of horror. The once frigid Jotunheim, though inhospitable, was a land of ecological stability, now devolved into utter chaos. With erupting magma and fissured earth omnipresent, deep, bottomless pits dotted the terrain, and the pervasive ice and snow had long since ceased to melt, forming layers of ancient glaciers. Countless native giants lay ensnared in ice. Were it not for the relentless efforts of the Asgardians and aliens traversing the continent to shatter the ice and liberate these wretched beings, they would surely perish in a matter of years. The cost of this battle has been exorbitant for Jotunheim, far exceeding the mere loss of a god. It remains uncertain how many years it will take for Jotunheim to recover, even the most fundamental ecological balance, seemingly requiring an eternity to restore. Upon returning to Asgard, Odin suddenly reflected, "This is the nature of war. Though I have endured far fewer conflicts than you, I believe the essence remains the same." Duva exhibited no remorse for the devastation of Jotunheim. Rather, he wore an expression of complacency. If he were to articulate any emotional fluctuation, it would be one of delight and anticipation at having captured Laufey. Jotunheim? Indeed, it is in a dire state, yet what of it? At least the inhabitants of this world still breathe. At least the various giant clans have not been annihilated by Duva, albeit they endure periodic purges and captures by alien forces. Their existence persists. They continue to inhabit Jotunheim, dutifully offering their robust forms to their conquerors as nourishment. Is that not to be expected? If the roles were reversed, and Duva were defeated by Jotunheim, every alien would find no refuge, relentlessly pursued and captured by innumerable giants. It would be no different. Moreover, to speak of nothing else, even if we merely consider Universe 199999, the liberated Hela left a veritable sea of Asgardians in her wake, with the population dwindling to a mere 1,800 souls. Subsequently, the king of the fire giants, Surtur, with a single stroke, obliterated the entirety of Asgard, rendering the world itself annihilated by his hand. This is merely the narrative of Universe 199999. In other realms, the cataclysms wrought by celestial battles are even more staggering. Therefore, the fact that Jotunheim, a world reliant on the world tree, stands intact is a testament to Duva's mercy. The vanquished possess no rights. This is the fundamental law of the cosmos. Duva's countenance was resolute. Thor remained silent for an extended period, finally breaking the stillness with a somber tone. "Loki has ventured to Midgard. If possible, I hope you might lend him assistance should he encounter difficulties." Duva regarded Thor in astonishment. "Are you certain? You must recognize that it was your brother who initially sought trouble on Earth, that restless soul of his. And you would have me assist him? Should he acquire any measure of power, he might very well turn it against me. Not against, but in comparison. He is singularly focused on surpassing you, to place you beneath his heel, Thor replied. Duva pondered this with keen interest. It could be said that even the slightest ripple in the temporal continuum, when placed upon an infinitely extended timeline, is bound to unleash unforeseen tempests. From Thor's words, it appeared that Loki had undergone a transformation in thought. Yet, why travel to Earth? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Could he be seeking to ally himself with the Ancient One, akin to a certain Loki from a parallel universe who became the Sorcerer Supreme on Earth? Should that be the case, Duva would find amusement in the notion, for it would indeed be entertaining. Let us then set aside thoughts of Loki. He has chosen his own path, and I believe it prudent to discuss matters between us first. Duva toyed with the mighty hammer of Thor. Firstly, I assert that this hammer should rightfully belong to me. I shall seek out a new master for it, one whom you may refer to as the fourth Thor. Chapter 78. To ally oneself with one of the three tribes. Does this require contemplation? Thor yearned to question Duva. Do you not wish to reflect upon your own words? How can there be a fourth Thor already, when so little time has elapsed? Just as Thor managed to navigate the tumult of his emotions, determined to emerge from the shadow of Loki's departure while offering blessings to his brother and gazing excitedly at their father, who was, in fact, not dead, he was soon disarmed by Duva's pronouncement. Thor counted on his fingers. With Duva and the Sentinel included, there were already 3 Thors. The second and third Thors were. In essence, Duva, is the fourth Thor also you? Thor's expression stiffened, his gaze unmistakably conveying the sentiment. Are you jesting with me? Although Thor had accepted the reality of losing Mjolnir months ago, it did not imply that he would relinquish his bond with the mighty hammer forever. Continuously, Thor delved into the depths of his soul, yearning for the day when he could once again wield this steadfast companion that had accompanied him in battle for millennia. Duva, having acquired his bloodline through the I Ching and coupled with his own character, ultimately managed to lift the hammer of the god of thunder. Thor believed this merely indicated that Duva was one of the rare few who barely qualified for such an honor. It was through Thor's own lineage that Duva achieved this feat. In essence, was it not Thor himself who was lifting Mjolnir all along? Mjolnir remained as discerning as ever. Yet now, in Duva's grasp, the hammer of the thunder god seemed to proliferate throughout the streets, as if even the 4th generation of thunder gods were about to emerge. Believe me, that will not happen this time. I will find a true wielder for Mjolnir, one who can lift it relying solely on their spirit. And I already have the right candidate in mind, Duva stated earnestly. Odin, who had initially regarded the matter with indifference, could not help but steal a few more glances at Duva. However, in the grand scheme of things, it was merely a matter of the ownership of a divine artifact, not a question of principle. Thor, do not fret too much about Mjolnir's future. I will secure it a reliable companion, Duva said with utmost seriousness. In truth, I have been seeking an opportunity to speak with you since the outset of this war. I believe I am ready. I do not want your beliefs. I want my own. I feel that Mjolnir itself desires to explore new possibilities. Thor, in his discontent, felt that he should indeed be worthy of reclaiming Mjolnir. This was not solely about regaining his divine powers and becoming the formidable, confident god he once was. It was a matter of validating his own worthiness. Do not worry about this, Thor. You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. Mjolnir is merely an instrument that aids you, not the source of your strength. Have you forgotten that your power is derived from relentless training? Odin remarked. Thor appeared bewildered. He knew this to be true, yet he pondered how he might unlock his inherent strength. You will understand in time. In a while, accompany me to Niflheim, and I shall have the Dwarven King forge a weapon uniquely yours, Odin said, patting Thor on the shoulder. What about Mjolnir? It is also my exclusive weapon. No, it is not, Odin replied, offering no further explanation. With little time remaining, he needed to swiftly lay the groundwork for his only reliable offspring. Upon his demise, Hela would break free, and the burden of confronting her would fall upon Thor's shoulders. As for Duva, who had taken Mjolnir, returned the destroyer armor. Mjolnir can be given to you, but this is non-negotiable. Odin extended his hand. Duva paused, shrugging his shoulders. If it were just Thor and myself here, it could easily be brushed aside, but alas, it is evident that Odin is currently exerting all his efforts to pave the way for Thor. The most formidable weapon will be acquired by Thor in Niflheim, while the most powerful armor, without a doubt, is the destroyer. This artifact has received the blessings of all the celestial fathers of the world tree. Odin, donning it a millennium ago, dared to confront the cosmic deities. As for the Frostbox, do not tell me Loki has taken it. The inherent danger of such a personality wielding that artifact on Earth is self-evident. The sanctum of Kamar-Taj would never allow him to roam unchecked. Duva promptly shifted the conversation. I will negotiate with the Ancient One. You need not concern yourself. Odin emphasized, the destroyer armor was originally lent to you by Loki and Thor, not gifted. Regardless of your intentions, you have indeed worn it to vanquish a formidable foe for Asgard. In return, I shall grant you access to the Bifrost. Should you require transportation, you may summon Heimdall directly, as long as your requests are not excessive. Heimdall will accommodate you. Clearly, Odin discerned the true desires concealed beneath Duva's reluctant facade. Regrettably, I had initially intended to bestow the destroyer armor upon the fourth generation of Thor. However, since you insist, it shall be returned to its rightful owner, and I appreciate the remuneration for the services rendered. Duva shuddered as the destroyer armor detached itself and stood beside Odin. In truth, Duva felt little attachment to the armor, for it was ultimately a divine relic that required divine energy to unleash its full potential, rendering it merely transitional equipment for him. I hope Heimdall can regularly transport my xenomorphs between Earth and Jotunheim. I need to capture a sufficient number of giants to serve as hosts for the xenomorphs. This is the spoils I deserve as the victor. Do you intend to annihilate all the giants of Jotunheim? To exterminate their entire race? Certainly not. Duva replied candidly to the father and son. I have no intention of wiping out every indigenous life form in a world. However, I require Jotunheim as a stable source of hosts. How does 50,000 sound? As for those giants who willingly ally with me and accept my parasitism, that will be a separate matter. This marks the division of spoils. Frankly speaking, with Duva's proposal, he would have claimed at least half of Jotunheim's population. The sheer number required for host bodies alone necessitates 50,000, which implies that 50,000 giants will meet a gruesome fate at Duva's hands, their corpses serving as sustenance for the xenomorphs. Such a number cannot solely be borne by the frost giants. Other ice giants, frost giants, and wind giants must also share the burden. This is merely the quantity of giants needed for the hosts. As for those who succumb to the might of Duva, willingly cooperating and allowing themselves to be parasitized, yet serving Duva without compromising their essence, this constitutes an entirely different matter, one that does not count within the ranks of the 50,000 giants. When considering the totality of the giants in Jotunheim, they may face dire straits in the future. Yet who can blame them for their defeat? Nevertheless, they have managed to survive, enduring for several million years, and perhaps they might even regain their vitality in time. Such ruthless measures, if enacted tens of thousands of years ago, could have positioned you as the most formidable adversary on my path to conquering the 9 realms. Ultimately, Odin acquiesced, as it was not the Asgardians who would perish, but rather the Jotunheimers intent on obliterating Asgard. In truth, he had little choice. Allowing the native gods of Jotunheim to offer their bodies to satiate Duva's appetite was not an option for the Asgardians. Odin was no benevolent saint, and moreover, Thor would require Duva as a steadfast ally in the future. Duva departed first, accompanied by his greatest spoils, Laufey. Thor, be wary of this individual. He is far more perilous than you anticipate, and his ambitions extend far beyond your imagination. However, it is somewhat reassuring that he presently possesses a modicum of integrity, suggesting that dealings with him may not be entirely detrimental. Odin sighed as he observed Duva's retreating figure. The times have changed, Thor remarked. My instincts tell me he is trustworthy. As long as I ensure I do not obstruct his endeavors, I may find it prudent to align myself with him, if possible. Odin refrained from commenting, for by then, whether the outcome be favorable or adverse, Thor would bear the burden alone. If he could not even resolve matters concerning Hela, how could he ponder the future of Duva? The likelihood is that he would not endure until that time. As for Laufey, Odin sighed. He could never have imagined that one of his formidable adversaries would meet such a fate. Perhaps, in the dwindling time that remains for him, there may yet be an opportunity to encounter Laufey once more. However, by that time, he would remain unchanged, while Laufey would no longer be Laufey, but rather a grotesque transformation. What form would Laufey's monstrosity take? It is certain to be tall, with a body exhibiting a white-blue hue, akin to those other aberrations of the frost giants. Yet, how much power could this aberration inherit from Laufey? It is impossible for it to surpass Laufey himself. for divine power cannot be simply transmitted through genetics. Upon my return from Nibelheim, I shall subject you to rigorous training. You must be prepared, or else you will be unable to bear my strength, Odin declared. This would be the greatest power he could bestow upon Thor. But whether Thor could withstand it would depend solely on him. As long as success is attainable, Thor, endowed with the might of both the god of thunder and Odin, supplemented by an array of divine artifacts, will possess ample confidence when confronting Duva, or even the more perilous pantheon of deities. Several individuals of noble stature departed. Yet the actual partition and plundering of Jotunheim had only just commenced. Beneath the incessant flicker of the Rainbow Bridge, a relentless pursuit ensued. As giants from various clans faced merciless extermination, their fates all too clear to those who bore witness. If it could be said that those giants who initially refrained from engaging Duva on the battlefield retained a sliver of hope against parasitic foes, then those who had dared to step forth, only to be ensnared by Loki's icy grasp and wholly captured by Duva, would undoubtedly meet a grim end. The xenomorphs, inherently ruthless and cold-blooded toward their enemies, would show no mercy, especially under the dominion of their master. All worlds encompassing the world tree observed this unprecedented conquest and plunder with rapt attention. Once proud and independent frost giants now resembled wilted vegetables, whipped into a frenzy, their limbs severed and eyes gouged in the throes of fierce resistance, only to be dragged away for parasitism. Compassion is a rare commodity upon the battlefield. Moreover, the original ecological environment of Jotunheim has suffered significant devastation, rendering many areas uninhabitable. This foretells a prolonged and tragic fate for the native creatures. No one would rise to champion their cause. Each observer, gazing upon the blood-soaked ground and countless severed limbs, listened to the heart-wrenching cries of separation and despair. Those dispatched from various realms to investigate remained silent, not out of indignation for the Jotunheim giants, but rather from trepidation in the face of Duva's formidable might and ruthless tactics. Duva's ascension was alarmingly swift, and his methods, at least in their eyes, appeared exceedingly radical. The xenomorphs are capable of parasitizing hosts and seizing their most superior genes. While such beings are undeniably powerful, it is inconceivable that they could usurp the divine powers of the gods. At most, they might gain the right to cultivate divine abilities after appropriating the bloodline. It is Duva who has elevated the xenomorph race to a level beyond their rightful place. Observing the xenomorph warriors engaged in battle with the giants of Jotunheim, some were mortally wounded, while others remained unharmed. Yet they were all xenomorphs, many of whom were particularly formidable. Are you referring to the individual who fought against Laufey? According to the intelligence gathered from Midgard, that individual is not Duva, but merely one of his subordinates. No, the spiritual frequency emanating from that person has shifted, as if they have transformed into another being entirely. There is undoubtedly something amiss, perhaps indicative of one of Duva's abilities. Upon the world tree, every notable figure has undoubtedly endured a lengthy existence, having encountered and heard of myriad extraordinary beings. Through the intense clashes with Dormammu and Laufey, these seasoned and discerning individuals have gleaned significant insights. The tragic fate of Jotunheim is etched in their memories, as they fervently deliberate the dire consequences that the vanquished deity Laufey is destined to face. Some have already commenced actions to establish contact with this formidable new faction that has emerged upon the world tree. However, these entities are not of the divine lineage. Their lack of recognition by the world tree signifies a fundamental divergence from our kind. King Nivida, the dwarf monarch, anxiously raked his disheveled hair, initially harboring a favorable impression of Duva due to the close cooperation between Asgard and Duva. A leader willing to deploy his formidable army and sacrifice lives is someone no one can dismiss. Yet, the mere thought of the alien species being entirely distinct from the divine kin of the world tree left him feeling disconcerted. The dwarf king, known for his fastidiousness and obsessive tendencies, cannot have crafted the coveted artifacts that all deities covet without such traits. They may not belong to the divine cohort now, but perhaps it will not be long before they do. Odin, accompanied by Thor, arrived with an authoritative tone, with a multitude of divine beings from Jotunheim as his vassals. He could undoubtedly cultivate a new breed carrying the divine bloodline. These are the seeds of a nascent pantheon. Even if one claims these so-called alien deities are merely very giants of Jotunheim on a genetic level, They possess inherently superior talents. Should the aliens capture and parasitize the fire giants and rock giants of Muspelheim, they would unite all giant deities of the world tree. The Dwarf King promptly countered with a question, then expressed his delight, exclaiming, "I knew you would not succumb so easily. This time, having brought your son, have you finally resolved to commit? I had long suggested crafting a weapon tailor for your Aesir, which would save you years of arduous training." Scorch trudged despondently along the resplendent avenues of Asgard. Around him, a throng of Asgardian commoners surged forth, hurling various objects at the multitude of giant captives, including himself. If only some of the items they flung were food, he mused, he could consume a portion to replenish his strength. Compared to the other giants, Scorch appeared exceedingly diminutive. Not only did he pale in comparison to the frost giants of Jotunheim, but even among the second-tier divine beings like the ice giants and storm giants, he was but a small figure. This was an inevitable consequence of being a half-breed born of an Asgardian and a wind giant, having lived in Jotunheim, and now participating in the World War as a giant of Jotunheim. Skolchi, due to his mixed heritage and frail physique, was regarded as insignificant by the giants, his stature of over 2 meters rendering him a mere triviality. Consequently, from a young age, he endured the oppression and ridicule of those towering beings. However, Skolchi was defiant, unwilling to accept a life of mediocrity. For years, he diligently honed his skills in the art of killing. Despite his diminutive frame, he possessed the blood of 2 divine races, endowing him with strength and speed that were far from lacking. Within the realm of Jotunheim, he ruthlessly hunted various giants, earning him the moniker of the Executioner. Yet, alas, all his hard-earned strength and status now seemed futile before he could rise. He was unfortunate enough to be caught in a merciless world war, stripping him of even the most basic dignity. As a half-blood descendant, Skolchi was unable to take to the battlefield immediately, for it was the frost giants, whom Laufey trusted and valued most, who were the first to charge against the armies of Asgard and the alien foes. Skolchi found himself among the second wave, battling alongside the frost and ice giants, only to be tragically ensnared by Loki's icy grip. Though he remained immobilized, unable to break free from the icy confinement, his consciousness remained alert. He was a fortunate witness to the fierce clash between Duva and Laufey, observing as Duva systematically dismantled and carried away Laufey's shattered form. This gruesome spectacle evoked memories of his childhood, reminiscent of the brutal wind giant who had tormented him. Each scene steeped in a similar sanguinary essence, the perpetrators displaying an unsettling indifference. The once arrogant giants, in the face of such warfare, appeared as humble as ants. Even Laufey, the All-Father, ultimately met with a dismal fate. With a rigid turn of his head, Skolchi surveyed the aliens escorting him. These very beings, along with their master, orchestrated the unprecedented catastrophe that befell Jotunheim, a calamity that engulfed the entire world, a collaboration between this individual and the Asgardians. Although Skolchi's intellect may not have been particularly sharp, he recognized that this person was the linchpin of the conflict, not the Asgardians. His revered All-Father had also succumbed to such a disheartening end. It is said that these entities will invade my body, seizing my finest genes, ultimately birthing an alien form that will tear through my chest. They will even consume my remains for sustenance, which implies the emergence of an alien possessing my genetic material, or perhaps even greater potential than my own. This fate does not seem so dire, for I would continue to exist in another guise. Skolchi envisioned this scenario unfolding, and suddenly a deep, morbid laughter escaped him, growing louder and tinged with the scent of blood, successfully drawing more insults his way. He found the entire situation utterly amusing. Those foolish enough to belittle him for being a half-blood, one by one, would all meet their demise. Their towering forms and proud pure bloodlines ultimately usurped by these aliens. What a profound irony. Everyone has transformed into a grotesque creature. He is eager to observe how these fools will manage to laugh in such a dire situation. Will they gnash their teeth like the dreadful beings they have become? At this moment, the crowd began to stir, swiftly parting to make way. The Queen has arrived. What could have compelled Queen Frigga to appear in such a place? It is imperative to protect her from these filthy giants. Queen, what would someone of such stature be doing here? Scorch's mind raced with confusion until he heard a familiar call. He lifted his gaze in disbelief toward the figure beside Frigga. It was Skolheim, his mother, a witch who followed Frigga. "Is it truly you, Skolheim? Your son?" Frigga confirmed, stepping up to an alien, whispering in negotiation. Even as a wise sorceress, she was uncertain whether these creatures would be inclined to listen to her. The course on alien languages had yet to be fully developed, and Frigga hesitated to employ mental magic to facilitate communication, fearing that such an action might provoke their instinctual resistance. Frigga understood all too well the formidable and perilous nature of these beings, as well as the delicate relationship between Asgard and Duva. She was keen to see this bond strengthen in the future, unwilling to let trivial matters stir unnecessary turmoil. Scorch was released on the spot. The evidence lay in a Dracula alien, who unshackled the divine chains binding him, brutally grasping his neck and tossing him from the ranks. Without even a glance back, these Dracula aliens escorted the remaining captives toward imprisonment. There a plethora of alien eggs, transmitted from Earth, awaited their hosts. Such raw and direct treatment was quintessentially alien, perfectly embodying their wild essence. Scorch's mind was a whirlwind. He could scarcely believe he had been rescued in such a manner by a mother with whom he had lost contact for many years. "Child, cherish your mother. She has exerted great effort to find me, specifically to plead for your sake." Frigga's voice was remarkably gentle, affording time for the mother and son to reconnect. Scorch remained silent for an extended period, struggling to engage with his biological mother. His eyes remained fixed upon the immensely powerful aliens. "Are you still worried that these creatures might attack you? Fear not, they are our allies. And now they are yours as well. I should never have left you with your father. I should have brought you to Asgard from the beginning. Had I done so, you would have been an Asgardian from the start, thus spared from confronting these terrifying beings." Skolheim lowered her voice, as if to avoid disturbing the dangerously formidable aliens surrounding them. "Behold, do you see those ominous figures draped in black approaching from behind? Their former hosts seem to belong to a group known as the mutants. According to Queen Frigga, they are likely life forms engineered by the cosmic deities. I confess my understanding is limited, but it appears they have been vanquished and subjugated by the alien beings." "The cosmic deities? What might that entail?" Scorch had never encountered such a term before. It suggests an assembly formed by those celestial entities, perhaps even multiple deities. As for the peculiar aliens that just hurled you away, they remain an enigma. Even Queen Frigga has been unable to ascertain their original hosts. But preliminary analysis suggests they originate from a Midgardian species known as vampires, a race similarly defeated and reduced to mere hosts. Skolheim spoke, striving to mend his relationship with the son he had not seen for centuries. However, these aliens exhibit an alarming degree of power, far exceeding that of conventional vampires, and they bear a striking resemblance to one another. It is said that Queen Frigga has prioritized this phenomenon as a critical area of study. You may be unaware, but despite her absence from battlefields, she serves as a vital protector of Asgard and is a formidable sorceress, highly skilled in the realm of research. Scorch's mind, however, was wholly consumed by the sight of the aliens. His gaze fixated on those who shared the same fate of being hosts yet remained unscathed. Among them were several seemingly ordinary Midgardians, standing amidst the alien ranks, none being Asgardians. The defeated giant strode past them, and some timid souls could no longer suppress their trembling. Those individuals appeared pitiably weak. I can sense their powers are utterly unremarkable. A mere swing of my axe could easily dispatch them, Scorch remarked, gesturing toward the impassive mutants. "What nonsense are you speaking, my son? They are our allies, and they possess considerable strength. These feeble beings have earned their current status by aligning with that individual, gaining respect, as Jotunheim fell to this race's might. And even Asgard dares not challenge them." Scorch swiftly arrived at a decisive conclusion. "Then, for one such as I, endowed with extraordinary abilities, would it not be more promising to surpass these weaklings? I have resolved to join the aliens and become one of them. As for my lineage among the frost giants, let it perish. I care not for the frost giants. I shall embrace this perhaps nascent faction. If I must choose among three races, why not simply aim for the strongest from the outset?" Chapter 79. The Gods in the Shadows, the new anchor of Ragnarok. There are many like Scorch. Defeated by Duva's grand conquest and awed by his immense power, he reverently embraced the might of the alien and unhesitatingly chose to join Duva's ranks, willingly succumbing to the parasitism of the extraterrestrial. It became evident that, at any moment, the victors would invariably attract a fervent following. Individuals willing to forsake everything in their devotion. When Scourge stood revitalized upon the land of Asgard, he surveyed his surroundings and, perhaps due to an illusion, sensed a change in the gazes of the Asgardians, now imbued with respect. In truth, many Asgardians recognized this diminutive giant as the former captive rescued by Queen Frigga. Yet now, Scourge possessed a new identity as an alien. He felt an unprecedented pride, a sensation he had never experienced in his former life as a frost giant. The so-called strongest divine lineage of the world tree, upon closer inspection, appeared to be nothing more than a collection of cowardly, inferior beings, trembling before strength. Not unlike the giants of Jotunheim, Scourge had seen through the facade, repeatedly convincing himself that he had chosen the most righteous path of his life. In a surge of exhilaration, Scourge glanced around, seeking an axe to cleave a few giants and revel in the thrill of the hunt, for as Jotunheim's renowned executioner, the torment and dismemberment of foes was his greatest passion. Regrettably, his weapon had long since vanished into the depths of Jotunheim, and, as the new alien, Scourge scoured the surroundings, ultimately discovering two M16 rifles within Asgard's treasury. Indeed, it was unknown which wondrous Asgardian had procured these firearms from Midgard, but after being enchanted, they possessed infinite ammunition. This contraption was far superior to an axe. Scourge brandished the two M16s, unleashing a frenzied barrage into the sky, then aimed at a captured giant, revealing a bloodthirsty grin as he yearned to witness the once mighty giant reduced to mere pulp before him. However, in the next moment, he found himself pinned down by several aliens. One alien sufficed for ordinary foes, yet Scourge's formidable strength necessitated the combined effort of multiple Dracula aliens to subdue him. "What are you doing? Damn it, we are now a collective. Is it not permissible for your kin to slay a captive to hone their skills?" Scourge struggled, exerting considerable effort that left the aliens straining to restrain him. It would not be long before he broke free from their grasp. "Every captive is Duva's treasure, not yours. Understand your place, newcomer." The druid had also journeyed from Earth, and upon first sight, he beheld the unruly Scourge, scrutinizing the two M16s chosen by him. "The treasury of Asgard contains so many suitable items for you. Why did you specifically select these?" The druid inquired coldly. "For no particular reason." Scourge stated that he was taking this action to draw closer to Duva, as these two items originated from Midgard. The druid seemed quite satisfied with this response. "You should consider yourself fortunate. Not everyone is granted the opportunity of alien parasitism after failing on a battlefield. You are among the fortunate few, and I can sense the immense energy residing within you. From this moment forth, I shall be responsible for your training." Scourge, however, was evidently reluctant, preferring instead to serve directly as Duva's guard. Yet, with a mere glance from the druid, his mind was forcefully invaded, and coupled with the alien's coercion, he realized that he had no choice. Perhaps in the future, he mused, he could feel his power rapidly increasing over the past few years, and in due time, he believed he would be capable of dispatching the druid with a single strike. As the two traversed the continent of Asgard, Scourge showed little interest in the indigenous customs, hastily inquiring, "What is my first mission after joining the alien ranks? Who must I kill? You excel at murder? Of course. Just provide me with a target, and I shall eliminate anyone, even you if necessary," Scourge retorted with a sardonic smile, licking the muzzle of his beloved M16. This novel weapon felt akin to a high-velocity bow and arrow. At every moment, Scourge could distinctly feel the pulsations emanating from his chest, acutely aware of his newly transformed self after merging with the alien gene. Enhanced senses, lethal blood, and astonishing regenerative abilities. 3 bloodlines fused within him, causing his potential to surge anew, inciting a fervent eagerness within him. He recognized his strength, which was growing exponentially by the second, yet he remained uncertain of its ultimate extent, requiring continuous hunts to ascertain his position within the food chain. However, the druid, hastily arriving in Asgard, showed little interest in Scourge's musings. Were it not for Duva's order instructing him to keep an eye on the bloodthirsty maniac, he would have disregarded him entirely. "We are here to honor a deceased comrade, with whom I fought side by side for nearly 7,000 years, a length of time that is indeed considerable," the druid stated as he entered a hall dedicated to the resting of warriors' remains, where alien corpses yet to be returned to Earth lay as well. The druid's demeanor shifted dramatically, from endless indifference to fervent excitement. I cannot comprehend. Am I mistaken? Are you actually pleased? Our kin have perished, and yet you find joy in this? Scorch, having initially secured his two M16 rifles upon his back, now contemplated whether it would be more prudent to draw his weapon and incapacitate this increasingly deranged individual. No, you fail to comprehend. Each species interprets death in its own unique manner. Observe the Asgardians around us, fervently praying for the departed, earnestly wishing that the souls of these fallen warriors may enter the so-called Hall of Heroes. I remain uncertain as to whether such a hall truly exists. Perhaps it is merely a clumsy fabrication from the very beginning. The druid, with an obsessive fervor, reached out, caressing the lifeless forms of the slain, ultimately standing before an alien that, in life, appeared robust but now lay as mere remnants of flesh. I recognized this creature. I witnessed from afar as it was slain by Lao Fei. Scourge remarked, sensing a palpable strength emanating from the remains. Indeed, this embodies a grand transformation. Gilgamesh must be elated. His body has become one with the alien, yet it is only at this very moment that his soul has attained true redemption. Destined to reside in a realm of perpetual beauty, everlasting light, and eternal warmth, becoming a part of hope for eternity, a fate most enviable. Truly, he is mad, even more so than myself. Scourge pondered silently. Yet whenever he contemplated taking action, the druid's psychic influence would relentlessly invade his mind, disrupting every thought that dared to arise. Once I acclimate to your intensity, my spirit shall be honed to withstand your control, Scourge growled softly. I was initially perplexed as to why Duva would favor one such as you, but I now grasp the essence. I shall not permit you to squander your talents in misguided pursuits. The druid, with a serious demeanor, asserted, you must extract every ounce of your potential, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to the grand endeavor. Anything Duva desires warrants our utmost sacrifice. The Asgardians, who had entered with sorrow etched upon their faces to mourn their fallen kin, transformed into expressions of bewilderment upon witnessing these two individuals. As they listened, terror gradually enveloped their features. This is horrifying. Listen to their discourse. An absolute indifference towards death and a fervent chase. Is this the oath of their kind? It is indeed madness. Do the aliens possess their own Hall of Heroes? As the druid imparted his teachings to Scourge, Duva slowly withdrew his gaze. Indeed, Duva was closely monitoring Scourge. The executioner, unexpectedly joining me fortuitously before his true rise, is a marvel of fate. Duva smiled with satisfaction, nodding in acknowledgement. He could sense the transformation within Scourge. Over time, this promising brute would gradually adopt Duva's essence. Duva distinctly recalled that the executioner was capable of contesting with Thor and, under normal circumstances, would ultimately emerge as one of Thor's most formidable adversaries. Henceforth, in this universe, Scourge would be affiliated with Duva. Duva harbored profound anticipation for Scorch to flourish rapidly under the influence of alien genes, manifesting a more robust power in a shorter span of time, standing before him. He would hold every choice made by Scorch in high regard, whether proactive or reactive, each deserving of Duva's approving gaze and encouraging words. Not only Scorch, but also the father-level alien would receive the same treatment. Lofi embraced the truth and become the truth. Duva promptly commenced the process of parasitism on Lofi. To be candid, it proved exceedingly challenging. Repeated failures led to the demise of several face-hugging creatures. It was even more arduous than I had envisioned. The father-level deity, even with only a few muscles under his control, instinctively resisted the foreign genetic material. Duva frowned and attempted once more, meticulously severing every nerve connection within Lofi's body, brutally tearing apart the muscles. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in the parasitism, and soon, a creature with father-level potential would burst forth from Lofi's chest. Duva could sense that this alien embryo was the most formidable he had ever encountered. He understood well that it was unrealistic for this creature to possess power comparable to that of the father immediately after its emergence. Divine power, he pondered. When I truly unravel the mysteries of divine power and master the world tree, the day I attempt to parasitize a certain divine race, I shall not only plunder at the genetic level, but also achieve the transfer and replacement of divine power at the world tree level. Duva contemplated. Having accumulated over 2,000 alien beings from various divine races, with a number poised to increase. Furthermore, with a leading father-level potential alien, like Lofi among them, it was time to tentatively probe the world tree for some resonance. Regardless of how outsiders perceive the alien army, Duva remained acutely aware that his elevation plan had never faltered. The notion of upgrading the alien life of this planet to cosmic existence had never waned. With a swish, the spirits of over 2,000 divine aliens unified and converged under Duva's influence. In the realm of consciousness, countless points of light coalesced, and at Duva's command, these divine aliens fervently wielded their respective powers, excavating the veins of divine energy, relying on their mental will to seek the origins of their divine essence in the unseen. Scorch, too, swiftly sensed this calling. Initially perplexed by the druids, he now, feeling his state in conjunction with the existence of numerous divine aliens around him, began to grasp the essence of it all. So this is the true Duva. He was not merely an individual. I had misinterpreted him from the very beginning. In essence, I'm a part of him now. Scorch's gaze became fervent, his body quivering slightly as he distinctly felt Duva's watchful presence. Thousands of divine extraterrestrials united in a concerted effort, channeling their divine power as a fulcrum and utilizing the realm of the mind as their vessel, instinctively following the innate urges that guided them. I sensed it clearly. Indeed, the Rune King Thor could achieve such feats, and with the assistance of so many extraterrestrials, I too held a reasonable chance of success. The world tree exists in reality, not merely as an abstract spatial concept. At least, that is the case within this universe. When Duva, relying on the unwavering devotion of thousands of divine beings and the multitude of consciousness he had gathered, perceived that colossal entity in the depths of existence, he beheld it distinctly. It was a tree that spanned numerous dimensions, extending endlessly into an intricately woven realm, with countless branches stretching forth. These branches ultimately divided into 9 larger offshoots, supporting 9 worlds that encompassed innumerable celestial bodies. Even more branches reached towards the distant horizon, and Duva speculated that perhaps these branches represented the realms of the Olympians and other divine races. If I could secure a place upon this world tree, I would be able to forge a truly divine extraterrestrial, naturally gaining the divine power transmitted from the world tree. Without hesitation, Duva promptly propelled the consciousness of the Lofi extraterrestrial to the forefront, swiftly ascending the vast, seemingly ethereal, yet palpably existent world tree. With each passing moment, boundless divine energy surged forth, and every instant seemed to present Duva with countless vivid images. Such a magnitude of information would overwhelm any other being, crushing their very essence into countless fragments in an instant. However, Duva managed to endure a few more moments, relying on the immense numbers of extraterrestrials to share the mental burden. Naturally, ancient entities sensed Duva's emergence. Within the perception of these beings, Duva became an indistinguishable amalgamation of countless consciousnesses, coalescing into a river-like flow of awareness that wound around the sturdy trunk of the world tree. Light gradually faded, and shadows concealed behind the world tree extended their tendrils towards Duva. They were outsiders. I recognized them as beings known as extraterrestrials from Midgard, recently born into existence. It had been eons since any new species had qualified to enter our perception. These beings intriguingly sought to acquire the identity of the divine through parasitism, thereby perceiving the existence of the world tree. How fascinating! If these entities were willing to kneel before us, we could extend to them some trifling measure of power, just as we had done for other divine races. The twilight of the gods had acquired a new weapon, ushering in a fresh cycle. These colossal shadows, seemingly embodying the very will of the world tree, communicated freely, their casual exchanges intermittently perceived by Duva in the depths of existence. As if affirming the words of these enigmatic entities, their will resonated subtly, prompting an immediate response from the world tree. In an instant, immense divine power surged towards Duva, only to dissipate fleetingly, akin to a divine game where strength is effortlessly toyed with according to their whimsical desires. Yet, this was evidently a deliberate act, truly demonstrating to Duva the terrifying nature of these beings. Were they intentionally showcasing their status in such a nonchalant manner? Were they attempting to prove that the entire world tree is merely a plaything for these few entities? The ancient gods of shadow were indeed intriguing. Duva scoffed inwardly, fully aware of the situation. The shadow gods genuinely exist in certain realms of the universe. They lurk within the obscured shadows of the world tree, the true masters of it. Over eons, they have orchestrated a twilight of the gods, drawing immense energy to sustain their existence. Duva currently lacked the strength to confront these shadow deities. The adversaries had likely dominated the world tree for countless years, observing the fierce battles among various pantheons, including Odin's. As if watching ants in a heated skirmish, delighting in their struggle. They sought to ensnare him with this crude ruse, leading him to believe he had uncovered the world tree's greatest secret. In a fleeting moment, Duva almost felt that he had surpassed the power of the Father, on the brink of becoming stronger. Yet this illusionary surge of strength quickly faded. He meticulously absorbed everything around him. The shadow gods, who had crafted the runic king Thor in parallel universes, also existed in this domain, which was rather fascinating. Opening his eyes anew, Duva perceived the previous events as a dream. Memories were rapidly blurring with the passage of time, akin to an inscrutable guiding principle that allowed him to sense certain matters, yet left him unable to recall them distinctly. He found himself relishing the fleeting memory of that burgeoning power, perhaps a method employed by the shadow deities. Before Duva could contemplate his next course of action, he suddenly sensed an eager prayer transcending countless light years, permeating various realms, roughly pinpointing his location for him to hear. O ancient and sacred existence, you are the magnificent deity, the very essence of immortality. Your worshippers and followers find themselves in dire straits, yearning to borrow an extraordinary power from you. It was then that Gu-E arrived, employing potent magic to conduct a high-end and solemn ritual, only to discover that the object of the prayer was Duva, leading to immediate disappointment. I initially believed myself fortunate to encounter a newly birthed or awakened god, only to find it as you. Duva's expression was peculiar. He felt an overwhelming urge to voice his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Should he express awe at the supreme mage's vast perceptive range? The sensation of perceiving changes that have not transpired in the realm of reality, changes whose very existence remains uncertain, is indeed remarkable. Duva found himself experiencing a profound admiration for another. It seems that your daily engagement with the cosmic symphony and your vigilant observation of the countless dimensional shifts around you extend beyond merely thwarting those malevolent deities. You are simultaneously accruing debts from them. After a moment of contemplation, Duva spoke. Eventually, Ancient One's voice trickled through intermittently, indicating that sustaining such a long-distance magical ritual was no trivial endeavor. Do you suppose I am merely occupied with trivialities? To fend off deities from various dimensions is an arduous task. If one could turn some of those entities to our side, would that not be the most prudent course of action? Alas, I never anticipated that it would be you, a mere illusion, which is quite disappointing. One could discern the genuine regret in Ancient One's tone, akin to grasping a stack of crisp banknotes, only to discover they were counterfeit, crafted by some nefarious soul. Indeed, Ancient One lacked the patience to meticulously dispense these false notes, as it would consume an inordinate amount of her time. However, the fact that you could provoke an instantaneous transformation upon the world tree suggests a significant discovery on your part. Ancient One continued sporadically, when you visit Kamartaj next. Do elaborate for me. Perhaps you might inspire me. I am incessantly seeking the traces of Mephisto, yet this demon has not graced our universe's earth of late. Do you often engage in such pursuits? Seeking new deities? Generally, yes, Duva replied, so long as they are not those who embody sin and wield inherent destructive power. I initiate tentative communications. Should any anomalies arise, I sever the connection immediately, employing the power of magical ritual to obstruct their prying gaze. However, such opportunities are rare, as beings of divine caliber do not emerge easily. Often, millennia pass without a single birth. Ancient One recounted, the last time I sought to establish contact, it was with a group of vampires from an alternate universe. These entities, hardly worthy of the title deity, swiftly dispatched Peter Parker and intended to linger in this world to hunt for other spiders. Upon hearing my words, they retreated immediately. If I had known, I should have exterminated those inheritors without hesitation, rather than indulging in false hope. I would have been apprehensive as well, Duva mused. Upon arriving in this universe, encountering a lunatic who lends debts at the slightest provocation, especially after successfully hunting Spider-Man, makes confronting this universe's Ancient One unnecessary. It seemed that this Ancient One possessed knowledge regarding certain inheritor families, with the deities above them having some connection to the Vishanti. By the way, Loki must have ventured Earth. I wonder what mischief he is concocting, Duva remarked casually. I learned that Odin severed ties with Ancient One. I have no inkling of Loki's intentions on Earth. Just as the entirety of the world tree focused on and discussed Duva, the narrative unfolded further. Loki has arrived on Earth, embarking on a meticulous quest to uncover the whereabouts of the Black Dragon from years past, utilizing the nefarious methods at his disposal. He soon makes a significant discovery. The S-H-I-E-L-D has concealed the Black Dragon beneath an iceberg. These past few days have been overwhelmingly exhausting, and I find myself utterly fatigued. The updates from yesterday and today collectively fall short by 2,000 words compared to the usual output. I sincerely apologize, but I will make up for it over the weekend. Chapter 80. This is the weapon of the God of Thunder, and should you ascend to that status, it shall become your own. After enduring repeated blood-soaked battles on the battlefield and marveling at the breathtaking splendor of countless celestial bodies throughout the cosmos, returning to Earth evokes a profound sense of tranquility and peace. Indeed, even amid the constant clashes between an array of superheroes and supervillains, engaging in a relentless game of capture and escape, with lives lost and cycles of vengeance unfolding, the allure of Earth, safeguarded by numerous formidable beings, is undeniably compelling. In this world, for centuries past, the Supreme Mage stood as a guardian. As we move forward, people are beginning to recognize the formidable presence of a leader known as Duva, who commands a group of powerful beings stationed upon this planet. Occasionally, one may ponder the future fate of Earth, with an individual as potent as Duva at the helm. And given that he oversees the terrifyingly unique and potent race of the xenomorphs, what lies ahead for our world? Will every living soul eventually transform into a xenomorph? Perhaps, but that notion may remain a distant reality for many years to come. This is a concern for those who inhabit the upper echelons of power and influence, who have sensed the violent disturbances emanating from the cosmos and have gleaned insights into the happenings on the world tree through various channels. On this occasion, Duva did not merely repel a malevolent deity. He decisively vanquished a celestial patriarch, one who had left an indelible mark on human history. However, those privy to this information remain largely ignorant of the true nature and capabilities of such celestial beings. They cannot even fathom the magnitude of power required to obliterate a star with a single blow. Throughout human existence, no one has emerged to obliterate Earth or any other celestial body within the solar system with a mere punch. Otherwise, the question of humanity's existence today would be moot. Yet, Nick Fury is acutely aware of the implications. Has Lao Fei truly perished? The strongest of the frost giants has met his end? This news is almost unfathomable. Fury can scarcely believe his ears, instinctively raising his gaze to the sky outside his window, wary that he may have been subjected to an invasion of his mind. Leading him to hear such absurdly bizarre tidings. Hill reported with unwavering loyalty, "I believe it to be true, sir. The source of this information comes from the Spear Bureau, and we are well aware of their connections with the divine beings of the great Luo heaven." Upon hearing the name of the Spear Bureau, Fury instinctively turned away. He had little fondness for dealings with these individuals, particularly following his unsuccessful attempts to establish a connection with Asgard. He mused that if Thor had not been captured and conscripted by Duval in New Mexico, it would have been a monumental event in history to enlist Thor into the Avengers. The Rainbow Bridge frequently materialized in the vicinity of the Valen Tower, each transference heralding the arrival of new extraterrestrial beings. Based on our conjectures, those entities likely serve as parasites to the various giant clans of Jotunheim, Hill remarked. However, the mere mention of Duval's name sent waves of pain through Fury's head. He had witnessed Duval's transformation from an inconspicuous subordinate into a formidable force, rapidly escalating the once disregarded extraterrestrial beings, initially perceived as mere products of biological experimentation, into a power of considerable magnitude within a single year. The fact that even the giants were vanquished by Duval's army and that the All-Father had perished was simply unfathomable. A being of such caliber, perhaps even surpassing Carol, compelled Fury to resolve that it was time to deploy the perilous reserves he had hesitated to utilize. The harsh reality incessantly reminded him that if he did not act swiftly, it might soon be too late. Hill, you were tasked with accelerating the production of the Mother Mold. Expedite the creation of the new Mother Mold platform and position it into solar orbit. We must rapidly develop the type of war machine we envision. I hope that when Duval, that ambitious fool, contemplates any reckless endeavors, we will possess sufficient weaponry and extraterrestrial forces to decisively confront him on the battlefield. Fury issued his orders with urgency. However, we must not place our hopes on a single project. I shall oversee another archive initiative. It is time to awaken the symbiotes that have remained dormant since the 1970s. Hill's expression shifted with concern. Symbiotes? But those entities carry significant side effects. I am aware, Fury replied, but we have no alternative. It is utterly impossible to achieve desired outcomes without risk. Even someone like Duval has achieved his victories through a series of radical actions and dangerous negotiations, seizing triumph from the narrow margins of opportunity. We cannot simply rest on the laurels of past glories. Fury recalled the peculiar black dragon, its origins shrouded in mystery, having fallen from outer space and remained immobile beneath the ice. Yet, the black substance it harbored retained its vitality. If extracted, it could swiftly form a creature that straddles the line between life and non-life. If wielded effectively, it could significantly enhance the combat capabilities of human soldiers. Regrettably, the symbiotes that were separated from the dragon possess an innate ability to corrupt the human spirit, capable of transforming a rational individual into a hysterical madman in a matter of time. In the 1970s, Fury himself had experienced the symbiotic process, aware of the inevitable erosion of his thoughts by the inherent malevolence within the symbiote. However, the urgency of the situation leaves little room for contemplation. Fury is resolute. If he does not employ a myriad of potent strategies to forge formidable soldiers, how will he confront Duva's alien army? What means does he have to withstand the rapidly expanding influence of Duva? Moreover, it is not just Duva he must contend with. There are also the mutants, who have declared the establishment of a nation on Krakoa. We require more astute and capable allies, Chief. The Dormammu agents who joined Comitage have not communicated any updates for quite some time, Hill reminded. Upon hearing this, Fury felt no ire. He too was perplexed by the agents' silence. After hundreds of them had successfully joined Comitage, following the joint efforts of the Ancient One and Duva to repel Dormammu, they seemed to have vanished overnight. Damn it, the agents consumed vast resources to cultivate clones, and after much effort to produce a few hundred competent individuals to join Comitage. This is the outcome? Disappearing without a trace? I refuse to believe that the Ancient One has devoured them. At the Villain Tower, Duva mused, "Oh, the progress is swifter than I anticipated. It appears that Professor X and Magneto's endeavors are proceeding smoothly. They may have already recruited some commendable talents." Upon his recent return to Earth, Duva received this news without any semblance of surprise. The establishment of the Krakoan nation signifies a more intricate situation on Earth, with the stark antagonism between humans and mutants laid bare. Krakoa is a living island and a mutant in its own right. Ultimately, the two made the most prudent decision by establishing the mutant kingdom upon Krakoa, a notion both secure and ingenious. Reports suggest that mutants are continually crossing the seas to seek refuge with them. Yet, I believe we must also take the initiative to recruit mutants ourselves, with proper nurturing, coupled with the alien within them. They could serve as formidable mid-tier forces at our disposal. Druids, accompanied by Scorch, have also returned to Earth, offering counsel to Duva. I have witnessed these mutants struggle for years without any progress, ultimately resorting to war to resolve their issues. If that is the case, why not fully integrate this group into our ranks? This would address the problem at its source. Druids indeed hold a low opinion of mutants. Strictly speaking, he scorns everyone but the aliens. By transforming all mutants into aliens, the disputes related to mutants would cease to exist. It is indeed those Midgardians endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet their might is rather insignificant, unable to withstand my bullets. Hence, there is no need to squander time on them. Upon first encountering Duva, Scorch was eager, his voice a deep rumble as he touted his most adept skill: murder, suggesting a direct assault on the mutants. survival in war would deem one worthy to join our ranks. However, Duva shook his head. It is not merely a question of whether we could defeat the mutants, but rather one of necessity. Instead of embarking on a protracted and arduous war that would drain our resources, it would be far more prudent to establish a direction of greater value from the outset. Duva then addressed the druid, saying, "Additionally, you have trained Scorch well. His ability to articulate such thoughts indicates his adaptation to his new identity. Should you provide me with a task, I would further acclimate, demonstrating my worth through action. Despite my diminutive stature, I harbor immense energy within." Scorch, tall and robust, with exaggerated muscles and towering over 2 meters, could indeed be considered small among the xenomorphs. "Very well, I shall assign you a target, the Hand Association, along with 30 xenomorphs as your guards. Go and eliminate those bothersome ninjas. Bring back the head of the one known as Five Fingers." Duva pondered for a moment before casually mentioning this. This elite global assassin organization can indeed be quite bothersome, as from the outset with the deployment of Erica. There have been constant attempts by ninjas to infiltrate the villain tower or launch covert attacks against the xenomorphs. It is well known how invaluable xenomorphs are. On the black market, a complete xenomorph corpse has fetched prices soaring into the tens of millions of dollars. With enthusiasm, Scorch departed, even though he was entirely ignorant of what the Hand Association entailed. However, that mattered little. Regardless of the adversary, he would wield his firearms with lethal precision. Eager to pledge his loyalty and showcase his talents, Scorch was overly hasty. Even in Jotunheim, he had yet to establish a reputation that resonated throughout the world. His ascent had only just begun when it was thwarted by war, leaving the world in ruins. No one craved success and recognition more than Scorch, who had endured humiliation since childhood. Thus, the druid understood Scorch's mindset exceedingly well. This individual possesses formidable strength, and within his soul lies a fervent, warlike spirit. "He shall become a sharp blade in our hands," the druid remarked, evidently optimistic about Scorch. "His future may rival that of Thor," Duva commented, startling the druid. As for the conversation among these individuals, Moira expressed that much of it eluded her understanding. Thor, the god of thunder, was undoubtedly aware, and she was acutely conscious that, in the natural course of history, this individual would inevitably align with humanity. This is because whenever the mutant kingdom sought to pursue its ambitions, the heroic teams, including the Avengers, would invariably rise to thwart them. However, in this lifetime, Thor did not join the Avengers. Instead, from the moment of her arrival on Earth, she was guided by Duva in an entirely different direction, leaving Moira utterly astonished and perplexed. Now, Duva had even slain Lao Fei. Furthermore, he was using Laufey's body as a breeding ground for a creature so terrifying it defied description. The more Moira learned, the more bewildered she became, realizing that many discrepancies in her understanding could ultimately be traced back to Duva. "Moira, I once again urge you to manage your thoughts. Wasting an excessive amount of mental energy on trivial matters is not a wise choice. It will only ensnare you in a vicious cycle of logical reasoning, ultimately driving you to madness." Suddenly, Duva shifted his gaze to one of the aliens beside him. This particular alien was relatively attractive, yet aside from that, it possessed no remarkable features, neither in physique nor in aura. Overall, it was utterly unremarkable. Nevertheless, Duva held an inexplicable fondness for her, keeping her close during idle moments and ensuring Moira remained in absolute safety during times of conflict, such as battles in Jotunheim. The towering and formidable Lao Fei alien was also present among these creatures. Duva would never carelessly expose the Lao Fei alien and the extraordinarily unique Moira alien. If, during a fierce battle, a stray shockwave were to eliminate these special entities, Duva knew it would cause him great anguish. The Lao Fei alien was manageable. It merely required a bit of time to grow. Before long, it would be capable of standing on its own, albeit not quite at the peak level of Lao Fei. It would not be significantly lacking either. At the very least, it was comparable to a death maiden, capable of holding its own against foes of a godly caliber. However, the most vulnerable and unique was undoubtedly Moira. Should she perish, who could say where she might be reborn? Duva had no assurance that, upon her next reincarnation, she would still be bound to the alien form. She was a rare entity, and Duva harbored some preliminary plans regarding her utilization. If ever cornered, perhaps Moira could prove unexpectedly advantageous. Regardless of her potential utility, as long as something was not definitively useless, Duva would eagerly incorporate it into his contingency plans. He derived immense satisfaction from devising countermeasures for various significant events and securely storing these strategies deep within his mind, to avoid being caught off guard when trouble inevitably arose. Forced to rely solely on brute strength, I find myself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty regarding my future, perplexed about my current identity. The prophetic foresight bestowed upon me from my past lives has waned in this existence. The mutants no longer require my presence. In fact, I feel diminished to the point of not being human, having transformed into an aberration. A profound bewilderment etched itself on Moira's face. Even after some time, as this otherworldly being, she occasionally grapples with confusion about her identity. To a druid, this is utterly incomprehensible. How could someone, having obtained the chance to embrace the truth that others yearn for, dare to possess anything less than sincere faith? You may entrust her to me. I shall teach her the essence of gratitude, the druid remarked to Duva. That will not be necessary. I have faith in your success. Yet I also harbor concerns that your incessant attempts to reshape Moira's mind may ultimately render her a fool, Duva replied, dismissing the druid. Given the fervent loyalty of this zealot, it would be prudent for him to engage in more meaningful endeavors, perhaps to wreak havoc upon those who have previously wronged Duva. I am unlike others. I possess no extraordinary abilities, nor do I possess the disposition for scheming or decisive action. I am of little use to you, Moira murmured, her voice dwindling. No one is born destined for success, and conversely, no triumphant individual remains perpetually victorious. It merely implies that the time for you to showcase your talents has yet to arrive. However, you can at least unearth your potential. Uncovering potential? Yet my singular ability lies in repeated rebirths. I cannot even fathom how many more times I may return, especially considering this latest incarnation as a grotesque entity. Good heavens! This is a narrative so outlandish that even the most imaginative of authors could not conceive it. I am at a loss as to why this has befallen me. Perhaps my abilities have deviated from their intended path. Moira pondered, perhaps if I were to perish once more, it would lead to eternal slumber. Yet conversely, perhaps not. You need only reveal your capabilities in a different light within my purview. For instance, you could ensnare your adversaries in a relentless loop for a brief duration. I can think of no weapon more befitting you. You would truly embody a formidable aberration. Duva elucidated. Moira is exceptional, and Duva genuinely harbors high hopes for her. Despite her current state resembling that of an ordinary aberration, her power woefully inadequate. Moira's abilities are evidently intertwined with time. With proper cultivation, she could wield a diminished version of the Time Stone, becoming the nightmare of any enemy unable to escape the confines of time. In essence, she could serve as yet another harbinger of death, capable of momentarily stalling formidable foes. The concept of time loops resonated with Moira, granting her a vague sense of direction, though she required further contemplation on how to proceed. Duva chose not to intrude upon her thoughts. Gloria, issue a new round of recruitment announcements. Our influence is rapidly expanding, and we require more capable individuals. Duva has recruited a diligent assistant, Gloria Grant, specifically tasked with copywriting. Once a close friend of Peter Parker from West Side Apartments, Gloria was deeply saddened by Peter's untimely demise and initially intended to join the Daily Bugle. However, she ultimately chose to align herself with Villain Corporation. Clad in standard business attire and holding a document, she entered with unwavering composure, able to face the aliens surrounding Duva without flinching. After all, within the Villain Tower, numerous ordinary individuals traversed its halls, representing various companies and organizations, all striving to negotiate agreements with Duva. Boss, recruiting personnel has never been an issue. But the question lies in the type of personnel we seek: superhumans, mutants, or perhaps scientists and engineers endowed with unique capabilities. Gloria adeptly presented Duva with a comprehensive list of candidates. The company had recruited 17 individuals the previous month, all possessing expertise in management and copywriting, ensuring that we would not face shortages when dealing with other companies. Trust me, Gloria, even if we were to engage with aliens instead of humans, they would endeavor to present smiles and ingratiate themselves with us. We possess what they desire. Who would willingly jeopardize their longevity or security? Duva observed as this woman poured herself a glass of water, nodding slightly. Focus on one individual in particular. Jane Foster, a young astrophysicist. Understood, boss. Gloria searched her mind, realizing she had never heard of this woman. Despite her curiosity, her professionalism prevented her from questioning her superior. Just as she prepared to execute the directive, Duva casually mentioned Peter Parker, describing him as an exceptional high school student, intelligent, cautious, and unassuming, embodying the qualities of a brilliant scientist. Gloria's expression darkened. Yes, it's unfortunate he has passed. I even attended his funeral. The essence of life manifests in myriad forms. Though one may die, they might yet be reborn in another guise. Duva sipped his water, savoring its warmth, speaking comfortably. Gloria, astute and perceptive, widened her eyes in disbelief, grasping Duva's implication. Her rapid ascent within Villain Corporation indicated she was no naive soul oblivious to the shadows that lurked. Aliens? Is that even possible? She murmured, her mind conjuring images of Peter Parker's lifeless body suddenly giving rise to an alien bearing his genes, sending shivers down her spine. She understood that had this been Druid discussing such a transformation, he would wholeheartedly embrace it, yet she found it difficult to accept. Duva remained unfazed by her inner turmoil. Last time, upon learning from Modu about the demise of Peter Parker at the hands of the Inheritor family, Duva promptly dispatched an alien entity to Queens to search for the remains of Peter Parker's body, which they successfully located. Should Duva desire, he possesses the capability to create a Peter-like alien. However, there is evidently no pressing need to do so at present. The Spider-Man, devoid of the spider totem and unable to activate the molting skill for self-resurrection, renders the forced creation of a genetically identical alien rather futile. At least, this holds true until the impending cataclysmic event unfolds. Given that within the ranks of Spider-Man exist variants like the Dinosaur Spider-Man, Pig Spider-Man, Toy Spider-Man, and Mecha Spider-Man, it seems entirely reasonable to anticipate the eventual introduction of an alien Spider-Man into the mix. When the Spider Alliance issues an invitation to all Spider-Men across the multiverse, it'll be the opportune moment for Duva to manually fabricate the alien Spider-Man. In a trailer on the edge of the desert, Jane Foster was wholly engrossed in her computer. Are you still awaiting a response to your email? I fail to comprehend why you're intrigued by a company like Virulent. With your talents, it would be no surprise if you were to join Stark Industries in the future. Why cling to Virulent? Even if your interest lies in biological firms, Osborne Industries would be an excellent alternative. Her friend Louise clearly could not understand Foster's choice. She found it perplexing that an exceptional astrophysicist with boundless prospects would focus so intently on a company ostensibly related to biology. I can't shake the feeling of having missed an opportunity, Louise. Can you understand that sensation? Foster curled up in her chair, hugging her legs, her gaze unfocused on the static computer screen. Louise exclaimed, "Are you still dwelling on that?" It was certainly not an opportunity. Even if Thor, the god of thunder, was nearby that night, it was not an affair we could partake in. Have you forgotten what transpired afterward? That desert was ravaged by a horrific battle. We visited days later and witnessed the remnants of the conflict. Foster merely shook her head in silence. Countless times, she had pondered whether their fate might have diverged had their vehicle been able to speed up or slow down just enough to engage Thor in conversation that fateful night. It was likely that their destinies would indeed have been altered. Foster harbored an insatiable curiosity about the World Tree. This young scientist yearned to understand the structures between different dimensions, to discern the layout of the 9 realms, and to grasp the intricate tapestry of the World Tree. Such knowledge proved to be an irresistible temptation for an astrophysicist. Yet, alas, missing the opportunity meant it was forever lost. Foster did not encounter Thor. Instead, they fled like helpless, ordinary individuals, recklessly driving away as they sensed the dangers unfolding around them. The organization known as this company possesses the xenomorphs and is willing to share them with its employees. They have also formed a close collaboration with Asgard, allowing for frequent use of the Bifrost. Foster's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I could join here, perhaps I could become a xenomorph, endowed with formidable strength, boundless energy, and time, enabling me to explore the unknown beyond Earth at my leisure. You're out of your mind. I'm not insane. This is merely a logical conjecture, she retorted. Look, my patience has not been in vain. Villain Corporation has responded to my application, and I have succeeded. Foster sprang up, heedless of hitting her head against the ceiling. Bouncing with joy, She promptly packed her belongings and purchased the earliest flight to New York. Upon entering Villain Corporation, the fantastical image she had envisioned, a xenomorph seated at the front desk, extending its steel-rending fingers to swiftly type on the keyboard and process her employment paperwork, was nowhere to be found. Indeed, xenomorphs passed by, but the individual handling her case was an ordinary human. Miss Foster, your security clearance is higher. You need to proceed to the 92nd floor. The receptionist's previously standard fake smile vanished as she reviewed Foster's information, replaced by a countenance of respect and trepidation. Confused, Foster felt increasingly bewildered upon reaching the 92nd floor. What did this mean? Was I to be parasitized upon my arrival? I had heard this was an incredibly valuable opportunity with limited slots. Why was I being subjected to this upon entry? Foster stared in shock at the colossal xenomorph egg before her, instinctively fearful, a natural response to the unknown. Nevertheless, ever since she entered this place, there had been no turning back. She realized this was not a humanitarian rescue organization, and she seemed to have no other choice. Reluctantly, she accepted the prospect of parasitism, even though this was a scenario she had often fantasized about in her dreams, where she could seize the opportunity that countless others yearned for, leaping into the realm of superhumanity. However, what transpired next left Foster utterly bewildered. She followed a woman into a secluded chamber and was taken aback when confronted with a hammer displayed before her. What? You expect me to lift this hammer? Don't try to deceive me. This must be Thor's weapon. I refuse to believe that you would sadistically create a fake just to trick a newcomer like me. Rather than lifting the object, Foster was far more inclined to study it as a scientist. Yes, it was indeed Thor's weapon, but if one could lift it, they would become Thor, and it would henceforth be theirs. Gloria's expression radiated certainty, as if brimming with confidence in Foster's potential. Yet she too harbored doubts, wondering what right this woman had to handle the hammer of the god of thunder. It should be noted that the immensely powerful Sentinel had attempted to lift it that morning and had utterly failed. Chapter 81. Parasites, indeed. Copying homework. Who cannot do that? Since Gloria relinquished her position at the Horn Daily and chose to join the Villain Corporation, her intentions have been both clear and resolute. She is determined not to meet an inexplicable fate akin to that of Peter Parker. According to the police's investigation, the circumstances surrounding Peter Parker's demise remain shrouded in mystery, leaving no one able to ascertain how he met his end or who was responsible. This uncertainty instills a profound sense of dread within Gloria. She yearns for security, believing that with formidable power and a robust backing, she would be safeguarded from a fate similar to her friend Peter's. Furthermore, joining Villain would afford her the opportunity to leverage Duva's influence in uncovering the true culprit behind Peter Parker's tragic demise. Indeed, Gloria has unearthed some clues and has rapidly ascended the corporate ladder as she edges closer to becoming the chief assistant at Villain Tower. She gains access to clandestine information of a higher echelon. She has now discerned that Peter Parker's death was not an accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated murder. However, she currently lacks the authority to investigate the identity of the murderer, which only heightens her awareness of the formidable superhuman abilities of the perpetrator. Just how powerful could they be? Could they rival the likes of Dormammu or Loki? Are they a deity of legend? I shall not question the boss's decisions. Nor should you. Simply accept the orders and execute them. This is your duty. Dedicating oneself fully is an attitude, while the ability to fulfill it is a matter of competence. You are an astute individual. Gloria fixed her unwavering gaze upon Foster, her attention occasionally drifting toward Thor's hammer. If given the chance, she too longed to grasp this artifact and become the god of thunder. Alas, she knew she lacked the qualifications. What would it feel like to wield divine power? Gloria remained oblivious. Foster, with an expression of incredulity yet tinged with an insatiable curiosity, reached out to grasp Thor's hammer. Only those with an extraordinarily pure spirit and divine essence are deemed worthy to lift this hammer. You can only wield it if your heart is pure enough. Gloria suddenly remarked. Foster began to silently chant within her mind before exerting a sudden force. With a resonant hum, Thor's hammer was effortlessly lifted into the air, its seemingly immense weight becoming perfectly manageable in Foster's grasp. Did I truly succeed? Wasn't it said that this hammer could not be lifted by anyone other than Thor? To think I achieved this on my very first attempt. Does this signify that I am now a god of thunder? Foster's mind initially succumbed to bewilderment, but was soon enveloped by overwhelming joy. After all, who would not desire to become a deity, even if the circumstances were somewhat perplexing? Nonetheless, achieving divinity first and later unraveling the rationale behind it seemed the wisest course of action. Gloria, equally astonished and speechless, skeptically reached out to touch the hammer, confirming her inability to budge it even slightly, which left her utterly disheartened. Once again, reality affirmed Duva's assertions. She possessed the qualifications to become the god of thunder. Though the reasoning behind this eluded her, could it be that this seemingly ordinary physicist harbored divine essence? Gloria quickly composed herself. The concept of divinity was entirely new to Foster. However, she could at least ascertain that she was not a hybrid descendant of gods and humans. For both her parents were ordinary mortals. I shouldn't need to undergo a paternity test with my parents, Foster muttered instinctively, feeling the continuous surge of power emanating from the hammer of Thor, which rendered her body astonishingly robust, as if she possessed boundless strength. Foster even sensed the free-floating electrons in the surrounding air. With a mere thought, she could effortlessly manipulate them to conjure magnificent bolts of lightning. The hammer, an object seldom wielded by mere mortals, felt like an obedient child in her grasp. Divinity is unrelated to bloodline. It is solely based on merit. You are a god now. Just look at the lightning enveloping you, Gloria remarked, her face reflecting profound envy. She did not fully comprehend the situation, yet was undeniably awestruck. The path Foster traversed was marked by deep scorch marks on the ground, a testament to the divine power she wielded. I find it somewhat difficult to control my strength. It feels rather peculiar. I trust you won't hold it against me, Foster whispered to herself. However, perhaps due to the alien embryo nestled in her chest, she instinctively harnessed every minuscule unit within her body, executing relatively reasonable actions in her limited understanding, striving to manage her divine might. Foster encountered Duva for the first time, having previously only seen his reports on television and the internet. The pulsations from her chest instilled in every nerve a primal reverence towards him. How terrifying. No wonder he can command all the aliens, Foster thought, contemplating the possibility of studying neurology, and then, uncontrollably trembling with excitement, she bent her body in deference. As for compensation, there is no need to concern yourself. I am not so petty. A company of this magnitude exists to serve individuals like us, not the other way around. That order must not be reversed. Duva assessed the woman before him without any trace of surprise, only satisfaction. Thor, the god of thunder, the goddess of thunder, and the horse-faced god of thunder. These three deities could always wield the hammer of Thor throughout the multiverse. You have not disappointed me, nor have you become one of those rare exceptions, which brings me great comfort. From this moment onward, you are the new god of thunder. This hammer, Mjolnir, shall be your exclusive weapon. No one but me shall take it from you, Duva proclaimed. His tone exuded a casual nonchalance, as if he were merely distributing chips at a gambling table, bestowing the largest share upon the newcomer, Foster. Thank you, but I still struggle to comprehend why you are so confident that I can wield the hammer of the god of thunder. Have you never considered that I might fail? Foster stammered, finding it challenging to adapt to Duva's straightforward and unadorned manner. If you should fail, you may still serve me as a physicist. It is as simple as that. I welcome talents of all kinds, Duva proclaimed, his satisfaction growing as he recognized the formidable strength added to his team. However, Thor, the god of thunder, stationed in Nivida, found his satisfaction diminishing. He had acquired a brand new weapon, the Storm Axe, whose power far exceeded that of Mjolnir, and its considerable size brought him immense gratification as he grasped it with both hands. If only the handle were crafted from wood, it might have offered a more agreeable texture. As Thor swung the axe, he unleashed divine beams with diameters spanning dozens of kilometers, evoking the sensation that he could cleave planets in twain. This was merely a casual flourish. The devastation he could wreak with a full-force swing was unfathomable. Furthermore, the Storm Axe had the ability to summon the Bifrost, allowing Thor to teleport at will. A wooden handle? What merit could that possess? There was no shortage of URU metal. This entirely forged axe was the epitome of weaponry. The dwarven king Eitri scoffed at Thor's aesthetic, stating, "Unless you bring me a branch from the world tree, I will not affix it to your axe, but it is too late for such discussions now." Thor wore a confident smile, having merely spoken in jest. In truth, he was exceedingly pleased with this divine artifact. With it, the power of the thunder god surged exponentially, visibly amplifying at a breathtaking pace, as explosive divine energy radiated from him, spreading outward in a relentless torrent. It was evident that this growth was far from its zenith. As long as Thor diligently honed his skills, he would continue to grow stronger in a short span. The mortal Thor was but a relic of the past. From this moment forth, he remained the god of thunder, and stronger than ever. Thor's face glowed with elation, but then, sensing something amiss, he abruptly adjusted the axe's blade, aiming it toward a distant point in the cosmos. "Do you feel it too, my new companion? It seems our thoughts are in harmony," he remarked. "What is it?" the Dwarven king inquired. "Someone has lifted Mjolnir, wielding the power of the thunder god. If my instincts are correct, that individual must be in Midgard, one of Duva's subordinates. Although I cannot ascertain who exactly, Thor's joy dissipated significantly. The fourth generation of the thunder god had indeed emerged. He had suspected Duva was not one to boast aimlessly. Thor longed to activate the Bifrost and journey to Midgard to confront the new thunder god. He believed that he alone should hold the title of the strongest thunder god, and no one else could rival him. Yet, he refrained from acting upon this impulse. As the heir to the throne of Asgard, every action he took represented the entirety of Asgard, and he could no longer afford to be as reckless as in the past. "Could it be that you can perceive the divine energies from realms beyond our own?" The dwarf king expressed his astonishment. "This is truly remarkable, transcending countless star systems. Someday, I shall have the opportunity to meet that individual, and at that moment, I shall engage him in battle with my Stormbreaker against the formidable Mjolnir," Thor murmured, as he activated the Rainbow Bridge to return to Asgard. Therein, he would undergo rigorous training to prepare for the mantle of Odin's divine power. At that juncture, Thor was confident that he would emerge as the mightiest among the 9 realms, should an invasion by Dormammu arise. He believed that his own strength would suffice to repel the adversaries without the need for assistance. Moreover, the cosmic pantheon had dealt a setback to his father, a revelation Thor recalled just before vanishing into the Rainbow Bridge, having only recently learned of this long-forgotten conflict from Odin. Shortly thereafter, news spread rapidly across the realms of Thor acquiring a new artifact, rumored to rival even the Eternal Spear. This was monumental news, as it was widely acknowledged that Thor was destined to be the next god-king of Asgard, receiving Odin's utmost guidance and inheriting his powers. Considering Odin's ingenious ruse of feigning death, it was clear that his time was limited, and thus all eyes turned towards Thor, each individual lost in contemplation. "Is it true that my foolish brother has acquired a new weapon and grown even more formidable? With our father's meticulous nurturing, he would only continue to strengthen, perhaps one day reaching the heights of Odin himself." Loki opened his eyes, dispelling the magic that cloaked him. Since his arrival on Earth, he had been preoccupied with his own schemes, diligently searching for ways to harness the mysterious black dragon. Even now, Loki remained largely in the dark regarding the true nature and origins of this creature. However, he was certain of one thing: mastering the black dragon would enable him to generate an endless supply of soldiers. Loki envisioned expanding his influence swiftly by commanding these troops. Indeed, much like the earlier exploits of Duva, even the proud Loki found himself inclined to lower his guard slightly in the face of Duva's incredible feats, contemplating his growth and motivations as a reference for his own ambitions. The Midgardians aptly termed the parasites extracted from the dragon as symbiotes, a fitting designation. Maintaining his invisibility, Loki wore an enigmatic smile as he quietly followed a group of serious-faced individuals deep into the underground via an elevator. Duva had continually amassed formidable hosts through the alien parasitic abilities, exponentially augmenting his own power. Now, Loki was elated to have discovered the symbiote in Midgard, a creature that similarly thrives through parasitism to enhance its own strength. Truly, this was a gift of fate. Loki had to concede that he had previously underestimated Midgard. This world is inhabited by an array of peculiar beings and extraordinary phenomena that could bring him immense surprise. The denizens of Midgard, sharing his ambitions, sought to replicate the marvels achieved by Duva, and thus decided to harness the power of this black dragon. Alas, their efforts proved futile, for he had set his sights upon it. With a wicked grin, Loki, after coming to terms with reality and gradually relinquishing his arrogance in the face of Duva's blows, discovered that his mind was now clearer, allowing for more profound contemplation. In other words, Loki believed he had evolved, having reached version 20, rendering him more formidable than before. Once he seized the source of the symbiote and confronted the enigmatic black dragon from beyond the 9 realms, he would leap into version 30. My foolish brother, though I have forsaken the throne, this does not signify my acknowledgement of your superiority. Our rivalry has only just commenced. Alongside Duva, ambitiously, Loki descended into the depths below, gazing up at the colossal figure encased in ice, sensing the perilous aura emanating from it. This sensation was peculiar, akin to the innate intimidation that higher beings exert over their lesser counterparts, which both bewildered and amused Loki. Attention everyone, halt. Freeze the E7 target object. We must extract a portion of the symbiote. Boomed a colossal horn, causing all the diligent scientists to cease their activities. Ordinarily, they would need to continuously generate cold air to maintain the ice encasing the black dragon, preventing it from melting and allowing the unknown creature within to escape. This practice had persisted for decades, since the cessation of the symbiote super soldier program in the 1970s. Moreover, the black dragon had been entombed in ice for an extensive period before their discovery. Immediately, a cadre of astute engineers operated massive machinery to bore through the thick ice, creating a frigid passageway directly to the black dragon. They intended to extract the surface's vermiform matter from the creature, much like the endeavors of the 1970s. However, this time, an oversight occurred due to Loki's presence. Mortals, your task is complete. From here onward, the sinister god shall undertake all your responsibilities. Should you kneel to serve me, I would gladly reward each of you with a symbiote, he proclaimed, reminiscent of how Duva had rewarded his subordinates with facehuggers. Following Duva's example, a mistake seemed unlikely. Who is this? How did he suddenly appear? Why did our detection instruments fail to react? Loki. He is the sinister god Loki of Asgard. Loki, your unauthorized intrusion here is a grave violation of Earth's laws. Do you wish to incite discord between our two worlds? The individuals present were suddenly thrown into chaos as a multitude of fully armed soldiers aimed their standardized weapons at Loki. Amused, Loki glanced around and was astonished to discover that these agents wielded energy weapons instead of the more commonly seen kinetic ones. Your rapid advancements in technology astonish me, though I suspect such innovations were not acquired through legitimate means. Nevertheless, if you are willing to surrender, I would generously share a portion of Asgard's advanced technology with you. However, should you choose to resist, I shall bestow upon you the gift of death. A sinister smile crept across Loki's face, though I am not the god of death. Eliminating all of you poses no challenge for me. Lord Loki, do you not fear the supreme sorcerer and Duval seeking retribution for your unauthorized actions on Earth? Or perhaps your endeavors have received the endorsement of Odin himself. A man in a lab coat shouted through a loudspeaker. Loki paused, his gaze piercing through the glass walls. Tell me your name. You may call me Dr. Cliff, currently the chief scientist of SHIELD, the man replied. Cliff, I presume? As the chief scientist, you must have conducted research on alien entities and failed. What makes you believe you can succeed with symbiotes? Relying solely on the primitive technology of Midgard, Loki felt his patience considerably tested. Had it been a time before, he would have swiftly dispatched the insolent provocateur. Listening to such drivel, claiming not to fear Ancient One and Duval, was absurd. If those two truly wished to confront him, they would have already acted instead of waiting until now. Moreover, since his first arrival in Midgard, Loki had not killed a single human. The unfortunate bystanders who perished during the encounters with Caecilius and others could hardly be counted against him. Furthermore, with Odin's prior counsel, as long as he avoided instigating a significant threat to Midgard before amassing sufficient power, what reason would Ancient One and Duval have to pursue him? Loki had no desire to linger in the tormenting realm of Yggdrasil. He yearned to swiftly accumulate his initial power and venture into the vast, boundless cosmos. No longer wishing to indulge in idle chatter, Loki seized a freshly extracted batch of symbiotes. He gazed down at the mass of viscous, black substance, writhing incessantly. Is this the symbiote? If I were to divide this mass into numerous parts, each fragment would become an independent entity capable of parasitism, significantly enhancing the host's combat prowess. Unable to contain his curiosity, Loki looked up at the colossal black dragon. And what is this creature? Is it truly merely the source of the symbiote? He then raised his hand, conjuring a magical blast that struck the ice layer, causing visible cracks to rapidly spread across its surface. The agents were suddenly thrown into disarray, signaling for help and firing at Loki, yet their efforts proved futile. In his hands, Loki cradled a peculiar box, emanating an aura of icy divine power that effortlessly deflected all energy attacks. Loki, releasing this dragon of unknown origins and strength is sheer madness. Cliff shouted in fury. Annoyed, Loki raised his hand and unleashed a spell that shattered the glass walls, engulfing everyone in the laboratory. What is the harm in releasing the black dragon? If this creature can be sealed by Midgard's mortals using low temperatures, then with the icebox in my possession, I am only emboldened. All he needed was to gently open the artifact in his grasp. In an instant, he could encase this strange black dragon in ice, just as before. The pressing concern was to ascertain the dragon's strength and origins. This was of paramount importance. Soon, the ice began to collapse, and the black dragon unfurled its enormous wings, spanning dozens of meters, effortlessly shattering the surrounding rock layers. A terrifying roar erupted from the dragon, as if awakening from a deep slumber. After a moment of initial confusion, it brewed a tempest of rage. Are you angry? Understandably so. After painstakingly breaking into Yggdrasil and reaching Midgard, just as you were about to act, you were defeated by my foolish brother, cast in a slumber for a millennium, and now imprisoned and exploited by these bothersome captors. A smile adorned Loki's face. He was elated, for he had already claimed the black dragon as his own. He mused over the prospect of using the dragon as a steed, which would undoubtedly elevate his status. Just imagine the spectacle of riding a black dragon across the cosmos. However, the peculiar black dragon clearly did not share his sentiments. It transmitted a message that, under normal circumstances, Loki should have comprehended, as it was a language of the mind. Yet, he found himself utterly lost, unable to decipher its meaning. What is this? A foreign tongue. Yet certain characters evoke a sense of familiarity. I believe I have encountered them in the library before. They are ancient divine words. No, that can't be right. The dragon appeared to lack great strength, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura of power and antiquity. As the mental exchange intensified, the disparity became more pronounced. Loki keenly sensed that he had overlooked something crucial. In the next moment, the immense black dragon radiated an aura of terrifying power. Its mere mental waves coalesced into palpable force, instantly conjuring a colossal storm that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Many frail humans were instantly reduced to ash, and this meticulously crafted secret base of S-H-I-E-L-D crumbled under the dragon's assault, leaving all within to meet a grim fate. Loki cradled the frostbox, his gaze locked with the imposing entity before him. Once again, he found himself perplexed by the flow of events. The black dragon, enraged, lunged forward, only to be repelled by the icy power emanating from the frostbox, half of its form encased in ice. Yet in the blink of an eye, an overwhelming divine force erupted from the dragon, shattering the enigmatic frost as it forsook Loki and surged through the crust of the earth. A tremor shook the ground, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth awakening from slumber. The chaotic frenzy, infused with profound spiritual turbulence, recklessly unleashed itself upon the world. Wherever the sound reached, atoms and molecules were consumed, all matter disintegrating instantaneously. No living creature could evade the suffocating wrath of the black dragon, a fury that had lain dormant for millennia, potent enough to span half the universe in its hysteria. No one could fathom the trials the dragon had endured, nor comprehend the intolerable impact of its frustrations on this insignificant planet. In the wake of the rampaging dragon, scenes of devastation unfolded as countless lives and objects were obliterated, becoming mere victims of its unleashed ire. Soon, word spread of the deranged black dragon, with the count of casualties soaring at an alarming rate. Various factions sprang into action, deploying a myriad of weapons in a futile assault. Though they may have caused insignificant disturbances to the dragon, defeating it remained an elusive goal. What manner of creature had inexplicably emerged in their midst? First, it was the gods of ancient myth, then the demons from other realms. And now a dragon had materialized. What had befallen their world? Why had everything suddenly descended into chaos? Could it be that this world had always harbored such turmoil, merely now erupting forth, with humanity unfortunate enough to bear witness? Even modern weaponry seemed powerless against the beast, only serving to heighten its fury. Who could possibly vanquish such a creature? The populace, bewildered and terrified, found themselves gripped by fear. Nick Fury, the architect of this calamity, clearly had no time for dread, his expression one of shock. He had presumed Loki's confidence was backed by a solid plan, but to unleash this creature so recklessly? What was Loki truly contemplating? Fury's frustration reached a boiling point. The existence of the Black Dragon was no secret among the elite. Anyone who beheld it would immediately recognize the grave predicament they faced. Yet the deed was done. And what could he do now? Reluctantly, he resolved to deploy the Avengers to confront the creature, striving to recapture the dragon. If harnessed correctly, it could yield an unceasing supply of super soldiers, an opportunity not to be squandered. Thus, the Avengers assembled once more. This time, it would perhaps be the first true collective endeavor. Fortunately, this time we are not tasked with confronting an unfamiliar demon. In his human form, Dr. Banner mocks us with a smirk, yet this entity proves to be quite troublesome. I am uncertain of Loki's intentions, but we must act swiftly, my comrades. The good news is that we need only contend with this Black Dragon and Loki. The bad news is that the only ones taking action are myself and you few unremarkable souls. Iron Man leads the charge, while the other heroes, feeling quite helpless, can only pilot their aircraft in quick pursuit, for they lack the ability to fly. However, as several heroes arrive at the front line of battle, they quickly discover, amidst the thunder and lightning, that someone has arrived almost simultaneously, flying at great speed. J.A.R.V.I.S. Is this merely my illusion? This entrance feels oddly familiar, and the sudden stormy weather is rather abnormal. Tony's gaze sharpens. Sir, analysis of the shadows breaking through the clouds indicates that the entity is neither Duva nor Thor or Reynolds. New god of thunder, is it? Another wielder of the hammer? Tony muses. Had I known, I should have sought out Duva sooner to test my own ability to lift the hammer. Perhaps I too could ascend to divinity in Asgard. Tony immediately pursues, witnessing a female god of thunder forcibly land upon the dragon's head, raising the hammer high and bringing it down with great force. Contrary to my expectations, the female deity's hammer-wielding bears no relation to Thor. I thought I had misremembered, yet upon revisiting the original Sin event, it clearly details her origin. In the comics, Thor, misled by Fury, doubts his worthiness to wield the hammer, and as a result, he finds himself unable to lift it. Subsequently, the ailing Jane Foster perceives the hammer and lifts it effortlessly. Thor, upon realizing this, rushes over in a fit of rage, berating Foster as a contemptible thief, intent on confronting her. This indicates that Thor and immortal Foster were strangers prior to her ascension as the goddess of thunder. Their encounter only occurred after she became the deity, and the notion that Foster required Thor's permission to lift the hammer is entirely unfounded. Moreover, Thor lacks the merit to bless the female deity, as her prowess with Mjolnir far surpasses his own. Thor himself acknowledges that he has never displayed such formidable power while wielding the hammer. It is indeed startling. I almost believed my memory had faltered, miswriting the details. And this book's protagonist's starting village is not within the 199,999 universe. Chapter 82. Enduring too much. Even deities can be vulnerable upon their first glimpse of Foster. Everyone instinctively freezes, leading them to conclude that Duva's speed of deployment is truly remarkable, and that he has taken to the field personally. Yet upon closer inspection, something feels amiss. This individual does not appear to be Duva, nor is it the thunder god Thor. Who then is this person? Rumor has it that during the battle in Jotunheim, Duva's subordinate, Reynolds, also lifted the mighty hammer of Thor and successfully vanquished the god king Laufey. However, this individual does not resemble Reynolds at all. Although he too possesses long hair, his physique appears notably more slender, lacking the bulk of a muscular warrior. Among the few who are familiar with the characteristics of Thor's hammer, a wave of unease swept through them. The hammer is notoriously selective, among billions across the globe. How many could truly lift it? Yet during this period, an astonishing number of individuals seem to have succeeded in wielding it. Initially, one might have thought that Duva's outrageous act of continually switching hosts for the alien embryos to bestow the same powers upon different individuals was already beyond comprehension. Now, it appears that even the legendary hammer, chronicled by humanity, has begun to change hands with alarming frequency. When did Thor begin to manifest in such succession? How many Thors have emerged now? Investigate swiftly. This person appears to be a woman indeed. Go forth and uncover the true identity of this female Thor. Well, perhaps there is no need for further inquiry, for it is certain that this newly arisen goddess is yet another creation of Duva, as I witnessed her soaring from the villain building. Much like the Sentinel's attempt to thwart Magneto, she too was forcefully propelled out of the building, plunging straight into the battlefield. Thus, if my eyesight is not deceiving me, Duva has quietly crafted yet another new Thor. How does he achieve this? The divine seems to emerge from his hands, as if produced on an assembly line, continually appearing in abundance. Soon, some individuals began to unravel the connections behind this phenomenon, feeling utterly helpless. From the initial Reynolds to Lao Fei, and now to the female Thor. Duva's every intervention consistently brings astonishment to the majority while instilling profound dread in a select few with ulterior motives. From the perspective of ordinary people during significant events, it remains uncertain whether Duva harbors genuine intentions of justice or ulterior motives. Nonetheless, in terms of action, Duva undeniably stands at the forefront of peril, always eager to extinguish the source of calamity at the earliest opportunity. To the common folk, this behavior is undoubtedly akin to that of a guardian angel, which explains Duva's immense popularity on the internet and the fervent admiration for the alien entity. However, from the viewpoint of certain individuals, attempting to decipher Duva's motives through a lens of dark psychology, his relentless endeavors become increasingly difficult to bear. Even if Duva manages to quell the turmoil, they must confront a Duva who grows ever more formidable alongside his super army. Each upheaval presents Duva with an opportunity, allowing him to thrive and become stronger amidst crises. This reality elicits profound lamentation among those who covet Duva's power. Take, for instance, the current situation. Observe how effortlessly Duva dispatches yet another new Thor, who traverses vast distances in a remarkably brief span, wielding the hammer to deliver devastating blows upon the Black Dragon. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of thunder, the sky loomed dark and foreboding. All eyes were drawn to the figure of the goddess of thunder, brandishing her mighty hammer. Each time she raised it high, it seemed as though she was gathering the entirety of the planet's lightning into that prominent weapon, poised to deliver a devastating blow upon the great dragon's head. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Each resounding impact inflicted excruciating pain upon the Black Dragon, whose colossal form trembled violently, shedding large masses of dark matter with every anguished roar, while onlookers may have felt a mix of joy, shock, or dread at the spectacle. None could compare to Loki's astonishment as he emerged from the collapsed underground base to the surface. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the sight of the thunder god assaulting the dragon, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Who was this woman? How did Mjolnir come to rest in her grasp? No. It was more appropriate to question how this enigmatic woman possessed the strength to wield the hammer of the thunder god. Loki had always believed that his temperament had been sufficiently tempered, immune to extreme emotional upheaval in response to external phenomena. Yet, witnessing the once sacred symbol of divinity, Mjolnir, effortlessly wielded by a stranger capable of unleashing such terrifying force, proved too much for him to bear. In a moment of doubt, he speculated that Duva had somehow transferred the essence of the Thor-blooded aberration into this unfamiliar woman. However, upon further reflection, he realized this notion was flawed. Merely possessing Thor's bloodline would not suffice to lift Mjolnir. One must also possess a pure heart. A fleeting recollection reminded him that after acquiring Mjolnir, Duva had first transferred the Thor-blooded aberration into Reynolds' body. Only then, through an unknown method, did he shift his own consciousness into Reynolds, allowing him to wield the hammer. But now, Loki strained to perceive any trace of Duva's presence within this woman, employing every method at his disposal, yet found nothing. Could it be that this woman truly wielded Mjolnir of her own volition? Such a being existed in Midgard, someone who could become the thunder god through sheer will? Loki's mind was in turmoil. After all, he himself could not lift the hammer. Even more astonishing was his realization that the power displayed by this female thunder god, while wielding Mjolnir, surpassed that of Thor himself. With every swing and strike, the sheer ferocity of her thunderous might eclipsed anything Thor had ever conjured when he wielded Mjolnir. This was merely the beginning, as Loki was convinced that, given time, she would unlock even greater potential within the hammer, revealing an even more formidable strength. Absurd, truly absurd. Loki's mind raced, struggling to comprehend where Duva had unearthed such a prodigy. This marked the fourth incarnation of the Thunder God. This woman was stronger than Thor. A millennium prior, Thor had vanquished this very dragon, and now it was undeniable that she would triumph. Despite a flicker of reluctance within him, Loki's rationality dictated that the battle had reached its conclusion. The most disheartening outcome would be the loss of the symbiotic entity, which he deemed comparable to the xenomorphs. This was indeed profoundly disheartening. His recent failure rendered his endeavor in Midgard appear rather foolish. Just as Loki and the others presumed that matters would soon settle. With the dragon being vanquished and imprisoned by the goddess of thunder, a resounding roar erupted. The dragon thrashed violently, and an overwhelming wave of terrifying psychic energy surged forth, radiating an aura steeped in ancient malevolence, madness, and an undeniable fury. The sheer force of its will possessed a formidable capacity for erosion and infection, enveloping all in its chaotic wake. Foster, caught off guard, succumbed to this onslaught. At such proximity, evasion was impossible. A momentary haze clouded her typically resolute visage, as her mind was abruptly inundated with horrific fragments of memory. Flames, screams, a dark planet, countless writhing symbionts, and a mysterious sword abandoned in an unknown star realm. Overwhelmed, she found herself at a loss. Only yesterday, she was merely an ordinary physicist. Now, confronted with a torrent of disjointed images brimming with vast information, her mind faced an unprecedented burden. This was compounded by the presence of a potent, virulent will woven into the very fabric of the information. Foster could not react swiftly enough. It was a testament to her steadfastness. Had it been anyone else, they would have been instantly obliterated by the dragon's terrifying psychic presence. Foster, do not fear. I am with you. Always trust in your spirit. The adversary is not complete. Its overall strength is pitiably weak and cannot dispatch you in an instant. The voice of Duval resonated in her mind, lending aid against the dragon's psychic assault. As Foster absorbed Duval's words, she also deciphered a torrent of incomprehensible mental utterances emanating from the dragon. Her intuition suggested that it was engaged in some frenzied cursing or perhaps venting its frustrations. There was something peculiar about this dragon. Its consciousness felt dissonant with its physical form. Foster's inquiry mirrored Loki's own. How could the once vanquished black dragon, felled by Thor a millennium ago, now exhibit such ferocity? The nature of this extraordinary psychic attack sent shivers down Loki's spine. That profound, ancient, and dark will, though faint, was certainly not characteristic of an ordinary life form. Clearly, there were deeper implications at play. If this black dragon indeed harbored a unique origin and possessed such a consciousness, then how could it have been? Wait, I believe I have discerned the answer. Loki's eyes gleamed with realization. He distinctly recalled utilizing the frost box, an artifact capable of instantly encasing a world in ice, to assault the colossal dragon. Yet, this newly awakened behemoth had swiftly extricated itself from such confinement. In stark contrast, when faced with Foster's relentless onslaught, enduring the bombardment of countless divine lightning strikes, the dragon appeared utterly passive, large masses of its form cascading to the ground. Was it truly afraid of the lightning? It seemed improbable that it feared divine power. Perhaps it was the searing heat or the resounding clamor that instilled trepidation. Loki surmised that he was not far from the truth. Thus, it was no wonder that this peculiar black dragon had been struck down by Thor, relegated to Midgard for over a millennium, only to be released due to Loki's interference. Was it merely a coincidence that Duva had dispatched the female thunder goddess to confront this dragon? Or did Duva, like Loki, possess knowledge of the dragon's prior defeat at Thor's hands? Subconsciously adopting Duva's perspective, Loki began to ponder the situation, having endured considerable punishment at Duva's hands. He reverted to his habitual tendency to copy others' work. Duva, however, paid little heed to Loki's musings. As long as this mischievous deity did not cause him trouble or summon chaotic forces from other realms, Duva was inclined to disregard him, at least until Odin's demise. Duva's attention was now firmly fixed on the female thunder goddess and the symbiotic dragon. He felt no astonishment at her formidable power, which surpassed even Thor's. allowing her to subdue the dragon early in the confrontation. Unexpectedly, Loki had inadvertently released this entity. Had he been in Loki's position upon learning of its existence, he too would have acted swiftly to explore the potential for influence over the symbiotic creature. Duva closely monitored the black dragon's every move, for he was perhaps the only being on this planet privy to the dragon's origins. The god of symbiosis, Null, was the creator of this immense black dragon, which, in essence, was an oversized symbiote. The dragon's consciousness was primarily comprised of the soul awareness that Null had transferred to it. A millennium prior, Null had shifted his consciousness into this dragon and began to roam freely, inadvertently encroaching upon the world tree's domain, where he was discovered and attacked by the aggressive Thor. Ordinarily, Null harbored no fear of any adversary. He was a deity birthed from the darkness at the dawn of the universe, who had slumbered until awakened by the celestial beings creating stars. Enraged, he had drawn forth a sword of the undead from the surrounding darkness, slaying one of the celestial beings. Subsequently, he forged this sword relentlessly, ultimately creating the symbiotic race. However, during the forging process, the pervasive heat and clattering noise resulted in the offspring of the symbiotic race developing a remarkably low resistance to fire, extreme temperatures, and sound. The formidable Gnarl, capable of challenging any deity, can only unleash its full potential when its body and soul are unified, rather than in their current disjointed state. Gnarl temporarily relinquished its corporeal form, opting to inhabit a symbiotic dragon as a vessel for its consciousness, roaming the cosmos. Unfortunately, it encountered the fiercely combative Thor, renowned for his ability to generate intense heat and thunderous noise. After enduring a single blow, Gnarl was rendered incapacitated. At this juncture, it appears that Gnarl's body has been imprisoned by the treacherous symbiotic race, while its soul is ensnared within the dark dragon, overpowered by 2 generations of thunder gods. Thus, it is no wonder that Gnarl is in a state of furious despair. Duva observed the unfolding battle, noting that the female thunder god was engaged in a second round against the symbiotic black dragon. The raging divine thunder struck the black dragon, clashing with the powers of the cosmic evil god, resulting in an intense confrontation that, over time, began to tilt in favor of the thunder god. The female thunder god proved to be a natural adversary for the symbiote, demonstrating prowess even against an opponent imbued with divine consciousness. The symbiotic black dragon, or rather the malevolent Gnarl, was on the brink of madness. As a formidable entity that had risen to prominence by stepping over the corpses of cosmic deities, it was utterly intolerable for Gnarl to face repeated setbacks in such a trivial realm as Earth. Yet, whether it could accept this reality was inconsequential. Gnarl now existed merely as a fragment of consciousness, with the vast majority of its power sealed within its body, which lay encased within a writhing black planet composed of countless symbiotes, imprisoned in the Earth's core. Foster's eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, coupled with a profound sense of caution, as she gradually comprehended the gravity of her opponent through her exchanges with Duva. Consequently, she intensified her efforts. Foster's current mindset bore resemblance to Reynolds at the onset of his career, suddenly endowed with extraordinary power, eliciting an exhilarating thrill. Each strike was executed with utmost vigor, and despite the expected fatigue from such exertion, she soon discovered an inexhaustible wellspring of strength within, as if caught in an endless cycle. The storm of divine power continued to expand, dense clouds shrouding a corner of the earth and transforming the surrounding area into a realm engulfed in thunder. A place to be approached with caution. "Stark, how fares the battle?" Captain America inquired, pressing his finger against his earpiece with urgency. None of them possessed the ability to fly, and they dared not venture too close, lest they be struck by lightning. "You want to know how I am? Captain, you ought to use your own eyes to observe. Furthermore, since we can communicate without hindrance, it is evident that I am at a considerable distance from the battlefield, ensuring our conversation remains free from electromagnetic interference," Tony retorted, expressing his irritation. At times, he truly felt that his teammates were a hindrance. He had already upgraded to Mark 12, while each of those teammates remained stagnant. Tony's exceptional prowess has become a source of vexation, increasingly wearing down his dwindling patience. If I were in your position, I would strive to enhance my own abilities rather than lingering in the shadows, merely asking incessantly. Tony exclaimed, "Captain, did you not undergo serum injections? Then find a way to administer more. Strengthen yourself to avoid cowering in the rear when facing supernatural foes. Otherwise, I truly wonder if you're content merely engaging in petty smuggling and drug dealing every few days. On the airplane, Captain America fell silent, deep in thought, while Hawkeye and Black Widow bore grim expressions. Dr. Banner, however, chuckled. Once again, we have become jesters, have we not? There is nothing wrong with that, as I have always been regarded as a fool in your eyes. If you disdain being a jester, then why did you join this team in the first place? Hawkeye retorted coldly. Huh, do you think I desire to join? It was your relentless pursuit that compelled me. Tony shot back. You scoured the earth for my whereabouts. Perhaps I should not have wasted my time on you. Had I allied with Duva from the outset, would you have dared to pressure me? Would your S.H.I.E.L.D. contingent even consider provoking someone of his caliber? Dr. Banner had previously believed that individuals like Duva, who existed outside the bounds of order, were harbingers of destruction, destined to be dealt with in due course. However, he had since altered his perspective, realizing that as power and influence expand to a certain threshold, they inherently create a new order, thereby resolving many issues. If I were not concerned that those aliens could not withstand the gamma rays within the Hulk and would perish upon parasitizing me, I would have sought him out long ago. I refuse to believe I will meet a fate akin to that of Abomination, Dr. Banner scoffed. Among those present, he alone was consumed by animosity and resentment, and, as the conversation escalated, his anger intensified, leading him toward transformation into the Hulk. Oh, damn it. Why now? This is on an airplane. Black Widow lamented. Clint, you should not have provoked him. Hold it together. Everyone, you must endure. The Avengers' panicked reactions filled Fury with despair, prompting him to reconsider whether assembling this motley crew into a heroic team was, from the very beginning, a grave error. They were akin to a disbanded army. Before the enemy even struck, they were already collapsing from within. Stark, I have yet to see you lift a finger. Are you not confident in your armor? Just how formidable is Mark 12? I have never witnessed its capabilities, Fury inquired. It is undoubtedly beyond your imagination, but it matters not, since Duva's men have already surged forward and gained a clear advantage, nearly reducing that black dragon to mere Lego pieces. I have no interest in scavenging what remains of others. The Superboy team, akin to a jest, has unequivocally demonstrated their ineffectiveness through their actions. You cannot lay the blame at my feet. If you were surrounded by unreliable comrades, your patience would surely wane. Behold, one among them is charging towards me. With that remark, Tony lifted his gaze only to witness Hulk leaping ferociously in his direction. Internally, Tony was inundated with sarcastic thoughts as he distanced himself and began to bombard Hulk with attacks. Their clumsy display did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. While the Mark 12 showcased remarkable agility and astonishing firepower, impressing many, those with discernment recognized the probable inclusion of adamantium in the armor, allowing it to withstand several of Hulk's punches without so much as a scratch. Stark's armor is formidable. Even you would find it a challenge to contend with him. On Krakoa, Professor X smiled at Magneto and remarked, viewing the calamity without the lens of humanity and world peace has certainly eased my spirit, making me more composed. Magneto nodded, but soon shook his head in disagreement. Indeed, while it is challenging to destroy adamantium, it is merely difficult, not impossible to control. His armor, after all, is a sophisticated piece of high-tech weaponry. It cannot be entirely constructed from adamantium. I merely need to disrupt a few components and sever some wires to neutralize him. Despite their discourse, both men's eyes reflected a profound astonishment, for Tony's progress has been astonishingly rapid. It has not been long since he advanced to the Mark 12, and given the armors Tony has already revealed, Professor X and Magneto had every reason to believe that he possessed several specialized suits for various scenarios, including one designed to counteract magnetic fields. Their suspicions were validated when, at Tony's command, a large suit of armor descended from outer space, clearly engineered to confront Hulk. Thus, a fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued in the uninhabited zone. This is the advantage of a high-intellect superhero. The longer the confrontation persists, the more swiftly he can advance his technology, thereby amplifying his advantages, Professor X noted. Yet, no matter how great his advantages may be, they pale in comparison to ours. We have recruited numerous talented individuals into our mutant kingdom, with the total population swelling to over 7,000, and it will only grow. Our nation is progressing in a positive direction. despite the fact that the majority of these 7,000 mutants are civilians with little combat experience. A glimmer of hope shone in Magneto's eyes. The world is indeed perilous, fraught with unpredictable and troublesome entities, akin to the bizarre black dragon that the female Thor confronted. Nonetheless, they need only continue relocating all willing mutants from around the globe to Krakoa. What about Duva? What are your plans? Magneto suddenly inquired, broaching a highly sensitive topic. Professor X cast a glance at him and immediately engaged in a mental dialogue with Magneto, for they both understood that Duva was capable of surveilling everything in this vicinity through his alien offspring. Duva was growing increasingly powerful. They had witnessed his rapid transformation from an ordinary citizen to a formidable force, with an ever-expanding cadre of formidable subordinates, arguably even more potent than Jean. Professor X's voice resonated in Magneto's mind. Magneto remained silent, contemplating Reynolds, and then glancing at this female Thor. Rumors from the underworld suggested that Duva had eliminated a celestial being, and given Duva's temperament, such a significant expenditure could likely be aimed at acquiring a celestial alien. Coupled with the likes of Deathwoman and the abhorrent aliens as his minions, Duva had undeniably become a force that could not be overlooked on this planet. Let us address this topic in the Council. Just as we did last time, engaging in mental communication among ourselves, Magneto suggested after some deliberation. They both recognized the concerns that loomed in their minds. If Duva's power truly reached a point where he could disregard everything on this planet, would he not extend his hand towards the mutants to further augment his strength? When confronting traditional human forces, they believed they had gathered enough mutants to contend, at the very least ensuring their own survival. However, if another entity emerged, possessing overwhelming advantages and aggressive tendencies, particularly one that required numerous high-quality hosts, the situation could become precarious. An imbalanced world is profoundly terrifying, evoking a sense of anxiety merely at the thought of it. Let us seek out Fate Woman. We must converse with her, as she should not remain on the periphery, regardless of what future she perceives. The moment Duva took action, no one doubted his eventual triumph. Even if he dispatched a subordinate never before seen, the only variable was the manner in which Duva would vanquish his foes. Reality affirmed this notion. The black dragon was powerful, yet under the onslaught of the female Thor, it appeared increasingly beleaguered. With each resounding blow, its once massive form was diminished, growing smaller and weaker with every strike. Ultimately, amidst countless gazes, the black dragon let out a roar, and everyone distinctly heard it. Grendel. The female Thor paused, acutely aware that the consciousness emanating that sound felt markedly different from the one that had previously commanded the black dragon. Then the black dragon fled. Do not think you can escape. This is my inaugural battle as Thor. Foster exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through her as she swiftly swung her hammer in pursuit, appearing exceedingly ferocious in the eyes of onlookers, who gasped in awe at her ferocity. The symbiotic dragon did not flee to another realm. Instead, it plunged directly downward, heading towards the place of its liberation. With a swift motion, it devoured Loki, escaping rapidly into the vastness of outer space. From the perspective of divine consciousness, such an act was profoundly shameful. Were it to be revealed, Gnarl would find it impossible to navigate the Pantheon, having been pursued by mortals far beneath his station. What was this creature thinking? Did it seek vengeance against me? Yet, this was precisely what I desired. I feared that you might be killed by that woman. Loki smirked, undaunted even within the belly of the dragon. Surrounding him were tendrils of thick black substance, yet he remained unperturbed, eagerly anticipating the outcome. As he contemplated which spell to employ to dominate this dragon, transforming himself into a being of extraordinary control akin to Dawana, an overwhelming presence of consciousness abruptly detached from the dragon's mind, manifesting before Loki. This incomprehensible entity, though minuscule in quantity, radiated a vastness akin to the cosmos itself and spoke to Loki with great urgency. Naturally, Loki could not comprehend, for this was the language of the gods, an ancient mode of expression, nearly a delineation of the laws of the universe from its inception. The urgency of the consciousness intensified, culminating in a furious outburst as it commanded a multitude of symbiotic substances to adhere to Loki's form. Simultaneously, this consciousness successfully anchored itself onto Loki through the collective. Damn it, I understand now. It is the true master of the collective. The symbiotic dragon, known as Grendel, is a mere distraction. This being bears a striking resemblance to Duva, possessing the ability to transfer its consciousness. Loki's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to expel the symbiote from his being. But in the next moment, he ceased his struggle, observing quietly as this unknown consciousness forcibly maneuvered his body, nearly draining him entirely, and opened a spatial portal. Spatial transmission? Like the Bifrost? Loki furrowed his brow, skepticism creeping in. Any entity capable of piercing through space in such a manner had to be at least a celestial being. He clung tightly to the frost box, sensing the symbiote rapidly augmenting his power, while the enigmatic consciousness refrained from further invading his soul. Loki began to grasp the situation. You wish for my assistance? Though I know not who you are, why should I risk aiding an unknown entity? What shall I gain from this? Do not speak to me of my life as if it holds any weight. It is you who requires my help, not I who beseeches you for mercy. As Loki felt his power surge, a profound greed flickered in his eyes. The symbiote was indeed a remarkable asset, surpassing his expectations. Even one of his caliber could experience such a significant enhancement. With the passage of time, it might grow even stronger. What if he could command more symbiotes? What if he could even control his consciousness, whatever divine or monstrous essence it may possess? What wonders might that entail? As Loki spoke, he endeavored to control his thoughts, gradually lowering his head to present an appearance of willingness to cooperate. For the god of lies, mastering his own mind and nurturing the thoughts he ought to cultivate in order to fulfill his deception was indeed a treasured skill. Loki stepped into the spatial passage ahead, undoubtedly the only route that this consciousness could manifest with its limited power. Almost the moment he was engulfed by the portal, the surrounding symbiotic matter trembled violently, and the entire dragon emitted a dreadful wail as it descended from the heavens. It was not only the Lady Thor who acted. Several others of her kind also sprang into action, ensuring that this fellow would not escape the earth and vanish into the vastness of the cosmos. Has Loki truly vanished? Quite intriguing. It seems that Gnarl, in a state of desperation, has begrudgingly chosen Loki as his earthly representative in the real universe to extricate himself from his plight. Duva observed from a distance, quickly grasping the situation at hand. To be honest, a cosmic deity of Gnarl's caliber, one born at the dawn of creation, exhibiting such ruthless disregard for the consequences is indeed a rarity. However, who could blame Gnarl for his recklessness? He has a penchant for transferring his soul consciousness into a symbiotic dragon far inferior in strength to his own essence. Nevertheless, it matters little. After all, Gnarl's mind has never been particularly stable, so Duva was hardly surprised by any of his actions. The Lady Thor regarded the dragon, now sprawled on the ground and reduced to half its size, prodding it with her hammer. Such a peculiar creature. I cannot even ascertain whether it qualifies as a biological entity in the traditional sense, lacking clearly defined internal organs, its entire form composed of writhing black matter. A mere fragment, torn away, could become a symbiote? No need to dwell on this for now. Whatever challenges lie ahead shall ultimately be rendered inconsequential breezes in our relentless advance. Now, Foster, bring Grendel back. I have use for him. Duva issued his command with directness. Foster complied meticulously, tugging at the dragon's tail, repulsed by the slimy texture, and noticing that the viscous black substance instinctively sought to creep towards her, attempting to parasitize her. With a crackle of lightning, the substance promptly ceased its advances. Chapter 83. The aliens also have their own gear in the past. Grendel had always considered himself immensely powerful. With such a colossal form, even a mere portion of his being could serve as an independent symbiote. To have garnered the favor of the symbiote god Gnarl, becoming the vessel for divine consciousness, was a testament to his might. Yet, upon arriving on this diminutive planet called Earth, that perception shattered instantly. Though he was not particularly astute among symbiotes, it did not imply that he lacked any capacity for judgment. Now, the female thunder god, wielding the mastery of lightning, drags along the black dragon, instilling in Grendel a profound sense of anxiety and terror. Its undulating, oversized head, adorned with what could only be described as liquid orbs of vision, scans the surroundings restlessly, occasionally landing on the thunder goddess's back before swiftly retreating. As one of the few formidable beings on the symbiotic planet, Grendel finds itself unfortunate enough to confront an adversary that perfectly counters its strengths while bearing the consciousness of Gnarl. Alas, not only has Grendel itself been overwhelmed, but even Gnarl's essence has been forced to shift its focus to Loki, compelling them to create a spatial tunnel for escape, now lost to the cosmos. I am doomed. Utterly finished. I can only wonder how these Earthlings will treat me. It seems futile to ponder. Even if I were to survive their grasp, Gnarl would not spare me either, for I am the witness to his monumental disgrace. Grendel's thoughts spiral into chaos, engulfed by a wave of despair that nearly obliterates its rudimentary and underdeveloped reasoning. To be the bearer of Gnarl's consciousness should have been a source of pride, a claim to boast about amongst fellow symbionts, despite some harboring secret thoughts of the brutal and mad Gnarl. Yet, how did it come to this absurd predicament? These Earthlings will not forgive me, nor will Gnarl. A group returns to the villain building. With a resounding crash, the Thunder Goddess, effortlessly wielding the now diminished black dragon, akin to tossing a large sack, slams it to the ground with a mere flick of her strength. This creature has been restless throughout the journey. I sensed its furtive glances toward my back, plotting an escape. Perhaps we should consign it to the incinerator, allowing it to truly experience the flames and searing heat. The Thunder Goddess excitedly proposes. Oh my God, this is utterly unbelievable. Even now, Foster feels as though she is trapped in a dream, having vanquished a black dragon before the eyes of the entire world as the Thunder God. It is excessively cruel. Perhaps it would be better to crush this creature beneath your hammer, so it can coexist eternally with thunder and lightning. Duva responds with a smile, fully understanding the exhilaration of the Thunder Goddess. Grendel is petrified, its limp form seemingly on the verge of dissolving, curling up in a tight ball. Grendel, I know you comprehend my words. Your intellect is not so diminished as to preclude the most fundamental communication. Regardless of what Gnarl has compelled you to do or your former intentions, I can momentarily overlook them here. But do not expect to waltz away unscathed without taking any action. In Grendel's vision, this place is terrifying, filled with bizarre creatures clad in exoskeletons. Even among the scant few humans, many harbor similar features within their beings. And the man approaching it, whom one might still call human, is even more fearsome. Grendel attuned his senses with great care, only to tremble with trepidation, suspecting that his faculties had been impaired by the female Thunder Goddess. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discerned an astonishing truth. All the aberrations seemed to be intertwined with this individual on a profound mental plane. This was utterly inconceivable, for it was precisely through such means that Gnarl established psychic connections with all symbiotes. O great and unknown deity, do you know my master Gnarl? This revelation elucidated much. It explained why he had consistently faced adversity upon arriving on this planet. He had encountered an opponent of her caliber. Suppressing his fear and unease, Grendel pondered for several moments before uttering a phrase that was, in truth, far from eloquent. This declaration surprised the female Thunder Goddess and her companions. It can speak? They mused. And why is it suddenly so compliant? Why, just moments ago, it was paralyzed with fear and silent. Little did they know, Grendel, as one of the formidable symbiotes, was well acquainted with the extensive psychic connections that existed among all entities. Each community could forge links with others. And at the heart of this vast mental network resided the symbiote deity, Gnarl. Thus, no community could defy Gnarl's commands. This was not merely a subordinate relationship between creator and servant, but one that entwined the very souls, spirits, and aspects of dominion. This psychic network endured until a millennium ago, when Gnarl, who had inhabited Grendel, was shattered by the hammer of Thor, leading to the collapse of this intricate web. Countless symbiotes subsequently severed their ties with Gnarl, gaining the strength to revolt and imprison his corporeal form. Consequently, the closer Grendel drew to Duva, the more acutely he sensed the unbreakable psychic bond between the myriad aberrations and Duva, inciting a profound panic within him and extinguishing any thoughts of escape. This enigmatic human bore an uncanny resemblance to their deity, Gnarl, on a spiritual level. Grendel was compelled to conclude that Duva was akin to Gnarl, albeit seemingly less dark and fearsome. Yet, who could truly ascertain such matters? Even a nascent celestial being could possess such potential. It merely required ample time for development. This was not a being that a mere symbiote like him could provoke. Not to mention, he was but a captive at this moment. Can you sense it? Duva suddenly inquired. I can, Grendel responded, though initially he could not. However, having borne the consciousness of Gnarl, he was continually adapting to it. Where's Gnarl now? Duva interrupted the Dark Dragon's musings. He could deduce with certainty that Gnarl intended to enlist the aid of the malevolent deity Loki to liberate his form, thereby achieving the fusion of consciousness and body, ultimately reclaiming his status as the nefarious god capable of eliminating those who displeased him. The alliance of these two dark deities would undoubtedly render the situation far more intriguing. What truly concerns Duva is that these two entities are far from benevolent. Each one possesses a petty nature. Loki, while perhaps less of a worry at the moment, seems to be experiencing a subtle shift in his thoughts. However, NAL has suffered greatly on Earth, and once freed, it is undeniable that he will return to Earth seeking retribution to cleanse himself of disgrace. He has already distanced himself considerably from this place. Even I can only sense faint mental activity, unable to ascertain his exact location. Yet, as far as I know, he will likely endeavor to reach Kuntar Star, Grendel murmured, somewhat obsequiously. Kuntar Star is a planet of symbionts, entirely formed from the aggregation of countless symbiotic beings. You are not concerned about NAL discovering that you divulged information to me? Not all. NAL is our deity. He can indeed control us, but he cannot closely monitor every single action of each symbiote. Grendel replied, I see. Mr. Blue was the first to emit a peculiar chuckle, glancing at Duva and then at the cowardly dragon, before turning his gaze to his own chest. The clever one quickly drew a parallel between Duva and the alien, finding the resemblance astonishing, and for the first time, he began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Duva is, in some sense, an undeveloped deity? He is aware that Duva possesses the ability to transfer his consciousness, capable of abandoning this human form at will to become an alien, or even further, directly transferring into a host harboring an alien embryo, achieving a permanent occupation. Just imagine if Duva were to occupy Reynolds' body and remain there. Wouldn't that mean that Duva instantaneously acquires a permanent enhancement of power? Although Reynolds, as an alien host, is already bound to obey Duva's commands, it is a power entirely under Duva's control. In summary, Duva bears a striking resemblance to the deity of symbionts, NAL. Mr. Blue began to reconsider his approach, realizing that his desire to unravel the secrets of the aliens and ultimately seize control over their kind should be tempered. He must not act rashly simply because he has dissected a few facehuggers and established a gene bank. Such actions should be deliberated upon with caution. Engaging in conflict with an entity of uncertain divine nature without thorough preparation is ill-advised. This fellow is contemplating betrayal. It would be better for me to eliminate him. The druid had remained silent until now, indifferent to the unfolding events. However, when Mr. Blue entertained malevolent thoughts, the druid immediately stepped forth, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. In fact, as he spoke, the druid had already initiated an invasion of Mr. Blue's mind. Yet, due to the remarkable development of this individual's brain, he possessed a basic resistance to mental abilities, simultaneously erecting numerous logical barriers within the realm of the mind to delay the invasion. There is no need to dwell on this, druid. I am well aware of Samuel's ambitious nature. It is not a flaw. Ambitious individuals possess a drive that surpasses the ordinary, propelling them along the path of diligence and endeavor. Duva merely waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting complete indifference to Mr. Land's malicious thoughts. In truth, he was genuinely unconcerned, as long as Mr. Lawn could unleash his talents and execute his commands with unwavering rigor, at least until the rebellion commenced. Damn it, did you hear that? Get out of my head, you wretched mental enforcer. Mr. Lancuset. A tinge of fear creeping into his heart. His mind was his most valued and sole source of strength. Yet individuals like the druid excelled at infiltrating thoughts. He was incapable of betrayal. Grendel suddenly remarked, I am fully aware of that sensation, harboring malice toward someone, believing oneself awakened, yet being utterly unable to refuse any of that person's commands. The intertwining of hatred and reverence is the attitude we, as symbionts, hold towards Nar. I suspect he shares our sentiments. Mr. Land's eyes widened, his face turning an even more virulent shade of green with indignation. What are you saying, you wretched lizard? How dare you judge me, a mere mortal with a few decades of life? The druid seized upon Grendel's words, mocking him with a cold smile. This enraged Mr. Lawn further, leading him to perceive the significant flaws inherent in symbiotic beings. At the very least, a formidable symbiont worthy of embodying the deity of symbionts should not dare to refute him in such a setting, as it indicated a certain mental deficiency and flawed judgment regarding danger. Duva continued to interrogate the dragon. Can you sense your kin on Kuntar? I can feel a trace of them. After Nar's awakening, our severed mental connection is beginning to reconstruct, but this will take some time. Furthermore, Nar's consciousness is relatively fatigued and weak, resulting in an unstable connection. Intermittent, almost negligible, Grendel cautiously explained. Duva pondered this, contemplating Nar's origins and rise, reflecting on the intricate relationship between him and the symbionts, gradually recognizing the distinction between himself and Nar. To put it plainly, in terms of lineage, 100 Duvas would not measure up to a single finger of Nar, who was birthed from the primordial darkness of the universe, a dark deity embodying an abyssal realm, awakening to slay the celestial gods with a single stroke, beginning at a height that seemed almost absurd. Yet Duva was acutely aware of his purely human origins. However, setting aside lineage and status, he still held substantial confidence in his ability to control the subordinate species. Duva's dominion over the alien entities had reached a level where he could closely monitor the thoughts and intentions of each one, such as Moira, who had been reborn as an alien, whose thoughts he could perceive. Unless the hosts remain unscathed, Duva is unable to directly examine and search their brains. However, he can manipulate their every action at will. In this regard, Duva believes himself to be on par with Null, and Grendel's inexplicable respect and fear towards him further substantiate this claim. Most importantly, when Duva transfers his soul consciousness, he would never indulge in reckless abandon like Null, who carelessly transferred to a subordinate far inferior to his own essence, gallivanting across the universe in a manner utterly unbecoming. Grendel, your exceptional cooperation brings me great satisfaction. As a vanquished foe, you have dutifully fulfilled your obligations. Duva generously offered his praise and continued. In that case, you shall persist in your cooperation, using your life to validate certain matters for me, without allowing Grendel a moment to plead for his own salvation. Duva seized him and tore a fragment of protoplasmic material from his being, casting it onto an alien creature. It is well known that symbiotes possess the ability to acquire the superpowers of their hosts. Hence, what would transpire if a symbiote were to parasitize an alien? Duva found himself intrigued, as did the others present, aside from the impassive Death Woman, who remained indifferent while the others turned their gazes toward the unfolding outcome. Soon, a symbiotic alien emerged, an unprecedented new entity formed from a union of two parasitic races. Duva closed his eyes and, from the multitude of consciousnesses within his spiritual realm, selected the awareness of this alien before him, beginning to keenly perceive everything. Quite fascinating. The fusion at the genetic level was indeed entertaining. This suggests that a single host could yield at least two genetic copies, one as an alien and the other as the symbiote that has attached itself to the alien. Duva was particularly curious. Theoretically, if a symbiote were to parasitize multiple hosts, it would acquire greater abilities, thereby growing increasingly powerful. As Duva analyzed the thoughts of this symbiote through the alien, he was met with a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. Perhaps this was due to the symbiote's recent separation from Grendel, compounded by the traces of malevolent consciousness left by Null, which had instilled a dreadful infection within the symbiote. Indeed, a rough estimation suggested that the alien strength had increased by at least 40%. If managed properly, it would continue to grow. Duva's interest was piqued. Does this imply that our alien legion could ultimately achieve exponential strength enhancement? Druids remarked with newfound enthusiasm. Grendel muttered, "It is not so simple. My body has already been tainted by Null. The symbiotes that have separated from me are mad with chaos, difficult to control, and will incessantly erode and damage the consciousness of their hosts." Erode consciousness? Nonsense. We fear no attack of the mental realm, Mr. Blue retorted, no longer holding back, and proceeded to emulate Duva by tearing a piece of symbiote from Grendel. Duva, however, remained contemplative, pondering another matter. Between symbiotes, a superficial mental connection exists, achievable as long as Nar remains conscious. However, my xenomorphs are incapable of direct mental communication with one another. Once I decipher the symbiotic consciousness, I shall discern the necessary steps. Duva has conceived a preliminary plan. He intends to gradually establish his own mental awareness as the nucleus of the species, creating a cloud platform for all xenomorphs and their hosts to exchange information. Indeed, it is akin to the dum-dum bullet. Ultimately, I must procure several dum-dum bullets to dissect the brain for confirmation. The dum-dum is truly a treasure trove of espionage. Fury has elevated him, and Ancient One values him. Now, even Duva recognizes his remarkable qualities and has resolved to exploit the potential of the dum-dum. As for the symbiotes, particularly those contaminated by Nar, they serve as excellent supplements and auxiliary tools for the xenomorphs. I have often pondered that my xenomorphs do not don formidable equipment like the Aseri, but that concern is now alleviated. What could be more suitable as portable gear for xenomorphs than these symbiotic entities, which are produced in abundance and achieve genetic fusion? What? You inquire whether the innate malevolent consciousness of these symbiotes will corrupt the xenomorph's mind? How amusing. There is absolutely no fear. Should Nar himself arrive, Duva might be cautious. But if an ordinary symbiote, merely infected by Nar, attempts to invade a xenomorph, it would hardly create a ripple. It remains uncertain who is infecting whom. Duva promptly commenced a violent mental incursion through this xenomorph, targeting the symbiote attached to it. The symbiote instinctively resisted fiercely amidst its chaotic consciousness. Stop struggling. Let me see. Duva forcefully penetrated, sifting through the chaos akin to rummaging through a pile of refuse. After thorough examination, he confirmed that the symbiote's malevolent instinct was utterly incapable of disrupting the xenomorph's cold rationale. Moreover, even if this xenomorph eventually succumbed under accumulated pressure, one must not forget that a xenomorph is never merely a singular entity. It has other xenomorphs to share the burden, along with Duva, the collective consciousness, as support. Grendel silently observed the unfolding events with slight movements of his body, soon falling still again, deeming it only natural for Duva to endure the psychological burdens to suppress the symbiote's sinister instincts. Duva contemplated and grew curious about what would transpire if a facehugger directly parasitized the symbiote. He even summoned Dracula, presenting him with a symbiote to complete the attachment. Under the violent blows of the Valkyrie, he and the symbiote were left dizzy, and Duva seized the opportunity to introduce a new facehugger. You devil, I thought you would finally cease tormenting me, yet I underestimated your malice. Just wait. One day I shall escape, and then, one and all, you shall perish. Dracula cried out in despair. Had he known what would transpire today, he would have never provoked Duva, relying instead on his immortal abilities to live a better life, rather than existing here as an endlessly exploited incubator. Suddenly, the alien burst forth from his chest. Indeed, it possessed Dracula's genetic material. It was also infused with certain adaptive traits of the symbiote, while simultaneously purging several of its inherent weaknesses. The alien-esque body, now somewhat softened, could freely manipulate its limbs, presumably rendering it highly resistant to typical physical attacks, and endowed with astonishing vitality. It was as if the alien and the symbiote had merged at a genetic level, eliminating the associated flaws. Duva observed the weakened Dracula and the lifeless symbiote, now reduced to a mere puddle on the ground. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what would occur if the alien were to parasitize the symbiote itself. Experimental results indicated that, as before, it would acquire both Dracula's genetic traits and the capabilities of the symbiote. Everyone present was captivated, even the newly arrived Foster. Despite the gruesome scene that would typically incite nausea, found herself adapting swiftly due to the potent instincts of the alien embryo within her. These perilous beings congregated with fervor, eagerly conducting various hazardous experiments on the symbiote. Duva was already scheming to extract the symbiote's superior genetic traits, ultimately transforming all symbiotes into subservient races of aliens. Whatever abilities the symbiotes possessed, a specific faction of aliens would undoubtedly inherit them, and conversely, any abilities the symbiotes lacked would also be found among the aliens. In a stricter sense, by that time, the universe would no longer harbor an independent symbiote species. One by one, they would all become mere appendages of the aliens. Moira quietly departed from the terrifying 93rd floor. Anyone familiar with the Villain Tower knew that the 93rd floor was an absolute zone of death, where a myriad of horrifying events unfolded. Do not misunderstand. Moira was not leaving due to an aversion to the bloody scene. She simply felt no need to witness Grendel's fate, as it had fallen into the hands of Duva. From what I knew of Duva, he would not merely dispose of Grendel. Even all was likely already accounted for in Duva's future plans. Moira mumbled to herself as she aimlessly wandered through the villain tower. There was no way out for her. Unlike other aliens capable of departing at will to execute various commands, particularly those tasked with hunting vampires, she remained confined. Moira was afforded the utmost protection, though she herself was oblivious to why Duva placed such significance on her. She was merely an uncertain alien with a potentially dormant ability for rebirth. Who? Moira abruptly halted her steps and discreetly approached a corner, a vantage point that allowed the individuals on the 93rd floor to strike directly downwards to this very location. Moira, I believe this is not our first encounter. A ghostly figure materialized beside her, adorned with a featureless mask of the Fate Woman. Her voice was frigid, having already discerned the essence of the being before her. Who are you? Moira inquired. Oh, I recall now. You must be the mutant known as the Fate Woman. They say you can see through destiny, yet this is indeed our first meeting. Seeing that the Fate Woman did not make an immediate move, Moira felt a sense of relief, for she was aware that the information she had just acquired had simultaneously reached Duva. I suspect you do not possess permission to enter the Verlin building. You are quite audacious. Do you not fear for your life? Moira stated. The Fate Woman remained non-committal, her mind devoid of fear. Even Magneto could not fathom her thoughts. I have witnessed a multitude of fragments of destiny, fragments that should not have converged in such a manner. Yet, due to your repeated rebirth, many things have drastically changed, revealing the entanglement between us. I should have killed you numerous times, compelling your repeated rebirth, thus preemptively informing Professor X and Magneto of the outcomes of trial and error. The Fate Woman's words left Moira at a loss for response. It sounded utterly absurd. So, she was to be reborn countless times only to be slain by the Fate Woman repeatedly? Such a thing seemed unfathomable. Your words are futile. I cannot discern their truth. What is it that you truly seek? Moira asked cautiously. For the future, the myriad fragments of destiny I have seen unveil an extraordinary conclusion. The conclusion for mutants? Moira pressed. It includes mutants, the Fate Woman replied. However, if we were to join forces, there may be a way to avert such an outcome. Moira found the woman somewhat eccentric, spouting nonsensical claims that sounded implausible. Then why did you not seek me out before? I was unable to do so in the past. But the time is ripe now. Soon, you shall understand how I will assist you, and you will be grateful. Assist me? What do you stand to gain? Destiny. The Fate Woman's head tilted slightly, and even through the featureless mask, Moira could distinctly sense an overwhelming fervor. I have seen the path to embrace destiny, a realm that belongs solely to you and me, untouched by others. If we succeed, destiny will open its doors to us, rather than merely allowing us to glimpse an insignificant fragment as it does now. The Fate Woman's demeanor grew increasingly animated. Such fervor was exceedingly rare. Even the duality of extremes had likely never witnessed such a Fate Woman. Moira fell into silence, an instinctual feeling urging her to refrain from mingling with someone who appeared so calmly unhinged. Promise her, Moira, for she has come not only for you, but also for the alien and myself. Regarding the matters she alluded to, I have conceived a few ideas and can surmise her intentions. They shall not bring you harm. In our confrontation against the malevolent deity Gnarl, the stronger our forces, the better. The command from Duva resonated timely within Moira's mind. The ripples in the fabric of time are destined to morph into a colossal storm. Duva acutely felt the potency of this statement. How curious that the Fate Weaver aspires to become fate itself. It is understandable, for one who has glimpsed fragmented scripts would find scant allure in the changes of the present world. It is the sight of a complete narrative, with its myriad moments of transformation, that she yearns for most. As Duva observed the peculiar symbiotic aliens before him, he also kept a keen eye on the Fate Weaver. Just as Duva was scheming for the entire race of symbionts, Loki, under the coercive control of Gnarl, traversed a spatial tunnel to an unknown star system. Where's this place? Unlike you, I cannot endure prolonged survival in the void of space, Loki remarked, gazing at the surrounding celestial bodies. With a sigh, Loki resolved that he must learn the divine language of Gnarl before contemplating his next move. With his intellect and direct contact with Gnarl's consciousness, he gradually grasped some essential keywords. Kuntal Star? A planet constructed from the symbionts you created? What a disastrous idea. I should burrow into the core of the planet and then embed you into your own body. Loki's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom the perilous task this malevolent deity expected him to undertake. Just the thought of an entire planet being filled with creatures like Grendel sent shivers down his spine. Yet, should he succeed, he might command a sufficiently formidable army, rivaling the aliens, and, considering Gnarl's presence, perhaps even surpassing Duva's forces. Chapter 84. Join the Great Alien Cult. For Tony, there were few matters that brought him any satisfaction. I am the endlessly charismatic Tony Stark, the most intelligent person in the world, and I cannot allow myself to be encumbered by nonsensical individuals. Tony was exceedingly proud. He took great pride in his superlative intellect and inexhaustible inspiration. Behold, in just over a year, he had upgraded the Mark suit 12 times and discreetly developed several specialized armors tailored for individuals like Magneto. Oh, I just dealt with Hulk, and I've already used up one of my specialized armors. You are awake. My anti-Hulk armor is nearly in ruins due to your antics. How do you intend to compensate me? Thor regarded the seemingly destitute middle-aged man before him with palpable impatience. I once believed that within our makeshift team, you were the only one who could barely partner with me. In your human form, you possessed an exceptionally high IQ, capable of assisting me in scientific endeavors. And as a transformed entity, you wielded formidable power, ready to stand up in critical moments. Yet, I never anticipated that after becoming a monster, you would turn against me. The Avengers, barely off the ground, are embroiled in civil strife. How splendid. The entire world is mocking us. Tony elevated his tone. Have you ever considered that we have yet to truly step onto the battlefield, facing those genuinely terrifying foes? We Haven-T even encountered the most fundamental of telepaths. Just think, if someone like Professor X invaded your mind, how long could you endure? The moment you transform into the Hulk, you would once again lash out at me. Dr. Banner raised his head, bloodshot eyes betraying his inner turmoil as he struggled to control his breathing, suppressing the fury surging within his chest. His watch had been lost in battle, rendering him unable to assess his condition. Yet he could hear Hulk's roar echoing in his mind. Do not speak of your nobility, Iron Man. As if I could somehow control the Hulk. He and I are entirely different entities. Then find a way to become one. That is impossible. I have tried countless times, even holding a gun to my own forehead in an attempt to end it all, but each time I awakened, I found only a spent bullet on the ground and the surrounding chaos. Oh, what a tragedy. The countless attempts you mentioned involve those drug experiments with the so-called Blue Man at the Villain Tower, leading to the creation of Abomination and a host of Hulk's derivative monsters. Of course, they have now become abominations, and collaborating with a second-rate scientist. How bold of you! Tony mocked without restraint. Since joining the Avengers, his temper had deteriorated, repeatedly breaking under the weight of monumental events. The proud Iron Man could never allow himself to be merely a backdrop on this planet, reduced to a mere tool for creativity and funding. Look at the world now. A chaotic melange of vampires, sorcerers, deities, demons, and dragons. Dr. Banner scoffed. If given the choice, he would wish to eliminate the Hulk within him more than anyone else. He had no desire to join the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D., or the Avengers. He had always been coerced into it. Now, Banner was once again compelled to contemplate his future, given that even gods and demons have emerged in this world. It stands to reason that the appearance of a being capable of permanently resolving the Hulk issue is inevitable. Perhaps my previous methods were misguided. I should not have solely sought technological solutions to the Hulk's predicament. Perhaps it is time to explore the realm of mysticism. Banner mused, considering that aligning with it might not be such a bad idea after all. Once he discovers a method to suppress, or even permanently eliminate the Hulk, he could depart from that wretched place. At this moment, Tony received a notification from Jarvis indicating that Nick Fury was attempting to reach him. Director, I believe there is little left for us to discuss. I am already in the process of withdrawing from the Avengers, and your leadership has been utterly abysmal. While manipulating the components on his workstation to develop a mechanical arm, Tony vented his frustrations. He was compelled to toil tirelessly to advance technology to keep pace with this frenzied world spiraling out of control. Fury, too, bore the burden of fatigue, his eyes bloodshot, his desk cluttered with an array of accountability documents, and incessantly, individuals sought to contact him, demanding to know how everything had spiraled into chaos. The symbiotic dragon's escape had created quite a stir, and this was no matter involving extraterrestrial deities. It was a situation erupting from within Earth itself, entirely unrelated to the likes of D, A, and mutants, leading to an untenable situation for which Fury would inevitably shoulder the blame. Yet, one cannot assure that life outside S, H, i.e., DS support will be any better. If it does not improve, what significance does your departure hold? Fury maintained his stoic demeanor, asserting that the situation was far from resolved. We have collected a substantial amount of symbiotes that fell from the dragon. They were dislodged by that female Thor, unwanted by D and A and her associates. Dr. Banner took over the conversation, his words laced with agitation, exuding an aura that suggested he could transform into Hulk at any moment. The symbiotes are even more exceptional than you realize. Otherwise, do you think I would be so insistent on reviving this initiative? The symbiotic super soldier program was once held in high regard. Nick Fury found himself with no alternative but to disclose the details of the program to the two key operatives. This was classified information. Both Tony and Banner, possessing extraordinary intellects, swiftly absorbed the contents with a mere glance, falling into a temporary silence. Surprising, isn't it? Every piece of data you see is the result of countless lives lost in the last century, Fury remarked coldly. Do not attempt to morally bind me. You both should understand that someone like me can possess everything, except for one thing, empathy. So what do you intend to do? Do you want me to fabricate these symbiotes into a suit of armor? Tony replied with disdain. It sounds like a commendable idea, but this substance can erode the mind. And I refuse. He specialized in mechanical constructs and had never contemplated creating a living biological armor. Most crucially, pivoting suddenly to an entirely new direction would consume a considerable amount of his time that he could ill afford, no matter how high his intelligence. The time required to transform high-tech designs into tangible reality was inevitable. It is to be an armor, but not the kind you envision. Fury appeared somewhat hesitant, a rarity for someone of his decisive nature. Evidently, Fury was also hesitating and weighing the decision of whether to disclose more classified intelligence to the two most brilliant minds on Earth. Ultimately, he refrained from doing so. Releasing that information would have a profoundly immediate and monumental impact on the world, arguably more troublesome than the entity known as Dormammu, which had never even breached Earth's realm. With your combined intellect, tackling the issue of the symbiote's encroachment on the brain should prove manageable. I require your assistance, Fury stated gravely. The symbiote has the capacity to indiscriminately augment the powers of all organic life. Yet conversely, if wielded wisely, it can serve as a constraint on organic entities. For instance, it could be employed to suppress the Hulk. It would be arduous for you alone to confront the Hulk, but with the aid of an additional symbiote, the task might become considerably simpler. But what if it all goes awry? Dr. Banner countered. The outcome could be even more disastrous. The Hulk might, through the symbiote's power, become even more formidable. Do you have any alternatives? Fury retorted. From our observations, the Hulk is evolving. Presently, he is akin to an 8-year-old child. If you cannot contain him now, the prospect of doing so in the future is even bleaker. Sooner or later, you will vanish, becoming a mere extension of the Hulk. Tony and Banner chose to place their trust in Fury one last time. I will assign a cadre of elite agents to utilize the symbiote. We also need to assemble a group of the most distinguished scientists and physicians to prepare for the aftermath of the symbiote's manifestation, ideally resolving any issues at the earliest possible moment, Fury articulated. I have little faith in the doctors and agents you recruit. I would prefer to find my own. To be candid, primarily neurosurgeons and perhaps a few psychologists, correct? I happen to know of a certain individual, Dr. Stephen Strange, at Philadelphia Hospital. Dr. Banner interjected suddenly. I had covertly reviewed numerous profiles in my quest to neutralize the Hulk biologically, and it was during that period that I made contact with Mr. Blue. From what I understand, this Dr. Strange possesses exceptional medical skills and profound expertise in neurology. I have never heard of this individual. Transmigrated has the finest physicians in the world. We do not require the services of an unremarkable practitioner, Fury replied. Tony suppressed his impatience, or perhaps anxiety, as he would rather devote this time to research and development. This moment was sufficient for him to break through a technological barrier. Let me know, this is the final time. If you cannot produce something that satisfies me, I will withdraw from this team without hesitation. This is a flagrant waste of my invaluable time, as you have failed to deliver on the initial promise of establishing a super force capable of saving the world. It will not fail. This time it absolutely will not fail. Fury's voice resonated with gravity. He understood that with Duval in command of that symbiotic dragon, it would not be long before a multitude of symbiotes transformed into Duval's armed forces. Duval possessed an extraordinary talent for the efficient utilization of resources. Duva is indeed a formidable individual, capable of extracting sustenance from every crisis he encounters, rapidly augmenting his power at an astonishing pace that leaves everyone in disbelief. Never before has there been a person like Duva on Earth, with no precedents to guide us. Sometimes, Fury finds himself in deep anguish, pondering why he must contend with such a being after taking the helm of S.H.L.D. In the forthcoming period, we shall devote all our resources to defense, keeping a vigilant watch on Duva to prevent him from executing any mad schemes with the symbiote. Previously, he dealt with vampires. It is uncertain who his next target might be. I refuse to believe he will cease his relentless expansion, as he will undoubtedly continue to seek new, superior hosts. Fury's expression, typically devoid of emotion, finally faltered, revealing the fatigue etched upon his face, a clear testament to his mental exhaustion. Truth be told, as the leader of S.H.I.L.D., Fury still possesses a few cards to play. However, each one carries significant risks or considerable drawbacks, and it remains uncertain which could ultimately resolve the strife that Duva brings. Once Fury concluded the communication, Steve had been waiting patiently. "Captain, your decision to seek me out at this moment suggests you are not here merely for idle conversation," Fury inquired. "My strength is still insufficient. I possess ideals without the power to realize them, rendering them virtually worthless. It is no wonder Stark despises collaborating with us," Steve replied, gripping his shield tightly, a hint of despondency shadowing his countenance. Captain America recognized that the world had transformed beyond recognition, no longer resembling the one he had understood. He felt like an antiquated relic, capable of managing ordinary supervillains, yet utterly ill-equipped to face foes capable of obliterating cities or traversing planets. "So, you seek to enhance your power? That is a formidable challenge. Your body has already been augmented by the super soldier serum. What further enhancements do you envision? Should I provide you with a suit akin to Tony's armor?" At this juncture, Fury's thoughts began to coalesce. A flicker of realization crossed his features, though he quickly masked it, regarding Captain America with a knowing gaze. "If others claimed it was impossible, I might entertain such notions, but when you assert it, I cannot accept it. Tell me, what must I do to grow stronger?" Steve clutched his shield tightly. Fury contemplated for a moment, then spoke. "Since you have resolved to pursue this path, I hope you are prepared to bear the consequences of failure. You may find yourself utterly shattered." Steve exhaled deeply, not in despair, but rather as if he had reaffirmed his conviction. "Are the methods you mentioned akin to what you promised Tony and the others?" "Not at all. They represent two distinct paths. The last two options I have yet to employ. Should both fail, there is no doubt that this planet will lose the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering our existence meaningless. At that point, whether it be Duva, mutants, or extraterrestrial invaders, S.H.I.L.D. will find itself powerless. The Cosmic Cube? Indeed, nothing is more suitable for you. Yet I cannot guarantee success. There's a possibility that you may be utterly torn apart by the Cosmic Cube, but there is also a chance for success. I am fully prepared and ready to commence," Steve spoke in a low voice. "No, not now. You are prepared, but I am not. I still need to complete some preliminary tasks." Fury rose to his feet, and, after inputting a string of passwords on the virtual screen, a confidential document was promptly delivered. "There is a mission you must undertake. Make contact with this individual and bring him back," Fury instructed. Steve swiftly perused the document. "Eugene Lightning Thompson? One of the operatives of the symbiote super soldier program? A retired agent? Are you certain that he has not developed an antisocial personality after being parasitized by such a creature?" Steve furrowed his brow, fully aware of the peril posed by symbiotes. After years of observation, his condition remains relatively stable. Aside from aging and a more irritable temperament, there have been no significant changes. He is a suitable candidate to lead the new symbiote project. "We are in dire need of skilled individuals," Fury replied. Steve nodded and promptly departed, determined to locate Lightning Thompson and bring him back as swiftly as possible. All the media around the globe were abuzz with discussions regarding Grendel and the female Thor. Upon opening the internet, various experts and scholars appeared on numerous programs, engaging in grandiloquent discussions and comical displays, earnestly analyzing the repercussions of this major event and the absurd so-called insider information. Stepping onto the street, one could see that every newspaper from every publication featured headlines exploring this matter. The true identity of the mysterious female Thor revealed. It's her, a modern-day Beauty and the Beast. Disaster warning. The material falling from the dragon seems alive. As Lightning Thompson stepped out of his home, he observed the same discussions occurring all around him. A group of bored individuals, arguing over which side was correct, had even resorted to physical altercations, slightly sidestepping a stumbling fool. Thompson's rock-like countenance remained unchanged as he suppressed his negative emotions. He knew all too well what that dragon was. Years ago, he had joined the symbiote super soldier program, attaining a symbiote due to his exceptional performance. It had been a nightmarish experience, forever altering his thought processes and rendering him impulsive and irritable. Lightning Thompson was acutely aware of his transformation. It was truly unexpected that a program once deemed a failure and subsequently shelved had been resurrected by fury, resulting in the chaos of the source, the dragon, spiraling out of control. What a lunatic! Allowing such a madman to initiate a deranged scheme in an attempt to create an even larger congregation of the insane. Lightning Thompson suppressed his inner turmoil. After all, none of this concerned him. He was not one to possess the almost obsessive sense of justice like the Punisher. He intended to return home and continue living a life of ordinariness. Thompson made his way back to Hell's Kitchen. It was a dreadful place, where crime and murder were commonplace. In a city where blood was shed mercilessly, Thompson felt like a charming angel in comparison, living a life of relative tranquility. Just then, a commotion echoed from a nearby, shadowy alley, where a crowd had gathered, obstructing his path and compelling him to halt. Was it yet another gang organizing a collective recruitment event? Thompson furrowed his brow, initially planning to circumvent the gathering. If not for the affordable housing in Hell's Kitchen and the chaotic atmosphere that provided a suitable cover for his concealed identity amidst the tumult, he would have preferred to avoid mingling with such riffraff. However, a single phrase he overheard compelled him to reconsider. The alien cult is the future of the world. The fall of the Dark Dragon serves as the finest warning to humanity. Join the cult, revere the extraterrestrial, and escape the pain and despair of this earthly existence. Chapter 85. Even if you are the supreme mage of a parallel universe, you must negotiate the matter of mercenaries appropriately. A religion venerating extraterrestrials? Well, it sounded rather plausible. At any given moment, the allure of an unfathomable, mysterious force could drive a multitude into a frenzy of wild speculation, leading to unrealistic fantasies. Initially, Thompson remained a dispassionate observer, irritated by what he deemed the foolishness of the crowd. Yet, he soon recalled the recently illustrious Velen Tower, a bastion of enigmatic power led by Duva, which occasionally sought to recruit new members. Friends, do you know who the newly emerged female Thor is? I tell you, she must be a recent recruit at Velen. Of course, we do not aspire to compare ourselves with her, but if we could engage with the extraterrestrial, to become one with them, we would surely escape these frail bodies. The man leading the charge, clad in a flowing black robe, fervently proclaimed his theories with great fervor. This was absurd. Even Duva himself was likely unaware of this newfound disciple, spreading such nonsensical doctrine among the populace. The emergence of a religion in these times made one think the apocalypse was nigh. For ordinary folk, the present truly felt apocalyptic. Survival amidst disaster was a matter of luck or alien intervention. The cloaked figure raised 2 fingers, earnestly expounding his beliefs. There seemed to be a semblance of logic. Though somewhat strained, Thompson observed the audience, a collection of hopeless souls, either downtrodden addicts or infamous gangsters. The crux of the matter was that he recognized the speaker. It was Cal Burbank, a pastor standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds. Clearly, Burbank recognized Thompson amidst the crowd and cast a glance in his direction. Your gaze remains as sharp as ever, Reverend. Yet I never anticipated that you would tread such a path, betraying your faith. Once the throng dispersed, Thompson furrowed his brow and scrutinized the imposing figure of the pastor.
Perhaps I ought not to seek your counsel in my moments of inner turmoil. Quite the contrary, you should seek me. I can assist you. Burbank's expression was resolute, his visage meticulously groomed, devoid of even a trace of stubble. Assist me in embracing the xenomorph? You must be mad to worship a tangible being that can be killed. Do not speak so lightly, unless you can slay a xenomorph before my eyes. With your prowess, I believe you could vanquish a mere xenomorph. But what are the stronger variants? What about those newly discovered xenomorphs captured on film? Dare to confront one? Lightning Thompson's countenance darkened. He understood precisely what Burbank referenced. One type was the Dracula xenomorph, prevalent in number and often serving as the commanding xenomorph leader. Many have endeavored to unravel the origins of these creatures, questioning which vampire lineage could be so formidable, only to be silently resolved by Duva. The other was the towering, 4-meter behemoth with pale blue skin. Its origins were easily surmised to be from a giant race beyond Earth. After all, Duva's involvement in the interstellar conflict is no secret. Have you ceased speaking? Thompson, do you comprehend why I have suddenly altered my stance? It is because I have witnessed too many young souls ensnared by narcotics, ultimately consuming themselves in the process. In that moment, I realized the fragility of humanity, pathetically weak and irreparably lost, enslaved to base desires. Fully aware of their folly, they succumb to their impulses. The notion of self-redemption is but a delusion. Burbank slowly lifted his head, revealing a ghastly smile. Thus, after much contemplation, I have discerned the most effective solution to this dilemma. We need only to find a potent entity capable of controlling the weak-willed. When the pastor cannot save humanity, the xenomorph shall. I refuse, Thompson asserted. I acknowledge the might of the xenomorphs, yet I do not believe that becoming one of them is the remedy to our plight. What if it could mend the fractures in your psyche, revitalize the shattered nerves within you? Burbank said with a low, sinister chuckle, at that moment resembling anything but a pastor, more akin to a deranged killer. Thompson fell silent, haunted by the dreadful after-effects of his symbiotic bond. Could allegiance to Duva truly be the answer? To be parasitized by such a being and ascend to superhuman status, would that liberate him from his torment? What gives you such confidence? Thompson inquired softly, his demeanor suggesting that an uninformed observer might misconstrue their exchange as a transaction of narcotics. Do you recall the Hand Alliance? That infamous ninja organization from Japan? Did you not confront those individuals in the last century? That organization is on the brink of collapse. Burbank's smile bore a hint of cruelty. A Jotunheimian. Yes, you are familiar with Jotunheim, one of the realms associated with the World Tree and myth, had allied himself with Duval, and was now tasked with launching an assault on the Hand Association. Can you envision the madness of that scene? This bald, diminutive giant, wielding 2 M16 rifles, traversed half the globe to gun down those ninjas. It is said that chaos reigns in Japan, where reports have surfaced of a peculiar creature resembling a symbiotic alien, clearly indicative of Duval's experimentation with new weaponry. So what exactly are you trying to convey? The source of your torment, the symbiote, has now been captured by Duval, who commands a formidable cadre of individuals and has already deployed the symbiote onto the battlefield. Furthermore, some have witnessed human hosts carrying symbiotes within the confines of the villain tower. A flicker of fervor appeared on Burbank's face. How could Duval possibly be unaware of the immense drawbacks posed by the symbiote? Is he not afraid of his subordinates spiraling out of control? This suggests one undeniable fact. He is capable of maintaining an iron grip over all the symbiotes, just as he commands the allegiance of all the aliens. Do not deceive yourself. Thompson, I am acutely aware of your suffering. Why not consider an alternative way of living? It does not require you to engage in heinous acts. Thompson, for the first time, hesitated genuinely. To be frank, he was deeply tempted. He dreamed of liberating himself from the symbiote's influence. Each night, in the stillness, he wrestled with the maddening thoughts in his mind, desperately suppressing his instincts. As for serving Duval, the prospect of taking lives was not a daunting task for Thompson. Let us not forget that he was a former high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a host of a symbiote, for whom killing was a quotidian affair. You have secured an alien? Not yet, but if I could enlist an exceptional operative like you, our chances of success would significantly increase. As Burbank spoke, he dramatically tore away his clerical robes, revealing a physique of well-developed muscles. Suddenly, a shield hurtled towards him, crashing against the walls of the narrow alley,
ricocheting at an odd angle towards Burbank's head. He instinctively ducked and retaliated with a powerful uppercut, sending the shield flying. The shield, under the influence of a magnetic pull, swiftly returned. Do not heed his words, Thompson. A talent like yours should not align with someone like Duval. Steve emerged from the shadows, fortunate for his swiftness. Had he arrived any later, this lightning-fast Thompson might have ceased to be human. However, the situation remained grim. Why forsake one's humanity to become an alien? Is possessing a complete personality and self-awareness not preferable? Do not tell me you are unaware that those who choose to become aliens can never betray Duval. Even a fleeting thought of defiance would lead to fatal repercussions, rendering you a puppet for life. Steve, embodying the conscience of justice, spoke with resolute conviction, his words imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Yet, when his sense of justice became intertwined with S-H-I-E-L-D, it lost its essence. Originally, Thompson wavered, but the appearance of Captain America solidified his resolve. I have resolved to seek Duval's assistance. I can no longer endure the torment inflicted by the symbiote. I have sacrificed too much for S-H-I-E-L-D, yet you have done nothing for me. Now, with the resurgence of the symbiote program, which Duval has sabotaged, you remember me, a man barely clinging to sanity, only to exploit me. The expression on Lightning Thompson's face soured. Steve lowered his head, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features, before he declared with determination, "My mission is to bring you back. I shall not allow you to ally yourself with Duval and his ilk. Come now, Captain, who do you think you are? Or do you believe S-H-I-E-L-D is some esteemed organization? You have accomplished nothing. In every significant crisis, when have you stepped forward to resolve the issue?" Thompson's muscles tensed, ready for confrontation. We are striving to change that. It's too late. If you wish to fight, spare me the idle chatter. Burbank and Thompson, collaborating for the first time, displayed remarkable synchronicity, moving in unison to confront the illustrious Captain America in the narrow alleyway. Despite the captain's renowned status, it seemed almost absurd on a planetary scale. Given Captain America's prowess, subduing these two mere mortals posed no challenge. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that no one would allow them to act freely. Soon enough, a multitude of gang members drawn by the commotion surged into the scene. The moment they spotted Captain America, they unhesitatingly drew their firearms and opened fire. The captain, a relentless force against crime, had long been a thorn in the side of various gangs, and they all understood that he, despite being a superhuman, was not invulnerable. With conventional weaponry, they stood a chance of taking him down. Though Captain America, with his extraordinary abilities, deftly wielded his shield to deflect and incapacitate numerous assailants, the very target he sought to apprehend, Thompson, managed to escape amidst the chaos. The mission had failed. Sighing, Steve stood amidst a heap of groaning bodies and pressed his finger to the communicator in his ear. Understood. I intended to dispatch Blade and the others to assist you. But it is too late. The moment I made a move, I discovered that the aliens are already in motion, Fury conveyed. It seemed I had become a target. This was indeed unwelcome news, yet the aliens had yet to launch a direct assault. Steve kicked the ground, hoisting his shield, and departed Hell's Kitchen with an air of composure, scanning his surroundings to notice sporadic alien activity nearby. Had these creatures already infiltrated Hell's Kitchen, it would not be long before the entire city of New York was overrun with aliens. The human realm should not be invaded by such non-human entities. As he walked, Steve spoke to Fury. I must expedite the plan related to the cosmic cube that you mentioned. This situation is untenable. I suspect I may not even be able to contend with the few aliens surrounding me. Fury remained silent as he summoned satellites from outer space and meticulously assessed the situation, concluding that Steve might indeed be outmatched. The surrounding aliens, each evidently possessed by a symbiote, were none other than the enigmatic vampire xenomorphs. Indeed, they were all Dracula xenomorphs equipped with symbiotic enhancements. These creatures possessed physical attributes that far surpassed those of Captain America, coupled with their innate combat proficiency, formidable instincts, and numerical superiority, not to mention the transformative capabilities of their symbiotes. Steve, retreat. There is no need to squander your energy here, Fury asserted decisively. Perhaps every S-H-I-E-L-D agent felt a pang of frustration. For once they had been an indomitable force before Duva, but now their esteemed heroes struggled against mere mid-tier xenomorphs. This is unavoidable. I will entrust anything related to the symbiote to Stark and Banner. They will undoubtedly make good use of it. The defection of his old comrade, Thompson, left Fury in contemplative silence for several seconds. Thompson, having forsaken S.H.I.E.L.D., accompanied Burbank toward the Villander Tower. You had better enlighten me about your status as a priest of this xenomorph cult. What exactly is your standing in their ranks? Standing before the Villander Tower, Thompson observed the various xenomorphs silently milling about, particularly fixating on those that appeared languid, with parts of their bodies exuding a viscous, liquid form, and quietly inquired. I hold no status. This cult was established less than a day ago. Initially, I contemplated whether I could swindle some dollars from a youth. As they are particularly fond of formidable and impressive beings, Burbank replied with surprise, questioning why Thompson would pose such a query. What, are you jesting? I was indeed jesting before, but not now. Duva places immense value on diverse talents. He possesses xenomorphs and symbiotes, both capable of significantly enhancing human abilities. Presently, there appears to be no genetic conflict between the two species, thus individuals like you and me, adept in combat, should not be cast aside. Burbank pulled the visibly agitated Thompson into the lobby. Thompson surveyed the hurried business elites around him, feeling slightly reassured. Otherwise, he would have genuinely doubted whether he had been deceived by this unscrupulous priest. What followed was a dizzying array of administrative procedures, personal information reporting, file establishment, and a series of actions that seemed remarkably professional and formal, giving the impression that this was not a lair of monsters, but rather a reputable business enterprise. Soon, a designated representative arrived to greet them. Cal Burbank, Eugene Lightning Thompson, you are rare talents indeed. We are delighted to welcome you to Villander Corporation. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. As soon as Gloria made her entrance, she immediately captured the attention and astonishment of those around her. Gloria? How could it be her in person? Who are these two individuals that merit her direct involvement? This further underscores the exceptional talent pool that Villain Corporation possesses. One wonders from where they acquire their intelligence, enabling them to swiftly vet various applicants. It is evident that among the onlookers, many likely serve as spies from various factions, tasked with gathering intelligence, and it is not inconceivable that agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. might be masquerading as merchant from other companies, blending in seamlessly. Without a doubt, all who aspire to join Villain Corporation and succeed will be documented by these individuals, with information dispatched back to their respective clandestine organizations to establish specialized dossiers. It is indeed enviable. The allure of aligning with Duva grows ever stronger, and those with even a modicum of ambition strive to win his favor. What does this signify? Previously, even during the presence of the xenomorphs, the allure was palpable, let alone now with the addition of the symbiote phenomenon. Although the symbiote super soldier program is notorious for its failures, if the symbiotes have fallen into Duva's hands, his willingness to utilize them suggests he possesses a means to mitigate their inherent drawbacks. Those who conduct business within the Villain Tower boast impressive backgrounds. At the very least, they are well-informed and adept at navigating the complexities of their environment, naturally privy to information inaccessible to the average person. Without a certain level of skill, one would hardly dare to enter the Villain Tower. For those fortunate enough to join Villain and ally with Duva, the prospect of gaining xenomorph embryos offers an opportunity to attain a superhuman identity that most could only dream of, perhaps even extending their lifespan. Although the exact extent to which parasitism by xenomorphs might prolong life remains uncertain, there is no definitive timeline to provide clarity. Yet, as formal employees of Villain, they would have access to alien-type serums that steadily extend life. Rumor has it that Alien 1 serum, within the confines of Villain Tower, is now considered somewhat obsolete, as Mr. Blue has developed a second-generation product with enhanced longevity benefits. This notion may seem implausible. How has the extension of life become so straightforward? However, one need only observe this world, where deities and demons frequently manifest, alongside the ingenious individuals spearheading technological advancements led by Tony Stark, to comprehend the vastness of the universe and the multitude of anomalies within it. Brief lifespans are insufficient for exploring the unknown. A select few are aware of the existence of numerous extraterrestrial beings, such as the three major interstellar empires, who are acutely aware of the critical necessity for longevity technology. Yet, given humanity's current level of civilization, discovering widespread methods for extending life remains a challenge. However, Duva is capable of achieving this. The substances secreted by xenomorphs are the very essence of life-extending elixirs. Upon entering the waiting room, the two were astonished to find that someone had already arrived ahead of them. A martial arts master? Surely, you are the martial arts master. I have heard of you. Thompson's expression shifted slightly, and he exclaimed, "You too have come to ally with Duva?" "I do not know you," came the reply. The martial arts master, with an icy demeanor, remains oblivious to the presence of the insignificant Thompson, despite being an expert in all forms of combat and weaponry worldwide. It appears that Burbank, a figure who could certainly be deemed a superhero by the outside world, finds amusement in this scenario. The more talented individuals who join this gathering, the more it affirms the correctness of his choices. The martial arts master, clearly preoccupied, coldly remarked that if one were to categorize individuals by strength, then everyone present could be regarded as a superhero, rendering the distinction trivial. Undoubtedly, the mere fact that these three individuals have entered this chamber signifies their approval for joining villains. As Burbank articulated, any one of them could be cast into the outside world and would qualify as either a superhero or a supervillain, each boasting prowess comparable to that of Daredevil or the pre-parasitic Erica, standing at the pinnacle of humanity. However, that is now a thing of the past. From this moment forth, they shall transcend human limitations and acquire extraordinary powers. It was unexpected that these three would unite. Duva, who could monitor everything in real time, found the situation quite intriguing. Burbank, with a background as a priest and known as the Executioner, would typically ascend to become a world-class bounty hunter, having served figures such as Kingpin and Fury before ultimately being transformed into a half-cyborg, an extremist dedicated to hunting mutants. Lightning Thompson, the renowned agent of Venom, is, in certain parallel universes, a close ally of Peter Parker. The martial arts master, Orestes, is Erica's brother. Duva is convinced that the allegiance of these three is not an end, but merely a trivial beginning. On this azure planet, many individuals will soon emerge, adorned with the titles of superheroes or supervillains, each possessing commendable talents. In a particular parallel universe, Apocalypse ravaged New York City, exterminating all superheroes within, resulting in an astonishing death toll of 7,000. Yet, the multitude of heroes and numerous villains, the vast majority of whom were merely at the pinnacle of humanity, proficient in various combat skills and adept with an array of weapons, were permanently constrained by their physical limitations. That is no longer the case. With the existence of aliens and symbiotes, beings with almost no residual effects, a qualitative leap awaits these mortal heroes and villains. The price, however, is a perpetual entrapment in Duva's shadow. Accepting this inevitability, many have chosen to adopt a new mindset, dedicating themselves to the worship of Duva and the veneration of the alien, thereby severing all psychological burdens and anxieties, gaining boundless desire and confidence. Gloria, Duva instructed, facilitate the onboarding process for these three individuals. Keep it simple. We have always been accommodating towards talent. Expedite their parasitism. I shall soon have use for them. Duva sent a message to Gloria. Boss, are you preparing for battle? Or do you require personnel for a large-scale mission? I am not prying into your plans. I merely wish to prepare the necessary logistical support in a timely manner, such as transporting substantial quantities of meat and ensuring a supply of pristine water, as well as organizing personnel. The specifics remain uncertain for now, as it largely depends on our guests' intentions for returning to Earth from a distance of countless light years. For Duva, the addition of a few noteworthy individuals is merely an intriguing interlude, a seasoning in the mundane fabric of daily life. As for the bizarre cults and their antics, Duva pays them no heed, since the extremist cleric Burbank is determined to pursue his own agenda. Duva finds little reason to engage. He has always preferred to refrain from meddling in the lives and thoughts of his subordinates. In light of this, he has more pressing matters to attend to. Finished? Sometimes I truly cannot fathom why someone like you would operate such a tedious company. It merely serves as a means of funding operations, remarked Modu, lounging on the sofa opposite Duva. Duva smiled faintly, understanding Modu's character. His bluntness was not born of malice. I do not invest much thought into this company either. It merely provides a convenient guise for my activities on this planet. Should I ever decide to leave Earth, I shall readily abandon this tedious facade of villain. Leave? When did you entertain such thoughts? Does the Supreme Mage know? Modu inquired, pausing momentarily. Oh, right. She must be aware. Perhaps she has already envisioned your departure. This is unlike you. I would have thought you would relish the idea of banishing me from this planet. Duva replied, his tone even. He enjoyed witnessing these individuals display a different demeanor before him. It is worth noting that just a few months prior, Duva had to tread carefully around individuals of Moda's caliber. He had to exercise utmost caution when confronting Caecilius, and he was particularly wary in dealings with Loki, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared. However, time has passed, and those who fail to adapt to the evolving landscape are left behind. Duva has now become a figure of considerable stature in the eyes of these individuals. Indeed, Modu felt that Earth would be remiss to lose someone like Duva. Although he elicits discomfort in certain aspects and poses a significant threat, even the discerning Modu believed that Duva's presence on Earth provided a sense of reassurance, as he was genuinely proactive in times of crisis. No guardian could refuse someone like Duva, not even the Supreme Mage, Modu mused. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. Any dialogue should be between myself and the Ancient One. For now, let our guest elucidate the purpose of his visit, shall we? Kruger, we have yet to intersect. Duva gestured towards the individual seated beside Modu. This being, with red skin and a fish-like head, was Kruger, one of the mages from Kamartaj. Although he had since withdrawn and departed Earth to join the ranks of the Raiders, his extraordinary teleportation spell would undoubtedly captivate the attention of those marauders, ensuring he remains under the finest protection at all times, as it is exceedingly convenient for plundering. In certain parallel universes, Krug has ascended to the status of the Supreme Mage of Earth. I initially believed that you would establish a formidable force capable of intimidating not only Earth, but the entire world tree, akin to Kamartaj, capable of joining forces with the Ancient One to repel Dormammu, capable of slaying Lao Fei, and collaborating with Odin's Asgard. Such a figure should not be so inconspicuous. Krug's elongated form swayed slightly, and his lower half, adorned with a fishtail, flicked gently against the ground, producing a sharp clap. There will come a day, and it shall arrive swiftly. While I possess great patience, I shall never relinquish an opportunity, so there is no need for concern on my behalf. Duva spoke with an air of indifference. If he so desired, he could indeed establish a force rivaling Kamartaj, as Krug suggested. Kamartaj possesses a legacy of magic, allowing its members to learn sorcery and acquire supernatural powers. Other factions, though not as formidable as Kamartaj, each possess their own means of inheritance, varying in strength and efficacy. Duva, holding dominion over the xenomorphs and symbiotes, had in his possession entities that, strictly speaking, could not be classified as true symbiotes, but rather as another form of xenomorph. Either of these alone could instantly elevate an ordinary individual to the status of a superhuman. Their rapid deployment and ease of mass production far surpassed the arduous years spent in Kamartaj, struggling to grasp even the most rudimentary spells, like feeble fireballs, all while being burdened by debt. Krug tossed his head, revealing 2 additional fish-like organs where his ears once were, now fluttering like fans. In my years among the Marauders, I have encountered many ambitious individuals, yet you possess a strength that surpasses theirs. Thus, should you not harbor greater ambitions? Do you wish to consume the entirety of Earth, including Kamartaj? If I truly possessed such insatiable hunger, Earth would be beneath my consideration. The universe is vast, and its myriad races abound. To confine one's gaze solely to Earth would be an aberration, Duva asserted, gesturing toward his own head. What is Earth? What are mere mortals? My vision has long since extended far beyond, reaching toward the very edges of the cosmos. My time is precious, Krug the Mage. If you have traversed light years back to Earth, specifically to seek an intermediary from Kamartaj to meet with me, I would graciously welcome you should you wish to ally with me, bestowing upon you a position of high esteem. Duva's fingers rhythmically tapped upon the table, creating a resonant cadence. This is a splendid proposition, yet I too harbor an intriguing notion. In Krug's eyes, a fierce intensity burned brightly. I hail from the ranks of the Marauders, a fact you should be aware of. However, you may not know that our band is extensive, with various factions, and thus we find ourselves in dire need of capable comrades. since you were able to dispatch troops to fight for the Asgardians. I wonder if you might be inclined to allow me to take a contingent of the xenomorphs to venture into other realms of the cosmos? Duva appeared momentarily bewildered, realizing that Krug harbored such intentions, considering the reckless nature of the marauders, who roam through the vast galaxies with a high mortality rate. It was entirely reasonable for them to covet such a perfect weapon of war as the xenomorphs. At last, the postcard sent out during the campaign against Jotunheim had borne some fruit.